At that time, everything around was covered by a sea of fire, smoke and dust, the birth of the hero. It was in a small village, in the middle of a sea of fire, a boy was reborn, the ground was littered with farming tools. The ground is littered with farming tools. In the continent where countless heroes were born, smoke and ashes flew, described in a violent way in the novel. A middle-aged man with long white hair graciously extended his hand forward. After escaping from the dark forest, the main character Choy Han experienced human love. It seemed like it was his memory of the past. The people of the small village welcomed him gently, and the people he called friends and family in that village of Harris. Back to reality, he returned to that village, seeing everyone assassinated. His steps gradually slowed down, and the basket in his hand fell down. Choy Han stood looking at that scene of devastation and couldn't help but feel sad, having been massacred by the mysterious organization. He was silent, even though he was very strong and had lived in the dark forest for more than 10 years. Choy Han gradually walked towards the body of that middle-aged man with white hair. A pure and gentle Choy Han could not save even a single life. Choy Han was silent, speechless. He gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowed with hatred as he looked forward. But now for the first time in his life, he killed someone. He quickly rushed towards a mysterious person and slashed the knife hard at them. The other person didn't have time to react and shouted, "Oh!" He regained consciousness and exclaimed, "Who is he?" Choy Han didn't stop, he immediately held the sword tightly in his hand and moved forward. The commander of that group of mysterious people saw this and immediately pointed his finger and ordered them to go and die. A series of mysterious people wearing black hoods approached Choy Han. Unflinching, Choy Han slowly slashed them one by one. His eyes showed anger as he stabbed and slashed the soldiers. A while later in that village of Harris. Every drop of blood dripped onto his basket and fell to the ground. The soldier finally fell to the ground, thud. Choy Han stood among the corpses, panting. Choy Han lowered his face to the ground, drops of sweat running down his face. After destroying that mysterious organization, he returned to himself. Drops of blood rolled down the sword. The sharp sword reflected the ruins of the village, but when he realized he had no information from them, he fell to the ground. Choy Han despaired. Looking at the surrounding scene, Choy Han thought to himself, "I will kill them." Choy Han's body was full of wounds. He had some thoughts in his heart. "I will kill everyone who made things become like this." Choy Han turned and walked away. After killing someone for the first time, he also learned what grief is. It seems to be a golden badge, carved in the shape of a turtle. Choy Han first left the village and headed to the city in central Hennatus, Weston. In the room, a red-haired man holding a bottle of wine walked towards another person, by a sudden opportunity. It turned out that the red-haired man was Cale, a scoundrel who was trying to talk to him. When he walked up to him, Choy Han immediately expressed his anger. Choy Han immediately grabbed the surrounding objects and hit Cale, who was beaten to a pulp. A while later, the red-haired man walked in front of the mirror, touched his hair and wondered, "Isn't this Cale?" His memories returned. He picked up some books to read. "When I woke up I had become Cale Hennatus. Before that there was nothing unusual. I borrowed the book Birth of a Hero, and simply fell asleep, while reading." The red-haired man with an embarrassed expression walked closer to the mirror and looked closely. Was this possession? At that time, he wasn't wearing anything, just wearing a towel. He touched the mirror and thought to himself, "That's bad, so I look like Cale, right?" In Chapter 1, Cale Hennatus was just a small villain with the goal of making Han stand out. In that room smoke continuously came out. It seemed like it was in a magnificent palace. Cale Hennatus relaxed comfortably in a bathtub, his face enjoying the thought, "Well, this isn't so bad." He pondered in the bathtub and sighed, "I'm not attached to anything. I'm an orphan with no money. I love life. There's no one to let me sacrifice. Living simply day by day is up to me, not dead. That's my life as Kim Roksu." Suddenly he gradually opened his eyes and thought a little, "Well, I can't die here." Cale leaned against the bathtub and pulled himself up. "I don't like painful death either. Even though this life is quite bad, this world is really better than that world." He immediately reached under the water and touched his body. There were no scars. Cale held his chin and thought, "That means he hasn't gotten into trouble with Choy Han yet." He imagined the drunken scene in the past, the house where Countess Cale Hennatus's family lived, got drunk and became violent, before meeting Choy Han. That's why he received a scar. Cale turned his face to the side, smirking, all because he thought the wine tasted bad. It was true. He sighed dejectedly. "At that palace, after that happened I learned what happened to Cale." In it, he imagined the image of Choy Han. Choy Han went to meet Guyan. After overcoming some difficulties, he became the image of a true hero. He calmly thought more, even though he had become a cave. Kim Rosku's motto in life was very simple, Cale said in shock, now let's find a way to fight the beating. Cale stepped out of the bathtub. If I had avoided that accident, he would definitely have continued on his path. Stepping out the door, he thought to himself, I should be careful to live a little longer. Cale reached for the towel, avoiding pain and finding joy in life. He put that scarf around his neck and thought, let's take it slow. Luckily I still remember the entire first part of the novel. Cale raised his hand and rubbed his hair. That seems doable, he thought flashily. In a room filled with magical, sparkling candlelight, suddenly a voice said, Master. Cale's hair was wet and he was about to hang the towel on the shelf when he heard that and was startled. Were you in the bathroom? Cale calmly put on his clothes. That's right, I'll be right out. He walked out on the wet ground. In front of him was an old man with gray hair, neatly dressed and wearing gloves like a real butler. He spoke softly and held out a cup of tea. Here you go, master. Seeing that, Cale immediately became wary. He thought for a moment that it was Ron, an assassin who had crossed the eastern continent by sea. He acted like a gentle old man, but was actually an evil person, and callous. Cale immediately walked past the old man and picked up the cup of tea. Good, thank you, all the while thinking to himself, I should let the boy handle this old man. Unconsciously, the old man suddenly curled his lips and smiled. Meanwhile, Cale was in the room pensively tapping his hand on the table in thought. He's not the only dangerous person around me, there are too many strong people in this world, I need strength to protect myself. Suddenly, a servant boy pushed the door open. Master, we will change your clothes now. Hearing that, Cale immediately replied, let's just take some simple clothes. The servant replied, yes, master. Immediately afterwards, the neat white clothes were placed in the room. Cale put on the outfit as if it radiated a beautiful aura. He thought to himself, indeed, he was so handsome that no matter what outfit he wore, he looked beautiful. He immediately learned from experience, the key point of the times, the page is the face. He immediately spoke up, come on. The servant immediately replied, yes, master. Cale walked in. On both sides were 2 rows of neatly dressed maids welcoming him and the housekeeper. Good morning, good morning. At the end of the line there was a timid maid, her whole body trembling, her voice trembling with fear, faltering, saying good morning. Cale glanced at her and thought to himself, is she that scared? Walking behind the old butler, he thought coldly, but Cale is not the type of person to hit anyone he meets. The worst thing he does is destroy things when he is drunk. He just likes to drink and cause mischief. He really is kind of trash. Cale turned away and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it would be better if they left him alone. The two walked forward. Suddenly the butler kindly said, I'm opening the door, I hope you like breakfast. Cale replied silently, thank you, remember to eat too. Cale slowly walked into the room. When he entered, he looked up with a bit of surprise, seriousness and tension. In front of him was a long and formal dining table. There were 4 people waiting for him. It seemed like they were a family. That was Cale's family. The man sitting in the middle was his father, the head of the family, Earl Deruth. Next was his stepmother, Countess Viola. Sitting opposite was his younger brother, Bosson. Next to that is my sister, Lily. Count Deruth sat majestically in his chair, silent. Seeing Cale, he immediately reprimanded you're late again today, sit down. Cale walked over to the table, pushed the chair out, sat down, and replied yes. His father hardly had any special influence, he was simply very rich. Cale glanced at his stepmother, but besides that, his stepmother and younger sister always avoided him. He looked at his 2 younger siblings and thought, over there is the perfect environment to quietly live alone. Cale felt the murderous aura ahead, he thought to himself, except for their gazes. During that meal, he asked the Count if he had anything to say, and he immediately replied, no, nothing. He gently picked up a piece of food on the plate with his fork. I guess they felt awkward in front of me, so let's eat quickly and leave here. He brought the food to his mouth and felt, this sausage was really succulent. He smiled gently. Suddenly a chopstick fell to the ground. The boy Bosson next to him turned pale and panicked, thinking, did he just laugh? The boy turned away, not daring to look Cale straight in the face and stammered, I'm sorry, he awkwardly thought, what is he thinking? Cale reached for a glass of wine, wondering if this was wine. He brought the glass of wine close to his face and smelled it. Cale slowly enjoyed the glass of wine and then put it down. He didn't pay attention to everyone's eyes, he slowly brought the food to his mouth and enjoyed it. There was also a voice saying, Cale. Hearing that, he immediately replied, very delicious. The father did not pay attention and immediately imitated what had happened in the past. Yes, it tastes like scrotum, right? Suddenly, he realized the mistake in his statement. He raised his face in panic and said, did you just say it was delicious? Cale calmly responded to his father's words, yes, all the dishes were delicious. Hearing that, his father was a bit stunned. He extended his hand to welcome. Yes, it's delicious. It's good that you like the food. Cale coldly replied, yes, I also eat a lot of it. The whole family had a meal together. Hearing that, Cale had an idea in his head. It's really nice to be the extra person. They don't criticize my lack of politeness. And one more thing, I can't make Basil angry. He brought a piece of food to his mouth and prepared to eat. I would rather use my position to wander in peaceful places than to rule a complicated territory. Glancing at his younger brother, Cale thought thoughtfully, if that's not possible, I'll gather my things and go to a place where war can't reach me. After finishing the meal, Cale calmly used a napkin to wipe his mouth. The father kindly walked up to him and asked in a quiet voice, do you need anything? Cale clasped his hands together as if thinking for a moment. Suddenly he turned around and calmly said, money, please give me some money. The count seemed a bit surprised. Okay, I will give you as much as possible. Cale smiled happily. Yes, as much as possible. The father replied, of course I will give you as much as possible. Every people around find it difficult to understand the situation. When his request was achieved, Cale's joy was evident on his face. A moment later, he held the check in his hand and suddenly thought, is this much? He thought to himself, this house seemed to not only have money, but it had a lot of money. I put the check in my pocket. It's too much. We'll have to change our plans. Ron. Old butler Ron walked over. How can I help you? Cale coldly asked. What day is today? The butler immediately replied, March 29th, 79 according to the Felix calendar. Hearing that, Cale was suddenly shocked. On March 29th, I had to hurry up. He thought of the image of a boy, Choy Han. Cale sat in the room and fell into deep thought, soon arriving at the Weston. On a small street, a group of carriages passed by. Suddenly the carriage stopped in front of a certain house. From the carriage, a pair of feet wearing elegant shoes stepped down. It was Cale. He raised his head and looked at everything around him. He stood with his arms crossed in front of the shop with the poetic name of Fragrant Tea. Behind him is a man, perhaps they are the driver of that carriage. It seems he wants to express something. Seeing that, Cale immediately turned around and waved his hand. The person driving the carriage was a bit startled and asked again. Yes, Cale coldly reprimanded. Do you want me to repeat? The man then awkwardly said, no, I mean you don't need me to wait. Cale turned and walked into the store. No, I'll be here for a while. He walked in and the door suddenly closed. The scene inside is bustling yet elegant. Everyone is smiling and chatting to each other. Sitting at the corner of that table was a slovenly looking guy wearing glasses. Cale gently walked to the center of the room. He stared at the person standing in the middle and thought to himself, he must be the owner of the restaurant. Seeing his appearance, everyone around him was extremely scared. The man standing in the middle slowly put the book on the table. This man expressed his joy and welcome, and turned out to be a rich bastard, Belios. Bios walked towards his desk area. Cale also approached and thought to himself, he looks like a piggy bank. Suddenly he slammed the coins in his hand onto the table. Cale Pride spoke up, I want to rent the third floor until the end of today, and bring me tea that is not bitter, any kind is fine. He stood haughtily, folded his arms, turned his face away, looked at the pile of books and said, there are only good novels here, only poetry. Belios quickly replied, of course we have them, sir, we have a lot of them, on the other hand. Hearing that, Cale immediately ordered, then bring me the most interesting book and a cup of tea. Belios obediently replied, I understand. Cale held out a coin in his hand and said, I'll drink more tea later. Belios took the coin in his hand, his face turned red with embarrassment and exclaimed, 1,000,000 gallons is too much, sir. Cale is proud to show off, I'm the big guy on the street, just consider it your reward. He sat alone in that study room and thought to himself, abusing money and power, if we don't do it now, when will we? Cale rubbed his hand and thought, is that where it is? He silently recalled in his mind, this morning he was kicked out of the gate, when he reported the attack to the Count. Instead of looking for information about the murderers of his beloved, Choy Han's priority was to say goodbye, those who died in a dignified manner. Cale admitted, what a kind person. He recalled his past, why do rulers like us care about the lives of the useless people out there? The glass of wine in my hand is more valuable than the lives of the people, useless people like you. Those were the words Cale said to Choy Han when the two met. Choy Han was calm at that time, saying, "It's really interesting." Choy Han was a little annoyed and said loudly, "You know, I'm very curious, I don't know if you'll change your mind or not." Choy Han immediately walked over and squeezed Cale's mouth. "Should we try it?" Returning to reality, Cale was nervous and sweating. He felt a chill rubbing his hands against his body. Normally that would happen, it was a bit chilling. In front of the tea table he pondered, stopped thinking about the content of the novel. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide as if he discovered something. Looking from afar, he saw a figure below the guards guarding the gate. He recognized it as Choy Han. Seeing this, Cale immediately speculated that they were probably asking for identification. It seemed that Choy Han could not meet that request, so he quickly turned away. Cale from afar put his hand on his chin and thought, how could someone like Han have something like that? Looking at the back of the boy walking away, Cale suspected, oh, he was rejected. Choy Han just walked far away from the gate. Now Choy Han obediently walked away, but he would wait until it was dark, to jump over the wall and quietly sneak into the city. There he passed by a Cale who was busy drinking. Cale thought about this and immediately stood up from the tea table. He walked a few steps around it. Suddenly he called out, "Hey!" Belios heard the noise and turned around. Cale walked down the stairs and coldly asked, "I'll be back soon, don't clear my place." Belios clearly replied, "Sir." Cale quickly walked towards the door. "Mr. Too slowly open the door. Shop." Suddenly he slammed the door shut really hard. This sound made everyone around the shop panic and startle. Cale, then leave without breaking anything. Cale had a disgusted look on his face as he stood outside the door and heard everything. "I heard you guys." He glanced shyly, "Anyhow." Cale put his hands in his clothes and thought to himself, I should prepare some defense skills in case I encounter some strong people. He slowly walked forward. I mustn't become too strong to survive on this continent. I just need to become strong enough to live comfortably. Cale doubtfully looked up at the sky. If he is too strong, there will be situations that will get in his way. He slowly walked to a store. He entered the shop as if he had something in mind. Ancient power. Among that power, I only need an invisible shield similar to the magician's energy shield. On the table is an extremely hot and delicious French cake. Cale stood solemnly with his arms crossed in front of the cake counter. He thought to himself, today I will prepare a decoy for the indestructible shield. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked out of the store with a panicked look on his face. He stammered, "You, boss." This man hurriedly greeted and welcomed. Cale still stood coldly, crossed his arms and thought to himself, I can't be surprised anymore. Cale spoke in a low voice and brought me some loaves of bread. The middle-aged man gasped and replied, "Yes." Cale pointed at each item. He pointed to the left. From here, the store owner also glanced, then he threw his hand to the right, "Here." Right after that, Cale threw a coin on the table. The bakery owner looked at the coin rolling on the table. Cale spoke up and packed it all up. The middle-aged man selling cakes raised his head in surprise. Cale haughtily gestured with his hand over his mouth, saying, "I'll go somewhere else if you don't want to sell." Hearing that, the cake seller immediately said, "No, boss, I'll go pack it for you right away." He quickly rushed to his counter and did the packing. A sack full of cakes, it was carefully wrapped in a brown bag. Cale carried the bag on his shoulder and thought to himself, even though he already knew it, but as he walked, he thought, this place is very different from Korea, it is truly a fantasy world. Then it started to get dark and the street lights were turned on. Cale carried the bag on his shoulder, walking in the middle of the street, thinking, I have to become a weak person, I see how hurt they are, it's really karma. Cale gritted his teeth and exclaimed, TSK. He picked up the sole of his shoe and said in a complaining tone, I should get out of here as quickly as possible. He passed through an area. Suddenly there were two children standing behind a pillar, looking at him as if they were spying. The two children stared at him, showing curiosity. Cale carried the bag to high ground. He heavily threw this bag to the ground. Cale breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his sweat with his hand, puffed. He coldly glanced at everything. Looking far away at the village, Cale thought to himself, I've come a long way, this bag is really heavy. He stood in front of a door, an old wooden door. Cale tried to open the door, but the door was damaged. He held the sack, telling me how old this place was. He walked closer to a large tree. Standing under the shade of the tree, he thought to himself, this tree must be hundreds of years old. Suddenly a loud scream came from behind. "Don't go near that tree." This sentence startled him, childishly. It turned out that they were two children who were spying on him just now. They threatened him. He couldn't because it was a man-eating plant. The children imagined introducing that tree in a strange way, a carnivorous tree. They recount scenes of people hanging from trees, people who committed suicide hanging from this tree, all becoming mummies in one night. Cale smirked and thought, this is exactly the tree I was looking for. A long time ago, in ancient times. There was a girl there kneeling and begging a man. The story goes that there was a man who loved to eat so much that her greed caused her to be kicked out of the temple and passed away not long ago. A bud sprouted from the ground, a tree grew from her body. Cale came closer and knelt down under the tree. That person's hatred and power were all in this tree. He opened the bag and took out a piece of cake, the power of the indestructible shield that he had always sought. He opened his hand to the tree and sighed incredulously. Is it here? The children standing in the distance shouted, "You will die, don't do that." Hearing that noise, he rubbed his hands over his face and complained, no matter where he went, he always met these kids. This is so annoying. Should I chase them away before starting? A child warned. He couldn't. Suddenly he stood up and walked towards the children, startling them. The two innocent children raised their eyes and expressed concern that the tree that ate him would die. He threw the two sacks away and coldly said, "Nowhere, go somewhere else." Seeing this, the child immediately intervened. It was a man-eating plant. Cale's cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. Have you guys ever heard of Cale's trash? An older child awkwardly replied, "Oh yeah." The other child suddenly spoke up, took the other's arm and said, "Sister, let's go." The sister turned away and said kindly, "You can't die." Cale smacked his lips in confusion. TSK. After chasing the two children away, Tian moved closer to the tree. Now let's continue. He held the bread in his hand and brought it inside the hole. The cake suddenly blurred and disappeared. It disappeared. Cale looked at his hands in shock. He was so scared that he thought they would suck his hands away. The shield is your remaining strength. Cale glanced at the pile of cakes and thought with a sigh of relief, this thing has ancient power. The hole at the foot of the tree is so deep it seems to have no bottom, but that primitive and barbaric existence is very believable. The pit has a mysterious black color. He talked to himself, I remember in the novel telling him to feed it until the darkness disappeared. Cale picked up the sack of bread. That darkness was created by hatred. When it disappeared, the light behind it would appear. Once I saw it, the indestructible shield would definitely belong to me. You put all your strength into the black hole, eat it until you're full. After a while of eating all his cakes, the black hole still saw no movement. Cale helplessly thought to himself, I probably need about 10 more bags. He glanced down at the hole and sighed. Cale has a bit of sympathy, which is a bit scary. What a deep hatred. He stood under the tree silently thinking that he would come back tomorrow. On the side of the road the two children from earlier were greedily eating the cakes that Cale gave them. When he passed by and saw this scene, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my God." Cale coldly walked past. They probably wouldn't dare go near the tree, but if they stuck their heads in there and got eaten, it would be a bit annoying. It's not about me but about them. Seeing him so thoughtful, the two children were surprised and confused. He coldly turned back and said, "If you still want to eat, come back tomorrow and don't say anything." It was already dark at that time. He returned to the library and left. Belios warmly greeted him. "Are you home?" He just replied, "Yes." Belios added momentum, "I hope you'll come next time. By the way, the tea is delicious." Cale didn't react at all, and I only read half of the book but it was quite interesting. I liked how the main character's abilities were recognized and how he grew. Cale turned back and added, "Don't let anyone read that book, so I can read it whenever I come back." Belios was a bit surprised by this request. But then he still graciously accepted, "Yes, I will keep this book for you." Seeing Cale off, Belios said, "Come back soon, I'll wait for you, whatever you say is fine." Not long after that, at a bar. A middle-aged man in the shop had a pale face. He bowed in greeting, "Oh my God, hello master." Cale walked in and thought, he's panicking. Looking at the pieces of glass on the ground, Cale had a moment of thought, that makes sense, all the items around Cale were broken when he was drunk. He tossed a coin at the other man. Cale immediately ordered, 1 bottle as usual and 1 more boiled chicken breast, don't add salt. The employee seemed confused and asked again, "Yes, don't you want to find a seat first?" Cale silently crossed his arms and looked at the man, making him panic. He ran quickly and said, "I'll bring it out right here." The restaurant was extremely cramped with many people sitting and enjoying their drinks. Cale smirked as he waited on the porch. The gangsters and scammers all avoided him. Now he saw that he was a strange person, TSK. Usually, scoundrels from rich families always follow them or have such henchmen, but Cale despises this type of people. Cale thoughtfully glanced around. To him, they were scum. The waiter brought me a bottle of wine. Here's yours. Great. He quietly left under everyone's gaze. The bottle of wine Cale drank was definitely the most expensive one in the store. Cale opened the bottle of wine and splashed it. He emptied the bottle of wine and took a gulp. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out with a bottle of wine in his hand. I felt warm. Mr. Dan's steps staggered on the ground, remembering correctly that about 100 steps started from the city gate and followed this wall. Cale calmly touched each brick on the wall. He nodded as if he understood something. As expected, the moment Choy Han jumped over the wall. He slowly looked down at his feet. There were 2 kittens, one orange and one gray-white. The smaller kitten was warmed by the larger cat, and was placed opposite the wall where he was, ground. Cale sighed. This was a world where coincidences were quite important. He changed the angle to avoid scaring the cats. Suddenly he glanced over and saw a man sitting down in the corner of the wall. It turned out that it was Choy Han. He seemed to be sleeping. Seeing that, Cale thought to himself, what a good person, I found him. Suddenly Choy Han slowly opened his eyes and looked forward thoughtfully. Cale's face was red from the alcohol. I was a bit worried. Luckily I had drunk some alcohol. I had a little thought in my head. I should start first so he can have a good impression of me. Cale asked in a quiet voice, you guys look hungry, right? He opened his bag of food on the ground. Cale kindly placed it in front of the 2 cats and began to exclaim, TSK TSK, I'm sorry, eat this. The 2 cats slowly walked towards the food. Seeing their appearance, I thought to myself, they are smaller than I thought. I kindly shared each piece of food. Can we all eat chicken breast? The gray-white cat suddenly reacted. It sniffed and sniffed a few places. Cale gently patted its head, ate it and got well soon. Poor thing. Suddenly he exclaimed, do you have anywhere to go? Choy Han sat next to him and remained silent. Seeing that, Cale continued to ask, a place to stay, are you hungry? Choy Han still didn't answer. Cale shyly patted the 2 cats' heads, as if he thought he wouldn't answer. He was definitely watching me. Cale suddenly asked more, are you not answering? At that time, Choy Han exclaimed, I'm hungry. Cale turned around and walked forward. He stood proudly in front of Choy Han. Cale gently needs a hint, hey follow me. He continued to add, let me take you to get something to eat. Choy Han suddenly looked up. Cale thought to himself, you can leave a strong first impression by letting others enjoy delicious food. Choy Han heavily stood up and followed Cale step by step. Cale saw the situation and felt a little happy. That's right, follow me. Suddenly Cale realized he had forgotten something. The orange cat walked up and licked his shoes. In his heart, he thought to himself that even though he doesn't like cats, this cat is so cute. Looking up, he saw Choy Han's eyes staring at him. Maybe he couldn't ignore it. Cale gently bent down, patted the cat's head, and whispered, you seem to like me, but I have to go. He graciously spoke up, see you later. The 2 cats wandered away. Right after that, Cale and Choy Han walked together on the same road. Cale walked in front and side. After a while, he returned to his palace. Seeing that Choy Han seemed hesitant, Cale thought to himself, even though he acted like he didn't notice, Choy Han. Cale turned back and asked, what are you doing? There was doubt in his mind. Maybe he was re-evaluating himself. Looking at Choy Han's killing intent, Cale pondered to see if he was an easy opponent to kill or not. Cale broke the cold atmosphere with a question, aren't you going? From afar, the soldiers started calling out, Master. Cale looked annoyed at that statement. They couldn't just call him that. He put his hand to his face as if he had a headache. It was strange to hear them stuttering. They continued to say, come inside. As soon as he entered, the old butler greeted him very warmly and welcomed him back. On the surface, Cale replied, thank you Ron, but in his heart, he was really waiting for me. Old butler Ron stared at the boy. Choy Han looked with both eyes, what a scary old man. Cale stood in the middle, panicking. Was he hallucinating or was there a spark between them? He exclaimed, following me. Choy Han followed Cale up the stairs. The butler Ron stood below and called out, what's going on, master? If you need me, I will take care of this guest. He coldly replied, no need. Carefully walking each step up the stairs, Cale thought, now that they have met each other, it will probably be okay. Suddenly, there was a blond guy standing behind the door and exclaimed, "Master." It turned out that it was Deputy Butler Hans. "So you came back even though you had been drinking?" Cale sighed helplessly. "Oh yes, he is responsible for me." Cale immediately pulled out the bottle of wine from behind his back, making Hans the butler startled and exclaimed, "Ah!" He ordered, "Put this somewhere else." This sentence made the deputy butler begin to calm down. "Yes." Cale threatened, "Next time I'll really throw it at you." Hans suddenly exclaimed, "Master, where are you going?" "At kitchen N degrees 2, there is still a Han player to meet." Cale smiled, there he was. It's Assassin Ron's son, Beacrox, he's sharpening his knife in the kitchen. Beacrox did not pay attention to the appearance of the two people but continued his work. Another scary person. "Are you cooking food with those hands and face?" Cale silently recalled in his mind, Choy Han needed to meet this person because, when Beacrox saw Choy Han's skills, when he was beating Cale, he would be impressed and decide to follow him. Cale smiled, "If I make him leave with Choy Han, his father will also follow." Unconsciously, he put his arm around his shoulder to play. "Bring the boy to Beacrox and say, cook something for him to eat." Beacrox coldly asked again what. Cale saw that and immediately said, "Why don't you put the knife down?" Cale continued to order, "Give him something to eat, he's hungry." Beacrox agrees, "I understand, boss." "Great." Beacrox and Choy Han, and Ron too. Cale smiled mysteriously at this moment, all three of them were linked. Cale continued to arrogantly order, "Prepare something for me, I'm hungry too, the food must be of high quality." Beacrox was thinking about something. Cale reminded, "The steak you made yesterday was delicious." Cale continued to praise that you were a talented chef. This statement made Beacrox a bit stunned. Cale walked out the door and was about to leave. He turned back and added, "The steak group will make the meal more delicious, prepare it quickly." Suddenly the deputy butler Hans approached from behind. "Master." Hans looked at the new guest and asked, "What should I do with the other guest?" Cale coldly replied, "He is my guest, take care of him." In his mind he thought, "The three of them have met, my work is done for today, if it's still not enough, I will do it for you." Han hits someone, and Beacrox will be a witness. Cale said loudly, "Hans, when the food is finished, prepare to bring it to my room." Hans remained silent, seemingly silently agreeing. In a room, suddenly a voice spoke up, "So." It turned out that it was Cale's father. He sat on a high chair and judged. He went to the illegal tea shop of the Flynn Merchant Guild and brought a stranger here. He put his chin in his hands and thought, he's been drinking but he's still sober. Deputy Butler Hans immediately suggested that we send someone to monitor him. Cale's father immediately replied, "No need." He calmly added, "As long as it remains in this city, everything it does is still under my authority. Continue to observe and report to me as usual." Deputy Butler Hans bowed and replied, "Yes." Hearing that, the father immediately fell silent. He put his chin in his hands and fell into contemplation, thinking, Cale had changed. Count Daruth clasped his hands together, his face blankly looking into an unknown direction. He saw something strange happening, feeling that Cale was different from usual. It's not because it suddenly becomes stronger and smarter, from its daily behavior and communication. Even all of its actions were different, even Cale's eating and drinking habits changed completely as if he had turned into a different person. Thinking about it, Daruth immediately called out, "Hans." He quickly replied, "Yes sir." He ordered, "Give me information about Flynn's illegal child." Hans bowed and obeyed, "I understood." In this large and quiet study room, there was only him alone. Daruth crossed his arms behind his back and looked thoughtfully out the window, thinking to himself, what's changed here is not just Cale. The atmosphere on the continent also became more dangerous. His expression remained the same as before. The Hennetus family has protected their assets and expanded little by little, without needing to be recorded in history, just having a peaceful and happy life. Those were the words of a father like Daruth, taught his two sons when they were young. Then the Count turned and left with another intention. Maybe I should reinforce the wall. Elsewhere, Cale Hennetus frowned uncomfortably, his face a bit pale. The guy was sitting on the bed in his luxurious room. Ron was standing with a glass of water in his hand. Cale started to feel a bit of a problem. He didn't feel too good. Ron brought lemonade, makes the pain even worse. The old butler said, "You slept very well, so I didn't dare wake you up." His face always looked a bit lewd. Cale vaguely noticed something and immediately wondered if his neck was injured. Ron delusionally asked back, "Are you worried about me?" Of course the red-haired boy flatly denied, "No, I just feel annoyed just looking at him," At the same time he accepted the cup that the butler gave him. Remembering the image of him and his son secretly bullying Choy Han behind Cale's back, Ron touched the wound on his neck, smiled evilly, opened his mouth and blatantly lied, "It's okay, it's just a scratch made by a cat." How could those words easily fool Cale? On the outside, he appeared to calmly drink water, but deep down, he saw everything. This cat was related to an innocent person. When he was finished, he handed back the empty glass of lemonade and Ron asked, "Are you going out now?" Cale walked up to the door and answered briefly, "Oh, someone else will take care of everything outside." He touched the door handle and was about to open it when the old man continued, "I understand, sir, but what do you think about lemonade?" he asked cautiously, not knowing what he was planning. Cale was a bit surprised, turned around and replied, "It's delicious." Ron asked further, "Is that true?" The guy pouted, complaining in his heart, "What an annoying old man." The question was like, at this time he could also open the door. "What's wrong?" Cale rolled his eyes and looked forward. Who would have thought that outside was Choy Han, two people staring at each other, no one said anything, no one moved. Perhaps it was a situation that was too unexpected, and without any mental preparation, the handsome red-haired guy quickly slammed the door shut. He reached out to soothe his heart that was beating wildly in his chest. He was so distraught that he couldn't even stand. He groaned in his head, out of breath, then called out, "Ron." He explained confusedly, "I didn't expect you to be surprised. Your guest from yesterday was waiting for you outside the door." Before I could speak, he opened the door. I asked him to wait in the room but he insisted on meeting him and waited outside. Cale was still panting after the scene just now. 1,001 words of scolding that damn old man were already appearing in his mind. Before he could say anything, the old man was really annoying. He could say it but chose to say it, silent. After calming down, the guy opened the door again. Looking at Choy Han standing motionless like a statue on display waiting at the door, Cale felt a little exclamation in his heart. What was going on? He couldn't move even an inch. The other boy just stood tall like that. Only when he saw the person he needed to meet did he slowly speak up, repaying the favor. Cale Henatus felt extremely confused, his eyebrows furrowed together, and continued, "What?" A slightly agitated Choy Han put his hand on his chest, his eyes sparkling with boundless gratitude, speaking with a firm tone as if to express his feelings. "I will repay you, for the meal." Cale thought to himself, "Repay me, it's unreasonable." But on the outside, he still looked noble and stood with his arms crossed, generously answering, "No need, do you have anything else to ask me for?" But inside he was in turmoil, gritted his teeth and thought carefully, "How do I know if anyone will take advantage of Choy Han or not?" The boy clasped his hands and finally said his current difficulty, "Actually, there is something I want to ask you for help with." Cale sighed heavily, anticipating what would happen next. He calculated the appropriate move. The matter he wanted to ask for was probably related to Harris Village. I shouldn't get involved with him. Cale wanted to give this responsibility to someone else to shoulder, telling Hans that he was a quite talented deputy butler. He could probably help you. Then the noble guy put his arm around the other person's shoulder, introducing similarly, "By the way, Ron is also a talented person. He will listen to your requests, Ron." Choy Han listens carefully to each suggestion. Cale requested, "Ron, since he is my guest, please help as much as possible." Choy Han was stunned to the point of gasping at this statement. Immediately, he wondered, but he didn't know who I was. As soon as he finished his sentence, the red-haired young man asked him, "Why do I need to know who you are?" "I need a reason to help someone who is less privileged than me." Choy Han pondered, seeing that Cale didn't make things difficult for him anymore. Based on his situation, I suspect he would ask some difficult questions. If there was anything difficult, Hans would guide him. "I'm very busy, I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned on his heel and left, thinking idly, "I need to get more money because I'm going to spend a lot today." Cale was striding slowly when Ron called out, "Master," as he wished. Cale also came back at first. But then they turned around and continued walking, secretly letting them live and destroy themselves. Overcoming difficulties together is what the main character and his partner will do. The two of them fell into a long silence. Ron was amused and realized something very interesting. The brave dog didn't like sour food at all. He still hated it, but he still drank it all. He looked at Cale's back slowly walking away and then looked down at the empty glass of lemonade in his hand. The old man gently touched the wound on his neck, smiling and guessing that the little dog was scared. "Does it know anything?" He looked forward thoughtfully. Only when someone called him, did that guy turn his eyes to the side. Choy Han raised his voice and suggested, leading the way. Ron looked at the boy across from him, silently judging. This vile guy continued to exude the smell of blood, but appeared innocent. His probing eyes also made Choy Han suddenly feel guilty. It is true that he is a vile and cunning person. In his heart he does not hesitate to criticize harsh words, but on the outside he still smiles kindly and replies, "Sure, follow me." Ron is definitely the type people with a snake mind and a Buddha mouth are like that. He clasped his hands behind him and slowly walked away, while Choy Han was still standing and watching. After a while, he looked away and turned his head to follow Ron, who was leading the way. Then everyone went their separate ways, leaving without looking back. Meanwhile, Cale went to the man-eating tree again, carrying a large cloth bag in his hand like before. He stood under the tree and observed for a while. Then, pouring all the bread in the bag onto the ground, the tree stump opened its black mouth, hungry and moldy, swallowing every piece of bread that fell. It suddenly raised its voice and demanded, "More, give me more." That small amount of bread seemed not enough to fill the tree's stomach. Cale was extremely horrified by this scene, thinking, "This is making me crazy." The red-haired boy dug up the memories of the story he had read. The voice of the woman mentioned in the book was that of the nun who was starved to death, and as mentioned before, the hatred her enemies and power lie in this monstrous tree. I didn't know what it was about, but Daruth told me to stop by for class tonight, so I had to return before dinner. Cale glanced around. Then the guy also turned around and left, two thoughts running through his head. On one side he urged himself, I have to hurry up. On the other side he was thinking, as for my original plan when I came here, half of it, I planned to satisfy the tree's appetite for at least half of it. Today he met the two wandering children again. They were still sitting here, with the loaf of bread he gave them a few days ago in their hands. The two of them ate each bite carefully, without even realizing it. Breadcrumbs stuck to their mouths. They didn't pay attention to Cale's appearance. They still sat down to eat because they were hungry for many days. As for the noble, he just stood and watched for a moment before clicking his tongue and continuing on. Strolling on the path home, on both sides were rows of green and red houses close together. Cale also made his next move, because he took all the cakes from the bakery yesterday, so it would take time to prepare, over again. I have to find another shop. Suddenly a stuttering voice rang out from behind, "Boss." It was the voice of a chubby woman, her hair tied neatly. She took the opportunity right in front of her, pointed in one direction, courageously made a suggestion, "My shop has a lot of cakes." Cale immediately praised, "This is a person who knows how to do business." He flicked a coin towards the owner, decisively said, "Take it all for me." Quickly, when the store owner saw the money, his face brightened, completely refreshed. Caressing the precious gold coin in her hand, her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. Her joy was so overwhelming that she couldn't close her mouth when she smiled. She turned around and returned to the shop, enthusiastically speaking, "Please wait a moment." Soon, she came back with a bag full of bread, threw it on the ground and said, "Here you go." Your resourcefulness and agility in your work also made Cale couldn't help but coo. It doesn't take much time. She's a good businessman. The shop owner happily expressed his intention for long-term cooperation, so that I can prepare more for the next time. The guy carried the bag of cakes on his shoulder, smiled and seemed to agree, thinking, "This woman, I'm starting to like her." Then, another man saw that girl suddenly doing so well. He also took this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and called out loudly, "Master, we can prepare more for you. It's that bag." Cale also approached him, holding out a gold coin with a request, "Really, next time I come to your shop, you should prepare a bag in advance." The guy was also overjoyed and extended his hand to receive. "Things are going very smoothly and are all under Cale's control. Tomorrow I need to visit 3 stores to get all the cakes. I'm glad everything was prepared quite quickly." The guy was still engrossed in exchanging and buying and selling with several business people without realizing that there was a person hiding behind the wall watching him from afar. Seeing Cale standing and talking with the others all this while, suddenly a small voice wondered, what was he doing here? Is he crazy? The person muttering to himself was none other than the son of the assassin Ron, Beacrox. He also remembered one thing. When Dad said he was an interesting kid, I didn't pay much attention, but the more I observed him, the more I agreed with Dad. Old Ron was indeed very experienced in life, always has a deeper insight than his son. Watching him was as interesting as watching the black-haired kid. His eyes were just like his father's, cold and cunning like an old fox scheming. Scene change. A small, cute hand is holding a tiny glass vase. Inside seems to contain some kind of plant. Someone speaks first. This is not cake, the wandering girl strongly opined, while the younger brother timidly hid behind the older sister. Cale responded coldly, "Then what?" The red-haired boy suddenly stood up, spread his hands to stop him. "Go, he couldn't die." Seeing the bulky cloth bag that Cale was carrying, they also guessed what he was planning to do. He looked at the children passionately, immersed in his long-hidden thoughts as he had to live under a different identity. Cale, no, Kim Roksu, an orphan with nothing but a name, that is, the reason why people show sympathy towards him. Do we need a reason to show mercy? The two of them saw him standing still and not saying anything, just staring at one place, and felt a bit hesitant. There was a time when I confused the meaning of those words, but when I grew up, I realized what they really were. The boy's eyes glanced at the child's legs, which were scratched in many places, and the child turned red because he couldn't disinfect properly. He suddenly had a different feeling, really uncomfortable. Looking at two school-aged children, having fun and having to struggle for an unhappy life, Cale couldn't help but feel heartbroken. I hate seeing children in pain and suffering, but that doesn't mean I hate them. We'll take care of them. After being silent for a while, he nonchalantly replied, his face as cold as an ice cellar, I won't die. After all, Cale finally reached his goal of going to that evil tree. It was still a familiar series of demands, give me more, and the red-haired young man quickly followed suit, pouring out a whole bag, big bread into that black hole, then, eat it. When the bag was empty, he lowered his head to look at the hole and noticed a little positive change. It felt like the darkness was gradually fading. I thought the money I spent was worth it, that's it. It seemed like he heard a small noise nearby. Cale turned around and looked around, wondering if those kids were coming back. But there was no sign of anyone. The boy felt a little more comfortable. It was nice not to have to look at the injured person. Suddenly there was something under his feet. He looked down again. It turned out that they were two adorable cats, one red and one gray. They stood at Cale's feet, looking at him with sparkling eyes that looked indescribably cute. This guy also recognized them but chose to ignore them, pretended not to know, waved his hand to chase them away. His steps became faster and faster even though they still persistently followed. These are not cats. What happened yesterday? Do they remember me? It's best to avoid troublesome things. Return to the splendid, magnificent villa. In the familiar study room, Cale spoke first, asking if he could speak again. Earl Deruth stood facing his two sons Bosson and Cale. He sternly said to the main point, okay Cale, you will go to the capital on behalf of your family. Hearing this, he immediately frowned and began to feel doubtful about going to the capital. Really? Deruth also gave a good reason for his decision. Usually Bosson would be the one to go, however, he is the eldest child in the family. They are organizing a big event, and this time, the sons of the family's aristocratic families are invited. Bosson has been going to events like this since 2 years ago, even though he hasn't attended a royal event. However, I want the one to go this time to be you. With this sudden suggestion, Cale frowned again, recalling the horrifying details of the storyline, about the event organized by the royal family, terrorizing the square. A mysterious organization terrorized the square where many people gathered in the capital. The only person who realized their plot was Choy Han. Horrible images appeared slowly. The square was engulfed in hell. In the world, fire broke out and burned everything. Only Choy Han took the sword and risked his life, crashing into death's door. Choy Han saved many people present there, and became close to the royal family like a relative. As friends, he also knelt down to give thanks, vow to serve the royal family. Just remembering that was enough to send chills down Cale's spine. I felt the chills again, having to be a person in that incident. He glanced to the side. Looking at his younger brother secretly for a while, Cale came up with a new idea to escape. Just now, his father said that Bosson often goes to events like this. Should I ask him to go for me? I don't want to go to a dangerous place. But I couldn't open my mouth to Bosson. There had to be a reason why someone like me didn't have to go to the capital, and besides, why would Deruth do this? Cale carefully analyzed everything, his face expressionless. In short, his final destination was to successfully escape the trip to the capital. He will depart in 5 days. If within 5 days, the original Cale will be beaten to a pulp by Choy Han, he will not be able to leave. He will fall into a deadlock, unable to find a way to change his bad fate. This gloomy. The Count gave some advice. Cale, before Bosson took over, you had gone to ceremonies like this. Think back to that time and relax on this trip. Cale then realized. Express your opinion. Father and I are quite confused about this. I don't understand why I have to go. Give me time to think. Bosson looked at his brother. Deruth is truly an ideal father. He is willing to respect his son's decision. Okay, you can leave. Cale also politely replied and turned on his heel to leave. Yes. A voice interrupted the guy's steps. This guy, he also asked again, what's wrong? Bosson didn't dare look his brother in the face, just coldly said the truth. There was no reason for him not to go anywhere. Watching his younger brother leave right after saying those words, Cale also sighed helplessly, thinking dejectedly, that's bad. I will be kicked out of the position of successor. My younger brother Bosson has been acting like the successor since 2 years ago, but Bosson said that Cale has a reason to represent the family. This younger brother is indeed acting competently, a bit unpredictable. The red-haired young man could only sigh deeply, thinking with a headache, things were starting to get messy, and something else. It was something worth betting on. His eyes were suddenly sharp as knives, looking as if he already had some important decision in mind. The chances of Cale coming back are not very high. Moreover, if Bosson dies and doesn't become a lord, I will be in big trouble. Bosson needs to live so I can have a peaceful life. The noble guy is now. He walked slowly while his younger brother approached the door. Escaping the vicious cycle of thoughts was when the deputy butler hurriedly ran over to announce, "There you are, master," about the guest's request. Before he could finish his sentence, Cale interrupted, Hans. Calling him here, the boy was immediately so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. His pupils widened. Yes. Cale continued to think, based on Han's expression, Choy Han's problem was probably solved, but now I have to go on an unexpected trip to the capital. Then he turned around and added, well, if he doesn't come then say this. His mouth only moved 2 words, debt. He didn't expect Cale to have the ability to control and manipulate others so easily. He made up his mind and used all the tricks he could to help himself. I will do everything to make this trip more comfortable. His opportunity to repay the favor had come, to use Choy Han to his advantage. On this side, the black-haired guy waiting on the chair seemed to have also been called for the reason that Cale had told Hans before. At this time, Choy Han sat down in the spacious room, facing Cale. He kept looking sideways and up and down, looking around, unaware that Cale was quietly observing him from head to toe. Since Ron took care of his eating, he's looked better. Ron, Bcrox, and Choy Han, this trio is progressing as I expected. That boy was not the type to mince words. He directly asked me how I should repay the favor. This also made someone as smart and difficult to see through as Cale a bit dizzy and thought, get straight to the point, star. There's a slight change. In the beginning of the hero's birth, I'm trying to keep things as they are in the book, but if I go to the capital, there will be a big change from what's going on. Happened. His lips were slightly tilted up as if so that no one could see the real emotions on his face. Cale was not in a hurry to make a request right away. The guy put a piece of paper on the table, slowly carrying out each step as planned in his head. First, I need to know what you can do. Simply put, this is an interview, a dramatic question and answer session about to take place between 2 men. Choy Han also agreed with this form. Continuing, Cale asked the question, do you know how to protect others? The guy didn't seem to understand, wondering what he meant. The nobleman crossed his legs and put his hands behind the chair, looking very leisurely. This is a sudden change in plan, but it will probably benefit me. I have to stop the members of Choy Han's group, receiving caveman power. While I was taking what I needed, that power was useless to them anyway. After thinking for a moment, Cale briefly told him that it was quite simple. Can you protect others, instead of killing them? A silence began to stretch in this luxurious room. Choy Han stiffened as if frozen, trying to move his lips. After a while, he nervously replied meaninglessly, I'm not sure anymore. With his hands on his thighs already curled into fists, Cale also saw the situation and thought to himself, it would be very dangerous if I provoke him right now. Then this young man asked an extremely arrogant question, but his face still looked serious. So can you kill someone? In complete contrast to the shyness and hesitation in the previous sentence, Choy Han immediately replied clearly, yes. Receiving that answer, Cale also added, then he can also protect others. It will be quite difficult, but difficult does not mean impossible. The cup of tea on the table has long since gone cold. Cale sat with his arms crossed, his eyes still facing the other person, but his mind was dreamy as if it were in the clouds, thinking about the past. In the life that I, Kim Roksu, lived without, many situations I avoid just because it's difficult. That's why I'm always generous. This new life in this trash Cale's body, but now there's a damn mountain I need to overcome if I want to have a peaceful life in the future. Choy Han gently voiced his agreement. Difficult doesn't mean impossible. That's probably true. Right now everything is still very stable. This interview is about to come to an end. Okay, last question, Choy Han continued, you ask. Cale waved his hand and asked a question that no one thought would be easy. What is your name? The black-haired young man was a bit eager, reaffirming the problem. Don't you know my name? The noble boy was very calm. While answering he thought to himself, of course I know. Your father also knows that he will be punished. Now beat it to a pulp. Cale put his hands on the chair as if preparing to stand up, and explained further. I heard it from someone else, but I wanted to hear it from you. After listening, the other person also briefly and concisely introduced himself, Choy Han. He held out his hand, smiled brightly like never before, and said again, "My name is Choy Han." At the end of the interview, the two exchanged a friendly handshake. Cale also politely replied, "Oh yeah, and my name is Cale Henatus." After a quick greeting, the red-haired boy delved into the main issue of today's meeting. He moved the paper on the table towards Choy Han and said, "What he needs to do to repay the favor is very simple." Choy Han picked up the paper and read it attentively, unable to avoid being surprised and confused by the two names, Rosalind, Locke, and Cale. Hearing those two words, he continued to immerse himself in his own world. That's right. The neighboring kingdom's princess, the survivor of the assassination attempt, Rosalind, is a memorable young woman with flowing orange-red hair, soft as clouds. The other is the Wolf King's heir, Locke. He exudes the mysterious coldness of a high-ranking official. His long hair covers his eyes. The only survivor of the Lam Lang clan, Locke, looks weak, but when he goes crazy, he becomes a werewolf more brutal than anyone. His back on the wall reflects the image of the ferocious werewolf of the Lam Lang clan, Locke. Meanwhile, Rosalind has terrible power second only to Choy Han. She is not interested in the throne at all, and her wish is to find the greatest magic tower on the continent. As soon as if we achieve that goal, she will become a hero. The shadow on the wall reflects her true self, a strong, stubborn, and tough Rosalind, completely different from her gentle demeanor, forgive every day. The person who tried to assassinate Rosalind was tortured by Beecrocs not long after. The thought of his disgusting, cunning face mixed with the human blood made Calamine's face turn pale. Lately, I've been having trouble with him, shiver and feel cold. He stood up from his seat, praising Choy Han. Yes, those two, so you know how to read, good to know. You will start the journey with me, Cale said, holding a scroll in his hand. He went to the table and spread it out. It turned out to be a map. The guy pointed to a spot on it and said, "Here, you just need to follow the instructions I wrote on the paper." Cale Min thought carefully before asking Choy Han to repay the favor like that. There is a reason why Choy Han had to accompany me halfway like this. In the first episode of The Birth of the Hero, there was the Marquis was introduced as the villain after Cale. He had long, shiny blonde hair and dressed very elegantly. He was the one who always got in the way of the prince and Choy Han. That bastard even raised a crazy dragon. Thinking of him rubbing shoulders with his pet, Cale could only smile crookedly. He tried to capture the dragon under 5 years old. The dragon escaped but went crazy. It lost control and frantically breathed fire and burned everything. Everyone present had to put their heads down and run away. People. In the end, Choy Han killed that dragon and gave it the gift called death. Fortunately, that young man bravely rushed forward in time, gave it a fatal knife in the head and sent it back to the next world. But I, Cale, have to go to the village the dragon will attack. If we avoid that village, we will be late to reach the capital, or Choy Han will kill it first. No way, we have to release it before it becomes aggressive. Cale Min is falling into silence, pensive look in one direction. Then he spoke again, going to the capital with those two people, that was his way of repaying me. Choy Han still focused on reading the instructions written on the paper. The boy looked up at Cale, wondering, do I need to protect them? The nobleman is not the type of person who is too strict when making demands on heaven and earth. He also doesn't pay much attention to trivial matters, that depends on you. Cale Min closed his eyes, saying the only thing he wanted from Choy Han. However, he was forced to come to the capital, and met me without any harm. At least you can still protect yourself, right? The sudden question made Choy Han speechless, unable to say a clear word. Seeing such an expression, Cale Min asked harshly, why did you no answer, can you do it? Hearing that, Choy Han nodded and replied firmly, okay, I can do it. Cale shook his head and sighed, helplessly speechless with this young man. He should have drunk before starting this conversation. After chatting with Choy Han for a while, this conversation was also ended by Cale. He waved his hand and said, you can leave. The black-haired guy had already reached the door when the nobleman remembered something equally important and added, by the way, everything we discussed just now is our secret, okay? Choy Han quickly replied, I know. Tonight is a cool moonlit night, the sky is full of sparkling stars. After finishing this matter, there was still another matter to deal with. Calamine went to his father's study again and called out, Father. He stood opposite Daruth, who was sitting idle, stating his current wish. He needed money, and of course the Henatus family had long been famous as a wealthy aristocratic bloodline, so Daruth easily agreed, okay, already. I will notify the treasurer. The count immediately gave his favorite son a check. Returning to his bedroom, Cale comfortably leaned back on the bed, held the check and looked at it for a long time. He was extremely happy, silently exclaiming, "Money is truly the best." Ron walked over and called, "Boy, owner. This is honey lemon tea, my son made it just for you." He placed a golden cup of tea next to the bed for Cale. That assassin also smiled a kind, creepy smile, showing kindness and concern. "Good night, I'm always by your side, boss." This young man lay tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He began to feel frustrated, his eyes widening at the ceiling. Unable to bear it anymore, Cale sat up, looked at the open door and scolded him in anger. "This weird old man was making me lose sleep. I should send the two of them off with Choy Han first." Ron and his son Beacrox had no idea that they had become the next targets in Cale brand new plan. The next morning, Cale left the house early. Today the weather seemed quite cold, so there was also fog. Just this morning, his face was heavy, his face was a bit pale. He felt like he had just watched a horror movie this morning. In his mind, he recalled the terrible conversation in the morning. The guy was relaxing in the chair when suddenly a suggestion rang out. "Do you want to hunt rabbits? I can show you." Ron didn't know if he was accidentally or intentionally explaining each process in detail. He smirked. "Hunting rabbits is not easy. You can't know when it will jump and where it will jump, so you have to pay attention, watch carefully and kill them as soon as you get the chance. After killing them, you must remove the testicles." Carrying a rabbit in his hand, he revealed eyes that contained unpredictable venom. His mouth curled into a perfect arc, looking devoted. "I can show you how to do it, just remembering that will make you happy." Cale got goosebumps, his hairs stood up. Ugh, he's such a scary old man. Anyway, I was glad when Ron came along. I was crossing my arms and thinking about nonsense when a man who was probably in a very good mood called out, "Master, you came quite early today." After a while of coming here, Cale realized that he had been here a few times and was starting to feel comfortable here. He asked, "How was the cake?" And the shop owner also responded, "I prepared it, ready here." He gave him the same big bag of cakes as usual and asked, "By the way, is today really the last day for you to buy?" Cale seemed wondering. "Yes, is there a problem, or do you want more money?" The bakery owner also honestly replied, "Of course I want more." Cale just smiled. Then he patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, if you want to eat, I'll come again." The shop owner could only watch him carry the bag of cakes and slowly walk farther and farther away. The bright sun shines warm morning rays everywhere. Cale looked down. It was still those two wandering children. They were still just sitting on the steps. There was no food left in their hands. The guy let out a breath, thinking, "These kids don't have a home, they look like waiting for me." Even though he thought so, Cale was still a kind and compassionate person. He took out the bag of bread and said, "Hey, take it." The children also stood up and walked closer with bewildered looks. But they also accepted his kindness. The two sisters each had a bag of bread in their hands, idly watching Cale come and go like the wind. Just like every day, the nobleman's goal was to get to that tree with a few bags of bread. He looked around frantically. After a while, he felt relieved. Luckily, there was fog today, so I won't know what I'm doing here. He put the bags on the ground, panted for a few times because he was tired, preparing to give the tree another full meal. Several pieces of bread continuously fell into the bottomless mouth. The hoarse voice that was so familiar echoed, "More, please, give me more." Cale squatted under the cool canopy of the tree, generously satisfying his desire to eat, trying his best to empty one bag after another. "Hey, eat." Suddenly, that black hole emitted a mysterious light. Seeing this scene, the red-haired boy also seemed satisfied, finally turning white. "If I remove all the existing cakes, this light will definitely go out." But something unlucky happened again. The tree suddenly shook violently. It seemed to go crazy, continuously screaming, "More, more, more, more." Cale became mentally confused, covered his ears to stop it. Noise, confused thinking, "What is going on? This is not written in the novel." The tree asked again, but different than before, "If you bring more, I will give you a gift." Cale was incredibly surprised when he heard that. His eyes widened. It was a gift. The guy raised his head and looked at the tree, agreeing with that request. "Okay." He quickly emptied the whole bag of bread, thinking, "This is the last bag, I wonder what will happen after I put all this into that hole." Immediately, the ground had a slight tremor. Once again Cale was extremely surprised. He looked down to examine. The hole, which was initially pitch black, now radiates a bright white light. The vibration that just happened was also a positive response from the tree. It felt like it was eating such delicious food for the first time in its life, uttering a few compliments. "It has wings, it's so delicious." A small dot of light flew up from the hole. It was probably the soul of the monk, full of praise. The texture of the cake was very soft. I really liked the third bag of cakes. The food became more and more delicious. Everything was strange. The strangeness that came so suddenly made Calamine gasp and freeze for 5 seconds, unable to react. She emphasized again as if afraid that the noble guy wouldn't understand. After all, the cakes in the third bag were really delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious. The dot of light still showed no signs of stopping, probably because the food was so delicious that it made it full of energy and chattered nonstop in Cale's ear. When I ate those cakes, I could feel that they were made from rice, high-quality noodles, because not all rice is the same, you know that. The red-haired young man grimaced, clearly showing resignation, thinking, is this the reason why no one has this power? The dot of light continued, so, now I'm very full, because those cakes are so delicious. Cale stood there with his arms crossed, looking at it and gradually understood, perhaps her resentment wasn't due to hunger, there's no one to talk to. She also recounted her painful past. In ancient times, there weren't many delicious dishes like this. Back then, priests only fed us bland food. I was kicked out because I ate a lot of appetizers. What a lame reason. She got angry when she remembered the past. Cale bowed her head and pretended to listen patiently, but inside she was screaming, I heard this story is because I need that ancient power. After that, I left with my colleague with the intention of spreading our religion. After a while, we ran out of food, so we starved to death. Cale was about to reach the limit of his endurance, silently lamenting, breathing, isn't it over yet? But his mouth said some words of comfort to that nun. Well, life is indeed difficult, it's just a bit annoying. After confiding all the secret feelings that had been hidden for so long, she happily said, thank you, for listening to my story, you are truly a good person. That guy is now helpless. Mind, it seems like she won't shut up. Looking up at the tree canopy, which was much brighter green than before, Calamine was even more surprised. The color was gradually changing. He reached out to catch the falling leaves while complimenting. It was so beautiful. Suddenly, a light appeared, attracting his attention. He even put his hand in there to feel it. It was also warm. That was the light from the hole. It shot out. Cale kept standing and putting his hand in there to get this comfortable warmth. He closed his eyes, smiled brightly as if he felt something more. This is it. At this time the nun also spoke. By the way, my gift will protect you. Cale hugged his chest, contentedly thinking, it's over. The shield will protect the life of the owner, and it is located in the heart, so it will stay there until you die. It is a silver shield with white wings protecting the outside. I could feel that power surrounding my heart. My heart seemed to beat faster due to the protection of the shield. Cale placed her hand on her chest and felt the magical changes little by little. Each ancient power leaves an imprint based on the owner's personality. A breeze blows gently around his feet. Perhaps everything around him also feels that power in him. From what I read from the book, if I use this power, Cale closed his eyes and thought. Suddenly, this young man opened his eyes again. He stared at the light shining before his eyes. His face was serious, not showing any emotion. Suddenly the guy's mouth curled up. Something made Cale interested. He stood majestically looking at the silver shield in front that radiated light representing glory and noble power, thinking to himself, an indestructible shield will appear in front of him. Cale Hanatus's face relaxed. It was easy to see that his excitement had reached its peak. He suddenly felt more secure about the future. Finally, he had something to defend himself. The shield is indestructible. Unlike the name, it will still be destroyed, but it will not disappear. When attacked with enough force, the shield will crumble to protect the owner's life, but it will gradually recover. Depends on the vitality of the owner's heart. Cale placed her hand on her chest. An effective solution flashed through her mind. Her heartbeat was the source of energy for the shield. If her heart was stronger, the shield would also be stronger. I should upgrade this shield to a new level. On the way to the capital, the nobleman approaches, reaches out to touch the silver shield floating in the air. I will raise it until it can protect for about 5 minutes. No, 10 minutes is much better. The moment he touched the inactive shield, the corners of his lips suddenly curled up, thinking happily, it felt so good. His eyes were as cold as ice, but there was still a problem. Looking at the shield emitting sparkling pure energy, Cale muttered, I don't like it very much, it's like a holy shield. With his hands on his hips, he also knew he had no right to demand that much from the ancient power. Well, it seemed he had to accept it. A heavy rain poured down. The sky was gloomy with gray clouds. Returning to the villa, waiting for him in front of the gate were 2 small cats. It looked at him with lovely, sparkling eyes. Cale suddenly fell into a dilemma, not knowing what to do in this situation. These two cats are also very wise. They came and curled up next to this brother's feet. They also played the pitiful meowing trick, causing Cale to rub his forehead, although he didn't want to raise them. He couldn't bear to throw them away. This situation was just like that. If he abandoned them, it would be a pity for the king. A heavy sigh could be heard, mixed with the sound of splattering rain. And then the young man successfully entered the house, carrying two more wet things in his hand. His voice suddenly exclaimed, "Master, what is this?" Cale immediately pushed the two kittens into Deputy Butler Hans's hands, causing him to not have time to react. He said angrily, "Stop talking," and took them away. Hans picked them up and cradled them in his arms, completely different from his master's way of carrying them around his neck. He exclaimed, "Ah, they really are two cute cats." Hans blushed because of this endless cuteness. He asked Cale Min, the owner, if I could keep these two cats. The young man didn't care much, turned around and left, nonchalantly replying, "Do whatever you want." Cale suddenly stopped and said, "Ah. If you feed them, they will stay quiet, and they are your own flesh and blood," he said, pointing at the two cats. The deputy butler absent-mindedly asked again, "Ha, when did the two cats' faces change color?" Cale looked a bit domineering, but he remembered every detail clearly. There was the slight smell of herbs and the smell of cake. I remember when I met them, there was a similar smell. It must have been them. He turned his head around, asking, "Do you think I didn't notice? The silver one must be the eldest sister, and the red one must be its younger brother." Hearing that, the cats widened their eyes and began to feel afraid of this young man. Cale lowered his head, smiled gently, and spoke in an unprecedentedly sweet voice, "Let's talk later." The sudden change made the red cat a little creepy. Yet Hans thought those sweet words were for him, happily replied, "Okay, master." What he just said was coldly dismissed by his beloved master. "I'm not talking about you." Hans quickly became friends with them, excitedly playing with them. Cale then took off his coat, which had soaked a few drops of rainwater, and slowly asked, "Where is Ron?" The deputy butler was enamored with the new cat, smiling from ear to ear, absent-mindedly responding to the master, who said Choy Han would escort him halfway to the capital. After hearing that, he went out to buy things. Crocs and Choy Han also went with him. The cat was tickled by Hans and burst into laughter. Receiving the answer, Cale shook off the remaining rainwater on it, shirt and said, "That's it." A satisfied smile bloomed on his lips again. Everything was progressing as planned. The three of them seemed to be quite close. Hans quickly added, "The three of them seem quite interested in serving you, master." The smile on Cale's lips disappeared. His face fell. Even if he gave money for this matter, he would. "I don't want that favor either." Then he went out again. The destination was Bio's book cafe. He wore a handsome outfit, put his hands in his pockets, walked slowly towards the shop owner and opened his mouth. It seemed I was the only one present. Bios also responded with a greeting, "Hello." As soon as I arrived at the shop, Cale quickly asked me, "I decided to go back. Did you keep your promise?" Bios smiled brightly. He didn't seem like the type of person who couldn't keep his word. "Of course I was. I kept my word. I'll take the book from last time and a cup of tea for you." Cale went upstairs, spontaneously wanting to change things up a bit. Besides, today's tea was Seisan tea. He was neither fast nor slow, taking each step up the stairs. It was still pouring rain outside. The rain continued for a long time like that, with no signs of letting up at all. Cale Henatus chose a table by the window for himself. Looking out, he kept thinking about something. Not paying attention to Bios who brought drinks. "Here's your tea." He placed the cup of tea on the table. Cale did not hesitate to look straight at the other person. The thoughts in his mind appeared again: Choy Han, Ron, Crocs, and finally Bios. At first, Bios wasn't very rich, but after he pledged to become Choy Han's ally and told him about his ambitions, this guy also knew how to hide his feelings and intentions, even though he didn't know what he was doing, knew what he was thinking, looking at the joyful gesture in front of him, but no one knew what he was thinking or what he wanted to do. In short, that guy was also the type of person who was extremely unpredictable. His nature is that of a greedy person. I don't hate greedy people very much. As a human being, everyone is greedy. Bios has now sat down opposite Cale. Neither of them said anything, just letting the oppressive silence cover the whole shop. At this time, Bios suddenly asked, "Master, I heard that you were going to the capital." Cale was a little startled. His eyes flashed in panic, not knowing that he had heard this rumor from somewhere. "Where?" But the guy quickly regained his composure and asked back, "Is that right, and what's the matter?" This guy also said his thoughts. "Well, I'm also going to the capital, so I want to go with you. Let's go there." Details like that Cale already remembers by heart. I also know this, because sooner or later he will join Choy Han's team. Bios also commented on Cale, he seems to have changed in a positive direction, he has become completely different from his nickname. The nobleman picked up his cup of tea and took a sip, admitting to himself that he was a waste of the Count's family. After hearing that, the innkeeper continued to blatantly say, yes, but more accurately, he is a scoundrel, isn't that his nature, yours is just a stupid bossy thing. Putting the cup of tea on the table, Cale Min thought, it's time to have a serious talk with him. He took the initiative to speak. Bios. You can't call your father dad. Because you are an illegal child. Looking at the red-haired young man's asking gesture, Bios did not have too strong a reaction to this issue. Large raindrops were still falling outside, as if the sky was angry with something and vented its anger on the world. Not receiving any response from Bios, Cale Min pushed forward, pouring out a torrent of words. Are you just going to let things be like that? This shop owner is really stubborn, still not opening his mouth to say a word. Are you okay with your current life? He asked Cale, showing an indifferent face as if to provoke that guy. Or not. The questions Cale asked were all fatal questions, so Bios still refused to answer. Cale Min crossed her arms and comfortably talked about her bad past. You know, in the past 10 years I've done a lot of crazy things, and I started doing those things when I was 8 years old. Meanwhile, Ron and Choy Han suddenly appeared here. The two of them went upstairs and called out, Bios. Cale didn't care too much, continuing the moral lecture to help Bios change his mind. During the past 10 years I've been doing meaningless things, that's why I changed myself, besides, I didn't. How can you live like an idiot? As for you, when will you stop living like an idiot? Cale Min smiled in utter contempt and directly looked at Bios with ironic eyes. In the face of such a great attack, he remained calm as if nothing, and not only that, he also covered his mouth. Then he buried his face in his hands and burst out laughing like crazy. The crazy laughter echoed throughout the quiet tea shop. After enduring all this time, he slowly raised his head, revealing his sharp eyes mixed with a bit of indescribable cruelty. His mouth smiled crookedly, and he explained in a harsh voice, I'm just bored. Choy Han and Ron stood outside, silently observing the conversation between Bios and Cale Hanatus. Receiving his honest answer, Cale Min smirked and said proudly, see, I told you. Suddenly he stood up and quickly said, well, let's meet in the capital. Bilos' face looked very excited. Cale raised his hand to protest, still determined not to agree. Therese, no need, every move he makes has a reason. Things will get complicated if I meet Bios in the capital, because Bios is the one who has to go, together with Choy Han. Ron and Choy Han used sharp eyes to stare at Bios. He was also not the average person, using his probing, suspicious eyes to look up and down to respond to them. And just like that, they passed each other, no one said a word to the other. Good. It turned out that the red-haired young man was sitting on the side quietly watching everything. He smiled and was satisfied with the eye-to-eye contact just now. Choy Han and Bios finally met each other, just like in the book. Now it's Choy Han and Ron. They sit opposite Cale Min. The nobleman seriously discusses this trip to the capital. Ron, I know you will go with Choy Han, and according to Hans, Bcrox will also go with you, but I guess he will stay in the kitchen, because he is a very responsible person. Ron also agreed. He understood his son's temperament very well. You're right, boss. Besides, are you very close to that guy? Bios is working hard and struggling with his work. Without waiting for Cale to give an answer, he glanced at Bios and said, I see, I understand. After Ron finished speaking, the three of them fell into a strangely quiet space. They didn't know what to say appropriately in this situation. Cale Min quickly felt stuffy and awkward. What should I say? It feels strange. Fortunately, Choy Han also spoke up to break this uncomfortable atmosphere, but what he said was out of place, not very relevant to the current topic. I think not all rumors are true. Where? Cale Min was startled in surprise. What the hell was he talking about? Bios came forward to officially destroy this moment of irony. Here's your tea. He'll give it to them, Cale replied in one word, yes. Bios placed each cup of tea at Ron and Choy Han's place one by one. This was also the handsome guy's arrangement. I ordered these cups in advance, warm lemon tea. He smiled brightly and said, this glass is special for you, Ron, because you bring it to me every day, so I think you like it very much. Cale Min seems to be having an eye for an eye with this guy. Ron looked at him thoughtfully. Then he looked down at that cup of tea again, without saying a word. Remembering the times when I served Cale, Master, this is warm lemon tea. It helps you sleep better, and my son made it just for you. Ron decided not to speak up. The boy Choy Han next to him was different. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open, thinking, I drank it too. Without much hesitation, Ron picked up the cup of tea. Whatever, just drink it. He immediately took a sip of warm lemon tea. After drinking, he put down the glass, making the sound of porcelain ringing in his ears. Choy Han hadn't said much, but that sound made him visibly uncomfortable, opening his mouth to remind him that if he wanted to drink, don't make a sound. Ron was reprimanded and just glanced at this young man, not intending to argue at this time. Memories of when I first met Choy Han suddenly came back, from the moment I arrived at the factory. Beecrox requested a match with him, all because Beecrox knew a small part of Choy Han's power and wanted to know more. I refused his request because I would become a protector. He even said he would do that, but Choy Han always refused Beecrox's request to fight. Pieces of everyday life, images related to Choy Han gradually appeared in an instant. And I also heard a few unexpected words from the little puppy. The little puppy here refers to Cale Min. The words he said made Ron's heart ripple. I can't live like a trash forever, right? Things were getting more and more interesting. After thinking about it, Ron picked up a cup of tea to drink. Contrary to the assassin's calmness and coldness, Choy Han seemed more excited and interested. He complimented him. The tea was really good, there. During the birth of the hero, the relationship between Choy Han and Ron was always tense, but they still went together. It was the kind of hatred that was given to each other. They were bound together by a contract, but they know they can also rely on each other. Cale Min didn't bother to say a word until now, just sitting calmly enjoying a cup of tea. A lot of things happened because I did everything to avoid being beaten. It's a bit wrong for me to prioritize my life, but I also can't let novels decide my life. The guy's mood seems to be very good today, he said excitedly. Sweet tea is the best. And so all three people, although sitting at the same table, have their own world. No one bothers anyone else. After afternoon tea, they were about to leave. Bio saw them going downstairs and asked, "Are you going home?" Cale nonchalantly replied, "Yes." Bio still hasn't let go of the past. "I think we will meet again in the capital." Cale Min immediately denied, "There is no such thing. We will come here every day before departure." The other guy asked, "Really? Are you here to read a book?" Cale replied curtly, "I don't know that yet." Stepping out of the shop, Bio still did not forget to say a few sweet words. "Feel free to come, boss, this tea shop always welcomes you." Ron clicked his tongue and said, "I think I hate creating sympathy." Choy Han replied, "I don't want my hatred to turn into sympathy for you." He continued, "I'm not talking about you." Watching Cale Min leave, he thought, during the trip, I should ask Beecrox to prepare some of this puppy's favorite dishes. He has changed, but a waste is still a waste. The assassin's eyes flashed dangerously. Although I still remember the day he comforted the boss when the boss passed away, Calamine was once a spiritual shoulder for Daruth to lean on. And I also witnessed Cale showing hatred towards his stepmother and her family, but he never caused any chaos with them even though he was drunk. 18 years, I've been watching Cale for so long. Cale Min just walked out the door, using his hand to block the bright sunlight. He has an extremely handsome face. When I returned home after the trip, the rain had stopped, and after the rain the sky was brighter. As soon as the two little cats saw their owner, they cried continuously, using their cuteness to face him. Unfortunately, Calamine completely forgot about their presence. "Ah, I forgot about you guys." This young man thought of a way to ask someone to take care of us. If Choy Han was here, he would definitely take care of them. Unfortunately, he had other things to do. The boy put his hand on his chest, wholeheartedly expressing to Cale, "I want to go to my room first, to practice and become stronger so I can protect someone." The noble's face turned pale, his hair trembled as he thought, does he still want to be stronger? Who is he trying to protect? Suddenly there was a voice, "Young master, what do you think? They're so cute, but they're so cold, they never let me pet them." Deputy Butler Han smiled happily, sitting on the ground next to two cats sitting on the sofa, infatuated with these furry cats, like falling down. Hans was overjoyed and asked again, "So, do you agree?" Cale said again, "Oh, probably yes," he thought to himself, he seems to really like cats. Cale Henatus looked at the two adorable kittens in fascination. These kids came from an unknown place and now look at them, they are even healthier than before. What did Hans do in such a short period of time? The two kids kept complaining. Hans opened the door and left, his mouth still holding the same excited smile as before. "I'm going out. If Therese any problem with those kids, please call me. I can cut their nails and brush their teeth and leave the villa, but Hans can still talk to them." Cale Min sighed and replied loudly, "Just go." He was tired now, whispering to himself, "I'm going to take a shower." Ron took advantage of the time when no one was around and approached the group of kids. They stared at him strangely. The old man seemed to know something. so he blurted out and shouted. You two seem to be of the cat clan, very good. He knelt down next to the chair, smiling evilly. One was silver, and the other was red. A cat's instincts told them this guy was not safe. These kids instantly raised their alertness to the highest possible level, growling aggressively, showing off their feelings. The harshness towards him was completely different from his usual gentle attitude. Ron was still babbling to himself. Cats were famous for their stealthy movements and very fast speed. They would be useful if properly taught. The old man reached out to the group of cats who were bewildered and did not know anything. I will train the two of you to give to the master as a gift. Ron revealed his extremely cunning and despicable face. He gradually raised his dirty hands towards them, intending to do a training session. Cats show off. The two little cats followed Cale Min's room again. He looked at them and complained, "Why do you guys keep following me?" They used the trick to go to the guy and flirt around his feet all day. Cale looked down at the group of children at his feet and thought, as if he had forgotten what he wanted to say to them. This young man suddenly remembered and jokingly said, "Oh yes, pay for the meal." They pretended not to understand and stood meowing all the time. Cale directly exposed this hypocrisy. "Don't just stand there and cry, answer me in human language." He squatted down. At this moment the gray cat hung on him. It miraculously answered him in human language. "I want to eat meat, but am not hungry yet." The red cat saw his sister commanding him. I also followed suit. "I wanted to eat ice cream." Cale Min also complied with the kids' wishes. "If I gave you two food instead, you know. Food costs." This was the only mandatory request that the nobleman made. They looked at him with innocent sparkling eyes, looking extremely excited, looking forward to the next meal. 4 days later, during a meal with a noble family, a sumptuous table was delicately decorated with all the delicacies in the world. Earl Daruth asked his eldest son, Cale, if he was leaving the territory today, but it didn't seem like he had any worries. He was concentrating on eating and drinking, and at the same time he was lost in his thoughts. According to the novel, it rained yesterday. And I should have been beaten up by Choy Han, but yesterday I wasn't beaten. The plot really changed according to Cale Min's intention. Above all, after obtaining the unbreakable shield, the indestructible shield, he slowly chewed thoroughly to enjoy the food. It seemed like my body was covered and protected by a shield. Always felt like that, even though he couldn't see it clearly. Touching his chest and feeling it gave him that feeling, a feeling of safety and not too much fear. But if I'm attacked by Ron and Beacrox, I can still survive once. Calamin was determined to use the silver shield's function to shield himself when attacked by the other two. "Boy, pick up a glass of wine in your hand." Then, putting it back down, the boy finally spoke, "Oh yes, father." Cale Min lowered his voice. He asked for fewer servants, but it seems like the number still increased. Daruth they coughed as if they wanted to avoid the issue that their son was talking about. This, I told you, but the stepmother frankly admitted that I did it. If there were fewer servants, there would be a shortage of people in the house. That wouldn't work." Violon shook the wine glass, making all kinds of excuses. "I didn't mean that you were lacking," she immediately defended her words. "That we know. But everyone, especially nobles, have to care more about their appearance," her hand swinging the wine glass. Cale Min also came to accept this stepmother. His face was expressionless, his eyes looked to nothing. Violon was the eldest daughter of a poor baron, and it was said that she dreamed of becoming famous. At that time, she sold goods to nobles. After she opened her eyes, and after coming to this territory she became fascinated with the art of sculpture. Then she met Uncle Ho, Duke Daruth, and they fell in love. Now she has become a pillar of the cultural center in the territory. She is very proud of her life and is satisfied with the family she lives with. There are many would think that looks do everything. Violon finished the last sentence, so in the end it meant that there had to be many servants. Her face was tense as if someone had kicked over a bowl of rice. From the moment she opened her mouth until now, she didn't look at her, Mary Cale Min once, even if it's just a glance. However, the red-haired guy still somewhat agreed with this idea. Of course it would be good to bring many servants. If there were no servants, then even changing clothes would be inconvenient. But, in the future there will be a crazy black dragon appearing. It will go crazy, continuously spitting fire and killing everything nearby. It is unknown how many people will die if this dragon is not dealt with. This is the problem made Cale Min's heart ache. "You drank to calm yourself down. It doesn't matter what other people do, but I don't want to see anyone die right before my eyes, and I don't want to be responsible for those who get injured because of it. When I was a child, I managed my life alone, so I know that it is very scary and heavy when it involves human lives." Escaping from the cycle of slightly negative thoughts, Calamin looked at the glass of wine passionately and uttered a sentence. "Art is a reflection of the soul, right?" Violon said sarcastically, So he also knew this, Cale politely replied, yes, I know. The boy's fingers circled around the rim of the cup, saying some profound sentences, sculpting not to create what the eyes could see, but to create what was already in his heart. It was written on a board in the exhibition room. He raised his glass of wine and said that, appearance doesn't matter. A plaque in the exhibition room devoted to the new sculptures here is written by Weakling himself. She spoke up, the servant would do whatever was desired. In addition, the carriage and everything were prepared to the highest quality, as people like us should be, and when she entered the aristocracy, she appeared superior and noble. Right after that, Cale also calmly responded excellently, fine, then let's choose the most expensive ones, of course, prepared a good carriage that even when running on rocky roads it still won't fail, what? Daruth saw his wife smile a little angrily. He immediately raised his voice and groaned a few times to end this unstable situation that smelled of gunpowder, to prevent unpredictable consequences from happening here. Daruth quickly changed the topic, Cale, have you looked at the documents about the nobles I gave you? Cale replied clearly, yes, quite interesting. The guy also confidently talked about a few things in there. There are narrow-minded people, smart and scary people, stupid people, and powerful people. It exists all types of people. The father was quite surprised with his son's positive change. Well, you actually read everything I gave you? Anyway, it's okay to do what you want. By the way, Cale. I heard a strange rumor. His face suddenly became serious. It was said that the man-eating plant had changed to a bright green color where nothing else could grow. Cale pretended not to care much about these things, but inside he felt a little low, frustrated, panicked. Near that tree, a small weed sprouted. The Count continued, that's fine, but it's an interesting rumor, isn't it? The noble reassured himself, there was no way Daruth would know about the slums and certainly could not know the story of ancient power. The tree and I have a bit of a relationship, so we can vaguely guess what happened to the tree. It's thanks to your efforts to give it bread every day that the tree is as lush as it is today, now. Cale replied politely, that's right, it's an interesting rumor. Daruth clicked his tongue and said, not only that, it's also a not-so-ordinary rumor. He took advantage of that to teach a profound lesson. When doing anything, you must pay attention to rumors, because there is nothing scarier than people's mouths and eyes. But in the territory that I manage, it's okay. Cale also obediently obeys, yes, I will remember, but he is still not really satisfied and loves his current life. After all, if he lives in the territory in this land, we can only live comfortably, without any challenges. Hoping to quickly get to the capital and enjoy the rest of his life, he had already finished most of his meal, so he put his hands up and stood up from the table. The whole family came out to see Cale leave and start his journey to the capital. Daruth regretfully said, I don't think I'll be able to see you off because I'm a bit busy, so goodbye. His two younger siblings, Bosson and Lily, stared at him without saying a word. Cale glanced at them and saw their gesture and quickly asked, what's wrong? They all bowed their heads before their brother's cold eyes, still not daring to say anything. Suddenly, little Lily was a bit shy and hesitantly sent her wishes to Cale, have a safe trip. Cale also widened her eyes in surprise. Then he replied, although still a bit indifferent, he still showed warm concern for his family members. Well, he also stayed and lived well. She suddenly looked at him with round eyes clearly showing confusion, tangled. Lily was embarrassed, lowered her head to hide her blushing face, and stammered, yes. And just like that, Cale's separation from his family ended. He walked step by step to the luxurious carriage that was waiting here. The guy opened the door and prepared to go in. Suddenly his face changed, he was speechless in panic, thinking in confusion, what is this going to do again? I only saw two cats lying down on the small seats prepared in the carriage, perhaps even more luxurious than their master Cale. Han sat opposite, looking at the group of kids in ecstasy, laughing, big fa. They probably felt comfortable lying there, it seemed like they liked that chair more than mine, Cale wondered. Hans, as quick as lightning, rushed to the chair, making the kids dodge like a devil. He seemed to turn into a servant, serving at the feet of the cats. Master, our cats must be comfortable, right? How small they are. Hans even fed the children seafood. Cale, who witnessed this scene, was so bored that he didn't bother to tell the cat-addicted deputy butler because he didn't know they could create thunder and release poison. Ron proposed, Master, I will sit next to the horseman. He quickly agreed, yes. He was about to enter the carriage when he heard a voice behind him, Cale. The boy continued, it turned out the person who spoke was Choy Han. He slowly walked towards Cale. Suddenly making an unusual request, can I sit in the carriage? Cale asked tentatively, What's wrong? He already felt strange. Was it necessary? Hess really strange. Choy Han didn't answer the question clearly, just vaguely said, yes. Cale watched his back slowly moving away. His mind was full of thoughts. Until now it was still the same look of hatred in his eyes. He still couldn't accept to let go, so he was extremely confused. After leaving along with Beecrox, Rosalind, Locke, Choy Han has become quieter but still keeps a knife in his heart. That doesn't seem like a bad thing, right? The sound of arguing back and forth in the distance caught this guy's attention. He glanced over there. Your chair isn't here. A man who looked taller than Choy Han was being bullying him. He seemed to be the deputy leader. Cale saw that. A feeling of resentment welled up in his heart. People like that name should not appear on this continent. Well, let's go quickly. I'm the type of person who looks down on others. Then Cale finally got in the car. That trash guy approached, speaking softly and pleasantly, different from the oppressive attitude towards Choy Han just now. Boss, let's go now. He even smiled like he was gentle and friendly. In return, he only received a glance from Cale. The guy replied aggressively, yes, let's go, then angrily slammed the door shut, leaving the deputy leader helplessly lost outside, not understanding what he did wrong. Horse-drawn carriages clattered along the road. Crossing a small bridge in the middle of a vast pine forest, the sky is bright with white clouds floating in harmony with pure nature. Cale thoughtfully looked at the scenery through the window, thinking idly, should I ask Hans to handle those gifts? Recalling the conversation before saying goodbye to his two younger siblings, he automatically asked, what gifts do you two want? Lily's eyes suddenly lit up like crystal, cautiously asking again to make sure. Really, Cale had guessed correctly, he really wanted a gift. The girl mumbled in her mouth, thinking that she heard wrongly. He let out a sigh. This time, she was bolder and definitely said what she wanted. Buy me a sword. Lily was no longer reserved and looked Cale straight in the face. The red-haired boy was a bit surprised, a 7-year-old child and a sword, but on the outside he was still calmly investigating. Is that so? Bosson also said a few words to help his sister. Recently, Lily had a dream of becoming a swordsman. Cale raised his head, rubbed his chin and thought, after all, this family's body proportions are quite good, long legs and arms, like that. Even though she was 7 years old, she was somewhat taller than her peers. With a little effort, she could become a swordsman. The girl rubbed her hands, nervously waiting for her brother's answer. After a while, Cale also agreed, swordsman is fine, I will buy the expensive one for you. After hearing this, the girl smiled brightly like a flower, her expression unable to hide her extreme excitement. Quickly speaking, thank you. Bosson patted Lily's head as if to congratulate her on getting a good gift. Cale also did not let his younger brother leave out. Bosson, what do you want? The little guy replied without hesitation. Pen honey. Cale didn't say anything more. Okay, I know. Returning to the trip, the horse carriage that was speeding along the road suddenly stopped. Cale looked outside to examine the situation and asked worriedly, why did he stop like that? The cats were also shocked by this sudden move. There was a group of big, burly people standing in front of the car. They didn't look like any good people. How could these bad people who didn't know their status know that they had bumped into the wrong person? For that reason, the leader with shaggy green hair fiercely pointed his finger and arrogantly ordered that if you want to pass here, you must pay the fee and hand over everything here. This was the first time he fell into such a situation, but Cale was still only a little surprised when he was caught in the basket because he had already predicted that something like this would happen. Wow, as expected, according to the novel, there would be bandits appearing, but, not only that, this young man also said with ridicule, don't those guys see the family crest on the carriage? The two cats were even smarter than the robbers, they could only complain for them. The silver cat said, that must be it. The red cat cried again, idiots. Being a former assassin, when he first met the brats, Ron gently said, Master, it looks like we have to stop and rest for a while, there are too many rabbits here. This rabbit is different from the kind of rabbit I wanted to give to the master. Cale immediately frowned and broke out in a cold sweat at the scary metaphors of this scheming old man. Ron smiled benevolently, but his mouth kept saying deadly words. Of course someone else would catch these rabbits and bring them to him. Cale shouted in his heart, there are people here who are more terrifying than bandits. Cale coughed a few times to relieve the gloomy atmosphere that the assassin Ron brought. Ahem. The sky outside is still bright blue. The guy waited in the car for a long time, whispering in a low voice, it's been half a day. A day later he will probably arrive at the village destroyed by the Black Dragon. The sky quickly became dark, dusk gradually fell along with the sunset. Today's main dish, rabbit meat soup. Looking at the hot bowl of soup as he blew and ate it, he groaned, Oh my god. Consoling himself, he was frightened. Perhaps this was not caused by Ron. The group had stopped to rest on the side of the road. This guy can also hunt rabbits. Choy Han blankly looked at the bowl of soup in his hand. The kids took advantage of the ripe opportunity, standing at Caleman's feet and whining, "If you don't like it, you can give it to me, give it to me, give it to me." Hans happily ran to tell the news, "Our cats, I have prepared food for you, without any salt, it is good for your health." They meowed happily, and Cale was able to escape the trouble of those kids, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Calamin secretly looked next to him. Seeing Choy Han enjoying the delicious soup, he could only click his tongue. Today, Cale's convoy encountered bandits. Facing the large group of bandits, only Choy Han was alone, standing majestically, looking confident and taking on all of them alone, relying on the East to bully the weak. Thinking he was sure of victory, he rushed forward like a hungry tiger. Among them, the strongest person is indeed Choy Han. He only used some super skill with a few sword strokes to defeat all the bandits. He also had a little blood on his body from them but was not harmed much. The body was lying on the ground, blood was flowing, whole. The deputy leader knocked on the door to inform Cale that, the boss and I have finished cleaning up. A pair of feet appeared and a voice spoke. It was just a small battle. The deputy commander turned his head to look. That was Choy Han, who came back after the war. He only had a little blood on his face and clothes. He was calm as if talking like a joke. It was as easy as turning a hand. The deputy commander saw him return without any harm. If he was injured at all, he would be shocked to the core and scream in panic. Cale Min sat in the observation car and was both satisfied and admired. He was someone who could handle the Count's child differently, without a single wound. Returning to reality, Cale kept showing a spiteful, unpleasant face. Ron noticed it and asked with concern. It seemed like the master couldn't eat much. Did he not have an appetite or something? The noble saw his trick but did not expose it. This old guy was just making fun of him. And then he criticized him to his face. Yes, not good. Choy Han vaguely heard everything from afar and came closer to ask, did he feel unwell? Cale also spoke up to explain, it wasn't like that. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. In the current state, I can eat anything except these hunted rabbits, which is why this young man hasn't dared to eat or drink anything even though his stomach is hungry. Choy Han sat down next to the red-haired boy, silently looking at him as if he had something to say. After that, the guy finally expressed his concerns and said, Cale. Choy Han looked at the wooden carriages in the distance. Cale Min's sudden voice made him a bit startled. He turned around. What were he looking at? Choy Han asked the nobleman back with a serious face. This is the first time you witnessed a war, right? Cale also honestly said, no war, the encounter with the mountain bandits today, yes, that's right. For the first time, the red flame still burned brightly. Recalling the image of the wedding crowded like ants in the morning, he continued, because I had never encountered so many bandits. Choy Han also realized, so that's it, I thought this was the first time he faced danger like this. The bowl of rabbit soup placed on the side was also completely eaten by this boy. The young man heard that and laughed it off, thinking in his head, although it was really scary, because of you, I was also scared and insecure for that long. As for this side, Calamin turned his head and looked towards Ron and his son, who were busy doing something in the carriage. The old man looked at the rabbits he caught and smiled. Not only that, it was also a cruel smile as if he wanted to devour them. Next to him was the guy who always carried a knife, Crocs with a knife as if attached to him, each other, inseparable. There are people like that everywhere. Every moment of my life feels like it's hanging by a thread. Cale Min sighed heavily. His face was pale with panic. He looked tired when he had to live with other members. Very awesome part. His appetite also decreased. The nobleman waved his hand and pushed the disgusting bowl of rabbit soup away. He could not swallow even a small spoonful of it. A person was slowly approaching with a call. Cale. The nobleman sat leisurely with his legs crossed, indifferently asking, what was going on? Choy Han suddenly opened his mouth and said a few words that were neither strange nor strange, unrelated. The first time was of course unbearable. Cale Min was confused. What was he saying? Choy Han changed to another topic. Don't you practice martial arts? He also calmly replied, not necessary. Choy Han argued fiercely, shouldn't he have the strength to protect himself? Cale still calmly replied, isn't that a lot? Don't you see the people around me? Choy Han turned his head to look. In front of his eyes were dozens of elite soldiers, fully equipped with weapons sent to closely protect Cale Min. And that's not all. After saying that, he started showing off again, proudly beating his chest. I believe in my heart, I will survive. His eyes also flashed with steadfastness. A bright confident smile appeared on his lips. That young man seemed very complacent about this strength. He proudly thought, no matter what, I also have that shield inside me to protect me, so I have to be on guard against scary guys like Choy Han. But in the eyes of everyone around him, Calamine was just a person with a hungry and weak body, leftover food that he didn't eat, just left on the table like that, and I don't know where he got that overconfidence. Choy Han suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had just remembered something very important. On this side, the two little cats returned to clinging to Cale's feet, meowing all the time. He looked noble and superior, looked down at them and grumbled, what's going on? Suddenly, Choy Han suddenly turned around and left, leaving behind the words, I have to go practice swordplay. The nobleman felt confused, he had just finished eating. Holding the sword firmly in his hand, Choy Han said with a fierce determination, I must become stronger. Looking at his back disappearing in the distance, Calamine thought to himself, are you stronger enough to blow up this entire continent, that scary guy? A simple, deliciously presented bowl of food including eggs, meat, and some vegetables was brought to Cale with the words, eat more. Receiving the food prepared by Beakrox, he also replied, oh, thank you. Ron approached again, starting to show off his expertise, when he was not interested in eating. Acidic foods like lemon are very good. Cale Henatus lifted his spoon and was about to enjoy the delicious dish when someone called out loudly. Everyone paid attention. The deputy commander shouted to inform all the soldiers. After eating and drinking, they quickly gathered behind for training. Calamine sat to the side observing every move. Sure enough, the deputy commander was also influenced by Choy Han too. 3 days later, the carriage of nobleman Cale Henatus was still passing through strange, deserted roads without a single person appearing. Cale Min put her hand to her mouth, thinking carefully about everything. 3 days later, the dragon going crazy would happen. This is the territory bordering the Henatus family's territory and owned by a viscount. Below the mountain, to the right of a village is a private mansion of the owner of this place. A black dragon is kept in the behind that mountain. Although that special page belonged to the viscount, this viscount was no different from Marquis Stan's dog, perhaps because he was too absorbed in thinking, his eyes just drifted off into the unknown. Vignan, the second son of Marquis Stan, who harmed his brother to the point of disability in order to take over the position of heir, it is said that that madman sometimes visits that mansion. If that madman hadn't raised the dragon and tortured it to relieve himself, there would have been no way that dragon would have gone berserk. Remembering such terrible things made him sigh in frustration. Hans, seeing that, I was startled. He smiled wryly, quickly finding the right words to soothe the master's unstable mood. Master, you're tired, right? I'll quickly find an inn with Choy Han. Cale Min okay, if you don't pay any attention, please respond. Then, the deputy butler quickly replied, I will return quickly. Cale looked out and saw two people discussing something. Then he called out, Choy Han. He heard that and turned to answer, yes. It turned out that Cale Min just waved his hand and said a few words, to hurry up and go home. Choy Han also understood what the master meant and said in a low voice, ah. Yes, I'll leave quickly and return. That black-haired young man, who was originally cold as ice, smiled obediently like a cute puppy. Choy Han suddenly felt strange in his heart and reacted, this makes me feel strange. As if he was in an unpleasant mood when his sweaty hands touched the pages of a book, Cale frowned, his mouth naturally reacting in surprise. Suddenly, from a distance, a horse-drawn carriage came at a gallop, and in front was an old man dozing across the street. But the person sitting in the carriage did not know whether he was pretending or not seeing the truth, but still let the horse run briskly and rush forward. In such an urgent and dangerous situation, a pair of legs reacted extremely quickly. As Choy Han, he quickly rushed into danger to save people in front of the bewildered surprise of everyone around him. When Cale Min observed the situation, he was also extremely frightened, his eyes widened, he was confused and didn't know what to do. Thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind, this cliché, and right at the moment when everything was hanging by a thread, Choy Han jumped up to get to the old man as quickly as possible. Everything happened very quickly, like in just a split second. I just saw Choy Han hugging the old man. Then they both jumped to the side of the road. Fortunately they were just in time to avoid the horse carriage that was rushing at them like flying. If it weren't for the brave Choy Han to help, the old man probably would have been under the wheel of that deadly vehicle. It was this heroic act of the young man that saved the old man from the scythe of death. That carriage just drove away as if it didn't know anything about the crime it had just committed. The carriage has a flag with a black background and yellow motifs as the main color. Cale Min stepped out of the car, breathing a sigh of relief as if he had just grasped the heart hanging in his chest. The deputy leader cleverly followed behind him. asking as he walked. Closely following him was Ron right behind. Master, you intend to go and see for yourself? Cale turned around. That stupid question. If I don't go, then who will? A foot slowly stepped down from the cramped carriage. Calamine seemed to have recognized the identity of that person. It turned out to be that guy. Typical powerful nobleman, Venyan Stan, and he was arrogant, showing cold eyes, without any remorse or regret. Torment appeared on his brazen face about what he had just done. Cause. In front of us is the typical powerful noble, Venyan Stan. And is also a typical villain in a hero's birth novel. It makes Cale frown and think. At this moment, the person accompanying Venyan came forward and shouted, "What do you mean by blocking Mr. Venyan's path?" Choy Han raised his head to look and said, "Are those words for the person I almost ran over?" Choy Han became louder and louder, "Blocking the way, isn't it because you refused to stop the carriage that this happened?" The other guy quickly raised his voice again, "If you see a noble's carriage, you must defend yourself. Do you know how to give way?" Right from the start, the other guy immediately spoke in a low voice and looked at me with scary eyes. That stupid untouchable was the one playing tricks. That guy kept using extremely harsh words towards those people. Choy Han just glanced at the other guy with an annoyed look. At this moment Venyan walked over and patted the other guy's shoulder. That was enough. Venyan looked at them without saying anything else. Han saw that and immediately whispered to Cale. Choy Han seemed very agitated. Cale just gritted his teeth and looked towards Venyan and the other guy with a frown on his face. Cale quickly walked up to Choy Han and patted his shoulder. "Please calm down." Choy Han turned around hesitantly, but Choy Han continuously analyzed. They could have turned in another direction to avoid the road. How could they run straight into someone's direction like that? Cale quickly interrupted. "Choy Han. Calm down," Cale continuously reassured Choy Han. Cale looked towards where Venyan was standing, staring at him thinking, that sleeve. It seemed like the blood stains appeared when visiting that caged dragon. The other guy's sleeve had blood stains on the cuff. Venyan immediately smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hess, a member of Count Henidus's family, right?" Hearing Venyan say that, Cale thought to himself, he certainly recognized him. Right after that, Cale spoke up, "Yes, it's nice to meet Mr. Venyan Stan." His mouth greeted politely but in his mind he kept cursing him, a crazy bastard. After Cale replied, Venyan immediately said, "I have heard a lot about the Henidus family. There is a person who lives a very liberal life and is not like other typical nobles. Are you the one who will replace Boss and Henidus at this party?" Venyan rubbed his hand and caressed his chin and asked. Faced with Venyan's question, Cale thought to himself, "I know everything, but why do I still want to ask?" Cale quickly replied with an extremely angry tone, "Yes, I am that scoundrel." The scoundrel knows his place. Venyan continuously strokes his chin. What an interesting person. Looking at the farmer who was in pain after the collision just now, sitting on the road on Venice Road, he immediately poured out extremely unpleasant words. Even though he had to waste time on such a waste, it was still okay. It must be a bad thing to meet such a noble person, to meet young Cale. Venyan's eyes gradually turned cold, but his subordinates. Venyan stared at Choy Han and continued, "To be able to distinguish between those who have the right to stand on this land, and those who do not need to be re-educated," Venyan said and laughed as if mocking Cale for not knowing how to teach children. After that, the farmer who was stabbed earlier immediately rushed to Venyan's feet and repeatedly bowed down to beg, asking forgiveness for the untouchables. Seeing the situation in front of him with Venyan's evil smile in his mind, Cale couldn't help but think, the state of the people of each territory would be affected by the personality of the ruler of that territory. The Viscount of this region was just like his master. As one could see the authority and superiority of the typical nobility, Cale's face gradually became more serious as he thought about this. Cale then turned around and said to Venyan, "Young Master Venyan, have you finished speaking?" Venyan quickly replied, "Done." Right after receiving this answer from Venyan, Cale sat down next to the farmer and thought, I know Venyan really wants to be beaten, but when it comes to me, I can't let him cause trouble. Cale immediately patted the farmer's shoulder. "Listen, old man." Because he was so scared, the old man kept bowing his head and stammering, "Yes, yes." "Where is the pub?" Cale asked as he bent down and stood up. The old man seemed confused and could only answer, "Yes." Cale immediately said loudly, "I asked him where to buy good wine. If I couldn't drink good wine I would feel very uncomfortable, so tell me." "Anyway," Cale said while extending his hand towards Venyan. "I'm so happy to have met you today, young Master Venyan." Cale raised his hand to his mouth and only smiled slightly. Venyan didn't answer immediately but just looked at Cale with suspicious eyes. At this moment, the person accompanying Venyan spoke up, "Sir, a lot of time has passed. Vinyan frowned and turned around. You are interrupting the noble's conversation. Then he turned around, shook hands with Cale, smiled and said, I have something to do so we'll go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Vinyan quickly let go. This action made Cale extremely confused and thought, did he just hold and let go? Looking at Vinyan's back, Cale smiled and said, if we meet again in the capital, let's have a drink together. You're quite a busy person, aren't you? As expected, the heir of the Stan family is different. Cale's words seemed to make Vinyan unhappy, which was clearly shown on his annoyed face. But out of politeness, Vinyan immediately regained his composure and turned around to say, Mr. Cale is indeed a free-spirited person, see you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Vinyan quickly left. Looking at the shadow of their car disappearing, Cale quickly fell into thoughts, I have no intention of seeing that guy again, I have to stay far away. Then he turned around and patted Choy Han's shoulder and said, half the nobles would be like that. After Cale finished speaking, he went to the old man and sat down. Why hasn't the old man stood up yet? His leg is injured. Then he glanced at Choy Han and told him, Choy Han, this old man was saved by you so please take him carefully. The old man quickly replied, it's okay, let me show you the way to the shop, alcohol. Cale immediately brushed it off and said, okay, what wine, I'm not in the mood to drink. My house sells alcohol. Hearing the old man say that, Cale looked at the old man bewilderedly with a very surprised expression. Is the old man's house a pub? Cale asked. The old man quickly replied, yes, it is the only inn in the village, both a pub and a restaurant. Hearing the old man say that, Cale thought to himself, if this is the only place then there is no better place. Cale immediately ordered, Hans, listen to the directions. Cale, Choy Han called out. Cale just replied coldly, what's wrong? Choy Han calmly asked, aren't you angry? Cale was bewildered, what? Cale didn't seem to understand Choy Han's question so he asked more, whether he looked down on me, or that he told me to re-educate him, or that he called that old man who almost died a piece of trash. Why does this old man have to apologize to you like that, sir? Quickly apologize to the old man. You expect me to say those words? Cale asked curiously. Cale glanced at Choy Han and continued, I'm not the person who can say those words. And I don't want to say anything, I'm not angry at all, my mouth says so but in my heart. Cale is immersed in his thoughts. I know that saying that will look very dumb because that's what Choy Han would do, but not now. This action is what I learned from life, Cale kept saying so Choy Han could only stand and watch in bewilderment. Cale's mouth gradually showed a smile after thinking about it, compromising with power, accepting moderate unreasonableness, to some extent being able to live true to himself. If there is something that makes me worry, at any time, certainly at any time, I will return it, and maybe that Vinyan guy will soon be kicked out of the house. Cale firmly declared that to Choy Han firmly. Cale Min smiled calmly and said, that Vinyan will be kicked out of the house. Choy Han, still confused, turned to look at him with a face full of confidence and asked, why? And he just smiled. Then looked towards the house and said, I will steal his dragon. The scene changes to the inside of the house where there is a conversation. The old man is telling him about the room. Sir, this is the best room here. Cale Min was standing and looking around a small room that looked simple but complete and replied, it's really good. The old man standing next to him gently continued, this is the first time there is a forest noble, come here. With a panicked face, there will be many shortcomings, but I still hope to be able to rest comfortably today. In his mind, although preparing like this is quite good, overdoing it will make you more inconvenient. Then he patted the shoulder of the old man next to him and comforted him and said, okay, please relax. He sighed again and continued speaking, and I don't like such degrading words, this is where people passing through my territory stop, how could it be lacking? After hearing this, the old man stood and looked for a moment in surprise. Then spoke up, sir, in the Hennetus family's territory, are there many people as kind as you? After listening, he crossed his arms and smiled, looking at the old man and asking, what do you mean? I am the most scoundrel in that territory. Then he turned around and walked a few steps and continued, everyone is better than me. After listening, the old man only exclaimed. As for Cale Min's Hong and On tribe, they could only shake their heads in frustration. Then the old man went to the front door and said, please allow me to leave first. He waved goodbye to the old man. After the door closed, he thought, bowing 90 degrees like that, he really doesn't understand how to be treated comfortably. A knock sounded on the door. He turned to look and said, come in. Then Hans walked in holding a box of some kind and said, Master, you just told me to bring this thing. He just looked and replied, yes, give it here. Hans gave that mysterious box to Cale. At this moment, Hans' face was still staring at the box with curiosity as if he wanted to show it outside. He looked and also realized in his mind, he seemed very curious about what was inside. Seeing that, he looked at it and asked, "Isn't a butler someone who shouldn't reveal his emotions?" Hans replied absent-mindedly, "Expressing everything to his master is one of the things he should do as a butler." Yes, after hearing that, he could only helplessly reply, "That's funny." Hans was very proud and continued to say that I am a very interesting person. This guy here with a disgusted face said, "Go out." Hans obeyed and immediately left. But before leaving, he turned around and asked, "Master, we will stop here 3 days later." He just replied, "Yes, you should quickly arrange things." Hans immediately agreed and left immediately. On the bed is that mysterious box. He sat up and put his hand on the box and thought, besides Ron, Han is also the one who is not afraid of him. Even though he peed a little, he was not afraid at all. His courage is also big. Hong and On just ran over and said in turn, "I'm extremely curious about what's in there, very curious." Cale placed his hand in front of the box. Then when he opened it, a strange light appeared in the box. He said softly, "A pitiful salvation, tricking a crazy man." Looking at the item inside, Moy smiled and said, "And help me not get hurt." Go back in time while chatting with Bios. At that time, Bios was asking, "Master, what are you planning to use this thing for?" At this time, he just calmly replied, "I have no reason to tell you, right?" Bios just asked, "Yes, but it takes a lot of money to buy that item." He asked in return, "Why can't I rent it?" Bios nodded then smiled and said, "Of course it's okay with you, Master. However, there are 2 things that cannot be rented to ordinary people. I will borrow it in my name, so please meet in the capital and return it to me." I agree, yes, of course, already. Returning to the present, he was holding something round and black when On approached and asked, "What is this?" He picked it up and replied softly, "The object disturbed the mana circle." He picked it up and gently replied, "The object disturbed the mana circle." Then he continued, saying that it was worth several hundred million dong in gallons, making Hong and On also have their feathers ruffled in fear after hearing it because of its value. Seeing that, he continued, just renting it would cost about 20 million gallons, while Hong and On still felt scared. To explain this black round lump, this is an object that will destroy all recording equipment within a certain range, but this object must be installed the day before, and the time lasts about 4 hours, 10 minutes. Cale's face suddenly smiled and thought, although the price is quite expensive, the internal parts are quite sturdy so they are not easily destroyed. This is what I am most satisfied with. Then Hong and On played with that round black object together. Hong and On were still wondering about this thing. I just asked, "Do you 2 know how to read a map?" Hong and On answered loudly, "Of course they know, we are descendants of the Cat clan." "Yes, that's right." He took out a map and showed it to Hong and the On tribe. "From here, go east of the mountain and you will see a special site, don't be discovered, so don't get too close," and then said, "Now we are in this village, and this mountain, see. From here, go east of the mountain and you will see a special site, don't be discovered, so don't get too close. Behind that mansion there is a cave, we will steal the kid imprisoned inside that cave." Hong asked curiously, "The kid's name?" He replied, "Yes, younger than both of them." Both Hong and On were surprised. "Younger than me?" He replied, "Yes, 4 years old." Then On asked, "So are we going to save it?" He put the round object in his pocket and replied, "What kind of theft?" "So use this cat form, bury this thing in the mountain and return. Then tie the bag around baby On's neck." Then little cat asked, "Where should I bury it?" He looked towards the mountain and replied, "Any part of the mountain is fine." Hong and On tilted their heads and looked and asked, "Any place is fine, I only have one word, yes." Hearing that, Hong and On immediately said to each other, "This is easy, we were able to hide from the adults in the Miao tribe," then laughed and talked to each other. He also agreed with what Hong and On just said, "Of course it's easy for you, from the beginning I wouldn't have asked you if you didn't have the ability." He also pointed towards the mountain and told the 2 children that when they returned, he would feed them beef until they were full, making the 2 children happy, imagining the beef on the plate full of meat. Then Hong and On jumped out the window. Under Cale's watch. Watching Hong and On leave. He looked at Hong and On and smiled brightly. In the room right now, he was sitting and enjoying the meal with Choy Han, thinking that after drinking it, the taste of lemon tea was not bad, and Han on the other side asked, "What's wrong?" He gently placed cock on the table. Looked towards the window and said, "Have you ever seen a dragon?" Choy Han wondered, dragon, he gently replied, yes, let Han see, and then said, dragon-like species can be seen. After listening, he immediately thought, he said the beast that lives in the deep forest is similar to a dragon, then asked, what kind? Choy Han only replied, a monster. He wondered what they were like. Choy Han explained, he had a deformed and cruel appearance. After hearing that, I was also skeptical, so I can't say they resemble dragons. Choy Han asked, why? He slowly explained, dragons are like humans, dragons, beastmen, dwarves, eels, all of those species are similar to humans, because they all have emotions and souls. However, if since birth, he still does not know who he is but has been imprisoned in darkness and continues to live in it without knowing the existence of the sun. Do you know what they will become? He put his finger lightly on the table and continued, that was losing his reason. Choy Han's eyes followed attentively as he continued listening, no family, no longing for anything, only loneliness. A tragic life. Choy Han's hand gradually clenched. With a pensive expression. The guy over here looked and thought, I knew he would react like this, there's no way a good-natured guy like him wouldn't get angry when hearing a story like that. He picked up the glass of water and continued, and such an entity was nearby. Looking at Choy Han with a pensive expression surrounded by a dark, speechless atmosphere, he thought that perhaps he would be very angry when he heard the story about the tortured dragon. Then Choy Han asked, he wanted to save and keep it. But he denied it. Crazy. Choy Han was surprised. What? He just looked and said, why would I do that? He put the glass of water on the table and continued thinking, that dragon grew up under human abuse, so it no longer trusted humans. And we also heard that humans and dragons are both species that like to stand above other species, and dragons are also very arrogant, with a thoughtful look on their face. And most of all, raising dragons. Giving the feeling of being so powerful, the feeling of being in trouble, having 20 of them in all continents from east to west and owning one of them, that's making yourself the center of the mainland, the things he was asking himself in his thoughts. Then suddenly Choy Han asked, if that's the case, Cale just smiled lightly and replied, well, then what, why are you asking such an obvious thing? Choy Han immediately replied, shouldn't dragons live freely like their nature? He immediately replied, yes. Choy Han continued asking, so should we save that baby dragon? He slowly stood up and continued, yes, so please give me a hand. Choy Han was very excited, all showed on his face saying, anything I will do. Cale with a very helpless face replied, Therese, no need to be so cheerful, Therese, no need to kill anyone, just solve it quietly. Hearing that, Choy Han immediately stood up and looked, indeed Cale was different. Then Cale called Choy Han and said, go down to the first floor and tell Hans to bring a table of wine here for me. Inside the house below is the floor where the guests are eating and drinking. At this time, Hans was playing with Hong and On Clan next to Choy Han. On the other side, when did Cale get drunk? Choy Han saw that and immediately stood up and said, didn't you stop him from drinking so much alcohol? Hans laughed when he heard that. Then he replied brightly, yes, the master didn't have anything in his hand, so it was safe. Cale suddenly walked towards the owner standing at the counter and said, the wine here is delicious, better than expected. The owner happily replied, it's a concentrated wine made from fruits and herbs that grow around, it's a mountain, so the price is quite expensive. He held up the bottle of wine and asked if there was much left in this bottle. The boss immediately replied, yes, Therese, a lot. Cale immediately turned around and said loudly, so quickly bring everything to our group. The deputy leader ran back and said, boss, Therese, no need for that. He came closer and looked and said, just drink, that's my heart, you know. Then he turned and said to Choy Han too, come back here and help me go to the 5th floor to rest. Choy Han immediately went to help him when the deputy leader said, master, leave me alone. Before he could finish speaking, he replied, okay, the deputy leader, just rest, the same goes for the other soldiers. Then he looked up and continued, Therese, nothing dangerous anymore, besides guarding the soldiers, everyone else should rest today. The deputy continued to call, young master, he quickly said, I'm tired, I'm going, thinking in his heart, please don't follow. Then Choy Han slowly led him to the room. The deputy leader could only stand and watch the two people walk away. Suddenly, Grout appeared. Standing there looking at the two of them from the top of the stairs, Cale saw this and thought, although this god doesn't care what I do, he will still be very tired if he bothers me, so I should still notify him in advance. Then he said, Ron, let's go out for a moment, secretly, you know. Ron stood and watched and the two left and replied, yes, I know, and I will wait, Cale Min just replied, don't wait for me. The sound of two people walking in. Come back and tell me, I'm very tired, so if it's not an emergency, don't wake me up. Cale Min pointed out with sharp eyes, how do you know if I'm disturbed when I'm sleeping? Hans was startled and a bit nervous and replied, yes, of course, master, please rest. Then Ron also nodded and said, master, I will keep an eye on the outside. Cale Min turned to Choy Han and said, it's okay to help me here, you can go too. Then Choy Han turned back to look at Cale Min and replied, yes. Then he gently approached Choy Han. Whisper in Choy Han's ear, when the sun goes down, come into my room through the window. Choy Han stood and looked at Cale Min for a while then left. Arrive in the evening at the Cale Min room. Hong and On are asking, should we start now? Suddenly Choy Han called from the window standing there, Cale. Choy Han panicked and ran while calling Cale's name. Cale Min just calmly held the outfit in his hand and said, you should put this on too. Choy Han took the clothes that Cale threw back to him with a bewildered expression. Seeing Cale also wearing it, Choy Han immediately wondered, what is this? Cale immediately replied, well, the clothes of the mysterious organization. Seeing Choy Han holding the shirt in his hand and thinking, Cale immediately explained that in the birth of the hero, the clothes of the mysterious organization were described quite clearly, probably because that organization will encounter the main character Choy Han. I specifically relied on that description to create this organization's clothing. Cale added as he buttoned the remaining shirt buttons, it looks a bit cheap but from afar it's not so bad that people will only remember the star pattern anyway. Choy Han asked more questions, but, is this a bad thing? Cale quickly replied without thinking, yes, a bad thing, a very bad thing for that Venian. Cale's eyes gradually changed and became more determined with what he was about to do. Choy Han didn't ask anything else and just hummed. Then said, then I will also wear a mask. Cale also quickly replied, yes, after all, people will hate and want to punish bad people. Seeing Choy Han being so mature, Cale immediately thought, living alone in the forest for so many years, now he is no longer the 17-year-old boy he once was. Next to the kittens that continued to meow loudly, Cale immediately explained, the Cat Clan children, that's a beast. Cale quickly introduced, this is Choy Han, this is On, this is Hong. The introduction ends here. Cale introduced as quickly as the wind to the bewilderment of Choy Han, On, and Hong. Right after that, immediately urged Choy Han to go on his way. The two of them quickly went to the investigation site. Cale's watch ticked by. It's time, Cale raised his head and said softly, let's go. The two of them immediately jumped up. Together with the two beastmen they began their mission. With the sound of the wind blowing here and Cale's soft voice, the voice changer also worked. It seemed like the marble was working very well, because even though there was an alarm from a high-class magic device. But with such a small voice, how can you do business? Cale said, looking at the sky. Choy Han also jumped down and stood in front of the two guards, startling them. They immediately attacked Choy Han with the question, where did you come from? But before he could do anything, he was quickly attacked by Choy Han, causing the sword in his hand to fly out. Choy Han quickly hit his neck. Immediately after that, he was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. That was quickly attracted causing more guards to surround. Damn it, what do you want? Cale immediately ordered, fog. Immediately after receiving the order, the beast sent out mist surrounding the place. Suddenly surrounded by fog, the soldiers were extremely frightened. What was going on? Why was there suddenly fog? One of the leaders in there immediately looked panicked when he saw something. Cale also quickly appeared. He looked at the soldiers in front of him and gave orders and support. Choy Han quickly spread a cover screen in front of him. The leader also quickly gave orders to stop them. But when the soldiers moved towards Choy Han and Cale, they were stopped and their swords were broken. Unable to believe his eyes, the leader gasped, what is going on? The two of them suddenly. Perhaps, as the swordmaster, those soldiers were quickly defeated right after that. Cale immediately turned his eyes to play the game, signaling that it seemed like it was over. The leader still stubbornly rushed towards them to attack. Where did you guys come from? But as soon as he swung his sword, he was quickly stopped by Choy Han. Choy Han just frowned and complained, it was too noisy. Before leaving, Cale turned around and said, counting on him, Choy Han alone is still fighting these annoying soldiers here, the sounds of swords continuously ringing out. Choy Han lowered his voice and said, no one can step through here. Inside, another guy was trying to turn on the orb but still couldn't open it, making him wonder and scream, why, why didn't the orb work? At this moment, suddenly there was a noise that made him startled and turned around to look. Seeing Cale's figure approaching him, he continuously stepped back and said, "Someone, don't come close to me, do you know what's going on here?" In response to that guy's fear, Cale just replied, "I'm so scared." Looking at the other guy's face gradually changing color, Cale immediately thought, because Vinian has equipped a self-exploding device on the door to deal with intruders here. If it explodes, and this whole cave, will be destroyed. As soon as I finish speaking, streams of blue air continuously entered the cave. The other guy quickly inhaled this air, causing him to barely survive and cry out, "Get away, it was poisonous," then continuously hugged his neck in pain. Immediately after that, he fainted in that blue air. Seeing that he had lost his sanity and was unconscious at his feet, Cale quickly reached into his pocket to get the key. "The key is here," Cale said while looking at it with great satisfaction. Two beastmen also quickly appeared. Cale happily praised them. "Good job." Cale quickly started the sphere right after getting the key. Cale and two beastmen walked inside. Inside was another black spirit beast with wings on its back lying motionless. Cale said with relief, "Here it is." Cale looked at the black beast in front of him without knowing what to say. At this moment, Cale suddenly felt extremely uneasy and muttered to himself, "The room smelled strongly of blood." The door creaked open at this time. Cale reached out to push the door open and said to the spirit beast, "Hey!" The summoned beast still lay motionless and did not react to Cale's call. He reached out and pulled down the visor, gently saying, "Let's go out." It suddenly opened its eyes wide and looked at Cale. Cale sat down and stared at it, saying, "Those eyes are good." The two beasts quickly urged Cale to hurry up, time is running out. They suddenly turned around in bewilderment to look intently at the direction Cale walked out of. Cale walked out with the summoned beast in his arms. He slowly and gently placed the spirit beast on the ground. The two beasts quickly surrounded it, walking and talking to each other. "It must be very painful, so pitiful." It must have been very painful. At this moment the black spirit beast's face suddenly changed. Cale immediately spoke up, "You guys are too noisy, leave it alone." Seeing the black spirit beast lying on the ground with a wound, Cale thought to himself, "Anyway, I'm thinking of using the healing medicine I brought. But the mana suppressor on its neck must be removed, only then will the medicine be effective," Cale thought while looking at the necklace with the glowing blue gem lying on the black beast's neck. Cale immediately turned around to look at something, suddenly startled to realize something was wrong. He immediately kicked the guy's body lying on the ground and thought, this is taking up too much space." The black spirit beast with an extremely uncomfortable expression stood up and slowly walked away. The two beastmen jumped up on the other guy who was lying on the ground, screaming continuously, and Cale stood in the corner groping around the wall, touching and thinking, the emergency exit that Vinian had prepared was probably right around here. Seeing the door frame in front of his eyes, Cale couldn't help but think, it was written in the book that he was extremely worried about someone breaking in from the outside, so he made a secret exit. Even the guards are not allowed to go to that exit. Along the wall, there will be a part that is flatter than the rest. Think about making Cale use his hand along the wall to look for the exit. Cale's steps gradually moved forward. Finally reaching a door, Cale looked at the door and thought, that is the secret exit. Here, just push lightly and the door will automatically activate. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps from behind, attracting Cale's attention. Realizing it was Choy Han Cale, he immediately asked, "Is everything done?" Choy Han just gently replied, "Yes." Choy Han suddenly stopped when he saw the black mascot scowling before his eyes. He turned around and saw a soldier lying motionless on the ground surrounded by howling beastmen. While in shock and not understanding what was going on, Cale called out, "Choy Han." He was startled and turned around to report, as he requested, "I defeated all the soldiers and made them unable to continue fighting." Hearing that, Cale was extremely satisfied. "Very good." Cale immediately raised his hand and knocked on the door in front of him. After that, he immediately turned around and told Choy Han, "Punch here." Choy Han immediately obeyed, "Yes, use all your force." Cale helplessly said, "No, just now." His mouth was saying it, but in his mind he couldn't help but wonder if he was planning on destroying this whole cave or not. Cale also carefully advised, "Just make it sink about 10 centimeters. Choy Han only obeyed, so it's just a light tap." Cale immediately replied, "Yes, just gently." Choy Han approached the door in front of him and touched it while Cale stood behind just silently thinking, "I can't even punch with the light force," he said. Choy Han gently used his strength to punch the door in front of him after receiving instructions from Cale. A loud noise along with Choy Han's punch quickly impacted the door. Seemingly unable to withstand Choy Han's punch, fragments of the door began to fall out. The door had a large hole cut out to the surprise and admiration of the two beastmen. A torch was lit immediately afterwards. Choy Han held the torch in his hand with two beastmen on his shoulders. Cale hugged the black beast in his hand and reminded him, "Let's go." Soon they were outside, Cale holding the black spirit beast in his arms with an extremely strict expression. Putting the summoned beast down, it continued to stare at Cale without looking away. Cale was extremely uncomfortable being constantly looked at by the spirit beast. He immediately turned around and told it, "Stop staring at me like that," then immediately fell into contemplation and thought, this vigilance and vigilance, probably because he was imprisoned by Venyan for 4 years. "I really like this dragon, Kim Roksu. The child was orphaned and accepted to grow up under the arrangements of fate. This child is nothing like me." Cale is forever stuck in thoughts that he can't escape. Then he gently called out to the black spirit beast, "Hey!" A large scissor was given immediately afterwards. Cale held the large scissors in his hand and stroked it. Then suddenly fell into contemplation with a slightly awkward feeling. But immediately grabbed the necklace around the black beast's neck decisively. Cale put the scissors into the bracelet and cut it in half. The black spirit beast closed its eyes in fear and screamed. Immediately his eyes opened wide, his eyes filled with surprise. The necklace around its neck was quickly cut off by Cale. It seemed like the shock was not over yet, he just lay there with his eyes wide open without reacting. Cale didn't say anything but just stared at the scissors he had just used to cut the bracelet out. He frowned at it and asked, "What are you looking at?" Cale immediately bent down to take off the gloves on his hands, then he turned to tell Choy Han that the electricity on the necklace was still there, so he should bring this in and put the necklace away. Choy Han quickly took the glove after hearing Cale say that. Cale and Choy Han turned to look at the black spirit beast next to them. Cale held a bottle of red water in his hand. He slowly opened the bottle's lid. Then he bent down close to the black beast and said, "Do you know how much money it cost for your family?" After speaking, he grabbed the beast's mouth to its surprise. Thinking that Cale was going to harm him, his eyes began to slowly close. But Cale poured that red liquid into its mouth, making it extremely surprised. After giving him a drink, Cale added, "So get well soon, this foolish boy." At that moment, a strange light suddenly emitted there. The black beast was surrounded by a blue aura, its body gradually lifted up abnormally. It suddenly walked on the ground without needing to be carried anymore, its steps were slow. It gradually moved towards where Cale and Choy Han were standing. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at him as if he wanted to say something. "Hey!" Cale suddenly spoke up, making him widen his eyes and look at him. Cale carefully sat down in front of it and said, "What do you want now? You are an intelligent and proud dragon. I know you can speak human language, so please answer. When you have freedom, what do you want to do?" Cale held the bottle of medicine in front of him and asked softly. It started to open its mouth to answer Cale. "I will live," it immediately replied. It also added, "I want freedom, I don't want to be tamed." Cale looked at it with sympathetic eyes. "So let's do it, you are a dragon, so live freely. I won't keep you back." Hearing Cale say that, he was extremely surprised and looked at Cale with wide eyes. But immediately after that, he angrily objected and lied. "Humans just lie," Cale quickly responded. "What? I'm really good at lying." "But you should live as you want," Cale said as he slowly stood up. The spirit beast gradually understood Cale's words, it looked at him affectionately. Cale also replied with a friendly smile, "Live freely." After speaking, both Cale and Choy Han turned to leave. "Well done here, rescued the dragon, kept the village safe and dealt with the Venyan." And Choy Han understood what freedom was thanks to that dragon. He turned around and told Choy Han, "Let's go," thinking as he walked. "More than anything, I didn't want to be responsible for that dragon, so that was it." The backs of Cale, Choy Han and the two beastmen gradually left before the black spirit beast's sight. And that black spirit beast is now standing alone muttering, "I hate humans, humans." Very evil, he suddenly looked down at the bottle of medicine that Cale had given him earlier. Cale's two beastmen were very happily chatting with each other at this time. "Sis, he must have followed me." "Yes, I also think so. So we're about to have a little brother." When Cale heard that, he could only laugh and say, "Don't talk nonsense." Cale also tried to add that dragons are creatures with a high degree of freedom, so they cannot be controlled by humans, and that dragon had been tortured by humans, so it hated humans even more. Hearing Cale say that, the two beastmen could only sigh and complain, "Then we don't have a younger brother." The night was now late, a bright white face shone down here. Cale immediately ordered the two beastmen to quickly get the pearl back here. Both Cale and Choy Han were suddenly enveloped in a quiet atmosphere. No one said a word to the other. Suddenly a hand was placed on Choy Han's shoulder. Cale thought this was Choy Han's first time helping someone, so he gently put his hand on his shoulder and said, "You've worked hard too." Cale thought further, even though he had just dealt with a group of bandits, that was more like protection than rescue. Choy Han didn't say anything at this time, just stared at Cale strangely. Cale's vague thoughts still haven't ended, but the content has been changed to saving the dragon instead of sitting in the village. At this moment, Choy Han suddenly spoke softly, "Cale." Cale also quickly responded to him, "Yes." A question made Cale fall into contemplation. If that dragon thought differently about him, what would he do? But Cale quickly denied it, saying that there was no such thing. Choy Han also quickly responded, "I just said what if only that." Cale immediately stroked his chin and thought, if so. Suddenly his face changed because he didn't know how he would handle it if he were in that situation. Cale quickly turned around and left, saying, "I don't think about what happened and what won't happen." But he kept feeling like someone was looking at him, and it didn't feel very safe. He turned his head to look at the bushes next to him but probably discovered something unusual. At this time in Cale's house, the night covered the quiet surroundings. It seemed like everything had fallen into a deep sleep. Cale is sleeping soundly on his bed after completing his mission. At this moment, suddenly there was a foot with a stream of blue light placed on the window frame of Cale's room. It was the dragon that Cale had saved earlier. It was sitting by Cale's room window, looking intently at him. He lay down and watched him still holding the bottle of medicine that Cale had given him earlier in his hand. At this time, Cale Min was enjoying a meal with a glass of water in hand with Choy Han at the dining table in the room. Then he put the glass of water on the table and sighed, "Ha." A tired look appeared on his face, thinking, "I was so stressed last night that I didn't feel anything. Now I feel like my stomach is upset because of last night's wine. I also couldn't sleep because I felt like someone was staring at me." Calamin then turned to ask Choy, "Have you finished making arrangements?" Choy Han looked straight at Calamin and replied, "Yes." Choy continued, "I erased all traces leading here, and created a fake trail heading west." Hearing that, Cale yawned and said, "Good job." Then Choy Han asked him again, "But Cale, if we keep going a few more days, we will reach a city. Is that the intermediate city you talked about before?" Calamin immediately replied, "Yes, the next city is called Puzzle. It is the midpoint of the journey." Along with the view, a map and an image of a part of the city appeared. He continued to explain to Choy that he clearly understood the journey. To get here, he had to climb a lot, so it took quite a while. Hearing those words, Choy Han also shook his head. Inside the room, there was the sound of Choy Han calling Cale Min, and Cale. Then he replied, "What's going on?" Choy Han continued to say, "Actually on the way back I went to the mansion to check." Cale Min tilted his head and asked, "And?" The scene appears when Choy Han is hiding in a tree to investigate. Choy Han continued, "Everyone looked very chaotic, including soldiers and cavalry leaving the village." Hearing that, Cale Min said with a depressed face, "Probably to report the situation." Choy Han hesitantly replied, "But," Calamin immediately asked, "Why are you so hesitant?" With the glass of water settling on the table, Choy Han continued, "The secret passage we used to take has been completely destroyed." After Hong and On's surprise, Play Han continued, "Even the surrounding area was similarly affected. Everything is turned upside down." Cale Min with a depressed expression. Then he started to say, "It was that dragon who did it." Both Choy Han, Hong and On were surprised after hearing this. Cale Min slowly stood up from the dining table and continued, "After all, he was lucky that no one died. It was still small and in a state of fear." He smiled and thought to himself, "It was afraid that someone would come out of there so it would burn it all down, and destroy the magical objects that once controlled it." Ren's image appeared along with Cale Min's words, "Because dragons are animals sensitive to mana, even though Hess only 4 years old, Hess still smart." Choy Han was also surprised and replied, "I see, no wonder I sensed a huge amount of mana." He calmly replied, "They seem to pay a high price for thinking that dragon was small and weak. If Therese nothing else, then leave quickly." Then he waved his hand forward. Choy Han immediately replied, "Yes." The room had Calamin's voice again. So will you sleep from now until departure time?" Choy Han turned around and replied, "No, I'll go help Beacrox." Hearing that, he smiled and jokingly asked, "Oh, you two seem close." Those words made Choy Han's face darken and he replied, "Not at all, not friendly at all." Cale Min stood opposite Choy Han and said, "Ah, is that so? along with this thought, this expression is the first time I've seen it. Then he told Choy Han, "Oh, on the way out, tell Hans to come up here for me tonight." Choy Han didn't understand and asked, "Yes." After Choy Han left, Cale started to look back. Looked at the clock on the wall and said to himself, "I don't know if I'm drunk or not." At this moment, Cale was walking down the stairs, his feet strode on each step. Then I saw Choy Han right in front of me and started thinking, why don't you go down again and not stay here? Cale suddenly looked in another direction. When I saw the captain and the blue-haired knight standing in front talking to each other, I thought, this is one of the knights from yesterday. Cale and Choy Han were walking when suddenly Choy Han stopped walking, causing Cale behind him to also stop in surprise. He asked Choy Han, who was standing there, why he was standing still like that. Choy Han turned around and replied, "Ah." Choy Han looked at the deputy leader and the blue-haired engineer continued, "He shouldn't have been able to function normally for about a day, but he recovered faster than I expected." While Cale was standing behind listening, Cale was a bit shy. Then Choy Han continued to say, "I look down on others too much." Then, with an excited and confident face, he said, "I will be stronger next time." At the same time, Cale quietly left with the thought that it was typical for his own justice to be able to do that, do everything. After Cale left, he sat down at a small table. The old man walked over holding a bottle of wine and said to him, "Young master, I brought you the wine last time." In the atmosphere came Cale's reply, "Old man, the more I look at you, the more I admire you." Hearing that, the old man seemed a bit scared and asked, "Yes?" Cale put his hand on his chin and tilted his head to say, "You're a very good businessman. In praising you, this wine is truly suitable for drinking." Same image of Cale's wine bottle. He held it in his hand and listened to the story of the deputy leader and the blue-haired engineer just now. The deputy leader said with an annoyed face, "Yesterday we held a party to relieve everyone's fatigue. Everyone finished drinking and went to rest, no one left the shops, so I don't understand why the Viscount's people came here to investigate us." The blue-haired engineer heard that and had a troubled face, so he said, "Yesterday the Viscount's mansion was broken into, and there were a few items lost. We just wanted to come see if you had similar damages or not." While the conversation was continuing, Cale at the table was drinking and thinking, "What? Well, stealing a dragon is also stealing, right?" The sound of a wine bottle being placed on the table made a loud noise. The deputy captain and the blue-haired knight were startled and looked at Cale sitting there. With an angry face, he said loudly, "What are you looking at?" The deputy leader immediately spoke up, "If our boss doesn't have alcohol early in the morning, he will feel uncomfortable all day, so he's just drinking." Then the deputy team leader shyly said, "It's just alcohol. The master is just using alcohol to quench the amount of alcohol he drank last night." The blue-haired knight also quickly replied, "He is indeed an interesting person." Hearing that, Cale thought to herself, "Is this a compliment?" Then a voice spoke up, "So I hope everyone travels safely." Along with the sound of footsteps, Cale sat there and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, perhaps we no longer suspected that our person was a thief. Looking at the bottle of wine on the table, he was probably thinking that a trash guy like Cale could possibly do such a thing. Who would think that a noble who receives orders from the royal family but walks and drinks like this is a normal person? Looking at the bottle of wine, Cale's face also appeared a little worried, thinking, even if Vinyan knew about this, he wouldn't suspect him, because he clearly knew that the mysterious organization and the Henutus family had no relationship at all. Then he slowly closed his eyes and called, "Ron." A voice replied, "Yes sir." In front of Cale was Ron standing in front of him bowing. He immediately said, "Bring lemon honey tea here." Only lemon honey tea is effective in eliminating hangovers. Ron wondered, why? He brought the glass of water close to his mouth and thought to himself, even if I followed the traces, I wouldn't be able to find the culprit. Then Cale smiled confidently. Meanwhile, Vinyan was so angry that he was gritting his teeth. Cale thought to himself, he must be mad. On the other hand, the silhouette of a person appeared, and this was Taylor Stan. Although he is a typical person to inherit the Marquis Stan family, but he is also the eldest son who received abandonment because half of his body was disabled. Along with the scene of Taylor Stan sitting in a wheelchair looking towards the window, in order to treat his legs, he constantly reads books. However, there are no records of any treatment. Along with the story is the image of Taylor Stan sitting at a table with many books and a hand covering his face. The narrator continued, "But there is no way to die." Through accidentally finding an ancient text in an antique bookstore, Taylor got a small clue. Parallel to this is the image of a hand taking out a book from the shelf, a book on the table, and a lot of voice drawing continues, recreated and unstoned. the only thing that can be analyzed and translated comes from that ancient text. There are only 2 words but, saying that, part of Taylor Stan's face appeared. Then a door opened with bright light, the voice continued, Taylor immediately headed to the place that evoked those 2 words. End the story and returned to Cale Min's door. At this time, the sound of horse-drawn carriages is echoing in the same scene here. Inside the carriage, Hong and On were asking Cale Min, who was sitting next to them, if they were going to camp today, right? He gently replied, yes, starting today we will camp along the road. Hong and On listened attentively. He looked towards the window and thought, in order to be able to comfortably walk to Puzzle City, there is only one way to speed up like that. There is a reason to definitely go there. A power similar to the ancient power of the immortal shield that I possess. The image of a shield with sparkling light appeared right where his heart was. He continued, the life force of the heart, the strength that Taylor was looking for, was there. Along with the image of a silver shield being covered by streams of smoke, if I receive that power, the protective power of this shield will also be stronger. Along with his thoughts accompanied by the sound of a moving car, he continued to think to himself, although stealing Taylor's last chance was a pity, for someone like me going to the capital, it was more necessary. Taylor knew that power could increase vitality and have the ability to regenerate, however, he did not know that it had no effect on his already injured body. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Then there was an image of Taylor slumped over in her wheelchair. Cale Min thought regretfully, and when she finally learned the truth, Taylor was very disappointed. That ancient power that was so painstakingly sought after, Venyan failed to protect his life. Finally, there is an image of a wheelchair and next to it is Taylor lying there with blood stains. At the end of Cale Min's story, well, unspoken an instant, I heard the news from Hans just now, making Cale Min suddenly pay attention. Hong and On took turns continuing to say, if you come and say a wish to the stone tower, it will come true. The stone tower is still very beautiful. With his expectant face and sparkling eyes looking towards Cale Min, Hong and On continued to say, if you're bored or don't want to, that's fine, but we want to come try once, let's go together. Outside the carriage, Cale Min's voice could be heard, what are you guys going to wish for? Hong and On immediately replied, I wish the youngest would come with us. Hearing that, he immediately answered, I'm fine. Returning to the image system in the car is On comforting Hong with a sad expression along with the image of Cale Min sitting next to him without concern. Then the carriage stopped somewhere with a rather wild scene. At this moment Hans was waiting for him to get out of the car and said, then we will camp here. Cale Min walked in front, behind were Hong and On, and Hans was thinking, this will be very tiring. The next morning, a deer was no longer alive on the ground with scratch marks and a few footprints. He immediately asked, what is this? Hearing that, Choy Han was silent and Hans replied, it seems like someone brought it and left it here. On the ground was what looked like a fork and fork left behind. After seeing it, his expression looked a bit worried. While Choy Han was standing behind, Cale Min was deep in thought, spoon and fork, message in pictures, it seems like he knows how to speak but is not literate, a bad feeling. After watching, Choy Han suddenly smiled, he glanced over and thought, Choy Han, who was on guard all night, clearly knew who did it but was pretending not to know. He wondered silently, was that dragon? An image of a line appears drawing something. Then suddenly he left with his thoughts, so he had to pretend he didn't know, and he left behind the deer's body lying down and Choy Han standing there. But the next campsite is also, a wild boar that was no longer alive continued to lie in the same place where the Choy Han group was stopping. Following the signs of a fork and a fork, he looked and worriedly thought, if the notebook doesn't know, it will give up. Next campsite 2, at Cale Min's feet, there were 2 rabbits that were no longer alive and similar symbols. Next place 2, another buffalo with a symbol was brought, Cale Min's face only showed helplessness. Continue again, the events that happened in the coming days made him more and more helpless as he sat in the car thinking, oh my god, surely it didn't follow all the way to the back of the chair. On the other hand, Choy Han was hugging Hong and On said, isn't that cute, a child never loses his purity. Hong and On laughed and then let out a cry. After hearing those words, Cale Min was speechless and continued to think, if he had seen the dragon blow away the mountain, he would not have said that. He sighed and continued to think, because he was imprisoned, he hated humans, so why did he do this? Not to mention, when it gets stronger, it will teach Marquis Stan a lesson. Then he looked out the window, well, a sound accompanied by thoughts, only then will the Henatu's territory be at peace. The view of the houses in the city appeared and Cale Min's group also arrived here. Seeing those things Hong and On had too, in wow, let out a cry. With eager faces, Hong and On said to each other, and every house has a stone tower, that's so strange, Cale Min inside replied, "It's a city of stone towers." Choy Han was now holding Hong and On in her arms and looking out, laughing and talking, very strange. Inside the city are very tall buildings and stone towers appear. Hans was standing next to Cale Min when he asked, "Here?" Hans immediately pointed towards a house and replied, "Yes, this place will not charge high room rates because we arrived before the Stone Tower Festival." He immediately said, "This place is not a place with many rocks, but there are many stone towers, that's strange." Along with the footsteps of two people going inside, Hans immediately said, "I know the reason for those things." Behind him, Hans spread his arms and continued speaking, "A tragic story, a story that has been passed down to this day." In front, Cale Min just replied, "Don't talk too much." "That story, no." Hans bowed his head and raised his hand to his chest and said, "That whole legend." He turned back to look and replied, "I'm listening." Then Hans raised his head and continued smiling, telling a story that happened in ancient times. "Ancient, really?" Cale Min started to sit down on the chair, and Hans stood opposite and replied, "Yes, from ancient times." Cale Min slowly reached towards the wine glass. Looking at Hans, who was smiling, he brought the glass of wine to his mouth and said, "Then try it next." After hearing this, Hans was very happy and began to speak. At that moment, "This city is abandoned by God." Hans' gestures and words were all listened attentively by Cale Min on the opposite side. Holding a glass of wine, he thought to himself, "Puzzle was abandoned by the star god." His face showed surprise and a bit of confusion. "A story that I never knew," accompanied by an image of a stone tower surrounded by dark black air currents. In that room, Cale Min sat on a chair with the cat children opposite, listening attentively to butler Hans respectfully saying, "I heard that this city was once abandoned by God." Hearing that, Cale Min quietly mumbled back, hearing it for the first time. Seeing Cale Min thinking like that, butler Hans seemed to take pleasure in provoking him. "It's because the master doesn't study history." Seeing his appearance of taking other people's pain for fun, Cale Min glanced contemptuously at him. Butler Hans said, "You keep wanting to provoke attacks, don't you?" After speaking, Cale Min burst out in anger, "You like that, don't you?" But butler Hans is not afraid, still happily explaining, telling the master what to do. Not knowing is one of the things an excellent housekeeper should do. After that, Hans continued to ask his questions, not knowing why this city was abandoned by God. Then, butler Hans explained, "That's why some groups of people started building these stone towers, listening here and there to convey their wishes." After hearing this, Cale Min asked again, "And then his wish came true?" Hearing that, butler Hans replied, "No, nothing has come true." Butler Hans remembered the deserted city with the same houses, and came to the conclusion that, therefore, there was no temple in this city. Following butler Hans' words, Master Cale Min said his thoughts that, because God had abandoned them, they thought there was no reason to worship them all. After listening, they ignored Cale Min's seriousness. Butler Hans quickly said in a joking tone, "Our master is indeed very smart and agile, so he doesn't need to study anything." Immediately, Cale Min got annoyed and threatened, "Just keep talking nonsense." Returning to the main topic, butler Hans continued to explain, "Anyway, that is the reason why this city has no temples but only stone towers. This stone tower later became a promise. It is a promise between people, and also a promise between them and themselves." Hearing Hans say that, I asked again, "What is the promise?" Seeing his master ask that, Hans seemed to be excited and slightly curled his fingers to prepare to answer. Then, butler Hans enthusiastically said that the promise was that whoever fulfilled his wish must destroy his own stone tower. Hearing that, Cale Min's hand twirled the coin, slightly curled her lips and said with an amused smile, "What an interesting city." Seeing Cale Min's exclamation, butler Hans also quickly replied, "That's right, to fulfill their wishes they must conquer themselves." Hearing this, Cale Min's hands dropped the coin on the table. Next to it was a pile of other coins. Then Cale Min excitedly reminded herself of her victory. Then, thinking about the stone towers, young Master Cale Min said, "So breaking the stone towers is a reference to another type of difficulty, right?" Having finished speaking, Cale Min took the coins from earlier and placed them on top of the pile of coins placed next to them on the table, making them look like stone towers. Cale Min concluded that because the stone towers were not built to wait for the gods, sacred. At the same time, butler Hans also agreed and said, "Yes, that is a commitment to themselves," and Cale Min replied softly, "In the end, I did not listen to their wishes." Hearing that, butler Hans continued, "Yes, although it is sad to be abandoned by God, this story does bring hope." As soon as he finished speaking, the butler heard his young master call his name seriously, "Hans." making him startled and exclaim, "Yes." Ko Min ordered, "Bend down." Immediately the butler Hans, let out an obedient voice and bent down. Hans then saw two little cats staring at him under the table, making him a bit panicked. Those cat people were looking at butler Hans with endless murderous eyes. It seemed like they were very dissatisfied with butler Hans. When the little cat looked scared, Hans the butler humbly tried to please, "Hey, why are you cats so angry? I'll bring you some grapes." But even so, the cat clan still showed no signs of calming down. Butler Hans looked down dejectedly and continued asking, "Maybe they don't like grapes." Seeing butler Hans struggling like that, Came In thought helplessly, "It's not them. I'm not angry because I'm hungry. But because of what he said before, I remember the conversation between the two cat people." The gray-furred cat girl happily said, "I heard that my wish would come true if I prayed to that stone tower." The cat girl said. The red feather immediately responded, "The stone tower is so beautiful." Back to reality, butler Hans is still flattering, saying, "Hey our cats, I will bring delicious dishes, please stop being angry." But the cat people are still angry. Smoke. After talking to the two cats, butler Hans turned to his master and asked permission to say, "Master, can I go home for a while?" At this time, Ko Min was sipping his glass of wine and leisurely replied, "Again, you don't have to go back." Hearing that, butler Hans quickly turned around and walked towards the main door and said back, "So, I'll go quickly and go home." After butler Hans left the room, Ko Min gently placed the wine glass back on the table, turned to Ron, the butler, and said, "Ron, you should go rest too." Turns out Ron had been standing there for a long time, witnessing the conversation about the stone tower of Ko Min and Hans. Seeing the boss talking to him, Ron spoke his mind, "Choy Han will leave here after Monday." Hearing that, Ko Min coldly said, "Yes." After that, Ko Min adjusted his sitting posture, crossed his arms and slightly curled his lips sarcastically and said, "You don't like that, do you want to go with him?" Hearing these words from Ko Min, butler Ron just silently squinted his eyes and stared at Master Ko Min. After a while, he smiled wryly and said sadly, "How could I leave the master and leave? I have to stay by the master's side." After listening, Ko Min thought to himself that it was scary. After that, butler Ron still hesitantly continued, "But, I just thought it would be nice if we went with him. Maybe we should talk more before he leaves." After that, butler Ron pretended to put his hand to his mouth and coughed softly, meaningfully saying, Beacrocs will probably be very sorry." Hearing that, Ko Min grinned and said sarcastically, "The three of you should meet more often in the capital, because in the end you will go together." And in K Min's heart, what he meant was, because then your relationship will improve and you will go to Rosalind's kingdom together. Seeing that the idea of his sentence was so excellent, Ko Min arrogantly waited for the official's answer and thought, "Say it quickly, that's good." In response to K Min, butler Ron still calmly said when he arrived in the capital every day, "Will you be together? It's really something to look forward to." Butler Ron's expression was truly fake, smiling from ear to ear. He continued, "Everyone arriving safely in the capital was this old man's wish." After listening, Ko Min was annoyed and thought that he must believe those words. What are he waiting for, hoping for everyone to be safe? This old man is not a person with that kind of feelings. He held his head and sighed helplessly and said, "Mister, leave." After that, the room fell silent. From the cat clan's perspective, Ron the butler bowed slightly and asked to leave. The sound of the door closing rang out again, and now in the room only K Min and two adorable cats were left. Then, the room was filled with sobs and reproaches from the two cat people because they hadn't seen butler Hans bring the food back yet. "Ha ha, Hans is a liar, I believed him." Even though the two cat clan's complaints were ringing in his ears, Ko Min was not distracted, still immersed in his thoughts that person, it was said would live to be 150 years old. Appearing in K Min's mind was the image of his heart containing an old man kneeling in front of a stone tower. K Min thought, the power was hidden by an ancient person who died naturally of old age, vitality of the heart. That person thought this ability was a curse. Thinking of this, Ko Min suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing this action of Ko Min, the two little cats heard their owner's hurried footsteps but inexplicably stopped whining and followed. Walked to the door, raised his hand to open the door and saw butler Hans standing in front of the door holding a bag of food. Perhaps butler Hans was also preparing to open the door, but K Min quickly opened it first, causing him to be surprised, startled and cried out. After that, Ko Min stood quietly with the cat children, looking at the butler Hans, causing him to quietly ask, "What's going on?" In response to butler Hans, Ko Min's hands adjusted his jacket and he put them on properly. When finished, Ko Min said loudly, "Let's go see how to remove the stone." Ko Min continued, pointing to me and Choy Han, taking along 2 cats. When they heard that they were going out, the 2 cats perked up their ears with joy and their eyes sparkled in anticipation. Hearing that, the butler's expression was a bit confusing, but Ko Min didn't pay any attention to him, continuing to be immersed in his thoughts again. The man who had lived to be 150 years old wanted to build a stone tower, where the winds converge. Where the wind converges, he worked hard there for 100 years to complete the stone tower, but in the end he couldn't complete it. After that, Ko Min gently patted Butler Hans on the shoulder to remind him to get ready to go. Remember the hands full of desire towards the stone tower, pondering, that person wished for something so strongly. After talking to Butler Hans, Ko Min left first following the ongoing train of thought. I didn't want to know what that wish was, but I only had one intention when I got there. Ko Min decided to say, I will rearrange the tower in a grand way. Outside that citadel is a sunny sky, the weather seems quite harsh. Under the bright sunlight, the silhouettes of Ko Min and Choy Han, Butler Hans and 2 little cats were slowly walking forward. Ko Min was the one walking backwards. Kay looked up at the sky, his forehead was covered with sweat, thinking softly, it's too hot to go out at noon like this. Then, suddenly, Ko Min seemed to see something in the distance that caught his attention. He quickly moved his body and moved to the same level as Choy Han, surprising him, but his eyes were still glued to that faraway place. Turns out, in the distance, there were the silhouettes of Taylor Stan and Cage walking, and I thought, as expected, they were still here. That's right, that's the eldest son Taylor and his relative Cage. Ko Min still hid behind Choy Han, but her eyes still glanced to the other side, thinking, just wanted to see where the stone tower was, but could not have predicted meeting the 2 of them here, what I knew about the 2 of them, just through external descriptions. As for this side, Taylor Stan spoke softly, Cage, why do you want to bring me here? In response to Taylor Stan, Cage spoke quite fiercely, I wanted to confirm whether it was just nonsense or the truth. For several nights in a row I've been dreaming a dream full of insecurity. Cage continued to express his concerns, saying that God told us to come here quickly because our future benefactor will appear here. How that person will act in the future, even I don't know. After listening, Taylor Stan was quite curious and asked, are there people that even I cannot predict? Hearing that, Cage also replied uncertainly, I don't know, half of what I said was nonsense. Hearing that, Taylor Stan immediately objected to the nonsense, it was my words. Taylor Stan continued to speak, but isn't it a secret to hear my words? Hearing that, Cage immediately expressed all his disgruntled thoughts, there is no temple in this puzzle, and what can he say, the gods do not feed us, and to noble people like us, I said there will be a benefactor, can you believe it? Seeing that Taylor Stan didn't say anything, Cage didn't care either, changed the topic, why are you so hungry when talking about food, let's go eat. Suddenly Taylor Stan, who had been silent until now, spoke up carefully and called, Cage, causing Cage to be confused and let out a loud gasp. Turns out what Taylor Stan wanted to say was, I suddenly wanted to go drink beer so badly. After listening, Cage thoughtfully continued, wow, why do I crave pork? In the end, both of them happily turned to each other and laughed out loud happily. Regaining his fiery spirit, Taylor Stan excitedly pointed and said, what a great combination, let's go, I crave. Cage also jokingly replied, I will do my best to go quickly. Just like that, watching their backs happily disappear out of sight. Ko Min looked at the 2 of them endlessly, then thought, now I remember their faces clearly. Then, Ko Min thought, the 2 of them don't know my face, so it's best not to let each other face each other, just avoid it. Seeing that Ko Min was distracted and standing in one place, Butler Hans immediately came closer and petted me, boss. And Hans slightly bent his hand and said, just now I saw Marquis Stan's son, that sentence made me startle slightly. He turned to Butler Hans with a serious face and asked, how do you know them? Seeing the young master asking him that, Butler Hans looked somewhat arrogant and said, the information about the noble's descendants is deep in my memory. Then, Butler Hans replied seriously, he was in a wheelchair, and on that wheelchair there was the Marquis symbol, so as soon as I saw it, I recognized him. After hearing that, Ko Min immediately turned around and exclaimed, Hans, I thought you had no effect at all, but I didn't expect it. After receiving compliments from the master, Butler Hans proudly said nothing, so now what are your thoughts now? Looking up at the calmer sky, the sunlight was no longer too bright, Ko Min softly whispered, humming in thought, then, he decided to say, ignore it. At the stone statue area, there are many stone huts built around it that look massive under the sunlight. Standing from afar, seeing the entire scene of people praying at the foot of the huge stone tower, I thought to myself, is this place more normal than I thought? After that, young Master Ko Min sighed softly and thought, it's not what I expected from ancient things, but it looks too normal to be taken lightly. Just like the expression on Ko Min's face was somewhat indifferent, the two cats also looked dejected and said, nothing but disappointment, not beautiful at all. After that, everyone was hesitantly standing and humming, when Choy Han's figure suddenly rushed forward, catching the attention of both Butler Hans and Ko Min. Seeing Choy Han's footsteps moving towards the stone statue, Ko Min thought to herself, what is this, are you planning to pray here? That's right, Ko Min glanced at Choy Han who was quietly kneeling at the foot of the stone tower, closing his eyes and praying very seriously. Ko Min thought, it seems like he prayed that he would quickly return to his hometown. Choy Han and Kim Roksumi, really different. Remembering Choy Han's honest, sincere eyes, I continue to think that Choy Han is a character with a gentle personality influenced by growing up in a happy family. He has survived difficult circumstances, the poorest, and will always carry that holiness to the end. After that, Choy Han stood up, turned around and called out to the master, Glue Min to answer the question. Hearing that, Choy Han honestly said, there is one thing I want to ask, and one thing I want to report. Seeing Choy Han's serious appearance, Ko Min slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking, why are you so uneasy? Then he said, then ask what needs to be asked first. Choy Han voiced his question, why don't you pray? Hearing Choy Han's question, Choy Min thought in confusion, what the hell are you asking? But on the surface, Ko Min was still very patient and answered Choy Han, I don't do things like praying. Choy Han immediately asked again, why? In response to Choy Han, Ko Min answered seriously, because it raised our expectations. He continued to explain, living without expectations or waiting is more comfortable. Having finished speaking, Ko Min turned his eyes towards the stone tower to ponder, for example, when betting, when you only spend 101 but win 501, of course it will be fun, but if you want to win the jackpot but only win 501, win 500, it will definitely be very disappointing. While lost in his thoughts, at this time a hand was placed on Ko Min's shoulder. It was the butler Hans. He said that the young master was very knowledgeable. There is no such thing as a dream in this world, or hope, right? When I saw Butler Hans' sympathetic puppy dog face, he said, you should take care of yourself and enjoy the scenery. In response to his master, Butler Hans smiled innocently and said, yes, making Ko Min really helpless and sigh. After that, Butler Hans led the cat children out to play, excitedly saying, let's go, cats, leaving Choy Han and Ko Min holding their heads in boredom behind. Choy Han returned to the previous topic and continued, so we'll take you to see something. Actually, that dragon followed into the city. Hearing that, Ko Min said, just act like you don't know. Choy Han nodded and replied, yes. Then suddenly, it seemed like he saw something from afar that made Ko Min's face slightly embarrassed, frowning and stopping. From Ko Min's perspective, we only see images of people living, but Ko Min thinks, did that dragon really come all the way here? After that, I want to lay the time to lift my feet and take a step, he said, let's go. Just like that, the silhouette of Ko Min and Choy Han walked forward. When Choy Han and Ko Min left, a streak suddenly appeared on the sand that was darker than the rest, then, that place suddenly sank, forming a circular streak. And from there, appeared a small dragon with blue eyes and a towering black body standing on the sand. It was the morning of the next day. In the city, Ko Min made the decision, I will depart for the grave of the man who lived to be 150 years old. The leader Ko Min ordered and said, I will only bring Choy Han with me. Looking at the people standing in front of me, Hans the butler, the play butler and the blue-haired young man, I thought, if I told him to bring Choy Han the strongest person here, no one would dare to follow, right? I should have gone, alone, but then they won't leave me alone. It seemed like he didn't hear his name mentioned. The blue-haired young man couldn't bear to pout and said, yes, I understand. At the same time, after hearing the master's order, Butler Hans quickly ran away happily saying, then let me take care of you cats. Seeing the cheerful and loving appearance of Butler Hans, I was surprised. Thinking about it, he seemed to be waiting for just that. In the forest, the footsteps of Choy Han and Ko Min rang out one after another. Following behind Ko Min, Choy Han now asked, Ko, what are you going to do today? In response to Choy Han's words, Ko Min turned back to react, it will happen again today, anyone who hears will think that I go to cause trouble every day. After that, Ko Min pointed to the distance and said, now we have to go to the mountain ahead, you can wait at the entrance to the mountain. Looking in the direction Ko Min pointed out, Choy Han slightly raised his eyes and looked quietly. In front of him was a towering mountain. Choy Han replied, yes, I already knew. After listening, Min coldly thought, Choy Han's personality is the best, he never has any questions about the things he does. When I reached a part of the forest where the light was dim, Choy Han called me, K, causing my footsteps to stop. He turned back and said to Choy Han, what? Choy Han gently said, I will leave here tomorrow. Hearing that, Min coldly said, I know, I'm the one who told you to leave. Hearing what Min said, Choy Han was not surprised, he just asked, before leaving, there was one thing that bothered me, I had something to say. After listening, Min thought to himself, sure enough, the story he wanted to report wasn't just about the dragon. Min crossed his arms and said, so what do you want to talk about? After pondering for a long time, Choy Han softly spoke up, Ron is a dangerous person. What Choy Han said was beyond Min's thoughts and made him feverish. Min blurted out, well, at the same time, Min was confused and thought, I didn't expect him to mention this so suddenly, so I pretended like I didn't know, or did I know? Finally, Min forced out a bland sentence, is that so? Seeing Min's reaction, Choy Han shouted impatiently, why aren't you surprised at all? That person exudes a bloody smell, he is a dangerous person, someone who is stained with my blood, a lot of people, if you know that. How could he leave Ron next to him like that? At this point, Choy Han's face revealed an indescribable worry. Seeing Choy Han's reaction, Min still stood there staring blankly. He thought, if I had known that, I would have taken Ron with me when I went to save that dragon, but I didn't. With Min, he pondered that maybe it was because he didn't understand Ron's strength, or because he didn't trust him, but why couldn't he trust the person who had been by his side for the past 18 years? Min came to a conclusion, thinking, maybe that's why Choy Han thought he didn't know Ron's strength. Seeing that Min still didn't say anything, Choy Han continued impatiently, but it seemed that Ko and even the others didn't know that, so I thought I should tell him, Ko, and what Choy Han said was right, like what I thought. In response to Choy Han, Min nonchalantly said, I didn't know Ron was that strong. After listening, Choy Han continued, he is someone who needs to be careful, just leave him by your side like that. I thought, what should I keep next to him? I will let him go with you as soon as I get to the capital, that's the dollar. Finally, Min spoke up, you're good. Choy Han quietly replied yes. Min continued, if you think Ron is a dangerous person, why do you leave him alone? Hearing that, Choy Han replied of course it was because, but he bowed his head and thought, unable to finish his sentence. Seeing that, Min said, that's right, because Ron didn't do anything to you. Gently looking up at the sky, Min confided, after all, Ron has been my butler for 18 years. Min remembered Ron's appearance, he thought, always being quiet next to someone who relied on authority, and doing hands work for him, none of that made Ron angry, anyway. Furthermore, as a butler, he performed very well and devoted himself to the family. After that, Min asked, do you hate Ron? In response, Choy Han said, no, that's not true. Min immediately asked again, then. Choy Han said, I thought it would be better to tell you about this. As soon as he finished speaking, Min immediately interjected, you're good. Choy Han saw Min's indifferent appearance, he said, to me it's all the same. Thinking about Choy Han when going into battle, Min continued, you also have extraordinary strength, so aren't you also very dangerous? To me, you and Ron are the same, and so Choy Han and Min's conversation was overheard by the butler Ron, who sneaked along and sat in the tree. Ron heard Min's voice echoing, Ron's butler is just a butler. He continued, just like you who works and pays for your meals. Having finished speaking, Min thought, time passes so quickly, we have to hurry, so Min said, Therese nothing more to say, right? Min turned around and said, I'm leaving, don't follow me. When Min left, there was a noise behind Min. That's Butler Ron landing from the tree, he said to Choy Han, did you hear that? Butler Ron continued contemptuously, I'm the one who changed diapers and raised you, master. After listening, Choy Han was not surprised and turned around to face Butler Ron. He said, telling him not to follow him from here. Hearing that, Butler Ron's face became silent. Finally, looking at Master Min's back, Butler Ron said he knew, this kid. He thought, I just followed here to see how the master left the Cat Clan kids behind and only brought along the boy. The vagaries of old age. Ron sighed softly, he said, it has indeed come. The scene moves to the cave. Meanwhile, Min stands in front of the cave and says, ah, really? Seeing the mouth of the cave, I thought, the gate is so small, I have to crawl in. Okay, today I wore a noble outfit. Looking back, I thought today's fashion was a failure. At a cave. Inside the cave, I was breathing heavily, edema. He stood up and brushed his windbreaker sleeves like this, then there was a sound that attracted his attention and he turned to tea beyond his imagination. Surely we have to break this wall for the wind to stop. If we can get the sound of the wind, there will definitely be this sound. He texted and quickly smiled. Without Kess' help, how could Taylor have this strength? Now it's a race against time. The baby dragon rushes out from its head, screaming angrily not to get hurt. Then it rushed towards you. You shouldn't do that. Mister, go straight ahead. The baby dragon in the back was bewildered. Then you come back and we're just passing by here. He thought to himself that it had finally followed, but now I didn't have time to pay attention to it. He watched the wind blow in this place for 3 hours, each cycle growing stronger and weaker. Now is the time to weaken the wind and must quickly enter before the wind increases again. The baby dragon behind him spoke up, you're clearly just a weak human. The wind was so strong that it seemed like it could blow everything away. He clenched his hands and stood calmly in the wind. The baby dragon was surprised by the scene in front of him. When you take a step forward, that strength makes you move backwards. Indeed, even if the wind weakens, the closer it goes to the center, the stronger it becomes. However, with just a little difficulty like this, the punch will be pushed back and not broken. Actually, I expected to be pushed back a few times, so when I started, I slowed down the durability effect and increased the size of the shield. Every time it broke, it slowly decreased in size. You can get off your feet. There was a circle surrounding his body and he walked straight forward. I saw something that surprised me and I regretted it very much. I can hear the voice of the tree that keeps that humble blanket warm. The tree's voice continued to sound regretful. He was so embarrassed. He raised his hand in front of his face to block the bear's strength. No one in ancient times was normal. Why would Staler think this is precious? The voice of the echoing tree's voice will have a familiar power. I don't expect the person who can receive this power to say so you don't understand the person with the familiar power. The wind was getting stronger and it was very difficult for him to stand still. The tree's voice continued to echo. I have betrayed my kind. I am a wretched man. He clenched his teeth to resist the force of the wind. It gets angrier and vents all its frustrations. I survived alone. How evil it is to grow old alone. Math is hoping that everyone will always live forever, but that wish cannot come true. There is only suffering and suffering, so we cannot complete the stone tower. You're so upset with your face. It's so fine. What a precious thing I can't figure out how to solve. He just stepped forward and was very pretty. This time the sound was so pitiful. However, the comment about the food from before was much better. The sounds of the tree continued to echo. Its healing power had no effect. I could only protect myself. There was nothing else I could do. I was abandoned. The tree's close friends were dissatisfied. What does it matter in your heart? Surviving is the best thing. Nothing is more important than being able to protect yourself. He coughed loudly. Then continued to move forward another year and then one step. Can the shield break? Is its intensity terrible? I'm simply being pushed back. People with ancient powers are talking too much. Even if the wind cuts through, one takes one sword. Step 2. The tree's voice continues to ring out. I cannot die. This is the accursed power of the recovery of a stacked stone block gradually appears. 3rd step. No matter how strong our chest is, we can't run with grapefruit. We fear death, the pain of being injured. 4th step. And even more fear death behind that pain. And the last step. When reaching the last step, then they stopped and the space became quiet. The voice of the perilla tree rang out. I chose to give up my faith and live. I replied that whether I believe or not, I have to survive first. Wow, I really remember that as a normal god, no matter what I do, I can't make it more beautiful. You raise your hand forward. This is easy, finally. The pile of rocks emitted light. The baby dragon standing behind widened his eyes in surprise. The sound from the pile continued to resound. I intended to fight everyone, but I could not have known that humans were inherently weak against pain. They were not conquerors who served the gods. I realized that. I have to endure the pain alone and a mile away from the bad guys in the deep forest and worship the gods who gave me from there something that is not delicious. It seems like I've heard these words. Where have I heard this? You built the tower with the hope that you could turn back time, but the tower could not be completed. Surely God hates selfish people who ignore their own happiness and abandon their fellow humans and run away, like me. He adjusted his collar and replied that being selfish is human. Hearing that, the old tree was silent and did not say anything else. Not receiving a response from the old tree, he asked, "Is it over?" "Yes, like this." The old tree continued to say that my sister also said that my sister, she is a kinder person than anyone else. My older sister was so excited about the old tree that she cried. Hearing the old tree's lamentations, he held his head and felt like he was going crazy. The tree continued to express his feelings. "The familiar strong man, you made me come to my brother." That arrogant attitude was so admirable. Hearing these words, he only had an indifferent attitude and then cried in response, then flatter. "Now that she's gone, people can turn on my limited reaction. Just listen to this one sentence. It'll remind you, smile, and go to market, that's it." He raised his leg and hit his cheek with great force. The baby dragon was surprised that the human was real and cursed the dog with 2 eyes. In the end, the stone was kicked down by him. He stood before the white man with his hands behind his back. Then he spread his 5-fingered hand and reached forward. Clench your hands into 5 fists and use force to push them forward, emitting a stream of white light. Then the light turned back and stabbed into the middle of his chest, causing him to fall backwards. He stood up straight, his hand touching his chest, his face looking a little panicked. When he confirmed that I was okay, he reassured me, closed his eyes tightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I felt like I had a vitality inside my body. He thought this life force would help make the shield stronger. That is a recovery several times faster than the loved one. In front of the cave are his footsteps. Only then did he notice the baby dragon. He glanced at the baby dragon and turned its face to the side. Seeing that, he put his hands on his hips and asked Raon, "Do you want to go with me?" Hearing that, Raon immediately jumped towards him. Ren's face was covered with a few drops of sweat, his body was emitting a blue aura. "It thought you were too weak and needed protection, but I hate humans." Then the baby dragon disappeared. In just a split second, he could no longer see its shadow. He was surprised at how erratic it was. The vegetation around this place is very green. He walked away when he heard a sound echoing not far away. He looked up towards the sound and saw there were traces of people standing on the grass. When we got closer, we could clearly see the traces left by that person. He feels a bit of a headache, probably just another mouth to feed. The sunlight shines down on the forest. Suddenly I hear Choy Han calling for Cale, "Did you just come down from the mountain?" His white clothes were stained with dirt and sand and he was damn annoyed. "Yes, a little." He recounted the events that night. Outside the city, the night scene seemed to appear before his eyes. On the table were broken pieces of a glass. It was Cage who broke the handle. Young Master Taylor quickly asked what was wrong with Cage, but he didn't answer Taylor's question. He just stood back and told Taylor not to talk. Cage's fingers were placed on his temples, his face clearly showing pain. He gritted his teeth to endure but still let out groans. Taylor worriedly asked why God said something. At this point, Cage couldn't calm down anymore. He swung his legs and kicked the furniture in his room and cursed. The subordinates next to him didn't dare to say anything and just quietly put the things back to their original positions. Cage angrily asked who had broken in. Taylor waved his hand and ordered everyone not to leave. The subordinates next to him also obeyed him and let Cage go alone. Cage was walking when he suddenly stopped and waited for a moment. Seeing this, Taylor asked what was going on. The two of them went to the front of the yard. Cage became more and more angry, banging his hands on the hallway, really crazy. He turned to ask Taylor if it was true. Taylor moved closer to him, trying to destroy his blood pressure if he wanted to fulfill the wish he had written down like that. Cage's face slightly grimaced and replied, "I think I should destroy it." "No, it's crazy, God said to destroy it." Hearing that, Taylor's mother's face suddenly appeared and she turned to ask. Cage put his hands on his hips and replied that from the beginning, "Gods don't talk nonsense. Usually I only hear that voice once a year. What is this stone tower that makes it do that? The turning point that changes our lives is what God said. And the choice is your part. The God told you that if you want to live a comfortable life, you can destroy the stone tower." It seemed like he saw something next to the stone tower. Wait a minute. Maybe you can't see it, but underneath the stone tower there is an envelope. Perhaps the content of the letter will tell us why the stone tower was built. I have to destroy Tower 3 to get the envelope. What should I do? I wonder if I should destroy the stone tower or not. At this moment, Taylor let out an incomprehensible smile. And then told Cage to destroy it. When he heard Taylor's words, the lantern Cage swung his hand to destroy the stone tower. When Taylor saw that the stone tower had been destroyed, she thought to herself, if you want to live comfortably, don't destroy it. I have never lived comfortably and have no intention of ever living like that. I want to continue trying to fix these legs. And overthrow that damn Marquis. Taylor Cam sealed the letter and began to open it. And read the contents of the letter out loud with the Crown Prince holding your power, which is an unnecessary power for the Crown Prince. It's a power that can only be used once to heal all wounds, including disabilities, and the Crown Prince wants a trade in exchange for something that can control the second prince and me. After reading the content of the letter, Taylor was extremely surprised and realized it was a turning point. Seeing that, Cage took the envelope from Taylor's hand, and I also wanted to see it. His legs didn't move, but his head, ears, eyes, mouth, everything was still alive. Lord Chancellor of Marquis Stan's house, judge the Cage for yourself. Leave the servant here and go to the capital. Yes, you have to do what you have to do. That's right, I knew I had to do this and wasn't careful before my legs became like this. If you want to keep up with the royal family's schedule, you have to hurry up and hurry up. Hong and On stood on the roof watching the conversation between the two. The two talked and laughed together happily. Seeing that on the rooftop, Hong and On also talked to each other. Can we go home now? Yes, we've finished what we were told, so let's go home for dinner. The next morning Choy Han was standing behind the door watching Cale's conversation. Cale looked towards Choy Han without saying anything. He asked him to just leave like that. The question resonated, so Choy Han turned his head to look. He bluntly replied yes. Hearing that, Cale could only sigh. The sky right now in the neighborhood is really blue. He threw some bag at Choy Han and I told him to take this with him. He was a bit surprised when it was thrown at him and didn't know what it was. At this point, he slowly opened the book. This is it. It turned out that the bag contained small jars of herbs and medicine. Whatever you say, if you don't like it then throw it away, Cale said. Then Cale turned around and left, but still didn't forget to wish him good health. Even though there wasn't a big farewell, it was okay like this. He held the bag firmly in his hand. His face couldn't hide his joy. They'll be back soon after leaving. Deputy Doan and Han saw this scene and said that they will also improve their abilities until they reach the capital to become the young master's guardian knights and then return. Everyone took turns saying goodbye. See you later, you'll have to sharpen your knives. The two cat people also waved to him. He sat down and caressed the two children. Raon from above also looked at him with regretful eyes and raised his hand to say goodbye to him. A stream of green air flew from the Raon towards him. It sighed. I've received a lot of things, but if I keep receiving them like this, I have to pay for food properly, he thought to himself. He greeted everyone and promised to meet them in the capital. After Choy Han left, we left the city of Puzzle Stone Tower and headed towards the capital. At this time, the butler asked Cale, Master, since the sun has been cold recently, maybe we should camp here. He agreed with his opinion. Cale Cave looked thoughtfully at the two cat children. As if sensing eyes were directed towards him, the cat clan turned to look at him and wondered what was going on. How did you meet the dragon? When Choy Han left, that dragon also followed him, following his own wishes, so he couldn't stop him from sighing. The horse carriage is rolling in the pine forest. There is a table that goes down to the room to check around. Excuse me, if possible, can we use part of the room? Who are you? Cale stood from afar watching the two people's conversation. He looked intently at them without discussing anything. Inside, a person stepped forward and introduced himself as the Knight of Marquis Stan, Town. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised. He had not anticipated that they would use a horse-drawn carriage without any typical patterns or symbols. It's because of Hui of the Henatus family that we came here to bother you. Taylor also turned to introduce her name to them. At this moment, Cale frowned and clenched his teeth. Damn, one person left, 3 people returned, not 3 normal people. Such a foolish dragon. A crazy official was suddenly attacked by a Marquis Stan. He could only sigh. Taylor said suddenly making a request like this would really fail. If it was inconvenient we would leave. After being paralyzed in the lower half, everyone around him avoided him. He would definitely leave as Taylor had said. Anyway, if he stayed in a neutral position like Count Henatus's house, getting involved with him would make them angry, inconvenient. To comfort Taylor, Cale spoke up to avoid something. You step closer to this place, which is not my land. I wouldn't do it with travelers like me either. Then he reached out to Taylor full of Tien Tri. He introduced me as Cale Henatus from the Henatus Populist House. While the two people talked, the carriage continued to move on the road. Taylor sang again and was like this, so getting out of the carriage was really inconvenient for me. What you said agrees with him, I know. Then reached out to him to shake hands. The two shook hands in goodwill. Nice to meet you, young Master Cale, this is the Cage priest who is accompanying me. Cage also happily greeted, it's nice to meet you, young Master Cale, I'm a minister, Cage, please let's enjoy the peace tonight. So you are happy with everyone, but you secretly think, what is the peace of tonight, this guy is kind and cruel, this guy hates Viet for being a Mandarin and always wants to be stripped of his power. Well, I don't believe in God, trash mode is on. Well, I don't believe in gods. Hearing that, the two of you are surprised that there was a guy worthy of saying these crazy words. What a slightly interesting person. Cale secretly thought that for someone with a disability, Stan's family would not be able to provide a decent market like before. He must have spent a lot of money on preparing a place to live in Puzzle City. So they must have used up all the money they had now. After all, it was because of me that they went to the capital. Also waved back to call Hans. Hearing Cale calling him, Hans approached him. Yes, master, Cale ordered Hans to help everyone here. He'll give them their own food and use a tent next to them if we don't come looking for me, you can consider and help them yourself. Hans must understand what Cale means. Yes, I will receive your desired conference. Hearing these words, Cale felt reassured and gave Hans another job to bring wine to Hans. He obeyed and hurriedly went to perform the task. He turned around to say hello to Taylor, so we'll go first. Taylor before Cale sent away. Taylor didn't forget to thank you. Yes, thank you for helping us, young Master Cale. What help? It's not like that. He said it with his mouth, but in his mind he secretly thought, because I don't want to get entangled with you guys. He walked past and ordered his subordinates to have only one night over there. Please arrange a room there, he'll give it to you, master. Then he turned and walked away. The two cat people over here are talking to each other. I know those people, Hong, you must have met them too. Seeing that, Cale approached the little cat and pretended not to know how to walk, like with a dragon, huh? Cale stood looking at the group of people in front of him. The cat child asked if he was like a dragon child. Originally, I was just going to try, but it's not like the bird returned the favor and just followed. Hearing these words, Hong On's face clearly showed that he did not like him. He secretly thought that if it was like this, he should use that dragon. It is a creature that feels that you are outstanding, and even a genius like Rosalind is not, can be compared. He missed a smile, probably thanks to two things. He rubbed his head and yawned. He suddenly walked towards the distance where a group of people were gathering to do something. Hans ran over to happily talk to him. Haha, the master woke up again. He turned around and asked what was so noisy. Hans said goodbye to Taylor's group over there. Taylor and Cage were talking together. The atmosphere seemed very tense. Hans speculated that it seemed like young Master Taylor had some misunderstanding. Cale's face showed confusion, questions, and misunderstandings. He walked over and asked what was going on between the two of them. Taylor clasped his hands together to show repentance, and young Master Cale truly apologized. Looks like my whereabouts have been lost. I can see on the ground that Therese an animal working there. There are still clear traces on the ground. Cage woke up with a loud voice and passed away secretly, but this is something that even I can't detect, this is too much. He looked at the two of them and just sighed, but in his mind, he thought to himself, how could he detect a flying dragon with that power? It was truly surprising to be able to bring a wild boar like this here. Taylor also didn't know what to say to young Master Cale about this. He turned to call Bcrox. Seeing Cale calling for him, Bcrox ran over and asked yes. The owner Cale said he had to eat steak since morning. Bcrox holds a sharp knife in his hand, and this time he will probably have a premium steak. Taylor heard the conversation between the two and was extremely surprised this time. Cale turned to explain to Taylor that there was someone in our group delivering food. Taylor wondered who it was. Cale seemed very proud when he mentioned that he was a winner compared to his appearance, so he probably wouldn't be able to meet him. Yes, maybe we misunderstood. Cale quickly reassured him that it's okay. Bcrox is a good chef, so if you get sick, please eat well. But what young Master Cale heard for a long time is on his way to the capital. If possible we can follow later, Taylor said. Of course that's the case. Cale closed his eyes and told them to relax. They didn't know that the person the letter was about was me. If things were resolved properly, they would be the people I needed in the future. Cale thought to himself that they didn't know that their best friend was being taken advantage of. Receiving Cale's answer, Taylor replied yes. Then he asked to be bothered until he was close to the capital. On the outside Cale didn't show anything, but in his mind he secretly thought that if they went to the capital together then maybe it'll cause a bit of a commotion, so we can only go nearby together. You miss a friendly smile until then decide. Yes, you need to take us to a safe place, right, Hans? I'm eating until the carriage gives me yes. Cage has something personal to tell Cale. Do you really not believe in gods? Cale said yes, but he thought to himself, why did he ask this question? Hearing Cale's answer, she hoped I understood. Then they left. When Taylor left, he looked at Cage's expression and asked him what was wrong. Cage. That's strange. Taylor asked what was wrong, but it was just that. His face looked like he was doubting something. I felt like death was caressing my tail, that frustrating feeling. And just like that, nothing special happened on Cale's trip to the capital, and the day before arriving in the capital, Cale was sitting cross-legged on the chair enjoying a cup of tea when a voice rang out, "Young Master Cale." That was the voice of Taylor Stan, who was sitting across from Cale. Behind him was Cage with a happy, cheerful expression. Cale heard Taylor Stan calling him and answered, "What's going on?" Young Master Taylor had a gentle smile on his face, holding a bottle of wine in his hand and said, "Young Master Cale, it seems like you are quite fond of wine." Cale Henatus, who cannot live a day without alcohol, after hearing Taylor Stan's words, Cale's expression became suspicious as he looked at Taylor Stan sitting in front of him. Young Master Taylor continued, "But it seemed the truth was not like that. According to my observations over the past few days, I find it completely different from these rumors." Taylor Stan thought back to the things Cale did while traveling with them and was filled with thoughts. He was always in the car for us, and gave us the most thoughtful care. Both the servants and subordinates listened to him very much. And more than anyone else, he is the one who treats us like normal people. After those thoughts, Taylor Stan happily smiled and said, "Young Master Cale, before leaving, let's have a glass of wine together." Cale had now walked towards the door, looked at the door and asked, "What do you want?" causing Taylor Stan and Cage to look in that direction. Young Master Taylor heard Cale's question and his expression became thoughtful, thinking seriously. As expected, this person could not be a trash person, on the contrary, he is a very thoughtful person. Cale turned around and walked towards Taylor Stan, hands in his pockets, looking at him thoughtfully. Young Master Taylor saw this and asked Cale back, "What kind of person did young Master Cale think I was?" Hearing that, Cale closed his eyes and sighed. After that, a bag filled with mixed gold and silver coins was thrown onto the table. When Taylor Stan and Cage saw that, they were extremely surprised, their mouths gaping open. Cale didn't care about their facial expressions but said, "I don't know why he came to the capital at such a conspicuous time, but there is only one reason why people go into the tiger's den like this, the wealthy family of the Henatus family." "About money, right?" Cale reached forward and asked the two people in front of him, his expression extremely calm as if he had guessed everything. Although Taylor Stan's face was still surprised, he quickly replied that he knew. Cage sitting next to him stopped being bewildered and shyly raised his hand to his lips and exclaimed with a forced smile, "So admirable." Cale placed one hand on the table, the other hand held out in front of him and said, "I thought that everyone might be short of money. If you want to be stable in the capital, of course you need money, right?" Cale picked up a coin, his mouth slightly curled up, looking at Cage and Taylor Stan, then continued, "Which didn't seem to be what the two of them intended. Besides, Teresa Golden Turtle next to me right now, so it's worth a try to ask for money from me." Taylor Stan thought in his heart, "So that's it, if I receive your money this time, it will be my blessing." Even if he refused, he probably wouldn't say anything to Vinian about this. Because it seems he doesn't like troublesome things. While young Master Taylor was thinking, Cale retreated to the chair and sat down, a genius who likes to hide himself. Ending his thoughts, Taylor Stan smiled, his face slightly bowed, and said with satisfaction, "Thank you very much, young Master Cale, to me you are that person." Taylor Stan thought. Cale spoke up, "The two of you will leave early this morning, right?" Young Master Taylor immediately replied that because we wanted to leave discreetly, we chose that time. From now on we will handle everything ourselves. Cale placed his chin in his hand and continued asking, "The two of them would rely on the temple to enter the capital?" Taylor Stan calmly replied, "Yes, that was the plan." Cale's finger flicked upward, it seemed like he was pondering something and then spoke, "Even if that was the case, it would only reach Vinian or the Marcus ears within 3 days, because there is also politics involved in the temples of death." Taylor Stan's face looked extremely surprised as he looked at Cale and exclaimed, as expected, he knew very well. Cage next to him spoke very excitedly, "There must be a reason why young Master Cale is so curious about our matter." Cale rubbed his index finger on the table and fiddled with it. Finally, he bent down slightly, raised his finger and said to the two of them, "Please come with me one more day, I will give you this amount in advance. And you too will use my carriage, your other companions will arrive at the capital the next day." Cale's expression was calm as he looked at the money on the table as he spoke. Cale's hand held another bag and placed it on the table. Young Master Taylor asked curiously, "This is?" Cale quickly replied, "This is a device that makes life within a certain range invisible." Taylor Stan said with a thoughtful face, "Why is it so good?" Anyway, it's really bothering you. Why does it have to come to this? Cale looked ahead and thought, he had to help because this was something he caused, and if Taylor became the head of the Stan family, there would be no more trouble with Marquis Stan's family in the future. That would also keep Hennitus's territory safe, and his future life would also be guaranteed. After thinking, Cale opened his mouth to gently respond to Taylor Stan's question just now, because he felt pitiful. I want to know what a person running away with bad legs was thinking. For such a Marquis' eldest son to be the trash of the Count's family, because of the images of him trying his best, I feel pitiful. Hearing Cale's words, Taylor Stan's hand tightly grasped the cloth on his leg and let out a bitter laugh. Ha ha, in Taylor Stan's mind right now, his knees couldn't feel anything, eyes, nose, mouth, ears, everything was and is full of life. Taylor Stan was a little sad, smiled slightly, and sincerely thanked him. We really need this money. Cale spoke up, in exchange I had one condition. His face said sternly, forget it all. Cage sat up and immediately replied, let's make an oath with young Master Cale that nothing can break. Surely you know that if you make an oath in front of death, if you break it, you will die. Yes. Cale crossed his arms and gently replied, I know, please proceed. Cage looked at Cale and asked, young master, won't you do it? Cale looked up at Cage and replied, yes, I didn't have that intention. Our side will shake it all off if there is any trouble in the future. Cage laughed happily, he means Venian. Cale immediately said, yes. Taylor Stan sitting next to him looked at Cage next to him. Young Master Taylor spoke up, Cage, let's do it. Cage clasped his hands together, eyes closed, black auras emerged around him. Cage spoke up, I will start now. The atmosphere in the room became much darker than before. 3 people sat there seriously. Cage spoke up, Cage. Daughter of the Eternal Night and Taylor Stan, swear by the name of the night, I swear under death, if I break my oath, I will forever fall into darkness. Black auras still appear around Cage. Cage suddenly opened his eyes, everything exists here, I Cage and Taylor Stan will bury it like a secret. Besides Cale Hennitus, we won't tell anyone else. Young Master Taylor also spoke and would not reveal it to anyone else. The darkness had now disappeared, and the room was filled with light again. Young Master Taylor explained, what you feel now is the power of the oath. If we break our oath, young Master Cale as a witness will be informed of our deaths. Cale raised his hands, looked at them and said, understood. At this time, Taylor Stan brought the bottle of wine forward. Young Master Cale, let's drink together. Young Master Taylor's face was happy and gentle, as expected. A good day like this is indispensable for wine. Cage was standing next to him, holding 3 glasses in his hand and happily saying, let's finish the drink. Seeing this, Cale crossed his arms, his face calm, and sighed. Cale thought about bringing a glass of wine with him. Cage happily put down the wine glass in front of Cale and Taylor Stan. The minister is truly an excellent person. Cage poured wine into a glass and said happily, for you, it is not strange for a minister to drink wine. Cale calmly replied, is that something I should care about? Cage replied, I really like you. Cage pointed his finger at him and smiled, young Master Cale, don't you want to get to know a nice sister? Cale replied bluntly, not wanting to. Taylor Stan saw that and happily said the same, so what about a good older brother? Cale still calmly replied, even more so. Young Master Taylor and Cage looked at each other and burst out laughing, gasping at Cale's answer. All 3 people clinked their wine glasses together and shouted loudly in unison, emptying their drinks. Night has fallen, a night where the moon does not shine. The relationship between the 3 people has become deeper than that moon. The next day, the horse-drawn carriage passed through the mountains and forests on the road. Inside the car were Cage, Cale, Taylor Stan and 2 cat children. Cale sat with his arms crossed in deep thought. It would take about 2 hours to reach the capital gate. The 2 cats looked at Taylor Stan with fierce, wary eyes. Seeing that, young Master Taylor just gently smiled kindly. Taylor Stan spoke up, young Master Cale, do you know anything about the event organized by the royal family this time? Cage sat next to him, his face pale, his hand resting on his forehead. Cale sat with his arms crossed, legs crossed and answered, this is my first time coming to the palace. However, a few years ago I attended a party of Northeast nobles. Taylor Stan heard the answer and immediately responded, so that's it. He continued, this event was the 50th anniversary of the king's birth. It is a festival for all people. Perhaps for young Master Cale, this is not a festival at all. After a long journey, it was now late afternoon. Hearing that, Cale's face darkened. He didn't know what to say, but he was thinking, what festival? Because of this festival, he had been restless all this time. except for the mysterious organizer, am the only one who knows what's going to happen at this festival. Knowing means creating responsibility and meaningless worries, because if I pretend I don't know, I feel the fear of death. A heavy atmosphere enveloped Cale. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. First he had to stay away from things that put him in danger. Strictly speaking, just do things that don't cause too much harm to yourself. After a while, Cale looked at Taylor Stan with a serious expression and said, "For young Master Taylor, this is not a festival at all." Hearing that, young Master Taylor immediately smiled and replied, "I think this is an important turning point." Taylor Stan continued, "Young Master Cale." Cale heard that and said yes. Young Master Taylor's expression became serious with a hint of seriousness, his hands clasped together as a warning, "Be careful with the prince." Even though Women abandoned Senior, Therese still a way to get information from Marquis Stan's house. Although this 50th anniversary was originally an inevitable event, inviting all the children of the nobles was the prince's intention. Everyone looked at Taylor Stan speaking with serious expressions and listened attentively. Young Master Taylor looked confused, looked to the side, clasped his hands together and brought it up to his mouth, not knowing how to explain this. Cale seemed to realize the problem and laughed out loud as if he was scornful. "The prince was an eel, right?" Taylor Stan's face became excited as if he had answered his question and said, "Ah, that's right." But then young Master Taylor quickly spoke again and couldn't help but say loudly, "No, that's not it." After that, Taylor Stan raised his hand and groaned, thoughtfully saying, "Yes, so you already know." Cale held out his hands. It wasn't too difficult to tell. Young Master Taylor raised his hand to scratch his face, confused and shyly said, "Yes, but this is the first time I've seen someone express it as accurately as young Master Cale." Cale thought, "What a very good shepherd. The prince is a person who is very good at pleasing others." That way, everyone became the one being used by the crown prince without even knowing it. What appeared in Cale's mind was the image of the prince sitting on a chair, with a person kneeling below as if wanting to make a report. A typical example is Choy Han, who was praised by the crown prince as a hero. "The prince's hand held me in front of Choy Han. Choy Han will think well of the prince who treats him well." Cale put his hand on his chin and looked thoughtfully outside, feeling taken advantage of without even knowing it. Although it is said that he took advantage of it, he took advantage of it in the right direction. Do not take advantage of others for your own power or benefit, it's for the kingdom, the people, or a larger scope. He used sweet words to say compliments, then mentioned asking for help. For a kind person like Choy Han, that request was impossible not to follow. Cale closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Taylor Stan looked at Cale and spoke, "After all, young Master Cale. Royal Prince, getting involved with someone like that would be quite troublesome." Cale opened his eyes and looked at young Master Taylor. He closed his eyes again and told Taylor Stan, "No need to worry, I just want to go there quietly, I hate being noticed." Cale stopped his words and the atmosphere suddenly became much quieter. Cale wondered why he was staring like that. Young Master Taylor quickly smiled, a slightly confused look on his face and said, "Well, coming quietly is impossible." Cage sitting next to him also laughed, placing his hand on Taylor Stan's shoulder as if to comfort him, his other hand holding up a finger to say, "It's okay." Cale was calm, his expression not very concerned. Even if he was involved, the matter that the young master and the minister were thinking about would not happen. Cale looked proud and smirked, "Because I was an older disciple, if the prince encountered a fellow like this, he would definitely avoid it, so for those who take advantage of others through praise, I will do the same." When Cage saw that, he was happy, his index finger pointed straight to the sky as if he understood something. Young Master Cale's image now looks much more suitable, looks very evil. Cale turned his face towards the window, looking at the scene outside, and responded with a less gentle expression. Through the door frame, you can see towering, magnificent and bustling buildings outside. Cale saw this and spoke up. As expected, the capital was different. The city walls are made of stone, with horse heads carved into them. Rhone is the kingdom of rocks. When learning about ancient stories, before the Rhone kingdom existed, this land already had many stories related to rocks. One of them is that this place has a guardian spirit similar to the stone here, a god who will protect everything regardless of any attack, the god who prevented the darkness from covering this continent from its earliest days. Taylor Stan happily explained to Cale about the existence of the kingdom. Cage sat next to Taylor Stan and listened, looking very proud. Cage asked young Master Taylor, "It seems like you really like myths like that." Taylor Stan said with a gentle expression, "Yes. Because no matter how much the guardian angel is destroyed, it still stands strong and protects everything. That's why the land and people here can be peaceful until now." Because such an individual does not exist in reality, that's why I like myths. Taylor Stan looked at Cage with affection and said. Cage heard that and immediately asked. He didn't believe it. Young Master Taylor replied, because few people can protect others no matter how injured their body is. Hearing that, Cale also intervened in their conversation and said, that's right, he thought, not worrying about protecting others. Even if I were myself, I couldn't believe it. Their carriage went inside the capital. Cale said, but this is the first time I heard this story. He thought, in novels about the birth of heroes, there are many types of mythological stories. However, even though I've read all 5 books, I still haven't seen content like this. Taylor Stan replied, well, maybe that story isn't very famous. That is the story of ancient mythology that I learned while learning about the beginnings and power of ancient stories. Listening to Taylor Stan say, Cale replied, I see. He turned around and looked towards the door. In his hand he held something bright yellow and gave it to Taylor Stan and said, take it. He continued speaking, now let's prepare. The 2 cat people also looked very ready. The carriage stopped. The deputy got off his horse and knocked on the carriage door and said, young master, the knights on guard want to check inside the carriage. Cale kicked open the door, holding a bottle of wine and walked out. The faces of the 2 knights behind him looked at Cale wordlessly. Seeing Cale come out, the 2 cat people also ran behind. Cale's face turned red as if he was drunk and held out his hand, exclaiming, come on, let's check. The voices of the 2 knights rang out, so please excuse me. The 2 knights looked inside the carriage to check. Cale leaned his back against the pillar on the side of the road and watched them check their carriage. The carriage was empty inside, only a few bottles of wine remained on the table. The knight saw that and said nothing. The 2 knights stepped back, bowed their heads respectfully and said, please come over. Cale and the 2 cat girls got back on the carriage together. The car door closed. The 2 knights continued to speak, welcoming you to the capital. After Cale got into the carriage, he immediately sat down on the chair, looking tired. One hand rested on the chair, curled his mouth and said, welcome to the capital. Taylor Stan held up the golden circle bracelet that Cale had just given him before being inspected for the carriage and smiled, I haven't heard this greeting in a long time. The carriage went to the west of the capital Huis, standing in front of a very large house that looked like a palace. Cale in the car raised his hand forward to speak to Taylor Stan, young Master Taylor, when you get there, Ron will show you the way, now you 2 can come out, and... Cale smiled and emphasized, forget everything. Butler Hans opened the carriage door and said, Master, we have arrived. Cale got off the carriage with the 2 cat people. Cage and Taylor Stan leaned back to look at Cale and said, thank you, let's have a good time later. The carriage left. Cale stood in front of the house gate and exclaimed, oh. Looking at the massive, majestic house in front of him, Cale couldn't help but exclaim, it's bigger than I thought. As expected, the Hennetus family has a lot of money. Inside the house's yard there are fountains and eye-catching decorative ornamental plants, not too magnificent or brilliant, but clearly looking more luxurious than the mansions of other nobles. When Cale walked through the gate into the yard, all the staff in the house lined up in 2 rows, bowed their heads respectfully to greet him, and shouted in unison, young Master Cale Hennetus, welcome to you. Please serve me with all my might. Cale stood between 2 rows of workers, behind him was Butler Hans and 2 little cats. Seeing such respectful actions, Cale was extremely puzzled and turned to look at Butler Hans with the thought, what is this? This is the star. Butler Hans could only shake his head. Cale suddenly spoke and everyone raised their heads, making the staff feel scared. He looked at them seriously and continued, don't be so formal in the future, I will not mistreat people who do their duty well. I learned that everyone was chosen by the Countess, they are all people who have pride in their profession, so please act accordingly with that pride. Hearing those words, every worker stiffened, his face looked embarrassed. Cale raised his hand in front of him as requested, if he has anything to do in the future, just ask Hans. He thought to himself, even if he didn't say it like this, they would automatically ask when there was too much to do. Hans stood next to him, seriously clasping his hands behind his back, his mouth smiling. Cale walked away and called Hans, let's go. Butler Hans followed closely behind and answered, yes, leaving the servants standing behind. They looked at each other bewilderedly and laughed bitterly, ha ha. The butler in the house held his head and looked tired as he said, young Master Cale has indeed come. Oh, my head hurts, we should go too, right? The other workers replied, yes. A voice in the crowd asked, why, he didn't show off in front of us, did he? Another person replied, as long as you don't do anything wrong, you can save your life. Inside the room, a hand threw a luxurious-looking envelope onto the table and sounded tired, exclaiming, ha! It was Cale, sitting on the couch, his arms leaning on the chair. Hans held a piece of paper behind him and asked, "Master, you won't go?" Cale's expression was extremely disgusted, his mood darkened and he said with disgust, "Could he not go?" Butler Hans heard that and replied, "No, isn't this a meeting of the Northeastern Noble Association?" Cale replied, "Yes." Butler Hans held a piece of paper and passed it to Cale. This was the list of children of the noble family who had arrived in the capital. Cale looked at the piece of paper in Hans' hand and replied, "Is that so?" He continued asking, "Ron had arranged everything already?" Butler Hans said yes. Cale continued, "Very good, you should go rest too." Butler Hans bowed his head, "Yes, I will also rest comfortably." Cale read the piece of paper in his hand and waved his hand to say that Hans didn't need to bend any more to go, but Cale suddenly said, "Ah, bring me food." Hans just obediently replied, "Yes." After reading the piece of paper, Cale threw it on the chair. In the room, there was only him and the two cat people on the floor. The room was so quiet. Suddenly Cale's hand propped himself up on the chair. He stood up, hands on his hips, looking out the door. Cale opened the door wide to go out to the balcony. The sunlight shone on him. The gentle winds gently shook the tree branches, causing the leaves to gently fall. Cale said, "Come in." A plate full of delicious food was placed on the table. Cale spoke up, "Eat." He sat on the chair, holding a glass of wine and continued, "Even though you've been looking for food to bring to me all this time, you probably haven't been able to eat a proper meal." Cale asked the dragon sitting in front of him. He spoke up, "Following along like that must be tiring." The dragon looked at the rich plate of food on the table, his eyes opened wide, he couldn't help but crave it. The little cat quickly took a piece of food from the plate and put it into the dragon's mouth, making it startled and bewildered. The two cats and the little dragon played together very happily. Cale sat on the chair thinking, "Eat more, there will be many more things thanks to you in the future." Cale put the half-drunk glass of wine on the table and thought, "I should go." He was still sitting there fondling his glass of wine. Only in a rich place like this could he eat this deliciously and comfortably. How good it would be like this. Cale looked satisfied, smiling contentedly and said, "It's really good, you think, this is life." There was a loud noise outside, causing the two cats and the dragon to look that way. Cale stood up, the wine glass on the table also fell over. The wine glass fell right where the two cats were and broke, leaving the wine scattered everywhere. When the two cats saw this, they panicked. Cale looked suspiciously at the door, not knowing what was happening outside but wondered, "Choy Han, it probably wasn't him, that's not it. Choy Han will arrive in 3 days, even if I ran like crazy, there was no way I could reach the capital in 3 days, could it be that Choy Han brought an injured Locke here?" Cale was suspicious and retreated back, full of thought, even though he had given Choy Han the water to restore the god's power, but it had no effect on the wolf tribe who were abandoned by the gods. For someone as careful as Rosalind, there was no way she could use high-level magic like teleportation. "And I also told him to stay put at a special inn when he arrived in the capital," Cale thought while holding the door handle. The door was opened by Cale, his face was surprised and stunned. Choy Han, carrying a person on his back, breathlessly explained to Cale, "Young Master Cale, sincerely apologizing, the only person I can ask for help is you." The red-haired woman and Hans stood on the side watching and listening to Cale say, "First bring that child here." On Cale's back was a man with a red face and a very tired look. Cale thought, Locke of the Blue Wolf tribe, the condition seems serious. Cale looked at them and suddenly thought, this fever was the state of the wolf tribe's first berserk transformation. Why did the first transformation that was supposed to happen a year later happen at this time? Choy Han placed the panting Locke on the bed while Cale stood to one side, looking outward and calling out, "Hans." He looked at the butler Hans and said, "Bring drinks here." Hans was confused and quickly went over to get water, not forgetting to reply, "Oh yes." Locke on the bed looked like he was in pain. Cale stood closer and crossed his arms, thinking, looking at it this way, it seemed like this madness couldn't be delayed. Locke's face was red, his mouth panting like someone with a fever. Locke's eyes gradually dimmed. Cale was saying in front of him, "Don't try too hard, just close your eyes, it'll be okay." Locke's eyes closed. A man was subconsciously holding Locke's shoulder, looking very serious. The man ran away, leaving Locke alone in the forest. His voice calling for him rang out. He watched the man's back disappear more and more. Currently Locke's face is extremely painful, his teeth are clenched together. Choy Han next to him looked at Locke with great worry, his hand clutching the bedsheet tightly and asked, "Cale, why is Locke like this?" Choy Han's hand still tightly grasped the bedsheet as he continued, "The recovery water he gave him had no effect. According to Rosalind, The Blue Wolf tribe cannot use this type of water, the healing magic also didn't work, so we didn't know what to do. Choy Han's face became more tense. He said loudly, I have to protect him. I have to protect him as much as possible. Cale, who was next to him, saw this and didn't know what to do with his calm face. Cale thought, if you make so much noise, the boy will wake up. Cale continued speaking, first of all, if you trust me, then give it to me. Choy Han was still kneeling under the bed, his eyes glued to Locke, and replied, I believe you. Cale heard that and calmly replied, that's it. Cale looked at Choy Han, who was extremely worried about Locke, and thought, but what happened? I know Choy Han is an emotional person. According to the story, this is the stage where he and Locke slowly open their hearts to each other, not completely open like now. Did I cause this? Cale thought doubtfully. Cale looked at the red-haired girl next to him, the head of the Breck Rosalind Kingdom's successor position, also a magician who was preparing to give up that position. She was looking at what was happening before her eyes with an expression hard to understand. With that bright red hair, she is likened to a velvet rose, perhaps the sun is what represents her. Rosalind's face became frightened and suspicious. A source of purple energy was covering her, causing her to exclaim, this feeling, what kind of huge source of mana is this? A source of blue energy was surrounding the dragon. The dragon reached out a hand towards Rosalind, making her tremble in fear. Cale saw that and sighed. Hey, he thought to himself, dragons naturally like wizards, it seemed like it was transferring mana to her. Cale's voice rang out, leave it alone. The dragon looked towards Cale with slightly disdainful eyes. Suddenly the dragon ran away, causing Rosalind standing there to exclaim, ha! Rosalind's face looked like she couldn't believe what had just happened as she looked towards Cale and asked, what is this? Cale pointed to where Locke was lying and said, this side needs more priority. Rosalind turned to face that side in shock. She held the stick tightly in her hand and asked, what was going on with Locke? Cale looked at Rosalind and thought, I don't think she would use that high-level magic when she was naturally so careful. But the fact that they were able to arrive at this capital just 3 days in advance, Rosalind probably used teleportation magic. Contrary to her thoughts, she revealed her magical abilities on her own, Cale thought while looking at the stick that Rosalind was holding in her hand. Cale looked at Rosalind and asked, are you a magician? Rosalind looked at Cale and replied, yes, that's right. Cale continued, have you ever heard about the Wolf Clan's rampage? Rosalind seemed to realize something, raised her hand in front of her chest and replied, I once read it in a book, but this is the first time I've seen a case of having to go through this kind of pain. Cale replied, because it was the first time. Hearing that, Rosalind was extremely surprised and said yes. Cale continued to explain that when they undergo this first transformation, they often suffer physical pain and lose reason. If they pass this first time, they can use them as their own weapons. It doesn't seem like much longer. Cale looked at Locke in front of him and said. Rosalind also turned towards Locke's bed and replied, I don't know what kind of person you are, but I'm also an understanding person. Rosalind's expression was dark, full of thought. He was just a child. Cale replied, I know. The chandelier on the ceiling was lit by candles, making the whole room glow. Cale looked towards Hans, who was carrying water, and called out, Hans. Hans had just brought water and heard Cale calling and replied, yes. Cale continued, bringing a stretcher here. Cale pointed forward and spoke to Hans, carrying him onto the stretcher and leading him down to the practice field, and don't let anyone in there, quickly. Hans looked bewildered and suspicious and could only reply yes, but in his heart he was still full of doubt. Why would he bring a sick person to the training ground? Cale looked towards Rosalind and Choy Han, then spoke, Choy Han, and you? When Rosalind heard the word, she placed her hand on her chest and said, it was Rosalind. Cale replied, yes, Rosalind, 2 people. Cale crossed his arms and said seriously, let's fight together. Rosalind and Choy Han were extremely surprised, their faces brightened and they answered loudly, yes. Locke was lying gloomily on the bed with 2 cat children. Cale spoke up and explained that like the Wolf Clan, Tiger Clan, Bear Clan, and clans with the blood of fierce beasts, their parents or brothers would be the ones to solve the problem for them. They will take on all the attacks of the enraged person themselves and protect that child from getting hurt, but it seems it will be difficult for this child. The 2 cat children seemed to be worried about Locke. The red-haired cat girl touched Locke's forehead and sighed while the white-furred cat girl looked at Cale curiously. Cale clapped his hands and said, come on. He raised his hands towards Choy Han and Rosalind in front of him. The 2 of them should play the role of parents. If you don't like it then it's fine with you. Rosalind and Choy Han looked at each other bewilderedly. Cale retracted one hand and only held out one hand towards them. Please protect this boy. A moment later, Locke was brought to the field. Locke's whole body shrank and lay on the huge field. Choy Han asked, Cale, how long does each rampage take? Cale replied, being a pureblood among purebloods. Choy Han looked at Cale and continued, it seemed like it would take a while. Cale replied, yes, about 2 hours. Choy Han said very determinedly, I will do it, am Locke's older brother. With those words, the two of them walked to the middle of the field where Cale, Choy Han and Rosalind slowly walked towards Locke. The two of them approached where Locke was lying. The fire on the field also flared up. On the field, Locke was constantly screaming in pain, struggling, gurgling, gasping. With a growl, Locke's nails grew much longer, a shrill, screechy scream. Locke's eyes turned red and looked extremely scary. Along with his roar, Locke became crazy, his fangs grew longer, and Locke's mouth opened wide. Seeing Locke change, Rosalind and Choy Han's eyes were extremely worried, perhaps with a little fear. The two people's faces sank, looking at Locke suspiciously. With the sound, Gia, Locke suddenly stood up, as if he had turned into a wolf. Cale, the two cats and the dragon above looked at what was happening before their eyes. There was a barrier that seemed to cover the other three inside, separating them. Cale looked at the dragon and said, shielding with mana, you are really talented. The dragon replied, you are too weak, so you must protect. Cale heard that and replied, is that so? Screams and shouts mixed into Cale and the dragon's conversation. Cale said with a calm expression, oh, by the way, block out the noise. The dragon waved once. Cale wondered why you didn't use that power. The dragon replied, there was no need to understand. Cale looked at the dragon and thought, its magic seemed to be getting stronger. In the future, we must make full use of it. Cale sat down on the ground, arms crossed, looking forward. Cale suddenly called out to the two cat people, On and Hong, making the two cat people surprised and turned around to look at Cale. Cale looked at the two cat people and asked, you guys haven't gone through Rampage yet, right? When the two cat people heard that, they shook their heads slightly. The dragon lying next to them opened his eyes to look at the two children. Cale saw that and said, yeah, so do you know anything about rage? One of the two cat children spoke up, not knowing clearly, because no one taught him. Hearing that, Cale thought to himself and knew right away. He looked at them with affectionate eyes, full of thought. They were also considered purebred, so the next time he was enraged would also be very scary. The Wolf Clan, the Tiger Clan, the Bear Clan and the Whale Clan, these are the clans that, when enraged, will lose the most reason. Therefore, these clans are also considered the most similar to monsters, Cale said as he looked towards Locke who was transforming on the field. Cale continued, I don't know you guys very well about the Cat Clan, but, enragement is when you have to live or are suddenly in pain, then you must come to me. Hearing those words, the two cat girls looked at Cale with admiration and bright faces, while the dragon looked at Cale with bored eyes. Seeing this, Cale thought, in order to minimize the damage, he must prepare in advance. Hearing that, the two cats were grateful and immediately rushed to bite Cale's sleeve, causing Cale to step back in confusion and exclaim, what is this? Below the arena, Locke was still transforming in pain with screams. Gia. Seeing this, Cale thought to himself, why is this kid going berserk at this time? In the novel about the birth of the hero that I read, this event did not happen until a year later. That happens due to the death of a person. In Cale's mind, the image of Locke standing blankly in front of a person lying collapsed on the ground appeared in Cale's mind. The person lying on the ground was Healer Pendrick. For Locke, it was someone who reminded him of his uncle's death. The death of his uncle as the patriarch had a strong impact on him. All the people around him ended up dead. After Cale's series of thoughts, Locke had completely transformed. Locke now looked very fierce. Choy Han and Rosalind's faces were extremely tense at this time. Choy Han called out, Locke. Rosalind next to her also looked at Locke and said, calm down, Locke. Locke's eyes were now deep and wild, with the anger of a wolf, making anyone who looked at them feel terrified. Locke's mouth was full of sharp fangs. He opened his mouth wide and let out a growl. Locke raised his claws, shouted loudly and rushed towards Choy Han with an angry look. Choy Han quickly raised a piece of iron to block Locke's mouth, preventing Locke from biting. Choy Han's face was full of worry, his teeth clenched together. Locke's strength was so great that Choy Han's legs could not stand firmly and he slid backwards. Choy Han's hands were shaking at this time. His mouth shouted loudly, wake up, Locke, this is Choy Han. Locke raised his hand and flicked it towards Choy Han, causing Choy Han to step back. Cale sighed when he saw the scene just now, saying that would make him calm down. The fastest way is to just hit it in the head until it's unconscious. When the two cat people nearby heard that, they looked at Cale in shock. Cale then spoke up and said, Hong, look at the way that Wolf Boy moves. That is the way to move based on the instincts of the beast, completely different from humans. Cale looked towards Locke, who was raising his claws at Choy Han, and said. Cale smiled softly. That was both a beauty of beastmen and a danger. Anger is not scary or disgusting. That's when they become stronger. What? It will be a bit different from your clan, but how to move based on that instinct. Observe how to move based on that wild instinct. Locke unleashed a move that caused the ground to crack, and a large crack also appeared on the wall. Cale continued speaking. Then, make them yours, otherwise, just like the wolf tribe, bear tribe, or tiger tribe. Cale rubbed the head of a cat girl with his hand, thinking about how to cut off their head. Towards Locke was rushing quickly towards Choy Han. A magical protective shield created by Rosalind stood in front of Choy Han. Rosalind shouted, Locke. Locke was still punching hard at that shield. Rosalind behind the shield was always worried and spoke. Locke, remember me, you said you wanted to be my family, right? Quickly calm down. Under the fire of the arena, Choy Han spoke up and attacked Locke. Choy Han ran out from under the protection of the shield and shouted loudly, I am your protector. Locke was angry, bared his fangs and growled, turning towards Choy Han. Cale spoke up, hey, let's see how Rosalind used magic, not so that Choy Han could counterattack, but so that the opponent wouldn't get hurt, and how to use aura to protect that wolf child. The dragon listened attentively to Cale. Compared to being injured, not being injured is much more difficult. But for you, I know that you will be able to do it right away. Hearing that, the dragon sighed, because I am a dragon, nothing is impossible. Cale looked towards the dragon with challenging eyes. That's right, so observe and judge for yourself. Cale pondered. It seemed like he really had to endure it for 2 hours. I should have brought some wine with me too. The sounds of panting rang out in the yard. At this time, all 3 people stopped. Only the sounds of tired breathing remained. Locke spoke up, Hyung, Nuna. Locke's face had now returned to its normal, tired state, breathing and saying, please. Sorry everyone. Choy Han and Rosalind looked in front of them, extremely surprised and worried. Boom, as soon as Locke finished speaking, he fell to the ground unconscious. Choy Han quickly ran to the side and shouted, Locke. Choy Han hugged Locke, who was still tired, his face sweating. In front of Locke's eyes was Cale. Locke's eyes gradually dimmed, a voice calling out in his head, Uncle. Then Locke closed his eyes and obediently lay in Choy Han's arms. Cale came to the side and smiled and said, the 2 of you can rest. Locke had already fallen asleep from fatigue. Cale looked at him and said, everything is done. Choy Han placed Locke in his hand on the handle under the eyes of Rosalind next to him. Rosalind was silent, looking intently at the 2 of them. A red water bottle was thrown at Rosalind, causing her to look up. Rosalind's hand caught the water bottle. She looked at Cale in bewilderment, wondering if Locke's body couldn't absorb the recovery water. Cale calmly said, why should I give this bottle of water to the wolf tribe? It's yours, she had worked hard. Rosalind looked at Cale gratefully. The 2 of them looked at each other, no one said anything. Rosalind's hand tightly grasped the recovery water bottle and said, thank you. Cale quickly walked away, hands in his pockets, and replied, it's nothing. Cale walked closer to Choy Han and called out, causing Choy Han to raise his head to look. Cale said seriously, I need to tell you something. Choy Han's face was stunned. Locke was lying on a stretcher while Hans the butler and another person came to take care of him. There was a plate of food on the table that looked very full. Cale spoke up, tell him everything. Choy Han gently replied, yes. Choy Han seriously said that the process of finding Rosalind was not difficult at all. We also arrived at the city that Cale Nim talked about and also found the merchant company heading towards the capital. It's not really a merchant company, but just a group of about 5 merchants, when I find them. They were also looking for 2 escorts because their escort fighter was injured. Choy Han remembered that at that time, that group of merchants was chatting with Choy Han. And as Cale Nim said, there was Rosalind's presence there. Rosalind looked intently at the people they were talking to. The Kingdom of Break, whose boundary is adjacent to the northwest of the Kingdom of Roan. Rosalind is going to the Whipper Kingdom below the Roan Kingdom. In the Roan Kingdom, she was assassinated. Cale now crossed his arms, deep in thought. Although she was able to escape the danger thanks to her ability, she could not identify the culprit, so she did not leave but stayed in the Roan Kingdom to collect information. Cale continued, she was also on her way to the capital, and because she also wanted things to be okay, she became closer. Cale asked suspiciously, more intimately. Choy Han calmly replied, yes. Choy Han continued, I'm not the type of person who starts a conversation first, but wouldn't it be better if we could become closer? Cale replied, not really. Just follow your nature, Cale sighed and said. In his mind, the two of them were not close until they met Locke. If we follow the novel, there was no way someone as highly guarded as Rosalind would be the one to want to become close first, and Choy Han hasn't been that type of person since the Harris Village incident. Choy Han gently smiled and replied, even though I didn't do something as usual, it was because I wanted to repay the favor completely. Hearing Choy Han Cale's answer, he realized, is that so? Is that the reason? Choy Han continued to say, where Cale Nim told us we could meet Locke, this merchant group had taken refuge in a nearby village, and something happened in the village that the merchant group wanted to go to. After hearing that, Cale suddenly became alert and listened to Choy Han with an extremely serious face. Choy Han recalls when I first arrived at the village and discovered that their guardian warrior was a beast. When they got there, they stopped and sat together while Choy Han looked around as if observing. Suddenly Choy Han noticed the two people in front of him and was confused. The two people in front of Choy Han were carrying a wooden barrel. Choy Han curiously reached out his hand and asked, is this something that will be sold to people in this village? The person carrying the box responded, well, not this village, people from the mountain village will come to trade with us here. They put the box down. One of them sighed tiredly, used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead, looked at the path leading to the mountain and said to Choy Han. Choy Han looked that way and replied, is that so? In his mind, he thought, so he will probably meet Locke when he follows the people from that village. The sunlight gradually sank to the foot of the mountain, and it was evening that day. The merchants waited for them for a long time. One person folded his arms and frowned, saying, what's so strange, it's already past the appointed time. That person looked forward and continued, sorry but we can't bring things there to make the transaction, looks like they forgot their appointment, we're really worried that's why we wanted to do that. Choy Han suddenly woke up and remembered Cale's words, go to that village with the guardian warriors. The merchant looked at the person in front of him and asked, are you okay with that? The other person replied, yes it's okay. Night had fallen, their footsteps had come and stopped at that mountain village. Suddenly Choy Han's eyes showed surprise as if he saw something very scary. All three of them were extremely surprised. Rosalind had to cover her mouth with her hand. Fire broke out from the village, the people were all burned, the fire is still surrounding those poor people. Remembering this, Choy Han's clenched hand suddenly trembled and he spoke, Cale Nim. Choy Han's face looked sad, his eyes looked down and said, there I saw something extremely familiar. 5 red stars around a white star. The two people sat and talked to each other, looking very tense. Cale's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he realized something. Could it be someone from a mysterious organization? He thought in his head, according to the novel's content, it was true that Choy Han would reach the village of the Wolf tribe, and they suddenly met the assassination group of the mysterious organization on the run. Cale asked, are they all dead? Choy Han replied, no, they said they would go capture the surviving children, perhaps the patriarch protecting the village is dead. Choy Han continued seriously, there were about 10 children taken away from the place where the patriarch fell. Cale's eyes were full of doubt and confusion, thinking, if he was captured, he would have killed them all, why do they want to capture the wolf children? Choy Han continued, and a teenager appeared in front of the group wanting to take the children away. That person stood in the sea of fire, blocking the front of the children to protect them. That face appeared clearly, it was Locke. Cale was shocked when he heard that. Could it be that he thought death and being kidnapped were different? Originally, Locke would hide even if the children died. The nature of the wolf tribe is that they cannot witness the death of their family and friends. What finally made Locke reveal that trait? Cale put his hand on his forehead and racked his brain to think. Cale thought with a sigh, hey, the story has changed so much. Cale and Choy Han sat silently facing each other without saying another word. The atmosphere suddenly gradually became tense. Choy Han sat face to face in the opposite chair staring at Cale Min. He hesitantly expressed his concern. I stopped them, oh no. Suddenly, Choy Han suddenly turned serious. He immediately changed his tone and emphasized, I killed them. Hearing that, Cale Min was not surprised at all. His face did not change color but instead calmly asked in a soft voice to continue speaking. Choy Han clenched his hands. He suddenly stood up and loudly recounted, those people were wearing black clothes with no special shape, and I recognized them as the same group of people who had attacked Harris Village, through the swordsmanship they used. Immediately, this had been something he had expected for a long time. Cale Min immediately pretended to be surprised and asked in disbelief, he thought that they used the same power as the group of people who massacred Harris Village. It was true, Choy Han immediately replied firmly, yes. Seeing that, Cale immediately put his hand on his chin to show that he was thinking thoughtfully about this. At the same time, he awkwardly thought to himself in his heart, pretending to act like the last time, head can hear. Then, without wasting any more time, Choy Han quietly continued, among them there was a person with a pattern of a red star surrounded by white stars. He told the story while recalling the moment. At that moment, Choy Han's face suddenly showed shock. He painfully remembered the whole scene in the Sea of Fire. He was the one who killed the guardian warrior, a mysterious man who stood out with a black cloak. He savagely did not hesitate to look intently at the series of corpses, lying miserably at my feet. Choy Han angrily remembered the situation that night, that mysterious black-cloaked man. His hands were stained with blood. He did not hesitate to lick the blood from his hands, laughing with joy and savagely. He was shocked, continued, the trash bastard drank the blood of the wolf clan. Hearing that, Cale suddenly fell into deep thought. He secretly thought, is a crazy magician drinking wolf blood? Cale thoughtfully recalled the past events, the terrorist incident in the capital square. The person who directed this event was that trash who drank the blood of the wolf tribe. Immediately, a gloomy scene for a moment, suddenly appearing before his eyes. That familiar skyscraper tower suddenly appeared, surrounded by an unpleasant, gloomy evil aura. The mysterious man was smiling smugly standing at the top. He was none other than a bloodthirsty man famous for his title as a high-class magician. The madman appeared for the first time here, and was not the killer, Dollar. For a moment, a feeling of insecurity arose in Caleman's heart. He hesitated and thought, why would someone from the lineage of the highest-ranking magicians who was also a blood-mad man kidnap the children of the wolf tribe, that he intended to kill? This was too wild. Cale helplessly waved his hands and silently wondered, was it because of saving the dragon? Right now I can only think of that single variable. Seeing that, Choy Han sitting across from me couldn't help it. I felt relieved and angry and blamed myself. In the end I couldn't catch or kill them. He emphasized with a heavy heart that if they tried to capture them, everyone would die. The person with the 6 white star pattern used a teleportation technique and disappeared. Choy Han's face immediately darkened. He recounted everything. The magician had said this. A familiar figure of a mysterious man wearing a black cloak with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. He smiled savagely and was full of joy, spitting out slime and saying, what a pity, good seeds, yet, the blood of children is even more delicious. Hearing that, Cale was a little confused and frowned, wondering, what does that mean, seeds? He enthusiastically took the initiative to question Choy Han and the children. Immediately, Choy Han answered bluntly without any hesitation. Rosalind used magic to rescue them and bring them to the inn, as well as the merchant. Together that day, facing Choy Han's very convincing answer, Cale silently thought to himself, all the people of the wolf tribe are dead, and now there are 10 living children and even merchants. He was stunned and wondered, if sending those children to that company would be better, the storyline would probably go like this. But in fact, there was something extremely inadequacy. Cale suddenly closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and silently reprimanded in annoyance. If this was the case, it would become a cattle farm. He sighed heavily and expressed that he was wondering, right? Choy Han immediately replied seriously, yes, I'm still wondering. Then, this is understandable, Cale thought to himself, I know what Choy Han is wondering. He looked passionately at Choy Han who was bewildered before him and then thought to himself, who exactly are they, and why did they cause these things? As he thought, Caleman's hand reached for the plate of bread to place at the table. Choy Han was also a bit startled and suddenly looked at his actions. Immediately, he angrily turned away, resentfully thinking to himself, and I, Cale, how did I know about them? Of course I would wonder about those things. Cale held a small piece of bread in his hand and slowly and proactively asked, I was thinking of telling you 2 truths. These words were so unexpected. Choy Han was startled when he heard them and quickly wondered, what did he say? At this moment, when had Cale carefully stood up, he immediately nodded and admitted everything. Yes. Looking at Cale's back, Choy Han was a little surprised and asked where he was going. Hearing that, Cale immediately turned his head to look at something vague behind him. It turned out to be the clock hanging on the wall. It was now the golden hour. Cale did not hesitate any longer and quickly said, the Temple of Death. The scene then quickly changed to a temple, where the sky was dark. Everything had since been completely submerged in darkness, only glimmering light sources from under the moonlight. The temple remained. Then it also shines brightly, gradually shining. Cale and Choy Han slowly got off the carriage. Immediately, Cale crossed his arms, looked at the surrounding scene and said calmly, I will tell you those 2 truths here. His tone changed surprisingly quickly. Cale firmly emphasized, at the cost of his life. As soon as the words ended, Cale did not hesitate and boldly stepped forward. He put his hands in his pockets, firmly turned back to look at Choy Han, then loudly and seriously expressed, "Follow me, I will say with my life, let you hear the truth." Choy Han immediately felt a little worried when he heard that. He suddenly felt guilty and swallowed his saliva continuously. Then, the two of them quickly went deep inside. Here, two mandarins wearing white coats have been solemnly and respectfully standing here, their heads covered with hoods, slowly and rhythmically speaking in unison, always accompanying a peaceful rest. Immediately, without any further hesitation, Cale raised his hand to ask. He said, "Minister, is there any empty room?" This statement was too absurd, and the two officials immediately felt a bit confused when they heard it. They looked at Choy Han standing behind Cale in bewilderment and silently assessed with fervor. Indeed, Choy Han was so pathetic right now. He appeared with the serious face of someone who had been starving for 2 days, the face of a saint, so friendly that Hess easily fooled. His clothes looked like he just rolled down the mountain.
Then, whatever happens will happen, a priest proactively asked, "Who would bet on death?" Without any hesitation, Cale firmly pointed his finger at himself and loudly asserted himself, I will use my death."
Seeing that, Choy Han couldn't hide his worry and hesitantly called out in a weak voice, "Cale Nim." Immediately, Cale coldly replied, "Why?" He carefully bowed and respectfully said, "There is no need to go to this extent, I trust you." But Cale is not easily swayed. He is indeed someone who knew everything in advance, but feeling helpless, he sighed and expressed his feelings. He wouldn't believe it. Cale thought sadly, "I can't believe it, I had no intention of sharing information about that secret organization." Indeed, he was momentarily lost in confusion, closing his eyes to think more about what he was planning to do. Say it quickly, it's so annoying. Choy Han, who will ride the strongest whale in the whale clan and fight with the mermaid clan, the most terrible predator, because of their stubborn nature, therefore should not get involved further after that. Hey, this reaction is too strange. When Choy Han saw it, he couldn't hide his shock and looked at Cale with a question mark on his face. It seemed that Cale had already realized that at some point, so he proactively spoke up and asked, "Sir, are you in a room?" Hearing that, he immediately responded, "Yes." The two mandarins bowed their heads politely and respectfully said, "Please go down to the basement, I will quickly prepare." With the words agreed, Cale and Choy Han immediately went down to the basement following the priest's guidance. A mandarin suddenly stopped and asked, "Please wait a moment, we will clean up inside." He opened the door and went in, then immediately closed the door. Just like that, Cale and Choy Han were as if they had been abandoned, standing outside numbly waiting. Suddenly, Cale boredly put his hand on his chin and spoke harshly. It seemed like he was very impatient. "Let me say one thing first." Hearing that, Choy Han was a little excited, then looked at Cale with pride and replied brightly, "Yes, please say, I believe Cale Nim." Seeing that, Cale hesitantly snapped his fingers and bluntly affirmed, "Is that so? Then the first thing." He solemnly and firmly emphasized that I did not know the purpose or identity of that secret organization. This statement was also very surprising. After hearing it, Choy Han couldn't help but be surprised and suddenly asked, "What does that mean?" But before Cale had time to explain, from afar, suddenly the voice of a priest came from somewhere, interrupting, "Please come in." The door to the room immediately opened. A person wearing a suit, the white robe, respectfully invited them, those caught up in death, to come here and show their hands to the priest. Seeing that, Cale immediately burst into laughter and seemed to secretly think that Choy Han seemed overwhelmed, so he provocatively asked, "Isn't it hard to believe? Try to understand." Then, without hesitation, he walked inside, not forgetting to turn to look at Choy Han and say, "Invitation, let's go." This temporarily made Choy Han seem a bit hesitant. He felt guilty but also helplessly followed Cale's footsteps. The two people, Cale and Choy Han, had entered deep into the room. They quietly and carefully sat in 2 seats in the same row. In front of them, 2 pieces of paper neatly appeared and a mandarin was standing, looked at them seriously. Cale suddenly turned serious. He silently raised his hand to signal. The mandarin saw that and immediately nodded in understanding. He silently pointed to 2 pieces of paper that had been placed on the table, asking them to read them. Choy Han quickly and quietly picked up the paper in a split second. Both of them quickly read the rules inside the paper, and really to say these things is too barbaric. The person who bets on death will touch the hand that bets on death to the person accompanying them, and read the oath aloud. When the person who bets on death breaks the oath, he or she will die. Reading this, Cale felt a little proud for a moment. He smiled involuntarily. silently looking at the piece of paper sarcastically thinking, what a barbaric text. Then, the golden hour finally struck. As soon as the other two finished reading, the god immediately solemnly placed his hands on the table. After a while, the priest immediately raised his arms high, and a stream of black energy gradually appeared to cover the space around him. That black aura quickly flew to Cale and Choy Han. Seeing that mysterious black aura surrounding the two of them, Choy Han was confused for a moment and wondered, is this the power of gods, really? So, Cale did not hesitate and calmly answered, yes. Cale immersed herself in the black aura in her hand and sadly thought to herself, this is what will kill me if I go against my oath. Immediately, right after that, when the ceremony came to an end, Cale immediately began to swear an oath, that what is true this deaf official will not be able to hear, and what is false will not be heard, sentenced to death by this priest. Then, he bluntly and firmly emphasized, I, Cale Henatus. Cale bravely added, in the face of the justice of the gods, I only told Choy Han the truth. These words immediately touched Choy Han's sore spot. He immediately showed a clear expression, quite stressful. Cale continued with a serious face, if this is a lie, I will pay for this oath with immediate death right here. The word was decided, the oath had come to an end. Cale pondered silently, I had to tell Choy Han all the truth here, I also hesitated a lot. He recalled the unforgettable memories of the past and couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. I'm just an ordinary Korean who got into this novel I'm reading, so I know everything, until the 5th episode, and when I opened my eyes, I became the child of a noble like this. This world will soon be engulfed in war, but because I want to be able to live a comfortable life, I intervened in the novel's content. However, there is a cruel truth that Cale has been helpless to realize for a long time. Whether I say this or that wish of mine is gradually becoming far away. He silently closed his eyes, thinking about it. One is to die on the battlefield on this continent, the other is to die with Choy Han's contempt. At this point, Cale was at his wit's end. He had no choice but to make a quick decision, so he and I firmly took the initiative to speak up, first. Cale immediately stood up straight, he faced Choy Han and solemnly emphasized, I, Cale Henatus, did not know the identity of that organization. Indeed, his heart could not help but ache, and suddenly I thought to myself, that's the truth. Cale carefully recalled the barbaric images of the dark magician. He sadly affirmed, until the end of the 5th volume, all I knew about that organization was just what they did, completely unaware of their identity or purpose. Then, without wasting any more time, Cale calmly continued, and the second thing was also an obvious truth. He looked serious with a determined and steadfast attitude, emphasizing that I also hate and want to eliminate this organization. These words temporarily caused confusion for Choy Han. When he heard that, he couldn't help but hesitate and wonder, how could he hate them if he didn't know about them? At this point, there was no longer any reason to hide it. Cale clearly told everything, because I knew some of their actions. He recalled the old events he had experienced, from the Black Dragon incident, as well as about Locke. Cale suddenly approached and quietly called out his name, Choy Han. With his hands in his pockets, Cale spoke with a firm voice and frankly expressed his feelings that had been hidden deep within him for so long. I have lived as a scum, that is my dream, I have no desire, take over his clan. He firmly affirmed, Bosun Henatus, my younger brother, I hope he will be the one to take over the Henatus family. Indeed, Cale was not the least bit greedy for power. He skillfully led his story carefully in a different direction. However, my father, the head of this family, sent me here. I could have refused, but why did I represent the family to this capital? This is also difficult to understand. Choy Han listened helplessly and had to answer, I don't know. Hearing that, Cale immediately explained further, it was because I knew what that secret organization would do. This was too wild. Choy Han listened in shock with a clearly visible face, surprised look. However, Cale continued to speak without hesitation. I can't answer why I know, but I know that they will kill many people in this capital. I can't let Bosun come here, and I also want to stop that organization. As he spoke, he thought dejectedly, of course I don't have the time to risk everything to stop them for the rest of my life. Cale boldly spoke to reassure Choy Han, but I have already made a plan to be able to solve everything, calmly, and returned home. Hearing that, Choy Han was a little confused and quickly asked, can't you tell me how you know these things? Indeed, Cale slowly replied, yes, I can't tell anyone, someone in this world. Immediately, he suddenly pressed his voice and emphasized, but for you, I will say one more thing. Cale seriously said everything. Lastly, I have no intention of harming you. Hearing that, Choy Han immediately fell into thought. He stood silently thinking for a long time. After a while, His hand suddenly clenched. Choy Han frowned slightly but helplessly sighed and replied, I believe you. Faced with Choy Han's assertion, Cale felt somewhat reassured and smiled and replied, I understand. Immediately, loud laughter continuously came out from Cale's mouth. Ha ha. Then, right after that, Choy Han suddenly took the initiative to ask for a proposal. Cale Nim, please make another vow. As he spoke, his hands clenched tightly. Choy Han firmly said with a determined attitude, if that's the case, I will completely trust you. Faced with this difficult situation, Cale Min seemed to have been careless and unforeseen. His face suddenly showed confusion and shock, thinking, I didn't expect this to happen, but it won't happen. What are the difficulties and problems? If I tell the truth, I will trust you completely with whatever you want me to say. For a moment, Cale stood uncomfortably, arms crossed, looking at Choy Han, thinking to himself, I hate this. Then he angrily said, okay, what is it? Immediately, without any hesitation, Choy Han frankly expressed, Cale Nim, I have to take revenge on those people. He honestly and firmly affirmed that this is also the first time I hate an individual or an organization like that. Please tell me all the information about their identities if you know them. What? Hearing that, Cale also helplessly sighed and replied, of course. At the same time, his heart was somewhat relieved. I thought it was some kind of difficult request. Will I know about them before Choy Han? Once again, Cale took the initiative and continued to swear the oath. If Cale Henatus learns anything about those people, he will immediately notify Choy Han. If he breaks the oath, he will pay with his life, himself, and all of these words were silently witnessed by a priest standing nearby. Then, everything was gradually over. Cale continued to ask Choy Han, is it okay? Very quickly, Choy Han brightly replied, yes, that's okay. Cale saw that and immediately felt a bit reassured, then calmed down the question, so will it end here? The words were already decided. Choy Han quickly answered affirmatively, yes. It was over. Cale quickly walked towards the nearby table. He suddenly slammed his hand on the tabletop and suddenly made a loud noise. At the same time, Choy Han was also standing right next to Cale and looked at him deeply and passionately. The scene changed to outside the temple. The priest's voice echoed loudly, hoping that his life would always continue. Hearing that, Cale calmly and confidently replied, thanking the priest. As soon as the words ended, he quickly stepped onto the carriage and couldn't help but think to himself, must live a long time and not break the oath, he only gets to live once. Cale slowly walked forward step by step, and in a moment he sat still and settled in the carriage. At the same time, Choy Han also followed. He slowly walked up the carriage steps. The carriage door quickly followed, closed. Before Choy Han could even sit down, Cale remembered something and took the initiative to speak loudly. To say more, that blood-drinking magician, he is the leader of the event, takes place in this capital. These words were too terrifying. Choy Han heard this and immediately sat down on the chair and loudly asked indignantly, can I kill him as soon as I see him? Cale immediately replied with a serious face, why are you asking? Of course, kill or not, do as you wish. The carriage moved very quickly and steadily under the bright night sky with the moonlight shining dimly. Choy Han stood before this short answer, feeling helpless and determined. Say a word, yes, I will definitely kill him. Butler Ron carefully knocked gently on Cale's door. At this moment, he was sitting on the chair and suddenly woke up, coldly calling out, come in. Immediately, Butler Ron quickly and respectfully opened the door and walked in, not forgetting to politely bow his head and say, Master. At the same time, he was holding a hot cup of tea in his hand. Seeing that, Cale did not hesitate. Just say your name gently, Ron. Butler Ron then, in a split second, carefully placed the teacup on the table. When Cale saw the cup of tea, he couldn't help but be shocked, pointing in shock and absent-mindedly asking, was it lemon tea before bed? Indeed, Ron without hesitation answered frankly, yes, Master. At this point, there was really no way. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, Cale could not hide his indignation but was helplessly uncomfortable, wincing as he tried to drink and angrily thinking, it is not easy to avoid drinking lemon tea first, while sleeping. From afar, Ron suddenly spoke up and said, Master. He suddenly continued calmly, can I ask you something? Faced with these extremely strange words, Cale couldn't help but feel startled when he heard them. He suddenly couldn't help but spit out the water, tea in the mouth. Cale, confused and stupid, put the cup of tea on the table and shyly asked, what's wrong? Asking for a favor. For a moment, in Cale's mind, he imagined himself as a mouse and Ron as a cat, thinking, a scary old man like you still has something to ask for help, and he also asked me for help. Cale said, then, say it. Ron smiled and asked, could I take 2 days off? When Cale Min heard that, he immediately let out a loud noise. He held Ron's hand tightly and happily agreed, "Okay, I think it's okay. Haven't you worked hard all these years to take care of an arrogant person like me? If you want, you can rest at any time, any." Cale was happy on the outside. Ron here could take as long as he wanted, but on the inside it was like having a party. "Okay, you should rest for a long time." However, to bond with Choy Han better, it had to be before the event happened. In the capital, 2 days is too good. Cale looked at Ron and thought, not having to look at this unpleasant guy's face for those 2 days was really desirable. Ron's face looked a bit thoughtful. Cale said, "Wait a moment," then turned around and left. He walked to his desk and pulled out the small drawer. Cale said, "Come on." Ron looked at what Cale Min was holding. Cale Min gave the bag of money to Ron and said happily, "This is not much, I hope he can eat comfortably and rest happily." Ron took the bag of money with both hands, looked at the bag of money in his hand. He thought about what Cale Min said, "Eat well and rest happily." Ron recalled the past. During that long period of time, he had served beside this destructive young master like a puppy. "This is when I broke that time and acted again." He looked at Cale, who was smiling brightly. His eyes changed a bit. If they crossed the western continent, extremely chaotic things would happen. For a moment, Ron saw Cale's reflection as a child in the mirror. Ron thought to himself, if that's the case then I have to leave my son here and go. Ron smiled politely and said, "Master, can I do that?" Cale Min replied, "Okay, mister." Ron has that privilege. Hearing Cale Min say that, Ron thought about 2 words again, privilege. "I originally planned to take Beacrox with me a few days later, and leave without saying anything, but I wanted to see how this kid would react, so I asked for 2 days off like this. Maybe he knew me well. What kind of person are you?" Cale Min is still rambling right now. "This is enough, right? How about I give you a little more?" Ron smiled and said meaningfully, "Boss, that's too much money. What are you going to do if I run away? Or, you were originally expecting me to leave?" Cale Min said, I don't even know your personality. If you wanted to, you would have quietly escaped a long time ago. Why did you have to announce it like this, right?" Cale recalled the plot. Ron's true personality was clearly shown in the novel, The Birth of the Hero, saying nothing when leaving the Count's house, and when he needed to leave Choy Han's group for a while, he would stated the terms of the contract and then left. Ron nodded and replied, "Yes, that's exactly it. Just like how I've looked out for him in the past, more than with my own son, perhaps also the person who understands the current Ron the most." Ron sighed and thought, "Wow, I'm already old." He said, "I will go with you to the palace." Cale Min replied, "That's it, I can't let my puppy be ugly in front of the royal family and nobles." After finishing talking, Ron bowed, "So I asked permission to leave." Cale raised his hand and said, "Okay then." Ron raised his head and thought to himself, the person he has always looked after since he was a child probably won't cause trouble again. The next morning, Cale Min heard a noise and woke up. He sat up, rubbed his eyes and said, "Come in." Butler Hans walked in, holding a cup of lemon tea, smiling and saying, "Young master, good morning." He held out the cup of tea and said, "Mr. Ron said he would be very worried if it wasn't me who was taking care of him." Wouldn't I be very helpful?" Cale said, "It would be better if you were quieter." Butler Hans put the teacup in front of Cale Min and said, "This is a gift left by Mr. Ron." Cale Min wondered, "Hans, for what reason it must be lemon tea?" Butler Hans replied, "Because it's good for your health, Mr. Ron said he must give you a drink." Cale reluctantly drank the cup of tea, thinking to himself, what is he planning to do when he plays these tricks? At the same time, Choy Han also entered the room. He remembered last night, Choy Han asked Ron why he was going far. Ron replied, "Well," he asked again, "Where are you going?" He immediately said, "It's none of the business of a brat like you." Choy Han thought about something. "Then you said, the reason you met me was because of Cale, right?" Ron did not answer the question but walked past Choy Han, hinting, "Just think so." Choy Han turned around to watch Ron leave. Returning to reality, Cale Min called out while putting on his shirt, "Choy Han, are Locke awake yet?" Choy Han came closer and replied, "Okay." Cale Min said, "Is that so? You should sit too." He thought, as expected the recovery speed of the wolf tribe is very fast. The illegitimate son of the Flynn Company, BOs, our piggy bank, will also be coming to the capital. Cale Min sat on the chair with his arms crossed in thought. He promised to drink with him and return the things he borrowed when he arrived in the capital, and also decided on the meeting place. The place that could connect Choy Han and Bilios was that place. Cale Min asked Choy Han, how the merchant and the children at the inn were. Choy Han replied, when Cale Nim finishes meeting, I will stop by on the way home. Cale raised his hand to his chin and said, let's meet. Hans came closer and whispered, young master, this is a letter sent to you by the Northeast nobles. Cale Min said for a moment, he thought, got it. Because I felt it wasn't important, I almost forgot what sabotage I had to do. Hans added, oh, there is also a guest who wants to see you, master. Cale Min guessed, is it Rosalind? Hans replied, yes. As if he had just remembered something, Hans bowed low, leaned into his noble young master's ear and whispered, oh, there is also a guest who wants to see young master Cale. Hearing that, Cale was confused, asked, is it Rosalind? Hans replied, neither too quickly nor too slowly, yes. Cale lowered his eyes and thought for a long time about the orange-haired girl that day. Without spending too much time, he could easily guess that Rosalind was a sharp person. Cale silently observed the girl for a long time at that meeting. Until today, he dared to make a confident judgment, and even though she had never come into contact with a dragon, she could immediately recognize that the mana energy from yesterday was from the dragon, because such a large amount of mana could only come from a dragon. On the other hand, at the same time, Hans, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but be bewildered when he saw his master immersed in his thoughts without responding. She immediately spoke up and said, when do you have time? We'll come see you. Cale seemed to be awakened by Hans' voice. Putting aside his questions, he sat up straight, regaining his usual dignity and asked for orders. Then prepare, we will have breakfast in the room, and please invite Rosalind to have breakfast together. Hearing that, Hans immediately smiled and accepted the order from the young master. Yes, I know. But as if he suddenly remembered something, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly spoke. Ah, young master. Hans slowly approached Cale, respectfully and playfully reminding Cale of the current time. It's noon now. Cale immediately stopped when he heard it. He let out a breath and looked at Hans with helpless eyes, calling out his name harshly. Hans. Hans seemed to have achieved his goal of teasing the young master, so he happily turned around and ran straight towards the direction door and said back with a very excited and happy attitude, yes, I will prepare quickly. Seeing that, Cale felt a little angry and suddenly asked, and on the way to open the balcony door, yes, Hans quickly received the order and did as his master said. The wooden door was opened by Cale, rays of sunlight crowded in, bringing pure light to the large room. Gentle breezes blew through, sometimes like a source of energy entering the room, the tender green leaves of a nearby tree. In this peaceful landscape, I don't know when the silhouette of a small black dragon lounging appeared. It playfully looked like it was resting, but in fact it was little by little exploring the room filled with morning light, not knowing that Cale's goal was to let the black dragon enter any place. When inside the room, even though he was sitting across from Choy Han, Cale's mind was constantly looking outside, where a black dragon was lazily lying in the sun on a tree branch, thinking deeply, no matter what, I want to sleep outside, but I always choose to lie on the tree branch closest to the window for peace of mind. Seeing that, Choy Han did not rush to speak but quietly observed Cale for a while before raising his voice to break the quiet atmosphere. I will go to Locke's place during lunch. Cale lowered his eyes and his voice was monotone. I didn't understand the expression and asked in a low voice. It seemed like the two of them took turns taking care of him. Choy Han grinned. He turned his eyes towards the two little spirit beasts sitting obediently next to his chair and said brightly, On and Hong were also helping. Hearing that, Cale immediately felt a bit annoyed. He then threw a sidelong glance at the two furry cotton balls on the ground. They weren't helping. Immediately, these words quickly reached On's ears. The great dragon heard this and couldn't help but cry out in dissatisfaction. Yes, even if we were to be berserk, we wouldn't be able to get stronger. He can. And that's why, he loudly affirmed, so we have to learn how to control him. Hong listened and nodded as if he agreed and quickly commented, yes, it has to be like that. Having said that, the two immediately sat up straight, turned their sparkling eyes showing great respect towards Cale, and said loudly in unison, so we will try to learn. Cale didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and thought, actually, they weren't taking care of them, but preparing for the situation if they had to confront each other like two enemies. Choy Han didn't know what to think. Cale was still happily pointing at the two baby dragons down there, but it seemed like Locke was a bit more comfortable with these two cute kids. Cale still maintained his attitude, his composure. He slowly nodded hunchback. If that's the case then it's fine. Then, Choy Han added, I didn't tell Rosalind and Locke that it was your idea to bring them here. I will keep it a secret. When Cale heard this, his monotone voice rang out in praise. Very good. Looking at Choy Han who was staring blankly at him, Cale thought helplessly, Choy Han is probably like this because of his previous oath before death, but Choy Han probably won't know one thing. saying it out loud is necessary, how careful, and also the gap between the speaker and the listener. He slowly sipped the cup of tea in his hand, but couldn't help but think about the boy smiling gently before his eyes. Cale was immersed in the sweet scent and his own thoughts. Death only analyzed, according to the speaker Cale, and since I was the speaker, I could take advantage of this. Quite satisfied with his deduction, Cale slowly put down the cup of tea in his hand and asked the other person. He once said he would kill that blood-drinking magician if he saw him again. Is that right? That's what he heard. Choy Han didn't hesitate and nodded to admit, yes. This momentarily surprised Cale and thought, without any hesitation. Then without any further hesitation, Cale directly said, I will tell you how to find him. As if he couldn't believe his ears, Choy Han jumped up in surprise, his eyes wide open, staring at the young master, his mouth open but unable to utter a word, but deliberately ignored his shock. Cale coldly turned away and offered conditions, of course after preventing the terrorist event first. Before the two could continue their conversation, there was a knocking sound outside the door, followed by Han's voice calling in, Young master, Rosalind Nim has arrived. Both Cale and Choy Han stood up and walked out the door to welcome guests. The door opened, and in front of the two of them was Hans and a girl with long red hair that reached halfway down her back. She looked tough and strong, her beautiful golden eyes looked straight at Cale without any hesitation. He hesitated and gave a polite greeting. Immediately, Hans, who already understood what was going on, immediately realized the problem and asked directly, Master, Rosalind Nim, if you need anything, please call me. He spoke and then quietly spoke, back out. Choy Han looked at Rosalind bowing to greet her. He happily smiled and said to her, Rosalind, in coming to lock, yes. Rosalind also happily nodded and looked at the figure of her friend gradually disappearing at the end of the hallway. Cale closed the door then took Rosalind into the room. He took the initiative and tactfully invited, Rosalind see, please sit here. Cale pointed towards the prepared dining table, motioning for Rosalind to sit down. She smiled and nodded, still not forgetting her manners. Thank you politely, thank you for inviting me to dinner, young Master Cale. Then, without hesitation, Cale bluntly expressed that we have something to discuss, but at this moment, he hadn't even waited for Rosalind to sit down, but immediately spoke up, making the girl speechless. He couldn't hide his excitement and suddenly burst out laughing. It seems like young Master Cale is someone who hates beating around the bush. Cale did not respond, just turned his head towards the balcony, where the door was wide open, sucking in cool breezes. Immediately, he suddenly called out, come in. Immediately afterwards, a familiar, invisible source of energy suddenly arrived. This instantly made Rosalind tremble involuntarily, her hands clasped together without stopping shaking. She stammered, Dragon, is Dragon Nim, right? A white shadow flew straight into the dining table from the door, then landed right next to the delicious meat plate. Seeing that, Cale suddenly raised his voice and ordered, please introduce yourself. The white light then slowly disappeared, revealing a shiny black object. It was a dragon, a small dragon sitting quietly on the dining table, looking straight at Cale and Rosalind with his blue eyes. Faced with Rosalind's worried expression, the black dragon pondered for a while, not knowing what to say. He was helpless, so he turned to Cale and complained that he was so hungry. Cale put his hands on his hips, tilted his chin toward the dining table, and expressed frustration, okay, let's eat. Then he turned to Rosalind and proactively asked, let's eat too, right? Rosalind seemed to be awakened by Cale's voice. She was startled and stammered, yes. Rosalind slowly walked towards the dining table and sat down. Her eyes still could not leave the black dragon eating on the table. Her mood was extremely excited but also mixed with surprise and surprise. A little worried, she happily thought to herself, a young dragon like this is having a meal in front of her. Rosalind still couldn't believe the truth right in front of her. She kept repeating it over and over in her head. She was eating at the same table as herself, at the same table. Even if she told everyone, they probably wouldn't believe it. Immediately, without hesitation, Rosalind spoke up to express her gratitude to the other person for helping her meet this black dragon. As a magician, being honored like this is truly surprising, that the dragon can live in the same place as humans. However, the black dragon ignored her as if it did not pay attention to her enthusiasm. It attentively ate a mouthful of food and then raised its hand to wave it in front of Cale without sparing sarcasm. This person is really weak as a piece of stale vermicelli. That's why. Hearing that, Cale neither quickly nor slowly used a knife to cut the plate of steak in front of him, nodding in agreement, yes. Rosalind still didn't touch the plate of food in front of her. She shyly expressed her honor and gratitude. It was truly an honor to be able to dine with young Master Cale and the dragon. Seeing this, Cale took his eyes off the plate of food and looked up to observe the girl in front of him, clearly a brave person. At this moment, in his mind, images of people bowing in fear before dragons were constantly appearing in his mind. From there, Cale himself confidently made conjectures that if they were other magicians, they would be extremely trembling as they knelt down before the dragon, and would earnestly beg for the transfer of mana and magic. Of course, dragon magic is something that the wizards of this entire continent crave. He seemed quite satisfied with Rosalind's attitude today, so he suddenly brightened and spoke. She could stay as long as she wanted. Rosalind seemed to not have anticipated his decision. She was silent for a moment, as if pondering something. After a while, she hesitantly called out, "Young Master Cale." Cale replied in a light voice, "Yes." Hearing that, Rosalind then bluntly expressed, "I have 3 questions." As she spoke, she fiddled with the plate of food. Her eyes turned to the dragon, who was still attentively eating without paying attention to his surroundings. She coldly said, "One thing had been answered, there were only 2 more left. Can I ask a question?" Immediately, Cale gently nodded when he heard that. As soon as Cale's words ended, she did not hesitate to speak in a serious voice. "First of all, can we stay here even if we are not invited? Because nobles are often afraid of trouble and danger even if they know me, even a magician." Seeing that, Cale suddenly smiled with satisfaction. He calmly replied in a soft voice, "First of all, because he was the person Choy Han brought, it's okay, and since Hess here, it's okay, that's it." As soon as he finished speaking, he happily pointed at the black dragon on the table. Rosalind suddenly excitedly spoke up and continued her last question, "Is that so? So my 3rd question is." Rosalind hesitated for a moment, then quickly changed her attitude in the blink of an eye, and bluntly emphasized that she is a noble. "But why do you use honorifics with me?" Hearing this, Cale felt a little guilty. His hands suddenly stopped for a moment. But right after that, Cale quickly regained his composure. He faced Rosalind, a magician with red hair and glowing red eyes, and comfortably introduced himself as Rosalind, saying, "This is too wild." When Rosalind heard this, she immediately had a bad feeling. She frowned slightly and looked at the other person. Cale did not hesitate and continued to affirm that you are not the one who needs to stop using honorifics with me, okay, Princess Nim. Cale put down the knife and fork, looked straight at Rosalind with a somewhat defiant look. He spoke up, "Princess, shouldn't you stop using honorifics with me?" A trace of surprise flashed in Rosalind's eyes, but just 2 seconds later she smirked and replied, "The merchant's owner said he was a trash." It doesn't seem right. Rosalind now no longer has the humble or worried look from before, but instead has the arrogant and confident demeanor of a noble. Cale smiled and nodded, not denying anything from the other person's words. "It was true that I was known as a trash person." He comfortably leaned back, folded his arms across his chest, looked out the window and continued, "But for a magician, he should judge things based on his own intuition rather than the words of outsiders, right?" Rosalind nodded in agreement. Young Master Cale was right, we only believe in what we discover. Cale quietly observed the other person, silently evaluating her in his heart. Rosalind was a very clever person. As a queen, she did not use honorifics, but as a magician, she did not forget about using this honorific. It seemed like Rosalind had a strong sense of being a magician. Cale seemed to be satisfied with his thoughts. Cale turned to Rosalind and called out, "Then Princess Nim, Rosalind, the other party doesn't want him to forget his current role. Yourself, quickly remind yourself of how to address yourself." "Then Rosalind," Cale nodded, "do you have any more questions?" Rosalind returned to her original respectful expression and gently replied, "Yes, it's over." The two were silent for a while, when the only noise in the room was the sound of knives and forks colliding. Rosalind suddenly raised her voice and asked, "But young Master Cale doesn't mind getting involved with me, right?" Rosalind said but continued to enjoy the food on her plate. She thought to herself, even though he knew his identity, he still wouldn't rule out inviting her to stay. If he could have known in advance, he would have accepted. With such special treatment, I didn't hide my identity, and he was also the benefactor who saved Locke. Cale cut a piece of meat and slowly brought it to his mouth. "I don't know, maybe it was because I didn't want to cause trouble for the princess." Lie, a voice immediately rang in Rosalind's head. She didn't take too much time to confirm the other person's words. It was just a clever excuse. She thought that humans living with dragons were known to be scoundrels, but the truth was not like that. Rosalind silently commented, while observing the boy who was thoughtfully giving food to the black dragon in the forest, the other side of the table. She picked up the glass of wine on the table, slowly sipping and enjoying it along with her thoughts. If he wanted, he could easily announce the existence of the Breck Kingdom princess in this place. No matter what, Rosalind still felt like she should show a little gratitude to Cale. She said, "It seems like you didn't report anything back to the palace." "Thank you." Cale comfortably shook his head. "Yes, no big deal." "Shouldn't that be based on the person in question's will?" he stopped, but in his head the main purpose of his work continued to echo, because if he did that, that prince would not be able to ignore it, this opportunity. When Rosalind heard this, she immediately lowered her eyes. She replied, "Young Master Cale's words were indeed correct. I don't want to get into trouble. Please convey that I said I don't want to if the royal family mentions anything about this. I will also send them a letter." Hearing that, Cale immediately agreed, "Yes." Rosalind once again expressed her gratitude to Cale. Even though she was also a princess of the Breck Kingdom, she was not arrogant, especially towards someone who helped her. She said, "Thank you very much for giving us where to stay. I will arrange my own affairs so as not to cause trouble for you." Cale smiled politely and replied, "Thank you, it's okay, it's natural." Rosalind said and then reached out to grab a piece of sausage when suddenly a round black object quickly held the plate of food tightly. "Eat something for yourself, this is mine." The dragon, who had been happily sitting and eating for a while, suddenly lowered his eyes and his voice was no longer as happy as before. It hugged the plate of sausages and backed away without saying anything, wanting to keep that dish out of Rosalind's reach. It seemed like it really liked this sausage. After being satisfied with the distance he had outlined, the dragon threw Rosalind a dissatisfied glare, making her startled and confused, not knowing what to do. Seeing that, Cale knocked twice on the table, attracting Rosalind's attention. He raised his arm that was under the table. Then hold up 4 fingers in front of her face. Cale used his mouth to speak, 4 years old. Rosalind was stunned. Immediately after that, she respectfully clasped her hands together, turned towards the black dragon and warmly said, "Yes, Dragon Nim, of course." Receiving Rosalind's consent, the dragon was no longer dissatisfied, turned his butt to the 2 people, and enjoyed his favorite plate of sausages alone. Cale helplessly shook his head at its humorous action. He reminded Rosalind to ignore it and pay attention to her portion and continue eating. "Yes," she happily replied. After that, no one said anything to anyone, only the steady sound of knives and forks colliding was heard. When the meal ended, Cale politely said goodbye to Rosalind and prepared to go to Count Wilsman's house with Choy Han. Choy Han was already sitting in the car waiting for him. As soon as he got in the car, Cale let out a breath and raised one hand to rub his forehead. He had a headache. Choy Han saw his tired expression and was extremely enthusiastic. He turned towards Cale and tried to ask, "What are you talking about? If you have anything bothering you, just tell me, I will try my best, strength to help you. It's okay, it has nothing to do with you." Cale leaned his hand against the window, rubbing his head while thinking tiredly. The Northeast nobles only knew the image of a scoundrel Cale in the past. And since the events of Cale's arrogance had been spread throughout the continent, he had to be even more cautious. The carriage began to roll. The steady sound of horse footsteps echoed on the cold ground. Cale squinted his eyes outward. No, he had to do more. How could he clearly show that he was a scoundrel? While looking at the scenery on the side of the road that was passing by neither quickly nor slowly, he continued his unfinished line of thought, ignoring Choy Han's puzzled eyes. Like a dog, among the scoundrels, there was also this guy. Is that the name? Immersed in his own thoughts, the carriage wheels soon slowed down and stopped in front of Count Wilsman's house gate. As soon as he stepped down, the old butler stood there respectfully welcoming the guests, bowed his head politely and said, "Please come in, young Master Cale Henatus." Cale had a cold face and didn't say anything. He quietly used disdainful eyes and looked around. He continued to evaluate. The family was located at the northeast entrance of the continent, Count Wilsman's house. As a family that was not very rich and did not have much power, in front of Cale's eyes was a 2-story house with 4 dark-colored towers that looked extremely ordinary, and did not look like it was the home of a king, nobility. That's why at this northeast gathering, the Wilsman family and the Henatus family were able to form a close friendship. From the stance of the Henatus family, it was different from those who closed themselves in other corners, forming close friendships with the family. The Wilsman clan will bring certain benefits. After a moment of silent thought, Cale suddenly blurted out a familiar name, Eric Wilsman. This is the young master of the Wilsman family. He remembered that Hans had talked about this person to him not long ago. His advice once again echoed in his head, although it would be good if the young master could get close to him. Young Master Eric, but there were also many other nobles at that meeting. Don't show off too much carelessness, be careful with your words. Cale put his hands in his pockets and with a careless attitude followed the butler inside, thinking as he walked. According to Hans, it seemed that Cale and Eric had a quite close relationship, but according to the report, Eric is a careful and meticulous person. The old butler stopped at the door. Very politely, he turned around to ask Cale's opinion. Will the young master come inside? Yes, Cale nodded. Really, what face should I show when I meet them? But in the end, that worry was unnecessary. With his consent, the old butler slowly opened the door. In the room, the three Wilsman brothers had been sitting there waiting for Cale. Cale. Cale stared expressionlessly at the three people in front of him. Anyway, you still listen to me, right? Eric Wheels was the one who spoke up. He sat opposite Cale. From the moment he walked in, he got straight to the point of today's meeting. Don't you also feel annoyed? Eric raised his hand, dining table, gently pushed the glass's frame and continued talking. The two people sitting on either side of Cale saw this and took turns speaking up to support Eric. That's right, young Master Cale, I heard that you also hate complicated formalities. Young Master Cale, don't you think it's troublesome? Is an error? That's annoying. Eric Wheelsman seems to be a person who rarely keeps calm. He was quite impatient when Cale didn't speak for a long time. He slammed the table and jumped up from his chair and raised his voice. There, so you don't have to speak. Why do you laugh so much? Just stay quiet and let us handle it for you. It seemed like this was really beneficial for the Wheelsman family. Eric's bright eyes looked straight at Cale, expecting a word of agreement from him, and continued. He said he hated formalities and annoying things. When Cale witnessed the scene before his eyes, he didn't know what to say. He could only give the three Wheelsman brothers a mental assessment. This was indeed strange. You don't have to say anything and you don't have to laugh. So Eric lost his temper and shouted, just sit still, just stay still, we'll handle it all. Cale thought to himself that this place is strange, his face expressionless, and said, Eric, you are good at being quiet. Hearing Eric's voice, he was a little surprised. Oh boy. Not long after, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smug expression, oh yes, of course he thought about you, Eric. Although he is quite meticulous and pleasant, he has many things to worry about. No matter what, the drawing is not careful and there are contradictions. Eric's eyes lit up and he began to make clear arguments. Perhaps the nobles from the northeast might cause trouble for him because the followers and servants before Stan or the others had nothing left to do. Show it all, but if you just sit still then we can solve everything fine. What do you think? As expected, for Eric, this is very important. Cale heard this and didn't say anything, but in his mind, he was thinking that currently among the 10 noble houses, including Henatus, his family is still holding a neutral position, any faction. The followers of these other great nobles, they all want to present this to their master, this Northeast Noble Association. Then you have to be even more careful to have all the neutral, non-factional family capital in the 10 families. Among the strongest neutral families in the Northeast, the Henatus family has to be even more careful. At this time, Cale started to speak up. If that's the case, then that's good. I think about meeting the Crown Prince, let us do it. You will probably hate this and just want a drink, so it will be a bit difficult, so you just need to come and say hello and leave the rest to us to take care of. Cale's hand reached for the glass of wine. He held up a glass of wine and shouted towards everyone. Everyone in the room started raising their glasses. The atmosphere in the room seemed very happy. Everyone was standing and laughing together, right? Eric told Cale that he could just sit still and say hello for a bit. He smiled slightly as he responded to Eric's words. Yes, that's fine. He silently thought to himself, what a proposal that was better than I expected. Henatus's small fuel fruit is the best. At this time, Choy hurriedly went in and asked Cale if he called me. Cale started asking about the situation of the inn and then showed the situation report that I had come to check on the situation, and the children seemed to be very interested. Hearing that, he smirked. So there was nothing left to do, right? Yes, that's right. Cale told Choy Han that he should go out and stand with Hans because I was already in bed and getting ready to go to sleep. Cale said as he walked towards the door. Seeing this, he asked In why he was going out, right? Cale replied. I looked back and said, like last time, enter my room through the balcony window. Without hanging on, it's just me and you. Raon, not far away, heard that, so I better go too. After speaking, Raon flew towards him. Cale said the three of us would go together. Hearing that, Choy Han was surprised. It took a while for me to reconsider and ask if I was going to take revenge. Absolutely not. He waved his hand to signal Choy Han to quickly go out and bring a hat when he came in. I know, Cale thought to himself, what was he thinking that was so extreme? Cale sat down on the bed and Choy Han started to go on a mission. Choy Han went out and closed the door. Cale also gradually fell asleep inside. Seeing him sleeping, Raon was next to him and reminded him not to oversleep. He didn't say anything, but in his mind he was thinking in his eyes that he was a 4-year-old child. He sat up. Then walked towards the window to look at the sky. Today someone jumped from the balcony. It turned out to be a Choy Han. Here we come. Cale put on the hat to cover his face and realized that compared to the hat, the cloak was indeed better. Choy Han looked towards the two and was surprised we would go like this. Seeing that, Raon said we would use magic. I didn't hear that dragons can transform into humans, so why wouldn't it be more comfortable to use human form? Raon, I answered, I hate humans, I don't want to turn into dragons or cool. Hearing that, Choy Han was surprised who he said was cool. Raon changed back. Cale said colored dragons, but Choy Han also agreed. Raon next to him started using magic and moving. Haven't seen Raon here for a while. Choy Han suddenly, Choy Han, what's going on? Choy Han stood on the window looking down and we had to carry him. Cale raised his finger and pointed to the ceiling. Then Raon also began to cast magic on him, causing his body to gradually levitate. Cale was surprised by this, his face filled with excitement. The dragon was indeed a talented species. Hearing that, Raon was excited. Yes, I am the greatest. The two people disappeared from the room, leaving me standing alone in the room. Choy Han also had to confirm that dragons are truly great. Choy Han went down first, he stood there and looked around. After confirming there was no one else, he turned around and spoke, from here it's okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Cale and Raon slowly appeared from a magical space. After landing safely, he glanced at the baby dragon Raon and thought to himself, the black dragon's magic is much stronger than he thought, it probably has something to do with its characteristics. With power like this, it can be said that it is better than a high-class magician. Indeed, if he grew up, he could blow up an entire kingdom if he wanted to. But if there was the sound of the wind, there would be no need to go to this extent, no need to bring both of these guys along. Cale remained silent and did not speak, so the other two could only stare at each other, not knowing what to say. The sound of the wind is the third ancient power I want to have. To gain that power, I had to go to the northeastern part of the Roan Kingdom, Lady Amira's territory. Thinking about that magic, Cale closed his eyes in contemplation. When I returned from the capital, I intended to go to that territory to get the sound of the wind. Although it is an ancient power located on the coast, it will be difficult but can be taken away quietly. The whale and human clan will appear in this eastern sea at the end of Book 4. So just don't go to that area at that time, just being able to reach those waters safely. Either way, by then Choy Han won't be with us anymore. While thinking, he pulled out a small roll of paper from his body. After a long period of contemplation, Cale spoke up and told the other two to follow me. Then the two boys and a baby dragon walked along the sidewalk together. Across the street were popular pubs, groups of people eating and drinking, looking extremely bustling. As he walked, Choy Han looked around and exclaimed, as expected, compared to other places, the capital at night is very bustling. Cale calmly replied, of course. After walking for a while, we reached the big square. Here, the space seemed quieter because there weren't too many people. Choy Han saw something in front of him, so he was a little stunned and looked at him silently. Cale saw his attitude and looked over in surprise. Before their eyes was the scene of a small family of three laughing happily in front of a large fountain placed in the middle of the square. Cale wasn't as concerned as Choy Han but calmly turned around and ordered Raon, the dragon, to block our sounds. The young dragon immediately understood and set up a large magic circle to surround the entire group of people. While casting magic, Raon said, there is something in magic called magic bombs. Hearing what Raon said, Choy Han turned around in surprise and asked, magic bomb? Without waiting for the baby dragon to answer, Cale spoke up and explained, yes, magic bomb. Magic bombs come in many shapes. The history of this continent spans many magical wars, and magic bombs also evolved at the same time that magic evolved. But there are many limitations such as installation location, and mana supply, so using them is quite complicated. Meanwhile, a newly developed bomb, 6 days later, will burn down this place and surrounding areas. At the end of his sentence, Cale remained silent and did not explain further, but pondered. During the birth of the hero, Choy Han and Rosalind discovered 5 bombs, and because the plot has become different, I don't think the places and people will be the same as in the book. If so, an explosion could happen at any time. But I believe that this event will still take place as scheduled, because I have confirmed the existence of that damn magician in this place. Seeing that he was silent for a long time without continuing, Choy Han asked, did he say that the bomb would explode in this place? Cale nodded, yes. It can be installed anywhere, including people. Of course they don't know about their existence, and we must stop this. Choy Han asked again, so what should we do? Cale shrugged and replied calmly, simple. A magic bomb is simply a block of mana, so just find a place with a higher mana density than other places. Choy Han didn't seem to believe it. the amount of mana was so large that it could be easily confirmed. Cale still calmly answered his question, no. Looking a little more than usual, even skilled magicians would have a hard time finding it. These small blocks of mana will absorb the mana around them and explode. Choy Han looked at him silently for a long time. Then he slowly spoke up, Cale Nim, although it's not an easy task. Before he could finish his sentence, Cale interrupted him, it was easy. Then he turned to Raon and looked at it, smiling, right. The little dragon understood what he meant, so he just pouted and replied, it can be done, it's as easy as turning your hand. Choy Han listened to the two people's conversation and pondered without speaking. With this black dragon's outstanding magical power, its ability to sense mana would also be equally great. Finding that mana difference with it was just a small matter. Seeing Choy Han staying silent, Cale picked up the roll of paper and pushed it towards him and said, I don't know what it is like for humans, but explosives placed in one place must be installed at least 2 days in advance. There is definitely one installed in this square, because this is the place where the most people meet. Choy Han completely agreed with Cale's thoughts, yes, that was true. Seeing that he had the same thoughts as him, Cale then spoke up and ordered, Choy Han, you and the Black Dragon go together, using this square as the center, go find that amount of bombs every night. Choy Han seemed surprised by his request. He asked again, is it just the two of us? Cale patted his shoulder, yes, he could act without making others suspicious, his abilities are outstanding. Choy Han didn't pay too much attention to his compliment but continued asking, once he figured it out, what should he do next? Cale replied, not doing anything. He was a bit surprised, he didn't immediately destroy it. Cale shook his head, we will destroy it that day. Choy Han is confused, can I ask why? Cale laughed at his question, he curled his lips and replied, you want to find that magician, right? Magic bombs, no matter what type, require a magician to activate them. That amount of bombs was detonated through a set of props made by the magician who created the explosives. Choy Han still didn't quite understand. Then Cale still patiently explained to him, just find them first, okay, let's find those with explosives planted on them too. Having said that, Cale suddenly turned gloomy and did not continue to speak, although finding them again would be very difficult. To find that amount of bombs, the two of them will have to travel a lot, it's really a troublesome and difficult job. So I let the two of them do this, because I myself cannot help. And I hate doing this. At this moment, Choy Han spoke up and asked, interrupting Cale's thoughts, so it would be fine to just return 2 days before the event, right? Cale shook his head, no, the two of you had to leave the whole day before the event. Choy Han was quite surprised, 1 day ago. After he finished speaking, he silently thought, then it would probably be more difficult when everything was more strictly guarded. Suddenly Cale curled his lips and let out a soft laugh. Hearing him laugh, Choy Han was startled and confused. Cale didn't let him wonder for long before explaining why he suddenly burst out laughing like that. On that very day there will be many magicians, but for 10 minutes they cannot use magic. That alone is good, because things related to magic will stop working. At some point, a black ball appeared in Cale's hand, slightly sparkling with a few small spots of light. He held the ball tightly in his hand and thought to himself, just 10 minutes is enough. Cale looked at the ball in his hand, leaned against a pillar and smiled, thinking, it only takes 10 minutes. This stone will infect a magic bomb for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough to save people being bombed, because they will definitely appear. And then, of course Choy Han and the Black Dragon will help me handle the rest. Seeming to understand something, Choy Han asked in surprise, Cale Nim did it all alone? He replied completely calmly, without denying, yes, hurry up. Then he pointed to a nearby direction and continued, I will wait there. Be there before 11 p.m. tonight. His place is just a small pub located on a street corner. Choy Han looked at him a bit confused and thought to himself, why didn't Cale Nim come along? Then Cale suddenly said something that had nothing to do with the conversation just now, it was cold. Choy Han is confusing, yes. Then he continued, I will work hard, and when I return, please buy me a beer. Cale happily nodded in agreement, okay. Then he turned to Raon and said, you should go too. As he finished speaking, the baby dragon Raon began casting magic to separate them into 2 groups. Before leaving, Choy Han slightly tilted his head and glanced at Cale, nodding slightly as a greeting, then turned around and left with Raon to carry out the mission. Cale still stood there, leaning his back against the wall, watching as the 2 figures gradually disappeared. One morning 2 days later, at Cale's mansion. The guy got off the bed and put on his slippers. It seemed like he had just woken up. He yawned and thought to himself that in the past 2 days, He had searched everywhere for possible bombs, but so far he had not found anything. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting his thoughts. The person who had just knocked on the door respectfully asked, "Master, you are awake?" Hearing the voice outside, he was a little startled and stiffened. Seeing the person who had just entered, Cale exclaimed in surprise, "Ron, the person who just appeared was the old butler of your mansion." He smiled happily and replied, "I'm back." Cale was extremely surprised when he saw him. He happily thought to himself, the wonderful dream like a summer night also disappeared and reality returned. Ron reached out and held out an envelope, interrupting his thoughts, "And there was one for you." He happily received it and immediately opened it to read. Inside the letter was only a short sentence, "Young master, can I receive a glass of wine from you?" After reading the contents inside, Cale immediately ordered the butler, Ron, to bring a bottle of the finest wine here. After Ron left, he walked over and sat on the sofa, threw the letter on the table and thought to himself, the illegitimate son of the Flynn Company, Bios, is coming to the capital. If so, the time to meet the prince in this kingdom is almost here. Immediately the butler returned to the room. He bowed respectfully and asked him, "Master, do you remember that the day after tomorrow we will go to the palace?" He did not answer immediately and remained silent in thought, before the ceremony declaring the opening of the festival, which was a meeting between the children of the nobles and the crown prince. It's not even a party or a conversation. It is also a form of mixed banquet and discussion. I wonder if Taylor and Cage are still okay. The abandoned eldest son and the crazy minister. If it was the two of them, it would still be fine, right? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in response to Ron, But suddenly he paused a bit as if remembering something, then he turned black and thought to himself, why am I thinking about these two people? Stop thinking. I will stay at the palace for a while, no matter who is cursing next to me, I will just sit still. Seeing that Cale's expression was a bit strange, Ron called out to him, "Master." Then he made an offer, "Could I accompany you to the palace?" Hearing that, he glanced at him gently and replied leisurely, "But who else?" At this time, the old butler remained silent and did not answer, but thought to himself, the rulers of the underworld of the eastern continent called ARM had begun to move to the western continent. Those guys called ARM, no one can predict their actions. One of the 5 great families that rule the night sky of the eastern continent, Molan family, the successor of that family, Ron Molan, anger towards ARM. I avoided encountering them by staying here. Maybe it's time to leave." Seeing that he was silent, Cale was puzzled and turned around to look at him as he continued, "Of course he would go with him. Why do you ask something so obvious?" He did not explain his question but just smiled brightly and replied, "You will do well." Cale was satisfied when he heard what he said, then he happily changed the subject, flipping his hair and joking with him, "Ron, basically, my face and figure are not that bad, right?" Ron also happily followed his joke, "Yes, our young master is very cool." But for some reason, when Ron said that, his face turned black and he thought, what did I just hear? Then, without waiting for him to say anything more, Ron bowed and spoke, "So I asked permission to leave. I have something to discuss with Butler Hans." He didn't respond right away but silently looked at him and silently assessed, he seemed to have a very good vacation. Why is that? Ron didn't need to wait for him to say anything to turn around and leave, but before he left, he turned around, smiled gently and said one more word to him, "And I would ask him to bring the best bottle of wine for the master." He was a bit confused with Ron's attitude but didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and said, "Hurry up." Right after Ron opened the door and left his room, Hong and On ran in from outside. They stopped at his feet and he spoke up, if he wasn't careful, he could die right there, found a way to kill. He was heartbroken as he looked at the 2 little foxes nodding, they had worked hard. Being praised, Hong and On were extremely happy, they hugged his legs and coddled him. Cale didn't know what to do, so he reluctantly sat still and let the 2 little foxes pamper him. But just a moment later, they separated from him, retreated a distance, then looked towards him and shouted in unison, "Smelling like wolves." It turned out that a figure had appeared outside the door. Cale also recognized that person's presence. He raised his voice and said, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door automatically opened. Locke was a bit surprised but slowly went inside. He looked at him and continued, "Sit down." Locke seemed a bit startled by his indifferent attitude, he was a bit panicked, yes." Then he hesitantly walked over and sat down on the chair opposite him. Seeing Locke's confusion, he spoke first, "If he has something to say, say it." Locke was a little startled because he saw what he was thinking. "Seeing that you didn't speak," he continued leisurely, "you had something to say, that's why you came here, right? I'm listening. In the luxurious bedroom, Cale and Locke sat facing each other. He saw Locke just sitting silently like that without speaking, so he reluctantly said, "You have something to say, that's why you came here, right?" Locke heard him say that and still obediently sat still with his hands on his thighs. He didn't even dare to raise his head to face Cale. He saw him being so silent and coldly urged him to go ahead. Locke's face now became extremely nervous. He didn't know how to open his mouth, that's the thing. Cale looked at his hesitant appearance without saying a word to urge him. His handsome, statue-like face and bright red hair captivated the person across from him. Locke stood up in confusion. His face was a little red, because when he stood up too quickly, the headset behind him made a creaking sound. Locke closed his eyes tightly and used all his courage to say, "Thank you very much." Cale raised his eyebrows at him. That alone made him so embarrassed. After speaking, Locke still kept his head down, anxiety and nervousness clearly showing on his face. Cale silently evaluated him in his heart. Naive and childish, that was the image of Locke in the legend. Cale didn't take his eyes off Locke. He leaned back slightly and looked at his shy appearance and couldn't help but feel that he was very cute. But according to the novel, after the first infatuation, his personality would change, but it still seems like that. Even though Locke didn't raise his head, he could still feel Cale's eyes looking intently at him. Locke was so nervous that the palms of his hands under the table were drenched in sweat. Cale withdrew his questioning eyes and turned his head to look at the window outside and coldly said, "Okay, thank you." Locke was stunned by his question for a moment, but only later did he regain his composure and say, "Yes." Seeing that he didn't respond, Locke's voice became even more frantic, "Oh yes." Cale silently crossed his legs and nodded. Cale picked up the cup of tea on the table, took a sip, said, "Thank you," then left. Locke saw that he intended to chase away the guests and couldn't help but say, "Oh actually." His hands under the table were now tightly clasped together. His voice kept rising and falling, "Actually, my young master, that's the thing." Seeing that Locke wanted to say something but didn't dare, Cale coldly said, "Say it." Locke was stunned and looked at Cale reflexively and replied, "Yes." Cale saw that he had only looked down and acted like that, which made him unhappy at all. Cale folded his hands on the tea table in front of him, leaned slightly towards Locke, looked straight into his eyes and said, "That's right, when talking, you have to look straight ahead." Hearing that, Locke finally raised his slightly pink face. Cale saw him listening like that and couldn't help but laugh. I knew he had something to say but he kept refusing to say it, and everything he wanted to say just spewed out and I would listen. Locke's eyes looked at him with gratitude. He did not expect the young master to say that, "Oh yes." Locke didn't know where to start. He put his hand on his chest and stammered and said, "I am the eldest brother." He used all his courage to open his mouth and say a series of words. He had to take care of his younger siblings, and I was also his daughter and younger brother. Locke's face was so tense that even though the room was always very cool, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his face. Locke pushed the chair behind him and stood up to speak. His aura was no longer arrogant. Instead, the tone was filled with hatred, "So I had to take revenge." Cale sat and listened to Locke's story as if he knew it from before. There was no surprise on his face. He pondered. There were 10 younger siblings that Locke had to take care of from now on. Cale looked at the boy sitting neatly in front of the chair and felt a strange feeling in his heart. With the wolf lineage, the family and neighbors, the people who had always respected and loved him, there was no doubt that he was we cannot forget them. He looked at Locke's worried appearance. Cale didn't know what he was thinking in his heart, but he had to repay this hatred. Locke's tense face from the moment he entered the room was still running away. He suddenly heard a voice reaching his ears, "The werewolf." These 3 words made him raise his head. Locke did not expect that his loss had been known to Cale for a long time. Looking at Locke's violent reaction, Cale asked, "Are you a wolf?" Even though he asked that question, from the expression on Locke's face, he already had the answer for himself. Cale's monotone voice rang out, "The werewolf always tried to take care of his family and always lived his life for his family." The 2 little foxes heard Cale's voice and came closer to his feet. He glanced at it, then leisurely crossed his arms across his chest and said calmly, "We are a clan full of pride." Hearing Cale's beautiful words, Locke's face suddenly turned even more pink. His eyes sparkled but Cale couldn't look away. The light shined on Locke's smiling face. Seeing Cale's peaceful attitude, his voice became even more agitated. "Thank you for your help." Locke's tone dropped. The 2 cat people sitting at his feet were extremely obedient, and Locke raised his eyes to look at Cale. His eyes sparkled with sadness. "Please help me." Cale saw Locke's sincere attitude and spoke up, saying, "Thank you once is enough." Cale coldly leaned one arm on the back of the chair facing Locke's expectant eyes. "I don't want to help you." Cale fell into thought. Recently, the dragon and Choy Han were enough to make him wonder about the future. It's not that he doesn't want to help Locke, but the black dragon is a magnet. If he gets involved with Choy Han again in the future, he will attract a lot of trouble. Therefore, I cannot help him indiscriminately right now. Cale thought for a while and came up with a perfect plan for himself. He turned his eyes to look at Locke, who was looking down at the table. Even though he was looking down, Cale could still easily see the disappointment in his eyes. Of course he understood the loss of 10 children's family, that wolf child. Cale couldn't help but push his chair and stand up, because he had also experienced it. Even though this was a situation that happened because I was partly involved, I didn't want to be responsible for the whole thing. Cale's steady footsteps were gradually moving towards Locke. His voice did not express any emotions. But let's make a deal. Hearing that, Locke immediately saw a glimmer of hope and raised his head in surprise and said, transaction. Cale was now standing very close to Locke. He was standing and Locke was still sitting, so Cale could take in all of Locke's facial expressions in his eyes. He put his hands on the tea table and leaned down to say, right. When Locke faced his resolute face, a moment of anxiety arose in his heart. Cale's cold voice brought Locke back to his senses. He asked, what can I do for you? What can you do for me in return? Cale saw that Locke was silent and immediately smiled evilly. Please arrange everything clearly and come to me again. Locke heard that and shyly turned his face away. Cale saw that and couldn't help but curl his mouth. Seeing that Cale had said so clearly that there was no point in staying here, he stood up and left. Cale still maintained the same standing posture. Locke stood up and looked almost as tall as Cale. He looked straight at his smiling face and replied, yes. After saying that, Locke walked out of Cale's room. After thinking everything clearly, I will come. Cale put his hand on his head and smiled and said, that's it. The two of them walked out of the room side by side. The next morning, the sun reached its peak, shining down on the magnificent palace. Thanks to the light, the whole palace became sparkling. Everything in the palace is splendidly decorated. The decorations are also meticulously chosen. Lamin, wearing a black military uniform, leaned against the echoing wall behind him, his hands in his pockets, his eyes looking into the distance. His whole body was illuminated by the light, exuding beautiful beauty. The place where Cale was standing was the Palace of Joy, the name of the palace used to hold banquets, the small palace that the king set up to welcome the prince. Lamin looked intently at the castle in front of him, although it was only a palace for the third prince. But clearly the grandeur is probably superior to many other castles or villas that make up the capital of the Hennetus family. Looking at that gorgeous golden castle, Cale couldn't help but sigh. His eyes absent-mindedly glanced around. Eric, Gilbert, Amiru haven't arrived yet. Hess been standing here for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a horse-drawn carriage approaching. Cale turned around to discover that there were 3 horse-drawn carriages entering the castle at the same time. Cale gritted his teeth and shouted in frustration, damn, Therese still someone else. The man slowly got out of the carriage, and next to him was a man who bowed slightly to greet him. Cale couldn't help but groan. Why was this the right time? Looking at the man slowly approaching him, Cale's face suddenly darkened. Before this palace. Neo Tolls smiled and waved at Cale. Who is this? Neo Tolls leisurely walked over. Isn't he the famous young master Cale? Looking at his smiling face, Cale's eyes became even darker. He saw that Cale didn't take the initiative to say hello. Did you come alone? The man was still smiling at him while Cale coldly thought to himself, why did he meet Benion's tail here? Cale's face immediately turned gloomy when he met Neo Tolls here, a typical rude person, Neo Tolls, who received support from the second son of Marquis Stan Vignon. An extremely harsh place for humans. The village where the Black Dragon was kept was the colony of Viscount Tull's house. Neo Tolls was really unhappy with Cale's attitude towards him, but Cale didn't seem to care much about his attitude. He quickly sank into his own thoughts, and originally the relationship between Viscount Tull's family and Hennetus are not very good. The reason is because just a mountain range away, the Hennetus family is rich, but in the past their family once wanted to associate with the Hennetus family. A series of thoughts and questions rushed in, making Cale's mind more chaotic. Neo Tolls standing next to Cale suddenly spoke, are you here alone? Cale did not directly answer Cale. He stared intently at Neo Tolls' face right in front of his eyes. That was 5 years ago after being under Marquis Stan's rule. Neo Tolls didn't feel anything when Cale treated him coldly. His face was still smiling brightly. On the contrary, Cale felt extremely bored when he had to meet Neo Tolls. From then on the Tolls family became much more provocative. His mood was extremely complicated right now. Cale sighed and said, why did he have to meet a stalker here? He secretly felt that he was really unlucky, because he stood outside in the sun, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his face. From the moment Neo Taz entered the hall, it was much more crowded than most of the people Neo brought. Neo immediately waved his hand at the butler next to him and said, "Let's talk with young Master Cale for a moment. When you have orders, please come." The butler respectfully replied, "Yes." The man followed orders and quickly left, leaving space for Neo Taz and Cale to talk. Neo looked up at Cale and called out, "Young Master Cale." Neo's face smiled brightly in the sunlight, but his voice was the complete opposite. "Why would a trash like you come to the palace?" Cale seemed to be so used to Neo's condescending attitude that there was no extreme expression on his face, no different from before. "I don't know if it's just a novel about a new fantasy world like this or if reality is full of people like this." There were a lot of flowers planted in the palace courtyard. The fragrant scent of the flowers hit Cale's scent, making Cale's mood much better. "Okay, anyway, this guy is messing with me." Neo really admired Cale's patience. Even though he said that to him, he still didn't get mad. Cale Min's face became gloomy. "Can a viscount say something like that to an earl? I thought it was only like that in books. Encountering this in reality makes me so uncomfortable. I'm not the main character, but I also encounter this as the situation." Cale was so lost in his thoughts, his face became extremely cold. Some villains didn't know his identity, so maybe he asked Ron to kill him. Neo Taz saw that he didn't answer, so he showed a face like that. Neo smirked and said, "Why do you want to throw alcohol at me?" Neo intentionally pushed Cale's tolerance limit. He was happy to see Cale be so patient with him, or wanted to hit me. The pet flying behind Cale spoke indignantly. This guy was lying. Hearing what he said, Cale remained silent and did not speak. Cale Min put his hands in his pockets looking extremely casual. Of course he understood that he was intentionally attacking him. He was intentionally causing trouble because he couldn't use magic inside the palace. So magical recording devices cannot be brought into the palace. Like on Venyan, Cale leaned over and was talking to the animal next to him. This guy was his subordinate. Neo saw two people, one whispering loudly, then frowned. Cale's pet had black fur, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent, saying, "Kill him." Cale gently shook his head and said, "Therese, no need to be like that. Therese, no point in dealing with shrimp like him." Without Cale's consent, the animal also withdrew its desire to kill. Clack, 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 a series of carriage sounds rang out in the distance. Neo and Cale reflexively turned around. Cale Min really didn't know who would come here, just one name was enough to give him a headache. The luxurious carriage passed Neo Taz and stopped. The car door slowly opened and the figure inside the car gradually appeared. Cale Henatus, Miss Amiru, young Master Gilbert, the three of them finally appeared. Seeing them going down, Cale Min stood behind and called out, "Brother." Hearing from Cale's brother, Neo's face became extremely unsightly. Cale Min quickly whispered when he saw Cale Henatus arrive. He pointed at Neo and said, "This guy." Neo Taz didn't expect him to be such a childish guy. He looked coldly at Cale. Cale Henatus looked in the direction of Cale's hand and saw Neo's gloomy face and quickly smiled. Cale coldly waved his hand and commanded to quickly deal with it. Realizing the tense atmosphere between the two of them, Henatus quickly said softly, "Ahem." He quickly rushed to stand in front of Cale. Henatus smiled brightly and said, "Young Master Neo, long time no see." Cale coldly looked at Neo and said, asking for forgiveness. Seeing the extremely familiar atmosphere between the two of them, Neo frowned and said darkly, "It seemed like they were on the same side as that trash." Meeting Cale's ice-cold gaze, Neo's face suddenly stiffened. Neo wondered if he was plotting something or not. His face was too cunning. Cale crossed his arms over his chest and still didn't speak. He didn't hesitate to use his eyes to probe that Neo. In Cale's mind, the image of Venyan suddenly appeared. He is a person with an extremely unpredictable mind. You need to be more careful with this guy. From the moment Henatus and the others arrived, Neo's face never relaxed. He was always in a gloomy state. Cale didn't pay any attention to them anymore and turned to leave, followed by the Black Dragon. Cale's Black Dragon followed the report, having completed the recording magic. After hearing this, Cale couldn't hide his smile. This way, he could make that guy go crazy in the future. After speaking, he continued walking forward. His mood was much better now, but it was a bit sad that he couldn't use recording magic. With Cale Min gone, they have nothing left to stay. Henatus stood up and said, "Young Master Neo, see you at the banquet table." After saying that, he turned around and smiled and said to the two people standing behind, "Miss Amiru, young Master Gilbert, let's go." Going to the party venue, the three of them were warmly welcomed as soon as they arrived. Young Master Cale Henatus from Count Henatus's house invited them in. Cale Min looked around and said, "It seems okay." Amiru and Gilbert also scattered to observe everything around them. Lady Amiru came to stand next to Cale and said, "Young Master Cale, the highest seat at the banquet table is for the prince, followed by tables for each area." Cale smiled and looked at the girl next to him. Seeing Cale not speaking, she tilted her head to the side and asked, "Why can't I say?" Cale saw that Amiru didn't want to talk, so he didn't force him. "Okay, I know." Amiru glanced at the hall and silently assessed that there were a total of 5 tables in the hall. Northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast and center, the banquet table is arranged according to the distribution of power of the nobles. Amiru couldn't help but sigh that the people here really knew how to arrange this room, and it was so luxurious. Cale asked Amiru for permission and then went around the room alone. As expected, the royal family was thoughtful in this matter, creating a silent competition. It was a special skill of the crown prince, but the crown prince was a very strict person towards himself. He glanced at the arrangement of tables and chairs. The seats of the second and third princes were ranked one step below. Cale did not reveal any expression on his face. Outsiders looked at him and felt extremely cold. He arranged everything carefully, even the small things, truly a royal prince. People with this much power are not the type of people I want to approach. Henatus put his hands on his side and looked at his name printed on the seat and said, "Indeed, our seat is closest to the entrance." Cale had no aversion to sitting anywhere, it was convenient to be this close to the door. Cale placed his hand on Henatus's shoulder and said, "Here we don't need to bow to anyone." Cale suddenly put his hand on his shoulder like that, making Henatus surprised. "Young Master Cale." Henatus happily said, "You understand what I mean so well." The hand that was placed on Henatus's body suddenly stopped. No one knew anything, and saying the party was like an understatement. Cale looked at their smiling faces and asked in bewilderment why everyone was like that. While chatting happily, the respectful voice of the receptionist rang out clearly, "Young Master Venyan Stan of Marquis Stan's house, please come in." Cale and the others standing near the door clearly heard every word the receptionist said, but they still didn't care. Only Cale instinctively turned his head back, but in his heart he still had the feeling that this person was not simple. As soon as Venyan entered the door, he immediately met Cale sitting at the table. His excited voice rang out, "Young Master Cale is coming too." "Young Master Cale is still coming?" Cale nodded respectfully, "Yes." Cale placed both hands neatly on the table. Silence was best at this time. "I don't know why he only greeted me, but it certainly didn't mean anything good." Cale Min's face clearly showed concern, with a few drops of sweat appearing on his forehead, as expected. He bent down to look at the black dragon sitting obediently on his lap. His heart was now filled with an emotion that was difficult to describe. Cale kept petting the black dragon because it wasn't very happy. The black dragon frowned and said, "It's okay. I told you it's okay. I'm a great dragon." The black dragon continuously soothes Cale's worries. "Remember, Cale carefully warned you before coming here. Listen clearly, if you follow me into the palace, you will meet Venyan again, because he was the son of a noble who was invited to the palace." Hearing Venyan, the black dragon's face was extremely uncomfortable. Cale continued, "But if you kill him there, it won't work. It's an important day. On that day, if you meet Venyan without killing him, I will promise you one thing." Hearing this, the black dragon was extremely curious. Cale continued, "Later I will eliminate him for you. In the most brutal way, turning him into a monster, while caressing the black dragon Cale, continuously hitting its psychology." At this time, the two of them were in the palace. Cale thought with a serious expression, "This dragon is indeed more rational than I thought." Luckily it did not go crazy. Otherwise it would have burned this place down, and I would have had to say goodbye to my life, Cale thought and felt scared. Cale suddenly felt that Venyan was about to appear, coming this way. Sitting at the table, Cale couldn't help but think, yes, because the table next to him belongs to northern nobles, he had to go through this place. The quiet atmosphere suddenly enveloped the place. Cale carefully moved the black dragon. The person sitting next to Cale spoke softly, "Hey, Cale." Cale was wondering how to act like he didn't know Venyan when the man next to him immediately hinted as if to say, "Just leave me alone." Right after that, a voice suddenly came from behind Cale, "Young Master Cale. Long time no see." A blond man with a very friendly smile walked up to Cale. Even though he didn't want to, Cale had to push his chair back and stand up to say hello. "Yes, young Master Venyan, this is the first time we have met since we were in Vizier Tal's territory, right?" Cale said as he put his hands in his pockets and smiled shyly. In response, Venyan just smiled very happily, but it seemed that the guy accompanying Venyan's face was not very happy. He looked extremely tense and frowning. The space suddenly became quiet. No one said a word to anyone. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Vinyan immediately responded to Cale's greeting earlier, yes, that was originally my route back after meeting young Master Neo. Cale also happily responded, is that so? I originally planned to have a drink or two together in this capital. That's right, even though Cale and Vinyan both talked to each other very happily, the guy who was with Vinyan earlier still kept that frowning face without changing a bit. Cale responded, that's right, the day after meeting young Master Vinyan, Duke Tal's knight came to see me. Cale's mouth curled up strangely as he spoke. Cale continued to speak, but unlike last time, he began to speak more softly, his tone as if he were interrogating him. Tal's estate was stolen. Is the young master okay? Is a friend of young Master Neo, surely you know? Vinyan's face also changed color at this time but still calmly replied, yes, it is indeed sad news. I just took the hangover medicine the next morning. Hearing about it was really surprising, Cale continued. Cale kept talking as if he was overwhelming Vinyan's mentality. Oh my god, that's a thief. It sounds like Therese nothing left. It seems like something very valuable was lost, right? The guy accompanying Vinyan seemed to understand Cale's meaning, wanted to say so he grimaced angrily and looked at Cale. Before the party but Cale was gaining momentum so he kept saying, young Master Neo, please try your best, isn't it true that sometimes unbelievable things happen in life? When Cale said those words, he was extremely pleased and thought, in this world, the most hated people are those who talk too much, insensitive person, and the one who has no malice, implying all three types of people. How fun will this be? Just thinking about it, Cale couldn't help but laugh out of joy, but then immediately continued to speak, whenever something sad like that happens, drinking alcohol is the best thing. Young man, Jia Anchor, please join me for a drink today. That's the man who was with Vinyan just now, Hess young Master Neo. Cale kept talking about his business all this time. Cale kept smiling and coaxing, young Master Vinyan should go with him, but Vinyan didn't seem to like it. After having some fun, I immediately fell into thinking, after losing that black dragon, I lost my credibility. According to the evidence provided by the knights, although I doubted the organization that provided me with the dragon, Vinyan's eyes gradually became more immersed in thought. However, if a group of people is having such a special day, I can't help but be suspicious. Cale is still extremely excited here. If we spend a day together with alcohol, everything that goes wrong will be forgotten. Vinyan immediately turned around and smiled happily and replied, young Master Cale, thank you very much, but until next time, I couldn't help but feel uneasy when I said that in my mouth. Maybe this incompetent guy doesn't know anything about dragons, Chief. But right after Vinyan turned around to leave, Cale quickly spoke up, it's a pity but the young master said so be it, but those knights also turned white when they saw me, young Master Neo, you have to be strong. Cale didn't forget to add, and it seemed like everything valuable was lost that day. After all, it's impossible to find something that others want to hide, must continue to live. Without saying anything else Vinyan left. With an unhappy look on his face, Vinyan walked away cursing and sneering at that trash. That dragon has the art of invisibility, I don't know where I escaped to. The young master still had that expression and turned to leave. Before leaving, Cale also encouraged me, young master, do your best, your mouth says so, but in your heart you constantly plan, from now on, you will have to eat bran for Vinyan, my child. As soon as they left, there was also an echo from outside. Young Master Antonio Jair from Duke Jair's house had arrived, Karen Orsenia of Duke Orsena's house had arrived, and Cale immediately placed the bottle of wine on the table. Young Master Cale, who was sitting next to him, called out to Cale. Then they all looked at Cale intently, not taking their eyes off. "I'll drink later," they quickly spoke up so that Cale wouldn't be bewildered when being looked at. Cale quickly replied, "Is that so?" Everyone at the party was talking and laughing happily, making the party quite bustling. Vinyan on this side with an angry face that has not yet calmed down is also sitting and watching everyone join the party. Cale held his small watch in his hand and glanced at it. The clock ticks away. The outside door from earlier was also opened, rays of sunlight also entered. The man standing guard was about to speak, but a hand reached out as if ordering him not to say anything. 3 young masters entered the party from outside. The young man in front walked towards the front of the stage and said, "Very pleased, thank you for responding to my invitation." Cale looked at the clock thinking, it's time already. Up there, the young man from before continued to say, "Precious talents are illuminating this palace, future great men are gathering here, it is truly an honor." The door was now opened again, as if some important guest was about to enter. After the guy up there greeted everyone, he felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. Cale held the watch in his hand and smiled, "It's here." Outside, Another noble boy was being pushed inside. Cale was secretly happy, the timing was really right. The guy in the wheelchair was being pushed slowly inside. Everyone was silent before the two people appeared. Everyone had happily joined the party before, but when the two of them entered, it was completely quiet. Cale on this side couldn't help but feel happy and thought, what a wise decision, my church will have a lot of headaches. But Cage certainly doesn't care about that, he thought while looking at them. Vinian suddenly got angry and stood up shouting, what's going on? Vinian seemed to be extremely angry, his face changed color, his teeth clenched. The young man on the podium quickly relieved the siege. He said warmly, I did not expect to meet the eldest son of Marquis Stan, Taylor Stan and the Minister of Death here. Marquis Stan immediately spoke up, I heard that this is an opportunity to teach the children of the nobles in the kingdom to meet and talk with His Royal Highness. It is rude to come here without an invitation, like this. The Crown Prince also quickly responded, it's okay. Although I have invited all the representatives of the families to come, and if a family does not have a representative, then of course anyone can come, the Crown Prince added. Surely young Master Taylor won't be upset, right? The Crown Prince's words seemed to be silently reminding Vinian, making him extremely angry, but he couldn't do anything, so he stood up. I was a bit surprised, Your Highness. Seeing Vinian's anger in Cale's mind, he couldn't help but think, the family has no representative. This is clearly the Crown Prince's official attack on an unrecognized person like Vinian. The prince in the story of the birth of the hero always shows insecurity towards the second and third princes, because Marquis Stan's family has a close relationship with the third prince. That was indeed a strange thing. Cale was still extremely engrossed in the wondering thoughts in his head. No matter how much the king was currently using the third prince, deposing the crown prince was not the matter. What's easy? And each noble will side with a prince, because I didn't want to worry too much. I didn't investigate, but it was clear that there was something. The more Cale thought about it, the more strange it seemed. The crown prince immediately spoke up, sorry to make him feel uncomfortable, but anyway, seeing young Master Taylor still healthy like this after seeing him after a long time, I'm really happy. Taylor also quickly responded, Your Highness, even though I can't move my legs, but I still have these hands, my head, eyes, ears and mouth, all are still alive. No, on the contrary, I have become stronger. Taylor's words seemed to want to confirm that although my legs are not healthy, but anything can be done. The crown prince could only hum, so fa, as expected you are still alive. The last survivor is the strongest. Those words are like a knife stabbing into Vinian's mind. Vinian's face gradually changed color and darkened. Cale over here is extremely gloating, a very interesting situation. At the party, there were many interesting things that made Cale unable to get out of his thoughts. Taylor, Vinian, and all the nobles in the country. This tense encounter hangs like 1,000 pounds of thread. It's so interesting to watch their tense faces. I wish I had popcorn, Cale thought humorously. The crown prince pointed to the person accompanying Taylor and asked, this person must be the Minister of Death, right? He quickly bowed and replied, servant of eternal sleep, Cage would like to meet the royal prince. After that, the prince continued excitedly, let's leave the conversation for later, now we should enjoy the banquet together. I don't know where is the right place for the two of them. The prince glanced around then said, there is a suitable place. Cale looked at the prince's expression and thought in bewilderment, is it this place? That's right, anyway, Therese, no other place besides here, where there aren't great nobles. There were only nobles who followed the factions of the great nobles, a balance of power. Moreover, other great nobles cannot touch the place where the strongest and richest nobles choose the central location, Cale carefully analyzed. The crown prince immediately smiled brightly and said, young Master Taylor, please sit at the table in the northeast region, because that place seemed more spacious than other places. Hearing that, Taylor and Cage quickly thanked the crown prince and left as arranged. Although it seemed like he didn't want to see Cale, he once again encountered Cale, causing young Master Neo to still have that unpleasant look on his face. It's nothing, being with the talented people of the kingdom is a good thing. The crown prince pointed to the table where the talented people were sitting and said, is it okay to rearrange the seats? The prince immediately asked the people sitting there. The guy sitting next to Cale immediately stood up, of course, Your Highness. They quickly stood up to rearrange their seats. This guy quickly whispered in Cale's ear, Cale, just stay there. Invited to sit, they quickly rearranged the seating so as not to affect the party. Cale also quickly sat in his seat after rearranging it. The sound of the wheels of Taylor's full chair gradually approached. After arriving at his position, Taylor politely said, it was my pleasure. After settling down, the prince continued, okay, although it's a bit delayed, Let's start the party. It's an honor to invite the future talents of the kingdom here and have a party like this. Thank you everyone for responding to my invitation. Cale is still shyly looking at Taylor. Enjoy the party today. As for Venian, he was still much more uncomfortable. He always felt uncomfortable when the Crown Prince said things like he was mocking him. Right after the Crown Prince's words, the party started again. The dishes are also quickly presented on the table in the most meticulous way. The blue-haired girl sitting next to Cale immediately turned to tell him, "Young Master Cale, we are going to meet the Crown Prince." Right after that, Cale quickly fell into thought. Looking at the Crown Prince sitting at the banquet table, he thought, but what is the intention? It seems like the prince's invitation wasn't just for that, there's definitely something more. Of course there are many possibilities. Cale couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. While cutting the meat on the plate, I thought, maybe because the war is about to take place in the south and west of the mainland, or has he seen the seeds of civil war that will take place in the Whipper Kingdom? Never mind, it has nothing to do with me. Cale quickly dismissed those thoughts and put the piece of meat in his mouth. The black dragon underneath couldn't help but wonder, it must be delicious, after all, humans cook, it's also delicious. But sure enough, there is a magic recording device here. The guy sitting next to me just now was always looking at Cale worriedly with the thought, Cale is only for 5 minutes. Cale understood and replied, yes, but then thought, I know the reason. First of all, this is an opportunity for the prince to survey the children of the nobles, and of course the second and third princes also know this, meaning this is the wish of the entire seventh prince. Just thinking about it, the corner of Cale's mouth curled up in a smile. The guy from before immediately stood up and left. Immediately everyone at this table stood up from their seats. Cale also quickly stood up. Everyone turned towards the prince. Knowing that everyone wanted to come and drink with him, the Crown Prince laughed loudly. Oh, these are talented people from the northeastern region. Eric stood up and said, it is an honor, Your Majesty. I, Eric, would like to meet you. Of course Your Highness would like it very much. Yes, yes, yes. Then His Highness said, Eric, we have something to talk about, don't we? Alberu, he thought, golden hair was a testament to the blessing of the sun god, also a characteristic of the Alberu royal family that ruled the Roan kingdom. I've always been waiting for the moment to talk to you, Eric said happily. So Alberu replied, of course, I've been waiting for this moment too. Then he stood up and said to the people standing in front of him, the intelligent young Master Eric of the Countess Eric's family, continue to take the position of the entrance to the northeast region. How can we delay this moment is okay. When Cale heard that, he could only smile, it's so interesting, what a boneless tongue. And young Master Cale of the Countess Hennetus's house, the voice rang out. I've never met you before. Alberu held out his hand. Thanks to the Countess Hennetus, we don't have to be afraid of the dark, thanks to that I can sleep well and feel secure. We also know that young Master Cale is a free person, he continued, probably inheriting the freedom of the Hennetus sculptors. Your soul is as pure as your freedom. Cale is quite angry when he hears this. Being able to praise a famous trash like this is not a simple matter, in that direction prince so talented. Today, the Crown Prince, I felt this, of course, Cale cannot be inferior. If the king is the sun that shines during the day, then the Crown Prince is the moon that shines at night. Cale, I feel like I've been enlightened, he said and laughed, not knowing where to end it. Alberu was very happy when he heard that. Is that so? That's right, Your Majesty, he replied. We came here to respond to the summons of His Highness the Crown Prince, who is the star in the hearts of the people of our kingdom. Cale, I really couldn't hold back my emotions today, he said, making everyone gasp. No one could believe these words came out of his mouth. He thought, this is a step towards the goal of alienating the Crown Prince. Why did the person usually called the Crown Prince dye his hair with magic? Is it because of the level? It has to be the size of a great dragon to detect it. Is it dyed by another dragon, or is it by some other kind of power? I really don't think. I just learned a useless thing, a secret, cannot be revealed to others. His eyes also changed color. This ordinary human was planning something, the black dragon told him. Weak humans should be careful. This guy is not weak, use the night to fly around and evaluate. Humans are weak, be especially careful, you will die. The prince was known to be not good at using force. He looked at the boy standing in front of him and thought, but the dragon said he was not weak. The current Vuong Phi is the mother of the third prince. The Crown Prince's mother is not the current Vuong Phi. She was a commoner, worked as a maid, and passed away for unknown reasons when he was young. Even Choy Han thought that the prince was a normal person. He was hiding something. No, it didn't matter if he didn't hide it. Suddenly Alberu spoke up. Young Master Cale seemed quite similar to me. He smiled and talked happily. It was the honor of my life, Your Highness. So the two hands released each other. Eric suddenly noticed his gesture. It turned out there was a reason. He looked and nodded. Why was Albert so wary of the second and third princes, and why did the king suddenly turn to love the third prince, who was not his biological son? Or is there another secret to the origin? This is really interesting. You just stand there without moving. Gilbert and Amiru also looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This little merchant, Amiru, was angry with me and immediately obeyed. I heard that the scenery in the lady's territory is very beautiful. Is that true? Cale came over and asked her. She smiled kindly. It was true. The vertical cliffs blocking the sea were beautiful. He thought, how beautiful are they? Those cliffs will make it difficult for me to get the next ancient power. The third ancient power, the Sound of the Wind, was possessed by the Magician Alliance during the war in the Whipper Kingdom, specifically by a mad tyrant who appeared in the second half of the Civil War, but that ability is not great for him. But the lamp will collapse, Mr. Sakam, it will collapse after the Civil War. Rosalind, the person with the most promising abilities, will become the owner of the new magic tower in the Western continent. Choy Han, the Iron Magician, and the Imperial Crown Prince, these three people are all related to the events taking place in the north-central region of the Western continent, as typical heroic characters. The Queen of the Great Thousand, the one who unified the South, at the beginning of the novel there was a hint that they were in contact with her. Thinking of this, he put his hand on his chin. In addition to the mysterious organization that Choy Han encountered, the Western continent became the battlefield of the war for hegemony, which has destroyed Hoa Bin for more than 200 years. It's none of my business, he thought as he followed everyone. Young Master Gilbert, I can go after the party is over, right? Gilbert smiled and nodded. We will meet the prince after the party is over, won't you come along? Gilbert said invitingly. Cale shook his head. Why should I follow? The three of them are all good at attracting investment, he reminded. It turned out that he had read the documents. Gilbert was quite surprised. He humbly said that he had just read them. Today's party is very fun. I have prepared an after-party for those who need it. Additionally, I have prepared seats for everyone to give on their birthday this year. I hope everyone will come and have fun together. That important day, he remembered the words. This is a compulsion. I will have to be at the square when the bomb explodes. Then the party will end here. See you later, little brother. He looked at the two people next to him. This really made him uncomfortable. I hate being called younger brother, he thought. Young Master Cale, where did Amiru come from? Let me see you off. Miss Amiru, are you afraid that I will cause an accident on the way? He asked again, meaning to tease. I'm sorry, but young Master Neo has already left, she replied politely. Afraid that going up there would cause trouble with me, he thought. A moment later, the sun also reached its peak. Young Master Cale, you've worked hard today, she told him. Has polite, that's all. But Miss Amiru still has to work harder to achieve the best results. Even though I say that, I can see the urgency in it. The northeastern sea is just a worthless land. The cliffs are steep as if they were carved. Near the cliffs there is water sickness. If you are a person in the territory, on land, boats can be easily controlled, but for outsiders, this is clearly a very dangerous place. Even though it was because of the Sound of the Wind, Amiru and Gilbert wanted to invest in this worthless beach, but he had a serious face but didn't want to say anything. I believe I have enough strength to do that, she seemed to read his thoughts. Before getting in the car, he turned around and said to her, Miss Amiru, you have to be young Master Cale, Phone will definitely be very interested in this investment. She nodded. Perhaps so, he thought to himself. After all, everyone is having a hard time today. It won't be a problem if I help a little. I also need to join this old aristocratic association in the Northeast. And according to information about the nobles, Amiru is quite a tight-lipped person. The young lady wants to invest and travel, right? He told her. She nodded. If you're in a hurry, why don't you try to think carefully about the geographical value of Miss Amira's sea area, the sea area between the Whipper Kingdom and the north. She was startled and didn't think of that. Of course, she expected the young lady to keep this to herself, and he also reminded her. She knew the importance of this, so she nodded. I will remember what you said. Let's start. The journey begins leaving Amiru behind. Amiru said, Yes, master. The northwestern sea is mostly desert. The territory of Amiru and Gilbert has a complex coastline and includes many small islands, and also has steep cliffs that seem to be cut into sharp corners. Cale sat in a luxurious carriage and leaned on his hands. Then he looked into the distance. He thought they only thought in the direction of maintaining peace forever. But surely Huang Tutu knew that this peace would no longer last. The carriage began to move, leaving the beautiful peaceful campus, its shadow long on the ground under the sunset. Inside the carriage, a handsome face, was slowly thinking that before the mage killer could act, he had to regain that ancient power first. Under the afternoon sunlight, the house appears like a magnificent castle with majestic black fences and blooming roses. In the living room, Choy eagerly informed Cale that I had discovered 4 magic bombs. He had a serious face, was sweating profusely and was out of breath. He continued to say that everything was located near the square. Cale saw that and replied, showing me the map. One long, slender arm held the discolored map that he carefully held out with both hands. Unlike Choy Han's scared and worried appearance, he slowly placed the map on the table and leaned on his hands, researching. At this time the black-shirted man stabilized his breathing and then reported again. When he discovered the head, I ran, holding the black dragon, searching nearby places and discovered 3 more places. Besides that, I didn't discover anything else. In the luxury room, 2 little foxes were sleeping soundly on the sofa. The black dragon flew around to see the 2 of them discussing plans. Choy Han continuing, I tried looking for places near the square, but in general there were seems like Therese nothing more. 5 bombs attached to people, 5 at locations. During the birth of said hero, his long slender hand gently placed on the map, he remembered that sentence and continued to think that this time there were 6 fruits attached to people and 4 fruits to locations. His face didn't change color, another variable. Cale calmly said, from the day after tomorrow until the day of the car safety speech, Therese, no need to rush. Choy Han wondered, even so, it seems like we have to quickly clean up the bomb site. Daybreak, let's steal them, Cale replied. Black Hair tilted his head and replied yes, although he didn't quite understand the meaning. I learned that magic bombs are weapons where the person who installs them must give a signal to detonate them, but cutting off that signal is easy, Cale thought. Black Dragon or Rosalind are both far superior to other normal magicians. Although it takes a bit of time, it's easy. If so, Rosalind must handle the bombs attached to humans. Cale thinking about that magician wearing a strange hat, he calculated that he had to do it that very day. Only then could that blood-crazy magician be assured that everything was according to his plan. Coming up with a complete plan, he brought the map back to Choy Han's hand. He took the map and asked if it was not destroyed but stolen. Cale replied, why do those useful things have to be destroyed? Cale smile, your smile is full of calculation, I have to use it. It's not because of those bombs, but because the dense mana in that explosive is a very useful material. He looked at the pair of little foxes sleeping soundly on the sofa and slowly said that he didn't know if there would be more, so he should keep looking. His idea was to check to see if the location of the bombs had changed or not. Black Dragon and Choy Han would have to hide their identities to probe around there. At this time, the 2 cat children had also woken up. They looked at him with sparkling eyes, a little wary. Go to work and pay for food, he announced. Cale smiled brightly at them and said, go to work. At this moment, from the wide open window, the black dragon sat on a nearby tree branch watching 2 small cats jump out to go to work to pay for food. On the street, a luxurious carriage slowly drove by. On the day before the birthday of the king of the Rhone kingdom, I heard that Bilios was coming to the capital. In Cale's car, 2 well-educated men sat opposite, looking at each other. Cale opened his mouth first and wanted me to take care of his younger siblings. Locke stood up and replied yes, that's what I wanted to discuss. Seeing that, he immediately asked, if you see anything you can do for me. He replied no, only I can do it. He asked, if not you, then who? The boy with beautiful, touching emerald green eyes said excitedly, I will do it with my brothers, together we will be much stronger. Then the 2 of them sat down in the car compartment and fell into silence. Locke hesitantly clicked his fingers and continued, history showed that the Blue Wolf clan was famous as the Knights. Cale shook his head and said, history, that's something I don't know. The boy opposite was a bit surprised and quickly said if he didn't know, let me explain. No need, he replied. Locke losing his composure in front of his opponent's coldness, he was confused. Even so, Cale Moan thought to himself, tell me to form a knight order with 10 wolf and Locke children. Locke himself, although he is very afraid of the whale tribe, he crossed his arms over his chest and thought. He looked again at the timid child in front of him. However, he was the one who could attack the leader of the whale gang for the sake of his fellow humans. Telling me to accept such a blind brat as a subordinate is no different than telling me to join a fake religion. Cale, after thinking for a while, said, stop talking nonsense, they're just kids, how can they become knights? You asked me to protect the children, but the conditions you gave seem to contradict that request. Cale frowned. If we make children become knights, based on the nature of the wolf tribe, they could be more than a religion, they would become a dog-blooded gang. But what was the decision of those children? Why did you decide for yourself? He asked. Locke was surprised by the question. Then he put his face down on his arms and softly said sorry. Cale seriously told him, "It's not a matter of apologizing, I already know what favor you want, now think about what I want to receive from you." Of course I thought about that, but not now but about 3 months later, he thought. When the ancient power appeared at a certain dangerous mountain, and existed for 6 months to climb that mountain, only the wolf clan who had undergone berserk could do it. He began to look proud, thinking that if he sold that ancient power to the queen of the kingdom, he could earn enough money to last a lifetime even if the count's house collapsed. The king had a lot of money, it's okay if I ask for a little. In contrast to his complacency, the boy sitting opposite seemed to have not thought of anything and was in a low mood, quietly asking if there was anything he needed from me. Cale scratched the girl inside. Helpless before the boy's innocence, he said, "Stand up and ask such an obvious question, Therese, no way he wouldn't need you, ah. If you want to discuss anything, please just say anything and I will do it." Faced with Locke's sincerity, Cale started to offer conditions. "Is that so?" He pulled out a small bag from his pocket. Locke received the bag and was surprised. "It's been a while since I last saw you guys, let's go to the capital to visit." A voice from the bag echoed, "Sightseeing, isn't this the first time I've been to a big city like this capital?" Cale smiled amiably and held out one hand, "Then say, eat delicious food, Hong and On will also go up, don't worry about Lac Duong, I think I have to chase them all away to be comfortable." "Come on, stop, it's so ticklish." 2 little lynx jumped on Locke's body and played closely like friends. He sat opposite and pondered that in the future, he should leave the wolf children to Hans to look after, otherwise, he would have to choose a nanny. After all, it would be nice if someone could cook well and carefully. The cook was delicious and careful, and an image of that extremely gloomy chef appeared in his mind. His face suddenly changed color, but being a good cook and being careful and observant is nothing but a madman who likes to torture. We can't let these pure wolf children have their humanity ruined. On the ancient street, the carriage stopped. "Cale, get out of the car first, Locke steps down after you." You raised your head to look at the tall house in front of you. "Follow me," Cale said. In the bar, the waiter said, "Please come in, this place is filled with the scent of grapes." Cale went first, Locke carried Hong and On slowly followed. To the service counter, someone asked him, "Do you have an acquaintance resting here?" Locke moved closer to him. Cale looked at him admonishingly, "Your younger siblings are inside, so please open the door." Yes, LPCK replied confused. He dropped the 2 Lingmu babies on the floor. Grab the door handle, Locke seems quite stressful. Creak, the sound of the door opening. He pushed the door open to look around the room. The room was quite simple with wooden chairs and tables. Inside there were 3 wolf children standing and looking at him. A boy with a gray shirt swooped into Locke's lap and called out his name, "Mr. Locke." "Mr. Locke, young master." The chirping children surrounded him, their voices were laughing loudly. Outside, Cale is saying hello to his fat blonde friend, "Long time no see, Bilios, nice to meet you, young master Cale. Are you the leader of the delegation until the end? Choy Han has told me many stories about you." An old-looking uncle, stepping forward to say hello, "It's an honor to meet young master." Cale also quickly reached out to shake hands. "What an honor, what good would it be to meet a scoundrel like me?" The 2 men shook hands. The uncle with the neatly groomed beard introduced himself, "I am Odious Flynn." Odious Flynn was a potential successor to the captain of the Flynn Company, but he refused the position, choosing to live with a small company. He is Bilios' uncle. As the person who set up Han and Bilios and aroused Bilios' greed, he was superior to Ron in terms of cunning. Cale shook hands happily but secretly evaluated the other person. On the outside, he pretends to be the owner of a small corporation, but under that mask, he is a powerful man of the underworld. Can be very kind, and will also be very cruel to others. Odious is like that. At this time, I responded to the greeting of that uncle named Flynn, "So you must be related to me, nice to meet you." What a surprise. It turned out that Bilios knew the young master. I hadn't seen Bilios since he was a baby. The 3 men greeted him, and Locke still played carefree with his younger siblings. "It seems like the boy has met a lot of good people." Odious laughed cheerfully, leaving the Flynn Company to choose a peaceful life, this seemingly kind-hearted uncle. The only person who left a beautiful impression in Odious Bilios' childhood. Does he treat Bilios kindly, he thought. "Go upstairs, we have wine up there." He replied, "Choy Han and Rosalind are coming soon, how about you drink together and study up there?" Cale said. "Yes," Bilios replied. "Hoping to have a drink with the young master one day," Odious said, "so we have to make an appointment some other day," he replied. He happily replied, thanking the young master. Cale had now left the other guy's sight, thinking to himself, what a headache. I think at this point I might have to find a coach instead of a nanny. He looked at the group of wolf cubs in front of him, from small to large, all looking at him with sparkling eyes as if pleading. He wondered what kind of training he should have. Young master, what are you doing here? Bilios from the window asked me and the children. Cale sat down on the chair and leisurely replied, I'm working so I can enjoy my old age in the future. The fat boy also entered the room. He looked at the scene before him, not knowing what to say. Then he also took a chair and sat next to him, raise the glass and pour out the wine. Then the water cleans that wine glass. He slammed the empty wine glass on the table and wiped the rim with his hand. Then he continued to pour the next glass. Cale, not understanding his intention, asked if he didn't see me sitting here. My stomach is so upset. I'm sorry, young master, he replied. He looked at you a bit puzzled. I don't know why you're so impatient, but are you planning to keep drinking like this forever? Young master, Bilios said shyly. Cale picked up another glass, poured wine and replied, listen. Odious is my uncle, he began to tell. Odious does not have the last name Flynn. Bilios was never allowed to call him uncle. But he was the only person who gave him warmth as a child. He remembered the day he patted his shoulder and told him, Bilios, remember that you are the biological grandchild of this family. For me, you are enough. Yes, in the chapter on the birth of the hero, Odious told Bilios like that. That encouragement motivated Bilios, and through Odious, he learned of black hair. Because he was blinded by power, Bilios followed the black hair into the battle for inheritance. Bilios said, young master. Why would a person like Odious accept to be the leader of a small trading company? Aren't you curious? Why do we have to wonder about them, Flynn? I get it, the Flynn family isn't that great. Bilios raised his glass of wine and looked around at Nia. Cale nodded, that's right, whether it's you or Odious, they all have the last name Flynn. Bilios said softly, I'm an illegitimate child. Who the hell said you weren't Flynn? Everyone said they were Flynn. I said it for Bilios. Young master, Bilios trembled. Whatever, you often have some very accurate words, he said. It seems like that. Cale is also very proud of himself. Then both of them took a bottle of wine. I have something to say, Bilios smiled. What have you been stealing with your support tools these past few days? Steal one thing, we will steal the remaining things after resting, he said with a smile. Can I join? Bilios asked immediately. Sorry Therese, no room, he won't accept. Then I have to go steal something else, Bilios announced, so let's go. Cale Henidus's mansion has never stopped shining. Inside the house, Ron Molan was talking to Cale Henidus. Ron Molan opened his mouth. Master, is that Ron Molan? Cale Henidus approached from afar. Ron Molan nodded. I have something to ask of you. Please, Cale Henidus is quite surprising. I entrust my son to you, master, Ron Molan said gently. His son, is it Breachbox? Cale Henidus asked. He immediately answered, yes it is. Why? Cale Henidus was quite surprised with this decision of Ron Molan. I want to go fox hunting, Ron Molan replied gently and calmly. Master. You know very well that I'm a murderer, right? Ron Molan said in a thoughtful voice, his eyes looking up with a very scary expression. Of course Cale Henidus knows this, he doesn't want to talk anymore, so what? I have to go kill people, he said. Are you leaving your son for me? He asked. Clearly this is a very determined thing to do. Perhaps you won't be the type of person to go back on your words. Is the fox you speak of human? Cale Henidus asked again. Exactly, I have to catch them, Ron Molan smiled. This is the smile of a cold-blooded murderer. Into pieces, the more he spoke, the more horrifying he felt. In Cale Henidus's mind, the image of Ron Molan gradually appeared, either them or Ron Molan. One of them would be chopped into pieces. There were only two possibilities. Cale Henidus and his group don't need Ron Molan now. Locke can enhance, so now without Ron Molan's power and his son is fine. That cute smile on Ron Molan's assassin's face, he better not smile, Cale Henidus mused, putting his hand on his forehead and rubbing his head. He had to say, go away. I'll tell Hans about your leave, so remember to let me know. Take your ID to receive your salary from the Flynn Company. He looked tired and sat on the bed, not wanting to continue this story. Are you going to give the breech box to a trash like me? Hess grown up and can take care of himself. Hess not confident in his own abilities, but he still stands there. I gave him a year off, he lay down, not forgetting to tell him about the term of this contract. In his mind he thought, because a year later there will be a job for him. Just do it slowly, don't hurt anything when you return, I carefully advised Ron Molan. Ron Molan heard that, nodded and left. Before reaching the door he even laughed. I thought that guy was a puppy, he thought, looking at Cale Hennitus's face. But it turns out that Ron Molan is a puppy, he smiled, putting his hand to his mouth. He asked again to make sure, so can I inform you every month, Cale Hennitus doesn't really care, he can do whatever he wants. So we'll go and he'll come back, you go out the door. As soon as Ron Molan left, Cale Hennitus sat back, thinking for a moment, what a killer. Walking without hearing any footsteps, he has a very delicate view of the people around him, especially when facing close subjects like Ron. Dawn came again. Cale Hennitus's room was filled with morning sunlight. In the lobby, 3 people were standing and talking to each other. That was Cale Hennitus and his 2 friends. Rosalind, you look very good with your hair, Cale Hennitus said to the girl with chestnut brown hair standing next to him. You look very elegant, wearing a black robe. Is that so? I think I will have fun wearing the style I like. She raised her hand to play with her hair. Her face was a mixture of maturity and cute mischief. He commented. Rosalind didn't know exactly what is happening today. She only knew that today she would come to help the French magic bomb. Cale Hennitus had promised to reward her. He looked at her face and smiled. Locke, if you don't enhance, can you use the power of erosion? Cohen next to you is holding 2 wolves. Hearing everyone say that, he nodded immediately. I can. Rosalind went with Locke. The other team was Choy Han, with On, Hong and Black Dragon. Cale Hennitus spoke very clearly. What about young Master Cale Hennitus? Rosalind turned to ask Choy Han. Choy Han heard that and could only say, young Master Cale Hennitus's strength is a bit. Feeling so weak, the Black Dragon next to him said that he did not care about this boy. Useless, useless, the foxes in the Locke's hands must also be mentioned above. Everyone looked at Cale Hennitus and sighed. Clearly no one wanted to leave him like this. I'm weak, so I'm afraid he'll still be recognized by everyone, even Cale Hennitus, and at the same time I have to prepare for the ceremony when the sun rises, so I probably won't be able to participate. Choy Han looked at the bag in his hand, the time when night and day changed. When the Royal Knights replace the guards, we will sneak in to defuse the bomb, wait until the Black Gem starts. Even though no one said anything to anyone, everyone probably understood each other. Everyone must maintain their positions in their assigned places, to clearly understand the situation of the square and the mysterious organization. Choy Han looks at what he is holding in his hand, thinking very carefully. The celebration of life will begin tomorrow, at 9 o'clock, the clock now shows 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, don't forget to bring back the diffused bomb, Cale Hennitus said with a smile. Everything seems to be going according to plan very properly. Do you remember that you promised to give me one? Rosalind was next to her and said, of course Cale Hennitus remembers, remember. I will take it as a reward, Rosalind smiled, looking at Cale Hennitus. It's late at night now, everything is strangely quiet. Everyone began to walk out of the lobby, continuing their adventures, leaving only Cale Hennitus alone inside. He closed the door. Let out a sigh. He started his work. His hair blew gently in the wind, clearly the door was closed. The light from above shined down, illuminating his standing body very heroically. He thought to himself, somehow it was good to have it around. If something happens, I need to use a little of its power, it will probably be fine, I probably won't encounter the hungry crazy magician, he thought for a while. The next day, he stood next to Ron Molan. Ron Molan hasn't left yet, today is his last day. Ron Molan turned to comfort him. I will come back next year, he laughed, it sounded terrible. After a year I will send you to Choy Han immediately. He couldn't read his thoughts now, so he still smiled brightly, then he turned away and told him to prepare to go. The driver harnesses the horse. The group of horses went very fast in the middle of the deserted road. Why do you want me to go with you? He looked at the girl opposite and asked very coldly. Young master, can you see the naval base vehicle at our place? Amiru Yubar said gently. He remembered what he had read in the letter. He had received a letter from Eric. In the letter it said that he and the prince's call for investment in tourism had failed. He said, this made Gilbert and Amiru Yubar very disappointed, but Amiru Yubar didn't look like that at all. I thought you already knew the answer, Lady Amiru Yubar. He looked at the girl in front of him and said, smiling. That's right, but because I couldn't decide for myself, I contacted my mother. I intended to tell this to young Master Gilbert today. She was not afraid because she was sitting in front of Cale Hennitus, but moreover, she expressed took on a form that could not have been more calm. Building a new naval base is not an easy task, he thought. His brain was working very effectively under this week. It must have come from the conflict of interests between the remaining regions, causing more headaches than construction costs, especially during this peaceful time. Therefore, they are eyeing the northeast, the only place bordering the sea in the Eastern Territory, but above all because the power of those nearby is equivalent to theirs. So in the end, Lady Amiru-Uber's concern was that the royal family's power was increasingly expanding in her territory. He asked again to be more certain about his thoughts. She agreed, etc. That's the reason why I invited you to come along. This is not easy at all, he still has to think carefully. I'm curious to know your questions, but I have to say this first, he said to Amiru-Uber. The money in our Henatu's family is all managed by my father. He held out his hand and said with an uncertain look, a scum like me has no say at all. In the territories not directly administered by the royal family, which were used to raise a common army for the royal family and lords in the province, there were many meticulously drawn out and detailed contracts regarding actual control. Perhaps the royal family has approved the construction of a naval base on the northeast coast. They will pour a lot of money into it, then control of the base will obviously automatically fall into the savings account. Compared to investing in tourism, building a naval base will consume a lot more human and material resources. Gilbert and Amiru-Uber's territory, there was not enough human and material resources to respond. He remembered the girl's face. If Amiru-Uber wanted to stop this, the thoughts in his mind began to become more profound. Then there is only one way. Borrow money from someone with money, and that person with money is definitely Cale Henatus. Is that really so? Amiru-Uber smiled again, a smile that did not reveal any intention. The prince is very wary of the moves of the Whipper Kingdom and the countries in the north. I learned that after talk to him. So I found out some information, thanks to the guild. That's right, he thought. The crown prince and the royal family already knew about the upcoming civil war in the Whipper Kingdom, and the northern knights were gathering their strength. He crossed his arms thinking about unfinished business. It's truly surprising. It seems like the situation in her territory is not good, so she has to rely on the Wheelsman family. To get information from other territories through the guild, she must have had to withdraw most of her money. So much, he suddenly felt that Amiru-Uber was really pitiful. Knowing how to use money for a certain purpose, good judgment, but above all, he appreciates her skills more. I heard that the wall of the Henatus family is being repaired. The territory will prevent any harmful intrusion from outside. There must be concern about the military force. She started talking to him again, about his own family, talking about things that show off his boundless mind. I will tell my father about this. He feels very satisfied with this chat partner. She smiled happily. We will also officially contact the Countess again. If the Marines are built in the northeast, then control will belong to the houses of Eric, me, Amiru-Uber and Gilbert. He looked out the window, feeling that things were gradually going in the right direction. If the Henatus family contributes money to the construction, they will also be able to own a part. At the same time it will bring benefits to the Countess family in terms of force and many other aspects at sea. He smiled and thought in his head. But suddenly, Amiru-Uber didn't say anything anymore. Both of them fell into dead silence. Actually, I was a bit worried about the whirlpool. She was helpless and had to say what was hidden in her heart. But we have a direction for boats created a long time ago. It is definitely one of our strengths when someone wants to invade. I want to try this time. She smiled, clearly explaining her plan to Cale, Henatus. Whirlpool, he bowed, feeling that things are becoming more and more interesting. That whirlpool will be mine sooner or later, he thought with a red face. Building a house on a cliff on the northeast coast and enjoying old age is not the next best thing. If the territory is handed over to Boston, it will be difficult to live in the territory. When a war breaks out, I will escape. After the war ends, it will be great to go to the territories of Amiru-Uber or Gilbert, build a palace and live there while watching the sea. Young Master Cale Henatus, I hope you will help us. She smiled, an extremely sincere smile. He smiled faintly, ha ha. She wanted to ask a scum like Optimal. I have no voice, he warned Amiru-Uber again. I can only say it again for help. Amiru-Uber remembers what my family members reminded me before coming here and meeting you. Amiru-Uber, you don't have the strength in your hands, so you have to be careful. But if you want to have strength, you have to know how to love yourself. As soon as she thought of this, she smiled and said it was good again. If you have a chance, please come to Uber. She held out her hand, gently wanting to shake his hand. There are many interesting places to explore there. She introduced her city. If I have a chance to stop by, he will very kindly extend his hand to shake her hand. She is happy and hopes that day will come soon. Having arrived, both of them got down from the carriage together. It was 8:30. He looked at his watch, then turned around to observe the view of the city. At the current capital's Glory Square, so the vase for this event will be gathered from 1 full hour before, at 8:30. The royal knights will control the entry and exit and the square will needing to be filled with people, he thought even more as he looked at his watch. No one can easily escape from here anymore, the moment people cannot easily enter or exit, is when they start looking for hidden items, he thought. An image of him appeared in his mind. My teammates have been with me since morning. Necklaces, bags, magic bombs can be in any shape. He looked around at the scenery of this city. The square was really crowded, there were countless people passing by, those who carried that bomb, he thought. "I'm here," a voice woke him up. Everyone came early, everyone gathered here, it doesn't matter if you can't find them, because the answer will be revealed soon. Locke came next to him, of course, he left 5 minutes after 8 o'clock. "Hey, stay in the same place today," he told me. I tried to think in my head, I don't know anything. I didn't know anything, but those thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of someone. Oh my god, how could this happen? In front of everyone was Taylor, Stan and Vinian. "I'm here," the black dragon also appeared from somewhere. "We are disarming the magic bombs at the positions, it will be removed at exactly 8 o'clock in 5 years, I'm busy so we'll go," the black dragon said to Cale Henatus. "You weak human, if you encounter trouble, remember to use your shield," the black dragon rubbed Cale Henatus's head, then left. "Prepare to get on the carriage," he told everyone. "What the hell is a shield, Therese? No need to use a shield," he rubbed his head, feeling that the black dragon's advice was really meaningless. "Everything is ready, just waiting to depart, so let's go." The white hair is in the car and has settled down, I feel very excited. But Cale Henatus's face at this moment couldn't say anything, what he showed was just a deadly scary look. "It's a pleasure, we meet again after the party," Taylor Stan said to everyone sitting around. "Nice to meet you again, Imamiru Yubar." Cale Henatus looked around. "Are we going to sit here? This must be a joke from the prince." "Nice to meet you," Marquis Stan's servant next to him said in a rather sarcastic tone, perhaps not very happy. The only person who hadn't said anything until now was Cale Henatus, but he didn't have much need to be talked to. What attracted his attention was the scene outside. Looking at the sky-high clock tower, the thoughts in his mind gradually became chaotic. Now the chaos is not far away, he thought. However, there was already chaos in the carriage. Speaking of the situation in the carriage, now the servant of Marquis Stan's house was sitting next to Taylor Stan. The remaining two people were Amiru Yubar and Cale Henatus sitting opposite. The four of them didn't seem to have anything in common to talk about, and no one really wanted to start a conversation. You can see the faces of Amiru Yubar and Taylor Stan both have a big smile now. He looked quite confused. Cale Henatus noticed the behavior of the person sitting across from him. That was the servant of Marquis Stan's house. That's right, most of the nobles looked confused. He turned his face to the side, thinking. Vinian's face was especially confused. He thought about him and could completely appreciate this. If anyone could imagine, Nam was abandoned, Taylor Stan was able to abandon his wheelchair and walk on 2 legs, everything seemed to be gradually getting out of control. And the people of Marquis Stan's family stood next to the crown prince. That was something no one could have imagined. He got the healing star. He looked down and thought, Amiru Yubar is next to talk. "Young Master Taylor Stan, has your leg completely recovered?" "Thanks to God's luck, I have recovered, now it has completely recovered. I am very proud when talking about this feat of mine." When Amiru Yubar heard that, he also congratulated him repeatedly. "Congratulations sir." "Thank you miss." Taylor Stan heard that and returned the favor. Only the servant of Marquis Stan's house is currently restless, unable to sit still, unable to do anything. He looked at Taylor Stan next to him, really feeling restless in his stomach. How could that person be so calm and collected? "Young Master Taylor Stan's leg has completely recovered. You will probably return to the Marquis Castle," he spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. But it seemed that this action made things worse. Coming back later, Taylor Stan thought about his decisions. "That place was originally my home." Then he dismissed everything he was about to say and said something that seemed very obvious. "Isn't that where I still live?" Marquis Stan's house servant knows his question is too rude. Everyone didn't say anything to each other, and Cale Henatus also didn't start a conversation. "Young Master Cale Henatus, I want to tell you everything. It's a very interesting story." Taylor Stan spoke up immediately, making Cale Henatus uncomfortable. "I know what Tan wants to talk about. So I left first." A while later the car arrived at the place of Marquis Stan's house servant. Marquis Stan's house servant immediately got out of the car, escaping from this group of people. "Young Master Cale Henatus, I will go to young Master Eric first." Amiru Yubar also stands up now and leaves. Young Master Taylor Stan and Young Master Cale Henitus have never met before, surely nothing will happen, right? Amiru Yubar was worried about both of them as he went down. But perhaps her worries have been reassured, because Taylor Stan talked to Cale Henitus very enthusiastically, and in the end, there were only 2 of us left. I gave you my legs by becoming the head of the Marquis family, he said laughingly as if this was something funny. In exchange for loyalty, Cale Henitus asked again, you're expensive, no point I made a transaction. Okay, let's go to the window, look at the street and talk to Taylor Stan, congratulations on healing my legs. This is the content of the transaction. Taylor Stan seemed not to pay attention to what Cale Henitus said, ready to give him his information. There was no need to give me this, Cale Henitus felt confused. It would be better for you to know this, young master, Taylor Stan said very mysteriously, perhaps deep inside there is a secret hidden. Cage has been banished, Cale Henitus's voice rang out, for acting on his own volition. That's right, she is very happy, the image of Cage appears in Cale Henitus's mind, Cale Henitus is satisfied, that's great, she thought, finally she has entered the path of the crazy priest. Now everything will begin, we will win, right young master Cale Henitus, Taylor Stan's voice gradually became deeper. Why are you so involved in our victory? Cale Henitus finds it very difficult to understand. You will win, he looked at the paper in front of him, said to Taylor Stan when he reached the last point, Taylor Stan go down, thank you, then I will go first. After winning, let's have a drink together, Taylor Stan said with a smile. Henitus's wine is very good, and Henitus's Cale responded promptly without missing a second. The carriage finally rolled away. He opened the letter again to read it again. The prince wanted to avoid a civil war, the letter clearly stated that. Cale Henitus suddenly became extremely angry, not knowing how much effort he had spent because of this. Then he put the paper inside him. As expected, the crown prince's origin is still a mystery. Now he finally arrived at his residence. He walked down and thought. Cale Henitus, Locke at the side came and called his name. Young master Cale Henitus, let's go, we've arrived so let's go in. Choy Han was next to us and said. In the novel The Birth of a Hero, Choy Han climbed to a position slightly higher than the path. He walked forward, unable to help but think. However, it was still inferior to the position of the royal family and its subordinates. The countryman went up to the large clock tower, feeling anxious. Looking at the clock, he could tell that it was 25 minutes past 8. This is both the time when nobles and lower gods enter, and the time when the entrance of commoners is controlled. Young master Cale Henitus, this is the first time you have come to the back square. The boy next to you turned to ask Cale Henitus. Cale Henitus replied very coldly, yes, I have passed by here on a horse-drawn carriage before, but this is the first time coming here. The tea shop in the south and the inn in the west, a flower shop in the east, and the top of the Ceramic Association building in the north, he seemed to have mastered all the streets here, because this was a book, novel, without relying on Cale Henitus's memory, he can also handle problems related to geography. He looked around pretending to be satisfied. The square here was really big. Choy Han from the side turned to him. Everything around him was going very normally. In Cale Henitus's mind he couldn't help but have a thought of admiration for himself. The plan was still going smoothly. Proceeding to block the entrance, the army immediately deployed the action plan. He knew the situation. Now he had to start searching for the hidden bombs. Even though there was no need to search like this, he snapped his fingers. Thanks to the power, it is possible to move a great distance, because at 9 o'clock 1 minute, the answer will appear. Please sit here, the waiter said to Cale Henitus. His friends had already sat down at the table, including Amiru Yubar, Eric, Taylor Stan. Taylor Stan saw the familiar face and said happily, we have met young master Cale Henitus. That's right, young master Taylor Stan, he replied politely, thinking in his mind, the Italian location is exactly the same as the last party. Cale Henitus, over there, you know, Eric pointed his finger at him, trying not to let him make a mess. You smile, Eric. The clock now begins to tick to the critical time. It's almost here, it's time for Cale Henitus to prepare his forces to confront fate. Turn to Eric, be careful, I won't do anything today. In the square, the clock had struck. At this time the dragon's voice rang out loudly. The Crossman royal family was entering. From above, he lowered his head and looked down at the foot of the square and proudly announced that there were 15 minutes left. Looking up to see the dragon busy listening for news, Kaomin thought to himself, indeed, the dragon is omnipotent, with its magic, nothing is impossible. After that, the entire square welcomed the large, noble and solemn carriage carrying the prince and princess, making everyone overwhelmed. Looking from afar, I saw the prince being extremely friendly, smiling and waving to everyone. I thought to myself, according to the black dragon's words, the prince's hair and eyes were dyed. Following the crowd, everyone applauded when the carriage entered, as did Cale. At the same time he nonchalantly continued his train of thought. Originally his hair and pupils were extremely common brown. Next, it was the horse carriage carrying the head of the kingdom. Standing on both sides of the aisle, the people were excited, enthusiastically cheering. The son of Roan, the king's Crossman, was entering. Cale sat in a nearby chair, witnessing the whole bustle, but seemed to be thinking about something. Cale pondered. Turns out, according to Mr. Cale's eyes, looking far away, it was the potted plant that was placed on the roof of the citadel. If you look closely at that pot, there's nothing else besides the leaves and trunk and pot. Seeing that, Cale slightly raised the corners of his mouth, thinking, is it already removed? After that, the scene was back in order. All the people entered the main ceremony. From Cale's perspective, everyone turned to the main hall to see King Crossman and Crown Prince Crossman up there. At this moment, King Crossman's hand was strongly raised high into the sky. Everyone was still immersed in the ceremony. The whole city fell silent, and then King Crossman's voice echoed throughout the place saying, Ahem, I have received the protection of the sun god, and have ruled this country for 30 years. Seeing the joy of King Crossman, Cale thought to himself, he looks very happy, but unfortunately. Then, Cale looked towards the city's big clock. Cale continued to think, it is now 9 o'clock. As soon as he finished his contemplation, and at the same time the clock struck 9 o'clock, the people immediately looked up at the sky in confusion and wondered, oh, what is that thing? Gradually, people stood up from their seats. The scene became chaotic. Everyone shouted to each other, what's going on? Ah, up there, what's going on? And following the direction of an old civilian's hand, he asked in fear, who was that person? From above, standing on the roof of the citadel, looking up at the whole city, there was the silhouette of a man in a black robe. His appearance caused everyone to panic, causing chaos in the ceremony. Looking up from below, the leader wearing a black cloak was a cold man, with yellow braided hair and scary red eyes. Seeing the strange army entering the city, the people shouted loudly, who are you? Come down here quickly. At the same time, the city's guards also quickly ran to shout to each other. They all quickly moved up to the building. In the end, only Cale was left, still calmly sitting in his seat, thinking, crazy collector of Ritika's blood, assuming it doesn't follow the story. What should I do if he doesn't appear? Glancing around, I thought, if Ritika doesn't appear, the only way is to work hard to find him, and after all, the person who has to work hard is Choy Han, not me. In Cale's thoughts, Choy Han heard the crazy magician's warning about the horror. At this moment, the man in the black cloak laughed maniacally, ha ha, and began to raise his hand to strike. At the same time, I continued to think and remember what I said, it will be very interesting. At that moment, the black-cloaked man unleashed red lightning bolts that fell on the city. He said happily, this will be very interesting. After that, he continued to roll his two long clawed hands facing each other to create a ball of lightning with great power. Then, he pushed the ball to the ground, creating a streak of lightning that caused people to run away. But at the same time there were hurried, chaotic steps running towards the city square. And then when the ball hit the ground it made a loud noise, causing Rosalind, Choy Han and Locke to startle and panic. Even Cale had to widen his eyes and look in that direction in surprise. And then after regaining my composure, Cale happily said, I found it. Looking in the other direction, Rosalind and Choy Han and Locke had regained their composure and were running quickly towards this direction for, I think, 10 minutes, even though they couldn't defuse the bombs attached to people. That would be enough time to move the bombs up the mountain, banning people from entering the back of the capital. At this moment, on top of Cale's head was a black dragon also flying in the sky, pointing in one direction and saying, found a human being, and he was just the one sitting and witnessing everything. Cale curled his lips and smiled in satisfaction. Satisfied, he thought to himself, because there are Rosalind and Black Dragon here. While thinking, Cale was attracted by the noise happening nearby. It was the image of Choy Han catching the gray-haired guy, making him cry out, what's that? Let me go. While the two of them were struggling, Cale noticed the blue stone necklace on the gray-haired guy's chest, and Cale thought, it was that thing. Then, the next thing that happened was that Choy Han turned around the gray-haired guy and snatched the necklace, making the gray-haired guy surprised and causing me to admire and think, it was so quick. While engrossed in watching other people struggle, suddenly Eric ran from behind and clung to Ko-min, shouting loudly, "Glue," he said, "I've been calling you." Only then did Ko-min turn around in panic. When he turned back, even though Eric was still shouting and talking at me, K-min's vision hit the main hall of the square, where the conversation between the guard and Prince Crossman was taking place. The guard was worried. "Listen, Your Highness, please leave this place first," thinking about the Crown Prince's hair. K-min looked at the main hall. Prince Crossman with a bewildered expression listened to the guard's words, but his attention fell on the prince's hair. Seeing that, I remembered what the black dragon said. Was it dyed by another dragon? No, or was it from some other power? He pondered. The black dragon said so. His hair was still hasn't been transformed yet. Isn't it magic from mana? Seeing that Ko hadn't been paying attention to him until now, Eric immediately got excited and angrily shouted, "Ko, let's leave here quickly." As soon as Eric finished speaking, the city was filled with the laughter of the black-cloaked man, who continued to unleash his power. He looked down at the square with hate in his eyes and said, "Really annoyed then?" The entire army of the black-cloaked man immediately raised their hands into the sky, forming a magic circle, shooting arrows from above, causing the people to cry out in panic, "Help me!" At this time, the black dragon in the sky was searching and counting. He said, one more. Returning to Ko-min, he thought, it's 9:04, now 3 people have been found, and Eric keeps calling out their names helplessly, because Ko-min never listens to what I say. In the end, not only Eric but also Miss Amiru and Healer Pendrick worriedly said, "Young master, now is not the time to stand here, run quickly." Yes, we also have to leave here quickly. Even so, Ko-min still thought, Then, Ko-min turned around and patted my shoulder and said, "Eric, calm down." Suddenly from far away, Eric and Ko-min had to turn their attention. That was the sound of people screaming, "Get away, open the door." In response to them, the soldiers immediately said to please wait a moment. After hearing this, the people became even more angry and shouted denunciations. "Why are you still waiting for this situation? The nobles are also running away, hurry up, open the door." Seeing that, I thought, it's so chaotic. At this time, Eric spoke up, "Thank you." He pushed up his glasses and said, "I've calmed down." Seeing that, I replied, "It's really me now." Having finished speaking, Ko-min paid attention to the thinking time. 9 hours 8 minutes, 2 minutes left. The magicians had begun to stabilize their mana. Soon the mana jammer will run out of power. At the same time, Choy Han was still doing his duty. He snatched the woman's bag back, and the black dragon also shouted an announcement, eliminating one more person. Hearing that, Ko-min looked up at the dark sky, thinking, there are already 4 people, 2 more people will be fine. The moment the mana is stabilized, that mana will fly towards the ghost bombs again. Art. Standing tall in the stormy sky, I thought, 2 minutes was enough to act, and at the last moment, the sound of the black dragon rang out. That's it, there were 6 people to find. I thought I was about to take action, but unexpectedly, I suddenly stopped when I saw something. He softly exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Seeing K-min's strange expression, Healer Pendrick asked, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" K-min's eyes looked around wildly, thinking in panic, there were only 4 stars. At this time, Ko-min's eyes looked around wildly, panicking, thinking, are there only 4 bombs? Looking at it again and again, Ko-min wondered, clearly in the story there were 10 bombs, the event was different with the number of bombs decreasing. After that, the green-cloaked men launched bombs into the sky. Those bombs gradually became more and more numerous in the dark night sky. Then, in an instant, they together created a huge explosion with echoes throughout the sky. After the explosion, the remaining echoes of the bomb created a blue arc like a barrier, then they took turns taking the objects that Choy Han had just taken away from the city barrier. They launched those items wrapped in green balls quickly and neatly. Seeing that scene, I thought, indeed, the Black Dragon and Rosalind, the bombs were brought to the Forbidden Mountain. And sure enough, the green bundles carried them to the high mountain right in front of them. At the same time, the city announced that mana stabilization had been completed. Hearing this, all the people, including King Zed and Crown Prince Crossman, were stunned and surprised. Even Ko-min was no exception. That information also made him a bit surprised. When he regained his composure, Healer Pendrick spoke up and said it was a magic bomb. Pondering for a long time, K-min thought that as an aristocrat with some understanding of magic, he would know about something with such destructive power. Thinking for a long time, Ko-min had a headache thinking, maybe there are only 4 fruits. At this moment, in the sky, the black dragon Raon happily said, "We have been saved." It hovered in the air, excitedly shouting that I had saved someone. After hearing that, Cale thought to herself, no one died, as planned. However, the person who was most unhappy here was the man in the black cloak. He stared down at the city and snorted. The black-cloaked man looked at the still smoking mountain range. He said, "Unfortunately no one died. Why did the bombs explode there?" Then, he complained, "This is broken." At that moment, a loud voice rang out from below, "What are you guys doing?" This voice belongs to King Zed Crossman. He shouted angrily again, "Who are you?" Seeing that, Cale suddenly thought of something. Wait. Remembering what the black cloak guy said, I thought, is this broken? Cale continued to analyze. What he meant was that there was still more. At this time, the voice of the King Zed Crossman continued to speak loudly to the soldiers. "What are you doing here? Look." And then, he gave the order, "But didn't hurry up and arrest them for me." Seeing the king's instructions, the black-cloaked man quietly said, "There really is no other way." After speaking, his eyes suddenly changed, becoming more savage with the action of raising his hands and clasping them together. Once done, with a swish, countless of his warriors jumped from the sky. Among them, there was someone wearing a black backpack on his back that was different from the rest. Cale thought to himself, that was it. Seeing the backpack, along with his reasoning, he decided that there were still 2 bombs there. Then he saw the soldiers' action of tearing up the matrix map. He continued to think, shields, acceleration and self-immolation magic. They had prepared a suicide assassination team. And then, after tearing up the matrix map, the soldier threw it into the air, releasing the magic in it, saying, "Go." At the same time the other soldiers quickly rushed down to the square as well. Command. Realizing that the situation had turned bad, everyone was shouting at each other, blocking, some shouting, others curling up and saying, "Run, run." Cale witnessed everything. He still stood calmly thinking, they were coming this way. Seeing Cale like that, Eric's army approached again. He worriedly called out, "Let's go, Ko." Miss Amiru continued, "Young Master Ko, run quickly." The black dragon Raon flying in the sky also said, "I'm leaving," while Ko seriously thought, it was too late to avoid it. Even if I could run for a few seconds, I still wouldn't be able to get out of the bomb's range. As soon as he finished his thoughts, the soldiers carrying the remaining 2 bombs quickly ran towards the square. Seeing that, Cale sighed softly, He thought, if the bomb exploded, he would lose an arm, but with the life force of his heart, it would regenerate again. Looking at the people in front of me filled with panic and anxiety, Cale thinking, even if these people run, they will still be injured, but if their limbs are blown off, they cannot be reborn. In the end, thinking carefully and wisely makes a decision, so I have to change the plan. At this moment, Rosalind ran over and said, "I'm here, young Master Ko." After that, Rosalind quickly stepped forward to block Cale's face, spreading her arms out to shield. Thus, Rosalind creates a protective barrier. As soon as it was created, the black cloak gave the order to explode. Then he shot lightning at the soldiers' backpacks to activate the bomb. Suddenly, I dirty my hand. Noticing the actions of the Master Cale, Rosalind exclaimed in surprise, "Hey!" Turns out, Cale had raised his hand to throw out a silver shield. That was the life force of his heart. He blocked them in front of the soldiers' jumping path. While on duty, seeing that, the soldiers widened their eyes in surprise, and Dragon Roan also immediately showed up and said, "I will also stop him." Finally, that silver circle closed in, trapping the 2 men carrying 2 bombs inside, forcing them to bear the power of the bombs. Seeing that, Rosalind was surprised and confused and turned around and shouted loudly, "Young Master." But ignoring Rosalind's concerns and worries, Cale continued to stand firmly in that silver circle. Perhaps because the power from the bomb was too great, Cale began to show signs of regression. He lamented, "Damn it." And finally the bomb exploded in the silver shield created by the Min glue. A terrible explosion took place. The fire spread quickly, burning everything around it. Everyone present at the scene quickly faced down and used both hands to protect their heads. Many people were so scared that they cried out loudly. The fire was extremely large and the wind was strong, making the bodies of those present at the scene feel like each needle piercing their body was extremely painful. The pain spread throughout their body, causing them to be unable to control themselves and scream loudly, my hand, ha!" Their faces showed fear. Cale Hennetus ran quickly to witness the horrifying scene before his eyes. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This was. A white logo appeared right in their sight. When the fire broke out, they also saw this logo. Cale Min's hands were bleeding from the glass fragments. He tried to use his strength to make the small pieces of glass stuck in his flesh fly out. Based on the moonlight, he raised his hands high and observed that there were no more pieces of glass left before he exclaimed, his strength was terrible. Suddenly his stomach tightened, sending a pain, His face suddenly turned pale. Cale Min staggered then fell to the ground. Seeing Cale Min going down, Rosalind screamed loudly, "Young Master Cale." Rosalind ran quickly to help Cale. She sat down next to him and asked, "Young Master Cale, are you okay?" Cale Min didn't answer and stared at his injured hands. "My hands were burning and I didn't want to get hurt at all." Seeing his silence, Rosalind became even more worried and looked down at his bulging hands. Her mood suddenly dropped. Cale Min grimaced and looked at his bleeding hands. Great power of explosion, but pain still hurts. Hearing Rosalind scream, Hennetus and the others turned around to discover Cale's condition. They quickly walked to Cale. Amiru quickly called young Master Cale. As soon as Hennetus arrived, he asked, "Cale, are you okay?" Cale Min and Rosalind turned their heads to look at their worried faces. He looked at Hennetus and smiled and said, "It's okay." Before he could finish his words, the blood in his mouth spat out in large pieces. Cale looked bewildered as the blood drenched the blinding red patch on his hand. Hennetus saw the blood and his pale face cut off without a single drop of blood remaining. Blood. Cale thought to himself, "It sure is the vitality of the heart." Seeing that everyone was so worried, Cale spoke up. The power of the great energy had developed so his body was completely back to normal. Cale's nervous and anxious mood finally disappeared. He smiled and said, his limbs were still intact, although his palms were burning just now, but it didn't hurt as much as being cut by paper. He coughed once and the condition was worse. The body has also become thinner. Even though his body is better, he still needs to rely on Rosalind's body to stand up. This is not so bad. Now I understand why ancient heroes did not ignore their great strength and still used it. There it is. Rosalind is still very worried about his condition, but it seems like she's worried a bit too much. Are you smiling? Suddenly in the Hennetus crowd someone shouted, "Don't laugh." Cale didn't understand what was going on and turned to look at him. Stan Lore saw Cale rolling his eyes at him like that and roared, "Don't try to open your eyes." Cale saw his headless attitude and thought to himself, what's wrong with this guy? God. Weak human. The black dragon hovered in the air, looked down and coldly said to Cale, "You must not die, you are too weak." The black dragon looked at him and warned, "If you die, I will kill everyone, people here." The black dragon's eyes darkened, his voice carried a cold tone, "I will kill everyone after blowing them all away. After blowing them all away I will also die." Looking at the black dragon's worried appearance but unable to say anything kind to him, his eyebrows suddenly frowned. He was clearly worried about him, but why did it sound so negative? Amiru quickly said to Cale, "Young master, I will go call the minister." After saying that she quickly ran away. Gilbert also ran right after Amiru. I also left and returned immediately. Actually, my body has nothing to worry about anymore, but they just want to overdo it. Seeing their worried appearance, I feel extremely guilty. There is no pain anywhere. I should let them go. Wherever they check, they have to pretend to be in pain. Compared to that, Choy Han is having a heated argument with a man. Choy Han roared angrily, "Please get away." The look you looked at him made you want to devour him right away. The other man was not intimidated by his oppression. He put his face close to Choy Han's body and said, "Civilians are not allowed in here." Seeing him talking nonsense like that, Choy Han couldn't help but shout, "Who is the common man who came up with that definition?" Cale glanced outside and saw that Choy Han was about to go crazy, so he shook his head and said, "I told you not to show up." Cale bent his hand to signal to Choy Han, telling him not to come here. "Go away." Choy Han saw Cale's actions and refused to stop, calmly facing Cale Min's warning eyes. Choy Han looked at the two cat children lying on his shoulders as if they were scared. He looked down at his shoulders and said to the two cat children, "Sorry." He held them in his arms and looked at them attentively. The two children, Cat Toic rubbed against his body and said, "It's not a matter of dating that requires apologizing." Rosalind stood in front of Cale and asked, "Young master, are you okay?" Cale Min turned back to look at her and replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Rosalind looked intently at Cale, who was closing his eyes and thinking, what he did was amazing. Could a royal like me do that? Rosalind, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "I don't understand you." She was about to ask, but when she looked at Cale Min's surprised face, Rosalind couldn't help but be confused. Rosalind observed Cale's vision and then turned around to follow his eyes. Ritika stood in a pool of blood and said cruelly, It was beyond my imagination. Rosalind and Cale looked at him intently but did not speak. Ritika's eyes suddenly turned red. He looked towards Rosalind. Rosalind seemed to know that he was using magic on her, so she was extremely surprised, but she had no other way to stop his power. Cale sitting next to her was not much better, on his face, showing signs of tension and vigilance. Ritika's red eyes are like a small vortex that wants to sweep everything away. Rosalind's startled face appeared right in his sight. His cold voice rang out, "You at that time, in the Grey Wolf Village." Every word he said made Rosalind unable to hide her surprise. Ritika was floating in the air, his whole body radiated an oppressive aura, his voice made everyone tremble. "Oh my God." Everyone standing below was extremely worried, not knowing what else he would do. Ritika looked down at Rosalind and Cale sitting below. He was like an extremely cruel beast. Well, there are many people whose blood color I really like. Rosalind and Cale were bewildered, both of them not understanding the cold meaning in his words. His eyes were like the angel of death, colder than ever. I wanted to put them in the closet so much. At this moment, Cale finally understood what he was thinking. He gritted his teeth and cursed him. Crazy guy. Choy Han didn't know when he was standing quietly behind Cale, looking at Ritika who was hovering in the air. He couldn't help but frown in discomfort. Cale seemed to feel Choy Han's hot gaze, so he followed. Instinct to turn back. Originally crazy people like him only existed for a few chapters. Choy Han stood still looking at Cale but couldn't hear what he said. Choy Han's face suddenly became gloomy. He immediately gave the order, "Attack." The archers present here following his command immediately raised their bows towards Ritika. A series of sharp arrows rushed like lightning towards Ritika. He stared intently at the incoming arrows and couldn't help but laugh. What idiots. The king stood below, looking at his cold expression, not even a trace of fear on his face, then gritted his teeth. Ritika gently raised her hand to block all the arrows coming at her. Ritika looked at the stupid people below and opened her mouth to say, "See you later." The series of arrows that were launched towards him were now starting to turn back. It crashed heavily into the ground, creating an extremely harsh sound. The ground also began to show signs of cracking. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but run away. As soon as Ritika left, the wind began to rise violently, everything flew scattered in the air, and the sky also began to turn black. The smoke obscured everyone's vision. Ritika had disappeared along with the people he led. Cale put his hands on the ground. Seeing Ritika escape and disappear, he spoke up to evaluate his special teleportation magic. Where they teleported to, no one here probably knows. Rosalind still hasn't regained her composure at this time. His aura is too scary. Cale still has many unanswered questions in his heart, but in the hero's birth book, it is mentioned where he will teleport to. Choy Han, On Hong, and Locke arrived at the place I pointed out. The three of them, after receiving Cale's news, ran like crazy to the location he said. They're trying their best to get there as quickly as possible, so they can't let that guy Ritika get in the way anymore. If Ritika and his army really get there, they'll probably die at Choy Han's hands. I'm worried that Choy Han will die, violent. Thoughts like that kept circling in Cale's head, making him extremely tired. Because Rosalind is a girl, it would be safer for her to stay by Cale's side. Cale thought about this situation that could happen. In case he was exhausted, I sent On, Hong and Locke along. The three of them ran quickly on the road. Everyone was very careful and focused. If they followed, everything would be okay, because Choy Han is very gentle with small and weak things. Having said this, Cale's mood lightened a bit, hoping that everything would go as he originally planned. Cale used his strength to stand up and look thoughtfully into the distance. The king stood in the lobby of the castle, clasped his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "Today everyone tried their best to overcome the catastrophic incident. There." The night sky fell. The atmosphere was so silent that even the sound of the wind could be heard. The powerful voice of Duk Via reached Cale's ears even more clearly. "Everyone please follow me back to the palace. We will do our best to ensure everyone's safety and the festival will be postponed." Cale and Rosalind don't want to return to the palace, but the king's orders cannot be resisted. Cale stood behind and observed Rosalind's expression, but unexpectedly she was so calm that she did not show any excess expression on her face. His eyes looked down at Rosalind. Originally, Rosalind had intended to hide, with all her might, yet she was planning to reveal herself for me. This made even a cold man like him melt. He just kept looking at Rosalind without taking his eyes off it. She had black dragon skin and couldn't show her face, so she had to show her face. At this moment, her eyes were cold. That look of yours contained a trace of consideration. Rosalind was always looking intently at the king and prince above. Perhaps she felt Cale looking at her, so she turned her head. She met his deep eyes and was stunned. With just one look, She was enough to understand how many thoughts and confusion were in his heart right now. She smiled brightly at him and said, secretly, Cale stood a room away from Rosalind even though she couldn't hear clearly. Through her mouth he could easily understand. Rosalind told him it was a secret. Cale smiled back at her and said, as expected of someone who knows how to read other people's thoughts. In the luxurious room, Cale had now gathered all the people together. This morning, I made a few things clear to the 6 people about the entire plan. The 6 of them knew that Cale had a summons and must be doing something very important, so tension clearly appeared on their faces. There wasn't much time. Cale had to act quickly. Cale Min said once, the thing with the 6 of them, firstly, the Black Dragon and the other 2 aliens are not allowed to reveal their identities. The Black Dragon and the 2 little cats in Hong's arms looked at him without blinking. They had heard and understood their mission. Cale glanced at Choy Han and Rosalind spoke up. It must have been in the most random situation. Choy Han and Rosalind turned to look at each other at the same time and nodded. Cale stood there but his aura was extremely cold. He said thoughtfully, finally. Don't cause harm to each other. After listening, everyone will understand Cale Min's entire plan. They will try their best to complete this mission as best as possible. Cale and Rosalind walked together on the road, although no one said anything. Each of them had their own feelings in their hearts. They turned to look at each other and smiled gently. The official, Amiru and Gilbert finally spoke, came back. As soon as they arrived, they saw Cale striding quickly forward. The official quickly asked, young Master Cale. Following his call, his hurried footsteps finally stopped. The priest saw that he had stopped and quickly ran towards Cale, panting. She tried to regulate her breathing and then raised her head and asked, young master, are you okay? Seeing her running like a ghost chasing her and standing in front of him, he just stared without saying a word. Cale Min looked down at his burning hands and then brought them to the priest's eyes. At this time, because so many things had happened, he had forgotten the pain in his hands. Now that he mentioned it, his hands regained feeling. Nose is also quite painful. Please look at it for me. The official looked at his blistered hands and the blood on them had dried and couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing her so worried, Cale Min spoke up and said, it's true that healing is a hard job, isn't it? Those hands, while touching Cale's wound, she couldn't help but tremble. Hearing him say that, she hesitantly replied, ah yes. Anyway, his aura was so intimidating that when he looked straight into his eyes, the official couldn't help but hide his tension. I saw the young master's silver carry, he did a wonderful job. As she spoke, she pressed her hands against his to treat the wound. Hearing the minister's appreciative words, he did not show any special expression. Didn't respond to her. Se Min glanced at the stairs to see the prince walking down from there. Cale Min laughed loudly and said, is this the first time you've seen ancient power? He didn't look straight in the eyes, but these words are for the prince to hear. The prince slowly approached and stood from behind, gently placing his hand on Cale Min's shoulder. The prince put his face close to Cale's ear and slowly said, yes. Seeing him calmly as if Cale didn't say anything more, the minister saw the prince come and bowed respectfully to greet him, Your Highness. Cale Min also bowed slightly and thought to himself, he finally agreed to come. Cale Min's heart suddenly thought, if I let him see one of my military robes, I have to dig as hard as I can, right? After sacrificing, the only thing he got in return was false fame. Not hearing the meaning of Cale Min's words, the prince's blue eyes like the ocean looked intently at Cale, not taking his eyes off. Seeing him looking at him like that, Cale smiled and replied, that's not my style. Compared to that vain reputation, the salary is still better. A tycoon is of course better than a hero. The prince looked at his cold face and called out, young Master Cale. While he was still bewildered, the crown prince rushed to hug him and said with a smile, thank you so much. Cale Min was extremely surprised by the prince's action. The prince whispered in Cale's ear, young master, are you on my side? Cale Min nodded slightly and said coldly, of course we're on the same side. His voice was so annoying. The crown prince still refused to let go of Cale. He stuck tightly to Cale's body and said worriedly, there will be no trouble and you will get a worthy compensation. What do you think? Cale was naturally satisfied with the prince's attitude. He grabbed the prince's shirt tightly and said, if that's the case, then. Cale reluctantly put on a bright smile on his face. He used both arms to hug the crown prince's body tightly and replied in a cheerful tone, it's okay, Your Highness, I'm just doing what I need to do. The black dragon flying in the air witnessed the sight of the two of them hugging and cuddling, giving him goosebumps. There was something very strange about that person. After hearing this, Cale immediately frowned and thought, he is indeed a black dragon, even though he is still young, small, but the judgment is always accurate. Cale let go of the prince and quickly stood a distance away from him. If it's like this, I should at least grab a pillar from the palace. The prince looked extremely worried. afraid that Cale would not agree to his conditions and betray him. Cale Min's people and the Crown Prince were all gathered here. The atmosphere here also became tense. Calm down a bit. Looking at the carriage that had been waiting for a while now, the prince spoke up, "Young Master Cale, you go first, I respect you very much today." As he spoke, he smiled and narrowed his eyes. Cale Min waved his hand and smiled, "No, compared to why your highness is in the hearts of the people of this kingdom, how can I go first?" The Black Dragon looked at Cale's fake face and couldn't help but admire his top acting ability. The Black Dragon spoke up full of hate, "Is there something wrong with you, human?" Cale heard the Black Dragon's distaste but he didn't bother to speak. The prince walked over and placed his hand on Cale's shoulder, smiling and saying, "No, I really respect you." Cale Min clasped his hands behind his back and replied coldly, "So the one with the weakest spirit asked to go first." Cale used a challenging look to look at Neo Tolls. Cale Henidus's group of people looked at Cale worriedly. He also turned to look at them. One side seemed to be worried about him, the other side. Vinyan gritted his teeth and looked at him angrily. How could that trash have such power without that action? Cale stepped onto the carriage but he suddenly turned around and smiled at them. He would think that. Neo Tolls standing behind Vinyan saw his eyes darting towards him and glared at Cale Min. This time, Cale Min stepped completely into the car and comfortably said, "So we can defeat another villain." The prince turned around and instructed the guards, "Please welcome the lady behind you as best as possible." The guard bowed respectfully and replied, "Please obey." Sitting in the carriage, he saw Rosalind's figure still not leaving. She stood outside the carriage door looking at him without taking her eyes off. Cale looked at her coldly. "Therese, no need to worry, right?" Looking at her smiling face outside the car window, Cale suddenly felt at ease. Rosalind is a trustworthy person. Cale Min's car slowly left the city. There will be many more things to do later. Sitting in this royal carriage that exuded a sky-high luxury, Cale Min felt a bit strange. He raised his hand to touch the surface of the seat and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. As expected, the royal carriage was completely different. How did they even get a leather chair like this? A gentle voice rang out, causing his hand to stop, wondering if he needed treatment. Cale raised his head to look. Eyes met with the Crown Prince opposite. He did not show any emotions. The person who spoke was also him. The nobleman politely responded to the prince's kindness, "My body is very healthy. Perhaps I don't need the help of the best doctors and officials. Well, I just need to lie down and rest for 3 or 4 days and it'll be fine." He blatantly said it like it was very simple. This made the prince gasp in surprise. "Ha!" He scratched his chin, looked away and said more clearly, "Okay, that's good. A person with noble status got injured while protecting people, and that deserves to be taken care of, especially in the palace." "Very well." Cale Henidus respectfully bowed his head in gratitude for the Crown Prince's praise. Right after that, his eyes were unusually sharp, cautiously asking, "Young Master Cale, are you and those people related to each other?" The atmosphere in the car suddenly became heavy. The silence slowly passed. Only 2 people and 4 eyes stared at each other. Cale Min was not in a hurry to give an answer, concentrating in his mind. Those people, he was probably talking about the rioters in the square. Recalling the conversation with the baby dragon before getting in the car to depart with the Crown Prince, he also voiced his question. Why didn't that Crown Prince come forward when the others were killed? He has power. The Black Dragon hovered around Cale Min's head. He also vaguely guessed, did he want to hide his power? Even when one of his servants died, and the limbs of the young knights were blown away, he still refused to show his face. He hid himself and pretended to be weak. He even looked back. The guy is slowly coming from behind. I thought that even if he took advantage of others, he was still a good person at heart, and the royal carriage had already rolled away at that time. Turns out that's not the case. Seeing through the prince's rotten face hidden behind the mask of weakness, Cale Min still didn't expose it and slowly replied, "Your Highness. Why do I have to do such troublesome things?" He even showed a fake happy smile. The prince didn't seem to notice Cale's strangeness. He just sighed in agreement, "That's right," then leaned back in his chair. But his mind was filled with malicious words, poisonous words. "That's right, a person hiding himself under the guise of a trash person. There is no reason to do such things. What happened this time?" Perhaps unintentionally, he crossed his arms and sat cross-legged, looking very leisurely and at ease. However, he still had the heart to remind you a few words. The royal palace might carry out meaningless investigations to you. Cale Min smiled lightly and didn't look too worried, deliberately asking, His Highness would stop them, right? He continued eloquently, saying with a firm voice, "Why do you ask such obvious things?" and at the same time pulled the curtain aside. Outside, the girls continuously cheered and booed at his worldly beauty. The Crown Prince, wow! His Royal Highness, that guy just needs to wave his hand and have a sunny smile on his lips to steal the hearts of countless girls, he whispered. We will explain more when we visit the patient. Cale Min called out. His Highness and the Crown Prince also turned around. Why, he said as if pouring honey into his ears, if it was to talk to the star of the kingdom, His Highness, then when would Cale Min there's also time. The prince smiled brightly and seemed quite satisfied with the attitude of the noble in front of him. The red-haired young man also took this opportunity to say his small request. I don't want what I did today to be exaggerated too much. Your Highness also grants this simple request. I will take care of everything, as long as the palace side is not criticized, that's fine. Anyway, thank you. This statement did not surprise Cale Min much. Thanks to you, the number of injured people has decreased, the prince said while looking out the window. Meanwhile, Cale was enamored with his own world. I still don't know if he is a bad person or a good person. He is still warmly waving to people on the side of the road. Oh no, is he the one who is not sure anymore? After thinking about it, he nodded and continued, yes, I will wait for your Highness' compensation. The Crown Prince shook his head and sighed heavily, speechless with this strange guy. Honestly, Cale Min was different. The young man looked at his Highness, innocently thinking, he didn't say he was don't wait for that compensation. That means he will take care of you enough, right? The carriage has also arrived at its destination. The royal palace is extremely splendid and luxurious. The majestic room is neatly decorated with modern, stylish European architecture. A long, slender hand plucked a grape from the plate. It turned out to be Cale Hennatus. He was lying comfortably on the spacious bed, enjoying premium grapes, admiring in his heart. They treated him differently than last time. It must be the best room in the private palace for foreign royalty. That's right, in the book Birth of a Hero, this is the room where Choy Han rested. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Cale Min sat up and said loudly, come in. It turned out to be 4 people, Choy Han, Hans, Locke, and Rosalind, and the other 2 cats. They came to visit this nobleman's hospital. Before they could enter, they heard a voice ringing in their ears, Cale Nim, young Master Cale. Hans reacted even more agitatedly, directly crying like a child, whining, young master. Do you know how worried I was? He screamed as if he wanted to express all the fear that he had to endure day after day in his heart. Cale Min also came to bear it with the sad and sentimental deputy butler. Hey, he slowly put on his slippers and prepared to get out of bed. Hans hurriedly ran over as if he hadn't seen his master in years. His face was stained with tears. He kept calling, young man, but his emotional flow was interrupted by Cale Min. He raised his hand, decisively, request, stop there. The rest of the people went in. He waved his index finger to signal, so only a sobbing Hans was left outside with tears streaming down his cheeks. After adjusting his mood and returning to his usual appearance, the boy immediately announced, I have already contacted the family. Anyway, it is still better to be faster than the royal family. I have report to them using that magical communication device. So it was a bit of a waste of money. Hans scratched his head, smiled awkwardly to defend himself. Cale Min didn't blame him, and encouraged him, good job. And, the tearful young man's eyes slowly turned towards Rosalind. Cale also deduced this, as expected he knew. He also spoke up, keep talking. Hans followed orders and continued to finish his unfinished words. I told the servants in the castle to keep quiet about Miss Rosalind. This action helped Hans score points in everyone's eyes. The master and Rosalind both took turns praising. Good job, you did very well. The deputy butler breathed a sigh of relief because of his correct decision, as well as having relieved the burden of worrying forever in my heart. Cale Min also felt that things were gradually getting better. In order to be able to improvise easily, it was better to keep his mouth shut. Hans added hastily, young master. The young man answered simply with one word, okay. Hans carefully reminded him of something that needed to be done. Even though I had already reported it, perhaps in the future you still have to contact the family directly with a communication device, that's it. If he didn't do that, the homeowner would come here forever. Cale also remembered this. Well, the reason was because he understood very well his father's can-do personality. If it was my father, Earl de Ruth, I dare so. After completing the mission, Hans also asked permission to leave first, so I'm going to meet the manager of the palace. Everyone let's talk. The noble continued, okay, and gently chased Hans away as if to say, go, departure. Suddenly, a strange noise appeared from somewhere. It turned out to be a baby dragon. It came and sat next to Cale Min, immediately providing useful information that I had just collected. Human, there are no hidden cameras or recording devices in here. Cale Min doesn't care much, afraid about this. Even if it were, wouldn't you protect me? but there is another reason why the guy is not too afraid about the safety and privacy of the room, because according to him analyzing it is almost impossible. A space for the nobles of another country to rest, hiding an eavesdropping device in such a place, even if the two countries have cooperative relations, isn't that provocative? That black brat. Quickly I wandered over to the plate of grapes on the table. Well, even though you could say anything in this room, Rosalind's words interrupted Kellerman's thoughts. After all, it's better to be safe, right? She smiled happily, for a moment, created an invisibility shield. Cale was very satisfied with this performance. That aspect of Rosalind was amazing. She used soundproofing magic, so now, the young master sat on the edge of the chair, looking at Choy Han, who had been quiet from the beginning until now. He seemed to be in a bad state. Cale Min ordered, "Report, Choy Han." He remained silent, speechless, and said nothing. Just slowly raised his eyes to look at Cale Min. His face was cold and expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking or what he was about to say. "Choy Han, report." Cale Min sat on the chair staring at the boy in front of him with a shy expression. Choy Han nodded slightly, his face blushing. Choy Han lowered his head to look at his hand. He gradually calmly recounted, "That magician appeared where young Master Cale said, so when I was about to kill him, his subordinates stopped him." Cale Min asked, "Is it a suicide army again?" "Yes," Choy Han replied sadly. Choy Han remembered the scene at that time, in the chaotic situation caused by the henchman. He held his sword tightly in his hand, his eyes widened, blue veins appeared on his face in anger. He spoke harshly, "The people I cherish all died or almost died because of you. Same today." Having finished speaking, he rushed forward to fight with the three subordinates of that suicide army without any hesitation, so he was able to run. Cale Min spoke up, interrupting his reminiscing thoughts, "Yes." Choy Han frowned in annoyance, "I only cut off his left arm." Cale Min's question made Choy Han feel guilty and uncomfortable because he himself could not kill the magician to complete the mission. Cale Min made a confused noise in his heart, because he clearly didn't see Choy Han bringing back any arm. Choy Han continued to say, "Because he was afraid that he might take that arm away and reattach it, so I took that arm and burned it." Ah, his left eye was also injured. Cale Min thought, if so, wouldn't that magician have suffered fatal injuries, because he had to use both hands to cast magic to easily balance his mana. Choy Han clenched his clasped hands on his thighs. "I should have killed him, sorry." Choy Han's face was sullen, the air around him suddenly turned cold. It became harder to breathe than ever because Choy Han's emotions were on the verge of becoming erratic. "No, Therese, no need to apologize. After all, you've worked hard." Cale Min gently comforted the children. It seemed like they were scared. He looked at the Cat Clan children who were trembling and looking for a place to hide. Both Hong and On were convulsing in fear. Choy Han seemed to have had an outburst. He thought to himself. Cale Min calmly asked, "What about his subordinates?" Choy Han replied, "I thought it would be better to kill them, so I dealt with them neatly." The two cats were enveloped by Choy Han's murderous aura. They trembled even more violently after hearing his terrifying answer. Hong and On covered their faces with their hands, trying to reduce their presence. "Yours, it's better if you don't say the following sentence. You didn't destroy the house, right?" Cale Min thought to himself, what if Choy Han was crazy and destroyed the whole surrounding area? So what if I had to clean up the ruins? Choy Han sighed deeply. "Yes, of course. According to young Master Cale, I tried my best not to cause damage to the house and surroundings." Choy Han's guilty mood was clearly visible on his face. Hong and Han jumped down from their chairs in panic. The two of them crawled onto the bed where the black dragon Raon was lying and then put their heads together and cried as if they were whispering. "Okay, you've worked hard." Cale Min clasped his hands on the table and closed his eyes and said, "Today everyone can do great things. Thanks to everyone we are all alive. Lady Rosalind has also worked hard." "You also threw away the fruit," Raon spoke up, breaking the silence in the air. After hearing this, Cale Min smiled complacently. "Of course. So now I need to get the reward." Not long after that, the Crown Prince entered the room to visit Cale Min. The Crown Prince went to the bed where Cale Min was lying and ordered everyone to go out. After listening, they nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Highness," then quietly went out and closed the door to create a private conversation space for the Crown Prince and Cale Min. The Crown Prince looked at Cale Min lying on the bed and conveniently asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes." Cale Min smiled politely and replied, "Having His Highness come to visit me like this." Cale Min felt extremely touched. "Ha ha, that sounds creepy. Use it again." The Crown Prince smiled awkwardly, his face sweating because of Cale Min's overreach. "Thank you." Cale Min still smiled as if he was being rewarded. "Okay, the Crown Prince helplessly exhaled and folded his arms on the chair. I have recreated the story that you were recovering from injury. As a noble, you contributed to quelling the riot in the square and even stopped a bomb, the Crown Prince said seriously, folding his arms. You exposed yourself to an ancient power that I couldn't hide, so I announced it as a not-so-strong defensive ability. But that's what you want, right? After recounting what he had done, the prince looked towards Cale Min lying on the bed and calmly asked him what he wanted. It's good for a weak young noble to protect the kingdom, Cale Min replied, even though he said he was very satisfied with this title. Cale Min's eyes still stared at his hand. That's right, my dear, the prince laughed. Tomorrow, rumors about you or reports related to the current situation will be delivered through the butler. Please take the time to look at it a little more, the Crown Prince suggested. He put his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly 2 times. But hey. Before the Crown Prince was about to say something, Ren's suspicious eyes filled his image. Raon reminded Cale Min, now I'm sure, this guy is not human, Raon implicitly hinted, Crown Prince. Are you human? The Crown Prince suddenly asked. Cale Min's expression looked a bit speechless at this random question from the Crown Prince. What else? A question mark gradually appeared in Cale Min's head, and he raised his eyebrows to look at the Crown Prince. Of course I'm human. After speaking, Cale Min secretly wondered why this Crown Prince suddenly asked that. Ha, the prince laughed. Yeah, of course you're human. Both you and I are human, the prince pointed towards his chest. Raon frowned in alarm, his face clearly showing disgust towards this prince. It was a lie, he was not human at all. Dragon, please stop, why do you keep telling me things I don't want to know? Cale Min silently screamed in his heart, begging the little dragon to stop talking. Raon stood up. With his 4 years of age, this was the first time I had seen an entity like this. It firmly affirmed, 4 years of dragon age, meaning of all the dragons and humans that Raon had met during the past 4 years, plus the recently encountered wolf and cat clans. So the Crown Prince is a completely different entity. Shaking off the thoughts in his heart, Cale Min said, of course, is there anything else other than humans? If we live together, we are all human. Hearing that, the prince was silent for a moment. That's right, there are no exceptions, but still. Cale Min frowned in displeasure, but again, he couldn't stop talking. But oh my god, the Crown Prince pursed his lips and continued, I also suspected it at the party. You. A very strange smell emitted near him. Cale Min curiously raised his eyes to look over. What's the smell? I took a shower just now. Cale Min raised his hand to his nose and inhaled. He wanted to see what kind of smell was clinging to his body. The Crown Prince smiled awkwardly, but crossed his arms and spoke seriously. We both already have our cards face up, so maybe we don't need to show our cards anymore, right? What is the reward you want? Cale Henitus is famous as a trash in the Northeast. Even though he was kicked out of his position, he still did not show any dissatisfaction and showed no signs of discord in the family. The Crown Prince sat cross-legged on the chair, his eyes fell on Cale Min, seriously thinking, I heard that this Cale Min only likes to play around and drink, he is a complete trash. But now the person in front of me is not like that at all, just look at him. The Crown Prince lowered his eyes. The obvious difference between the name Cale Min in front of him and the rumors could be said to be completely different. The Crown Prince's blue eyes were like a radar scanning Cale Min's entire body. Cale Min smiled calmly. He used the polite voice typical of nobles who have been carefully trained in etiquette and asked, Your Highness, can you start by telling me what I have to do? I hope you won't say anything to the nobility. On the surface, the Crown Prince is calmly extending his hand to offer to Cale Min, but on the inside, Hess starting to think, Therese, no way a trash can do this, can say these things. Retracting his hand, the Crown Prince put the racing thoughts in his heart in a corner and continued speaking, and I also hope that you will occasionally give compliments when talking about the royal family. Cale Min quickly grasped the key information that the Crown Prince wanted him to do, plus mentioning the prince's big heart, right? Yes, that's right, the Crown Prince nodded in agreement. Cale Min retracted the smile on his face. What happened today was truly an insult to the royal family. The royal family will be disturbed because the nobles will use this incident as an excuse to retort with them, so this Crown Prince offered to compensate me like this, because I am a loyalist Henitus, so they can also set conditions. After all, your ability is an ancient power, so that's not all of your abilities, right? The Crown Prince smiled politely and asked, Of course, in fact, other than that ability, the rest is useless. Cale Min had already seen the probing intent in this prince's seemingly offhand question, so Cale Min had no choice but to answer indifferently, because in any case, one should not reveal too much information to outsiders, especially to those like the Crown Prince. In the book, The Crown Prince is the one who understands the ancient power better than anyone else. Of course, right now I'm not sure if he knows more than me. But thinking about it, the ancient power of the healing star was left by his mother. Cale rubbed his chin while recalling the content in the book. So what do you want? Hearing the Crown Prince's question, Cale slowly tilted his head to look over. Do you want the family, the investment in the Northeast region, or the stability of power in the Northeast region? Cale could hear the curiosity in the tone. The Crown Prince's voice was clear. Cale shook his head. He said, "Those things are not mine." The Crown Prince looked at him, trying to confirm again. "You said they are not yours." Cale placed his hand on his chest. He smiled and said, "Please give me the reward." Ha ha, the Crown Prince also laughed along with him. He raised his face to look at Cale. I understand the mindset of this trash. Even though he lives under the guise of a trash, in the end he is this person. No, his purpose in life is of course still to climb to a higher position and take everything into his hands. Compared to his family or the people around him, the most important thing is still himself. Okay, so what do you want? The Crown Prince holds out his hand. Title, medal, or do you want power in the capital? Cale closed his eyes, a smile hanging on his lips. Money, Cale answered calmly while the Crown Prince was shocked by his answer. What? The Crown Prince asked again, his face becoming bewildered by Cale's unexpected answer. Please give me the reward. I don't need a medal or a position. After all, the war is coming, so what's the use of a medal or a position? Those things are not necessary. Pocket money is true love, Cale thought. He'll take the cash and make a profit by exchanging it for assets like food or land. Cale crossed his arms and smiled smugly. Raon looked up at him and the Crown Prince raised his hand to rub his eyebrows with an expressionless helplessness. And the last ancient power, the next power I will take is the sound of the wind, the power that gets stronger by spending money. Ha ha, are you planning on using the money to buy alcohol? The Crown Prince casually asked. How did you know? Cale also waved his hand and laughed. In order to hide his true purpose, Cale did not deny it but continued to play the role of a trash-addicted nobleman. Okay, I understand. Tomorrow you look at the report and tell me the number you want. The Crown Prince stood up. He brushed his shirt. Cale raised his eyebrows, his face not showing the slightest bit of joy. Are you coming to visit me again? What, don't you like it? The Crown Prince asked. It is my honor, Your Highness. Cale immediately turned around. He turned around and smiled brightly as if he had just won the jackpot. Seeing Cale like that, the prince's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. Okay, you go rest. The Crown Prince turned away. He waved goodbye to Cale. Clack, as soon as he left, Raon opened his mouth and said, Human. Is there a power that can dye hair without mana? Raon raised his head and asked Cale. Seeing that he didn't answer, Raon continued, Human, answer me, if not mana, then what kind of power? I'm so curious. Raon used his paw to pat Cale on the back. Just ignore it, I'm the patient now. Cale still slept on his side and let Raon comfortably tease him. The next morning when Cale woke up, he was given an envelope by butler Hans. Hans gave him the letter and said. Ron left as expected. Cale received the letter and bowed his head to read the letter Ron sent him. Young Master. I will send a report to the young master once a month. I didn't expect the young master to hide that kind of power. Choy Han told me that guy's appearance. I will remember it carefully. I also advised Beecrox. I asked permission to leave first. Cale put the letter on the table and said, okay. In his heart, he secretly thought, did he still entrust his son to him? Now that Ritika touched Ron, his feet were cold. Cale smiled reassuringly. I heard you were in a lot of pain, in the room. Eric worriedly asked about Cale's health. My body has no strength left. Cale used a tired expression to say that he was exhausted, and even his stomach was very upset. Cale and Eric were so worried that they couldn't stand still. But no one knew that it was because Cale was lying in his room eating all day that he had such a bloated stomach. If you need anything, just tell me, Eric warned Cale carefully. Yes, we will try our best to help young Master Cale. Miss Amiru also agreed to worry about Cale. Cale's expression was now very satisfied and the cat next to him looked helpless with the obvious satisfaction on Cale's face. Cale knew that this was not a medical visit stemming from a simple close social relationship. Perhaps they wanted to share some information. He quickly concluded and asked, however, this was not just a simple visit, just a normal medical visit, right? Ah, Eric seemed to have just suddenly remembered and then hesitantly looked at the other two people with a confused look mixed with a look of questioning his teammates. This is the revised content of investment information for the Northern region. I bring it to you by the way. Eric gave Cale Min a postcard. After opening it, read through the letter. Cale Min knew that they seemed determined to invest in building a naval base. Eric said that the information he was reading would quickly be forwarded to the Henatus family along with this proposal. So what? Cale Min replied casually. He asked, are you guys preparing to go see His Royal Highness? Yes, we will go see His Highness tonight. Eric nodded, revealing their plans for tonight. The Crown Prince must show interest before we can get to work. Cale Min summed it up, then reassured them that everything would be okay. Cale Min said they don't need to come directly to give him the documents, just give them to the servants. Visiting the sick like this is hard for everyone, so it's okay if they don't need to come anymore. No, we will come again. Because you also need to know. What Cale Min received in return was a protest and confirmation that Eric's group would come again. Well, go first, Eric said. After that, Rosalind and Choy Han also came to see his condition. Cale Min has a headache. He rubbed the back of his neck with his hand and then coldly snorted. Go away. Cale Min quickly chased Choy Han and Rosalind away, startling Choy Han. I apologize, young Master Cale. Rosalind immediately apologized to him and said that she needed both Choy Han and Locke. Cale Min knew that after her identity was revealed, she would definitely have to return to the Breck Kingdom immediately, because if those people knew she was still alive, they would definitely send assassins to kill everyone, so maybe she can't go alone. This made it obvious that she was a high-level magician, so the enemy would definitely send someone stronger and corresponding. Came to deal with her, so Rosalind had to be escorted by strong people. There's no need to apologize, you've helped us many times, so we need to repay you. After all, she is Locke's sister and Choy Han's friend. Cale Min talked about how Rosalind helped him a lot and it was only natural that he should return the favor. Thank you for saying that. After hearing Cale Min speak, Rosalind immediately thanked him. Yet Choy Han said he needed to protect Cale Min. Choy Han must go so that I can easily act and also prepare my breath for war. I will absolutely not die. Cale Min confidently affirmed that his confidence was so great that Choy Han had to look at him helplessly, but Choy Han did not know that it was because he wanted to push him somewhere else to carry out his plan to gather money and escape and live alone, your peaceful life and enjoy your old age. For Cale Min, having the Black Dragon to protect him was enough, adding Choy Han would become a burden. I see, it's because I was worrying too much. Choy Han smiled and agreed with Cale Min without any doubt. Cale Min waved his hand and called Locke over. I will take care of your brothers, in return go with Rosalind and come back in 3 months. Cale Min made a contract with Locke. Hearing that, Locke could only nod yes. Yes, what, did you forget to make a deal with me? Henatus, go there, I and your brothers will be there. Cale Min must definitely go there and told Locke where to return. Locke muttered a few words. Yes, the place to return to, remember clearly 3 months later. Cale Min immediately patted his shoulder and told him again, yes, I will definitely return in 3 months. Hearing what Cale Min said, Locke was moved and enthusiastically agreed. Cale Min felt that the storyline had deviated quite a bit, so he hoped it would still run in the right direction to some extent so that what he knew could still be applied. Cale Min felt sorry that he couldn't send Bichox off with him and promised himself that he would see father and son off when Ron returned. While Cale Min was lost in his own thoughts, the door suddenly opened and the person entering was Hans, his butler. Master, the king wants to award a medal to the young master, Hans announced. Young Master Cale Henatus, heir to the pride of the Henatus family, the family that protects the kingdom from the dark forest. Cale Min opened it and immediately had a headache and froze because of these ridiculous lines. A week later, in the Glory Square. The sound of a horse-drawn carriage accompanied by the sound of the driver's horse running behind him. Cale Min got out of the car. Roan floated after Cale Min. It's been a long time, Roan said. Cale Min calmly walked into the square. People around there looked at him intently and whispered. Oh, young Master Ngan Kwang, one person shouted loudly, his voice full of admiration. Hearing that, Cale Min's face was full of awkwardness. Looking over there, it was that shield young master, one of the people shouted, leading to discussions and dozens of eyes scanning Cale Min's body. Deputy Hillsman put his hand to his mouth and said, ahem, ahem. Everyone calls you young Master Ngan Kwang, Hillsman said, smiling happily. Of course someone as cool as the young master has to be associated with a proud name, damn it. Cale Min silently listened as Hillsman put her hands on his hips and rambled flatteringly about how great she was. Cale Min frowned. What is it that young Master Ngan Kwang and young Master Ngan Kwang are shielding? I don't want to hear those embarrassing cheesy words at all. Cale Min crossed his arms and turned around to say to Hillsman, if I drink here again today like usual, surely no one will call me that again? Cough cough. Hillsman listened and covered his mouth and coughed. Your body isn't fully recovered yet, so you should be careful about drinking alcohol. Cale Min strode forward. That's right, in everyone's eyes, I'm still in an injured state, my body isn't fully recovered yet. He was injured due to using ancient power too much, exceeding his limits. Cale Min raised his hand, he stared at his palm. But, thanks to that, I was able to miraculously stop the bomb. Cale Min remembered the time when he was pretending to recuperate in his room. Cale, did you see those guys' faces? Count Daruth, his father asked, his face projected through the magic ball, looking unworried. I will kill them for you. He continued to speak, the voice coming from his magic ball. You could immediately tell how decisive he was. How dare they attack someone like you who can't even swing a sword? Our Henatu's family is silent not because we are weak, remember that well, it's because we are strong that we are strong. Quiet until now, I will not leave alone anyone who touched you in this incident, father firmly affirmed. Returning to reality, Cale Min continued to bow his head and look at his hands. Those words were indeed true. When I left the capital and returned home, no one came to find me, not even Eric's group was anywhere. That's really good, Cale Min thought. Ah, young Master Cale. The city gatekeeper suddenly spoke up, causing Cale Min to stop thinking. He placed his hand on his chest and asked, do I have to verify my identity? Contrary to what he thought, the guard guarding the gate just pointed into the citadel and respectfully said, young master, please come in. Okay, thank you, you've worked hard. Cale Min silently applauded the soldier's hard work. Yes, the gatekeeper's voice seemed to be singing a song, joy radiating from his tone, his. Even when Cale Min left, he still looked at his back with admiring eyes. Cale, Eric sat on the chair and waved towards Cale Min. Hey, did you come here first? Cale Min asked, then slowly sat down on the chair placed opposite Eric. Everyone here heard the news. That Cale Hennatus was awarded a Medal of Honor but gave it up to someone else. And he also participated in this day with a body that had not fully recovered. Cale Min looked up at the sky. I don't know if it's because of the people who have passed away, but today's weather is unusually beautiful. Cale Min smiled and said. Perhaps it's because of young Master Cale's kindness. Miss Amiru also did not hesitate to follow along and also praised Cale Min. My heart. Cale Min said, his face blank because he thought he heard wrong. Amiru did not deny or agree but let him think for himself. Cale Min asked, are you leaving today? Amiru said yes and then asked him back, young master will leave tomorrow, right? See you in the territory, Amiru smiled. Yes, I missed the sea quite a bit, Cale Min nodded. Is that so? Are you planning to go there to recuperate? That's right, although on the surface he appeared to need time to rest to recover from his injuries, in reality he was sarcastic. What about recovery? I just went there so my body could become stronger and stronger. Of course, it's not just for that reason, Cale Min vaguely revealed. Is that so? Amiru didn't seem surprised but still answered him. After today, another piece of news will reach the ears of the nobles. Development and investment in the military on the northeast coast, that news will be transmitted to all present. Please help me, young master, please help me young master. Eric and his group happily smiled and said to Cale Min. Seems very excited and looking forward to this transaction. We gather here again to let everyone know that we will never yield to threats, the king said, holding up his golden staff. The king stood above and looked down and said, once again, we are gathered here to prove that we are not afraid of threats. When the people standing below heard this, they couldn't help but look up in confusion. The king paused for a moment, then looked down with a thoughtful look and continued, there are many people who act too sensitively. Thanks to that, we have been able to protect this land until now. When Cale Min heard that, he looked up with suspicious eyes and thought, it seems like the king just looked down here, maybe I saw it wrong. In a magnificent castle, someone raised a voice questioning, blessings of the sun god. It turned out that Raon was talking to Cale Min. The dragon continued, I cannot feel the power of gods from ordinary people. Raon suddenly thought of someone he thought was special and said, only the prince's name was a little special. The prince's face appeared in Ren's mind, a face full of handsomeness. When Cale Min heard that, he couldn't help but think to himself, the power of God that the Crossman royal family always propagates is not real, another pointless thing for me. Just found out, nothing interesting at all. Raon saw Cale Min deep in thought without any judgment. Meanwhile Cale Min was still immersed in his thoughts, but had to pretend not to know. Suddenly he spoke up, raised his whole hand in front of him and said, "This is a secret between the two of us." Raon saw that and happily spoke up, "I know." Both Raon and Cale were standing looking towards the voice, with that meaning, "Today I will award medals to those who fought bravely in the last war." Applause rang out continuously. The shining medal was placed on the other man's chest by the king. After the medal was placed on their chests, the two of them respectfully knelt down to express their gratitude to the king. Cale and Raon sat below, looking at the scene before them. Cale with an expressionless face clapped his hands. Raon flying next to him couldn't help but say, "People are so strange." Weakling Stan walked up from behind and spoke, "Young Master Cale." Hearing this voice made Cale and Raon turn around in surprise. Cale said, "What's wrong, young Master Weakling?" Having finished speaking, Cale thought, "Weakling Stan, is he still here?" Facing Weakling Stan's face, Cale couldn't help but think, since the attack, many nobles have returned to their territories out of fear of danger. In fact, all the leading families in the regions are still here. After hearing Cale's question, Weakling said, "I heard he refused the medal, young master, don't you feel sorry?" Cale looked over but said nothing. He looked at Weakling with suspicious eyes, thinking, what is the intention of him asking that? Raon stood aside and was so uncomfortable that he grimaced, thinking in his head, "I want to kill him." Seeing Raon like that, Cale immediately reminded him, "Calm down, it's not here." Cale glanced at Weakling and thought, "I refuse the medal, simply because I don't want to be recorded." The top floor of the Royal Library has records about the reign of the current king, the lower level records of heroes receiving different levels of medals, and the palace used the excuse of giving monthly bonuses to those heroes, to hold their position. That thing may be honor to others, but it's more like a shackle to me. Cale continued to follow his train of thought. When war broke out everywhere, who could remember who had prevented the terrorist incident in the square? Cale stood up with his hands on the armrest and said, "There's nothing to regret." The image of chains kept appearing in his mind. If he really received the medal, he would not be able to live comfortably, he thought. There was nothing regrettable. "I was injured a lot, but most of all," thinking of this, he looked at Weakling and smiled happily and said, "Isn't just being alive enough?" Weakling looked into the distance and replied, "So that's it." Hearing that, Cale immediately returned to his playful expression and continued, "Yes, furthermore, how can a coward like me receive a medal?" After speaking, he happily looked forward, while Weakling looked at him thoughtfully. On this side, it seems that all the work that needs to be done has been completed. The king announced that today's event ends here. He stood up straight, raised one hand to continue, "But I will never forget this moment. We will always remember, and never forget, these brave people." Cale stood below expressionlessly looking up, surrounded by resounding applause. Somewhere far away from the castle, a hand slowly placed a chrysanthemum down. There are many chrysanthemums placed neatly on the ground, surrounded by people closing their eyes and clasping their hands in prayer. Cale also closed his eyes but didn't know what was going through his mind. Next to him is the crown prince. He was also clasping his hands in reverence and praying. Cale couldn't help but think, "Your Majesty, it's okay to say I don't need to come to today's memorial service. But I still come here, because I clearly understand the power of each person's departure." Cale's face suddenly darkened in thought. He placed his hand on the left side of his chest to commemorate the deceased. While his face was quiet in a moment of remembrance, suddenly a young man next to him exclaimed in panic, "Cale." He was so worried that he was sweating. He pointed at Cale and said, "Are you tired? Do you have a heart attack?" Cale heard that and didn't know what to say. He could only stay speechless. After seeing that Cale seemed to be okay, knowing that he had misunderstood, the young man could only scratch his head and say innocently, "It turned out that it was not." Cale stood next to him with his arms crossed, looking at the young man with eyes filled with excitement. "Animal." Then he placed his hand on his chest, thinking in his heart, the golden command, the reward he received from the prince. Whatever it is, there are only two correct commands, either buy 2 cakes, or buy 2 mountains. It can have any value, but in short, it gives me the opportunity called 2 times. Cale still placed his hand on the golden command, thoughts continuously flowing in his mind. The prince seemed more chivalrous than he thought. Perhaps the prince thought that if he could only buy 2, what else could he buy? The more Cale thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He smiled with joy and thought, maybe he was trying to see what he could buy, so he gave him this. Cale concluded with one sentence in his mind, "You were wrong." Seeing that Cale looked like he was planning something, Raon immediately asked, "What's going on again?" Hearing the familiar voice, Cale raised his head to look at Raon. Raon saw that and said, "Humans are weak, don't worry, be careful." Hearing that, Cale turned his head away, his face a bit sullen, thinking, The people around seemed to be looking at him, they couldn't stop talking about him. Some said, he was the shield master. On this side, there was a lot of gossip, they kept looking at him without any hesitation. Cale then turned around and left, thinking as he walked, if I left the capital, perhaps those eyes would no longer exist. The next day, at a huge building. The plate of food was placed neatly on the table, a hand reaching out to pull it towards him. Raon from the side looked at the black object in Cale's hand and couldn't help but wonder, what was that for? Cale's hands kept twirling those 3 black lumps, it was like a toy. Cale leisurely said as he toyed with the 3 black pills, tools to destroy the whirlpool. Cale leisurely said as he toyed with the 3 black pills, tools to destroy the whirlpool. Then he thought to himself, originally I didn't intend to destroy the whirlpool, I intended to use the inactive shield and my heart's vitality to solve the problem. Then he looked at the black dragon while he was eating, thinking again, but that was when there was no black dragon around, the black dragon is here now, so why should I waste so much effort? After thinking about it, he happily said, eat more. The person sitting across from him saw this and spoke up, it seemed like the young master had stolen something, but it seemed to be something quite big. Below are Hong and On sleeping soundly, ignoring the world. Cale raised the glass of wine in his hand, propped his head with one hand comfortably and said, I'm a bit famous these days. The person sitting to eat today with Cale is Bios, he slowly said, yes, that's true. When I saw Cale drinking alcohol, I couldn't help but remind him, but is it okay for you to drink like that? Cale comfortably said, I don't need to hide anything in front of you. Bios laughed when he heard that, then took the bottle of wine in his other hand. He lifted it up and poured it into his glass, along with the words, I have received what you returned. And, the thing you asked for. Then he placed a box on the table, it seemed to contain something quite important. Bios used his hand to push the box towards Cale. Cale held the glass of wine in his hand and slowly touched the box, his face full of satisfaction, as he thought, where should I use the golden command? Among these things, I decided to buy time. Those whose existence is a factor that endangers the Roan kingdom. He held the box with his hand, thoughts kept appearing in his mind, no, not only for the Roan king, but also for the countries in the north-central region of the western continent. I decided to buy time for the moment the northern night fish arrived, to be precise, those nights are one thing. Above all, the Empire, the center of the western continent, and the Mage Killer, the queen of the southern Great Thousand, I was determined to buy time. To get away from all those guys, if I was alone, I wouldn't be sure, but now there are many people beside me, looking down at Hong and On, who were curled up together, sleeping soundly. Cale called out, Bios. Do you have any business? Hearing this question, Bios immediately responded, no, even though I'm not a businessman, I know a few things recently. Bios looked at Cale and smiled and said, right before the eastern mainland exploded, it was easy for merchants to make money, as if understanding the key point. Cale immediately asked again, as long as there is money, the traders will jump in, right? Then he raised his glass of wine towards Bios and continued, the Whipper Kingdom will soon be overthrown, you can probably already vaguely guess. Bios heard that and replied, so I should consider how to take advantage of that moment to make money? Young master, what do you think will bring the most profit? Hearing that, Cale proudly said, human. He looked at that glass of red wine and thought, the Magician Alliance would lose the civil war, and the magic tower will collapse, so what will become of the remaining magicians? Not all mages died after the Civil War, the country that produces the largest equipment in the western mainland. There are many magicians whose authority transcends power and politics, but after the Civil War, they lost their status. The person targeting those people was none other than Prince Albaru Crossman. Cale rubbed his head and thought about that noble prince. Then he continued to think, and the person who wanted to build a new magic tower after the old magic tower collapsed, was the senior magician Rosalind. In his mind now Rosalind's face appeared. Seeing Cale silent and thoughtful like that, Bios couldn't help but wonder if he thought the magicians would be destroyed. Hearing that, Cale did not immediately answer, his face showed a thoughtful expression. He couldn't help but think that the Magician Alliance must be destroyed, that is the way for the future of the Whipper Kingdom to become better. His eyes showed unpredictability, his mind was thinking, what I want is something else. The largest producer of magical equipment in the western continent, it is also the place that produces the best magic equipment. The most important card is the Whipper Kingdom. I need the remnants of the magic tower after the Civil War. After a moment of contemplation, if the magic tower collapses, you must definitely let me know. Seeing that, Bios wondered, can I ask the reason? But it seemed that Cale still didn't want to tell the truth, so he just said, when that time comes, you will know. Hearing that, Bios could only sadly accept. Then he smiled with some excitement and said, it's worth looking forward to. Hearing that, Cale also smiled and thought, so it's the same. Then he thought, if I buy it, I will have time. Time can protect yourself from danger, even though it's terribly expensive. He raised the glass of wine and slowly brought it to his mouth to take a sip, thinking in his head that he didn't have to use his own money anyway. After the meal ended, Bios spoke, so I will contact you later. Cale replied, okay, we will wait. After drinking all the wine in the glass, he slowly put the glass down. Then he leaned back comfortably, his arms spread out on both sides of the chair, closing his eyes to think, phew. It seemed like something had attracted his attention. He opened his eyes and looked outside, a bit confused as to what was going on. Suddenly there was something brown. On its head there were a few leaves, just like a tree trunk. The surrounding emitted a strange spiritual energy. It was slowly moving inside. Cale asked a little bewilderedly, something there? Raon next to him saw this and immediately said, I feel the power of God. Thanks to this sentence, Cale seemed to discover something. He let out a loud voice and thought of a name in his head, Crazy Priest. Then he asked, Cage, right? Hearing that, Cage raised his hand and waved, then said, sure enough, you recognize me, young Master Cale. Cage looked up at Cale and said, this is the doll that contains my consciousness. It was a disposable item. Hearing that both Cale and Raon were a bit surprised, Cale couldn't help but think, as expected of someone called a necromancer. Then he glanced up at Raon and thought, the black dragon talked to me without being invisible, so he knows the tiny doll can only hear and speak. Just how strong are you? Standing below, Cage saw them all silent and said, today we will leave the capital. Cage slowly climbed onto the chair, saying as he climbed, the young master probably doesn't like us communicating like this, right? Cale didn't say anything, but in his heart he responded immediately, of course. Taylor Stan appeared right behind the cage and smiled and said, young Master Cale, as I regained my position again, no, but when I climb to a higher position, at that time I will repay the debt of favor to you. After finishing speaking, Cage said, I came to leave this message. Cale hugged his forehead and said, no need. Cage heard that and immediately replied, I know. Then Cage sat on the edge of the chair and continued, but when Taylor and I received what we wanted, we needed a place to spread the news. Cale didn't seem to care too much. His face said whatever he wanted, whatever the two of them wanted. Hearing that, Cage smiled back, so please take care of your health, young Master Cale. After saying that, the cage disappeared in a second, leaving behind only a purple smoke. Seeing that, Raon immediately asked if he could take revenge at that time. Cale looked at the place where Cage had just disappeared and replied, okay. Hearing the desired answer, Ran's eyes immediately lit up, his eyes sparkled. Then he kept thinking, at that time I will repay the debt of favor to you, that is the time for us to take revenge. Cale thought so, turned around, picked up the bottle of wine and happily poured it into his glass. He smiled and said, then you can do whatever you want. Hearing that, Raon was so pleased that he flew up happily and said, good. He held the glass of wine in his hand, looking at the box in front of him and couldn't help but think, is this okay? He raised his glass to drink, but kept thinking, this dragon really is barbaric. The black dragon next to him did not know that Cale evaluated him like that. He still innocently hummed the melody of a certain song. That day, Cale spent a difficult night listening to the black dragon's lullaby about a story of revenge. Rosalind placed a stack of books in front of Raon and said, this is the national language book of Roan country, and this is the book about the common language of the mainland. Seeing that, Raon crawled up and used his legs to pull it towards him but did not forget to say, thank you, human. Then the black dragon appeared confident and said, I am very great so I can study a little and finish it. Hearing that, Rosalind laughed loudly and said, that's right, Mr. Dragon is truly great. She continued, I hope you will be given a cool name. Hearing that, the black dragon turned his head to look at her, then pointed out the door and said, I will tell him to give me a name. Hearing that, she looked in the direction the black dragon pointed, looked outside and smiled slightly. Seeing Rosalind look at her, Cale looked back a little confused. She sat up straight and said, Cale Nim will understand what you mean. Rosalind smiled and turned to look at the black dragon. The black dragon also looked at her and then hummed. In the middle of the lobby, Cale and a young man were standing and talking about something. Next to them there were 3 or 4 people standing and looking in the direction of the two of them. Locke then turned around and looked at his younger brother. He raised his hand to his chest and said loudly, he will definitely become strong before returning. Then he patted the heads of the 3 children standing in front of him and smiled. Remember to listen to the young master, and think carefully about what he said before, because this is the decision of your future destiny. We must be strong now. Cale was standing silently with the 4 of them when suddenly someone called, Cale Nim. A black-haired young man came up and said, if you see that magician, please order the black dragon to kill him immediately. He radiated a shady aura around him and continued, tell the black dragon not to accidentally cut off just one arm like me, but to let his head fly away as well. He continued, if he managed to run away once, his chances of survival would increase. Cale stood opposite and just watched helplessly, imagining in his mind the image of a black dragon flying to his head, that magician's name. Cale was about to open his mouth to speak, but he raised his hand to block it in front of him and quickly said, moreover, stop saying such empty words. Hearing that, Cale smiled brightly and advised, don't get hurt. The young man immediately smiled and said, yes, we will do that. As he was about to step onto the carriage, he suddenly turned around and looked with some confusion in his eyes. Then he turned around and slowly walked into the carriage. Behind were Rosalind, An, and Hong. The scene was quickly closed. In the car, Cale closed his eyes as if thinking about something. A second later, he opened his eyes and told the driver, let's start. He looked out the window. It seemed like something caught his attention. It turned out that it was the butler and the palace staff. The 3 of them greeted Cale. One of the 3 of them said, young master, I hope you return safely. See you next time. We are very pleased to welcome you. It seemed like they were very regretful when Cale left. The other person looked into the carriage and said, we will wait until the day we see you again. Cale didn't seem too attached. He raised his hand and pulled the curtain closed, hiding the people standing outside. Sitting down on the chair, Cale couldn't help but sigh and think, listening to this makes my whole house shiver. I have no intention of returning to the capital. The carriages continued to leave one after another. Hong seemed to have seasoned something and happily said, wow, it tastes salty. It turned out that their carriage was going through the sea. The sound of the waves hitting the rocks sounded really nice. When An saw that, he turned around and asked, this is a sea of stars. Cale waved the red ball in his hand. He asked while looking at the red ball, this is a device to accumulate mana separated in star bombs. The black dragon lying next to him replied immediately, yes, now we can create new magic bombs. Hearing that answer, Cale turned around and smiled with satisfaction. The carriage is moving right above the sea, below is the vast sea. Hong and An seemed excited by the beautiful scenery of the sea. An couldn't help but exclaim, oh, the cliff is really high. The cliff of the wind, the sublime landscape of the Yubar territory, and the islands on the other side of the swirling sea, those whirlpools are the culprits that make the sea near the mainland of Yubar a dangerous place. Cale looked out at the vast ocean, his mind filled with thoughts. The mage killer had drifted to one of those islands and discovered the sound of the wind. It was someone who was said to have unrivaled power in the western continent. It is said that he is stronger than the Wolf King Locke and is also the leader of the Blue Wolf Village, a savage and extremely intelligent man, Tyrant Tunka. Cale put the mana accumulating device into the box and gradually closed it, his mind still thinking, if according to the novel's order, there's still a little time until the Tunka arrives here. I have to strike before him. Thinking so, he put the mana accumulation device in his pocket and smiled smugly. Suddenly, he looked out the window, a bit surprised, huh? Next to the window were Hong and An, who were constantly enjoying the beautiful scene before their eyes. The 2 of them couldn't stop wow when they saw things like that whale. Even Cale was surprised and looked out the window and said, is that a whale? Looking closer, it seemed like he discovered something wasn't right. He thought to himself, that's not it. He looked out to sea and thought, whales usually live in the north. It was probably just a group of whales passing by just now. Seeing this, the black dragon behind Cale felt a strong presence. He looked at the group of whales out at sea and couldn't help but frown and think, this bad premonition was not wrong. Cale was surprised and thought, could it be? The girl with blue hair braided into a braid looked towards Cale. The girl spoke up, a few days ago, while surveying the coastline, we rescued a person who was drifting away. That person seems to have regained consciousness. Cale thought in shock, what bad luck. That girl continued to speak. At that time that person was unconscious and about to be swept into the whirlpool. I thought what to do. Then I thought about what young Master Cale did in the square and I decided to save that person. The girl smiled and looked at Cale, because human life is extremely precious, right? Cale replied back, yes. The girl heard that and continued speaking. I knew the young master would say that. The girl told Cale, looking at the way the person was dressed and physique, it seemed like he was from the tribe of the Whipper Kingdom. In Cale's mind, a large figure appeared. He thought seriously, that must be it, is Tunka. Cale thought again. The non-magician alliance was against the magician alliance. He was the leader of that alliance, a member of a tribe despised as barbarians in the kingdom, but in this world no one is a barbarian. Everyone has the same brain. As time passes, they grow and develop in their own way. A hand holding ash appeared in Cale's mind. Non-magical tribes inhabit the rugged mountains and seas of the Whipper Kingdom. They focus on pushing the Bodhi's physical strength to the maximum. And they want to destroy the Whipper Kingdom, which was created with a power system only for magicians, and return this place to its original state. People from other countries call Whipper the country of barbarians, but to the people in the kingdom, they are free people. Their instincts have destroyed the country of rules. After those memories, Cale mused, the problem was, Tunka was an ignorant person. An intelligent barbarian. Cale uncomfortably scratched his head and thought, in the novel it was described like that, but in my opinion, Tunka is a simple and naive person. He is just a very strong person. But idiots are the scariest. Unable to understand, Cale put his hands on his hips and sighed. The girl with blue hair smiled softly and said, young master, you don't need to worry too much about that person. His body recovered very quickly. Cale raised his hand towards the girl and smiled to show his agreement. I wasn't worried at all. I also think the longer the person receives treatment, the better. Cale thought in his heart, if that's the case, we won't see each other until we leave. After speaking, Cale sighed and looked at the girl. Cale rubbed his forehead with his hand and continued tiredly, Miss Amiru, can you take me to see the place to stay? That blue-haired girl is Miss Amiru. Amiru gently replied, of course, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Cale replied, yes, I still feel pain. Butler Han stood aside seriously, clasping his hands behind his back and listening to them talk. Lady Amiru waved her hand, turned back and said, let's go quickly. The group of them arrived at the entrance of the house. Cale kept thinking, why did Tunka appear at this time? Even though Bilios is the head of the Flynn Company and has outstanding abilities, so how can he be so sure that civil war will happen? How can you know so quickly, with Bilios' abilities that I know? What he said is probably normal. In Cale's mind, an image of Bilios smiling appeared, but Bilios is an illegitimate child, so there are limits to gathering information. But based on what Bilios said, one thing can be predicted. A passing wind gently shook Cale's hair. He looked straight ahead without stopping to think that the civil war would happen faster than in the novel. The clear blue sky mixed with the bright sunlight is so poetic. If you think about it this way, all the events fit together. If that's true, then what exactly caused the civil war to happen sooner? First of all, Tunka wandered here. It could only be because he was attacked by magicians and shipwrecked, so that means he seized power in the north and returned. Cale was thinking as he walked in front of a large building. He held the doorknob, opened the door slightly. A stream of light shone on him, making Cale become brighter. With his last thoughts, but history did not change, he prepared to enter, inside the house. As soon as you stepped inside, a worker warmly welcomed you, holding out his hand and saying, let me lead you inside. Divine power makes magicians tremble in fear, the pinnacle of pure human physical power. Seas and mountains, deserts, forests, volcanic regions, ice and snow regions, Tunka fought against all that natural power. How could magicians who only knew how to use the power of mana defeat him? Cale walked while paying attention to the pictures of mountains, forests, fire, and cold snow hanging on the wall. Cale thought, if it was a dragon, he would be lucky. The dragon seemed to see through what Cale was thinking and opened his mouth to whisper, thinking about something human. If it was a dragon, it would probably be possible to kill Tunka in one move. Cale finished his thoughts and entered an extremely magnificent room. The dragon frowned as he looked at Cale and asked, hey, what's wrong with you, human? Cale looked at the floating dragon and replied, next time, just stay by my side for now, don't go anywhere. Hearing that, the dragon seemed to disagree, turned around and said sulkily, I will do as I wish. Seeing this, Cale thought that the black dragon was someone whose words and body were at odds. Cale smiled, crossed his arms and sighed with a loving expression. This mansion was not suitable for a small coastal fishing village like this. This place was probably built by the new lord of the Ubar family when he took office. The dragon now flew to the bed and curled up on the bed, looking extremely docile. Cale continued to think, meaning that Amira's mother, the current lord of the Uvar region, had taken office and was also determined to develop this sea region. Cale's footsteps moved forward, and after 10 years, the results are gradually appearing. Involving the Gilbert family and receiving the support of the Wheelsman family was not something that could be done in a day. Cale's hand was placed on the door in front of him. Cale opened the door, walked out to the balcony, and looked down from above. The cliff of the wind, the whirlpool of the sea in front of this cliff has been flowing for hundreds of years and has caused many difficulties for the people of the Uver territory, who want to move out to the wider sea. Cale's eyes are a sea with roaring waves and large, extremely dangerous whirlpools. However, there is still one point that makes the Lord value this part of the sea. This crescent-shaped seaside fishing village, it cuts the coastal cliff on both sides and becomes the only place among the 3 villages with terrain where boats can easily anchor. The large and small islands on the other side seem to be forming a battle formation right in front of the fishing village. The scenery is truly beautiful. In terms of military significance, this place is truly wonderful. Cale thought while looking at the scenery here, tomorrow I will go to the smallest of the islands, to find the sound of the wind right in the sea in front of the island. Cale turned to look to the right. An image of a book appeared in Cale's mind. It was a quiet yet fierce force. In the story Tunka evaluated that power like that. That was the power he wanted. A power that could help him escape quickly and quietly and could also drive strong people crazy. Cale slowly turned around and walked into the room. He sighed and thought, I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning so much. This mansion sparkled in the darkness of the night. Cale's expression was extremely happy when he heard someone say, Uncle Beecrox said that this was seafood specially prepared to give to the young master. Uncle Beecrox is extremely interested in the sea. The 2 children looked at Cale and said, Young Master Cale, please eat a lot. Cale sat on the chair and happily nodded. The food cart is coming. Beecrox held the plate of food and placed it on the table for Cale. There are a lot of eye-catching foods on the table right now. The boy looked at Cale happily and said, the young master invited him to dinner. Cale sat in front of a table full of food and replied, Okay, thank you. It's a good idea to ask the kids to help in the Beecrox kitchen. The boy happily responded, thanking him. The children headed outside. The boy saw Beecrox hadn't come out yet and wondered, Uncle, aren't you coming out? Beecrox walked out and turned to face Clay and replied, Come here. Looking at Cale holding the fork to eat, Beecrox's expression didn't look too happy. Cale thought to himself, His face was happy, smiling, looking like this. He felt like a nanny. Cale remembered that when he got off the carriage, a child said something like this. The boy placed his hand on his chest, clearly expressing his determination and said, Young master, we also want to work. Mr. Locke said he couldn't let the young master raise us for free. The boy looked at Cale, his hands clenched. The other children behind also clasped their hands and nodded strongly to show their agreement with the boy just now. Seeing that, Cale looked at them in bewilderment. He spoke up and said to those children, Then go down to Beecrox's kitchen. The boy looked at Cale with a surprised expression. The boy and the children became happier when they heard Cale's answer. The boy happily replied, I think it would be better for us to help the knights, but if the young master had having said that, we will work hard. The children in the back also happily replied in unison, We will work hard. Cale seriously told the children that they were still very young. Becoming a knight can be dangerous for you guys. Please help Beecrox chop the vegetables. The other boy smiled, just as Mr. Locke said. The boy was determined. Yes, he will work very hard. Another boy behind him spoke up, as did we. One child was working but was sleepy. Beecrox had to put a coat on the child. 2 other children worked together to help Beecrox stir the cake dough. The child finished his work and came to Beecrox's side very happily, asked, You're very good, right? Making Beecrox bewildered. The children made Beecrox feel tired. He held his forehead in his hands, his mood lowered. Cale sighed and thought, it felt like he had become a nanny. Beecrox seemed to feel Cale's eyes on him and immediately turned towards Cale, wondering if he glanced over here. Cale quickly turned his face forward, looking normal and extremely happy. Beecrox pushed the food cart outside but suddenly stopped because of Cale's words, I'm going to eat, thank you for these delicious dishes. Beecrox gently replied, Yes. Cale held the fork in his mouth and smiled slightly. The 2 little cats now happily crawled out from under the chair. Cale looked towards the door where Beecrox had just come out and wondered why he did these things for his father. Beecrox originally did not need to bring this food, but I don't know when, he started doing what Ron used to do, without missing a single day. After Beecrox brought the food to Cale, he went down to the kitchen and brought the food to the children. But, thanks to that, Ron's position no longer feels empty. Cale glanced to the left and said, Come here and eat. The 2 cats quickly went to the dining table. On jumped from the chair onto the table while Hong was still yawning. The dragon lying on the bed also woke up at this time. The dragon flew to the dining table and looked at the people sitting and eating, looking extremely warm and happy. Bright rays of sunlight shine onto the ground. At the harbor, there was a group of people who seemed to be discussing something. It was Cale along with a few others. Cale said, What a pleasure, someone responded. Me too, young master. That man had a beard and brown hair. He put his hands on his hips and smiled and said, just trust me, I will take you safely to the central island. Amiru also said, yes, you can safely go with this guy anywhere in Ubar. Lady Amiru hesitantly said, I should have taken you away. Cale happily looked at Amiru and replied, it's okay, having such a great fisherman as your guide is more than enough. The fisherman asked again, so will the three of you go together? Cale replied, yes, let's leave quickly. The fisherman laughed loudly, yes, please come on board. Cale's footsteps slowly moved forward on the wooden plank. Cale walked step by step onto the wooden plank north from the mainland to the boat. After Cale got on the boat, he said, Beacrox, I heard there are a lot of rare seafood near the island. It will be useful for expanding your knowledge. Beacrox's face contorted as he said, thank you young master. Butler Hans and the two little cats laughed and joked happily together. The two little cats clung tightly to Hans' hand and said, I don't like it, I don't like water. Hans and the two cat clans were on land. Hans raised his voice, young master. Wishing you a safe journey, he smiled happily. Under the gentle breeze, Cale's hair was blown gently and he replied, okay. The dragon flew in front of Cale and said, I will fly there. The boat left the dock and started to depart. The fisherman's voice spoke loudly, the boat might sway a lot, young master, please hold on tightly. The waves on the sea were so big, they hit the boat's hull hard. The boat was still moving forward. One hand rested on the wooden box. It was Cale's hand. He held his forehead and groaned, damn it. The boat was still running fast on the rippled sea surface. A wave caused the boat to tilt. The fisherman still carefully controlled the wheel. The deputy crew member seemed tired and collapsed under the wooden crates. The fisherman happily laughed, pointed forward, looked at Cale and said, ha ha, young master, aren't those whirlpools so beautiful? Cale thought with an annoyed face, what a brave person. Cale knocked the deputy's hand away from his. The fisherman spoke up, young master, that's the island. Cale turned around and saw the carriage driver had a pitiful look on his face, as if he was seasick. The whirlpools in front of that island are the scariest whirlpools. Cale felt dizzy and thought to himself, I think I'm seasick. The boat was rushing close to the whirlpool in front of us. The fisherman was not panicked but even spoke, if we were caught in it, we would surely die. The fisherman still happily told Cale that if he got caught up in it, he should prepare to say goodbye to his life. Cale looked drunk as he listened to the fisherman. Legend has it that in the past, because a thief stole something from the gods, those whirlpools were formed. A big wave caused the boat to wobble, causing people to exclaim, oh my god. Alas, the boat almost capsized. The carriage driver couldn't bear it anymore and covered his mouth with his hand. The fisherman looked at the young man behind him and said, hey kid, you have to keep your oar steady. The boy responded, apologizing to his father. The fisherman smiled happily and continued to tell Cale, that's the story, young master. Cale's voice rang out, hey. Let's go to that island first. Cale looked extremely tired and placed his hand on his forehead as if supporting his whole body. The fisherman happily took the oar and said, Miss Amiru also said the same thing, I will take you away right away. The boat was skillfully steered through dangerous whirlpools. The boat finally arrived at the dock and Cale's feet landed on the ground. He walked away, leaving the fisherman behind who was still talking. He had arrived, we got here easier than usual. The captain who got off the boat couldn't bear it anymore and immediately vomited. His soul seemed to come out of his body. Cale looked at him and couldn't help but think, he looked like he was about to die. Beacrox stood next to him and said nothing. Beacrox put on his gloves with a serious face, his face not changing at all. Beacrox walked closer to the deputy who was vomiting. Cale saw that and thought, those were the gloves he wore when torturing him because he didn't want to get dirty. Cale looked towards the fisherman and called out, old captain. The fisherman saw this and quickly ran over and said, yes, young master. Cale continued, continue telling the story of the thief from earlier. The fisherman quickly said, what about that? Yes, I know. Then he quickly told Cale that once upon a time, there was a thief who was faster than anyone. The thief's steps were so light and cautious that even if he glided across the sea, the waves wouldn't splash a single drop of water. That thief stole something. People say it's something from God. That thief brought that thing, you know, the cliffs of the wind ahead. It was said that he jumped down from that coastal cliff, the old fisherman said, pointing forward. Cale stood next to him, arms crossed, listening very seriously, and the god's belongings, along with that thief, all disappeared from the world. Since then, whirlpools began to appear on the coast. That wind cliff is sky high, The old fisherman put his hands on his hips and continued smiling. So in the past, many people used to worship or even say that it was a god, Cale wondered, so they don't do that anymore. The fisherman looked towards the cliff and replied to Cale, if it was really my belongings, then why didn't I search for it myself instead of making things difficult for humans? Cale smiled as if he realized something. It turned out to be so. That thing is not an object of a god, but the power of a human, so I can't have it. Cale turned around and said again, let's go take a look at the island. The deputy's hands trembled, his voice trembled, and he reached out towards Cale. Young master, I also. Looking at the deputy leader who looked like he was about to die in front of him, Cale was speechless, his face frozen. He waved his hand and sighed, hey. Beacrox arrived in front of Cale. Cale seriously looked at Beacrox and asked, if you are Ron's son, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Beacrox calmly replied, so what? Cale continued, please look after the deputy. Beacrox asked Cale with a stunned face, are you going alone? Cale raised his hand towards the forest and replied, there's nothing dangerous here, besides, you know I have a shield. Beacrox responded unanimously, so please be careful. Cale said, let's go and return. Beacrox placed his hand on the deputy's shoulder and looked at Cale, if you are in danger, please immediately take out your shield. The deputy who was kneeling on the ground and vomiting also spoke, young master, I will follow you soon. Cale looked at the two people with satisfaction and left. Cale thought, I have to separate them from me for now. A strong person without a sense of responsibility must protect himself and those he can control. No one else is better suited than Beacrox. Beacrox stood there, watching over the deputy who was tired and vomiting on the ground. That's why I brought Beacrox here. Cale was thinking as he walked alone into the deep forest. The rustling sound of leaves colliding with each other, the bright sunlight filtering through the leaves, the tree trunks in the forest looked rough. Cale thought as he walked, there was no need to go to such remote places, just go and take a look, and by the way, check out the whirlpools. But the black dragon still has to fly out here at night, so it still needs to roughly grasp the terrain here. Cale stopped thinking, put his hands on his hips and looked up and asked, what's going on? The dragon lying on a high tree branch looked at Cale and replied, just as you said, there is something underneath the whirlpools in front of this island. It was similar to the power in the cave I went to with you last time. The dragon flew down and grabbed Cale's shoulder and said. Cale raised his hand to catch the leaf, there was no one here, right? The dragon also left Cale's shoulder and hovered near him, responding, no. The dragon continued seriously, but there was a dead body. Cale's footsteps as he was walking suddenly stopped and asked, what? The dragon remembered that when he was flying high around the island, earlier when flying over the island, I counted 3 corpses on the opposite side of the moored boat. Cale's face looked scared and pale as he thought, is it a dead body? Why do I have the feeling that if I keep moving forward, something unfortunate will happen? The dragon seemed to see Cale's unusual appearance and was suspicious. Human, what's wrong with you? The dragon quickly continued, but those corpses were not human. Cale rubbed his forehead with his hand in confusion and thought, it has a human shape but it's not human. He put his hand on his chin and thought for a long time, if so, there was only one answer. Cale asked the dragon if his arms and legs were strange, right? The flying dragon answered, yes, the shape of its legs and arms was very strange, like a fan. Cale's face was seriously thinking, his feet were closed. That was the characteristic of a mermaid. In his mind, an image of a mermaid with very long hair and fishtail appeared in his mind. The gentle winds blew the leaves on the trees. Cale told himself, before there were whales, now there are mermaids. He thought quietly, why did the whales and mermaids appear so early? Cale looked around as he walked, the sounds of the surrounding leaves rustling endlessly. Cale thought to himself, the whale tribe and then the mermaids. Just then, the Han whale herd appeared. The more he thought about it, the more he realized something wasn't right. He frowned and thought, no. In his mind, the scene of the battle appeared, accompanied by Choy Han's face. He silently assessed that the battle between the whale and mermaid clans had a longer history than the war between humans. However, the moment it appears during the birth of the hero, is the Choy Han shaking hands with the whale clan. After walking a bit, Cale spoke up, hey, Raon heard that and warned him not to call me that. Then he turned to look at the black dragon and asked, what should we call it? The black dragon turned around and glanced at it and said, you will know soon. Hearing that, Cale couldn't help but wonder, what are you talking about? His feet walked through the bushes, then asked, is there anyone in front? The black dragon seemed to know this place well, so he didn't hesitate and jumped right in. There was no sign of life, neither was the seaside. Hearing that, he said to the black dragon, then you lead the way. After saying that, he thought to himself, maybe I should go see the mermaid's body, even though I don't want to be in danger at all. After thinking about it, he turned to look at the black dragon and said with a smile, "You lead the way." When he got there, Cale said in a bit of a panic, "It's true. The scene before our eyes is the bodies of 3 mermaids, seemingly lifeless, they are gradually drying up." Seeing Cale standing still looking ahead but looking like he had no intention of stepping forward, the black dragon turned around and asked, "Why don't you go over there?" He stood staring at the bodies of the other 3 people and then slowly spoke, looking scary. Hearing this answer, the black dragon said sarcastically, "That's right, I forgot, you are a weak person." The black dragon flew a little closer, observed and then commented, "It looked like they were instantly crushed to death. Besides, it seems like they died not too long ago." The black dragon saw red blood under the mermaid's hands and continued to evaluate. There was also red blood under the membranes of these corpses. They must have fought, that's why Therese blood here. Hearing that, Cale thought to himself that the person who killed these mermaids was definitely a whale. The whale tribe has as few individuals as the dragon tribe. He thought about the depths of the ocean, but they were the strongest individuals in the ocean. Only then can they protect the ocean from the mermaids, who want to establish a kingdom deep in the sea. The whale tribe does not want to divide its territory in the sea, because that is a characteristic of marine species that often have to move. He looked at the 3 bodies of mermaids in front of him, thinking continuously in his mind, although the whale tribe was small, it was still very strong, so the mermaids can't do as they please, but the mermaids suddenly become stronger. His face fell, his eyes were a bit thoughtful, so the whale tribe was pushed into a difficult position. And at that time, Choy Han appeared and took the side of the whale clan. That is the content of episode 5 of The Birth of the Hero. Looked for a while but Cale didn't come closer, then he turned around and said to the black dragon, "Let's go back." Seeing Cale not taking any action, the black dragon wondered if it was okay to leave it alone. Cale looked straight ahead and replied, "Yes." Then he thought, those bodies were intentionally left there by the whale tribe. He walked away, leaving the bodies of the mermaids behind. Thoughts kept appearing in his mind. The bodies of the mermaids placed on land only dried up and did not rot. If you leave the bodies in the ocean, they will rot and smell, so other mermaids will find those bodies. Perhaps those mermaids were killed by a whale. Cale and the black dragon returned, but thoughts kept appearing in his mind, because if there were more than 2, they would have used those bodies to lure many other mermaids to deal with it further. As he walked, he kept thinking, "I have to quickly clean up and leave this place." When he walked out of the forest, he was a bit surprised to see a man holding a fish. That person was also a bit startled when he saw him. Suddenly, the sky was bright and 1 second later it was back to night, accompanied by a voice, "Let's go back." There was nothing more to see, then return to a villa. The surroundings seemed to have fallen asleep but the house's lights were still on. On the table was a box containing the golden order, but it seemed Cale had already taken it out. Then he went out to the railing, looked down and said, "Look after the house carefully." Hong and On standing below quickly replied, "We won't let anyone in, you go well." Cale jumped up to the railing, happily turned around and smiled, saying, "Okay." Seeing Caleman using magic, the black dragon couldn't help but suddenly turn around and exclaim, "Magic flying." Cale used flying magic, slowly walking in the air. Blue spiritual energy radiated around him. He told the black dragon, "Let's go." Cale kept floating in mid-air. He used a flashlight to see the surroundings more clearly. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but think, the sea of the fishing village was different. It was dark at night. He turned around and looked to the side, then frowned and said, "The sea looked creepy this late at night." After speaking, he thought to himself, that Tunka is definitely a psychopath. He looked at the rolling ocean waves in front of him and thought, Tunka really likes dangerous things. No, he should be called crazy. Then he thought of the Tunka's eager face and couldn't help but think, even though this was our first time going to the beach, it was still interesting. He exclaimed like that and then jumped into those whirlpools. Cale looked at those rolling waves and thought, I have no intention of doing that. The black dragon was silent for a moment then spoke up, "Is it here?" Hearing that, Cale looked over at the black dragon, but did not speak, seemingly tacitly admitting. Looking at the scene before him, Cale now spoke up, "Let's proceed." The black dragon replied immediately, "I know, human." Cale's hand was in his pocket as if he was reaching for something. Then he pulled out the red ball, which was the mana accumulation device. His face looking at it was full of satisfaction. He held that accumulation device in his hand, and the black dragon saw it and flew towards him. A mysterious blue-black spiritual energy radiated around the ball. He looked at it and thought, this is not the bomb of the mysterious organization mentioned in books 1 and 2 of the hero's birth. He lifted the ball a few feet high, smiling and thinking, it was a higher level magic bomb. It's like a magic bomb, developed by the Whipper Kingdom's Magician Alliance when pushed to the limit, in the second half of Book 3 The Birth of the Hero. He thought about the material of this ball. The main material was the adhesive mana that would react with the mana of the maker, and explode into many small pieces. Although its power was slightly reduced, the bomb exploded. Many times this is very suitable to cause large-scale damage. He brought the ball closer for the Black Dragon to admire and said, "To be able to create this, you are really good." The Black Dragon heard that and arrogantly said, "Yes, I am a great dragon." The sky was still black, the night was getting darker and darker. The Black Dragon warned to be careful. The Black Dragon looked at Cale from above and advised him not to get hurt. Hearing that, Cale's face became a bit thoughtful and his eyes also softened. After thinking about it, he gently dropped the ball into the sea. The ball was dropped into the water, with a splash of water. Cale had already put on glasses to prevent water from getting into his eyes, but the force was so strong that he couldn't help but let out a cry. Even though he was enveloped in flying magic, it seemed the power of the ball was too strong, forcing him to prepare to defend himself. The power of that ball made him flinch and cover his face. 1 moment later, he gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. He slowly touched down. The water bubbled because something had fallen, so the bubbles filled a certain space. He slowly set foot on the bottom of the sea. When he got there, he raised his head and cursed under his breath, "Tunka, this crazy guy." He stood looking at the scene before his eyes, unable to help but wonder, did he break this? The moonlight shined on the bottom of the sea, so there was a little light. The ball that Cale had just dropped was now lying in a corner at the bottom of this deep sea. As if he discovered something, he came closer to see. It turned out to be a spinning top, in which a voice seemed to be coming out, "Those bastards." At the bottom of this deep sea, it seems like there exists something that others cannot know. That voice is uttered continuously, "I stole something that makes people sacrifice, then I am guilty. What kind of love? Then I will return it to humans. Trash, why do those things have strange power?" The person locked in that spinning top is a thief who stole things from the gods. The main character in the legend, she never stole anything from me. She just stole things from the temple. The other couple was tied by a chain and suspended on the cold sea floor. She had her legs tied to this giant rock and then sank into the sea and drowned. The thief with the fastest feet has no choice but to die. He looked straight ahead, still thinking in his heart that she herself was the wind. After she died, she turned into a spinning top and created wind. He slowly put something into his pocket. The thief's voice could still be heard next to him, "This drink, if my friend's light were here, it would burn everything away." As if catching an important point, Cale was a little surprised and opened his eyes wide thinking, "Starlight." Then he stood staring ahead. That voice kept ringing, "Do you know why thunder and lightning are scary? Because with just one strike, those powers appear one after another. An active shield, tree, heart life force, wind. The sound of wind, water, and the final power I will receive when I go through that fire, the fire of destruction and..." Thinking of this, his face sank, his whole face carrying a worried expression. "Should I take this spinning top away?" He raised his hand to look at the clock designed with a thought light. There were 3 minutes left. It seemed like he had made up his mind. He held a shovel in his hand, with a serious face thinking, "Let's figure it out later, we have to take it out quickly." Then he sat down, using the other shovel to dig hard. The spinning top continued to spin continuously on the bottom of the sea. That voice rang out again, "If stealing is a crime, then why are they innocent when lying to people?" While he was intently digging, he thought, "Where is the best? There's no need to break that whole rock as rudely as a tunka. Just dig in the rock foundation and you'll be fine. This world is already corrupt, a corrupt world where everything we have is devoured." After a while of intensive digging, Cale held that spinner in his hand. He thought, yes, the world was inherently corrupt. There is only one thing that the owner of the sound of the wind desires. That was liberation. A white light suddenly appeared in the middle of the ocean's whirlpool. Cale looked over with some attention. Then he put the spinner under his feet and stepped on it. Slowly cracks appeared. That spinning top has now been crushed by him and lies in the middle of the ocean floor, surrounded by whirlpools surrounding it. That is destruction. The fish in the ocean swam together in a giant circle. The light shone down through those waves. At the bottom of the ocean, after stomping on the spinner, Cale stood aside and looked at it. That voice rang again, "It turns out you are the one with the ability to regenerate." It seemed like he didn't think this either. When he heard her say that, he thought a bit and recreated, is she talking about the vitality of the heart? That spinning top emitted a huge amount of power. A beam of light seemed to appear before his eyes, accompanied by a voice, "Don't get caught, as I know, live a free life." Suddenly, that light penetrated his chest. Cale suddenly opened his eyes wide and gasped as if he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed like the thief was one step faster. Cale panicked and clutched his chest, thinking, "What is this?" His feet also gradually lifted off the seabed. The ocean waves kept rolling under his feet. At the bottom of the deep ocean, where only darkness exists, accompanied by the whispers of the sea breeze, Cale seemed to suddenly remember something. Could it be? The life force of the heart becomes stronger thanks to the sound of the wind. It seemed like time was up. He raised his hand and thought, "I should also slowly rise up." Cale stood at the bottom of the sea, surrounded by waves. He gently kicked his foot. The water seemed to act as a stepping stone for him to move up. He emerged from that whirlpool. As he emerged, he thought that within a week, the other whirlpools would gradually disappear. He was finally out of the deep ocean. Now he could breathe the air up here. He looked ahead and couldn't help but say, he had to go quickly. "I told Hans that if it wasn't a life-related matter, don't come and wake me up." He probably wouldn't come and wake me up on his own. He took off his swimming goggles, his face looking a bit doubtful, but still. Then he looked back to the mainland and thought, it would be better to return a little early. Right in front is a cave entrance, Ko Min exclaimed. Found it. He quickly swam inside. It is known that after Tunka obtained the sound of the wind, he encountered an unusual opportunity here. Although that opportunity was not necessary for him, it was an extremely useful ingredient for me. If you combine that material with the material that Locke later finds, the Queen of Diangon will be forced to make a deal with you. Because the Queen must save Diangon, he happily thought to himself. It's time. Hey, human, you're not hurt, are you? The voice interrupted his thoughts. The young dragon continued, there is a creature in this cave. Although it is almost dead now, it is still not to the level of a corpse that you are often afraid of, Ko Min thought. Is that why the sound echoed in the cave? Or just jump into the water and go home? Or ask the black dragon to bring him home? Suddenly a figure gradually appeared. The weak cries made him worried. Help, save me. I must live to work. Do, please. As a wail, the baby dragon turned to look at him and asked, Hey weak person, do you have a cold? Your face is pale. Ko Min wondered whether he should just leave him like this. But the whale tribe was injured by the mermaid's poison. Half-blood. In the birth of the hero, the whale tribe has as few individuals as the dragon tribe, and there is no mixing of blood between their clans. But I heard that a half-breed child died. Hey human, will you just leave it like that? The little dragon asked him. Ko Min remained silent and approached the injured man. He sat down and asked, This? He looked up at Ko Min and tried to say, Save me, he replied, Okay, I will save you. Switching scenes to another place, the story is gradually revealed. If my prediction is correct, then perhaps continuing to live will only make him suffer more. It turns out that he is a pure-blood child of the wolf tribe. Locke asked again, So what? My child is not purebred. Aren't you a pureblood? Not that child. I have another son. That son was not purebred, so he had a hard time. So he lives on the ground. No, he was an unfortunate child. He passed away before me. Back to Ko Min. I told him, go get some sleep. When you wake up you'll feel better. Hearing that, the mixed-race son agreed and then lay down on the ground. The baby dragon asked him, What's wrong? Ko Min sighed and replied, It's a mess. It is said that the skin of the whale tribe is very thick and tough, but with the mermaid's attack, the poison had penetrated beneath his skin. The baby dragon looked at him silently. Then continue, You are truly a strange person. You become very strange when you meet weak people. Enough is enough, push him into the water, he said. The black dragon heard that but looked blank, not understanding anything. Shouting in panic, Did you lie? You said you would save him, human, you're really weak, but you didn't even keep your promise. He kept a calm face as he listened to the little dragon complaining, You told me to push him into the water, did you intend to let him drown? Ko Min sighed and explained, I did that to save him. If you soak him in water, do you still remember the body we saw this morning? Baby dragon continued to ask, What are you trying to tell me to do? What else to do? Cut off one arm of the body and bring it back here. After listening, the baby dragon quietly flew away. First, I will do as you say. He watched the baby dragon fly away and thought to himself, I should go gradually. Ko Min started searching the cave. After walking for a while, I found a small puddle of water. By chance, Tunka found a small puddle of water. He took out a bottle from his pocket to hold water. This is water that suppresses fire. If you soak what Locke brought here and let it absorb the properties of the puddle, something extremely precious will be born and become a treasure to save the increasingly dry forest, Wither. At this time, the baby dragon also brought his arm back. He also returned to the half-breed. Then Kaomin said, "Let's go." He returned home, making the two cats happily fall into his arms. The young master had returned, and the butler had been knocking on the door loudly all this time. Outside the door, someone kept calling, "Young master, young master." Hans stood outside the door with tears streaming down his face. "Young master, because you said you would kill me if I woke you up, I didn't dare go in and had to stand and knock on the door forever. Young master, please open the door for me." Kaomin ignored the earnest pleas and went to take a shower. He told the young dragon, "Please hide the name of that whale clan with this transparent shirt." Hans kept calling outside the door, "Young master." Kaomin adjusted her swimsuit. Then towards the door, the butler on this side still begged, "Young master, Miss Amiru asked me to come check to see if you are safe, so please open the door for me." The door opening made Hans as happy as a child. Kaomin stroked her hair and said, "Okay. Young master, have you gone to take a bath?" "I couldn't sleep, so I went to soak in the deserted sea water. It is known that this is a type of hot spring that uses sea water." Hans saw that and excitedly said, "Ah, why did you go to take a bath just now? It turns out you couldn't sleep, so I guess I won't be punished." The more Hans spoke, the more his face turned to stone. "Is that true?" The butler sadly bent down and apologized to the young master. He softened and said, "Okay." So Hans brightened up and asked, Ahem, you're not hurt anywhere, right now it's very chaotic outside." Just then there was a very loud explosion. It seemed like something had happened at sea. There was a loud noise. "So do you know what happened?" Hans replied. "Miss Amiru said she was going to the beach. I think we'll know what happened soon, but I think Amiru will be very happy." Then, with a blank face, he turned to ask the butler, "What's wrong?" He happily replied, "Yes." Kaomin also hurriedly chased him away. "So you can go, yes." When he was alone in the room, he picked up the arm and dropped it into a bowl of water. Steam rises in patches. A moment later Kaomin lifted that arm. "Okay, if it expands any further it will rot, this is enough." "Hey human. Looks like Hess awake," the mixed race guy lying on the floor groaned. "Hey man, put that knife away." The hybrid just opened his eyes. That's when he gradually raised the knife to gain momentum. After a smile. "Then take a look." The knife stabbed straight into that slowly rotting arm. The mixed race boy's face turned pale, not understanding what had just happened. He held up his bleeding arm and said, "Very good, come on, drink it before it rots. This type of blood is the antidote." This was still a secret treatment method. The half-blood looked hesitantly at his arm. But to ensure his life, he still tried to swallow the blood that was leaking out. Suddenly, the wound on his leg gradually healed and completely disappeared. He was about to ask him why, but he asked first, "Was the culprit behind this mermaid's body you?" That guy hesitated and didn't speak. He told the hybrid guy, "If he was a whale, you must return to the sea at the latest in the early morning so your physical strength can recover. Sleep for a while then go." He was full of surprise and asked Kaomin, "How did you know that I belong to the whale tribe?" He looked at him and calmly replied, "Up to 3 mermaids were killed. Who else can do that? The name of the whale clan began to tell me, I must return to my homeland." Before he could finish speaking, Kaomin said harshly, "I have no intention of listening to your nonsense story. I saved you because you asked me, that's all. I'm going to bed, please leave quietly." The words were cold, but in his heart he was still very worried. With the black dragon accompanying him, there probably wouldn't be anything dangerous, right? Scene change. In another place, Locke is told that Kim Roksu lost his family in real life. "Kim Roksu, I once caused a useless ruckus. I don't want to lose my family anymore. If that child were still alive, I would have given the throne to my daughter and tried to live a human life with that child for once. I used to think if I did that, would that child be happy?" Locke consoled her. "If it were her, she would probably be a good monarch, but she is also very emotional. So she will probably live with you." Kim Roksu heard this and replied, "Yes, when her son disappeared, she dug up the entire ocean to find him. If it were her, the sea would have been churned up." "Uncle, what's your son's name?" Locke demanded. "Paseaton, that's my son's name." On this side, the mixed race guy saw him go to bed and had to leave. Early the next morning, Kaomin woke up with a yawn. The two little cats had climbed into his bed without realizing it. A boy reported to him that the half-breed, he said he would come back that night. He doesn't need to do that. Next he went to the wharf, where he met Amiru, young Master Cale. I came here early because I wanted to tell you some surprising news. Do you know what it is? I don't know at all, Kaomin replied. She showed him that the whirlpools in front of the central island had disappeared. After just one day, they disappeared without a trace. He thought proudly, it was because I did it. A man standing nearby looked towards the sea and sighed, what a pity, I really want to try jumping into those whirlpools once, or should I jump somewhere else? He heard that and thought to himself, he really is crazy Tunka. The young master's call interrupted his thoughts. Since Count Henidus's family is our investor, I really wanted to show you that scene, him talking about the peaceful seas of Ubar. Will you go to the central island with me? Will all these servants come along too? He asked. Amiru gently answered, yes. The guy just walked closer to the two of them. She turned to look, then started introducing them to each other. This is the first time you met this person, right? This is the person who was nearly swept away by the whirlpool last time. This Bob, this is young Master Cale Henitus. The guy's special name makes Kaomin a bit confused, Bob. The guy cheerfully greeted, nice to meet you, my name is Bob. He thought helplessly, knowing he was using a fake name, but was it necessary to use that name? Amiru said, Bob said he was from the Whipper Kingdom, he was from a tribe of a small coastal fishing village. He was sailing a boat to go fishing, but somehow he fell into the water and drifted away. Bob started to tell, yes, I'm just a normal person who makes a living by catching small fish, somehow it turned out like this. He listened to the terrible made-up story and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, yes, it must be very normal. She happily told me that yesterday he came on board the boat and helped us test the waters, but unlike Amiru, it seems like those guys really hate him, because he's from a tribe. Bob turned to talk to Kaomin, the young master. I heard that in the capital, you used a giant shield and saved everyone, you must be very strong, I really wanted to meet you once so I asked Miss Amiru to let me follow you here. Kaomin looked at this guy's manner of speaking and the way he smiled and felt that it was too dangerous. He replied politely, but I was on medical leave, why not take a break from your injuries? Well, besides that's not a strong power, that's right. He has spent a lot of energy, so the young master is currently traveling and resting, Miss Amiru continued. Bob with a doubtful expression exclaimed, is that so? He started to lean on his hands and looked at him all over. Then Bob got bored and turned away, in Kaomin's heart, seeing that made him secretly happy, this is truly Tunka, that's right. Sacrificing for others, a hero, he doesn't care about those things. The only thing that attracts him is power, he is obsessed with it. Weak people, even if they are on his side, will be despised by him and he will choose the right opportunity to kill them, that's why people call him a tyrant. So shall we go? The ship is ready to leave port. Invite everyone to get on the train, as if everyone were going up one by one. Bob is still very active, that's really strange. It's obvious that Therese been a strong man sent lately, Kaomin had to exclaim that he was truly a man possessed by a demon. The black dragon saw that and said, I don't emit any smell. He thought to himself, Tunka has stronger intuition than the beast race. Today I have to pretend to be weaker than usual. The ship gradually moved out to sea. Amiru told him, we are currently investigating the reason why the whirlpool suddenly disappeared, and my father and the magicians in this territory will also arrive soon. He politely replied, is that so? That's lucky. I hope you can soon find out the reason for this incident. The little dragon heard it from afar and still had to praise you, you're a really good liar. I hope the other whirlpools will also disappear soon, another lie. The little dragon frowned and reproached, human, didn't you say that the whirlpools would be maintained for another year? Ignoring the little dragon's complaints, Kaomin didn't care much and just stood there listening to Amiru. She didn't know anything but still happily started talking to him. Yes, I will definitely find the cause and eliminate other whirlpools as well. By the way, having been helped and given this opportunity, I have to take the opportunity even more. He just silently listened to her story but felt so guilty. In order not to spoil the exciting atmosphere, he quickly praised, if it was Miss Amiru and the Ubar family, she would definitely be able to do it, thank you. The young master's words made me feel a lot more confident. Kaomin used an excuse to leave to relieve embarrassment, the sunny weather made me feel dizzy, can I go to the shade to rest for a while? Yes. The young master is recuperating, don't work too hard, rest, yes, I'll excuse you. On the other side, Tunka is always observing your every move. Their boat docked on a deserted island. He and the baby dragon went out to explore on their own. There's a dead body over there, aren't you scared? Your gut isn't small, it's okay. Cale Min suddenly exclaimed, what is this? The little dragon quickly denied, it wasn't me, I didn't do anything. He speculated that Paston did this. If they didn't know there had been a body here, they would have thought it was simply dust falling from the rock. He wondered what to do with the mermaid's body. Suddenly there were strange noises under the sea that diverted Cale Min's attention. Something under the sea is rising, it's going too fast. From the bottom of the sea a whale emerged, splashing water. The power it exerted was so great that it caused water to splash all over his body. The big fish is almost ashore at Cale Min. He lay within sight of it. The little dragon saw this and shouted loudly, how dare you look at my weak person like that? The whale didn't care anymore and wagged its tail. His heart suddenly ached, that thing. Definitely the whale prisoner. He hugged his chest and was stunned for a moment. The whale said, I don't intend to start a war. The little dragon scolded angrily, why did you raise your head? Your actions from just now were not fighting. That insolent whale. He quickly held the baby dragon and comforted him. Don't get angry, you'll get hurt if you do that. I'm not hurt, I'm very strong. Cale Min rubbed the dragon's head and said, I know, but even so, you still have to be careful. The little dragon sulkily said, humans are weak, you are the one who has to be careful. The whale began to speak, so now. I ask you. Before he could finish speaking, a small whale swam from afar and called loudly, sister, you must not swallow him. The little whale with a big scar on its back. Looks like Paston. A beautiful spin of a baby whale. Directly splashed another pile of water right in Cale Min's face. He helplessly wiped his face with his hand. Are you okay? Okay, more importantly. That wound on his back. Indeed, is that the name of the humpback whale? Suddenly there was a very loud voice, you must not eat his meat. Cale Min was standing on the shore and the huge whale also began to look behind. Then there was a small whale rushing at a very fast speed and said loudly, that's the sister you absolutely must not kill. Hearing those words, the big whale was a little surprised. On the shore, Raon flew back to Cale Min, looked cheek to cheek and asked, we want fight, but what is that little whale talking about? It made his face look a little helpless at that moment, thinking, so he said. The scene is expanded, underwater the small whale is trying to explain something to the big whale, while on the shore Raon and Cale Min are talking to each other, along with Cale Min's thoughts about everything before him. The name of the smaller whale was probably Paston, if so the larger whale he called sister. The daughter of the current whale king, also the next king. The one who, along with Choy Han, took the lead in the battle with the mermaids, Witera. Accompanying these thoughts is a picture of a crown under the sea, sparkling blue like the color of clear ivory sea water. Under the crown is a very sturdy and large Witera. Raon suddenly informed Cale Min that there was another guy coming. Hearing that, he was startled and thought, what? Another name? That made him very shocked and he quickly turned back when he heard the noise. Something sounded inside the forest, but there was no one there except the trees. Then deep in the forest, under the leaves, the sound became louder and louder. Cale Min heard the noise getting closer and immediately hid towards a nearby rock with a nervous face. Then a person with half of his face covered in scars was running with loud laughter. That was Tunka running very fast, rushing out from the forest with fiery eyes and laughing loudly, saying, what's that smell, what's that smell? Behind the rock that Cale Min was hiding next to with a surprised look on his face, he ran as fast as an arrow past him and said loudly, the smell of a strong person. Cale Min hid on the rock after seeing Tunka's appearance. He even thought to himself, where did he get the stick? On Tunka's scarred arm, which was wrapped in a piece of white cloth, was a wooden stick. He looked towards Witera who was underwater and asked, is it you? Suddenly he was excited, his eyes were burning and he laughed loudly, saying, this is the first time I have fought with a fish. Witera just looked without saying anything. While Cale Min was peeking behind the rock, he wondered, Raon was hiding and looking at everything while leaning against Cale Min also asked in confusion. What are you doing? He didn't say but just thought, what else are you doing? Instead of answering. Then he leaned back against the rock and continued to ponder, if I were to eat in the middle right now, how would the cattle fight and the flies and mosquitoes die? Suddenly Tunka said, if it was a whale, he would just have to fight it to death. Then he rushed up. Throw the stick very hard. Then he jumped really high, grabbed the stick, stretched out his hand and hit Witera, who was looking at him in the sea, towards where Calamine was hiding. He just looked and gently said, "Oh my." On the other hand, Witera looked at Tunka, who was jumping above. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Waving his tail, turning around and then whipping his tail hard at Tunka, startling him. The tail almost reached Tunka's face. Tunka quickly reacted to the side, avoiding the attack just now. The sound of the tail's whip caused the water surface to shake violently, causing water to splash, and Calamine on the shore was also confused by what he witnessed. On Tunka's side, after avoiding it, he landed on the sand very strongly. Cale could only sit down, sweat flowing continuously, cursing under his breath, "Damn." Tunka was kneeling on the sand and laughed loudly and looked and said, "Very good, I like it." Then he ran quickly again with the words. Jumped halfway up, towards Witera. A blow to Witera's back. With a loud echo, it created a blanket of white smoke. The stick in Tunka's hand broke in half. Seeing that, Tunka immediately threw the stick aside, smiled excitedly and said, as expected, carrying a stick was no use at all. His eyes began to become more intense and he spoke loudly, fighting with his fists was still the best. Then he burst out laughing while Calamine was behind him observing everything, thinking to himself, "What should I do with this guy? If this keeps up, the people on the opposite side of the forest will come too." Then he buried his head in helplessness and thought, "What should I do so I can leave this place quietly?" Suddenly a voice called out, "Sister." Passeaton was panicking and told Witera that if she kept doing that, she would get hurt. Tunka realized something. "Then I wondered, what is that tiny whale talking about?" Hearing those words, Witera glared then growled and said, "Dare to say that my sister is small." Tunka was happy and said, "Do you know that too?" As for Calamine, he was still worriedly hiding on the rock, still thinking, it was all chaos. On the other hand, Tunka was clapping his hands excitedly and said, "So you guys are beastmen." Suddenly he laughed loudly and continued, "It was so interesting, and Witera is still angry." He started running. Then he jumped so hard that the sand flew everywhere, kicked his feet high, and punched Witera in front of Calamine's presence. Witera was underwater staring at Tunka, who was about to punch. Suddenly Passeaton said to Witera in a panic, "You can't hurt that person, that's my benefactor." Then Witera looked straight towards where Calamine was hiding. Calamine immediately retreated behind the rock. Calamine stared towards Witera. And she was suddenly confused and didn't know what to say. A scream, "Hey," echoed loudly. Tunka laughed loudly with his powerful punch and said, "You're fighting me, but you're so absent-minded, it's not okay, because if you continue like that, it means you want to die." The fist with surrounding light was swung out. Suddenly Tunka's fist hit the air. Witera was no longer there, making him startled and surprised. There was a pair of feet slowly landing on the rock on the other side. Calamine was hiding her worried face, thinking, that shape is not an ordinary one. At the same time, Witera transformed into a human form walking on the waves in the background. She had long blue hair, beautiful facial features and cool sparkling earrings. Behind the rock Raon was staring and said to Calamine, "Dragons are even cooler." He could only keep replying, "Oh." And Witera in front of the rock where Calamine was hiding behind said, "Thank you for saving her." Then looked straight ahead and spoke clearly, but the greetings were left for later. Tunka replied with a helpless face, hesitating like this really makes me feel frustrated. Behind the rock Calamine was still listening. Tunka then continued to say, "This brat seems to be rescuing this and that everywhere, right?" While Witera was standing there and Calamine was startled. Calamine on this side was thinking, "Yes, this is Tunka's original appearance that I read about in the book," while Raon on the side was talking, about saving people. Then Raon suddenly shouted angrily, "Or spared the lives of others," which was an extremely great action, something to be very proud of. Passeaton and Calamine who were behind the rock began to be confused after hearing, while Raon continued to speak loudly, "Cursing is a bad thing, why is there someone like that bastard Venian?" Witera continued Rand's words, "Close your eyes and speak seriously, don't take it lightly." Acting righteously, her eyes began to shine with a righteous demeanor. As for Tunka, he just smiled and said, "Oh, that look is good, so you probably want to fight me now, right? Leave that useless guy alone and fight me." He has already begun to kneel down on one knee, preparing for a fighting stance. Witera brought her hand close to her face and smiled, saying, "You're the same size, do you want to have another match with me?" Having finished speaking, the water flowed around in winding lines around Witera's hands. Witera held in her hand a large whip made of water, swinging it strongly towards the sea. Witera's face began to darken and she spoke in a very sarcastic, humorous voice. Then he waved his hand a few times with a disdainful expression and said, "I won't fight you, but I will teach you a lesson." Hearing those words, Tunka only asked, "Teach me." Then he burst into laughter. Laughter echoed across the sea. He did not show any expression on his face, and his laughter became smaller. Tunka, with an extremely angry face clearly visible in her eyes, said in a harsh voice, "So let me rip your mouth out." He quickly ran towards Witera. At that moment Witera swung her hand holding the water whip towards Tunka. Along with Witera's powerful water whip, and Tunka's powerful fist. Then Witera swung the water whip with great length towards Tunka, who was pointing his fist at her right above her head. The water whip and fist collided, creating a terrible explosion. After the collision, Witera was quite excited, smiling and said, "You make me very in the mood to teach." Another whip was unleashed by Witera, aimed straight, wrapping around the body of Tunka, who was standing opposite. The water whip wrapped tightly around Tunka, making him quite surprised. Then he was pulled up high, but that made Tunka extremely excited, laughing loudly and saying, "That's funny." Suddenly the water whip could no longer pull. Witera was quite surprised. Tunka was still laughing loudly, but his hands were tightly holding the water rope. He tore the water whip apart with his own strength. His face and his savage smile shouted, "Fighting with strength is my specialty." Seeing Tunka escape from the water whip, Witera immediately retracted the water whip. Her eyes became sharper and she raised her whip. Throw a faster and stronger blow towards Tunka. The attack left him unable to react and was hit by a powerful blow. Tunka was knocked back towards the flying forest where Amiru and the group of investigators and knights were below. Cale was suddenly startled. On the other side, Lady Amiru is asking, "What's going on?" Tunka's scream startled Amiru. Amiru ordered the knights to raise their shields, and sturdy shields were quickly erected around them. Tunka appeared out of nowhere and was still spinning in the air, with crazy eyes and laughter, saying, "Hold on, my body is inherently strong, so you might get hurt." Lady Amiru below looked up in panic. Cale was already a bit angry and said, "Wow, that's crazy." A giant, sparkling shield with angel-like wings appeared, covering a space to protect Amiru and his group of knights and investigators. Tunka was equally surprised, sitting down on the ground with a suspicious face and asking, "What is that?" Amiru turned to look at Cale. The Witera sisters also felt the shield's power. Meanwhile Cale was connecting to the shield, which was getting tired. It's not like whales fighting with broken shrimp backs, it's the whales fighting, causing the shrimp to lose its strength. After getting tired, Cale turned away and sighed, "I didn't want to save Tunka, but I couldn't. Suddenly my legs no longer had strength." He immediately leaned on the nearby rock with fatigue. A call, "Young master," rang out. Amiru ran to Cale and asked, "Young master, you don't have to move your hands like that." He propped his knee up with one hand and slowly stood up, thinking, "I don't want that. But if Tunka injures the investigators, he will return to Whipper, so I have to take action," along with Amiru's worries on the other side. Amiru immediately asked Cale, including why his whole body was soaked like this. "What should I do if the young master is recuperating and has a cold?" Really, the two Witera sisters were a bit scared when they heard this. Witera's mind suddenly flashed the scene when she swung her tail, causing sea water to splash towards Cale, who was hiding, feeling a bit guilty. As for Cale over here, he was slowly drying his shirt and said, "It's okay if you don't get hurt, isn't that right?" Amiru could only sigh and reply, "To be honest, it's really hard for me to understand you." Then Amiru looked towards the two Witera sisters standing behind Cale, staring and asking, "Who are you?" Witera and Pasitan didn't know how to respond. Then Amiru turned to the other side and said, "And Bob?" Amiru stared at Tunka, who was standing there listening, and asked, "Who are you?" Light shines through each row of trees. Along with that was the sound, sneezing, and Cale door. Amiru and Pasitan nervously stared at Cale, recognized him and immediately said, "Let's go back first." Returned to Amiru's mansion, a large, magnificent building. In front of the gate, Amiru is saying, "You must leave tomorrow. Know that the banishment order is your luck, and that the two sisters Witera and Tunka don't seem to care." After talking about Tunka, Amiru told Witera and Pasitan that they were worried, and that the two of them would receive appropriate punishment if they continued to cause trouble. Amiru is worried about Cale, "Young master, please come in quickly, he shows signs of having a cold," and he just replied, "I know." Amiru's eyes turned away. "You are the one who repays kindness with evil," talking about Tunka, who was standing stupidly and silently. Calamine said to Amiru, that's why he had to appear directly. Amiru replied boredly, young Master Cale, you really are. Miss, it's not a big deal. His eyes softened. Raon was still invisible next to him and asked again, don't ask me if I can beat Tunka, making him just stay silent. Calemin looked at Tunka and suddenly thought, from now on, he has been standing still like a stone. It looked very complicated, his face showed no expression whatsoever. Where did the car sound come from? A luxurious carriage appeared. Witra asked, can we really go together? Calemin helplessly replied, do you two have somewhere else to go? He entered the carriage. And he looked back and confidently said, I can handle it for just one night, with the sparkling scenery just like a hero. That made the Witra sisters very surprised and a little touched. Then Witra and Passeaton slowly got into the car one by one. Everyone was in the car with the sound of the door closing. Looking at Tunka standing silently outside, Calemin thought to herself, Tunka will have to return to the Whipper Kingdom anyway. Should I contact the prince? He gradually turned away. The sound of a horse-drawn carriage starting to depart. Gradually rolling away, the voice came from the car, wondering how the prince would react if he said he would go to Whipper and bring back a beehive full of honey. In the car Calemin was sitting thinking, we are the same type of people so I know the answer. On the other hand, the crown prince was extremely happy, his face was so smiling that it radiated sparkles. When returning to Calemin, he had to face many people. Hans hurriedly ran out and asked, young master, are you okay? Suddenly Hans stopped when he saw strangers following Calemin, and he just calmly replied, I'm fine. Then he waved his hand and pointed behind him, saying, you can welcome those people too. Seeing the two whale sisters nervous, Hans replied, ah, yes. In front of the door Calemin faced Beecroc standing there. Today he was still very neat as usual. His eyes frowned, when he saw Calemin's tattered, disheveled appearance. Beecroc said to the eldest child of the Mayos wolf clan who was bringing out a towel, go boil some water. A reply was, yes. Calemin then wrapped a towel around her body and stood looking at the other children preparing the bath. Mayos brought out a glass of water and gave it to Calemin and said, young master, I heard that you were caught up in the fight against those people and almost got seriously injured. Calemin raised his hand to hold the glass of water and replied, it's okay, I'm not hurt anywhere. Yes, Mia's face showed joy and he thought to himself, I wish I could tell him something. Beecroc approached and advised, young master, first you should go take a shower. At the door, the Witera sisters called, young master. Hearing the continuous calling Calemin turned to answer, what's wrong? Witera with a very serious expression asked, can we come see you after you rest? Calemin silently suddenly thought that they still wanted to hide their identities from other people. Then he replied, okay, come back here tomorrow. Besides, I'm in pain so I have to sleep, don't let anyone bother me, then pick up the glass of water and take a sip. It's starting to get dark, Calemin is pushing lightly. Stepping out onto the balcony, Raon was following and asking, I see you have a cough, will you be able to act tonight? Shouldn't you rest? Why are you becoming so weak? It's always bothering me, Raon said with an extremely worried expression. Then he closed his eyes and continued, you make me feel frustrated, human, and Calemin helplessly held her hand on the railing thinking, I'm the one who's upset. I said it's okay, if you don't believe me then I won't either, I can't bear it. Then he looked towards Raon and happily said, let's go. Raon replied boredly, okay. Hong and On saw both of them off, smiling brightly and saying, have a good trip. Cale and Raon headed towards the islands in front of the ocean. On the way, Raon still wondered, I don't understand why you have to do this, maybe you're not feeling well. He pointed at his head and continued, this intelligent dragon head really doesn't know. Calemin just calmly replied, if it wasn't today then it wouldn't be possible. Then, facing the crashing waves on the way, he kept thinking, tomorrow, the magicians of this territory will arrive, at that time it will be difficult for us to act comfortably. Arrived. Cale had to deal with all the fire control moves discovered through strange karma today as well as the remaining whirlpools. Cale looked at the bright lights in front of the central island and landed on an island far away, where there was a very strong whirlpool. Calemin sighed and thought, I should start, right next to Raon, pointing forward and asking, that thing, did that guy swim all the way here? Calemin looked confusedly in the direction Raon pointed. Then I was startled to see Tunka swimming all the way here and almost reaching shore. He is swimming very strongly and straight forward. While Raon was still wondering why he was here, I don't understand, Cale was very surprised, that guy, Hess really crazy. An arm climbed up on the shore. Then Tunka looked towards Cale, who was standing and shouting, "Sure enough. I immediately knew it would be like this," and then I laughed out loud with excitement. He kept saying, "You are not a boring guy, I can clearly see that you exude the scent of a strong person." Cale was still confused. Tunka asked again, "Are you a Dharma? How did you fly into the sky?" Raon is now extremely uncomfortable with Tunka's appearance. He approached Cale Min, pointed at him and said in a deep voice, "Because you are a noble magician, so you disregard my words, huh?" Then he replied, "I was thinking." Right now Cale was thinking, what should I do with this uneducated guy? Should I knock him out, or should I take advantage of him? Hearing that, Tunka smirked and asked, "What do you think? You don't like me, do you?" At that moment, Cale finished thinking and stood up. He raised his hand and smiled, "So just do both." Cale then sent Tunka flying far away. Falling straight into the sea, his body was swept away by powerful whirlpools. Tunka struggled and also rose out of the water. Seeing him rise, Cale Min continued to control the winds. "Step closer." Where the whirlpool and the wind were intertwined, Tunka shouted in the middle of the whirlpool, "What do you mean by that?" He waved his hand and said, "Magicians absolutely will not retain their ancient power." Tunka in the water is very confused. Looking at Calamin, who was still standing on the shore, he asked him, "Hey Bob, a warrior seems to understand very well what that means." The sound of the waves crashing. The tribesmen only recognize the physical strength of the body, and they believe that the innate strength of humans is a blessed strength. Cale pondered, and Tunka wondered, ancient power. Turning back to ask Cale Min, "Aren't you legal?" he only replied with one word, "Stand." Tunka said seriously, "Then why do you know about the Magician Alliance?" Remembering what happened that morning and Ran's words, a person whose attitude was not at all like that of a noble, and even when he was injured still tried his best to protect others, the smell of power is nearby. A special power. The more he looked, the more he saw that he was a strange person. Cale stared. Then asked Tunka, "Are you planning to destroy the magic tower?" Hearing that, he was surprised, not understanding anything, then replied, "What, destroy what?" Cale crossed his arms and shrugged his shoulders as he said in a joking tone, "If you intend to destroy magic, just destroy it a little." Hearing that, Tunka cursed, "You crazy person. Just what are you talking about?" Cale ignored Tunka's curses and looked at him with cold eyes and added, "Oh well. Let's get rid of all the magicians in magic. If you do so, I will buy back the magic. How do you feel?" The sound of waves continuously hitting Tunka, who was listening below. Then he pointed his finger at Cale and said with a disdainful face, "You're really crazy." Calamin just smiled and replied, "That means people like you who want to overthrow everything are also crazy." Tunka suddenly smiled brightly. With the quiet night sky and the sound of crashing waves, Tunka lay back and smiled and said, "No, we are absolutely not crazy people." Calamin on the shore gently bowed his head and replied, "Yes, me too." Thoughts appeared, and with that answer, Calamin suddenly looked serious, but I was sure he belonged to the non-magician alliance. Then Tunka raised his hand and said, "Go there and buy it yourself." Cale Min just gently kicked, "If you don't say it then I have the same intention," and thought to himself, as expected he did not deny that he did not intend to destroy the magic tower. Tunka looked at Cale questioningly, "But how do you know I belong to the non-magician alliance?" He sighed and then began to explain, "You, a member of a tribe in the Whipper Kingdom right before the battle between the alliances, when you saw me you rushed to ask if I was Dharma Su and looked at me with eyes like he was about to kill me. Looking at that, how could I not think that you belong to the non-magician alliance?" Tunka approached where Cale Min stood. He put his hand on the shore, smiled brightly, and said he was standing. He turned around and left. Tunka reached the shore and followed Cale Min. Cale felt very helpless because of the tail behind him. He turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" Tunka scratched his head, smiled and said, "I saw you intending to do something so I wanted to take a look." Cale waved and told Tunka, "Go play with those whirlpools, I'm busy." Tunka ignored it and approached Cale to ask, "Are you truly a noble?" He just replied, "Of course. Just like you're a warrior," then turned back to look at Tunka. He bowed his head, smiled and whispered, "It was really interesting." Cale Min looked towards the whirlpool and thought, "First, I have to go deal with the other whirlpools first, the powerful whirlpools that are next to each other under the sea surface." Cale closed his eyes and sparkling blue lights appeared. Sparkling, snow-white wings appeared behind Cale. Tunka was looking intently at Cale Min. Suddenly he called, "Hey Bob." Tunka coldly asked, "What?" Calamin just said, "You know you have to keep today's matter a secret, right?" Tunka just smiled and replied, of course. He said with a majestic appearance, I like being the only one who knows about interesting things. Seeing that, Cale flew up and raised his hand towards Tunka and asked, I will find a boat and a boatman for you, won't you quickly return to your homeland? He calmly replied, oh, thank you. Cale smiled softly and told Tunka, you must win, if it were you, you would definitely be able to do it. He suddenly laughed loudly, making Cale feel strange and then think to himself, did that guy originally laugh that much? Cale and Raon flew away with a whispering thought, the non-magician alliance after winning the civil war will need money first. Cale and Ren's eyes looked at each other, so they would sell the magic tower and erase all traces of the magicians. The image of mountains of money falling, there is no reason for them to hesitate before an opportunity to make money. Watching Cale leave, Tunka walked away. Looking far into the sky, perhaps in that broken tower there are treasures that they crave so much. Tunka had a headache thinking, now it's no longer interesting, should I go home? The next morning, Tunka was standing looking at the clear blue sky, the light shining through the boat before his eyes. A call, Bob, made him turn around. Seeing Cale Tunka immediately said, come 2 months later, because then the world will change, and Cale is confused. Worriedly thinking, I can see the madness in his eyes, maybe in the next 2 months, I shouldn't go to the Whipper Kingdom, while Tunka's face was filled with excitement that made her mind go crazy. Cale quickly told him to leave quickly, with an extremely disgusted look on his face. Tunka's eyes were a little red and asked Cale, are you very weak? Cale replied with a determined look, yes. Tunka was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped and just scratched his head and said, okay. He started walking up the ship. Suddenly Tunka stopped. He smiled and reminded Cale that you must come there in 2 months. Cale could only wave helplessly and reply, I know. The boat gradually left the harbor. Cale turned away, secretly happy that he finally agreed to leave. A call, hey, resounds loudly. Tunka put one foot on the wooden box next to him and started shouting, my name is Tunka, you must remember it. Don't forget to remember my name. With a loud, happy laugh, Cale was on the verge of not having anything to say. He held his head and thought, he accidentally heard some words he shouldn't have heard, as if this were a girl's comic book. Returning to Cale's current residence, there were luxurious tea sets and side dishes placed on the table. Cale was sitting and talking to Witra and Paseaton. On his lap were Hong and On. He spoke up, you guys don't have to come. Witra quickly replied, no. We came both to say hello and to thank you. I felt like I had to apologize for getting you wet that day, in a sincere tone. She hesitantly asked, is your body okay? Cale just coldly replied, oh, it's normal. Thanks to the vitality of my heart, my health is always above normal. Cale even caressed him, making Grace very happy. He thought back again and continued, for example that day, even if we used a shield, the sound of the enhanced wind could not break it. Then, after sleeping for about 1 or 2 hours, I feel no longer tired, with the end of my memories. Raon wasn't listening to what Cale said, so you two can stop thanking me now, and the Witera sisters. He further warned that if we have to listen any more, we will find that our thanks will become worthless, and so will our apologies. Witera smiled slightly. Then she happily said, yes, thank you. Cale was thinking, she seemed to respect him. The bloodline of the Whale King, who ruled over half of the ocean, actually looking at these two people, they had a status no different from royalty, and then the image of a whale with scars of bravery appeared behind Witera and Paseaton. Cale then gently closed his eyes and sighed, I told you not to thank me anymore. Thinking about it, looking at how they used honorifics with me, they still wanted to hide their identity, right? I've already sent Tunka back to the Whipper Kingdom, now I just want to meet the Lord of Ubar and return home. Even though there was still work to do when I returned to the territory, I could still rest until I reached the Whipper Kingdom. Cale's face brightened when Witera, the young master, called out. I heard that he was from the Henyutu's family. Cale wondered, so what? Hearing that, Witera and Paseaton looked at each other a little worriedly and hesitantly. Then Witera also spoke, I want to go there, to Lamb. Yes, Lamb. Cale was a little confused. Then Witera said, we have an enemy from a long time ago. You treated Paseaton, so you probably know that it's a mermaid. Cale over here was listening and thinking, of course I know very well. Witera continued, but my sister, Paseaton, found out the reason why they suddenly became so strong, making Cale think, what is she talking about? Paseaton continued, I was chased by the mermaids because I wanted to find out why they became stronger. Those words made Calamine quite confused. Witera begged Cale Min with sincerity from her heart, "Please help us, we need to go to Dalam." Talking about Dalam, it is one of the 5 singularities of the Great Western Force, with a large size equivalent to 2 or 3 territories. Ro'un Kingdom wants to use every means to win it, but this is a place that no one can dominate. That's why the Count Henyutu's family has guarded it for the kingdom for many generations. Returning to the conversation, Witera still opened her mouth, asking for your help, to Cale who was sitting opposite, and he was thinking, "So what do you mean you came to the Night Forest in our territory?" She continued to say, "We have also prepared a worthy price, can you help us get there?" On the other hand, Hong and On were taking turns continuously asking Cale, "Will you help or not?" Cale Min had no choice but to hug the 2 little cats and replied, "First, please explain this story more clearly." Hong and On heard that and kept praising it, "It's great," and the other side replied, "Yes, let's start talking." The whale and mermaid clans were divided into north and south, each side stayed at one end of the spectrum and waged large and small wars. This was a war between the mermaid clan, each wanting to build a kingdom, nation, and the whale tribe, who want to stop the fish people. But since about 6 months ago, the mermaids started acting very strangely. Cale listened and thought, "Strange." Witera continued, "They crossed the border that both sides had tacitly acknowledged and started causing trouble. I found out the reason." Cale Min raised the teacup and sighed as he thought, "Of course, because the mermaid wants to build a kingdom and dominate the ocean. Choy Han probably won't stop that, right?" Then he was about to say, "We already knew about that, so," Witera emphasized, "their purpose is to occupy the entire sea area connecting the eastern and western continents." That sentence made Cale Min pause. He banged the table and stood up and said loudly, "What?" Suddenly, the image of densely wooded mountains in an area brings with it the question, if it were a connected sea, wouldn't that be the work of humans? According to Cale Min, between the eastern continent and the western continent there is a very dangerous sea. Some sea routes have been explored and used by humans, based on land and sea maps. However, those roads are still far away and dangerous, and exchanges between the 2 continents have not seen much development. And, between intelligent creatures living on land and sea, as with every handshake, there was a tacit agreement not to trespass on the other person's territory. That is, the sea will not participate in the affairs of the land, including the routes connecting the coast. Terrestrial creatures will also not participate in deep sea affairs. Thinking about things like that, Cale Min thought angrily, yet the mermaids broke the contract and dreamed of invading the sea routes. In the end, Cale Min concluded that he had learned another useless story. At the same time, Witera sitting across from Cale Min spoke, "At first, we thought the new king of the mermaid tribe was the new king." Intending to go one step ahead in creating the kingdom, Witera had not finished his sentence, but Cale Min intervened, saying, "Wait a minute." Then, Cale Min wondered, "Why do you have to come to Dalam? Just tell me the reason." Cale Min thought, "I feel insecure because I have the feeling that if I knew more, I would something big happened." In response to Cale Min, Witera answered willingly, smiled softly and said, "Yes." Seeing Witera's expression, Cale Min felt helpless and thought to herself, "Why does the whale tribe's beautiful smile look so scary?" Then, continuing the conversation, Witera said the reason for Cale Min was, "Like I said before, about a month or 2 ago, the mermaid race became stronger, and Pasitan found the ingredient that makes them strong go up." Hearing this, Cale Min asked, "Is that ingredient in Dalam?" Immediately, Witera replied, "That's right, you understand, right?" Hearing Witera's explanation, Cale Min was still half convinced, thinking to himself, how could there be such a ridiculous thing that the thing that made marine life stronger was located in the night forest? At the same time, in Cale Min's mind, he also thought that the most important thing was how did the mermaids get to Dalam. The look on Cale Min's face showed that he was thinking extremely thoughtfully and calmly. Silence, causing Pasitan to whisper to Witera and exclaim, "He is really calm." Witera agreed, "Yes, but right now Glue Min, actually inside is very panicked." After a while, Cale Min softly hummed. Then Witera continued to say that I must have heard them talking about the swamp in Dalam, although, thanks to that, I was chased. Following Witera's words, Pasitan said, "So we want to go to that swamp and check it out directly." After listening, I thought, I don't need to listen anymore. He remembered the village in the forest, thinking, Dalam, Choy Han's Harris village. Then looked out at his ornate door, thinking, werewolf children outside that door. After that, Cale Min looked down at the little cat clan boy who was sleeping with his eyes closed, thinking about it, and also at these children. Finally, when Cale Min looked at Dragon Raon, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked back. Seeing that he was being stared at by K-Min, the black dragon with bright eyes said arrogantly, "What are you looking at, human? I'm the coolest here, right?" Raon continued, "I allow you to continue looking at me, because I was too ignorant." I ignored Ran's words, but he continued to think, "I want to build an estate for the children in the area, Harris Village, that's it, let the Cat Clan children down and tell them to go outside and play." Finally, K-Min's vision returned to the two people sitting opposite and said, "That's trouble." Seeing that K-Min said that, they quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Looking at Widera and Pasitan, I thought, what benefits will I get? Afterwards, Ko-Min reflected that there was one thing I needed to know before knowing what benefits I would receive. Then he said, "Humans cannot interfere in the affairs of the sea." After listening, Widera immediately said, "Of course I also know about that convention." To reassure Min, Widera explained what he was doing. We would secretly do everything without using violence. The mermaids also needed the help of the creature above to reach the forest. On the ground, the mermaids were the ones who started this in the first place, and Widera concluded, saying, "We promise that we won't cause any harm to young Master Ko." However, Ko-Min still hasn't really agreed to say it, but the risk of this is still very large. Ko-Min said, "You know that too." Hearing that, they immediately answered, "Yes." Having said that, Ko-Min silently calculated, thinking, I have first warned them about the level of danger that they must consider. What I need to find out is, finally, Ko-Min asked, "So what is the price you offer?" He saw Witira's expression, her mouth curled up happily, and thought to herself, actually, I already knew what that girl was going to say. "This is the condition that the Fish King proposed to Choy Han," Witira said, "maritime route." And just as Choy Han thought, as expected, he was slightly pleased with what was happening. Then, Witira continued, "Among the sea routes that the mermaids are trying to occupy at the present time, there is one place that they give top priority, which is said to be unexplored by humans." "The safest sea route," said Witira. Hearing that, Ko-Min curiously asked, "Where is it?" Immediately, Witira replied, "The northern seas of the western mainland." Said Witira proudly, "That is the territory of our whale clan." Seeing that, Ko-Min immediately said again, "That is the place where the strongest creatures in the sea guard. Isn't it very dangerous?" In response to K-Min, Witira confidently assured, "However now it will be a safe place for you." Witira continued, "You will be given the right to use that area." After listening, Ko-Min fell into a state of contemplation and thinking. "Okay," he said, "but I don't need it." Hearing that made Witira surprised and exclaimed, "Why?" Ko-Min continued, "If I listen carefully to your words, you did not give me the entire right to decide, but only gave me the right to use, right?" Shyly turned to look at each other. Ko-Min thought that, of course, if we could use that sea route, our family would become much richer and stronger, but Bossan, the person who will become a lord, will have a hard time. However, it was an unnecessary place for someone like me who intended to live a leisurely life. Finally, I made a request, adding one more condition. Ko-Min said, "You must lend me your strength, whenever I need it." After listening, Witira asked for that strength again. Ko-Min immediately replied, "Yes, the number of uses is 2. Then, Witira said, "The whale tribe is a tribe that wants peace. There will be a bit of us meddling in human affairs." Seeing that Witira was hesitant to finish speaking, I immediately understood. He said, "You guys told me to take risks, but on the contrary, you can't." Afterwards, K-Min analyzed and said, "Dalam is one of the singularities. No matter how strong you are, it is not a safe place, especially for people like you who do not know anything about the earth." K-Min said, "I will help you." He thought, I was going to Harris Village anyway. I think, even though Dalam is the place where Choy Han lived 10 years ago, he still can't know everything there. And after Choy Han, people learned about that forest. "It's me." Ko-Min slightly raised her lips and smiled confidently, saying triumphantly, "It seems I know the swamp you're talking about." Ko-Min said, "I will help you. It seems I know the swamp you are talking about." After that, I repeat, you only need to lend me your strength twice. I will help you get to the swamp you want to find. Ko-Min continued, "The whale tribe wants a peaceful life as the strongest, right?" After listening, Witira happily said, "Young Master Ko is right." She continued happily, "I, Witira, will accept your request as the whale chief's successor." After hearing that, Ko-Min was startled and asked, "Are you the successor?" But in reality, I was acting like I didn't know. Then Ko-Min gently held out his hand in front of them, saying, "That's great, can we complete the transaction right here?" He continued asking, "Do we have to use honorifics now?" Witira also agreed to extend his hand to shake hands with Ko Min, saying, "There is no need to do that, young Master Ko, I also have to hide my identity." Hearing that, Ko Min immediately wondered, saying, "My identity is it yours that only I know?" Witira faced Ko Min, smiled brightly and replied, "Yes." Seeing the scene like a movie, Pasitin sat quietly clapping his hands in admiration. Wow! On the tea table of that room. After Witira and Pasitin left, Ko Min immediately relaxed, comfortably lying on the chair, calling to the black dragon, "Hey!" Seeing that, Raon flew over and reminded me, "Don't call me this," asked me, "What should I call me?" In response to Ko Min, Raon nonchalantly said, "You should think about that yourself, human." Continuing to gossip with Raon, Ko Min said, "But first of all, shouldn't you call me glue instead of human?" Hearing that, Dragon Raon hummed softly. After that, Ko Min seemed to remember something and asked, "Ah, that's right, don't you want a house?" After listening, Ko Min dejectedly said, "Home." He jumped up and said, "Are you chasing me?" Ko Min didn't answer but said that, to be precise, it was an estate. After listening, Raon asked again, "Estate?" Ko Min replied, "Oh, an estate where you, me, on, Hong, even the wolf kids can go there to play from time to time." Thinking about the scene of happily playing with the black dragon and the two little cats, Ko Min smiled and said, "There are also many interesting things nearby." Responding to Ko Min, even though he was very interested, he still had to pretend to be cold. Dragon Raon said, "The estate land must be chosen by me, in return." The black dragon with sparkling eyes said happily, "You will choose a name for me, the time is 1 month." Ko Min thought, "Name." At this moment, the room echoed with a cry, click, click. That cry attracted Ko Min's attention. He turned his head slightly and saw that the cat children were already sitting on his bed. Being discovered that he had sneaked into the room also made Hong and On startled. Ko Min didn't care. She rolled back on the chair and thought, "It's okay for you to choose, why make me choose?" At this time the little cat walked closer to the chair. Hong asked, "When will we go home?" "Next time. I like fish but I don't like the sea." After hearing that, Ko Min said, "Soon," making the Cat Clan children happily jump up and shout loudly, "Wow!" On a sunny, blue day in Pasitin the next day, at the manor, Amiru sent Ko Min to the door and said, "Young master, be careful on the road." Ko Min replied, "Miss, also take care of your health." And then, Amiru watched the shadow of Ko Min's carriage leave. On the carriage, Ko Min gently lifted the curtain to see the situation outside. "Then I told someone that you two can turn off the device now." On someone's hand was a plus sign that emitted green light. That was Witira and Pasitin. They were also sitting on a carriage. Suddenly at this moment, Witira's eyes suddenly became sharp as if she discovered something unusual. Seeing that, both of them and Ko Min turned slightly to look closely at the black dragon Raon. It turned out that Ren's energy was emitted, causing everyone to pay attention. Raon coldly said, "Why look?" Witira replied that it turned out to be you who activated the mana at that time. Having said that, on the carriage there was suddenly a mana confrontation between Witira and the black dragon Raon. While tense, Ko Min's hands gently placed on Ren's body and caressed him. Ko Min said, "Be quiet," and Raon seriously listened to the master. Seeing such a scene, the atmosphere in the whole carriage became quiet. At that moment, Witira turned to look at Pasitin and both of them looked at each other and nodded as if signaling something. The scene shifts to a few days later. The carriage was entering the city, and, finally, it had arrived, the city of Rain, the Hennetus family's territory. When the carriage entered, the people happily shouted, "Oh oh, it's young Master Ko, oh oh, young Master Silverlight, please come in." Seeing the cheers, Ko Min had a headache thinking, those people really are. Even so the scream still rang out, "Young Master Shield, young Master Shield, oh oh young Master Silverlight." Deputy Hillsman sat on horseback and said happily, "The young master's heroic story has spread everywhere." He was even happier than his boss. Deputy Chief Hillsman looked into the car and said, "The title of young Master Silverlight is really cool. I feel really jealous of you, young master." Having finished speaking, at this time, Ko Min's angry scolding sound came from the car, causing Deputy Hillsman to be shocked. Not only was he scared, but he also teased him, "Young master," he was really embarrassed. Ko Min sat inside angrily thinking, is there no way to avoid hearing that cheesy name again? Suddenly, Ren's hand gently pushed Ko Min's leg. The cute black dragon asked, "Are you home?" Hearing that, Ko Min immediately replied, "Yes, I'm home." He said with relief, we are finally home. Arriving at the house, a pair of hands quickly grabbed Ko Min's body and gently shook him. That was a man with black hair. He was Daruth. Daruth kept looking sideways, looking back and forth at his entire body. After that, Ko Min gently adjusted his father's shirt. Pausing for a moment, he said, "It seems there is no serious injury. Are you in good condition? Do you feel tired anywhere?" Next to Daruth was the master's stepmother, Ko Min, Viola. Ko Min stood in front of the two of them. He smiled and said, "I'm okay." Ko Min's stepmother then quietly spoke up, saying, "I heard that the terrorists have not been captured yet." In response, "Mom," Ko Min politely said, "Yes, that's true." As soon as Ko Min finished speaking, his parents turned to look at each other meaningfully. This caught Ko Min's attention, not understanding what they meant. Ko Min thought, "What are you planning?" At this time, Ko Min's father said, "It's okay to listen to the story in the capital later. First you should go inside and rest." Ko Min replied, "Yes." After Ko Min entered the house, he met two people, a man and a woman, who came forward and said hello. After that, the boy Bosun continued his body. Without letting him finish speaking, Ko Min coldly interrupted, "Ah, that's right." Ko Min called Hans, then saw Hans holding a sword in his hand and a smiling face walking in. Hans happily said, "Yes." After that, Hans gave the sword and a small black box to Ko Min. He said, "Here." Ko Min happily replied, "Okay." Then, Ko Min gave that box to Bosun, and said, "This is a fountain pen." He also gave the girl Lily the sword, saying, "This is a sword." After handing over the things, seeing his two younger brothers' expressions full of questions, Ko Min asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong with their expressions?" Responding to Ko Min, Bosun did not dare to look at his brother's face and explained, "You are so busy." Hearing that, Ko Min immediately said, "No matter how busy we are, we still have to keep our promise." After listening, Bosun's eyes sparkled. He raised his head and said with determination, "I will study hard, and do my best to manage and develop the territory." Seeing that, Ko Min nodded and said, "Okay." Ko Min thought, the boy must become a lord. It will be good if he studies hard. It is a very commendable thought. After that, Bosun continued to say, "I won't do anything to make you worry." I asked again, "What do you mean?" Bosun only vaguely replied, "That's it in general." Hearing that, Ko Min helplessly exclaimed, "What else?" At the same time, Lily now approached Ko Min and called out, "Brother." Seeing her sister's obedient expression, Ko Min thought to herself, "What's wrong with this kid?" Lily said, "I will become strong to protect our territory, as well as lead the night order. I will protect everyone." Hearing those sincere words, Ko Min agreed, saying, "Oh, I really support it." As for Ko Min, he thought, Bosun takes care of the administrative part, Lily takes care of the military part. If it's these two children, they will lead the territory well. Ko Min gently patted her sister's head and said softly, "You will definitely become a talented knight." Being encouraged by her brother like that, Lily happily replied, "Yes, I won't let anyone get hurt." Ko Min said, "Okay, let's go rest first." Ko Min took a step towards the building. Bosun and Lily stood in place. Bosun said, "You should rest." Lily advised, "You must rest fully." After that, Basil and Lily silently watched Ko Min's back turn and walk towards the building. As soon as I got back to the room, the door was opened by a force, and a very loud scream was heard. That was the army of Ko Min and the two cat people. They were so happy that they rushed into the room, crying in satisfaction, "Nyan!" Immediately, Hong and On jumped onto Master Ko Min's bed with excitement. As for Ko Min, she stood nostalgically looking back at her entire beloved room, when suddenly a noise came from behind Ko Min. It caught his attention, and when he turned around, he saw Bcrox carrying a tray towards him. He asked, "Will you serve me?" Ko Min wondered, was he planning on doing Ron's job? Bcrox raised the object in his hand and said, "This is a letter from my father." Seeing him say that, Ko Min suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "Ah, Ron." Bcrox continued to explain. He said this was his report. After listening, Ko Min immediately said, "Okay, thank you." Bcrox politely replied, "Yes." As soon as Bcrox walked out of the room door, a commanding voice rang out inside, saying, "I have sent mice and the kids to take care of chores in the kitchen and serve meals." Hearing what Ko Min said, Bcrox's face darkened somewhat in displeasure, but he still had to answer, "Yes." Then, Ko Min ordered to leave. After Bcrox left the room, Ko Min reached out, opened the desk drawer and took out a small dagger. Ko Min got down on the chair next to the bed and used that knife to open the envelope of the letter that Beacrox had just given him. In the letter was a message from Butler Ron. He wrote that I'm still alive. Are you still alive? After reading it, I thought, a report with only one line like this, how cruel, he exclaimed, that's Ron's personality, while Ron was still happily saying, I like the house, this is very nice. Turning around to look, he saw Ron and two little cats playing together happily. The black dragon continued, saying, he liked it very much, he liked it very much. That peaceful scene made Ko Min smile softly and happily. After that, Ko Min placed the letter and the dagger on the table. He stood up from his chair and decided to say, well, we should walk slowly. At this moment, Ko Min raised his hand to knock on the door of a certain room in the citadel. The person who opened the door was a man with gray hair. He saw someone knocking on the door and immediately panicked, calling out, young master. Ko Min was still as calm as ever. He boldly walked into the room, looked around and said, this is the first time I meet you. Hello, the gray-haired guy next to me said respectfully, nice to meet you, is my honor. Ko Min noticed the glass ball display area. Ko Min asked, is the visual communication ability still working? The gray-haired guy said, yes, but... Waiting until Ko Min sat down in his chair, the gray-haired man approached the balls and asked, where do you want to contact? Ko Min gently replied, Royal Palace. After listening, the gray-haired man also repeated, the Royal Palace. However, when I regained my composure, I was startled and frightened, screaming, what's wrong with the palace? Ko Min still calmly said, yes. The gray-haired man confirmed that the correct answer was the Royal Palace, making him freeze in fear. Seeing that, Ko Min made up his mind and said again, asking you to help me contact His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He said, asking him to help me connect with the Prince of Ko Min, causing the gray-haired man to show some awkwardness. Ko Min noticed that the gray-haired guy kept hesitating and said, what's wrong, can't connect, then just leave an audio message. Hearing that, the gray-haired guy panicked and replied, no, yes, okay. Then, the gray-haired man placed a golden ball in front of Ko Min and said, here, sir. In front of him was a communication ball. He pondered, the royal palace received many communication coils. Every time he connected with the palace, he could communicate by image or sound. He thought happily, because there are so many people waiting to contact the palace, there is no other way. Ko Min thought to himself, this world is actually quite easy to live in, except that there is always a need for intermediary magicians like this. Standing opposite Ko Min, the gray-haired man said, right now it seems a bit difficult to communicate by image. Maybe you can leave a voice message for the Crown Prince. Then, he opened the door and said, so while you leave the message, I will go out. After we were alone in the room, he said, it would be better if we talked directly to each other, but we don't need that much. Ko Min happily greeted, Your Highness, I am Ko Henatus. From his pocket, Ko Min took out a gold coin. He thought, this golden coin can buy anything no matter how much it costs. Holding the coin in his hand, holding it up in front of the ball, Ko Min said, I will buy the magic tower of the Whisper Kingdom, and, that was the first use with Ko Min. Ko Min continued, maybe I won't be able to contact you for the next week, because I have to go out somewhere else, I told you in advance. Having finished speaking, I pressed the button at the base of the communication sphere. Next was the image of the ball glowing with blue light, making Ko Min smile happily. Finished, he spoke loudly so the gray-haired man could hear and went back into the room. The gray-haired guy walked up to Ko Min, looked at the ball for a while then said, the message has been saved. Ko Min replied, is that so? Then, the gray-haired guy continued, it seems you have sent a message, happy, you look happy. Ko Min stood up and left, without hiding it and said, yes, that's right. As he walked down the hallway, thinking about the scene where the prince was startled when he heard the news made his bitter mood bloom, he said, maybe tomorrow the prince will hear the message I left here, he will have to listen to it and wait a week until I come back, the prince is so pitiful. Ko Min moved to Daruth's father's room. After listening to Ko Min's presentation, Daruth asked, do you want to go to Harris Village? Ko Min calmly answered, yes. In Daruth's mind, he remembered the time he set foot in that village. He thought, Harris Village. After hearing about the pitiful situation of that village and sending troops to investigate, I went directly to that place to see, the village collapsed more tragically than we thought. No traces of crime were found. To investigate related matters, we have asked information organizations, and asked nearby territories to join forces. Daruth stared at the piece of paper and continued to be lost in his thoughts, through the traces of the battle left on the burn to ash row. he could guess that it was due to the power of the person named Choy Han. From the paper that Daruth looked intently at was the image of Choy Han drawn. Daruth thought to himself, my son, who was once by Choy Han's side, has no way of not knowing about that power. Finally, Daruth looked up and said, are you concerned about a teenager named Choy Han? Ko Min replied, it could be said that, even though he said that, in K Min's heart, he thought, it was just an excuse. Remember mice and the others, Raon and Wittera and Paseaton, ponder, to tame the ferocious and wild nature of the werewolf children. For the black dragon to grow, and to resolve the battle of the whale clan. Ko Min determinedly thought, I can't say that I'm going to the dark forest. Ko Min persuaded his father that even though the survey team had already arrived there, he still wanted to check the place directly. Besides, don't we need to worry about monsters? After listening, Daruth said, yes, there are still soldiers there. He continued, monsters have not entered there in the past 150 years, it is a very safe place, you must know and take care of the guy you recruit. Hearing this, Ko Min immediately refuted, Choy Han is not the person under my command, Ko Min thought, accepting that misunderstanding is really harmful. Then, Daruth also agreed, saying, okay, I understand, you're already an adult, Ko Min replied, at 18 years old, of course you have to be an adult. Daruth said, is that so, and smiled and said, go ahead. As soon as he received his father's approval, Ko Min turned around and walked towards the door, but just after taking a few steps, Daruth called out, Ko. He said, golden turtle. It was not a symbol of wealth in the first place. Daruth continued to advise, we are a martial family, a family born to protect, whether we are a family with a strong shell or anything else, our mission is the same, is protection. He said, but the most important thing is to protect ourselves, so our symbol is the turtle. Daruth's advice is to always put yourself first. He continued, the strength you have is very wonderful. Ko Min was proud of the strength of the wings behind him and happily replied, Dad, do you feel the same way? He said, it looks very cool, right, and you always put your safety first. Hearing what Ko Min said, Daruth assuredly replied, that's good. Ko Min finally stepped out of his father's study. Before leaving, Ko Min stood leaning at the door, remembering the words Daruth had just told her, whether we were a family with a strong shell or anything else, our mission was the same, is protection. Ko Min still ponders and remembers his father's words of concern for him, but the most important thing is to protect yourself, always put yourself first. Because he was busy thinking, the black dragon flew to Ko Min's side without realizing it. He said, are you in that person family? After listening, Ko Min smiled happily and replied, yes. The scene changed. The next day, the sky was blue, the sun was golden. I thought, I had arrived at Harris village, and headed towards Dalam. Ko Min pondered looking at the scene in front of her. He thought Choy Han had left this place for more than 2 months. Harris village was right in front of the giant wall facing Dalam, also extremely dark. Ko Min paid attention to the scenery around this place, thinking to himself that in the places that used to be houses, now there were only messy frames left, all that remained were just traces. Summing up everything, Ko Min frowned and said, it's really dark. Standing in front of the rubble, Deputy Hillsman reported that everything was burned. A moment later, Ko Min turned around and asked, where did you say the grave was? Hillsman replied, oh yes, let me go check. Looking at Deputy Hillsman's back as he left, he pondered, today he seemed calm. Then he thought, that's right, the whole village was burned down like this. Ko Min softly exclaimed, the fire was really strong. At this moment, there was a woman with brown hair approaching. Ko Min said to her, can you feel it too? As it turned out, that woman was Wittera. She replied, I am a member of the Clan of the Sea. After listening, Ko Min nodded and said, it's true. At the end of the conversation, Ko Min looked over at the carriage parked far away and thought, this is too much for the kids. And in the carriage at that time, Mice was saying, it's okay, and as soon as he finished speaking, someone called his name, Mice. Mice turned around and was very surprised. Said happily, young master. Ko Min walked closer to the carriage and asked with interest, do you know why I brought you here? Makes Mice curious. Ko Min gently folded her arms. He arrogantly boasted that we would soon have a lot of money. Hearing Ko Min say no words like that, Mice asked in confusion, why? I think, the devil and the queen of the great forest, just thanks to those 2 things alone, I have earned a lot of money, and also the sea transfer of the territory. After thinking about it, Ko Min then explained to Mice, so I plan to use part of that money to rebuild this village. I will plan to build a mansion, for you guys and me, and my companions, traveling with us. We can come here to rest and have fun. After listening to Ko Min's plan, the children and mice were a bit surprised. Mice said, "But I heard that Dalam is very dangerous," so I looked at him and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Then, Ko Min drew Miss' attention to a place on the other side of the forest. There, two little cat people were happily playing, confiding that no matter how strong the monsters were, they couldn't be as strong as the kids when they grew up. After finishing, Ko Min looked at Witera with Pas Eaton and the dragon Raon. He continued, "I promise to take good care of you guys." Ko Min said sincerely, "If that's the case, then you guys will also need a space to live like a real wolf. I will create that place for you." The image of Ko Min being so warm under the golden sunlight touched the children. He said, "Until Locke comes back, let's grow up strong." Mice felt happy inside when she received such attention from me. Because she was so emotional, she kept staring at Ko Min, forcing him to remind and answer. After listening, Mice quickly replied, "Yes, yes," he even shouted loudly, "Yes." Seeing the children so happy, Ko Min was slightly satisfied and snorted. At the same time, at this moment, a rustling sound was heard in the distance. He lifted his feet and left, saying, "Okay," leaving the children behind. Mice sat on the carriage and looked at the backs of Ko and Pas Eaton. Pas Eaton was speaking, on the other side was the well. But Miss' focus was all on Ko Min. Ko Min's silhouette sparkled in Miss' heart. Mice remembered the good past. He thought, when will this charred village be able to return to being a warm village like in our Australian memories? Images of childhood playing in the village appeared again. She thought, we lived together in this place. Then he said, let's grow up together. The two children sitting opposite Mice nodded strongly in agreement. The scene changed to Ko Min. At this time, he was standing at that huge stone wall, exclaiming in admiration, "It's really big." Ko Min continued, "Choy Han could obviously jump over a wall like this, and could keep the gate intact." Witera asked, "Is the other side of this wall Dalam?" Ko Min replied, "Yes." Witera continued to say, "This place is a singularity, so its shape is also very special. This wall must be very strong." After that, Witera raised his hand and gently touched the wall to feel it. It caved in one place. Seeing that, both Min Glue and Witera have glue spray. As for Witera, as soon as she finished praising her, she smiled confusedly and said again, "Why did she have a hole?" she thought, as expected of a terribly strong tribe. Suddenly, Ko Min, who had not said anything until now, spoke up and said that it was quite similar, causing Witera to be confused and ask, "Why, what is similar?" Ko Min explained, "On the other side of the wall, perhaps its shape is also very special." Witera, I'll let out a loud voice. Ko Min continued, "Dalam is the same, but the things inside are very different. Glue, I think. Let's talk about the differences. In the night forest, mutant plants and monsters often appear. As for plants, their appearance is the same but their properties have been changed to poison. Monsters have special mutant shapes. This is the only place in the Roun kingdom where traces of the eastern continent can be seen. While I was lost in my thoughts, someone called me, 'Young Master.' That's Deputy Hillsman, Hess reporting to Ko Min." After listening, Ko Min turned around and said to Witera, "Look at the children for me." Witera replied, "Yes." "And the kids are a lot of people," Witera exclaimed. "There are really a lot of kids from the Beast clan." Ko Min sighed in annoyance. "Ha." After that, he said to Hillsman, "Let's go." The deputy replied, "Yes." Ko Min and Deputy Hillsman followed each other into the forest. Step into the deep forest. Hillsman stopped at one point and said, "It's here." In front of the two of them was a plot of land with a lot of mud and stone steles. This is the grave site. The scene takes us to the past of that grave site, and Choy Han is the one kneeling before them. His face showed loss, sadness and a little pity. Choy Han was also the person who placed the pebbles on top of those graves. Choy Han knelt in front of each grave for a long time and thought. Back to reality, I look at this place and think, sometimes I still think. The deaths of the people of Harris, recorded through inscriptions, serve as a means of awakening the main character. Ko Min affirms that this village does not only play such a role. Ko Min continued to ponder, the night forest, the mermaid, the massacre in Harris village, these three things gave me a hypothesis. Ko Min closed her eyes and thought, but I have to pass this problem on to Choy Han, because Harris village's problem is within Choy Han's responsibility. After thinking about it, Ko Min called, "Hillsman, the deputy team leader replied, "Yes, young master." Ko Min advised and said that in the future, let's redecorate the graves here. Ko Min continued, "This place is too shabby." Hearing that, Deputy Chief Hillsman said, "Ah, yes." At this moment, Mr. Ko Min's hand was placed on his shoulder. Of Deputy Hillsman, Ko Min said, "Do you understand?" Hearing that, Deputy Hillsman's expression was somewhat unwilling, his lips pursed in exasperation. The story is, a few days ago, in the evening at the camp, Ko Min said, "I will go to Dalam." Hearing that, Deputy Chief Hillsman asked in surprise, "Why, a person like you who is on vacation, why would you go into such a dangerous place?" Hillsman worriedly continued, "There is no culprit who caused Harris Village to become like that, you don't need to go to that extent for Choy Han." Deputy Hillsman had not finished speaking when he was threatened by the mana energy of the Black Dragon Raon. Came in happily watched it protect him. Not only Raon, but two little cats also came to Hillsman and shouted and meowed to warn. Then they turned into two little people, one gray and one red, standing in front of Deputy Hillsman, startling him. In the end, Hillsman looked at the scene before him, speechless. Understanding that Hillsman wanted him to be safe, Kemen reassured him, not to worry, because he also had Widra and Pasitan with him. Returning to reality at this time, Hillsman replied, "Yes, I understand, young master." Vice Commander Hillsman also said, "I will become stronger." Ko-min puzzledly said, "Is that so?" Then Ko-min turned around and said, "I'm leaving. I think, from now on, Harris will know and solve complicated things himself. I don't need to say this or that, he is a very mentally strong person." And entered, early in the morning, the next day. Ko-min stood in front of Witira and Pasitan, wondering, in the forest there were two swamps. He continued, "One place is where monsters and beasts live, the other is a place where nothing can live." Ko-min asked, "Pasitan, you said it seems like the mermaid's poison is stronger than before, right? If so, where is it?" Pasitan replied, "It seems like a swamp where nothing can live." After listening, Ko-min said, "Yes, that is the correct answer, there is a high possibility that it is that place." Then, he said, "So we'll go there first. I think, inside the forest, the swamp where nothing can live, is the first place we have to go." He thought, if it wasn't that place, then we would go to the other swamp, said to be full of monsters. Ko-min said, "If we travel along that route, it will be more convenient." After listening, it seems that Witira does not agree with Ko-min very much. She looked at Hong and On and said, "Aren't the children in danger?" Witira continued, "Young Master Ko himself said that Dalam is a very dangerous place, and besides, if it is a swamp without anything that can live, then it must be poisonous or not, is that the swamp itself is very dangerous." Hearing that, On was so excited that he threw himself away. He happily said, "We are the experts when it comes to such dangerous places, and we won't get hurt." Witira was confused, not understanding why the two cat people could be safe in that dangerous place. "Oh," On said, "we're going today to get stronger, it's okay, I think it's time to strengthen the poison mist." Cat clan children want to become stronger, and strange relationships find Ko, a person who always wants to aim for safety and peace. If everything goes well, a toxic mist can be created that can poison the entire whale clan. Then, Ko-min said, "This is a good opportunity, you will soon know the abilities of On and Hong." Then he called Raon and said, "Let's go." So the group of people with the leader Ko-min followed each other into the swamp area. Raon used his mana ability to lift up Master Ko-min, who was holding two cat children. Standing next to see this scene, Witira turned to Pasitan and called, "Pasitan." After that, I saw Witira and Pasitan stomping their feet and launching themselves into the air with the force of water. Together they flew up to climb over the stone wall. The faces of Ko-min and the two cats were filled with determination to face the upcoming challenge. Ko-min hugged Hong and On, together with Witira and Pasitan, they flew up together to climb over that stone wall. The faces of Ko-min and the two cats were filled with determination to face the upcoming challenge. Ko-min was lifted up by the dragon Raon and flew over to the other side, seeing that the vegetation here was extremely dry, fierce and ragged. Seeing the whole scene of the night forest, the two cat people softly exclaimed, "Wow!" In front of them was the night forest, an extremely gloomy place. Ko-min exclaimed, "They intended to dominate such a large land." He continued, "If it was a black dragon or a Choy Han, there was still a possibility." At this time, the dragon Raon flew close to Ko-min and asked, "Come down here." Ko-min replied, "Yes." so everyone landed together and set foot on the land of the forest. The two curious cats jumped out of Ko Min's body and quickly touched their feet to the ground. After that, Raon came forward to cast the spell and said, "Remove the magic." At the same time, both Witara and Pasitan also had their magic removed from their bodies. They returned with shiny, sparkling blue hair and the beautiful white clothes of the whale tribe. Witara said, "It's so comfortable, the disguise is a bit cramped, thank you dragon." Pasitan also imitated and said, "Thank you Mr. Dragon." Raon did not respond but turned to Ko Min and said, "But the mana in this place is too dark." Ko Min asked again, "Dark?" Raon said, "And it also smelled." K Min coldly said, "What does it smell like?" Responding to K Min, Dragon Raon said, "It's a very familiar smell, I don't know any more." After hearing it, K Min said, "This is not a dangerous smell, it's just a very old smell." Having finished speaking, Ko Min glanced at Raon, thinking, "The smell is familiar but I don't know." Dragon's sense of smell is inherently very good. Then, Witara asked, "So what should we do now, how to get to that swamp?" Hearing that, Ko Min pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. "That is the map paper?" Witara asked in surprise. "Map?" K Min said, "Yes, this is the map." He continued, "The swamp we went to was between the center and the outer ring, so it wasn't that dangerous, although I was thinking of staying away from the monsters as much as possible." K Min said, "But actually we don't need to try too hard. I think, in this giant forest, first is the outer area, which is relatively safe, the number of mutated beasts and terrain is very small, and the central area is extremely dangerous." Ko Min thought that it would take Choy Han decades to be able to move freely inside the forest. Ko Min thought back to Choy Han's journey. He remembered that Choy Han started from the north of the forest, going from the same center to the outer ring. He explored every corner of the night forest, and spent decades alone. After a long time passed, he finally went to the south of the suburbs. There are people living there. He made it all the way to the end, but in return he had to go through a long time. At the end of his train of thought, Ko Min said, "These maps are not completely accurate, so we have to see with our own eyes and judge the situation." Having finished speaking, Ko Min pulled out a glass bottle containing a sparkling turquoise liquid. He raised his head and said, "Take the lead." Witara received the glass bottle thrown by Ko Min and smiled in agreement. Then, she opened the lid of the jar and splashed the water inside. Then, waves of water wrapped around Witara's body. It turned into a weapon of water rope. Witara held the rope and said, "I will escort you safely to the target." Ko Min smiled. He was also happy and ready for danger. And their whole group started deeper into the forest, with the leader being Pasitan and Ko Min going last. Pasitan walked, brandishing his sword to check the surroundings. Suddenly, something jumped into the bushes nearby and made a very loud noise. Pasitan said, "Aren't dangerous places normally very quiet?" Ko Min immediately explained, "That only happens when there is a ruler. I think there is no ruler in Dalam, there is only a relationship of cannibalism." Seeing that Pasitan was still looking at him, K Min coldly said, "Look ahead." Pasitan regained composure and obeyed. "Oh yes." "Go on," said Witara. We were almost through the thick vegetation, when from the bushes came another sound. Ko Min looked at the map and replied to Witara, "Next going to the area of the little monsters. I advised you to walk slowly." Witara and Pasitan obeyed. While they were walking, there was still noise coming from the bushes and trees behind them. And from those places, released two needle darts towards the Witara. But very quickly, she easily caught them in her hand. "When I saw the scene just now, I was not afraid but exclaimed, 'Oh!' Witara smiled happily and said, 'I will handle it quietly.'" Pasitan said, "Maybe it's a mutated goblin." Hearing that, Ko Min replied, "No, that's not O'Hare Goblin, Anta, the beast of the eastern continent." As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters appeared. Pasitan shouted loudly, "Young master, it is very dangerous ahead." However, Ko Min has nothing to fear. He continued, "They look like goblins but are less intelligent. In return they are very violent and cruel." Witara next to him, quietly said, "Why their shape seems strange, let me handle it all." After hearing that, Ko Min snapped her fingers and proudly said, "No, leave it to me," making Witara surprised and ask again, "Why?" Ko Min said, "If it's this much then we can handle it, both you and the two cats are in a fighting position." "Okay," he continued happily, "besides, we also want to test something. I think, I have to take this opportunity to know what level I am at, this time is the most appropriate." After that, the Anta beasts began to approach Kao Min. They called, hissed, threatened. Seeing that, Pasiton still worriedly said, "Young master," but Kao Min interrupted and backed away. Kao Min said, "If you see me in danger, please help me. If you are here, how can I get hurt?" After that, Dragon Raon flew to Witra and Pasiton and created a circle from his mana saying, "This poison is stronger than I thought." That mana circle protects Wire-Tira and Pasiton from monster poison. Witra suddenly thought, how unique. She saw the energy radiating from the cat girl's body. Witra exclaimed, "Not bad." Returning to Kao Min's place, the beasts were still baring their teeth and eyes widening, screaming, hissing. Seeing that, Kao Min thought to herself, "What a noise." Then he waved his hand with great force. Waves of power swirl around the Min. He gently raised his hand to feel that power. After that, Kao Min said coldly, "Come on." The cries of the Anta monsters still echoed loudly, and from behind, the light shining from the Kao Min's powerful aura was still bright. That light emitted from a stream of power, causing every monster that came close to be sucked in. Once sucked in, they will die immediately, but these Anta are still very numerous. Kao Min's dirty hands turn his power. Then release that wave of power into a silver shield that rushed straight into the sky. That shield shined brightly in the night sky, causing the Anta beasts to look up and stare intently. After that, Kao Min makes a series of movements with his hand facing down and then turning his hand face up. And the shield also follows the movement of the hand. But rushed towards the group of Anta, smashing the shield face down on the ground. As a result, they died instantly, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Witnessing such a scene, Raon criticized him for being weak. Pasiton heard this and dejectedly objected, saying, "Why are you calling him weak?" He thought, even if they were small monsters, there were 10 of them, they were stronger than goblins. So the battle ended. Kao Min still stood there with Hong and On watching the afterglow of power. Kao Min said, "They're probably still new soldiers, they're really weak." After listening, it was Hong's turn to laugh sarcastically and tell her, "Sister, is the poison still weak?" At this time, Raon also collected the mana circle. Pasiton quickly walked to Kao Min's side. He worriedly asked, "Young master, are you injured?" Kao Min immediately replied, "It's okay." But Pasiton seemed to see something, was startled, and shouted loudly, "Are you hurt?" Kao Min helplessly raised his hand and said, "It's just a little scratch." Seeing that, Pasiton realized that he was being a bit too much and remained silent. Then Witira then came up and patted his shoulder to comfort him, telling Kao Min that, "Young master, you will continue to be in charge of those little monsters." Kao Min said, "It's also possible, because we're in the recovery process, so we shouldn't overexert ourselves." Having finished speaking, everyone turned to look at the group of children having fun together. Raon asked, "What do you think?" The Cat Clan children responded happily and said, "Cool as gourds." That scene was truly heartwarming, making Witira smile with relief. Then, when the weather started to change, I urged him to go quickly. And then, 2 days later, On happily hummed the song while staring at the wolf-like beast lying groaning and dying in front of him. And that was also the victory of Kao Min, Witira, and Pasiton. They had just destroyed another group of monsters. The Raon dragon flew over and said, "It's all done." Kao Min gently patted its head and praised it, thinking that, indeed, the experience of actual combat makes them more mature. Then, Kao Min turned around to see 2 little cats laughing and playing happily with each other. He smiled contentedly and happily. He remembered the 2 cat children from the past, thinking, On and Hong had to live in hiding because they ran away from the tribe, so they couldn't get a good education. Kao Min continued to remember the roan dragon and thought, because the black dragon was imprisoned since childhood, it was similar. Finally, looking at the current group of children, Kao Min thought to himself, they are quickly filling the gap. Thanks to the experience from Dalam, Kao Min said, "Should I join in?" As soon as Kao Min finished speaking, the 2 cat people turned to look. They quickly ran to their master's side, smiled brightly and said, "No need." Raon also interjected and said, "You are weak, from now on it's too much for you, enough beating all day." At that time, Hong and On climbed onto Kao Min's body and caressed him, saying, "The youngest brother was right, last time he coughed up the machine because he used his shield too much," causing Kao Min to accept and stop using his power. Seeing the scene of loving each other just now surprised Pasiton. He giggled and huffed while Witira laughed happily behind him. Then, returning to the task, Kao Min pulled it out from his bag and said, "First of all, everyone stop and put on your mask." Pasiton asked, "Why is it poisonous?" Ko Min replied, yes. Suddenly at this time, the black dragon Raon said, human, there is a strange smell. Ko Min asked again, what smell? Raon replied, a familiar smell. Ko Min took more masks and put them on the two cat people, told them, come here, wear masks, then said, it must be the smell of poison mixed with the smell of plants around this swamp. But, Raon replied affirmatively, no. The black dragon said, this is no ordinary smell. Wearing a mask, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Pasiton came closer to Ko Min and said, having two swamps while the forest is this big is truly magical. Ko Min replied, so why? I don't see it like that. Ko Min continued, perhaps if you look and see, you will understand. Ko Min said, I've only been in the forest for 2 days but everyone's faces are very good, you guys are really good. After listening, Pasiton thought, are those the words of the person with the best face here? Then, Ko Min said, let's go, and so they continued on their way. On the way to analyze, from here is the boundary dividing inside and outside. Suddenly, a growl came from deep in the forest. The growling sound became louder and louder, accompanied by cries and squawks. Hearing the voices of these beasts, Witra closed his eyes and said, young master. She held the water rope in her hand and asked through the mask expectantly, now it's our turn, right? Ko Min also calmly pointed at the group of giant monsters and said, it's your turn. As soon as Ko Min finished speaking, Witira quickly threw the rope into the air. After that, he swung his hand and swung the rope horizontally at the monsters. With just one blow like that, those monsters were blown away. But that was not the end. From the tree branch appeared another beast with sharp legs. But it was simply a spider, somehow it was sliced across the body at a rapid speed. The one who slashed was that huge beast. It gently jumped down with its legs right where the Witira was in order to sneak attack and make things difficult. But unexpectedly, Witira had already noticed it and quickly stepped away from it. Witira said, obviously the monsters here are very strange, maybe I will fight right in front of the dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Witira turned around and threw the rope at the beast, causing it to cry out in pain and let out a wild echo. At this time, Ko Min standing in the distance is starting to use his shield power. But before she could complete all the magic, Ko Min saw the sparkling, watery eyes of two cat people staring at her. Seeing that, I immediately regained my strength and told them about Witira, looking at it and learning. After defeating more monsters, the group continued their trip deep into the night forest. They walked through the dense forest when suddenly there was a strong smell that made Pasiton wrinkle his nose and let out an unpleasant sound. Ko Min said, already reaching the area of the swamp. He continued, see, isn't it very suitable for Dalam? Ko Min began to explain, this swamp is so big that it can hold several large boats, this is the place that is most compatible with the dark forest. Then, Ko Min asked, do you also see that, right? Witira replied, I didn't expect it to be this big. Next, as she got closer to the swamp area, Witira saw a faint smoke appear, which, she said, was poisonous. Ko Min also continued to say that these are plants that absorb the toxicity of the swamp and then grow and transform. Even though they are not poisonous, they are still toxic. After that, he advised, be careful not to let the tree touch your skin. I thought, even Choy Han, who has the ability to resist toxicity, also found this place troublesome and stayed away. Hearing what Ko Min said, Pasiton also told himself to be careful. At that moment, someone jumped over his shoulder, catching Paston's attention. It turned out that it was a cat girl, and she was rushing towards the bushes. When frightened, Pasiton softly said, Hong. Then seeing the Hong jumping into the bushes like that made Pasiton panicked and shouted, Hong, but surprisingly the Hong happily said, so delicious. Ko Min didn't have any reaction, but Pasiton didn't know much about the two cats, so he curiously looked back and forth to see Hong's situation. That little cat ate the poisonous leaves deliciously and was extremely happy. Seeing that, he immediately reminded him to eat slowly. He opened his mouth while still chewing and replied, this is simply a type of paralysis poison, it's delicious. Then suddenly came inside. He nonchalantly said to Witira and Pasiton, don't come here. Ko Min continues to move forward. Seeing the scene around the swamp, he said, there are traces to prove who came here. Pasiton immediately said again, I will investigate. I think that's why the mermaids can get stronger. Most likely it is due to the swamp. After that, Ko Min said, I thought I told you to just eat a little, but I was talking to Hong. Maybe it's because I saw Hong coming towards me with a mouth full of dirt. Hong said, I want to try drinking that swamp water too. Min said, "Stay still." Hearing that, Hong pouted and replied, "I want to be stronger." Seeing that, Min immediately patted her head to comfort her, saying, "Don't think about those useless things anymore, just relax, after all, you are strong, what's better than us?" Hong happily replied, "Of course." Then Min said, "Don't drink the swamp water, go eat more grass over there." At this moment, Raon next to him suddenly gently touched my shoulder and called out to him. But then it flew away in the air. Seeing that, Min thought, "What's wrong?" Then a voice called out from behind, "Young master." Pasiton said, "I looked around and there were no traces of harvested trees, but near the swamp there were many traces of something." Pasiton continued to say, "Looking at the state of the trace, it had probably been here for about 2 weeks." After listening to Min say, "If so, then he had indeed drank the swamp water," Pasiton replied, "Probably so." After finishing, Min noticed that Pasiton hesitantly looked at Witira. He asked, "What's wrong?" But before he could finish speaking, the call of Raon rang out, "Human." Min asked, "Why did you take off your mask?" The black dragon did not respond but said, "This is not a familiar scent, but a familiar scent of mana." Hearing this, Min was startled and thought, "What?" Raon continued to explain, "In this swamp there is the scent of dragon mana." At this time, everyone was focused on listening to the Raon dragon speak. Of course, there was no reaction from living creatures, but the scent of the dragon's mana still existed here. After listening, I thought, following the words of the black dragon, I imagined an unbelievable story, vast swamps and the scent of dragon mana. Min came to a conclusion that in this swamp there was the body of a dragon. After thinking about it, Min said, "Now I know the reason why the mermaid is stronger." Then he asked Raon, "How can you feel the mana scent of something dead?" The black dragon replied, "Probably because of this swamp." He explained as he flew, "This swamp is keeping the scent of mana from flying away." Hearing that, he repeated, "Which made?" Then, I thought, mana is the power that exists in nature. It looks similar to an ancient power but they are clearly different. Min was still lost in his thoughts. The moment the living body died, the mana also disappeared but the ancient power was still there. After that, Min heard Raon continue, "My ability to sense is very good. In this swamp, I feel the same power as your shield, similar to the power of the wind." After hearing these words, Min suddenly realized something. He happily snapped his fingers and let out a loud shout of joy. No matter what everyone was thinking, the little cat Hong was still very excited about eating leaves and even humming and singing. I thought, this is the first time I've heard of an ancient power that isn't mentioned in the book, although I can't tell if that power is naturally produced from this swamp, or if it's human power. The person who left it, the last sentence was said by Raon, but Min didn't have time to finish thinking about it. Seeing that, Min turned around and praised the black dragon for saying the same thing as him. "You are really smart," he proudly replied. "Yes, I am smart." Seeing a scene of people juggling before his eyes, Witira felt confused. She walked closer to Min and said, "Is it the scent of dragon mana? Young master, may I know what that is?" Min immediately answered, "It's just a guess, but it seems like there is a dragon in this swamp, dragon's body." Witira said in surprise, "What is the body?" Min replied, "Yes, and he died a long time ago." After hearing this, some people were even more shocked, shouting loudly, "Ha!" And that scream came from Hong. When Hong heard the master say that, he stopped eating the tree and stammered in fear, "So, can't drink swamp water." Then he turned to Raon and said, "Sorry youngest brother, I thought the swamp water would be delicious." The black dragon also calmly replied, "It's okay." Then it looked towards the mana emanating from the swamp and said, "I and the thing in there are different." After that, Min continued to explain to Witira that the mermaid's main weapon is poison. "I think the mermaid is stronger thanks to the poison in this swamp, and maybe also thanks to the dragon mana left in the swamp. Or both," he said. Then I thought, if it was poison, then researching this swamp and finding a way to cure it would be fine, but if it was the mana of a dead dragon, that would be a different story. Then, Witira said, "This swamp is too big, what should we do?" She thought about it. She couldn't block the entrance to the night forest, nor could she just guard the swamp like that. While Witira was still confused, Min spoke up, simply making her curious. Min continued, "First you should research the necessary things in this swamp, then we will trade." Witira asked again, "When dealing?" Min nodded slightly in agreement. He thought, "I originally intended to research about the poison of this swamp and then leave here. There is no reason for the enemy to leave behind the cause that helped them become stronger." Min continued to think, "Moreover, something beneficial to him appeared, which was ancient power right before his eyes. Then, Witra asked, "How do you want to trade?" Ko Min replied, "I will help you solve this swamp." Witra asked again, "How?" Ko Min actually replied calmly and coldly, stirring it up. After listening, Witra panicked and said, "Yes." Then, she looked around the swamp again. And said, "How can one dig up this vast swamp?" Suddenly, Ko Min also spoke up, "You don't need to think complicatedly." He said, "I will do it, so you just deal with me." After that, I thought that no matter what happened, it wouldn't be strange. No matter what it is, it can be disguised with simple things, and a place where you can deny what you have done. In the end, both Witra and Pasitan approved the request saying, "Fine, then well trade." Done, Min said, "Well, but right now I don't have anything to discuss with you." Hearing that, Witra immediately replied, "If something needs to be discussed, please tell us anytime, we will accept transactions to the extent possible." Then she continued, Witra, we would like to use our name as a guarantee." "Don't worry," she said Witra while raising her hand in front of me. And they shook hands to seal the deal. Min said, "The things I find after rummaging through this swamp will be mine." Witra said, "Yes." Then, Min called, "On." I entrusted, said, "You and Hong stay outside. Hong will help me find poison in the swamp, so wait there." The two cat people listened and nodded their heads in obedience. Hong said, "Young master, be careful, the youngest brother must not get hurt." Ko Min replied, "I know." After that, he called Pasitan and threw him a glass vase. Ko Min advised, "This is a magical vase that can prevent weathering, put swamp water in it." Pasitan asked again, "How could you even consider this?" But Ko Min just glanced indifferently and did not respond. Changing the subject back to the task at hand, Ko Min said, "Come on, now. Go out, go into the forest and stay there, don't come out until I call you." He continued, "Because you might be poisoned or injured." Pasitan said, "Young master, are you planning to do it alone?" After listening, Ko Min replied, "Am not alone." As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon Raon immediately flew to prove that he and the master Ko Min would work together. Raon said, "It's just the two of us." Next, Raon asked, "What are you going to do?" He praised, "Human, you seem quite smart." Min replied, "Not smart, I was thinking about where to use this," and in Min's hand were two black balls. "Those are two bombs," I said, "now Therese a place to use them." He gave them to the dragon Raon and said, "You owls use your power as you wish." Seeing that Ko Min believes so, Raon asked, "Is that okay?" Ko Min said, "Don't ask such obvious things." "Well, of course it's not okay to hurt me." As soon as Ko Min finished speaking, Ren's face revealed a mischievous look. Then turns cold and fierce, it takes on its own strength. At the same time, Ko Min also released a shield power in combination with the black dragon. After that, Raon used the bomb to throw it into the air. Its eyes changed. Dragon Raon said with determination, "Dig this place up." Cale Nim complained, "Nonsense." The black dragon replied, "Yes, it's nonsense, you know that very well." Cale Nim looked at the shiny crown in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes flashed with a strange light. His footsteps became hurried and ran forward, but the crown did not seem to obey. With his control, the faster he ran, the more it tried to escape. After a long chase, he was finally able to touch it. Cale said excitedly, "Found it." The crown emitted a strange light. Cale gently placed his hand on the crown, his movements extremely cautious. That mysterious voice appeared again in his ears, "Put it to good use." His eyes darkened without saying a word. "Ha!" Cale stepped forward, a beam of light enveloped him, and that voice appeared again, because sometimes the unreal can save people. Cale Nim tried to mull over every word he said. He slowly closed his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an extremely strange scene, not the dark forest in front of him, but instead the bright sunlight. The baby dragon flying high above saw him standing still and motionless, and couldn't help but feel confused. It came closer to him and said, "Human, why are you as strong as my front toenail?" Kalar Nim looked at it coldly and replied, "It's not like Hess still weak, so what's the matter?" Receiving an extremely superficial answer from Cale, the black dragon could not help but be suspicious. Cale looked sharply at the black dragon's body. He saw that it showed a suspicious expression and immediately said, "Because the attractiveness of this body increased, there." Hearing that, the black dragon became even more frustrated. "What nonsense, human." He thought of the crown when in the forest. It radiated an aura of domination. Just like its name, it was a great power that had no pride. Around the outside is stronger, different from the flashy crown shape, it is an invisible power. Cale Nim put his hands on his side and thought to himself, the kind of strength suitable for cheating. Even though he spoke very softly, it still reached the black dragon's ears. Cheating is evil. Cale Nim didn't answer and turned to look. Widra father and son were standing high up. Noticing that Widra's eyes were most directed towards this side, she didn't know what to do. He spoke up and ordered, "Come here." When An and Hong heard him say that, they immediately ran with all their might towards him. The Widra father and son were even more surprised to see Hong and An listening to Cale like that. Even though running so fast made them lose their strength, Hong and An still didn't stop. They wanted to run as fast as possible to him. Finally, the two of them could stand in front of Cale. An looked at the black dragon and saw that it didn't look tired and was in very good spirits. An said, "You don't look injured at all." Hong was next to him and was very worried about the black dragon. "I'm very scared, you can't get hurt." Hong spoke up flatteringly, "Big brother is the coolest, super strong." Cale Nim stood still listening to the conversation of the three of them. He turned to see the Widra father and son still standing a long way away from him and said coldly, "Why don't you guys come here?" Widra was suddenly mentioned and stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do next. Her eyes met his with extreme panic. Widra turned to look at her father's back and softly called out, "Father." Seeing her father approaching Cale, she couldn't help but clench her hands, different from strength. But standing in front of Cale, she also had to submit, not to the feeling of strength, but to something that only those at the top can possess. "That's what I felt in him." Cale Nim didn't care about the Widra father and son anymore and spoke to the black dragon. Was there still any scent of mana left? Raon pressed close to Cale's body to check carefully and then replied, "There was no more." Hearing that, Cale breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's go collect the bones for me." Raon nodded and replied, "Yes." Hong stood at Cale's feet and looked up at him and said, "I thought you were in big trouble." An also jumped in and said, "I don't understand why Hess weak but still likes to have sex." Widra looked at the extremely natural atmosphere they were in and couldn't help but be surprised. Hong pressed the soft cage against the black dragon's leg and said, "You just need to leave it there for us." An had already climbed onto Cale's shoulder and sat down, "Up there." He looked at Hong again, bent down and hugged her. An leaned against his neck and said, "Of course he shouldn't get hurt." Cale Nim happily agreed, "Okay then, if you like then indulge." Cale hugged Hong and An tightly and there was a black dragon flying in front of him. His voice suddenly became extremely gentle, "Let's go back." After 3 weeks off, I prepared to go to the Whipper Kingdom as planned. Cale and everyone were sitting at the dining table. On top of that, today there was also the presence of the Emperor, so the atmosphere was not natural. Lily knew that Cale was about to leave, so she felt very sad in her heart. She looked at him, asked, "Brother, do you really have to go?" Later after dinner, Amiru called Cale to the hallway to talk privately. I don't know why the prince sent him away to a dangerous place until he had just recovered. He looked at Amira's confused face as he spoke. Talking to him, Cale also lost his cold demeanor. Amiru took Cale to the boat and said, "Take care, young Master Cale, I pray for your safe return." The boat following Cale finally set out into the vast ocean. He stood on the boat, letting the sea breeze blow on him. He thoughtfully looked at the distant sea. Clearly he had no intention of getting hurt. In his mind, the image of Choy Han appeared. He made him trust him so much. I wasn't sure if Choy Han destroyed the Breck Kingdom or not, but he returned faster than expected. Rosalind and Lack returned with him. There were also An and Hong, children who wanted to go even though they were scared, along with the Han people next to them. We're safer with Han. You know, on the boat there is also Deputy Commander Wilsman, who is supervising us, and the squirrel next to us, and above all, on this trip he did not have to go alone. There was also a black dragon accompanying him. The black dragon lying on the wooden plank enjoyed it very much. The smell of the sea was delicious. Looking at the calm sea surface he fell into deep thought. I thought, why am I afraid of the black dragon following me? Seeing him so silent, the black dragon asked, could it be possible for this person? Does my name only have one syllable? Hearing it say that, Cale felt puzzled. What are you talking about? He was frustrated because Cale didn't understand what he meant. I thought you would come up with something like black being drag. Cale heard this and finally understood what the black dragon wanted to say. Ah, is that your name? He turned around to face the black dragon and said, you don't like guys like that, do you? The black dragon's round eyes looked at him intently. After a while he spoke up, otherwise I will like whatever name you give me. Cale Nim pondered for a while then said, okay. Suddenly a name appeared in his mind, Raon. He leaned against the side of the ship and said, An and Hong will be very sad to hear what you say. The black dragon flew in front of him and called, human. Cale replied with a very leisurely smile. What did you just say? Cale stopped teasing him and said seriously, your name is Raon and your full name is Mir. I came up with this name with the hope that you will live a happy and joyful life. He turned his back to the black dragon and said, Choy Han might be suspicious because they were all pure Korean, but I just had to make it up. Hearing Cale Nim's words without beginning or end, it was difficult for the black dragon to understand. What does that mean? As soon as the black dragon finished speaking, Cale pointed his finger straight at him. You. Cale Nim's face was filled with laughter. They were completely words for you. The black dragon looked puzzled. Give me Soa, Cale said with a firm voice. Yes. Cale gently patted its head with a gentle voice, because you are a great dragon. Although on the outside it didn't show too many emotions, in its heart there was an indescribable joy for me. Right now, its eyes were filled with Cale Nim's figure, Raon smilingly flying around a few times, in the air. Just accept it and I'll use it in a special way. Cale Nim saw it so happy and my heart was happy too. Okay Raon. Raon could not hide his excitement and flew up high and said, I am the great Raon Mir. Cale Nim happily hummed while holding Raon behind him. He was in a very good mood. Cale looked at Raon happily and thought to himself, if I get injured after this, there is a possibility that everything will collapse. The black dragon was lying down thinking to himself very contentedly, I am a great dragon, although I still don't have a name, I am a super cool and super great dragon. A weak person promised to name me, I gave him 1 month, surely he will give me an extremely great name, right? Inside the orb is the crown prince, he said. It seems Princess Rosalind has made a decision. She also gave up the throne of the Breck Kingdom, and it was said that the Grand Duke's family was sentenced to death in just one morning. And next to her were 2 extremely talented people. As he spoke, the crown prince thought of the princess and the 2 talented people who were always by her side. Even though everyone doesn't know who they are, of course I know, Cale replied. The crown prince immediately asked in wonder, is it your subordinate? Cale smirked and asked again, my subordinate? The crown prince immediately turned around and replied, this insidious guy, why is there a magic tower? Before he could finish his sentence, Cale interrupted, sir. For a moment I thought you and I were the same, Cale said. The crown prince on the other end of the line also wondered, what did you say that sounded so terrible? Cale immediately replied, also true. Isn't the kingdom of Roun an empty country? The crown prince immediately told Cale, you speak too casually. Cale replied happily, but aren't you also laughing right now? Hearing Cale ask that, the prince immediately rubbed his chin and denied, well, because it was the truth, quite a quick name. But why do you covet the magic tower? The crown prince asked. Cale quickly responded tactfully but no less childishly, then why does His Highness the Crown Prince need a magician? The Crown Prince could only laugh when he heard Cale say that. I just want to help them, Cale bowed and said, I just want to have magic. The prince seemed to enjoy talking to Cale and kept smiling happily, but immediately after that he rubbed his head and said, I just don't feel comfortable thinking about there being a guy like me in this world. Alone in the sparkling golden room, the prince thought for a long time and then continued, okay. I will give you everything you want, the crown prince said in a tone that was quite admiring Cale. After hearing this sentence, Cale happily said, thank you. I will get all the best things for you. Hearing this statement from Crown Prince Cale, I was extremely pleased, you understand quite well. And the black dragon over here keeps questioning Cale, you weak human, have you thought of a name for me yet? Cale just calmly replied, I was thinking. The black dragon over here just looked at Cale and thought, as expected, naming a great dragon like me requires a lot of thought. Cale then returned to his room and lay down on his bed. The black dragon looked at him with a disgusted expression. The weak human, was he really thinking about naming himself? Time passed, the humans who left earlier returned, and Cale left immediately after. Long time no see, princess, everyone enthusiastically greeted Princess Rosalind. The princess just smiled and said, now you can't call me princess anymore, because now I have been removed from the royal family. You can just call me Rosalind like before. Cale just nodded and replied, yes, from now on you can always treat me like that. Choy Han immediately spoke up, Mr. Cale, can I report to Breck Kingdom? Cale, who was sipping tea, quickly replied, okay, it seems I don't need to know what was done for my friend, but more than that, thousands, my brothers are somewhere else now. Cale said, locking his voice and wondering, yes, where? Everything? Harris Village, Cale said. Hearing about this village suddenly felt a bit strange. Hans immediately spoke up and said, although Harris Village is a village immersed in beautiful nature, not long ago because of an unfortunate big fire, the ear is currently being rebuilt. Because of that, Our group of thousands of officials is staying in Harris. Han smiled and said with great excitement, the cemetery to bury the victims of the fire is also being built. That is the part that the Duke has tried his best to suggest. Even the Vice Captain Hillsman is also trying very hard. The Duke is afraid to leave this place to me. It's up to you. Cale thought he was in such a situation. Putting the teacup down, Cale immediately said, why bother? The first thing that the Duke came to the territory was thanks to the Count. No, my lord, isn't that right? This is also the first time I see the Duke care so much about the territory's affairs. Cale also carefully asked again, what are you talking about? Locke, you go see my brothers, and report back to the land where you lived, and go there to say hello quickly, Cale ordered. Then go back, because my brothers don't know the way in Locke, so you should show them the way. Choy Han's face didn't look happy. You guys go out, Miss Rosalind, you can go out now. Choy Han suddenly bowed and said, Mr. Cale, thank you. Cale coldly said, you don't have to say hello like that. Choy Han quickly continued, it seems that Mr. Rosalind has already told him. Because of that person named Bob, Choy Han quickly told Cale. Mr. Cale was almost injured. Hearing this, Cale's face suddenly became embarrassed, but then he regained his dignity and said, I'm not injured, I was just hit by some dust and water. Choy Han turned around, I understand. Seeing that Choy Han was a bit strange, Cale immediately wondered, what's wrong with you? Choy Han quickly replied, no, it's nothing, I asked permission to go out. After Choy Han went out, Hans came to Cale to ask, Mr. Duke, did you and Choy Han quarrel? Cale wondered and asked again, what are you doing? What are you talking about? I don't know anything else. When Cale asked, Hans shyly said, it's nothing. On this side, An and Hong were surrounding the Black Dragon, wondering. Hong immediately asked, youngest brother, what are you doing? An immediately answered, the youngest brother is reading a book right now. They were still extremely confused and asked, the youngest brother still doesn't have a name. The Black Dragon just coldly said, after a week we will have a name. If it's a cool name then that's good, because our youngest is a super cool dragon, so wouldn't we call it Dragon? Dragon, sounds good. An and Hong kept discussing the name of the Black Dragon. Hong Bao then changed the subject, but when he saw that tonight's dinner had meat, he immediately excitedly followed along. We were going to eat meat. In another room, someone dropped a golden spoon to the ground. After the spoon falls, Cale also quickly entered that room. As soon as Cale entered the dining room, the little girl sitting at the table spoke up, now every day in Whooper Kingdom someone dies, and the nobles are in hiding. It's very difficult to eat good food, and sleep well, the teacher said so again. The father also spoke at this time, no, even if it's an order from the royal family. The mother glanced at Cale, is that what you mean? Cale still insisted, yes, I want to go. In the family dining room, the father immediately spoke up after hearing that he wanted to go, Cale, please remember one thing, I always want to worry about my son, we all worry about him, but not worried about this country at all. The father's eyes gradually became serious. Before he finished speaking, Cale quickly interrupted him, not only when this country is safe will we nobles be safe. What's that? Sitting across from his father, Cale said, I am a golden turtle. A person who is extremely safe under his hard shell. And you are a man of Hennetus, don't worry, Cale continuously reassured his father's spirit. The mother sitting next to her understood what her child wanted, so she immediately said, yes, I understand, but I think I will always worry about you, because we are parents. The younger brother seemed to be worried about him, the older brother, but Cale immediately reassured him, telling them both to study and train hard, because of you, we can move so freely. Cale also gently promised that I would buy souvenirs from Whooper Kingdom. Right after that Cale quickly set off. They were on the ship floating in the middle of the sea. The Black Dragon next to Cale immediately wondered, human, I say this, my name, are you just going to give it away? Cale asked curiously, what are you saying all of a sudden? The Black Dragon immediately replied, for some reason I had the feeling that you would name me Sword or Dragon. Cale suddenly realized, your name. Those names don't sound good, Cale said, frowning. Hearing this, the Black Dragon opened its eyes and looked up at Cale. Then he frantically explained, that's not what I meant, human, if it's you who gave it to me, they'll like it whatever it is. When Cale heard that, he replied, then you're lucky, wrong. If An and Hong heard what you said, they would definitely be sad, Cale said, looking at the Black Dragon. After thinking for a while, the Black Dragon turned to ask again, the human, what did you just say? Cale said again, the name will be Raon. They are mere, I gave that name because I hope you can live a happy and joyful life, the black dragon's eyes were only filled with Cale's silhouette in front of him. His eyes widened as he stared at Cale. Immediately after that, the black dragon fell into contemplation, thinking about his previous life. That place was very deep, dark, and cold. I always hope that one day I can leave that place. I just want to live a life like that. This is the first time in my life that I get to live the free life I always wanted like this. It is man who gave us freedom. It is the man who gave us our name, that is Cale. The letters belong to me, the name belongs only to me. I am a great dragon, I am Raon. He was extremely excited to receive this new name from Cale. A sky full of stars, a happy evening of Raon. The two of them were happily admiring the scenery. Raon said softly, "Thank you, Cale." Cale immediately looked at Raon in bewilderment. Then slowly asked again, "What did you say?" Raon turned away. "Human, why are you listening so slowly?" Cale heard that "thank you" from Raon but pretended not to hear it. After asking again, Raon was shy, so he didn't say it again when Cale asked to repeat it, but he smiled and looked at Raon affectionately as if he understood Ran's heart. Cale continued to tease Raon, "So could you say it again?" Raon shyly refused, "Didn't like it, really didn't like it." Then he reminded Cale, "You weak human, you will catch a cold, quickly go inside and sleep." With that look on Cale's face, Raon kept nagging, "I told you to go inside." Cale rubbed Ran's head and said, "I'm worried if I go back in there." Raon wondered why he was worried. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea level suddenly rose. Along with that was an extremely huge whale jumping in the middle of this vast ocean. Saw a loud noise, worried that something was happening outside. Choy Han ran in panic, "Mr. Cale." Seeing Choy Han running in panic and calling his name like that, Cale and Raon were extremely confused. Cale then immediately turned around to the place where the loud noise was coming from. Raon approached Choy Han and smiled and said, "It turned out not to be the enemy." Choy Han was extremely confused. "What? Their boat is still sailing on the sea without any danger. Below are huge whales swimming." Cale stood at the corner of the boat, raised his hand to his chest and bowed. "Hello, Whale King." In front of them is the Whale King. It looks extremely huge. While bowing to Cale, he thought, "The thing that rules the whole sea is the Shekeler Whale King." Now the big whale's eyes are filled with Cale's image. An existence that can be compared to an emperor who only governs a part of the continent. It really gives people a feeling of pressure. Cale could only think with a forced smile. After that, he warmly started talking. "What do you think if we talk on the deck like this?" The whale's eyes gradually changed as if he agreed to Cale's proposal. Immediately after that, the sea waves rose again. Behind that water source were the silhouettes of large whales, then appearing in human form to come onto the deck to chat with Cale. The first person was a girl with hair as blue as the hair of the sea. She was the successor of the Whale King Widra. Next is a guy with white hair and a long scar on his face. He is the white-furred killer whale, also the strongest warrior of the whale clan. Raon next to him immediately frowned and whispered to Cale, "The dragon looks beautiful, much cooler and grander." Cale immediately reached out and gently rubbed Ran's head as if he was petting it. Then I glanced at Choy Han and thought, "This side is frozen, isn't it? It's been a long time since you've been down to this southern sea." Hearing this sentence made Choy Han look up in surprise. Widra continued, "Because the south is warm, so it's good, right?" "Father," Widra had just called out when the Whale King with his blue hair and beard, looking extremely majestic, appeared. Widra looked at the Whale King Shekeler and said, "The south is warm, so I like it, right?" "Father, that man with dark blue hair is the King of Whales, and also Widra's father." He looked at the group of Cale Min and Choy Han and thought to himself, just as Widra estimated. Widra said, "Father, he is weak but he is strong. The south is also good." Calamin's expression was extremely confident. Whale King Shekeler spoke up, "Thank you for saving my son, because I wanted to personally thank you. I came with my daughter." Cale Min shook hands with Shekeler and replied, "You don't need to be polite, I'm just doing what I have to do, but since we're both busy, let's get down to business." The Whale King heard that and said, "Yes." Then Cale Min suddenly glanced at something. He saw Choy Han and Arch looking at each other. The two frowned and seemed annoyed with each other. Around Choy Han and Arch emitted murderous aura, thunder and lightning flashed. Calamin saw this scene and thought to himself, just a moment ago he was immersed in the appearance of the whale tribe, why was he angry now? Now even if these two guys fight, the ship will not sink. To reconcile, Cale Min put his hand on Choy Han's shoulder and said, "Choy Han." Choy Han turned to look at Calamin, and on the other side, Whale King Shekeler cleverly said, "Arch." Cale Min asked, "What's wrong?" Choy Han replied, Cale. Raon angrily pointed his finger at Arch and said, that dolphin looked at you up and down, he dared. Cale Min looked at Arch, he thought, Arch, even though he is on the same side, is a guy who makes others angry for no reason. Arch's face was full of discomfort. Calamin sighed, he was like that because he had just met Secular in person, while Raon sat on Calamin's shoulder, frowning and staring at Arch. Calamin walked closer to the other guy. He activated it, the power of his heart reacted automatically. Calamin asked, who are you that keep staring at me like that? If it was a look like that couldn't answer, Arch's face wrinkled. Calamin continued, don't be exposed so easily, a sparkling halo surrounds you, and there is a white crown on your head. Cale then turned to Secular and said, is that true, your highness? The Whale King said, yes. He closed his eyes, put his hand on Arch's shoulder and said, excuse me and introduce yourself. Arch bowed his head and said, sorry, I'm Arch. Cale Min replied, okay, I'm Cale Henatus. Looking at Arch's expression, I guessed, he seemed to hate being forced to apologize. Raon said proudly, human, my claws looked quite strong just now, right? Choy Han praised, good job, very commendable. Cale Min thought with a sigh, the charm of receiving praise from someone 4 years old. He got to the point and said, give me the object. Will King Secular replied, ah, that's right. He searched inside his body, where was it? Widera stood next to him and reminded him, didn't Dad put it in his pocket? Will King Secular exclaimed, ah, here it is. He held out a glass bottle, containing a blue solution. Secular wondered, but why do you need death mana? If it's a human, then probably no one needs this, but if it's a necromancer that has disappeared, it's unknown. Cale Min looked at the bottle in his hand and said, not knowing. After a while of talking, it was time to say goodbye. Will King Secular said goodbye, see you next time. I apologized again for Arch's wrong actions. Cale Min replied, it's okay. Secular denied, no, because he still hasn't studied enough, that's why. Widera spoke up, father. Will King Secular shyly said, ah, while Widera stood next to him and laughed. She turned around and left, not forgetting to say, well, sir, see you again. Calamin replied, yes. The other 3 people have left, the ship is still moving at sea. Cale Min turned around and said, there will be times when I need to use it, so we'll have to look more closely. Seeing Choy Han standing still, Cale Min asked, what are you doing? Choy Han replied, ah. He shook his head, nothing. Cale Min put his hands in his pockets and went inside. I went to sleep first. Raon flew after Cale Min. The baby dragon stopped and said, oh that's right. Raon introduces, I am Raon Mir. Raon flipped around in the air and said, I am a wonderful, beautiful and great existence, remember that. Raon then flew away to catch up with Cale and invited him to sleep together. Choy Han looked up at the sky. He thought to himself, I also have to grow up. A few days later, at the port of the Whipper Kingdom, Bios was waiting at the port, warmly saying, my lord, you have arrived at the Whipper Kingdom safely, meeting you here is even more fun. He asked, oh, you're not seasick, are you? Cale Min said, you look like a god. He put his arm around Bilos' shoulder and said meaningfully, I have to do my part. Bios replied, I only trust you, sir. Cale Min recalled, the Whipper Kingdom's magic tower had collapsed, the magic tower's owner was torn apart and died by Tunko, the magic tower collapsed and was left as a treasure without an owner. Raon lay on Cale's shoulder and felt the surrounding air, which smelled of the sea. Cale Min continued, finding treasures is very interesting. Raon was lying on Cale Min's shoulder, feeling the surrounding air, smelling of the sea. Cale Min was talking to Bios, looking for treasure was quite interesting. So, if you need treasure then work, Bios said happily, I will give you as much as you want, ho ho. Hearing that, Calamin thought to himself, did he intentionally act that way? On the train, he thought, because he didn't say anything clearly, he should be having a headache thinking about it right now. Looking down at the sea, Cale Min put his chin in his hand thoughtfully, magic equipment, that's the only thing I need to give to Bios. The 2 cats Hong and On met Raon, they seemed very happy. Mice looked after the 2 cat girls and Raon. Cale Min stood on the deck looking down and chuckled. He remembered the time in the room. Raon showed off his name, hey werewolf, I'm Raon Mir, hey mage, I'm Raon Mir. Choy Han wondered about the name, Mir, and Cale Min was holding a grape in his hand. He lay on the bed comfortably eating fruit. Choy Han asked, how did you come up with that last name? Cale Min looked at Choy Han's face and thought, he really saw the reaction. Even though he didn't know Raon, he knew Mir. Cale Min replied, "It's just a word I made up." Choy Han replied, "A word you made up, on the ground, uncomplimented. The makeness name sounds so good, the best." Hong raised his foot said, "Raon sounds cool, but I think Rahong sounds cool," and Raon is extremely pleased. On Calaman's side, he explained to Choy Han, "I don't understand why the name Raon came to mind, and then I thought of that word, I suddenly thought of it. It was quite a magical experience." Cale Min asked back, "But why do you ask that?" Choy Han replied, "No, because I find it magical." Returning to the present, Calamin closed his eyes and thought. Clearly when he heard the name Raon, his expression was a bit strange. Could this matter just be let go, even though that name these are also quite simple Korean words? Cale Min turned around and called, "Ems, Rosalind." He asked, "Is the thing she is holding in her hand a stick?" Rosalind smiled and replied, "Yes, a stick, holding in her hand a staff or a magic wand." Then, hitting like this, Rosalind swung the stick to show off. On the surface, Calamin raised her index finger to praise. She was very wise. In her heart, she thought that if she wandered around as a magician of the Whooper Kingdom, she would encounter danger, so she should have hidden it. Rosalind smacked her hand and replied, "What's the point? I have to do something so people don't get into trouble because of me. Even so, I've learned many martial arts since I was little." She continued, "Besides, I wanted to see this place once." Cale Min replied, "So that's it." Around the harbor, black aura gradually rose. The servant announced, "Sir, the carriage is ready, we can depart now." Cale said, "Yeah, let's go now." The car moved to a villa. Standing outside, Cale Min assessed, the preparation was quite good. Cale Min was interested in asking, had he quietly prepared to avoid any rumors? Hearing that, the fat man Bios was a little happy and answered with satisfaction, "Isn't that a matter of course? Why did you must share your own interests?" Cale Min turned his head and said, "As expected, I am very pleased with you." Bios replied, "I also like you very much, Duke." Cale Min sat down in a relaxing chair and asked, "What about the winner?" There was a glass of wine on the table. Billis reported, "Yes, I was also about to tell you, Duke, the non-magician alliance is more reckless than I thought." Cale Min sat up and said, "Is that so?" Bios continued, "They are not afraid of death, and it seems that the only thing they care about is death. Especially people who are resistant to magic. If they appear in large numbers it will be quite scary." Cale listened while holding a bottle of wine. He thought, people with resistance to magic were born over many generations. They were the biggest variable in the war between the alliance of non-magicians and the alliance of magicians, people of the race. This marked a milestone, Cale thought as he poured the wine into the cup. It was the bloody mark of killing magicians who could control nature with magic power. Bios frowned and said, "In particular, there was a man named Tunka, the leader of the alliance of non-wizards. He and his subordinates, as it was written, they acted on instinct." The image of a werewolf appeared, covered in blood, his face extremely aggressive. Bios continued, "I only saw him from afar once, when he used his hands to break the heads of magicians. There. How cruel that was. Even now, when I think of Tunka and his subordinates, I feel a pain in my stomach." Holding a glass of wine in my hand, Cale Min judged, "Quite cruel, isn't it?" Bios affirmed, "Yes, extremely cruel. They piled up the corpses of the magicians they killed into an entire mountain right in front of the city gate." Well, although in the case of the Whooper people that wasn't enough, Cale Min drank a glass of wine. Bios asked, "But Mr. Duke, where are you going now?" Cale Min replied, "I'm going to see Tunka." Bios couldn't believe his ears. Cale continued, "At the magic tower." He sipped his wine to calm him down. "Trust me." Bios replied, "I trust my intuition." Cale Min asked, "What is your intuition?" Bios poured wine into a glass for Cale Min and replied, "My intuition told me to follow you, Duke." Cale praised, "You really have the talent to be a businessman." Looking at the glass of wine swaying in my hand, Cale Min thought to himself, although the war had officially ended, there were still remnants of the magicians. Everywhere on Whooper was covered with cries of death, madness, and despair, and sadness, all blend together in the same space, which is this place. Drinking a glass of wine, Cale Min complimented, the wine was quite delicious. A few days later, the servant announced, "Mr. Duke, this is the place closest to the road to the magic tower. In front is the magic tower. Calamin's carriage is going there." Looking outside from inside the carriage, Cale Min thought, he kept his promise. He said, "What a beautiful tower." Cale, Bios Hong, and On all got off the carriage. Hans ran over to them. Cale Min searched for something in his pocket. He grabbed a gold coin. Bios was surprised and gasped. He leaned on Cale Min to flatter me. I respect you very much, Mr. Duke. Butler Hans asked, Mr. Duke, what are you going to do now? He looked at the surrounding scene, where this was, seeing two people in front holding weapons. Suddenly recalling the massacre scene at that time. Hans covered his mouth in fear, groaning. Cale Min said, Hans, if you feel uncomfortable, go rest. Butler Hans replied, yes, Mr. Duke. Cale Min emphasized that this place was a battlefield. Hans' expression didn't look very good. Choy Han announced, Mr. Cale, everyone has arrived. Next to you is Rosalind, behind is Locke, and also Raon. Cale Min asked Hans, aren't you going to rest? Hans replied, no, it's okay. Cale said, then let's get to work. Today we came here to meet someone named Tunka. So until then, don't cause any trouble, as a terrifying gloom covers the magic tower and the surrounding landscape. Cale Min said, then let's get to work. Today we came to meet someone named Tunka. So before that, please avoid causing scandal as much as possible. Choy Han wondered, who is Tunka? Cale replied that it was the guy Bob met in the Ubar territory. Bob was a fake name. Choy Han clenched his hands. It turned out to be him. Cale Min saw that and asked, what's wrong? Choy Han shook his head and replied, nothing. Cale Min turned to look at Bios again and said, so first, Bios, you say you can make everyone go to the staff officer's tent? Bios nodded and replied, yes, everything is impossible but 6 people including me is fine. Cale said, you must have earned a lot, he thought. If you could talk to the staff, you would have earned a lot during the Civil War. Raon flew back and lay on Cale Min's shoulder. The little dragon said, that's interesting. Raon happily said, I have a feeling something interesting will happen. Cale thought to himself, what are you talking about? What kind of premonition is that? Cale Min counted each member, Choy Han, Locke, Hillsman. And, he turned to look at the only girl. Cale Min asked, Rosalind, will you go? Rosalind, holding the stick, happily replied, yes. Cale Min thought, already determining who would go, I ordered, Hans, remaining. Leave it to you. Hans obeyed, yes, I will go to a quiet place nearby and stay there. I will keep everyone safe. Cale sighed, is that so? Hans cried, don't you believe me? The 2 cats were clinging to Cale Min. Hong asked, when will we get to the magic tower? Cale replied, just wait a little longer, we will reach a place where you can fly and jump quickly. Cale Min held both hands of the 2 cat people. He said, come on, let's go. Everyone started moving. Passing through crowds of wounded and bloody people. Bios leads the way. Looking at those group of people's faces filled with murderous intent, Cale Min thought, although they were full of blood and gore, it still seemed like something was missing to them. Cale Min suddenly reminded him with a stern voice, looking ahead, seeing that, the man behind him quickly replied in confusion, yes, yes. Bios stopped and said, we've arrived, Mr. Cale. Actually visiting the plot, Cale Min interrupted, Bios. He thought, I know what Bios was trying to tell me, alliances with non-magicians will reduce heterosexuality but, if you look at the reality, there are cases where another heterosexuality will break out. Bilos' face was worried. Are only magicians smart? Are they the only ones who study? There are so many scholars. The scene of a sea of bloody fire fighting between magicians and Tunka's people appeared in Cale Min's mind. They could not stand being restrained so they returned to Tunka's command. They hated magic even more than Tunka. Cale Min ordered, make contact. Bios lifted the curtain and replied, yes. Watching Bios step inside, Cale Min thought, the tent of the staff. Tunka, even though he had to abandon the weak soldiers, still protected these staff. So we just need to ask the consultants that Bios cited to arrange a meeting with Tunka. Cale Min is worried, but why do I feel a bit cold? A calloused hand appeared from behind the curtain. Could it be? A voice rang out, human. Choy Han stood in front of Cale Min. Cale Min was confused, Choy Han. Choy Han said, the energy is not very good. Cale Min wondered, what? Choy Han replied, there was a smell, there was a very strong smell coming from somewhere. Tunka came out of the tent laughing loudly, ha ha ha, just when I was getting bored. Cale saw that person and immediately stroked his face greedily. Tunka came in front of Choy Han and said, so it's you. The others also have a strong smell but you are the strongest. After smelling this smell you can't sit still. Choy Han turned around and asked Cale Min, Mr. Cale, is he Tunka? Cale Min replied, oh, you recognized him right away. Tunka started the joint and said, you, fight me, Don't you feel itchy? Cale Min stood aside and sighed. Choy Han replied, okay. Cale Min was surprised. What? Raon smiled, indeed my hunch was correct, I am the great and intelligent Raon. Tunka got excited, ho ho, good. Choy Han took a stance, surrounding him radiating majesty. Tunka, who was not inferior, also radiated great power and said, such eyes are good. Choy Han frowned. He drew his sword. Cale Min activated the power of his heart to react automatically, a crown appeared on his head. Cale put his hand on Choy Han's shoulder to stop. Choy Han. Are you planning to fight? Hearing that, Choy Han stopped. Cale Min walked up to Tunka and said, Tunka, and Tunka said, you. Cale Min stroked her hair, long time no see, Tunka. Tunka looked at Cale and remembered, that red hair, was the guy who threw himself into the sea and stood looking down. Apparently the name at that time. But something is different. Cale said seriously, are you planning on fighting? Then called, Choy Han. Choy Han replied, yes. Cale Min said, if you want, just fight. Choy Han was surprised to hear that. Tunka was full of enthusiasm, good, let's fight, I really like it. Raon sarcastically said, what an idiot, a guy who wants to be beaten like crazy, his side is extremely strong. Cale Min put his hand on Choy Han's shoulder and said, just fight as you like. Choy Han replied, I will definitely win. Then Cale Min turned to look at Tunka and said, Bob. In Cale's mind, if he was going to fight, he had to bet clearly, he said, let's play a game. Sunset gradually falls. Calamin's group sat on chairs and observed the match from afar. Rosalind wondered, young Master Cale. At this rate, what should we do if we are hated by him? Locke sat behind him and said, just like she said, wouldn't if Choy Han beat him, something big would happen. At that time, they might have opposing thoughts. If that person named Tunka gets angry, he might not do anything. Calamin leaned back in his chair to listen to them. He replied, no need to worry. Rosalind and Locke were a bit confused. Just wait and see. Choy Han and Tunka stood facing each other. Cale Min thought to himself, Tunka is not that strong. Of course he is indeed a strong person in this human world, but compared to whales or dragons, he is far behind. If every time he meets a strong person, he is determined to take revenge on those strong people, then Tunka couldn't get to this location. Screams rang out. Tunka started up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The two people looked at each other with four eyes. The cheers were loud. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calamin put his chin in his hand and said, for them, winning or losing is not important. But the will of a warrior, the fight, that's what's important. Choy Han turned back to look at Calamin. Tunka glanced after him. He was sarcastic. Why do you have to pay attention to that weak guy's face? Calamin heard that and thought to himself, weak guy, is he talking about me? Choy Han asked, what did you just say? Tunka replied, I asked why you had to pay attention to his face. Tunka said with a disdainful face, the weak, whether on the battlefield or anywhere else, are the first to die. How can you not know that? Cale Min sighed, ha, what a pitiful guy. Rosalind wondered, pitiful. Choy Han took off the sword strap. He dropped the sword to the ground. Then clench your fists. Rushing straight to Tunka gave him a punch straight in the face. Tunka screamed in pain and gasped. Choy Han continued to attack, giving him a series of punches. Tunka raised his hand to block the attack and said, cough, this bastard. He counterattacked. Choy Han blocked his punch with one hand. He used force to bend his hand down. Then punched from below. Tunka was thrown away and let out a howl. He happily jumped up, you're really strong, naughty, but I won't fall. Choy Han replied, too many words. The two continued to fight, great, this power, dueling, cough, naughty ha ha ha. Raon asked, why did that guy laugh when he was beaten? Did he like being beaten a lot? Cale Min was thinking, how long was Choy Han planning to beat him? Probably until Tunka ran out of strength. Rosalind asked worriedly, young master, should we stop Choy Han? Calamin replied, we must not interfere with the warrior's will to fight. Whether we want to stop or not depends on that warrior's will. We can only stand outside and watch that divine will. Choy Han activated his power. Tunka rushed forward shouting, Kia! Choy Han punched with all his might in a fatal blow. Tunka was sent flying. People around shouted, ho, avoid, avoid, everyone avoid. The Tunka fell to the ground, filled with smoke and dust. Choy Han picked up his sword and bowed to end the match. Cale said, "You've worked hard." Choy Han replied, "Yes, Cale Nim." One guy approached Tunka. "Get up, Tunka." Hess lying motionless. Match." Tunka sat up. Cale Min said, "You lost." He stood in front of him and said, "So now we have to lead us to the magic tower." Tunka ordered, "Today a new warrior has appeared. Tonight I will bring a celebratory wine, so prepare." Everyone's face was gloomy. Cale Min thought, Tunka was beaten to a pulp, that's why their faces looked like that. "But I don't need to care, just take what I need to get from them and leave." Tunka called out, "Warrior." Choy Han turned out. He said, "Next time I will definitely kill you." Choy Han could only sigh. Everyone gather. Tunka said, "I destroyed the magic tower quite easily, let's move immediately." Cale Min ordered, "Bios, you go and bring all the people outside the barracks here." Bios replied, "Yes, but there is someone I need to introduce to you first." Bios introduced, "Young master, this is Mr. Hilo, the chief of staff currently commanding the alliance." Hilo smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, young master Cale, Im Hilo." Cale shook Hilo's hand and said, "Nice to meet you, Im Cale." Hilo replied, "It turns out that young master Cale is the one who will buy back the magic tower that the leader mentioned. It is my honor to meet you, we will have to talk more later." Raon cautiously whispered to Cale Min, "This person, this guy, is a liar." Cale glanced at the man he had just met, observed him, then silently evaluated, Harold. Like his ordinary appearance, he is an extremely ordinary character with no outstanding abilities, but it is because of that ordinariness that people follow him. Cale looked at Tunka and Harold standing and talking happily to each other, continuing to think, Tunka and Harold, the combination of the two of them is like a source of hope for the people of the Whipper Kingdom. The little dragon lying on Cale's shoulder once again exhaled, looked at Harold with disgusted eyes, and once again confirmed that he, humans, is a liar. Cale didn't show any attitude on the surface, but in his heart he silently agreed with the little dragon. It was an unfair transaction, and it was initiated by Harold instead of Tunka, so it was better to be cautious. Cale stood at the foot of the magnificent magic tower. Although it was somewhat old, it still retained its majestic ancient features. Towering in the middle of a corner on the vast prairie, he thought, the appearance of the magic tower was better, I thought, of course the inside must have become a mess. Cale turned to Tunka and asked, "Are you coming in with me?" "What?" Tunka was startled and shouted, "Am I crazy to go into that dirty place?" He pointed back and said, "Harold and Pelia will guide you on my behalf." Cale held two sleeping little cats on his body, looked at Tunka without saying anything, only noticed that he kept glancing behind him. Cale was puzzled, why Tunka kept looking towards him, after that, right? Then he turned his head towards where his warrior Choy Han was standing, because there was a smell of power radiating from them, so maybe he was like that, after all he liked to fight. Tunka spoke up, interrupting Cale's thoughts, "Because you are weak, I find it miraculous, you are a weak person who radiates strength in a strange way." Then turning to Choy Han who was looking this way, Tunka smiled challengingly, "Why are you staring at me like that, do you want to fight again?" However, contrary to his arrogant attitude, Choy Han just sighed and threw him an expressionless look. Not paying attention to the childish conversation between Tunka and Choy Han, Cale was intently looking at Bios and Harold who were chatting loudly, his eyes full of meaning, unable to see through their thoughts. He turned on his heel, headed towards the magic tower and hummed, "Let's catch mice, let's catch mice, let's catch some." Hearing that, the gray cat immediately stood up and pressed its small, round hand to Cale's body. He smiled at them and said, "Yes, but don't let them get hurt." Because life is a precious thing, the two little cats heard this and shook their heads and burst into giggles. The little dragon suddenly flew up in front of Cale from behind, hovered and looked at him with probing eyes, then said, "Human, I'll follow you in too." "No, you have to catch something else with me." When Raon heard that he could go with Cale, his eyes immediately lit up, he happily flapped his wings and quickly flew after him. So a person with three beasts has prepared himself mentally to enter the magic tower. As if remembering something, Cale turned around and asked Tunka, "Tunka, have you cleaned up all the bodies of the magicians in the magic tower?" Tunka sighed, "We left a few bodies behind, Therese, no need to give them to the spirits, their souls are comforted." Cale looked towards the sun that was slowly hiding behind the foot of the mountain. Tunka's words partly made him understand, "So you're only afraid of the mermaid's corpse, from now on, I will prevent the mermaids from coming close." Man, I knew it would be like that. Cremation is the meaning of comforting the souls. People in the tribe cremate all bodies that have died due to reasons such as infectious diseases. In Cale's mind, Images of burning flames appeared in Cale's mind, with bloody bodies piled up in a corner waiting to be burned. As for the bodies that were left behind without cremation, they were probably the bodies of magicians who arbitrarily used the kingdom's people as subjects to test their magic. Thinking of the image of weak civilians being blindfolded, tied up, struggling and screaming miserably on the table, surrounded by cruel magicians made Cale's eyes darken and his mood was not comfortable at all. Of course, after the seeds of magicians in this kingdom are gone, then I will clean them up without a trace. Tunka looked confident, patting his chest and boasting to Cale, ignoring them. With those unnecessary words, Cale continued to be immersed in his own thoughts. The dead magicians were only magicians from the magic tower, and there were still other magicians in the Whipper Kingdom: power, ambition, politics. Those things made them disillusioned and chose to leave the magic tower, because they were only interested in researching magic. Right now, perhaps those magicians are living quietly and trying to escape the Whipper Kingdom. And the person who will become their shield is the Prince Albaru Crossman. Back to the main topic, Cale seemed to be quite impatient, looked over at Tunka and said, "Can I come in?" Tunka turned back and called out, "Harold." Harold quickly ran over from afar and respectfully said, "Ah, yes, young Master Cale, I will guide you." The door of the magic tower slowly opened. An unpleasant scent immediately greeted all the new guests, making Cale unable to help but raise his hand to cover his nose. The stench was so strong. He ordered the warriors behind him to open the door to let in more air, and cover the bodies. I was too cowardly to look at them for long, Cale thought to himself. Before entering the magic tower, Cale glanced back and nodded slightly at Rosalind. She understood, so she nodded in response. Seeing that Cale didn't seem to pay any attention to him, Harold spoke up, "So we'll guide you floor by floor, no?" Cale did not hesitate to refuse this offer. He continued, "At the top of the tower." Cale's empty words made Harold confused, unable to understand what Cale meant. "What?" Cale raised his eyes to look up at the highest point of the magic tower. "I wanted to know what it would be like to stand at the highest place and look down. The room of the magic tower master. Take me there first." Harold, at Cale's request, led him to the highest point of the magic tower, to the magic tower master's room. Harold gently pushed the door, standing to one side to let Cale enter. "This is the magic tower master's room?" Cale spoke, asked. "Yes, that's right." Around the room was a pile of broken furniture. Blood was scattered everywhere. Traces of fights and struggles were still left behind. Cale looked around for a while and said, "It's a mess, Chief of Staff. Can I walk around this room?" "Yes, let me guide you," Harold replied happily. Cale seemed dissatisfied with this idea. He squinted at Harold. "I want to think in peace for a bit. Is it okay to come out here alone?" Harold looked at him shyly and stammered, "Is that okay, Steam?" Knowing Cale's intentions, Choy Han, who had been standing outside the door, quickly called in, "We'll be out here." "Pelia, then I will escort young Master Cale alone," Harold said towards Pelia. Leaving the door open on one side would make her feel more secure if she could see inside. As if realizing Pelia's confusion, Cale immediately gave her a plan that would help them monitor him. But he could have time alone again. Pelia's facial muscles relaxed when she heard this. She nodded, thanked him, and then retreated out the door. "It was completely destroyed in here, right?" Cale looked at the mess on the floor, nodding in appreciation. "Of course, because this was the place where the most evil person had ever lived, where the monster created by Manhwa was. The magician, heck, was created by Mana." Cale thought about what Harold had just said. Raon from behind placed a hand on Cale's shoulder and calmly commented, "Liar." Cale stood with his arms crossed, leaning his back against the wall for a moment, his face thoughtful. Then he smirked and said, "You are also a magician, Chief of Staff." "Isn't that right, Harold Kodiang?" A ray of surprise flashed across Harold's eyes. He gaped at the other person, without speaking. Cale remembered what he had read. In the book, The Birth of a Hero, there were many supporting characters that he remembered. Harold Kodiang was one of them. He carries the bloodline of the Magic Tower Master Pister Kodiang, and is also a genuine monster, born of a monster created by Mana. His father did not know of his existence. After giving birth to him, his mother died alone, which was the source of Harold's anger. Cale looked straight into Harold's innocent, kind-hearted eyes and continued to think. He craved war even more than Tunka. He wanted to destroy all germs of magicians in this world. But there was something he didn't know. In the book, Birth of a Hero, there was a line that made Harold's anger turn to pity. Harold Kodiang is the result of their love, but unfortunately he cannot know that. Returning to the present, Cale slowly sat on the table, put his hands behind him and asked, "Harold, don't you want to erase all traces of your father?" Seeing that Harold still refused to open his mouth and only looked at him with suspicious eyes, Cale comfortably leaned back, smirked and continued to say, I will help you. Remove the magic tower containing traces of your father, what do you think? Facing Harold Kodiang, Cale said, I will help you. Remove the magic tower containing traces of your father, how about it? Harold Kodiang's face was scared and surprised, raising one side of his mouth and asking, how do you know that? Cale calmly replied, Mana told me. Harold Kodiang's face softened when he heard those words. He clenched his hand and spoke, so now young master, do you intend to use my bloodline to hold my hand? Cale smiled innocently, what crime does blood have to do that I have to use it to capture your soul? Either way, you guys are in a hurry. Looking at Harold in front of him, Cale thought to himself, those people had rebelled to make a living because they could not afford the taxes that the magic tower had caused. Harold has to meet their needs to some extent. Because only then can more madness appear. In Cale's mind Tunka's figure appeared, he was looking towards the towering building in front of him. Hilo asked Cale again, in the group of people accompanying him, there was a magician? Cale quickly replied, yes. Harold Kodiang was bewildered, stunned and asked, what did the Roan Kingdom intend to do with the magic tower? Cale put his hands in his pockets and looked at Harold Kodiang and sighed, the magic tower is mine, I don't share my things with anyone. Cale thought, I wasted so much time coming here, would I be crazy to give it to the kingdom? The magic tower will be the material for me to build the most sturdy and comfortable citadel in this world. Harold Kodiang put his hand on his chin thoughtfully. Cale saw him like that and thought to himself, it seemed like he had a lot of thoughts on his mind. Because he is a smart crazy guy, he also ponders many things. Harold asked again, young master Cale wants magicians from the Whipper Kingdom. Cale was bewildered when he heard that. Me. I don't need any more wizards, because next to me there is already a greater entity, a happy dragon lying by the window admiring the scenery. People, the view here is so wonderful, the great dragon I have here. Human, Cale thought, of course I will help the prince a little, it's just called helping, but actually I want to attach a debt to him. An image appeared in Cale's mind of Cale giving a large bag of debt to the crown prince. Cale smirked and said, come on, Chief of Staff Harold Kodiang. Before Harold Kodiang could answer, Choy Han leaned in from the door and said, other people had already arrived, causing Harold to look at the door in bewilderment. Cale thought to himself, what about the others? Butler Hans walked behind Bilios and was approaching the two of them. Cale saw that and said, then you'll hear a more detailed story from my people later. Cale's hand was placed on Harold Kodiang's shoulder. Please look at Harold happily and discuss it well with them. Harold sighed sadly, I will discuss with them. Bilios came before them, bowed respectfully. Hans held his briefcase and stood next to him. Bilios looked at Cale and said, young master. Hearing that, Cale replied, yes. Bilios continued, so first I will pay under my name. To explain a bit, the payment method is determined as follows. Bilios will stand in an intermediary position and receive money from Cale and then proceed to pay the money to the non-magician alliance. Of course, in reality Bilios would receive payment from the royal family, not Cale. However, the non-mage alliance would have no way of knowing that. Cale replied to Bilios, let's do that. Bilios bows, so I will make a deposit and pay within a month. The young master has one more thing to do, sir. Thinking about how much it was, Cale's face seriously paid attention to what Bilios said. Cale raised a finger. Bilios guessed, 100 million. Cale calmly said back, no. Bilios continued to guess in surprise, 1 billion. Cale still didn't say anything, just raised one finger closer to Bilios and smiled. Bilios was wondering right now, could it be 10 billion? Cale crossed his arms, about that much. Bilios was startled and retreated. The magic tower had been completely destroyed. He spoke quickly, no, if the magic tower was still intact, it would still be worth hundreds of billions, because it's so terrible, but now the magical devices in the magic tower don't work at all anymore. Cale sighed, that's why I said 10 billion at most. You say that the tower is only a skeleton and then lower the price. Well, it's okay to spend more money so you can buy neighboring land as well. After hearing this, Bilios was frightened and stunned. Cale smiled as if he had everything in the palm of his hand, because there was something that could be sold for the same price as this magic tower. Bilios smiled wryly, although I don't know very well, no matter what it is, it must have the highest profit, right? He smiled bigger, first I will go pay the price of the magic tower. Cale's face was filled with joy and light, which was good because he didn't have to say it twice. Bilios said, the appearance of such a large unit of money makes my heart pound, sir. Hearing that, Cale responded, probably because you were so excited. Choy Han and Beacrox approached Cale. Someone called out, "Young Master Cale." Cale heard that and looked at the voice in bewilderment. It was Beacrox. He looked at the ruins before him and said to Cale, "This place is so dirty. After buying the magic tower, shall we clean it up?" In his mind, he thought, I really want to clean this place up." Cale happily pointed to the sky, saying it would be cleaned up. Beacrox seemed to hear a satisfactory answer and immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Great." Cale turned his head to look at the dragon happily singing and thought, "Wow, now I don't need to go to other places, so let's go back. Either way, he'll come back here tonight." Night falls. The stars twinkling in the night sky are so beautiful. Tunka asked with a puffy face, one eye closed and one eye open, "Are you saying you're unwell?" Cale stood in front and replied, "Yes." Tunka saw that and criticized her. She was weak. Cale pushed Choy Han away and said, "After all, the main character of the festival is here, so it's okay. As for me, I'm weak, so I need to rest." Being pushed away, Choy Han suddenly turned back to look at Cale. The deputy leader put his arm around Choy Han's shoulder and pulled him away, laughing happily. "The warriors of the Whipper Kingdom are so romantic. Celebration party, really cool." After Cale finished speaking, he turned around and left, not forgetting to tell Tunka, "I see, so we'll leave." Tunka just looked at Cale's back as he turned away. Cale walked to the front of the tent. Beacrox stood solemnly in front of Cale and asked, "I just need to guard the front of the tent." Cale calmly said, "Well, I'm going to sleep." Beacrox seemed to agree, nodding, "I'll take it that way." Cale went inside the tent. Inside the tent, 2 cat people were waiting there. Cale asked if they had found them. Hong walked closer to Cale's feet and said, "I can feel it somewhere." An also spoke up, "I think it was somewhere around there." Cale put on a black shirt. He had taken off the previous layer of clothing, and smiled. Cale's hand picked up a piece of cake from the bag. This was about ready. Cale looked at the 2 cats and the dragon and smiled and said, "Let's go. Take me to the Magic Tower Master's room." The 2 cats and the dragon looked excitedly looking at Cale. Under the night sky, a large fire flared up fiercely, lighting up the whole area, and the sounds of people laughing and joking echoed in the space. Everyone gathered in a circle around the fire to have fun together. As for Cale, he did not participate in the festival. He held 2 cat children in his arms and the dragon used magic to make them fly in the air, surrounded by blue magic sources. That source of magic surrounded them in a circle that looked like a shield protecting them. The dragon brought them to the magic tower. Sparks of fire flew throughout the space. After a while, the 4 of them entered the magic tower. The 2 cats comfortably stretched their bodies, and arrived. Cale followed right behind, and the dragon flew behind. Cale's footsteps went down the stairs. On's eyes looked up at Cale. Cale walked down a long staircase, his hand touching the wall next to him as if searching for something. The 2 cat children happily ran ahead and led the way. Cale's hand touched the bricks on the wall and wondered where the staircase wall was. Cale asked where On and Hong were running in front. The 2 cats quickly stopped. On responded, "In the first basement." Cale tilted his head and sighed, thinking, "Damn, I chose the wrong location and suddenly ended up at the top of the tower." A stream of white magic surrounded the magic tower like winds. That magic belonged to Cale. The 2 cat children and the dragon quickly disappeared to the first basement. When the 2 cats saw Cale's magic like that, their eyes lit up and sparkled, exclaiming, "It's amazing." Just for a moment, the dragon couldn't help but be surprised. "You're weak but as fast as my toenails, human." Cale smiled and continued asking, "Somewhere in this area, right?" The 2 cats replied, "Yes." The 4 of them continued walking. On and Hong walked first and talked to each other. On said, "It's true that we're nearby." Hong also continued, "I smell it, right?" Seeing this, Cale thought to himself that it was difficult to determine the exact location just by smell. It's true that there are too many useless things written in the book Birth of a Hero, although thanks to that, I learned useful information. Cale thought as he pulled out an iron stick from the cloth bag. The dragon flying behind him looked curious. Cale thought, he took advantage of his small body to hide in a secret wall located in the stairs of the tower map. It was a place that only his family and generations of magic tower masters knew. That coward hid there, and because he was afraid of the guards, he didn't dare go out and locked himself in there. Cale imagined in his mind a mouse hiding in the corner of the wall. He took that iron stick and tapped each brick on the wall. Cale's eyes were determined to look at the wall he was knocking on. The small dragon lying on Cale's shoulder also observed. While uninstalling Cale, I wondered where it was. The 2 cat people followed behind Cale. Suddenly Cale's footsteps stopped. He hit the stick here and it made a very different sound than the previous bricks. Cale's eyes suddenly widened and brightened as if realizing something. Cale stood solemnly in front of the wall, his hands clenched into fists, exclaiming, "Found it." He took out the pearl, held it in his hand and looked at it. The pearl emitted an extremely sparkling blue light. On the wall, a hole is punched in a brick, forming the shape of a pearl. The position is shaped by 5 slots forming a star shape. Cale held the gem towards the hole in the brick. He placed the pearl in his hand, looking attentive. After placing that pearl, the wall there broke into an extremely large hole, rocks flying everywhere. Inside that wall was a little boy sitting huddled together, crying and looking extremely pitiful. Cale looked at him suspiciously. The 2 cat people looked up at the boy with eyes full of curiosity. That boy was Muller. The boy with tears in his eyes hugged himself and cried loudly. Cale flashed an extremely friendly and bright smile and said to the boy, "Hello." To show that smile, Cale thought, I will try to smile as friendly as possible. Faced with Cale Mueller's smile and greeting, he didn't move at all but instead lay down and had difficulty continuing. Cale saw that and thought, what's wrong with that bastard? The boy still made sounds of crying and excitement. When the 2 cat people saw this, they felt extremely sympathetic. He looked so pitiful. Cale stood next to him and heard what the cat said, so he crossed his arms and stood there, eyes wide, thinking, what a pitiful thing. As the team that designed the Magic Tower, up to now he has enjoyed everything he can enjoy and shown off everything he can show off. Looking at Muller cowering before his eyes, Cale thought again, he was the only one who knew about the final defense shield of the Magic Tower, but because he was afraid of being discovered, he hid in a corner here. Because he was afraid of death, he turned a blind eye to his father's will. Cale spoke, the boy raised his face. Cale poured a lot of bread out in front of Muller. The boy looked extremely surprised when he saw that. Cale looked at Muller and said, "Come out and eat." The boy quickly picked up a piece of bread and brought it to his mouth to eat under Cale's gaze. Looking at Muller eating and crying, Cale thought, why does he look so stupid? It's clearly written in the novel that he combines the techniques of the dwarves and the meticulousness and discreetness of the rat tribe, so he has the temperament of a top designer and architect. But why do I feel like Hess an idiot? It feels like Hess nothing special. The boy, now out of the wall, said, "Thank you, thank you." Cale continued thinking, but after all, he had something to do with him, so he would take him away as planned. Cale held the knife in his hand and hit the wall, saying, "If you want to live, let me save you. Instead, I have one condition. You know where the room containing the treasures of the Magic Tower Master is, right?" When Muller heard that, he was stunned. His face was bloodless. He stood still, causing the bread he was holding in his hand to fall to the ground. Cale gently held the stick and pointed at the fallen bread and said, "I dropped the bread, pick it up." The boy bent down to pick up the dropped cake and made a sound. "Ah." Cale held the stick on his shoulder and smiled at Muller. "In short, you know right, there is a room for the Master of the Magic Tower. The actual room is for the Master Tower, with both. 4th basement." Hearing Cale say that, Muller became even more panicked. The boy opened his mouth wide, his face sweating, thinking, does he know all about that? Mixed in with Mueller's thoughts was Cale's words, "Can we go into that basement?" Ma Tower is known for its structure of 20 floors on the surface and 3 underground floors. Of course that's just what others know. In reality the Magic Tower is not such a simple tower. Cale smiled and said, "First, I will save you if you do as I say."
Muller quickly bowed his head and said loudly, I will do anything." Cale was satisfied when he heard that. "Okay, so now eat all the cake, then take me to the 4th basement first."
The boy holding the bread in his hand raised his head to speak, but to get there he needed a magic stone.
Before he could continue speaking, Cale put the stone in front of the boy, making him stunned. Muller quickly, I will eat quickly." Cale gently replied, Yes, from now on we have to move a lot, you should eat a lot."
Muller then guided Cale to the 4th basement level. Cale thought, in front of the cave. He looked at Muller and said, "You lead the way." Muller heard that and looked at Cale. Muller quickly walked forward to lead the way for Cale to follow behind. A moment later, they arrived in front of a wooden door. Muller told Cale, "But there is a magic alarm device here." Hearing that, the dragon clung to Cale's shoulder and sighed. A clicking sound rang out. The boy was startled and confused, looking towards the door. The door in front of me was opened. 2 cat children happily ran inside, while Muller was surprised and confused and asked, "By, how?" Cale's steps towards the inside suddenly stopped. He exclaimed in his head, "I found it." The first treasure is hidden in the Magic Tower. In front of Cale was something with an extremely eye-catching shape. The small sphere inside was surrounded by the wings of a star that looked extremely splendid and shining. What is the Magic Tower hiding? The biggest of which are 2 experiments conducted secretly at the Magic Tower. Magic storage device that uses ancient energy and the reason for its magical oily properties. Cale spoke up, looking great, the ancient power that the tribes worshipped, along with Hilo who both hated and wanted magic. I felt how happy they would be when they discovered this experimental material. Cale smiled triumphantly and thought, but that won't happen now. Because that joy has become a part of this Cale. The dragon lying on his shoulder saw the treasure in front of him and was so surprised that his eyes widened in bewilderment. The sphere inside is like assembled crystals, shining and sparkling. The little dragon happily told Cale, humans, this looks quite interesting. Hearing that, Cale laughed and said, is that so? Then you should try raising it. Hearing that, the dragon wondered, is it okay for humans to do that? Cale replied, yes, instead when you're done raising it, I'll take it, happy dragon, okay. Muller stood first and watched the two of them chatting happily about the treasure. He happily accepted, but in the end he would give the job to someone else. Cale thought. He looked at the extremely happy dragon on his shoulder and said, take everything that's here. The little dragon quickly responded, of course it must be like that, I'm curious about everything here. The dragon happily flew off Cale's shoulder, spreading its wings and arms to the side of the treasure. Looking at the happy little dragon, Cale also smiled and thought, I like it that much, maybe we'll have to build him a new laboratory later. Cale called out, Muller. When Muller heard that, he panicked and stepped back, stammering, do you even know my name? Cale didn't mind and crossed his arms, let's go to the Magic Tower Master's room now, right? Muller didn't dare to refute and quickly responded with a bit of confusion, yes, yes. The two cat children looked very happy, running and jumping towards Muller. The fourth basement appears after the magic tower collapses. Cale pointed and called out to the dragon, Raon. The dragon flew to Cale and asked, what's wrong, human? Cale continued to speak, install a notification device here, plus create some magical traps too. The dragon's eyes flashed as if he completely agreed with Cale. The interesting things here should not be taken away by other humans. The moment they step foot here, we have to make them die. Cale sighed and thought, now that he had the documents in hand, Tunka and the alliance of non-magicians could no longer strengthen their strength, then they will soon be destroyed, but is that something we need to worry about? The two cat children jumped into Cale's arms and hugged him. He whispered to Muller, okay, let's move now, you lead the way. Muller replied in a frightened voice, with a slightly trembling voice, so first we have to go to the 20th floor. Cale said again, let's go. He lifted Muller up, making the boy extremely frightened, his arms and legs frantically shaking. The dragon grabbed Cale's shoulder tightly.
Muller was scared, his face drained of blood and said, I can walk.
With a whoosh sound, the boy quickly moved away, causing Muller to exclaim, ah. The magic tower was surrounded by a stream of white magic like winds in the night sky. With a bang, the boy's feet landed on the ground. A few of them had moved to floor 20, the room of the magic tower master. After landing there, the boy gasped for air, I thought I was going to die. The two little cats were not afraid and still happily ran and jumped everywhere. Muller stepped back, carelessly touching on. Seeing that, the boy frantically raised his hand and scratched his head shyly. Sorry, On just happily replied, meow. Cale stared at Muller without saying a word, making Muller seem to realize something and exclaim, ah. Tell Cale, Therese actually one more floor in this tower. Seeing that, Cale asked again, so is the 20 room the room of the master of the magic tower? Muller replied, no, we don't call the magic tower master's room 20. Cale looked puzzled, crossed his arms and looked at Muller and asked, then what is it called? The real room of the master of the magic tower, a place that the non-magician alliance did not discover. During the birth of the hero, no one knew of the existence of that place, and just summarize it in just one short line. Muller told Cale again, floor no. Hearing that, Cale's eyes suddenly opened up, seemingly surprised because he had never known about it. Muller shyly said hesitantly, it's called the 0 floor. Cale put his hands in his pockets and told Muller to get ready to go. The confused boy bowed his head and walked forward obediently replying, yes. The boy's hand was placed on the ground, where spiritual energy seemed to form a circle around Muller's hand. Surrounding them was magic like smoke. The two cats, Cale and the little dragon all looked in Muller's direction. A loud noise rang out. The treasure appeared in front of them. It was shining extremely brightly. Muller's hand was raised towards the treasure, and the little dragon slowly flew closer. Cale said from behind, oh, I didn't know it was here. Muller's hand touched the purple stone in the treasure. The entire magic tower seemed to be covered by a source of purple light. On Choy Han's side, he was eating and drinking happily with everyone. Choy Han looked absent-mindedly at the magic tower and whispered, just now, Wasn't there a very loud noise? A person next to him saw Choy Han mumbling and replied, "What are you talking about? Let's have another cup." Another person also responded, "Yes, drink it." Choy Han's face looked down, thinking, am I wrong? Inside the magic tower, several of them were looking at the treasure in front of them. Cale seemed a bit uncomfortable. "Muller, lead the way." The boy was startled and turned towards Cale and replied, yes. "It's over there." Cale looked very surprised. "Is he over there?" Muller stretched his arms towards the window in front of Cale and said, "Yes, just jump through the other window." Cale looked at the open window that could see outside and wondered, "Beyond that door?" Muller quickly replied, "Yes, if you do that, you will reach floor 0. Cale's voice approached Muller, causing the boy to retreat in fear, his face sweating. Anger seemed to radiate around Cale. Streams of red light enveloped Cale's body. "You know what it would be like if you lied, right?" Muller quickly nodded vigorously. Cale saw this and spoke up, "If so?" Cale used his hand to pick Muller up again, causing the boy to panic and struggle. "Oh my God, what's wrong with me?" "No, didn't you say you'd spare my life?" Cale smiled as he looked at Muller in his arms. "You go first." When Muller heard that, his face turned pale and he quickly responded, What are you saying?" Cale threw Muller out the window, causing Muller to scream loudly, "Ah!" A vortex appeared in mid-air. It swept Muller in, surprising the two cats. Hong lay in Cale's arms, closed his eyes and said to On, "I don't know what I just saw." On next to him was also extremely stunned, raised his hand towards Hong and replied, "Hong, your eyes are very normal, but why do you find it so strange?" Cale just smirked, "It was magic." Cale's legs jumped up as if gaining momentum. He hugged the two little cats and the flying dragon next to them and jumped out of the window. They arrived at the place. It looked very luxurious. The two little cats had to exclaim in admiration, "Wow!" Muller sat down on one side, his face still in panic as he looked at Cale as he spoke. "It really reminded me of Dragon Lair." Cale grinned, "Ha!" The mountain of gold coins, gems, and jewelry in front of them looked extremely sparkling, making Cale extremely happy and laugh out loud, "Ha ha ha." When the two cat people saw those gold, silver and jewels, they meowed loudly. Cale spread his arms wide, his face unable to hide his joy, and said, "We are rich now." Outside Cale's tent, Beacrox was still standing there strictly guarding. Cale, the two cats, the little dragon, and Muller returned to the tent. Muller bowed down to Cale. Cale spoke up and said, "Muller, I will provide you with a warm place to sleep and a safe place so you can live in peace. Then I will also give you freedom, on the condition that you obediently do what I want." Muller stood up, faced Cale and asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Cale seriously replied, "True." He looked at Muller and smiled, "First I will help you leave this Whipper Kingdom." Cale gave Muller a piece of gold that looked like a badge. Cale spoke up and said, "I will give you this treasure as well." Muller held the sparkling treasure in his hand and couldn't help but rub it in surprise. Cale sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, "So, now you can do what I tell you to do well." Muller smiled and happily replied, Yes, I will definitely finish. I will do well." Cale continued, "Then design me a castle and a ship." Muller was surprised by Cale's last words. The boy bewilderedly asked again, "What about castles and boats?" Cale said, "Yes, Therese, no need to be so grand." Looking at Muller, Cale thought, he possesses the qualities of a top designer, so I should entrust the design job to him. Cale placed his hands on his knees, solemnly. The size of a magic tower was enough. Hearing that, Muller frantically asked again, "So what style do you want me to design?" Cale's eyes glanced. He put his hand to his chin and thought about the image of a boat and a turtle. "I remember reading the record about the great battle on the ocean. But I don't intend to use the boat for that purpose. I just need a comfortable house and solid means of transportation for a comfortable life in the future." Cale's eyes turned to the pile of gold, silver, and treasures on the floor and said, "Our family's symbol is the golden turtle. You know how to design it yourself, then show it to me. You'd better think that your life depends on this and then work hard." On and Hong, please monitor him.
Muller held the treasure in his hand and looked bewilderedly at the two cats. The two little cats made noises, meowing. "Monitoring, that's interesting." The two cat girls looked at Cale with bright smiles and meowed loudly. Muller was bewildered, raised his hand to his forehead to obey. I will work very hard." The next day, bright sunlight shined throughout the mountains and forests. A hand placed the note on the table and said, "Young master, have you read the contract yet?" Cale replied, "I read it as soon as I received it. It happened faster than we thought."
The people who came to tell Cale were Bilios and Herald Kodiang. They stood solemnly, clasping their hands behind their backs in front of Cale. It only took one day. After one night, Herald and Bilios finished negotiating the terms of the Ma-top transaction contract. Besides Herald and Bilios, there was also Tunka. Bilios spoke up, because delaying her would not benefit either side. Cale raised his hand towards them and said, "That's right," because both sides were in a hurry. The transaction amount was a little over 10 billion gallons because it included neighboring land. Cale smiled happily. "I will destroy the magic tower within a year as agreed, so you don't need to worry." Besides the clause of destroying the magic tower, Herald proposed two other clauses. First, do not move the magic tower to another kingdom, and second, do not gather magicians under the name Cale Henatus. Herald Kodiang's hand landed on the note on the table. "Yes, so you just need to stamp your fingerprint here." Herald Kodiang looked at Cale suspiciously. Cale saw Herald's face like that and immediately thought, look at his doubtful expression. It seems like deep down he doesn't want to sell the magic tower. But who knows, based on the current situation, selling magic towers was extremely profitable. It was difficult for him to ignore that profit, thinking about Cale while printing his fingerprints on the record. Tunka was extremely happy and cheerful. "Let's finish the transaction quickly. Today, me and Hillsman, your subordinate, have an appointment to fight each other. Ha ha." In Cale's mind, the image of the deputy leader laughing and talking happily with everyone appeared in Cale's mind. It was said that he got along extremely well with the tribesman, deputy leader. He's really good at communicating. Tunka smiled uncontrollably and shook hands with Cale. "When you destroy the magic tower and need help, just let me know." Cale happily responded to the request. "Yes." Tunka continued, "I will wholeheartedly help you destroy that dirty tower." Their hands clasped each other tightly. Tunka continued, "In the future you can feel proud to have signed a contract with people like us who do great things. Because we will make history on this continent. From now on, you can go everywhere claiming that you know me, ha ha ha." Cale's face remained unchanged as he thought, yes, if decline can also be called history, then the same can be said. That moment falls at the end of Book 5 during the birth of a hero. As for what happened after that, I don't know exactly. Anyway, I will look forward to it, Cale replied to Tunka. Bags of gold, silver and jewels piled up on the table. Bilios looked at that pile of gold on the table and said, oh. Cale looked at Bilios and said, "Why are you so surprised?" Bilios' finger touched Cale's newly stamped fingerprint and said, "Seeing the golden command, it felt real." Cale threw Bilios a bag and said, "Come on, open it." Bilios grabbed the bag and hugged it. "Ah, this is what I gave you." After opening that bag, the glow of the contents of the bag blinded Bilios, causing Bilios to startle and exclaim, "Oh, this is it," Cale said calmly. "Those were magical devices created by the magicians of the Whipper Kingdom. They are all royal and noble items. Later you will receive a few more bags like that." Bilios happily put his hands in his shirt. Bilios asked, "How much do I get?" Cale walked forward and answered back, 3 parts. Bilios was surprised, there were so many. Bilios wondered in his heart, these were magic devices so rare that they were not for sale. The young master was quite meticulous in this area, so I thought too much and only received 2 parts. Cale spoke up, the merchant company's leader. "You must quickly take the position you want, because the northern region and the maritime trade route are about to be disturbed." Bilios looked at Cale and replied, "It looked like there was going to be another war." Cale continued, "Only you know about this?" Bilios was full of wonder and asked, "Why did you share this valuable information with me?" Bilios held the bag in front of Cale's eyes and smiled happily. "If you want to give me more, you can give it to me at any time." Cale just gently sighed, "Yes, and if possible, remember to keep in touch with your uncle." Bilios was confused, "What's wrong with my uncle?" Cale looked at Bilios seriously. He spoke up and said, "You just know it, don't wonder." Bilios saw that and replied, "I understand, then next time I will contact you through the video transmission device." In Cale's mind, an image appeared of a man teasing a little dragon, making the little dragon extremely angry and baring its fangs at him. It was Odious who occupied the underworld in the northwest of the Roan Kingdom. The day of revenge for the black dragon Raon is not far away. At Cale's residence, a voice rang out, saying the deadline was 1 month. "Yelia Mountain, go there and find the item I talked about here." Locke, Deputy Hillsman and a boy stood solemnly listening. The person who said that was Cale. He continued, "Can you do it?" The deputy leader walked up to Cale's desk, put his hands down and said, "Young master." Cale replied, "Yes, Vice Captain." Deputy Hillsman pointed to the sky, his face slightly pale and said, "I heard that it is the 3rd most dangerous mountain on the continent. I heard that the mountain is very high and the peak is covered with snow all year round." Before he could finish speaking, Cale interrupted the deputy leader. So what? He solemnly folded his arms and stood in front of the deputy leader and asked, "Can you do it or not?" with an extremely serious expression that made the deputy leader a bit scared. The deputy team leader gently responded, "Okay." Cale continued speaking. Mice, when the boy saw Cale calling him, he was extremely happy and replied, "Yes." Cale spoke up and said, "You guys don't need to climb near the snowy area, just stay nearby to support Locke." Mice happily said, "Yes, we will definitely complete our mission well." Cale was a bit confused. "No, Therese, no need to be so enthusiastic. You will be the guide, just guide the children and take care of where they eat and sleep." The deputy team leader was happy. "So is it okay if I don't climb the mountain? Because I have a fear of heights." Cale was a bit angry. "You can take care of that yourself." The deputy leader at this time had a half-floured face and seriously replied, "Yes, then I will be a lost guide and a bodyguard to take care of the youth." Cale sighed helplessly, wondering how a guy like this could be vice captain. The deputy leader looked at the map on the table and asked, "Young master, where should we return from?" Cale pointed to a place on the map. "Please return here," making all three people extremely frightened and shocked. The deputy asked again, "Are you here?" Hillsman, his face pale and bloodless, continued, "Sir, not only did you make a mistake there, but this place is a road with no way out." Time passed. 3 weeks later, a heavy rain poured down in a village. Rosalind and Cale walked over there under their umbrellas. Rosalind asked why there were so many tombstones here. Cale looked towards the village. This was the village created by the families of lost travelers while waiting for their loved ones to return, but as time passes, people will become exhausted. The tombstones here symbolize their hope that had turned into despair. Before Cale's eyes were many small tombstones. Vu Lam, this forest is one of the 5 singularities in the western mainland besides the night forest. It rains here all year round, and those who enter will never be able to return, and at its entrance, a village filled with earnest expectations and fragile hope was built. Relatives of lost travelers gathered in front of this forest, living and waiting for them, and some of them have built tombstones here to remember their loved ones, who can never return. Choy Han looked at the tombstones in front of him and exclaimed sadly, "What a sad place." "So what are we going to do here?" a voice responded, hopefully. Choy Han quietly answered, "Yes." Cale's footsteps moved forward. He said as he walked, "We will become the hope of thousands." Standing in front of Cale was an old man with white hair and an extremely thin body sitting in front of a tombstone looking towards him. The pouring rain continued to pour down, forming large puddles on the ground. The old man bowed silently and told Cale's group not to go in there. Cale stood in front of the old man, threw the umbrella on the ground and advised, "Old man, it's raining, so be careful of catching a cold." He reached out to the butler Hans, his face commanding carelessly, "Hans, give me the umbrella." Butler Hans was extremely surprised. "Okay, but what about me?" Cale's expression didn't change. "You should cover up with Beecrocs." Butler Hans turned towards Beecrocs behind him, scared and speechless. Beecrocs too, looked at Hans with an unhappy face. An umbrella was brought to Cale. He was extremely surprised. It was Rosalind. She held the umbrella to cover Cale and happily said, "Share it with me." Cale also happily responded, thanking her. "You called out, Hans." Butler Hans heard Cale calling and was startled to hear Cale say, randomly looking for an inn somewhere. "Although there are many places to stay here, there probably won't be any good places. It would be better if we dry ourselves and then move on." At a certain inn, a person's voice rang out asking why everyone went into that rain forest. The person in question answered, they went there to look for hope. It turned out that it was Cale and the others. Choy Han was skeptical and asked again, "Hope?" Someone said, "Yes, there is a legend like this. Inside the path with no escape, dragons live." The dragon lying at Cale's feet heard that and raised his head in disbelief. "What are you saying, human? Wherever you are, there is only my dragon around you. There are no other dragons here." Cale seemed not to pay attention to the little dragon's words, but took a cup of tea in his hand and took a small sip before continuing. "Legend has it that dragons will fulfill the wishes of those who come to their place." In Cale's mind, he imagined the image of someone standing in front of a huge dragon praying, "Please make me rich, help me cure an incurable disease," or vague requests to help me. That person is happy. For example, from greedy requests to the smallest things, no matter what, the dragon will respond. The little dragon Raon heard the story Cale told and shouted loudly, "Although dragons are great and powerful, they are not gods, it's nonsense." Of course, the story that was passed down was false, but people in dire straits did not easily let go of that rope of hope. After hearing what Cale told, one of the people spoke up, so that legendary story had drawn everyone into the forest. So just destroy that forest. Hearing that sentence, Cale was extremely surprised and looked towards the person who said it. It was Choy Han. He innocently raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully and said, if that forest was not destroyed, it would be clear that dragons did not exist in the forest. Cale was powerless against Choy Han. You are really violent. Just clarify that the legend is a lie. If so, then people would no longer have any reason to enter that forest. It was still pouring rain outside, and the door to the room they were sitting in was opened. Cale and Choy Han heard the noise and immediately looked towards the door. The voice rang out, young master, the people who went to Yelia Mountain have returned. Beacrox pushed the door quietly and walked in. I'm home. Hilsman's deputy leader, Mice, had a happy face and happily ran forward. Beacrox said to Cale, young master, Hilsman, I'm home, young master, we're home, and Locke goes right behind Beacrox. Locke raised his head and looked towards Clay, young master, I'm home. Cale saw them returning and gently replied, yes. Everyone has worked hard, everyone should rest. Hearing that, a bright smile appeared on all three of them. Cale extended his hand towards them with a serious face. Locke, what else do I need? Locke replied, here it is. Locke gave a cloth bag containing something to Cale. Cale took the bag from Locke. As agreed, the contents will be mine. Locke heard Cale say that and obediently replied with one word, yes. Locke's face was still smiling as he handed the object to Cale, making Cale think that even though he knew that what was inside was ancient power, he still answered without hesitation. Cale tied the bag he had just received from Locke onto his belt and said, well, everything was arranged quite well. So now we will go into that forest. Faced with Cale's words, everyone in the room was stunned, extremely surprised and shouted loudly, what? Seeing that, Cale calmly asked them what was wrong. Rosalind looked at Cale and smiled awkwardly. Young Master Cale wasn't joking, right? The little dragon flew up on the table, angrily looked at Cale and shouted loudly, listen clearly, I'll go too, you're weak, don't you dare leave me behind and go alone. If I get angry I'll destroy the forest, that in less than 5 minutes, I warn you. Deputy Hilsman spoke up, young master, you said that you will go down a road with no way out, if you go there you will get lost. Hearing that, Cale was extremely upset and disdainful. Whoever said that, I will be fine. Cale looked towards On who was standing on the table and asked, On, do you know why that path with no escape is dangerous? On was confused, I don't know. Cale replied, Misty, a certain ingredient in the fog can cause people and mana to become chaotic, so once you step into it, you can't get out. However, I still have you, Cale said proudly, extremely confident. In that pouring rain, in a cave lit only by a fire, a voice rang out, I'm sorry. A girl dressed like a member of the tribe was listening to someone talk. No, my lord, your majesty, the one standing there said that. In this cave there were about 5 people belonging to the same tribe. The girl sitting in front of 2 others thought, we have been in this forest for 2 weeks now, here there are no monsters or people, enemy, but because they were covered in fog, they couldn't see anything around them, and food was gradually running out. The girl pursed her lips. That girl's hand tightly grasped the water bottle in her hand. That bastard's fire, because of that fire I had to come all the way here. If there is no other way, we will have to burn down this forest to make way. Although destroying this forest is not advisable, compared to this forest, the lives of the subordinates who followed us here as well as those who are waiting for us to return are much more precious. The girl's eyes suddenly looked to the side cautiously. The girl took the spear in her hand and rushed towards the cave entrance. Her eyes were extremely sharp, thinking it was a monster. Outside, the fog shrouded the trees rustling. The girl's eyes became confused. A stepped forward inside the cave. The girl pointed the spear at the neck of the person who had just entered and shouted, standing there. That person said, hello, it's just that, as soon as I saw the fire here, I was happy to come and find it, if possible. Can I stay warm here for the night? It was Cale. He hugged on with an extremely pitiful expression looking at the girl in front of him. The girl gave Cale a towel. Here, take it. Cale quickly responded, thank you. Cale took the towel, still covered in raindrops, and continued, thank you for letting me stay here. Hearing that, the girl immediately replied, we are all the same travelers, it is natural for us to help each other, you must be very cold in the rain like that. Let's warm up here and then go. The girl happily extended her hand to Cale to show her goodwill. Cale, the girl and the people in the girl's tribe sat around the fire. Her eyes looked suspiciously towards Cale. Cale was using the towel in his hand to wipe on. On saw the girl looking and was extremely confused. The girl thought, he doesn't look like a normal person. When I pointed my spear at him, I didn't have time to observe him. now that I look closely, I can see that he looks different from a normal traveler. His standing posture and gait show that he has not studied martial arts, nor a magician. Cale suddenly spoke up, today it's raining harder than yesterday, it's a pity, but maybe tomorrow we have to leave this forest. The girl suddenly startled and wondered, why should she leave this forest? Looking at Cale happily stroking on in the girl's arms, thoughts appeared. He was dressed simply and didn't bring anything, as if he was on a walk, and seemed to know the way out. This legend says that dragons will fulfill people's wishes, but what the dragon looks like, how it will appear, those things are not mentioned in the legend. Perhaps, are you a dragon? The girl looked at Cale, who was smiling brightly, and thought. The girl seriously asked, you? Before Cale could finish her sentence, Cale quickly replied, you can call me Cale. The girl spoke up and continued, yes, Mr. Cale, yes. Cale interrupted again, I was afraid she would misunderstand, so I spoke first. Am not a dragon, he said, smiling extremely confidently in front of that girl. Looking at those people who were extremely surprised, Cale thought to himself, this is the final stage of gathering capital to have a luxurious leisure life later, which is to become a guide for those who have passed away. Hope and is stuck here in Vu Lam. After thinking for a while, Cale continued, even though I'm not a dragon, I know the way here. The girl was extremely surprised, her eyes opened wide as if she saw the savior. Do you know that she is here? Cale looked towards On, who was lying on the ground, and said to the girl, this child belongs to the cat clan. I happened to meet this child in the slums on a rainy day like this. This child knows how to control the mist, blind. Hearing that, the girl gently said, that strength is precious. Cale patted On's head and replied, yes. I learned about this place while leaving the territory, and now it's been talked about. On the way, I accidentally discovered an ancient text, which said that this place was controlled by fog. So this kid and I came here, because we thought that with our powers, we could unravel the mystery here, and bring hope to the lost travelers as well as those who are waiting. When they returned, Cale raised his hand towards the girl, smiling happily. Cale continued to say, I was also worried that this power of the Cat Clan boy would not be effective. The little dragon lying next to him, hiding himself with magic, heard what Cale had just said and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Cale did not hesitate to explain to the girl in front, but how could it still control the fog here and open the way? The girl hesitated when she heard what Cale said. Her face looked disappointed. I see, if that's the case then it's a legendary dragon. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Cale interrupted her, perhaps not even existing, making the people there extremely disappointed. They lowered their heads to the ground. By the fire, the girl seriously said to Cale, so tomorrow when we leave here, can you take us out of here together? Cale quickly replied, of course, if you need help, of course we have to help. The girl was satisfied and relieved, nodding. Cale asked, if you came all the way here to find the legendary dragon, you probably have some very earnest wish. The girl looked miserable. Oh, it's okay, Therese, no other way. Besides, we've been wandering in this forest for a long time, so I'm also pondering whether I should light the forest on fire to get out of here or not. Cale looked at the fire in front of him, his face slightly gloomy. Fire, that word sounds scary. I feel how difficult a situation the southerners who love nature like you have had to fall into. The girl looked at Cale suspiciously and wondered, do you know about the South? Cale gently responded to the girl's question, I didn't know her well and only had a lot of contact with her through books. I love traveling here and there, and I also love the beauty and diversity of nature. The dragon was happy when he heard Cale's words. He looked up at Cale and said, oh ho, is that so, weak human? I will keep it in mind. Cale continued to tell the girl, the mountains and rivers of the Great Thousand. I have read many books to know how beautiful everything in the thousand is. I plan to leave this Vu Lam. If there is any time, we'll set out to enjoy those landscapes. Hearing Cale's words, the girl hesitated and sighed in response. Unfortunately, after leaving Vu Lam, the mountains he saw would no longer be as beautiful. Cale bewilderedly asked, why, what does that mean? Sparks of fire flared up in the girl's eyes. Fire had broken out in the forest. Cale innocently asked again, what's wrong with the fire? So we have to put it out immediately. The girl was sad. In fact, that fire could not be extinguished nor did it spread. The girl told Cale that one day, a fire suddenly broke out in a part of the forest located right next to Vu Lam. Water, magic, incantations, no matter how I tried, I couldn't put out the fire, so I was very worried, but a miracle was that the fire only burned in that one area and did not spread to other areas. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The girl sat up straight and told Cale. Cale asked again if the fire was big. To Cale's question, the girl immediately replied, I have never seen such a big fire in my life. Every day it rises to the sky. No matter what time it looks like it is exploding. Hearing that, Cale said, "So it must be difficult to approach that fire, it sounds really scary." The girl forced a smile to hide her sadness. "That's right, it radiates so much heat that just coming close feels like being burned. Even so, I will do my best to put out the fire." After the girl said those words, the space became extremely quiet, no one made any noise. Cale had a headache and raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. He smiled extremely confidently and said, "Please lead me to that fire." The girl saw that and was extremely surprised, stunned. "What?" To the girl's surprise, Cale just said, "I think I can extinguish that fire." The little dragon next to him heard Cale's words and shouted, "Hey weak person, what's wrong with you? You're very strange today." Faced with the surprise of the people there, Cale only thought that people living in the southern mountains had bronze skin and toned physiques. They preserve the vast nature, so they tend to be extremely close to nature, and that tendency to be close to nature is divided into two types. One is the culture of the tribal people, and the other is the culture of the tribe, and on one side is the culture of the southern people. The tribal people in the Whipper Kingdom develop the awareness of struggle and the wisdom to live and die based on the lasting truth of nature, while the southern people develop the concept of symbiosis and the concept of herds following a leader, field. However, Ratana will later reunite with Tunka, who coined the concept of living and dying. The fire could not be extinguished even with the use of magic or spells. The reason that fire broke out in a part of the Great Thousand came from the crown prince of the Magaru Empire, known as the Alchemy Empire. That crown prince caused that fire, in order to restrain Ratana's power. After she unified 15 areas of the Great Forest, Ratana later discovered that the fire was caused by the crown prince, and joined forces with Tunka to confront the crown prince. The queen rode a black panther. Instead of riding a horse, Ratana commanded the warriors, fighting to protect the great herd. Cale's eyes were sharp, but even though I didn't need to worry about that right now, I didn't want to get involved. Although the Prince of Albaru and the Prince of the Empire are similar, they are also somewhat different. The Crown Prince is basically a person who pursues justice, so I can easily face and take advantage of him, but the Crown Prince is not like that. He is a cunning person who only knows how to calculate its benefits. Tianj Tin, Tien Din, Fan Fu, and Mean. He'll solve this problem in this great deal and then receive the money, then handle a few urgent matters and then stay in peace in the territory. After thinking for a moment, Cale smirked and smiled triumphantly. The girl spoke. "Mr. Cale," she asked suspiciously, "you said you could extinguish the fire in the thousands of stars, that's it?" Cale looked at Ratana in front of him and thought, Ratana is extremely weak towards the weak, and does not hesitate to share with good people. At the same time, if a girl has a grudge, she should pay back 10 times, if she has a grudge, she should pay back 1,000 times. It was finally time for me to open the gift I had prepared for that girl. In Cale's mind, the image of an extremely mysterious bottle of water appeared. Cale looked extremely confident. "Yes, I think I can do it with my own strength." Cale placed his hand on his chest and introduced, "I haven't introduced myself yet. I come from a small territory located in a corner of the Rhone Kingdom." Ratana also reintroduced herself. "You are from the northeast, and we are currently working as warriors of the Great Army." Hearing Ratana's words, Cale was extremely surprised. Warrior, did she intentionally hide her identity? Cale elaborated, "Coming from a small family, thanks to that I didn't lack funds for my travels, and I also had a group to travel with me." Ratana was surprised. "What, a group of companions?" Cale replied, "Yes, although it was only me and On who went into this forest, there was still a group of companions who trusted and followed me. Anyway, while traveling around, I was lucky enough to have a lucky chance. I got caught in a whirlpool at sea, had a hard time getting out, and then found a cave." Cale's memories rushed back. "At that time, I discovered an injured person in the cave and was able to save that person. How lucky I was, because it seemed like that was the reason why I was swept into the whirlpool that day." Cale suddenly realized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention that, Ms. Ratana gently replied, "No, Mr. Cale, you seem to have saved a lot of people." Cale clenched his fists. "No, I just couldn't leave them alone. Anyway, at that time I received some kind of power." Ratana raised her hand and wondered, curious, what kind of power was that? Cale spoke up, "A type of water that can control fire. It can extinguish any type of fire." Hearing that, Ratana was extremely surprised. She was stunned for a moment. Cale thought to himself, "I have put the properties of this water into the osmosis necklace. It is the ancient power that Locke brought back. Regardless of the nature of fire, as long as it is fire, this type of water can control it." Originally, according to the novel, Tunka would be the one to discover this power, and thanks to drinking this water, Ahones would have a body that is unharmed by fire, but because he already has a vital heart, so the body can heal itself when exposed to fire. Although it may hurt a little, you don't need to use this water. Cale spoke, but its power was limited, so I wasn't sure how much it could be used. Ratana was extremely sad, her face pensive. Ah. Cale looked at Ratana and thought, saying that its power was limited would not be a lie. The limit of this water was that it could extinguish a sea of fire that broke out across the western continent. Right, if you use this water to extinguish a sea of fire of such a large scale, you won't be able to use it for the rest of your life. Cale suddenly woke up when he heard Ratana's words, wondering if that power was so limited and precious, could it be used for our work? Cale suddenly smiled and asked, well, how should I address you? Ratana replied, my name is Rina. The people accompanying Ratana were extremely surprised. The leader allowed him to call him so intimately. Oh my god, Cale seriously said, yes, Miss Rina, strength does not distinguish between noble or vile. To me, the most important thing is what we use our power for, Cale said as he extended his hand towards her. Cale continued, if I could use the power I have to protect nature, animals and plants, human lives and their habitats. So what could be more joyful, Cale said with great satisfaction. Ratana saw that and was extremely surprised. Cale continued to explain, of course since I was considered the owner of this power, I had to go there and use it myself, so it might take a bit of time and be a bit complicated. Miss Ratana replied, you have to go into the fire to use that power. Cale said again, even though he couldn't go inside the fire, he had to approach the fire. Ratana was extremely worried when she heard that, it was too dangerous. Cale seemed to radiate a bright aura and said, Rina, being able to help everyone with my power is my happiness. I truly want to help and support everyone. The little dragon Raon lay beside him suspiciously. This is not the weak person I know. That's not right. You're good, that's good, but it's not like this. After all, saving people is a great job. Great Ratana was extremely grateful when she heard Cale's words. She really thanked him. How should I repay this favor? Cale just said, it's nothing. What kind of favor? I haven't done anything yet. Cale smiled, but I felt that coming into this forest was probably to do something like that. Ratana leaned towards Cale, pointing at herself, Mr. Cale, even so, I still want to repay your favor at all costs. Just you leading us out of here and putting out the fire is enough. We are already very grateful. Furthermore, the power you use is limited, so I can't just accept it from you like that. Cale sighed helplessly, oh my god, I'm fine. Suddenly Cale said, then this is it. In a book related to the jungle, I read a passage about the first area of that place. Ratana was extremely surprised to hear Cale say that. Cale seemed to be immersed in the beautiful scenery of that place and continued, it was a place with harmonious beauty between the coast and the ocean, especially the sunset there was very beautiful. After I extinguished the fire, can I watch the sunset? Ratana saw this and was deeply moved and thought, surely he also knew that the whole coastal area had also caught fire, so the scenery there would no longer be beautiful, yet he did not ask for money or land, nothing, just wanted to go there to admire the scenery. Ratana spoke up, perhaps if you just went there to admire the scenery it wouldn't be enough. Cale confusingly replied, yes. Ratana calmly said, I will build you a special mansion. If you don't like Area 1 because it's too desolate, then I'll build you a mansion somewhere else. Cale shook his head vehemently, raised his hands to refuse. There was no need for that, it was too much. Ratana just said again, no. I will build a mansion for you, Ratana said very seriously and confidently. Cale could only sigh, if you say so or like this, instead of a private mansion, can I get a small plot of land just enough to build a private mansion? Ratana did not hesitate and replied immediately, you can have as much as you want, choose the land you want, you must definitely take it, only then will I feel at peace. Cale's face showed a happy look as if he had achieved what he wanted. Yes, I will do that. In his mind he thought, okay. On next to him just made a sound, meow. Ratana suddenly asked, well, do you guys want to eat something first? I don't have any hearty food but this is enough for everyone to eat. Cale took off the cloth bag on his body and replied, he thought, there was a basic and fastest method to get the opponent to join his side. A table full of sumptuous food was laid out before everyone's eyes. When the soldiers following Ratana saw this, their eyes immediately lit up. Whoever gives rice is a good person. I also seduced Choy Han that way, Cale thought, looking at the food in front of her. Ratana was as surprised as the soldiers following her. Cale saw that and said, this is the cost of the towel that everyone lent me. Let's share some food to gain strength for the journey tomorrow. First we will return to the village with my companions, then go through this forest to reach the forest. Cale took out the fork and gave it to Ratana, come on, eat quickly before it gets cold. You have to eat to have the strength to save the world. Ritana shyly reached out and picked up the fork that Cale gave her. Ritana held the fork in her mouth and muttered softly. It turned out that the legend was not far away. Cale seemed to hear Ritana's words and immediately turned his head and laughed. What did you say? Ritana saw that and smiled and said, no problem, the food is delicious. Cale saw her like that and smiled happily. Under the pouring rain, outside the forest, the white-haired old man was still sitting on the tombstone. White umbrellas in the rain. Cale's group of people arrived in front of the forest. Hong let out a cry and meowed. As if seeing someone far away, Hong was extremely surprised. It was on. When they saw each other again, the two of them immediately ran back, calling and meowing. A voice rang out, it's raining, what are you doing standing here, making the old man jump? Choy Han looked at the person who made that voice and shouted. The young master, Cale, the little dragon, and the people in the cave came out. In front of us is an extremely large fire, it is burning the surrounding trees crazily with no signs of abating. In that fire suddenly came the voice of Raon, a weak human. This type of fire is so strange. Cale and Raon were standing there watching the fire break out. Cale was having to think hard about how much power of water should be used to suppress the fire if the fire was that big. Because I don't know how strong the necklace is, it'll use about 1/3 of that power, Cale thought, raising his hand to hold the blue light-emitting necklace on his neck. Then he immediately said, Miss Rena, please step back, maybe I need to go to the front of that fire, don't come any closer, Cale said, holding out his hand. Rena looked a bit sad and could only look at Cale without saying anything. Immediately after, she was bitten by a snake on her shirt. Rena turned to look at it bewilderedly. Rena turned around and asked, Ten, what's wrong with you? Hearing Rena ask for my name, Cale stood in front and spoke back, it seemed like that kid believed what I said. I won't get hurt, I will quickly put out the fire and come back right away, so please stay away and observe, Cale immediately reassured Rena. Then she added that if she saw me in danger, she could rescue me. After speaking, they quickly entered the fire. Because it was so hot, Cale sweated profusely. Looking at the fire in front of Cale, he couldn't help but think, the heat is no joke, if I didn't have the vitality of my heart, I would definitely have burned out. And it seems like this necklace is also blocking heat. Cale looked down at his necklace and thought. Raon next to him grimaced and grumbled, humans were weak, that kind of fire was like crazy fire, it violated the rules of nature. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Cale immediately turned around to check, then he saw Choy Han and Rosalind coming. Seeing them, Cale silently blamed, honestly, he told me not to follow but still persisted, now we have to quickly deal with that fire first. Droplets of water began to fall. Cale raised his hand to activate the power of the necklace around his neck and thought, if that fire was like a tsunami, then all he had to do was create a real tsunami. Oh my god, Rena stood outside and eagerly complained. Inside the Cale was creating a large tsunami source to extinguish the fire as quickly as possible. Streams of water began to flow into the fire. Cale focused on creating a stronger and stronger tsunami. Very soon a large tsunami covered this place under Cale's control. The necklace on Cale's neck continuously emitted immense power. Raon next to him saw the water and was extremely excited. That's right, sweep away this crazy fire, human, Cale happily replied, okay. Sweep it away. The water flow became stronger and stronger, it gradually overwhelmed the huge flames from before. The water streams continued to engulf the flames, and the places where the water flowed were extinguished immediately afterwards. Under Cale's control, he quickly controlled the fire. The water stream suddenly rose strangely. Cale looked at the water in panic, wondering if he had used too much power. Choy Han, standing outside, was extremely panicked and shouted, Cale Nim. Rosalind was also startled, young master, both rushed into the water in panic. Raindrops began to fall soon after. Everyone was extremely surprised to see raindrops falling. The rain became heavier and heavier, and the fire that seemed to never go out was finally extinguished. Everyone stood outside and witnessed the things that had been brutally burned by the fire. After being extinguished, only dry things remained. Rena suddenly panicked and shouted, 10, hurry up, Cale is still there. In a panic, Rena suddenly saw Cale's figure appear before her eyes. Rena and Rosalind in the water suddenly stopped. Rosalind suddenly realized, that's right, because I was so panicked, I forgot. Rosalind suddenly realized, that's right, because I was so panicked, I forgot. He has strength. From the water the figures of Cale and Raon stepped out, they all returned safely. Raon shyly said, sorry, human, I was so busy looking at the water that I forgot to use the shield. Cale just said helplessly, it's okay. Me too, because I was so busy looking at the water that I forgot to use the shield, Cale thought shyly. It seems like I've used too much power, I know I should use it sparingly. While I'm blaming myself, Raon keeps apologizing, I'm so sorry, I am not great at all. Cale rubbed his head, then looked up and said to Raon, but it's thanks to you that I survived. Raon cried and blamed himself, you weak human, I'm such an idiot. Looking at my wet body, Cale thought to himself, am I not compatible with water, just being near water makes me wet. While thinking in a daze, a voice echoed from far away, Cale Nim, are you okay, are you okay? Rosalind came next to her and asked. Cale gently replied, I'm not hurt at all. Rosalind also knew that. Rosalind smiled shyly and said, young master is really good. Rena and Ten also approached the fire that had just been extinguished and stood looking for a long time. Ten seemed to smell something and kept sniffing the ground. Rena sadly stood there looking at the ashes left by the fire without knowing what to say. Rena, the call made Rena turn around in surprise. Cale gently suggested that it seemed like she should go. Cale turned back to look at the people here along with the animals that had escaped the fire, who were extremely shocked. Besides, Cale turned to Rena and continued, now that the fire in the forest has gone out, maybe I have no business here anymore. Her Majesty the Queen. Rena turned to stare at Cale with extremely affectionate eyes. Looking at the withered remains, Rena couldn't help but think, I thought he was a weak person if only based on his appearance. The main character created the stream of water to extinguish the fire. He is gentle yet strong. Possessing such great power but always looking relaxed, I was mistaken. He is not weak at all, but a person. Extremely strong. Rena greatly admired Cale, greatly admired him. Rena said to Cale, Cale, will you come with me? However, Cale's answer was, no. Right now the person they need is not me, but you, Rena. Cale gently told Rena, the fire was able to go out like that, thanks to everyone's perseverance. His voice was gentle, rang in her ears. I don't want the attention, he continued, I just want to quickly go to that beautiful sunset. He lost it to the side, his eyes lost in the beauty of the surrounding scenery. Actually, I want to quickly collect these magic stones and leave here, I've been here long enough. He turned away, silently thinking like that. Rena seemed to want to say something but she didn't. Stop. I'm really jealous of the Roan Kingdom. Rena smiled silently. Yes, he turned around, not understanding what Rena was trying to say, but Rena let out a long breath. It's nothing. If so, he smiled, now you go bless this land as a queen, Miss Rena. So Rena obeyed, climbed on the leopard's back and said goodbye to Cale. The fire was out. I believe everyone witnessed that scene. Nature is as fair as time. Her voice was determined. As time passes, we will get our forest back, her voice majestic to her people. So today, she spoke very firmly. It will be a day for us to bless a new beginning. As soon as she finished speaking, the sky suddenly poured rain as if in agreement. Everyone was extremely proud. Raon Miru, he turned to look at the dragon standing in front of him. Its body was wet, he looked at its fur, and also at that angry face. So he gave it the towel he had just wiped his head with. Here, the dragon took the towel. You should wipe your body, human, you have a cold right now. Raon Miru doesn't seem to be very impressed by your actions. You're also really speechless, it's funny. You're also wet, so you have to dry it off. He forced Raon Miru to leave the water on his body. Raon Miru wanted to keep a little pride, so he refused. His voice didn't need to be dried. So, why do you look like that, looking as wet as a mouse? A person's voice rang out in the crystal ball, catching Cale's attention. Knowing who was talking to him, Cale laughed. That person got angry when he saw that. Don't laugh like that again. Ha ha, your highness, the star of the Roan Kingdom. How is Marquis Stan's family? Cale gently put the paper out and sat down. The person inside the crystal ball shook his head. What's going on? They are changing owners, but hey, why are you so curious about this? The person inside wondered. It was finally time for revenge. Raon Miru came out of nowhere. He bowed his head. It took 3 weeks to get to Hoik village, and this was one of the things I did during that time. With what Marquis Stan's family has done to Raon Miru, it is necessary to take revenge on them to help Raon Miru completely escape the obsession with that past. I tell you, just because of what I received, we really can't understand what's going through your mind, that person continued. Cale replied, I just want to do things that make His Highness happy. I'm sorry. I'm telling the truth. Taylor Stan, who has been communicating with Cale until now, smiled, satisfied with this. I know, so you should quickly return to the palace, he ordered. I heard that and nodded. Yes, I understand. I will try to return as quickly as possible, I promise Taylor Stan. The next day, a series of papers were delivered. Reading each one, he felt uneasy. He turned and asked the person sitting across from him, Rena, the content in this makes me feel awkward. How much is this too much? Rena shook her head and said, no, not at all. Then she laughed. If the land in the area belongs to an individual, it will be very awkward, but if it is land in other places, I will be responsible, so you take it as you wish. If I told her that I wanted to take over the entire coastal area, what would you do? Why would you give me a contract like this? He gave the paper back to her and asked again. She still smiled brightly when she heard that. It doesn't matter though, you can take as much as you want. He turned his face up and smiled. As expected, she was the one who returned the favor 1,000 times over. It seemed like she really intended to give me everything I wanted. Then he put the paper down. He was in a very happy mood. Owning that much land on the contrary would make me feel very inconvenient. I just needed a small piece of land so I could come and rest from time to time. Just think about it. Hearing that, Rena admired Cale even more. Why did he keep refusing like that? How should I repay this righteous person? So she gently asked, Cale, if so, can you tell me your family name? She requested, her words causing Cale to suddenly straighten up. Rena, I just want to leave quietly. Let's forget about today and look forward to the future. You're not very happy to hear that. You won't say anything, so I want to. It's impossible to repay the favor. I want to repay him with anything. What kind of reward is there? There is no kind of reward that is as valuable as a bunch of magic stones. He looked at the honest girl sitting in front of him. Pragmatic feelings arose in his heart. There is a large amount of high-grade magic stones. The stone buried in this great thousand is not an ordinary magic stone. But you said you wanted to come see that land, right? I will help you get there, she decided and turned to call the servant. 10. He was surprised. 10. Why did you call that Black Panther? 10 quickly went to the owner. She told Cale, come on, come with me. 10 will help you find the fastest way to the beach. Although he was a little hesitant, he had no other choice. This is the best decision. Is there no way to avoid going with it? He looked at its face, as if it hated him. It was really a lot. Then the leopard knelt down on its front legs. Rena looked at it and immediately said, oh my god, this is the first time I've seen 10 proactively bend down first to invite someone to climb up except me. Hess really very cool, know how to look at people. So what? Cale still doesn't trust him very much. Rena is happy, you hurry up. Now there is an owner standing here, so of course it's okay. He climbed up, still having some doubts in his heart, feeling like he was crawling into Tiger's Row. Young master, then we will stay here to help them restore this place. When Hong and On arrive, we will follow, Rosalind said from behind. When you hear that, nod in confidence. I know, many ladies. Okay, if Rosalind follows me and then discovers the magic stone, it will be very difficult to handle. So let's start. Okay, you ride on the back of the 10, looking straight ahead, that's the starting point. Rena was happy. See you later, thinking in his head, what is so scary to say? If the next time we meet, there is a high possibility that we will meet on the battlefield. He shook his head outside, feeling like he didn't want to be alone, at all, if so, refused to meet again. So he quickly urged the leopard, which was turning around, let's go. Is it okay, Your Majesty? A subject in the kingdom asked Rena. Rena looked at Cale's back, shook her head, it's okay. This is the first time I let my name go with someone else, but strangely I don't feel worried. She looked at the group of people walking forward, really feeling reassured. If she wasn't the right person, if I believed it, maybe 10 wouldn't have followed. I trust the person 10 agreed to follow. Goodbye young master. A girl next to him looked at Cale's back. Cale couldn't disobey his words, turned around and said goodbye. I have to leave here quickly. My smile gradually becomes forced. Therese really no one here. Raon Miru followed him but didn't keep his mouth shut for a second. He replied, it seems like before the fire this place was extremely beautiful. The sun is about to set. Can we go around this place? Bin next to me nodded. I know. He turned to say to Locke, don't follow me but go play with 10? Locke nodded, yes. Now he started to understand what he meant. He looked at that boy named Locke. Beecroc said tiredly, what about that boy named Bin? I will keep that boy named Bin close to me. Everyone talk to each other. Sure enough, I understand what you mean without saying anything. Then he turned, Beecrocs, have you ever been to the northwest region of the Rhone Kingdom? Beecrocs shook his head, no. So, don't you want to see what that place is like? He approached Beecrocs. Beecrocs was still very serious. I still have to go to the kitchen of the Countess' house. I need an expert on torture in my upcoming plans, he sighed. Currently in terms of physical torture, Beecrocs is the best. As for mental torture, perhaps the mad priest Cage, who is probably accompanying the eldest son of Lord Stan's family, would be suitable for it. I remember those two. A treasure appears in the beautiful sunset. It's a good thing, and Therese another treasure. Raon Miru has been standing behind Cale for a while now, having seen so many precious things, he was complacent. This coin. Perhaps when the war becomes more serious, the value of these magic stones will become even greater, so there will be many places for me to sell them, especially Prince Alberiu, he must be him, will become a potential buyer. Raon Miru was next to him and said in his ear, "Human, I also want to possess you." "Okay, I will give you the one you like the most, so you have to hide it carefully." Raon Miru smiled, "Thank you very much, you are really good. Both the seed and the magic stone are mine." Raon Miru immediately marked his ownership. Of course he nodded, "Okay. The big things are almost done, now all he has to do is wait for everyone in the group to gather here." He looks at the sunlight that seems to be covering the entire sky, then sets off to return home. The Henatu's territory is okay. A week later, there was a large group of people on the coast. At this time, Cale was sitting on a chair by the beach, Raon Miru sleeping soundly on his body. "Cale, Therese, someone calling." "It seems everything is prepared, so now let's go back." Cale stood up and said to that person. That person calmly replied, "We will return to the Whipper Kingdom." "No," Cale said firmly, "it's hard for everyone to hear that, so where do we go back?" "Couldn't it be?" Rosalind next to her was startled. Cale's boat was now sailing out to sea. Everyone enjoyed shouting, especially Bilios, "Young master." "Are you going now?" Bin asked regretfully. Cale heard that, so he had to answer, "Yes, thank you for the past time." "Young master, Bilios is coming from far away." "Here." Cale threw him a bag of gold coins, which made him excited. "Ha ha, thank you." After a while of walking at sea, Cale's boat finally docked. "Human, now it's my turn for revenge, isn't it?" Raon Miru was next to him and whispered into Cale's ear. Cale nodded, "Yes, now, let's get down to business. You worked hard, thanks to Dad's concern, you returned safely, it seems you weren't seriously injured anywhere." That was the conversation between Cale and his father. "But who is that person?" Countess Daruth asked. Cale immediately reminded Han Muller, "Say hello." Han Muller heard that, then sit up straight, nervously said, "Nice to meet you, I am Han Muller, descendant of Han family with design media and manufactured for more than 200 years, as long as the day requires, I will do everything well." Han Muller stammered. Count Daruth was quite thoughtful at this time. "Design and manufacture," he thought to himself. Cale immediately emerged, "My lord. I heard that you are repairing the citadel, the reason for that?" "Maybe it's because the Lord also predicted that war was about to happen," Cale said in a low voice. "This guy is a descendant of the designer family that created the magic tower." Cale pointed at Han Muller. "Dad, what are you worried about?" Cale asked again the man sitting in front of him. Count Daruth still couldn't take his eyes off the two of them. He didn't say anything. He continued his sentence, "And I was worried that our family would suffer damage. Perhaps you also know that the current situation on the Western continent is like a bomb about to explode." He talked, thinking in his head, it is impossible for a lady to suddenly remodel the place she lives in and invest in her business, build a naval base without knowing anything about it. His father still didn't react. He continued, "I'm only saying this to you alone. The fact that the prince sent me to the Whipper Kingdom is related to something. In the north," Cale emphasized, "the north has already established an alliance." It was this statement that made Count Daruth panic. Why? His reaction also startled Muller. It was natural for him to react like that. Cale tilted his head, because this was important content that had a great impact on the situation of the Western mainland. There are 3 kingdoms located in the north. One of them is the Pyrean Kingdom located at the northernmost tip. The guardian knight of that place has resolved to lead the Fragrance Knight army to the rich land in the south. Earl Daruth covered his face and sighed. It wasn't the Whipper Kingdom or the later Magaru Empire. Disappointment could be clearly seen in his voice. Then he turned and asked Cale, "Cale, but how did they get through the canyon to get there?" And there was Delam there. Death Canyon, as the name suggests, is the most dangerous canyon on the mainland, forming the boundary separating the north and central regions. And Delam Point is located at the end of that boundary, making it difficult for the north to move to the south, but there is still another way. "Father, the only way to travel is the mainland," Cale immediately pointed out. "Is it possible to say that?" Han Muller immediately thought, "What is the boat?" "Yes, a boat is also a way, but a boat is not the only way," he thought to himself. Why did the other 2 kingdoms ally with the Pyrean Kingdom, in a country with knights who only pursue a strong martial spirit on such a barren land? the guardian sister was able to reappear, something that only exists in legends. That is the Wyvern Knight army, they have the means to dominate the sky. He thought, with that means, they could easily overcome the Mountain of Death and the Night Forest, except for the long-distance flying magic that women of Rosalind's caliber often use to be able to do, is the most suitable means. Those 3 northern countries have lost their shipbuilding to dominate the sea, they have been preparing for that for more than 5 years, and from now until the end is less than 2 years. Why do we help the construction? Build a naval base in Ubar territory, because from now until then is not far away, and even then will be a future that I don't know about. The problem is that this is the type of novel where the characters possess great power. The Birth of a Hero is the type of novel where it is clear that this page is just an egg and then turns to the next page, already turned into fried chicken. In order to survive in such a world, I have to prepare very carefully. Count Daruth immediately said, Cale, I believe what you said from a father's perspective, but as a lord, I need to verify if it is true. Cale nodded. And it's clear that it's not easy to verify, because I heard it from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who seems to have a very deep knowledge of this matter. Cale of course knows that. That's right, this is not a category that a normal rule can know, I can know it by reading many novels. I will determine as soon as possible, but if my abilities are limited and I cannot calculate anything, then I will believe what you say. Count Daruth stood up. He walked around, saying to Cale, Cale, from the moment I started touching money I realized one thing. That is, when something requires money, you have to use an unimaginable amount of money. When war breaks out, money will not be a huge amount, but the results obtained 3 hours before the war breaks out are a valuable source of strength. He laughed. I will contact you soon, he told him. He obediently replied, yes I know. Hey Cale, have you ever thought about succession? He asked him again, but his answer was the opposite of what he was thinking. No. I never thought about it. His answer startled him. It reacted exactly like Tran Bin. Yes, I know, don't think about that. He smiled wryly and went out. Tran Bin told him that he wouldn't do anything that would make you worry. He shook his head. If it was Tran Bin, he would do well for this territory. Yes, you should rest, he said. Oh young master, the reason you intend to build the castle and the boat is because of what you just said there. Han Muller asked Cale after both of them had gone out of that room. The original Cale, yes that is the reason. So you, thinking of creating a place where we absolutely won't die, you need to get the necklace that's hanging around Mueller's neck. If so, you can continue to live and receive many gifts like this. Muller better keep the bracelet you just received. I will definitely create a safe place for us not to die. A few days later, Choy Han was summoned to Cale's room. Cale walked to the window and said to Choy Han, Choy Han let's go. Choy Han wondered, so fast, let's return to the territory, it's only been 4 days. I was going to call everyone in the group to gather together, Choy Han resolutely, but Cale said, no need, this time it's just us going. It's been a while since we've gone alone together. The spirit beasts are extremely happy and excited. Raon Miru is the most excited, of course we'll go too. Beacrox will follow, but first we will go with this week's members, because there is something we need to take care of, Cale told Choy Han. Working on Marquis Stan's house later, Choy Han asked him. He smiled, you are very sharp. Well then, everyone get ready. The bus taking Cale to a new land has begun to roll. Human, can't we use teleportation to go faster? Raon Miru asked Cale. It seems like it's eager to use magic. Mr. Dragon has not yet gone through his first growth period, but he is already so powerful, both his ability and ability to absorb scary things. Rosalind appeared in Raon Miru's imagination. Using black complacency, I have become stronger. After traveling with Rosalind, she has gradually gotten used to the magic of the human world and has developed a lot more than before. The dragon goes through a total of 3 transformations. In the first growth period, the dragon will not have too many physical changes, but when it goes through the second and third growth periods, it will develop into an adult dragon nearly 20 meters tall. Compared to the long lifespan of the type used, black used is still small, so it will take a long time before it enters the first stage of growth. Unless you encounter a certain way or you yourself are desperate to gain strength, then maybe the growth period will come sooner. Human, teleport, Raon Miru muttered, even if we get there quickly now, we still have to wait until the time to act. Cale was angry with Choy Han. Choy Han looked through the window and asked again, Cale, is the plan we made with Marquis Stan's house feasible? I don't understand. What's wrong? You don't like that plan? Choy Han shook his head. No, that's right, I don't think that's a bad plan. I'm just wondering how we can get to Marquis Stan and Venian Stan. Choy Han's words made Cale think a lot. Now that Eldest Nam is abandoned, Taylor Stan is already expanding his power, and his power is not simply limited to the family. Cale contemplates for a moment, hearing that is interesting, understood immediately, so some people in the Northwest chose to support Taylor Stan. Cale couldn't help but evaluate, as expected he was very smart. Then he continued, the number of Taylor Stan supporters from the heroic uncle families as well as the Marcus family is increasing. The Marquis will let that happen later, Choy Han continued. Cale nodded and said, if you stop it, the Marquis will no longer be able to sit in the position of head of the family. For Marquis Stan's family, survival of the strong is no different from their motto. The family's successor must become the strongest, and that successor must kill his brothers. Most people can't kill Taylor Stan just because his power is strong, because Taylor Stan has never openly expressed that he wants to kill the Marquis. It's hard to understand. Don't try to understand, we just need to do what we need to do, Cale corrected. So what do we start with now? He asked. Kidnapped, Hong said happily. Yes, we have to start with the preparations. We need a location and support personnel. Cale turned to smile at Hong. Who is the human resource you are talking about? Choy Han asked. It is someone you also know. Choy Han heard that, so start thinking right away, if it's someone I also know then it's Taylor Stan. Shall we go see him right now? But Cale's answer surprised Choy Han. Odious Flynn. What, are you talking about that merchant company's owner? Yes, he is Bilios' uncle, the illegitimate son of the Flynn Merchant Company, and the current ruler of the underworld in the Northwest. Odious Flynn, in the Northwest, he is the first person we need to meet, only then will good things come to us. And also, Crazy Priest Cage. Today's conversation will include 3 people like this. I never thought in my wildest dreams that you two knew each other. Odious Flynn spoke first. Cale commented. He didn't seem very comfortable in his place. That's right, it was understandable that he was like that. Because one side wants to dominate the underworld of the Northwest region, while the other side is the courtier of someone who wants to eliminate the underworld. 2 people like that were sitting in the same place like this. Cale found it very interesting. Young Master Taylor wants to know more about Marquis Stan's family and the Northwest region in every aspect, Cage said. Cale frowned. In every way, to be exact, he wanted to know about the dark side of the Northwest. People often call the dark side of the Stan's territory the underworld: gambling, alcohol, debt, illegal transactions, illegal auctions, slave markets, and violence. That's where all the dirty things happen on a daily basis, but at least Odious Flynn doesn't trade slaves or use violence. He conducts transactions based on the mechanism of protecting the participants in the transaction pandemic. So I went to him. He looked up at Odious Flynn's calculating face. Cage continued to break the silent atmosphere. The sailor young master is a noble and a member of the family that rules a territory, so he does not like the presence of the underworld. Cale agreed. Me too. That's right, if it was an important rule, the people of the territory would have that view. Wouldn't there be an underworld in the Hennetus territory? Cale continued to praise. That's right. In the Hennetus territory, there are no forms of underworld transactions. Count Daruth is a strict noble. He has a sense of responsibility, and with his wealth and power he absolutely does not allow such a thing to happen. But Marquis and Venian Stan are different. In the book Birth of a Hero, in the episode where Raon Miru appears, there are a few lines explaining about Marquis Stan and Venian Stan. Different from his noble appearance, Venian Stan did all kinds of tricks on his own, dirty behind, so even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't get out of the underground world in Stan's territory. Thanks to these 2 lines in the novel, I can understand the person of Venian Stan, the man who disabled the eldest son of the Marquis family and assassinated his brother, then led the brothers in the family. If so, perhaps young Master Taylor is very sad to wipe out the underworld. Cage nodded. Young Master Taylor Stan is truly a true aristocrat. It seems he has no intention of giving up his status. Odious Flynn, according to the principle, when Marquis Stan's family declines, Odious Flynn will have great influence. In order to stop Venian Stan, he exposed his true colors and ruined the reputation of Marquis Stan's family, and to do so he also had to reveal his identity. But now there is no need for Odious Flynn to show his face anymore. Let's leave the fighting for later, Cale said. First we need to start working on destroying the common enemy. As for Venian Stan, I will know how to deal with him myself. Cale smiled. His smile contained a lot of calculations. What are you planning to do? Odious Flynn wondered. Kill him, he frankly said loudly, but of course he was opposed by Choy Han, so it was very difficult. That's not enough, we need to give him more than that, Cale laughed. That evening, the atmosphere was quieter than usual. Venian Stan and his people went silent in the night. Venian Stan was now extremely angry, the crazy man. I won't kill my own blood, but I want to rule them. Taylor Stan said so. Taylor Stan's words made Vinyan Stan even more inhibited. Useless things keep touching us. Raon Miru, I should have killed that dragon then? Vinyan Stan was angry, then nothing like this would have happened. If not, then why raise it? Now everything is turned upside down. Vinyan Stan is completely destroyed. Suddenly there was a noise. Vinyan Stan turned his head back. What was that noise? What's going on? A retainer walking next to Vinyan Stan fell dead. Young master, I can't breathe. What the hell? All the accompanying followers were defeated. A black shadow appeared above Vinyan Stan's head. Above, he turned his face up. Clearly I heard something coming from above. His eyes opened wide, but he couldn't see anything. Hello, a voice rang out. He whirled. This voice, that's the person he just mentioned. Raon Miru flew down, creating a shimmering streak of light in the sky. We met again. How is this Nyai possible? Vinyan Stan still can't believe his eyes. Why are you so surprised? Raon Miru said frankly. Because people don't give blood, you find it strange. Raon Miru slowly money to Vinyan Stan. Vinyan Stan, you didn't expect me to come back later. Raon Miru's body radiated a kind of Henatu's power. The surrounding air was extremely gloomy. Nice to meet you again. No way. Vinyan Stan stepped back. What the hell is going on? Ah, no. Raon Miru's power forgot to take Vinyan Stan's body, making him unable to breathe. No way. His voice rang out in the air. That day, everything continued as usual. Cage didn't know what he saw, but his face was cut off without a drop of blood. That was Vinyan Stan. He showed no signs of life. Good morning, young master. Cage carefully looked around. Take these people away. Cale ordered his retainers to deal with the remnants. Without much time at first, Cale turned back to talk to Cage. She also nodded. Actually, this leaves a lot of thoughts in Cage's mind. Young master, you remember, right? The time is 4 days, Cage said gently. That's enough, he replied. Since the young master said so, he must keep the appointment, Cage said excitedly. Okay, don't worry, Cale smiled. At this time, Vinyan Stan was on the return bus. Everyone was around him watching. Surely every day will be like a year, so even if I want to forget, I won't be able to forget, Cale said softly. The gate opened, the motorcade went out of that villa, saying goodbye to everything that remained inside. When the gate was completely closed, Odious Flynn gradually appeared. He stood aside. Cale said in the car, you've worked hard, now go. Odious Flynn went away, leaving Cale and his group behind. Odious Flynn turned around and looked at the car carrying Cale away. It was clear that the young master was known to be a gentle person. I made a wrong judgment about him. Choy Han is a gentle and upright person, but he insisted on listening to the young master. He thought and said to himself, the problem is that I too am obeying the young master's orders as a matter of course. Now I understand why he used Vinyan Stan as an excuse to ask me to personally serve him. That's right, this is not something I can leave to my subordinates. The bus has finally arrived at its destination. Are you here? The gatekeeper opened the door for you too. Good, let's move. Cale turns to use it. Prepare well. Cale and Choy Han go into the basement where all the combat weapons and facilities are gathered. Exactly the same. Use black to look through a series and then exclaim, yesterday when he came here, Crocs heard an explanation about the existence of Raon Miru. Its name is Black Dragon Raon Miru, Crocs nodded. Raon Miru helped me find food on the way to the capital. Cale turned to introduce him to Crocs. Crocs didn't react too enthusiastically, so that's how it was. Of course he doesn't know about Vinyan Stan's affairs, so he probably feels dissatisfied with the current situation. I just need to work with that guy, right? Crocs looked at Vinyan Stan lying motionless. I need to do whatever I need to do with him. I will pay you back for everything I have suffered, Raon Miru said meaningfully. Suffering? Crocs asked again. That's right, I was raised by him for 4 years, tortured by him every minute, and even imprisoned in a cave. Raon Miru talked about his unfortunate experiences. Now it is very angry. In the next 4 days, I want to make up for those 4 years. It's clear that he wants Vinyan Stan's every minute and second to be as painful as his own. Hong and On looked worriedly at Vinyan Stan. Raon Miru turned, I will tell you specifically what I have suffered. First, my great dragon was whipped until the dragon's tough skin was scratched. He mainly hit the wounded and bleeding places on my body. Having said that, use black to hit him, a fatal blow. How strong was the anesthetic poison that he still hadn't regained consciousness? Cale looked at the prisoner lying on the ground, wondering. I'm sorry I interrupted you, just continue doing what you need to do. Cale turned to talk to Raon Miru. Raon Miru nodded, I know. Raon Miru continues the unfinished story. Because there was no time, he couldn't go into more detail, but he also recounted the key points in a subtle way, and that was more than enough. Sure enough, Cale smiled. Beacrox is an expert in torture, but deep down he becomes soft on his feelings for children. The color will probably splash, Beacrox said softly. Cale ignored that and asked, Beacrox, before getting to work. I thought you were preparing some food. Beacrox was confused. Food later, right now, right? Cale nodded. Because Raon Miru needs something to eat. He beat me during meals to increase my appetite. He said that if he saw my blood he would swallow it better. Raon Miru told about those moments. Choy Han can't stand it anymore. Hess crazy. So what? In that case, Beacrox put on gloves. He'll probably have to prepare a sumptuous feast. He walked up to Vinian Stan, his face filled with murderous intent. The last hits also caused Vinian Stan to wake up. He couldn't stand these horrible attacks. Where is this? He opened his eyes and wondered in pain. That dragon. He finally remembered the memories of yesterday. That crazy dragon, he growled. The memory of Raon Miru still exists in his mind, because people don't stain with blood, so you feel so strange. You dare us to come to this dirty place. In front of Vinian Stan right now is Cale and Hong, on. He groaned. Why is my voice like this? Why can't I speak? Vinian Stan wants to say something but can't utter a word. Cale walked gently towards him. He doesn't know what awaits him. Could only look at Cale's face full of murderous intent. Raon Miru was now sitting on the table, facing him. Let's get started, Raon Miru decided. Blood splashed everywhere, accompanied by Vinian Stan singing. The patient now no longer has a human form. He is tied up like an animal, beaten until he bleeds. Raon Miru ate his food, still staring at our city. Shut up, stay there, take that look away. Scary memories reappeared in Raon Miru's mind unimaginably. That is the motivation that makes Raon Miru actively eat more. However, this scene made Hong and On unable to stand it anymore. Hong trembled. I have to look. Cale turned. Anyway, it's hard for the kids to witness this scene. He felt pitiful. They were heartbroken not because the scene before their eyes was too cruel, or because they saw how pitiful Vinian Stan was, but because through this scene they felt what Raon Miru had to endure, and that this level was only as the beginning. Don't try to look, just turn around and iron it. It's like him not feeling very well right now. Vinian Stan's singing sounded again. Raon Miru turned around angrily. He was crying. He really cried because of what happened before his eyes. But he kept trying to put as much food in his mouth as possible, to the point that he wanted to vomit. Cale turned too. Eating like that will make your stomach full. He took out a towel and wiped away Raon Miru's tears, which were all over his mouth. Wait, you're going to use the recovery medicine now? Cale turned around and said to Beacrox. Haven't I come to treat Han? Beacrox looked at the lifeless body in front of him. Use it when you see Hess about to die. So this level is still not enough? Beacrox nodded. Your instructions are correct and reasonable. Then Cale put his hand on Raon Miru's back. He held Raon Miru in his arms, not wanting him to witness the horrible scene before his eyes anymore. It's already crying. Obviously the size is still the same, but maybe it's gotten heavier over the past few months. He was about to get up and leave. Take a break, he told Beacrox. If he wakes up, what should I do next? Beacrox pressed his foot against this crazy guy. What else to do? Continue the torture. Raon Miru turned back heartbroken. That's it, Cale said, I understand. Cale Den Raon Miru arrived at Choy Han's place. He knocked on the door. Choy Han opened the door. Looking at Cale's pitiful face lying in his lap, Choy Han felt soft-hearted. There's golden wine in there, bring it to me, also bring a glass, Cale said softly. Choy Han nodded. You've grown up lately, I see you're heavier than before, he told Raon Miru. People are weak because their hands are weak. I don't refute, Cale laughed. But it's good to be older, you're growing up fast. Cale's words somehow made Raon Miru's mood better. Vinian Stan, I intend to let you live, so, whenever I feel unappetizing, I will come find you. At this time, Vinian Stan's pain still did not end, he continued to be tortured. Coming out of his coma, he woke up. This is it, the person was not in pain, his voice sounded normal, so I was dreaming. He looked at his hand. That's right, this feeling is very real. Ha ha, that's right, it was just a dream, he laughed. But everything is not a dream, it is true. 4 days was enough to instill fear and dread in the arrogant Venyan Stan's heart, and the disease was tortured throughout his body. And sometimes Beecrox makes him so scared that he loses his reason. Cale is very satisfied with this plan. Now Therese, no need to call the cage to perform mental torture anymore. I intend to let you live, that voice rang out again, so whenever I feel unappetizing, I will come to you, damn dragon, Venyan Stan cried. Hurry, hurry, he tried to open the door can finally be opened. But waiting in front of Venyan Stan is none other than Taylor Stan. I have finally found you. What's going on, am I dreaming again? Venyan Stan said bitterly. Looks like you just had a long nightmare, Venyan Stan, Taylor Stan said quietly, catching him. Raon, Hong, and On sat at the dining table very happily. They continuously put food into their mouths with extremely satisfied faces. The dining table today is filled with delicious delicacies to entertain them. Taylor Stan held a glass of red wine in his hand and said with a smile. If not today, I'm afraid I'll be even busier later. It was rare that he had the opportunity to sit at the same dining table with Cale, so he felt very happy. Cale Nim also respected him, so he toned down his cold aura to make the atmosphere easier. He smiled and replied, yes, that's probably it. Taylor Stan took a sip of wine and slowly said, most of the people the young master told us were related to Venyan. Cale sat across from him and replied without surprise, is that so? Looking at his calm face, if it weren't for you, Taylor would also guess that you had planned everything in advance, including my father's people. Choy Han and were also present, but the two of them only worried about eating the food on the table and did not participate in the conversation between the two of them. Seeing him provide information so accurately, did you not? I couldn't help but raise my head and say, I don't know about that. Cale secretly smiled in his heart. Of course he was just acting like he didn't know. He looked at Raon, who was being wiped off the food stuck to his mouth by Choy Han next to him, and thought, Venyan Stan raised dragons according to the Marcus orders, and among those guarding the place where the black dragon is kept will naturally also be the Marcus people. This matter is of course not simple. With this incident, they could at best be sentenced to death and at worst be punished with hard labor, because the Marcus house is the place with the cruelest laws. The Marquis made a serious mistake and has to live in torment and fear. This is the dragon's ashes and it's all because of him. Of course, to escape this incident, the Marquis will wipe them all out. Stalat Stan smiled slightly at Cale, so you don't know about that, I believe what you said. At a moment's notice, Stalar caught Cale's thoughtful expression, wondering what he was planning. Cage smiled cheerfully, picked up the wine in his hand and said, let's not talk about important things anymore, let's finish this bottle of wine first. Stalar Stan and Cale turned towards her at the same time. Stalar smiled and replied, let's raise a glass. Cale is also in a good mood today, so he also had a few drinks with them. It was great. Stalar Stan poured wine into Cale's cup, then said, young master, I will definitely repay you for this and the last time. You are truly grateful to Cale for helping you with everything during this time past. Cale lifted the glass of wine in his hand and smiled, saying, I will wait. The red color of the wine waved bright red. Stalar especially smiled much more today than usual. Cale said so and he replied, yes, let's wait. After a full night of eating and drinking, the sun finally rose. Today Cale specially paid Odious a visit. Cale looked at Odious standing opposite. He was like a turtle with his neck back and scared to see him. Odu's true ability, your entrustment now makes me very satisfied. He wouldn't dare take all the credit for himself. He smiled and said, no, I'm the one who feels happy because the remuneration is so generous. Cale Nim smirked. He smiled and said he didn't mean to refute what he said. Maybe that's it. Cale had spent so much time with him that it was finally time to leave. He stepped on the carriage and said, let's contact you next time. Odious looked at him respectfully and replied, yes, I will contact you from time to time. He didn't know in his heart that fear of the man in front of him was born because of the knife. Every time he talked to Cale, he was worried, even though if he met again, it would probably be dangerous and difficult. Besides, even if we don't want to meet, we have to meet in the end. Hearing every word he said, Cale's face turned gloomy and he said nonchalantly, ah. He quickly smiled brightly at Otis, but the smile was not so bright, which made him even more scared. You know what the room in the basement is like, right? I don't know why he mentioned that room while he was still in peace. Every time Odious thought of the room in the basement, his insides would tremble for a moment. That dark room, filled with the smell of blood, made people scared. I will arrange and deal with it neatly. In his heart, he was already silently cursing 18 generations of Cale ancestors, so damn it. Watching him leisurely get on the carriage and leave, his heavy mood finally relaxed. Who said he was such a kind and self-sacrificing young master? Looking at the bright smile on Cale's lips, Outsiders who don't know him will think he is a very kind person, but there is no such kind of young master here. There is only a cruel and sinister person. Cale was sitting on the carriage, but Odious still turned back through the window and said a few words, and this time I hope you will not tell Bios, the secret is the life of the trust. Cale of course understood that principle, he would definitely do what he promised, so here we go. Odious felt more reassured when he received such a certain answer. He bowed to Cale and said, have a safe journey. When the car rolled off, Odious still did not leave immediately. His serious expression attentively watched as Cale's car gradually drove away. By the time the car disappeared, the figure could no longer be seen out of sight, but his eyebrows were furrowed and looked very tense. Cale went to a valley covered with mountains and hills. He asked, are you guys bored? Hong saw him ask that and immediately replied, it's not boring anywhere. On leaned his whole body against Choy Han and said lazily, I like to sit idle the most. Choy Han looked at the two adorable cat children and said, you guys look a lot like Cale Nim. Hearing Choy Han's words, his face suddenly became gloomy. Was he cursing or praising me? Seeing that the carriage was too quiet, Cale was cold and didn't speak, so Choy Han spoke up to lighten the atmosphere. I've been here before, but this place is mostly filled with rocks. Cale's inner feelings finally emerged. He thought in surprise, Choy Han has been here before, right? Seeing that Choy Han didn't say why he came here, he asked, did you pass by here when you came to Breck Kingdom? Choy Han turned to look at him in surprise, not expecting Cale to care about his business like that. Cale crossed his legs, folded his arms across his chest and said, did you cause trouble in the Breck Kingdom? Choy Han shook his head and replied, no, it's not like that. Cale saw that he wasn't secretly thinking, but I just need to hear the results of the matter in the Breck Kingdom from the Crown Prince. Cale still intentionally probed him, so when he passed through the west, did he go through a decade, just paint? Hearing this question, Choy Han replied, no. Is there a mountain with such a name? Seeing that Choy Han really didn't know, he had to speak. That place is the starting point of the southwest area of the Rhone Kingdom, and there are 10 granite mountains connected together closely like 10 fingers. Choy Han sighed softly. He turned his face to look at the window and said, maybe we were going northwest at that time so we didn't see that mountain range, not even when we returned. Such a majestic scene is such a pity, but if I had ever seen that rocky mountain, I would definitely remember it, Cale Nim coldly replied, so I heard that the scenery there is very mysterious, so I was very excited, curious. I was thinking about whether I should go there in about a year or not, so I asked him about it. Choy Han heard him say he would go there in a year and was extremely surprised. A year later, in response to his surprise, Choy Han also has only one word that is both cold and arrogant, well. After Cale Nim finished surveying Choy Han, he turned around and looked at the window next to him. 1 year from now, he must definitely go to Tichchi Mountain, because the ancient power will eventually appear there. Anne's regretful voice rang out, it would be nice if we also traveled there. When Hong and On heard him talk about the Cross Mountain, they were extremely interested. Yes, that's good, but if it was a rocky mountain, there probably wouldn't be a village around there for us to rest. Cale didn't pay attention to that. I have to keep it a secret, he blurted out. Why can't I have it? Of course I have it. Having said this, he looked around dumbfounded. Cale's attitude changed immediately, but no, you're right, there isn't any, as far as I know, there isn't any village in it. Choy Han turned to look at him suspiciously but did not ask a question. The carriage carrying them was running steadily. Cale thought to himself, yes, there are no villages there, the only people living there are my own villages. ELF people who love nature terribly, those ELF people worship dragons more than magicians. ELF is a mysterious race that uses magic armor to hide their village and lives separately from humans. They are the closest to nature after dragons. Those beautiful ELF people can control spirits and always win the hearts of mainland people with their beautiful appearance. His face became pensive, his mind was now filled with thoughts. If according to the original story, when he returned from the Breck Kingdom, Choy Han would pass by the village in Tichchi Sun, then he will accidentally discover the ELF village. And there he will meet a character. That mysterious character is an ELF who possesses the power to heal others. In the pouring rain, the two of them accidentally met each other. He was the cause of Locke's first rampage. During the birth of a hero, Pendrick died while trying to save Locke. That means that if Pendrick did not join Choy Han's group like he is now, there would be no way for him to die. Cale Nim turned to look at Choy Han and thought, if he continued without any involvement, to Choy Han, Locke until 1 year later, so he will live longer than in the original, and perhaps that is the most different part from the content of the birth of a hero. Cale rested his chin in frustration and sighed. The time for him to merge with Choy Han's group had passed, so when he went to Tichchi Mountain, he just needed to avoid that ELF village. That's right, there is no village there. Looking at Kame Nim's depressed expression, Raon spoke up, "It's okay if Therese no village, I want to go there in a year to see the scenery." Cale patted Ren's head, making him laugh very happily, especially since he couldn't lead the dragon to that ILF village because if they saw Raon, they would treat him like a god. He bowed low and asked, "Raon now knows what the Crown Prince's magic is." Raon nodded once, and he obediently clung to Cale's thigh. "I know, man, in my heart." Raon remembered Cale's words at sea and his heart became even more arrogant. "I am great." After a long journey, Cale finally arrived at the prince's house. He placed a bottle of purple water in front of the prince. The prince crossed his arms across his chest and sat facing Cale, saying, "What is this?" Cale smirked and replied, "This is a gift I prepared for your highness." The prince looked at Cale in surprise. "A gift for me?" Cale Nim saw the unbelievable look in the prince's eyes and nodded with certainty. "Yes, he is the star in the hearts of the people of our kingdom." The prince immediately knew that Cale's gift would not be good, beautiful. He said nervously, "Stop it." Seeing that he firmly refused, he reached out and picked up the glass bottle on the table and opened it. The black dragon lying on Cale Nim's shoulder took a breath and said, "This smell is so familiar, I smelled it in the black swamp." Cale Nim couldn't help but admire Ren's sharp nose. As soon as the crown prince smelled the scent emitted from the bottle, his face changed color. "This thing." The crown prince's expression made Cale Nim feel very satisfied. Of course, this was not a free gift. Raon had said that the crown prince's hair was originally a normal brown color. How could an ordinary person like the crown prince dye his hair with magic? Raon also felt extremely confused about this, but besides mana, is there any kind of power that can dye hair? Cale frowned and thought to himself, the dragon and the human, the cat and the wolf were a race outside the scope of these races. It was clear that this power was different from the normal mana of nature. A magnetic power possessed a type of power. The truth of the power is unknown and the answer is in the glass vase in his hand. Cale carefully observed the prince's expression when smelling the scent of this vase. Perhaps it was not a demon or not, it's not a black magician, of course it's not necromancer. Cale deliberately hid the curiosity on his face and said with a bright smile, "I know that your late mother was often misunderstood as having mixed blood with a southerner. I heard that the dark ELF race usually has dark skin, but the dark ELF has the same skin color as the southerners, so what will the future ELF children be like?" The prince knew from Cale Nim's words that he was intentionally testing him. His eyes became gloomy, he was going crazy. Not seeing that the crown prince had any rebuttal, Cale Nim burst out laughing. "It seems like I guessed correctly. As far as he knows, dark ELF are people with dark attributes and use mana power derived from dead things. In the past, ELF people settled in areas near graves or in villages where epidemics had occurred and became objects of people's hatred. The villages where the ELF people live all have a strange feeling that makes people afraid, so compared to the ELF race, the dark ELF race hides more carefully." The crown prince slammed the glass shell on the table, said angrily, "So what?" He really didn't expect Cale to have a source of information about the dark ELF race. Cale Nim knew that he had hit the prince's heart. He smiled and said, "What else? This is a gift for his highness but it won't free of charge." Hearing Prince Cale's words, he let out an embarrassed laugh. "Ha! Is he planning to use this to threaten me?" The prince's face was beaded with sweat. "I originally intended to ask you for a favor, but perhaps I called you here in vain." The prince looked at Cale's sinister face, as expected of a cunning and scheming person. This meant that he would keep this a secret and this gift was not free. Seeing the prince finally spoke up, "Focus," he laughed loudly and replied, "Of course." The prince responded so frankly and then gave Cale a word of warning. "You are really sinister?" Cale smiled even more brightly, "Just a little." The prince paused and thought to himself, is he going to respond so cleverly? But I'm also very happy that he agreed to compromise with me. Obviously, with that information, he can go to the third crown prince or the second crown prince, right? He did so to at least want to do business with him. What about me? The prince looked at Kame Nim leisurely drinking wine and secretly felt that he was lucky that he was like me. The prince looked at Sei with a suspicious expression. "But are you really not from this clan?" Seeing him suspecting her like that, Cale Nim coldly replied, "If I drink that, I will die." The prince folded his arms across his chest and questioned him. "The only people who knew my identity were his mother's brothers, so if he wasn't a dark ELF, how could he know about this?" Seeing that Raon didn't answer, he thought he was afraid of the crown prince so he spoke, "It's okay, don't worry, human, the greatest dragon, I will guarantee your life." Cale Nim smiled at Raon then pushed the glass shell containing the liquid to the crown prince. Cale Nim coldly asked, "You need it, right?" Looking at the liquid hidden in the glass bottle, the crown prince couldn't help but make his whole body become hot. yes, I will become stronger, so it's good to have this. It has no poisonous gas and is pure. He cunningly added, of course, because this item is very precious, because this is the dead dragon's mana. Hearing Cale say this is the dragon's mana is dead. It surprised the crown prince to no end. It must be said that finding the body of the mana dragon was even more difficult than going to the sky, yet he was able to find it. The prince's eyes looking at him had clearly changed, searching for him. Getting dead mana is difficult enough, but he also has the mana of a dead dragon. The dead mana contained in the glass bottle has a very small concentration, but it is the dead mana of a dragon, so it is clear that this is how much is needed, can also develop up to several levels. The prince's voice couldn't hide his excitement. This good thing must definitely belong to you. Ha, you're crazy. Do you really have no intention of revealing my story? Even though I'm sure Cale wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal your secret, Hess dangerous and unpredictable. Maybe one day hell betray you. Even though I know you'll get paid, I still can't. I understand why you gave this precious thing to me. Cale Nim was made to laugh by the prince's question. Why did you ask such a natural thing? No matter where I was, I had no intention of revealing information that I don't know. You are not stupid. In your heart you have planned everything in advance. The Roan Kingdom needs to grow even stronger. With the current situation of the Roan Kingdom, sooner or later it will be invaded by other countries. Currently, if we consider the forces of the kingdoms, the places with the weakest forces are the Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom, but that the Whipper Kingdom joined Tanaka on a train towards the Hell of Destruction. But the Southern Great Thousand controlled the fire earlier than usual and gathered again, and at the same time the alliance of the three northern kingdoms are also preparing to prepare men lower. Knowing this, Albaru planned to increase his power and attract the magicians of the Whipper Kingdom to prevent invasion. If Cale couldn't feel at ease with the current situation, that still wasn't enough because there were the Wyvern Knight Army and the Empire. At a time when the Wyvern Knight Army dominated the air and the king, Prince began to exert influence on the western continent. From then on the Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom were like a lamp in the wind. That means that if he wants to have a peaceful life, the Roan Kingdom must be able to withstand war. Because of that, he is secretly determined to make the Roan Kingdom stronger, so strong that no one else cannot be defeated. But to do so, we first need to have a powerful leader, and even that power is poison to us, so we'd better create a solid base. The person Cale Nim chose was none other than the Crown Prince because his personality is quite similar to yours. Have you started to need the magic tower? The prince was not surprised to hear that Cale knew about it. You already know, so now it's difficult for me to even open my mouth to speak. Speaking of the magic tower, the Crown Prince couldn't help but feel grateful to Cale. The communication device of the magic tower master that you gave me was very useful. Thanks to that I was able to convey my words to the magicians and the country of the rock. Its future leader will protect you. At this moment, a bunch of thoughts appeared in the prince's head that made him have a headache. I wanted to move the magic tower to the Roan Kingdom or restore it, but it was difficult to give instructions or give orders. For you, if you ask for help, you will be lucky. Cale saw him scratching his head and said, I have no intention of rebuilding the magic tower, but later I can give you a part of the blueprints of the magic tower. Hearing that Cale agreed to give him the design made him surprised. The prince of course knew he wouldn't give it to him that easily, so what were the conditions? Seeing that Cale understood him like that, he didn't hesitate to say it frankly. I hope the conditions I proposed will be was done 2 years later. He wanted a happy and free life, and for a peaceful and safe jobless life, what he needed after money was the right to make decisions. Isn't the great thing about being a jobless person that besides your family, you don't have to pay attention to your boss, customers or partners? He placed his hand on Rand's head and gently stroked it. I decided, if you intend to become an idle person, you can't live a life where you have to keep an eye on others. Being a scoundrel, you can live as you want, eat, sleep, and lie around. Seeing Cale talk without end made him extremely angry. What are you talking about? Cale did not answer him directly. I think that is a matter that your highness will have to judge for yourself. The prince said tiredly, honestly, this is the first time I've benefited but am feeling this frustrated. In contrast to the gloomy look of Prince Cale, he feels very comfortable. This is a good thing for both sides, so I think we should enjoy it, your highness, because we cannot know his heart, should. This visit to the Crown Prince this time had the results he wanted, so he asked the Crown Prince's permission and left. So I asked permission, the Crown Prince replied boredly, go quickly. It seems like even if I asked him more, he wouldn't be comfortable answering. A few days later in Henatu's territory, as soon as I got back, someone called me urgently. What district is that? I was planning on resting for a bit, but instead what happened again? Hearing Cale Han's question, Han's body trembled. The thing is, young master, Cale saw him stammering for a long time but couldn't speak, so he angrily shouted, speak quickly. Cale's aura was so scary that Hans was scared. Young Master Ron had returned. Cale was surprised. Ron, Breecrox was equally surprised to hear that. My father. Choy Han stood next to him and had a bad premonition in his heart. Hans did not dare raise his head to look straight into their eyes and said, yes, but your condition. Breecrox didn't think much and ran quickly to his father's room. Hans saw him like that but couldn't stop him. Young master, young master. Breecrox opened the door and called out, Father. Cale looked at Ron lying on the bed and was stunned. Ron's whole body was covered in blood. Cale asked, why did I do this? Ron lay on the bed with a calm expression. Cale quickly asked, how did it happen like that? Choy Han ordered with a gloomy face, Hans. Hans was startled when his name was called. Yes, Choy Han said coldly, go out. Cale looked at Ron and said, only Breecrox and Choy Han will stay, the rest should go out. Breecrox sat kneeling in front of his father's bed. He felt extremely heartbroken. Hong and On looked at Tun's bloody body and shed tears. The door finally closed, separating everything from the outside. Cale walked up to the bed and asked, do you have the strength to talk? Ron smiled and replied, yes, young master. Cale nodded and sat down in the chair next to him. So please explain. Looking at Ron Cale's haggard face, I felt very uncomfortable. In just a few days, he had already lost a lot of weight. Why did he say he was going fox hunting but he turned out like this? In a room filled with sparkling lights and a call, Dad rang out. The stupid man was lying on the bed with a sickly face, grimacing in thought, knowing that he wouldn't have come back like this, because he was going to die anyway. But I just want to see my son and a few people before I die. Ron, with his missing arm, is very pessimistic about his current life and only looks at Breecrox, Cale, and Choy Han with resigned eyes. Cale and Choy Han looked at each other with resigned eyes. Looking at Breecrox's sad face, he whispered, I crossed the eastern continent to come here. That was when Breecrox was very young. As you also know, I'm an assassin. In the Eastern Realm, there are 5 famous assassin families in the underworld, and back then I was a descendant of one of those 5 families. Ron looked at Cale and said, Ron quickly told Cale everything. Our family was destroyed by some organization called AM. AM looks like they dominate the entire underground world, but in reality it is just a small organization, and as far as I know, they have an even larger central organization, although I originally intended to find out who their leader was, but I felt scared by the magnitude of a force that I couldn't even understand accurately, so then my son and I went to the Western continent, and lived in hiding as humans. For others, Ron said sadly. However, I smelled them after decades, and at this point, Ron's eyes suddenly became strange. When Choy Han came to this territory, his body exuded the scent of Am. Hearing these things from Ron made Choy Han startled. Cale also turned to look at Choy Han. Right after that, Choy Han immediately sank into thoughts. Back in Harris Village, the old woman who was sick was constantly coughing and thinking worriedly. Her illness was getting worse day by day. If she couldn't find her, the medicine is here. Choy Han next to take care of the old woman and immediately said, I will go to the forest. The old woman weakly replied, is the forest dark? No, that place is too dangerous. Choy Han quickly calmed the old woman's spirit. I used to once you get there, don't worry too much. I'll be home soon, nothing will happen. Choy Han immediately smiled reassuringly. Choy Han then went through a fierce battle. Choy Han's face was covered in blood, his eyes became desperate with tears falling down his cheeks. The scene here is covered with an extremely scary red light. Choy Han, after destroying the enemies, is extremely confused with what happened just now. At this time, after thinking about what happened a long time ago, Choy Han spoke up, could it be that the group of people had been to Harris Village? Cale with a serious expression also quickly spoke, yes, there is a very high possibility that they are Am. Right after that, Cale thought about what happened before, Harris Village. The task that the Marquis assigned to Raon. At that time Raon was still controlled and ordered by the necklace around his neck. The raid on the capital square, the attack of the Blue Wolves. The people who did all that, they were moving to expand their power on the Western continent, so I intended to take advantage of this opportunity to take action, Ron continued. However, it was not a fox hunt, but more accurately called a wild dog entering a tiger's den. After speaking, Ron suddenly grabbed it tightly and thought to himself, I don't know where I got the confidence to do that, but I don't regret it, because I figured out what those people were doing. After thinking for a while, Ron softly continued, while on a mission in the capital, I encountered a raid force from the temple, and discovered what they were doing. But in the process, I lost my arm and almost ran away with only my last breath, Ron said sadly. Looking at the basin full of blood and healing medicine, Cale gently asked, have you yet to find out the true identity of that organization called Am? Ron replied, yes, I haven't yet. Cale asked curiously, Ron, do you remember who the person who cut off your arm was? Ron thought for a long time and then replied, yes, it was a fairly young mage, he cut off anyone's arm. When I saw and heard that, Cale's mind immediately thought of Retica, thinking of him constantly muttering curses, that crazy guy. When Choy Han heard that the person who cut off Ron's hand was a magician, he immediately thought of that person. Choy Han stammered, how, something like this. Choy Han clenched his fists with an extremely angry look and thought, Ron is stronger than Retica, he carries on his body and has the strong point of being an assassin stealth technique, but he got his hand cut off and had to run away, surely there is some reason. Ron, what is this unpleasant smell? Hearing this question, Ron was suddenly startled. Immediately pulled the blanket up to find where that smell was coming from after being asked by Cale. As soon as he looked down at the scene before his eyes, Crocs exclaimed in surprise. Cale was also quickly attracted by that scene and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ron's feet were gradually getting worse and smelly. Ron looked at his feet and explained that because I was poisoned. Cale interrupted before I could finish my sentence. It turned out to be mermaid poison. Turns out the people who helped the mermaid tribe were them. Cale looked intently at the wound and said. Cale was quickly immersed in the reasoning in his head. I guessed the truth, the first time I met the whale tribe, and heard the story of the dark forest from them, starting from when knowing that mermaids became strong, thanks to the refining elements taken from the dark forest. Even though I had doubts later, I didn't want to think further, because if I got caught up in it, it would be very troublesome. However, if I knew the true identity of that organization, I would have to report it to Choy Han, and because it had nothing to do with my safety, I just ignored it, thinking, Cale just pulled the blanket back to cover Ron. But within that scope, it doesn't mean they have the right to invade the territory. Cale was lost in thought when he suddenly exclaimed, just like a dog. Looking at Cale's current body, I could only think, Killer Ron, I've always been wary of this sinister old man, but this incident made me realize that Ron is my subordinate. After thinking about it, Cale stood up and left his seat. Then turned around and asked Ron if that place was a sea of stars. Ron quickly replied, it was an island. Hearing Ron say that, Cale spoke up, playing. Cale glanced at Choy Han and said, stop standing there thinking about nonsense and bring Muller here, prepare the boat too, immediately. And Ron, you will also come with us, so just know that, if an assassin finds you here, what will you do? Hearing Cale say that, Ron just replied softly, I'm still alive. Hearing this sentence from Cale, he immediately thought of the letter written in it, I'm still alive, are you still alive? Thinking about that, Cale sighed and said, the life doesn't know but your mouth does, still so healthy. Cale turned to Crocs and said, Crocs, quickly go out and tell everyone to pack their luggage, don't we need to go to the mermaid's reading? Hearing Cale say that, Crocs stammered nervously, sir, is there a way to detoxify? Hearing this question from Crocs Cale, I immediately thought, I have used this method before. That's how I once saved a whale man. Thinking of that, Cale replied, stop worrying and prepare quickly, the reward I give to your father is a long life. Receiving this order from Cale, Crocs immediately left without saying anything else. At this time, there were only Ron and Cale in the room. Ron spoke up, young master, it seems like the mermaid and Am are planning on the sea route. Cale just calmly replied, I know. Received this answer from Cale. Ron, I'm surprised, what did you say? Cale calmly said, Ron, you must be very tired, but can I ask you one more thing? Ron smiled and replied, yes, of course. Did someone see your appearance? Cale asked. Ron looked down and replied, only that magician saw my face. Young master, that organization probably won't push for a full-scale war, right? Ron asked further. Cale immediately asked back, what did he think? Ron fell into silence for a long time without saying anything. After thinking for a while, Ron said, no matter what, it's a good thing, because it will benefit the young master. Cale said with a smile, as expected he understands me very well. I don't have the thought of wanting to do anything too heavy and difficult, I just want to achieve the goal I have set and quickly get out of this. Of course I came here to attack the enemy, this makes Cale think a lot. After chatting for a while with Ron, Cale went out and carefully added, before we leave here, you should rest well. Ron also quickly replied, yes, young master. As soon as I got out, Cale grimaced and cursed under his breath, those bastards made me so angry. Ron walked next to comfort Cale, weak humans, don't worry, this great Ron will be by your side, standing outside I can hear everything, what a bunch of evil people. Cale didn't respond but was still engrossed in thinking, whether it was a secret organization or a mermaid, no matter how strong they were, it would be difficult to start a full-scale war. Black Dragon, Choy Han and Rosalind, at least the abilities of the people around me will disrupt their intentions. I have made a plan and method to protect myself and those around me, for a peaceful life both physically and mentally, Cale affirmed with an extremely determined expression. A few days later, in the Ubar territory, there appeared a scene of people busy at work, and over there were voices of people chatting. Young master, nice to meet you. Cale Min stood with his arms crossed and asked the manager, are you in charge here? The other person politely bowed his head. Yes, I am managing the construction of the naval base here. The manager talked non-stop. He said, some of the whirlpools have disappeared, so the number of usable islands has also increased. The coast is also more stable, so we are stepping up construction. Also, thanks to that, we were able to quickly build the boat, so now let me guide you to your accommodation. The invitation was extended, but he still refused and then suddenly exclaimed, don't leave it later, come here quickly. A person with a plump body came running from afar in a hurry. Yes, looking from afar, Cale Min thought to himself, he must be fat. The person arrived. The guy immediately ordered, show him the exterior design of the first phase. Friend Muller gasped while obeying the order, yes. After that, the friend gave the drawing to the manager as requested. Holding the drawing board in his hand, the manager looked surprised, looked carefully and said, oh, young master, this is the first time I have seen a boat shaped like this. The opponent smiled triumphantly and presented his request. He thought it would be okay if he finished building this boat. Would the boat be sturdy? Faced with that request, the manager hesitantly replied, yes, perhaps this boat will be very sturdy, but it will also cost a lot of money, especially the golden turtle part. But for the guy, money is also important. It's just a number. What do you care about? My father is full of money. Muller also unexpectedly revealed that the second phase interior design is almost completed. Oh, and the interior design too. Both of them suddenly became immersed in those interesting ideas. The way of talking also became more open than before. Yes, although I haven't shown it to the young master yet, I have already come up with the idea. Really, what's the idea for the boat's interior? The manager just finished his sentence. This side also replied loudly and immediately, attack is the best defense. Even the manager suddenly became interested, insisting, oh, that's great. When the interior design is completed, please show it to me. I'm so excited. The young master standing next to me pointed out, silently smirked and thought, is attack the best defense? That guy. Looking at his little friend, the young master soon had doubts that he was not the same reincarnated man from the first dynasty. In another development, the young master elegantly sat down and said, this time it won't be easy. Looking at the group of people in front of him, he couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. The cold expression was still displayed in front of him. It wasn't like he was going to destroy an entire kingdom, so going this far was a bit too much for some people, but he was still lack of information about the size of the enemy, so it's best to go all out. A island, an equally majestic and poetic place, and all the islands between the eastern mainland and western mainland are collectively called A Island, and based on the order in which the islands were discovered, people will label them as A Island. The number comes after the word A. In the immediate future, our destination is the largest island among the islands here, A5. According to Ron, this island has a military base of Arm and the Mermaid tribe. According to Cale Min, whether Ron is an assassin or whatever, first of all he is still a member of our territory. Save lives first, save lives and then think about it. It is not too late, Count Daruth decided, would save Ron's life, who in the eyes of others was nothing more than a servant. He suddenly thought that because he was the one who had been by his side taking care of the Count and Cale's family for the past 10 years, he immediately decided that first we would head to A12 Island, we're closest to the destination. But suddenly a voice rang out, young master, the deputy delegation proposed an opinion. You said that we will clash with the Mermaid tribe, but is it okay? I heard that the Mermaid tribe has become stronger thanks to poison, and dead mana of darkness attribute. Another opinion arose, it's okay, Rosalind calmly expressed, young master Cale already knows how to deal with the mermaid's poison, and even if it's dark attributed mana, you just need to use greater strength to restrain it. Using a stronger type of mana or aura, or using attack force to suppress the enemy's dead mana, but there is a type of power that is stronger than anything else and can confront dead mana, something he lacks. Jia couldn't help but worry, although it looked like nothing, it had an immediate effect. A few more interesting ideas appeared. Of course the most effective way was to use blood, but this method was very dangerous. This sparked an idea in his heart, yes, blood, that way, it takes quite a bit of blood. Blood is a clear proof of the life of a creature. Isn't the living thing inherently stronger than the dead? the fatal power of the dark attribute of dead mana is life. This made Cale Min completely fall into thought. He thought that blood could prevent their approach even for a short period of time. Of course, there is a high possibility of dying from hemorrhage, and this method will not work on dark elves with blood-resistant properties or blood-drinking vampires. Blood flows from the heart by the vital force of the heart, which has stronger vitality and regenerative ability than any other type of blood. He unconsciously touched his chest to feel the beating of his heart, his mind wandering endlessly. Thanks to that regeneration ability, blood could flow out endlessly, although he had to try it to know. What should he do? There is no blood type strong enough like this to confront the darkness attribute. Suddenly he gave a surprising idea. Perhaps my blood would be very effective. If I were to spit blood, before I could finish speaking, Raon would be furious, thinking crazy. How can you be so weak? Such crazy thinking. The Cat Clan also frowned, frowning to express, hoping the young master would stop having those strange thoughts. It was too strange to be strange. Even Rosalind was humbled. No, there was no need for you to do that. Faced with this noisy public opinion, the guy has no choice but to deny and defend himself. Of course I have no intention of doing that, I'm just saying that, but I hate being in pain so much. Why do I have to use it? My precious blood. Besides blood, there are many other things to use. After saying that, he became thoughtful again, wondering how such a thing could happen, but in front of that meaningless oath, Raon resolutely responded, I will monitor you. Both Hong and On are also gaining momentum. I will monitor that. Me too. Looking at the group of people opposite, everyone's face had a suspicious expression. Their eyes were almost downcast, looking passionately, making him worried. It seemed like no one believed him. After saying that, the guy stood up and left. The dragon Raon next to him saw that and quickly reminded him, you're going somewhere. Without looking back, he leisurely left with his words, to the cliff of the wind. Choy Han looked at his back, his face filled with worry and said, why did Cale Nim go there? Ah, could it be? Another perspective opens up. In front of you is a small transaction. Please accept it. Here it is. A girl with a radiant charm smiled and said, I promised I would lend you my strength whenever you want. The sunset sky was gloomy, dark rays of sunlight gradually woven on the cliffs. A melodious cry came from the snail shell. That was when they were officially present to witness the long reunion. Suddenly the dragon Raon shouted loudly, pointing in the distance, coming. The scene was so wonderful that Rosalind couldn't help but suddenly exclaim, oh my god, wow. A group of whales appeared on the shore, a majestic and magnificent scene like never before. In it was the appearance of a god, with a luxurious demeanor, gentle voice. The young master had not seen him for a long time. Passeaton, very happy to see him again. Passeaton looked thoughtfully at the young master and said, there is something wrong. Why did you call me here so suddenly? You already need our strength. The guy opened his mouth in a rather cold tone. We already knew the information of those who helped the mermaid. The other person suddenly became tense and cautious. Yes. The two's conversation became urgent again. Cale Nim confessed, my subordinate was poisoned by mermaids while investigating them. Now I need to urgently detoxify my subordinate and also I need to inform you of what I know. So I called you here. Why did the young master find out about that matter? He was calm like never before, because I naturally felt concerned. His words and expressions were so contradictory that Raon next to him also gave up and gave up, again. The guy got a profit so he planned to make a profit, he urged. After all, haven't the mermaids become stronger thanks to the night forest in our territory? The whale tribe is already very strong so they will choose to resolve everything smoothly, but I still want to do something with us. It's not a strange place, I see. Passeaton listened and his heart was moved. He sincerely expressed his sincere thanks to you, young master. You saved me and now also support the work of the clan. The group of people followed after listening to the story. During the conversation, I stood dumbfounded, wondering when had he saved someone again. However, another request arose. If you want to detoxify a mermaid, you need to have the mermaid's corpse. I will go myself. Why? This suggestion made Passeaton suddenly dumbfounded. However, the young master spoke up again to satisfy his feelings. Although I was too weak to participate in the fight, I still wanted to help, even if just a little. My mouth is happy but my heart is the opposite. Let's go together. What's the point of helping? I just plan to finish the fight and leave. Paston's eyes then expressed confusion, looking at him so worried that he didn't blink. Seeing that, Raon glared and frowned. Little whale, what are you looking at? Ah, nothing, Mr. Dragon. I'll go too. The command starts, so let's go now. Seeing an acquaintance again, the warm young master, Archie, long time no see, Raon kept looking and pointedly commented, are we going to ride that tiger orca, maybe? Ren's comment was honestly infuriating, but killer whales are smaller than humpback whales, so how could they be so cramped? It sounded so loud. Archie said angrily, who are you guys riding? Put your hand on your shoulder, your words firmly, Archie. I will ride on your back. Cale Nim, with his handsome appearance and radiant eyes, looked at Archie like a heroic hero. Please give me a safe trip. Paseaton enthusiastically explained the mechanism and operation of the boat in front of him, as well as the medium-sized boat that young Master Cale's group was sitting on. Perhaps the two of them also had to drag that boat along, because the boat uses a motor, magic engine, so the two of you just need to guide the boat. Hearing that was enough to make Archie angrily speak out. Why do I have to do such a trivial thing? This side coldly shouted back, didn't my father tell me to do everything no matter what it is? Hugging the pain in his heart, he could only growl and frown angrily. Then he immediately turned around and walked away decisively, swearing again, damn it. Standing here watching a good show, Cale and Raon just smiled foolishly and gave up. The group of whales began to move, safely escorting young Master Cale across the open sea. Lying on his back, the little dragon Raon touched his back and wondered. It shows that, humans, a whale's back is too smooth, that's just the way it is. The body obediently did not move, it lay still, its curious eyes continuously groped the fiss's back and answered, is that so? The whole group moved like that in the vast, blue ocean. Sitting on the back, the young master was extremely satisfied and enjoyed this wonderful experience. He kept smiling and thinking, this is truly a superfast taxi. In just a few minutes, under that fast speed, the fish crew safely escorted the young master to A Island 1. Landing on the mainland, the guy looked around, his eyes focused. When he got here, he saw that this place actually had many islands. Maybe destroying about one island wouldn't be a problem, right? I still didn't feel the scale of the war. How big is it? As soon as he arrived, Mice looked excited as if he was going out. Before he had the idea to set up a camping tent, he said, young master, let's set up the tent. Oh, after setting up the tent, well, send Ron over, yes. Even though the other guy was quite excited, the young master quickly got to the point. He turned to call, Choy Han, yes. He expressed, before the whale clan comes here, I have something to tell you first. His words were much more serious. He looked around and said, even if others say it's a trick, it's better for us to use tricks than to let us get hurt, but this time, there is one thing, which we must do. Choy Han stood quietly and seriously listening to his master's every word. He continued to listen enthusiastically. The magician we met during the terrorist attack on the capital, do you still remember him? His words became quiet for a moment when talking about that person. He was the only person who saw Ron's face. There are two things that we focus on in this plan. He was serious in his words, firstly to treat Ron, and secondly to eliminate factors that could threaten us later. Finally, Cale said harshly, you know what I mean, yes. Choy Han was cold at that time, his eyes filled with hatred. I will destroy that magician's remaining eye, or kill him. The guy then calmly discussed the situation with the owner. Maybe Beacrox really wanted to do it, but I thought it would be better for me to do it, because in his current condition he couldn't make reasonable judgments. Okay, this soon caught Cale's attention again. Okay, but you don't have to try too hard to kill him. I don't want our hands to be directly dirty like that. Being reminded by his master, the more he tried his best to do as he was asked. I wouldn't have had to try so hard. However, it was Choy Han who made Cale very worried. Choy Han was a good people, but the boundaries of killing are very vague. As for me, I'm quite concerned about a few things, but if possible, I don't want my hands to be stained with blood. Without having time to say the words to my person, Choy Han, my plan is, a stream of water splashes everywhere, attract the attention of a whale with many wounds on its body, covered in blood, jumped up into the sky with great power. Witnessing the scene before him, the young master lowered his eyes and smiled indifferently. Did someone really fight with that crude blood-spraying method? Did she intentionally create a wound on her body? That huge whale suddenly turned silently and peacefully towards the two people in front of him. That look was enough to make Cale worry. Well, it wasn't a person but a whale, a great humpback whale. As soon as the masterpiece ended, Raon opened his eyes and criticized him frankly and without reserve. I am a great dragon, so I don't like using blood like that, especially you can't do that. The words kept echoing in my mind, enough to make it difficult for him to accept that I didn't have that intention. Next, Raon ordered, human, quickly give me the magic stone. I will create dozens of magic bombs as you say. Magic stones, crystals agglomerated from mana that carry tremendous destructive power, the black dragon and Rosalind along with it. Immediately, Choy Han had already been given the first name for the strategy. Choy Han, you are good at stealth techniques. Below is the proposed plan. The young master named the plan Reflex, meaning tit for tat. There will be nothing that will cause a mental blow, making the enemy that uncomfortable. At that time, under Cale's inherent observation, Witra was the first to fight against the most aggressive killer whales, and she was not afraid of being injured. The powerful, feisty girl drank a mouthful. Exactly that kind of bravery is very necessary on the battlefield. A descendant of the whale tribe like Witra became the leader of the whales and sprinkled his blood on the sea to repel the mermaid tribe. How touching that was! If so, the morale would grow even stronger. This young master must have had a lot of premeditation in his mind. Of course, I had absolutely no intention of doing that. Being smart and not being injured is the most important thing. Suddenly he came up with an idea. Witra, I intend to destroy an island. Which island? A Island 5. The guy stared at the map, thought it over, and then gave his personal opinion on his plan. He gently stated, I'm thinking of erasing A5 Island from the map. Just it's okay to group the ships back to A7 Island for a bit. Most of the islands in the A archipelago are 2 to 3 hours away from each other. He suddenly remembered his old advice and thought about it. And according to Ron, on A Island 5 there are no living creatures other than the mysterious organization. So even if that one island is blown up, it won't be a problem. Then returning to the immediate strategy, the guy mentioned, before that there were two things that we needed, and we needed a premise to accomplish those two things. Witra still didn't understand, so he asked again, what about the premise? Having said this, we can conclude one thing, indeed, the people living in the sea, they absolutely do not care about the island or land being destroyed. The guy stood neatly, pointed at the map location and explained in detail, first of all, we will fight without revealing our identity, especially when confronting the organization that supports the mermaid race. I got it. After she understood clearly, she looked at him frankly and asked, so what are the two necessary things you mentioned? Before that suggestion, Cale did not hesitate. First, we need a means of transportation, just a small vehicle. The opponent also easily accepted the offer and happily agreed immediately, yes, we will mobilize small whales and will pay attention to their ability to move and hide. The second request was continued immediately after. The second was the need to cause chaos, while blowing up A5 Island and the base of the mermaid tribe below the island. The right whale tribe caused even more chaos, the better. Hearing that, the girl thought about it and came up with some ideas. You mean, if you want to attract their attention, you just need to lure swordsmen, spearmen, and magicians, right? Faced with this suggestion, she fell into contemplation, revealing the new method. But perhaps after the swordsmen and spearmen arrive, the magician will only stay near the island. The magician will not appear unless we're approaching the island. So what? Thanks to Witra's little clue, Cale had almost achieved the goal of his plan. So even better, if he could blow away both the island and the blood-crazed mage Ritika, there would be nothing better. That conversation continued without an end, both asking and answering without stopping. Yes, it seemed like he was a mentally unstable person. If he saw her fighting while sprinkling blood, he would laugh like crazy and rush forward. Oh, how do you know? At times, he puts on a show, points his finger proudly and praises. According to the information we found out, he is a red fanatic, which means his red hair is extremely vivid. If it would be tiring if we were exposed. The thing that made him confident on the contrary also raised confusion for the other person, looking at them innocently displaying their expressions. Is that so, human? So that's how it is. Adding urgent information, Witra revealed that, well, not only that magician but also the swordsman was somewhat strange. The swordsman, yes, she had similar tendencies to the magician. Having said this, the girl rearranged the story and said, but you probably won't meet her, so you don't need to worry. Cale himself was not very confused. He smiled with relief and immediately responded, well, maybe so. And then, the next day came, the goods were fully prepared, there was a loud announcement, the whale will guide you, so go to A Island 12 and stay there. Slowly and leisurely, he asked his subordinates carefully, did they bring the shirt that I gave them? Yes, speaking here is a convenient reminder, then let's go, if there is any problem, give me the signal. Mice and several others enthusiastically obeyed the command and enthusiastically replied, yes. After finishing his work on this side, he went to the other side to tell Beacrox a few things. He was gentle. Beacrox, even if it hurts, you must endure, you must stay by your father's side, I know. Young Beacrox carefully and elegantly bowed to express his feelings, counting on you, young master, okay, don't worry. The words that needed to be told were also said, the things that needed to be said were also said. Now it was time for him to quickly prepare. Holding the shirt in his hand, the guy gave it to Choy Han and asked, here, put it on. Choy Han looked puzzled and asked, "Why are you wearing this again?" Cale clearly revealed its origin. 5 white stars and 1 red star were engraved near the chest. It was the mysterious organization's outfit that we wore when we went to save Raon. Of course it's just a fake product, not the real thing. The guy in the mysterious, jet black outfit, even the mask was completely covered, was very satisfied in his mind, but it was useful at this time. In the middle of the vast ocean, there was a very fierce battle going on. The boats spread their white sails across the entire distance, accompanied by a resounding scream, attack. The fleet followed orders and rushed like crazy, forward. Opposite the main fleet of boats is a group of giant whales. A whale covered in scratches jumped from the water and rushed upward with a fierce scream. The whale tribe also rushed towards the enemy ahead. One jumped up and grabbed the mermaid in its mouth, causing the mermaid's entire body to be covered in blood. Cale, the black dragon, An and Hong stood witnessing what happened before their eyes. All 4 of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's terrible." The black dragon warned, "Humans, you absolutely should not go there." Choy Han also stuck his head out to remind, "Yes, Mr. Cale, please don't go there, that's very dangerous." After hearing this, Cale helplessly said, "Why do you think I'm crazy for going there?" That group of boats still rushed forward fiercely. On the boat, a man with blonde hair and white clothes was using his skills to fight. Cale saw this from afar and asked, "What was the swordsman's name?" The black dragon heard that and said, "How beautiful is the sea of blood." That's what he said. Hearing the black dragon say that, Cale frowned a bit and cursed, "Crazy guy." The person with blonde hair wearing white clothes launched his move in the opposite direction. A powerful stream of yellow light shot forward like an arrow. It seemed that the other person was not inferior either. That person used the power of water to fight. The girl looked at the scene before her eyes and smiled. 2 huge streams of power kept rushing into each other, making it difficult to determine victory or defeat. The girl with blue hair looked up at the confrontation between fire and water, not knowing what she was planning. A second later, she pulled out her sword and swung it, her eyes revealing a dangerous look, her entire face cold. She used the strength of an ant to strike down. The opponent quickly used his sword to block. The black dragon next to me reminded me, "Please remember to keep a close eye on them." The boats below, due to the impact of the battle, gradually exploded, along with Cale's words in response, "Don't worry, you can't lose, even the magician Rosalind won't lose." Rosalind heard that and smiled and replied, "Of course it is, don't worry, even if the plan fails, Therese no way Choy Han and I will get hurt." I don't know which of them are thinking, but if I'm worried that he'll get hurt, those 2 probably won't get hurt. Boats exploded in the open sea, among the targets aimed at destroying elements that pose a future danger. Even if the plan fails and everyone has to fight, Choy Han and Rosalind will solve it. Cale looked at the black dragon next to him and continued thinking, especially when Raon appeared before everyone, things would become complicated, so we have to be more careful. Cale looked down at the island right in front of him from above, thinking, like Ron said, magic traps and alarm magic were mainly placed along the coast. The presence of magic is also mainly concentrated there. Cale, Hong and Raon looked at the map in front of them. Raon spoke up, "There was no sky." Hearing that, Cale replied, "Can you overcome the magic wall and enter the building in the center?" Hearing that, Raon turned around and pointed to the island below, saying in a somewhat uncertain voice, "Well, that's a bit troublesome." That's right, that magician used a huge amount of magic. Hearing that, Cale thought to himself, perhaps because Redika almost died when his hideout was almost discovered by Choy Han after the bombing, that side will definitely pay more attention to safety. Well then, the problem becomes quite simple. Cale looked at the map and spoke up, cancelling the plan to reach the central base and proceed with planning magic explosives. The black dragon looked at the map in Cale's hand and said, "Where are you going to put them?" Cale replied, "Just put it in each marked place here." Hearing that, Rosalind looked over and couldn't help but think, high-grade magic stones, magic explosives made by dragons, a terrifying weapon with increasingly large explosive power used in war, with the motive of magic stone. Above all, it is also the highest quality magic stone. At the time when I was still the heir to the throne, when I looked at the highest grade magic stone placed in the palace, I marveled at the magic bond in it. Even though just owning those 10 magic stones could be considered rich, the young master just gave it to the dragon without saying a word. She glanced over at Cale, who was carefully studying it. Save that map. This makes her constantly feel at ease. What a generous person she is. In the end, where did Mr. Cale find such rare things? Suddenly, Cale raised his head and looked towards her and said, "Come on. First, just divide and then take action. The 2 of you will do the rest." Cale is dividing the work between Choy Han and you. The sky was clear, but underneath that a new plan was being created. Cale spoke up, and his eyes held determination, telling Rosalind and Choy Han to gather here when they were done. Both Rosalind and Choy Han also seriously listened to that advice. Up there in the sky, the six of them divided their actions. Cale, Raon, Hong and On flew in one direction. Rosalind and Choy Han went in another direction to make it more convenient for the assigned task. Hong and On's footsteps rushed across the grass. Behind him was Cale, also running, surrounded by the rustling sound of leaves. Suddenly, Cale spoke up, "It's here." Hong and On stood in front to protect their husband, and Cale sat down as if searching or placing something on the ground. After finishing one place, Cale said, "Continue." As he finished speaking, Raon spoke up to stop him. "Wait a minute." Raon looked around and then spoke up to remind him that there were people around here. Cale quickly stood up and brushed the dirt off his hands. A foot landed on the spot where Cale had just stood. Two people with their faces covered appeared. They looked around warily, as if they had just discovered something but now disappeared. One person spoke up in doubt. "Oh, what kind of fog is this?" The person walking next to him replied, "Don't know anymore." The two of them stood and talked for a while. The other person said that because it was at sea, the weather changed quickly. The person opposite heard that and replied, "Ah, so that's why it's like this." But what the two of them didn't know was that someone was watching them from a tree branch not far away. Raon spoke next to him, "Human, should we fight?" Cale looked down at the two covered people and thought, "Therese, no need to take action. Just use this thing to make your body transparent. I don't want to attract the enemy's attention." In Cale's hand is now the invisibility bracelet. It seems like he intends to use it. Raon couldn't help but speak out tiredly, "Sigh, just living is too difficult." Cale, Hong, and On jumped to the ground. Suddenly, there was a howling sound like an alarm sounded. Hearing that, Cale was startled and looked at the sound. He was a little worried and asked, had Rosalind and Choy Han been discovered? Then he was a little worried and thought, yes, encountering the enemy and leading to a fight is the main character's destiny. That howl kept ringing continuously. Looking at Hong and On actively digging ahead, Cale continued to think, they will figure it out themselves, just don't reveal your identity. Raon next to him was a little worried and reminded us, we have to hurry, humans, because we don't know when we will be discovered. Cale was now holding a black ball in his hand, his sharp eyes looking forward again. Hong and On, after actively digging, are now very happy. On the mountain, then under the sea, it seemed Cale had met the person he needed to meet. He spoke up, "Long time no see, Arch." Arch heard that and looked back in surprise, seeing Cale slowly walking towards him. Arch spoke up, "What outfit is that? First, you hurry up." Hearing that, Cale immediately replied, "Yes, the rest will arrive soon." Suddenly, a scream rang out on the other side, attracting Cale's attention and catching it. A man with yellow hair and blood in his eyes screamed, he must kill them and not let them escape. Both Choy Han and Rosalind flew up at once, whizzing like a wind. Then they clung to the rocks to climb up. When Choy Han arrived, he suddenly exclaimed, the person he saw was Cale. When Cale saw that Choy Han was not injured, he said, "I've done what I needed to do." Choy Han seemed to want to explain, "I encountered them while planting explosives." Before he could finish his sentence, Cale spoke, "Let's talk about it later. We have to get out of here first." Behind the group of people had already arrived. The sound of rapid footsteps, along with screams, caught up. "Don't let them escape." Cale, Hong, On, Raon, Choy Han and Rosalind have now climbed on the backs of the whales and left the island. Cale said, "Hurry up, go as far away from the island as possible." Raon next to Cale spoke up, "Human, looks like someone discovered explosives." Cale looked at Raon and said, "So what? Then let's begin." Raon quickly replied, "I understand." Raon used his power to cover the black ball. The whales were running across the sea. Cale turned around and spoke to Rosalind, putting up many protective panels. Then let Arch and the whale group enter. Rosalind replied, "Yes." After receiving the order, Rosalind's face became serious, with a bit of worry in it, her eyes looking steadily forward. Seemingly discovering something, the person with blue hair gave an order to the whale group, a signal, "Everyone back down." At the same time, Raon called out, "Humans." Raon happily showed off his achievements. "I'm ready." After a while of practice, a black and white ball appeared in Ren's hand. Cale saw this and praised it, "Very good." He pulled down the mask covering his face and said with a satisfied expression, "Let's explode." The black dragon held the ball in his hand. Around it radiated mysterious black spiritual energy. Raon looked at the ball with a satisfied smile. A second later, Raon quickly dropped the other ball. and the ball emitted a huge stream of light. The ball flew directly into the sea. As soon as it fell, it exploded. The water shot up very strongly. Its force was also very great. Cale and his children were sitting on the whale and could not avoid being affected. Cale quickly reminded everyone to hold on tightly. Suddenly, the ocean waves rose again like the moon. Seeing this, Cale frowned slightly and said, "This." In the middle of the vast sea, there was a giant beam of light flashing, as if something was about to happen. Both Raon and Cale were watching its developments. Seeing the scene in front of him, Cale was a bit speechless, his face was a bit surprised, also a bit panicked. In front of him were giant whirlpools. Cale couldn't help but speak out. No matter how much the magic bomb's power was increased, this level was still too strong than expected. Hearing that, Raon felt a bit thoughtful and said, "Isn't it necessary to explode at this level, human? I thought that if we were to blow up the island, we would have to blow it up that much." Raon smiled mischievously and continued, "So I strengthened it several times over." After hearing this, Cale felt a little helpless and thought about whether there was even enhancement. There's no need to do that, communication failed. Then he looked to the side, not knowing what he was planning. He looked at the dazzling scene in front of him and said, "Even though I made this up myself, I don't like to see this scene." Hearing that, the black dragon spoke up, somewhat sarcastically saying, "Humans are weak but their hearts are also weak, so that's the problem, although that is also your advantage." Hearing that, Cale smirked and thought, "My heart is weak. If I'm weak, would I even think about destroying the island?" He thought back to the image of Ron lying on the bed, silently saying, "We are doing the right thing, for that old man, and because Beacrox helped us get revenge. Even if you say it is appropriate, this is not the right thing to do, but I can't always live right. I'm someone who doesn't want to always live right." Scene changed to A Island 12. The ocean waves kept whispering against the shore like that. On the sea surface is a group of people riding whales looking straight ahead. When Choy Han saw there were more people, he couldn't help but turn around and say, "Did Cale Nim order the kids to dress like that?" Cale smiled slightly and replied, "Yeah." Hearing that, Choy Han sighed and thought, "Is it necessary for the kids to wear costumes like that?" Then he said, "Luckily maybe Locke and the kids don't need to show up." Cale just replied, "Yes." Cale saw that everything seemed to be almost resolved and thought to himself, "Now Wittera just needs to bring back the mermaid's body." Suddenly, a loud scream rang out from behind, causing both Cale and Raon to turn around. "I will kill you." It's Ritika. His eyes are gone now, his whole body is covered in blood, his mouth is screaming, "I will kill them all." Seeing that, Cale was a little confused and thought, "What's going on?" As for the black dragon, he quickly said, "I'm invisible." That guy rushed forward, holding a red ball in his hand, his whole face full of hatred and shouting loudly, "Taking my eyes and arms wasn't enough, now he also blew the whole island away. Die, I will kill them all." Then he rushed forward like crazy. Seeing that, Cale said with some disdain, "Ha, that crazy guy." Rosalind raised her eyes and said, That's a state of mana explosion." Cale also looked at him with disdain and replied, "Is that so?" Cale thought to himself, whether he explodes with mana or not, I'm not afraid of Ritika, since there is a Choy Han that can stop the dragon's outbreak here, then what else is there to fear? Up ahead there was a large ship heading towards them, a yellow light shone on the boat. Cale wondered, what is that? Why did those things come here? Now your subordinates are all fleeing from the collapsed island or dying, but isn't that what you need to go there? The whale heard Cale's question and immediately asked, "Let me fight them." Cale quickly stopped him, "No way." Suddenly, Rosalind stood up on the whale's back. She said, "I will take action." She turned to her teammates and said, "Choy Han, you take care of the magician, let me worry about the swordsman. Of course it may be difficult to win absolutely, but I will try to resist." Rosalind then turned to ask for Cale's opinion, "So it must be okay, young master." Cale didn't rush to answer right away but thought, maybe because Raon was invisible, she thought that this situation would be difficult for Raon to come out. He thought for a moment then turned around and said, "No, Miss Rosalind, let's fight together." Rosalind was a bit startled and asked, "Yes, is the young master planning to fight too?" Cale thought, of course that doesn't mean I will appear on the front lines. He immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly, and everyone departed. Receiving the order, everyone shouted in unison, clearly, the whales also rushed forward. When Choy Han and Cale's whales were parallel to each other, he let go and walked over to Cale's side, then said, "Really young master, I don't want to let the kids go anywhere." Hearing that, Cale gently said, "It's okay, are they the only ones who are a mysterious organization? From now on we are also a mysterious organization." When Choy Han heard that, he silently looked down at the logo on his shirt. with a bit of judgment, Cale immediately spoke up, now Hess leaving too. The whale carrying Choy Han and Rosalind gradually moved forward. Choy Han reminded him, I'm on my way, please hide carefully. Rosalind also reminded, young master, be careful. Cale hugged his waist with both hands and answered without any worry, yes, I know. After the two moved forward, Cale said to the whale, Archie, let's get a little closer to the shore. Archie quickly obeyed and replied, yes. Choy Han and Rosalind went up a bit and then jumped over a bigger whale. On this side, Ridika kept screaming, who are you guys? Saying that, he threw the red ball forward. Suddenly, as the ball was flying forward, another force appeared to stop it. It seemed that the new force that appeared was stronger. It knocked Ridika away, causing him to not be able to react in time and let out a gasp. The man standing on the boat had been observing everything that had happened. He looked at the boy who had just finished fighting and asked, what is it? He can stop it. Is that a blow? Stronger than we thought. Who are you? Rosalind immediately used her power to deal with the swordsman, using the power of shield and fire. She looked at the blonde guy standing on the boat and said, let's see, who are we? You guys really don't know. Speaking of this, you have created a source of fire energy in your hand. Then she quickly pushed it towards the boat and the voice rang out, which was the mysterious organization. That fire rushed towards the boat like a moth, as if wanting to burn everything on the sea. Seeing that, the swordsman did not have the slightest fear or surprise, but he continued to attack with a bright smile. He also struck to stop the power of that fire. After stopping, the swordsman laughed and said, wow, this woman is so strong. Hearing that, Rosalind didn't show any attitude, just indifferently replied, that's right, Ta. Having said this, she paused for a moment and then said, a slightly stronger mage. The move Choy Han used to hit Ridika just now caused him to fall into the ocean and take a large gulp of water and spit it out until his eyes turned red. When he was like that, he cursed, these damn dogs. That guy Ridila was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, I will make you bleed. In his hand, he was holding a large ball, his whole face full of danger. He screamed, died, and at the same time threw the other ball towards Choy Han. The ball sparkled with dangerous sparks. But Choy Han down here was prepared. He created a barrier to block those sparks. Choy Han looked up at that guy challengingly and said, go ahead, he'll play with you. He was under the sea, on one side hugging the whale carrying him, his hands clenched tightly, seemingly preparing to launch some move. Cale looked at it for a while then said, let's destroy it. When the whale heard that, he couldn't help but think, what else is he planning to destroy here? Raon, standing next to him, heard the order and quickly responded, knowing that he was human, taste it, finished speaking. The black dragon used its strength to throw that black ball away. Boom, that black ball created a force that penetrated that Ridika, causing him to vomit blood in pain. He was hit by a blow, now his whole body was injured and fell from the sky, his mouth screamed in pain, then a giant hand appeared as if it wanted to capture everything. The swordsman standing on the boat looked left and right and said with some surprise, what is that? Besides my sister, there must be other magicians. Rosalind heard that and said, secretly. She looked towards the swordsman and continued, saying we were a mysterious organization. On this side, someone shouted loudly and everyone retreated, withdrew. Cale's side seemed like he wasn't going to let it go. In the middle of the vast ocean, Cale asked if he was ready. The black dragon replied, done, human. Cale heard that and replied with satisfaction, yes, shoot, N. Upon receiving the order, the black dragon did not hesitate to shoot those rays of power towards the fleet. A whooshing sound quickly rang out. Seeing this huge power, Cale couldn't help but think in admiration, sure, dragons are truly great. The ball was immediately thrown towards the swordsman's boat. When he saw that, he was a little panicked. Boom, the whole boat caught fire. In the middle of the ocean, there was such a big boat fire. Cale and Raon were hiding behind the whale's body to avoid the effects of the explosion. Seeing the scene before them, Raon couldn't help but exclaim, that swordsman is amazing. Hearing that, Cale thought to himself, that's right. Then he thought again, Raon had guessed correctly. In just a flash, the aura fired from the swordsman destroyed a considerable number of arrows. Seeing the ship on fire before his eyes, Cale thought even more, but even so, our side still had the power to destroy the ship. Ridika over here is struggling in the fire, now he is in pain and coughing up blood, his whole body is full of wounds, he was able to escape. Cale saw Radika's figure in the fire and couldn't help but think, Radika has exploded with mana to the extreme. So Hess probably about to die. It's okay if Choy Han doesn't have to move his hand anymore. Ridika was trying to struggle in the fire to escape but it was all in vain, His face showed both fear and extreme pain. Choy Han, after giving Ritika a blow of his own, now returned to his original place, his eyes flashing coldly. On the other side, Ritika could only scream ah, then spit out a large, painful mouthful of blood with no way to escape. Seeing that, Cale immediately turned his head away and said, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. The other ship was destroyed by fire at sea, and a shrill scream rang out inside. Cale observed the boat for a while, then asked, but where did the swordsman on the boat go? Hearing that, Raon said, human, look over there. When looking in the direction that Raon pointed, Cale exclaimed, ah, besides the swordsman, there is another person. But, that spearman can also use magic. He saw the magic spearman next to the swordsman and thought to himself, the one who could use magic and spearmanship at the same time. He used flying magic that had not been used in the past to save only one person. In that raging fire, shrill screams rang out, both in pain and fear. Help us, ah ah ah. The fire spread larger and larger, covering the entire boat. Cale saw that spearman and said, that spearman is strong. Raon seemed to understand quite well, so he said, don't worry, even so, he is still weaker than Choy Han. Cale rubbed his chin for a moment and said, I know that, I say that because he is stronger than me. Hearing that, Raon immediately leaned close to Cale's ear and said sarcastically, of course someone stronger than you is. He stopped while speaking and let out a hum. Cale glanced helplessly at the black dragon and thought to himself, why am I so upset? After the black dragon teased him, he spoke up to comfort him, but don't be heartbroken. On the other side, the fire burned bigger and bigger. This fire seemed to burn everything, including Ritika, who was in pain from being burned by the fire. Both Rosalind and Choy Han on this side seemed to be preparing to fight. A moment later, the two of them stood side by side, looking up at the sky, seeing the swordsman and spearman looking down from above. Above, the two of them could easily observe below. The swordsman suddenly spoke up, what a pity. The merchant next to him also said, he told me to run away. Then the two of them looked down at Rosalind and Choy Han standing below, and couldn't help but wonder, but, I wonder who they are. With that kind of strength, at best it will only be a draw. It seemed like Rosalind heard it. She spoke up, if she was that curious, why not have a match? Having finished speaking, both Rosalind and the blue-haired girl rushed towards the swordsman. It seemed like the spearman and swordsman had no interest in this battle. The spearman spoke up, unfortunately it didn't work, because we don't have much time. Hearing that, Rosalind was a little startled and looked up, thinking, is he planning on teleporting at the longest distance? Before the two of them could move forward, the spearman threw some move forward. He took the piece of cloth next to his body. Then quickly raised the trash in front of Rosalind and the blue-haired girl. Around him was a large stream of spiritual energy surrounding him and the swordsman. The swordsman looked at the two of them and gently said, goodbye, strange gentlemen. Then he looked at Rosalind and exclaimed, how pitiful. Hearing these words, Rosalind angrily stared at the other two guys. Suddenly, a black ball with enormous power was shot behind the soldier, leaving him unable to react. Being secretly attacked made him clutch his chest in pain and let out a howl. The swordsman next to him saw this and immediately supported the spearman, shouting worriedly, brother. There was a loud voice shouting in the vast ocean, you bastards. The swordsman, who was worried about his brother, suddenly turned around, his face full of surprise. From above, a huge fireball appeared. It seemed to cover the whole sky. Seeing that, Rosalind was also surprised and exclaimed, ah. Choy Han standing next to him was also surprised, but it seemed like he was observing those things. The black dragon here isn't the least bit frightened, so don't worry. Even if I treat him, traces of my mana will still remain on that ghost spearman's body. If it wasn't a dragon, it wouldn't be detectable. Then the black dragon happily smiled and said to Cale, next time if that ghost spearman comes close, he will die by my hands. Seeing that, Cale applauded, Raon, you are very good. When Raon was praised, he proudly said, that's right, I am very great. Then Raon muttered in his mouth, waiting until I was a little older. It seemed Cale didn't hear clearly, so he turned around and asked, why, what? Raon immediately replied, nothing, human. The whale seemed to hear what Raon said. He thought to himself a little helplessly, until he got older, the dragon is not yet an adult but is still this size. Then when you get older, how strong will you be? Suddenly, a person holding another arm spoke up and said, young master, here's what you asked for. We have brought back the arm of the mermaid royal family. After speaking, she sighed a bit and continued, sorry sir, because we were busy dealing with the mermaids, we couldn't keep an eye on those guys. Cale didn't scold him for that. He smiled and said, it's okay. Even so, It's not so much that we can't stop it. Battle leader Archie and the other whales will take you all to A Island 1. Okay, you guys still have work, right? The other girl replied, yes, they ran away to the east so we had to chase them. She looked at Cale with eyes full of determination, emphasizing every word, pursuing him until the end. Hearing that, Cale asked, are you planning to destroy the entire mermaid tribe? The girl immediately replied, no, if they disappear, the ecosystem will be disrupted so we have to let them live and tame them. Hearing that, Cale couldn't help but exclaim, the whale tribe is truly a terrifying race. When the girl heard what her young master said, she did not answer, but thought to herself, from the stance of the mermaid tribe, they must really hate the whale tribe, who are ruling the sea based on the ideology of peace all the time. I always realize one thing, no matter what it is, depending on the direction we look at, what we see is different. Of course that's none of my business. After Cale said that, he immediately said goodbye, so let's go, we're in a hurry. After listening, the girl gently replied, yes. Scene changed to a certain room. On this page, Choy Han is holding a jug pouring a brown liquid onto Ron's arm. Cale sat next to him and said, Reacrox, pour in all the high-level magic water. Hearing that, Beacrox immediately replied, yes. Ron was in pain when his body received some kind of medicine. He frowned and said nothing, young master. Cale seemed to be very attentive. He didn't look at Ron and replied, don't talk, I'm busy. Then he told Reacrox, magic water. After Cale finished processing, he stood up and spoke to Reacrox. Right now, he had finished detoxifying. Now you can start treatment. Reacrox heard that and replied, yes. Cale turned back to look at the man lying on the bed and called out, Ron. Hearing that, Ron quickly said, yes, young master. Cale said, now no one in that organization knows his face anymore. Ron was a bit surprised when he heard that. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He stared at Cale. Cale immediately said, do you understand what I mean? It seemed Ron understood. He said with difficulty, that, before he could say anything, Cale cut off his words and affirmed, that's right. Cale looked at Ron with a happy face and said, I mean, let's go home now. After speaking, he turned around, lifted the curtain and walked out. Before leaving the room, he also advised that when he returns to the territory, he should start treating Ron immediately. Choy Han and Reacrox behind responded in unison, yes. At this time, Cale slowly lifted the forged plate to the outside. He raised his eyes to look at the vast sky before him, a sky full of stars. He couldn't help but wonder, when did it get so dark? Inside, both Reacrox and Choy Han are very devoted to taking care of Ron. Cale is outside, looking up at the sky and thinking, although from now on we still have to focus on Ron's treatment and recovery, but Ron also lived. And if you return to the territory, you will be temporarily at peace. Then he comfortably put his hands in his pockets, his face showing relaxation, thinking, now, I can rest a little. At Harris Village in Henatu's territory, Ron looked at Cale so sad and asked, is he bored now? On frowned and replied, that's strange. Hong heard the conversation between the two of them and also interjected, so strange. Hong looked at Cale's behavior these past few days and commented, the young master went to bed earlier and woke up later, ate less and less, and became more and more lazy to move around. All three of them felt very surprised by Cale's current state. Clack, the sound of objects falling to the ground attracted all the attention of the three of them. Ron was the one with quick reactions, the first one to turn back, not knowing what horrifying scene he saw made him scream, oh. Hong and On were also startled by Ran's screams. It turned out they saw Cale lying on the chair next to the window, sleeping soundly. He fell asleep again. It must be said that this was during the day and yet he was able to sleep so soundly. However, his sleeping appearance was indeed very handsome. Ron felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. He slept a lot. Anorexia and lack of exercise are all abnormal human manifestations. Ron really doesn't dare to believe that he could ever be sick. Huh? Hong said in surprise, it's not okay to poop. On didn't think so, thinking that the two of them were overdoing it. It didn't seem like that. Ron flew close to the ground and whispered, not long ago the magician Rosalind gave me a book, which included a story about a prince who was cursed with long sleep. On heard that, he was startled, oh my god. Ron turned to look at Cale who was sleeping soundly and added, of course yesterday I checked to see if he was poisoned or under any curse. Ran's face relaxed and said, fortunately there was no high possibility that he was sick. On smiled and said, oh my god. If he hadn't been cursed, things would have been easier, but what illness did he have? Cale's snores echoed throughout the room, showing that he was sleeping very soundly. Ron looked at him and said, after arriving at Delam and Harris Village, he became even more like that. It could be due to some mysterious influence from Delam. They were still engrossed in analyzing Cale's condition when a voice rang out, "Young master." Seeing that the caller was Hans, he smiled and replied, "Oh, welcome Hans." Hong smiled brightly and replied, "It's nice to see the deputy butler again." As soon as On saw the butler, he kept shouting, "Deputy butler, I'm so hungry, ah." Seeing On's adorable smile, he almost forgot what he had to do. It's so adorable that it's irresistible. Han's whole body twitched and his face turned red. Every time this happened, my heart seemed to stop beating. How come there are such lovely and charming gentlemen like this in the world? It is right for me to serve the young master. On's sweet voice rang out again. What is the deputy butler's dish today? The deputy butler smiled and replied, "Tonight we have the tender steak that Rao Nim loves, and sweet vanilla ice cream made by Miss Rosalie and Breecrox." Just listening to me made On's mouth water. Then, wow, Cale was still sleeping and was woken up by their noise. He stood up tiredly and thought to himself, I should have stretched my tendons before standing up. Because he sat for a long time, it made his legs numb. He walked step by step to stretch his tendons and then said, "Well, has everyone gone home yet?" When they turned around, they discovered that Cale had woken up. Ron saw that he was awake and came into the room to call, "Young master." He saw that Ron's skin was rosier than before, so he spoke up. Ron looked healthy. "That's great." Ron was holding a glass of water for Cale in his hand. He smiled and replied, "Yes." Ron put down the glass of water in his hand and said, "Here's lemonade." Cale replied, Cale took the glass of water and took a sip, then turned back to look at the delicious dishes on the table and thought, I had temporarily forgotten about these dishes. Breecrox heard a series of footsteps running towards him and immediately turned around to look. Breecrox looked at the children with a dirty face and said, "Let's clean up before coming, okay?" The kids turned around and looked at the dirty clothes on their bodies and smiled shyly. "Ha ha, the chef cleared us up. We just finished training and didn't have any energy left. We had to find something to put in our stomachs first." Cale saw that they were really hungry, so he didn't make things difficult for the children anymore. "Okay, I don't mind, come eat quickly." Cale suddenly remembered something and spoke, but Choy Han still looked at me and told me not to push too hard. After hearing that, Choy Han immediately replied, "Yes, we are taking it slow, little by little, without overdoing it." Cale nodded, then turned to look at the group of children eating a delicious meal in the village and thought to himself, the wolf tribe children and hillsmen go to the night forest every day to train. Although Choy Han is like a hellish trainer to them, early in the morning they will voluntarily go to Choy Han. The more Cale thought about it, the more pain he felt. In fact, right now it was because the Night Corps felt like the children were more like a fighting army. Rosalind sat next to Cale and asked, "Young Master Cale, are you planning to rest here for the rest of the winter?" Cale looked at her and replied, "Yes, I plan to return to the territory in the spring. If you have something to research, then go here and there. If you need any ingredients, just let me know." Seeing Cale understand her like that, Rosalind happily said, "Thank you, young master." Seeing her in such a good mood, Cale was also happy. She was polite. Cale silently calculated in his heart that he would have more people to ask for help. Afterwards, it's even better, right? Having a wide network of relationships is a wonderful thing. On the outside, Cale still had a friendly smile that didn't let anyone see into his thoughts. After dinner, Cale tiredly returned to his room. As soon as he returned, he lay down on his chair. Hong saw that he was back and came closer to ask, "Was that a sigh of boredom?" On also thought that Hong was right. Maybe that means the young master wants to go on a trip. On looked up at the ceiling in surprise and said, "Oh, the fireball is glowing. It's red." Cale sighed tiredly. On quickly said, "Oh, it's the prince who needs to connect quickly." Soon the crown prince's face appeared on the fireball. His voice reached Cale's ears. "Young Master Cale is the treasure of our kingdom. Is your day good today?" Cale noticed the appearance of today. The prince's behavior was a bit strange, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" The prince replied coldly, "What's wrong with our relationship?" I saw him reply like that with a smirk on his face. What relationship? Is he taking revenge? Cale was not discouraged by his words and smiled. "Yes, our relationship is very good." Seeing that he was not angry, the crown prince smiled and replied, "Yes, it is that good, right?" On this side, the image of Cale leaning on the chair talking to him appeared clearly. The crown prince made a suggestion. "So please do me a favor," Cale said lightly. "It's very difficult. I'm in a bad situation right now, extremely difficult situation." Hearing him say that, Cale thought to himself, "So, before I could speak, I heard the prince's sad voice. I will probably be deposed from the position of prince and die." Cale stood up and said, "First I'll hear what it is." The prince looked at Cale so worried that he was sweating. The prince cautiously said, "Can you come to the dark ELF village to help me?" Cale laughed as he expected. "Of course that's the case. Oh, goodbye to my idle life." Looking at Cale's languid appearance, he impatiently said, "I have something to get from that village, because now the dark elves are doing something to help me. It's difficult for them to move now." The prince's speech became more and more urgent, and when he got there must have been a human person there. It was an object created by a high-ranking engineer, but Cale listened intently to every word the Crown Prince said while the Crown Prince was also observing his expression. It's funny that if you have a god with the blood of an elf, when touched, the object will start up. On and Hong curiously touched the ball in front of them and asked, "What is that?" Through a layer of screen, the prince smirked and said, "Ha, why are there only people like this around me?" Cale couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "What did you say?" The prince knew he was being betrayed. "I missed my words, so I smiled shyly and replied, I mean, why are we surrounded by such wonderful people?" The prince also felt very strange. He clearly had his weakness in his hands, but during my most difficult times, paradoxically the only person I could trust was Cale Henatus. Cale stopped talking nonsense and started to get to the main point. "But if it's difficult to move now, then he just needs another subordinate to go next time, right?" The Crown Prince burst out laughing. "Wasn't he? Never thought about this, but, of course I want that too. But unfortunately I have to go to the Empire to hear that there will be a festival organized by the Crown Prince and the Sun God." But after being born, Cale listened to every word he said and then pondered, thinking, "Festival, so the Prince of Raon Kingdom received an invitation to attend the festival. The fact that the Crown Prince organized this festival was something I didn't know about." It made him feel extremely worried, but events like this were not in his control. This was an event that did not appear until the 5th book of Birth of a Hero. After reading the book, The Birth of a Hero must be said to be a twin sun god, a pair of twins in which one male and one female will be tested for the power of the sun god. Even though it seems like it would make the world beautiful and those whose only sacrifice is improvement are symbols. But they use their own standards of good and evil as God's standards, because after all, the sun god church and the dark elves are opposed to each other, so even if I send them, the chance of being discovered will be very high. After a moment of consideration, Cale told his conclusion to the prince. If so, they would be in a terrible situation, right? The prince did not deny it and coldly replied, "Yes." When Cale heard the answer from the prince's mouth, his face suddenly turned gray. The dark elves are a race hated on the western continent, and the prince inherited the blood of that race. If so, Albert would be deposed or no longer a prince. The Crown Prince did not expect Cale to be able to see through the problem so easily and felt worried. "And those two twins will kill me, see? As symbols of the sun they hate creatures that grow in the darkness without depending on them. Burning those people, and killing their death was justice for those days." Cale started to sense a hint of danger. He had a bad feeling about this. He put aside his worries and spoke, "I'll go and come back soon." The prince looked at Cake with his chin in his hand and said, "Anyway, I was planning to go to that festival without anyone." No matter what he said, Cale still felt extremely confused. "But why did the Crown Prince suddenly organize a festival and invite you? It's not obvious that he also contacted the kings. Is there another country? Even you yourself, the Crown Prince, doesn't know about this matter. It's probably because he's crazy." Seeing that you dared to ask such a question, the prince immediately let out a provocative word, "Aren't you speaking a bit casually in front of me now?" Cale Nim coldly shook his head and replied, "I don't know either." The Crown Prince smiled and said, "Of course you don't know. In short, thanks to you, I will definitely give you a corresponding reward." Listening to his arrogant words, Cale thought to himself, "I can choose however I want, but I can't let myself die." Hong and An saw that he was about to face danger and were extremely worried. In any case, he himself could not bear the loss. "Dear Prince, the shining star in the hearts of every citizen of the kingdom, so do you. Where are you talking about?" Cale looked straight into the prince's eyes and smiled seductively. The Crown Prince finished the sentence. "West, you must come to the western continent to help me." Cale asked suspiciously, "Where do dark elves live?" The Crown Prince seemed surprised. "As expected, you are really quick-witted. Hell, during the day, the sand here is as red as blood, and at night it is as black as night. The sand dunes and raised rocks look extremely terrifying. Every day it builds up a new mountain of sand. In the past, necromancers led countless corpses and opened the final decisive battle here. Hands that only had bones left raised their arms toward that person as if wanting to catch them." Cale sighed and thought, going to the desert in the summer. The little dragon Raon flew next to him and asked, "Humans, are we going on a trip again?" Hong at the table also spoke up, "The desert is a very hot place. Young master must not faint." Cale looked at the small dragon lying near the visual notification ball and said, "Raon, connect the communication device again." The dragon was surprised. Again. Cale smiled gently. Yes, go somewhere else. The little dragon Raon looked at Cale and wondered where he was going. Cale thought, there was a strong congregation to deal with the sun god's congregation. It's not the moon, nor is it ordinary darkness, it's eternal darkness, which makes it impossible for people to see the sun. Death, and the one who can possess that eternal darkness is Cage, Cale ordered, contact the Stan territory. Some time later, Cale was sitting across from someone as if having a discussion, and the person across from him spoke. The dark elf was in death. Cale asked again, what do you think? The person sitting across from Cale was Cage. She was extremely excited. Of course I have to go. As for the item that young Master Cale received, I just need to bless it. Hearing that, Cale gently replied, yes, once a day until returning to the capital. Please continue to bestow death's blessing on that item. Cage hesitated. Young Master, is someone planning to kill the sun god's official? Cale raised the small fan in her hand to cover her mouth like a lady. It seemed like she didn't think it was me. Cage happily waved his hand. Young Master Cale would never want to fight with the sun god's officials. On the contrary, the sun god's congregation would like him very much. The young master is rich and has the ability. Ancient people were, above all, honest people. Cale listened to Cale's words for a while and thought, well, based on the sun god's teachings, I am exactly the type of person they would like, if honesty is excluded. The sound of the door closing, banging, let's go quickly. Cale walked towards the door, placed his hand on it and looked towards Cage on the chair. Oh, I need to introduce someone to you. Cage curiously looked towards the door. The woman opened the door very happily. Oh, Teresa guest here. Cale replied, not a guest, she will come with us. The woman was extremely happy. Is that so? Have you finished talking? Cale replied, yes, where are we going and what do we need to bring back? Have said it all. Cage stood to the side listening to them talk and was extremely curious and confused. The honorifics were not honorifics, and he could not say anything. The woman still had a bright smile on her mouth, so that was all. The woman extended her hand to Cage to introduce herself. It's nice to meet you, I'm Tasha, I'm the dark elf in charge of guiding the way. I've changed my skin color now. Cage also happily shook hands and reintroduced himself. Nice to meet, I'm Cage, the banished minister of death. The two were extremely happy chatting to each other. Tasha asked, we have a new companion, so let's have a welcome party later. Cale heard that and was extremely excited. Oh great, is there any alcohol? Tasha happily replied, of course, there were any drinks. Cale standing on the side was also happy that they got along like that. Cale spoke, Tasha, let's go. Tasha turned around and replied, yes. Two horse-drawn carriages traveled on the road under the blazing sun. Cale, Choy Han, the little dragon, and the two cats had arrived in the desert. The heat here made Cale say, phew, the heat is no joke. In front of them was the towering city gate. Cale approached Tasha. Tasha, exiting the western city gate will reach the place of death. Tasha replied, yes. Cale wondered why there was a city gate facing a place of no return. Tasha looked out towards the city gate. Strange, right? Rosalind raised her hand thoughtfully. It was strange. Cage came down from the carriage. Yes, is it necessary? A finger pointing forward. I know why. The group of people looked towards the direction of the hand. In front of the towering wall, many people were deliberately trying to cross that wall. Seeing this, the knights rushed over to capture them and interrogate them. Cale looked at them and sighed. It turned out that the city gate was made to catch those who escaped. The voice spoke again. That's right, it was used to catch the people trying to sneak out of that gate. The knights' faces were extremely excited when they caught the people trying to escape. Tasha was powerless. Of course there were not many of them, but they regularly escaped, because the Dubori family continuously increased taxes over the generations of rulers of the territory. The knights pulled them down from the wall, causing them to fall to the ground with cries, ah! The fleeing people knelt down in front of the knight, clasped their hands and bowed their heads, begging for their lives.
A knight stomped on them and gritted his teeth, saying, you guys are bold, you thought we wouldn't be here when night came. If we had gone out to eat early, you would have probably taken the opportunity to escape. Okay, these stupid people. The downtrodden people's voice was weak. I was wrong, knight, because I don't have money, huh? The knight's foot that was stepping on the people suddenly stopped when he heard the voice, stopped. Cale gave a golden bracelet to the knight in front of him. We wanted to go through the city gate. The knight used his hand to put the golden bracelet into his shirt and laughed and said, hey, you also understand, open the gate. The huge gate in front of them opened. The knight wished them to return alive.
hoping that they would not become the blood that colored those red sand grains. Cale replied, "It would be like that." Cale tossed a gold coin at the knight. "Oh well." Releasing them, Cale looked towards the people who had just been captured. The knight only dared to obediently reply, "Ah, yes, I know." The knight bowed his head. "You are truly a kind young master." Cale sighed and walked away. "I was just intervening nonsense." Cale walked through the gate and said, "If I come back alive, I will give you another gold coin." The knight was just happy. "Hey hey hey, great, I'll wait." The hot desert winds blow. Cale's face was bewildered. "What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me like that?" Tasha quickly led the way. Tasha smiled happily. "Oh, of course, that's right, our young master is really kind." Cale turned away, which was not good, but rather irresponsible. The sunlight shone brightly on the road they were walking, creating a bright red color. "Come on, I will lead the way, so follow me and quickly get far away from the city walls." The wind blew and blew away his clothes, making Cale uncomfortable. The group of people relied on magic to fly and move. It was truly magical. The color of the sand looked like real blood. They landed. Tasha walked in front and looked back. "Come on, everyone, from now on, let's look at this view." The rest of the people looked forward in shock at this scene. The night sky sparkled with countless stars stretching endlessly. Choy Han held two cat children in his arms. The three could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow!" Seeing this, the dragon Raon was extremely excited and flew forward. "The color was similar to mine, this desert was similar to mine, so it was also very beautiful and cool." Cale had to exclaim, "It was so mysterious, as if night was falling to the ground." Tasha laughed happily. "That's right, night falls to the ground, so where will the ground go down to?" Cale silently said, "If night falls to the ground, then perhaps the dark elves will descend deeper than the night." Tasha was surprised. "Oh, exactly." Tasha's skin color suddenly turned darker. She raised her hand excitedly. "So now, I will guide everyone to the dark elf city. Night falls and covers the ground, and deep below the ground is a place deeper than the night. On that sparkling ground there is a vortex that looks extremely mysterious. Tasha approaches that vortex. We start going from there. The last person to enter just needs to hold the door and go down." Cale looked a little scared. He probably wouldn't slip and fall to death. Rosalind was also a bit scared and seemed to go down to the basement. The little dragon was extremely excited. "Humans, let's try it." Cale stepped forward and jumped into the vortex while Raon followed behind. That's right, Raon was here so it would be okay. Cale's body touched something that made him gasp. It was a sliding staircase. Cale's whole body slid down the staircase. The little dragon Raon was very excited when he slid down. "Man, this is so fun, I want to play it again." In front of their eyes was a dark area where no light could be seen, although when they were up there they couldn't see anything. It turned out there was something to get people down. Cale and the dragon fell onto a mushroom. The sound of them falling onto the mushroom made it make an extremely adorable sound. Cale was thoughtful. "Shy, what is it, this lovely sound?" Tasha came down here to pick them up before they could get down. In front of Cale's eyes was a city covered in darkness but still with sparkling spots of light. Tasha smiled happily. "Let's sit up, welcome to City of Death." The flower branches blooming in the gloomy weather without a trace of light radiate sparkling light that makes everyone exclaim, "Oh my God." Rosalind was surprised. How could a place like this exist underground? Cage walked beside him calmly. As expected, death is a part of nature. Cale was the first to wonder if it was a spirit. Tasha explained that it was just the power of nature. Even though night elves gain magical power from death, they are a properly natural existence, a race of darkness, and at the same time goblins, so they can both control spirit, just use dead magic power. The three people of the night race ran quickly towards Cale. Tasha waved happily to them. "Hey, long time no see." Those people are nagging, angry. "What, long time no see? Haven't been able to send a letter home for 5 years, but still managed to say long time no see." Tasha didn't pay attention to what the other two said and continued to say hello. "Sean, it's been a long time since I've seen you." But the man with glasses named Sean leaned towards Cale. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Starting now, I will lead the way for you. You just need to feel free to follow me," and it will make Cale lean back. Tasha on the side was extremely angry. "Why are you ignoring me?" One of the three people who had just come to pick them up asked. "If you have luggage, please let us transport it for you." Cale also replied, "I don't have much luggage. Can you take me to the mayor right now?" Sean raised his voice. "He is waiting for you anyway. I will guide you right now. Also, I heard that you are a noble, so you can talk freely with us." Cale gently smiled. "Okay, then I will do that." The little dragon Raon next to him raised his eyes to look. Going into the city, the shimmering lights glow under the night sky, making the city look so gorgeous. The more you look at it, the more magical it becomes. It looks a lot more developed than most other cities, right? Tasha spoke up. Cale, walking behind, quickly replied, that's definitely it. Looking at the street corners, there were both humans and dark elves chatting happily with each other. Cale wondered, this is not a place where there are only dark elves but also humans. Why? Cale looked at Tasha and smiled as if he suddenly realized something. So it was like that. Cale realized why people who fled to the desert could not return. It's because of this. One of the people who welcomed Cale and the others spoke up, you are really observant. That's right, because we are the ones who understand their thoughts better than anyone. The land of the dead is one of the 5 mysteries. The blood-red sand grains there were created by the deaths of countless people. There is a horror story that says night elves use curses to lure people into the desert. Despite such rumors, there are still people who have no choice but to run away, and those who have run away like night elves understand that mentality better than anyone else, which makes Cake exclaim, that's great. A place to live with a connection to death, a race that had to flee because of human criticism, could be tolerant of humans like this, despite being different from elves, which hates being close to humans, but, indeed, this is still characteristic of an elf. Seeing the demons and humans laughing and happily chatting with each other, Cale also smiled. Now I understand why nature favors the dark elves. Sean lifted his glasses to adjust, extremely proud. Well, isn't this due to the characteristics of the land I live in? His eyes looked into the distance. This place was originally the land of death. This desert looks extremely dangerous. We don't know the reason, but this desert contains the energy of death, and within a year, an amount of death magic will bloom right above the sand of the desert, this membrane once or twice. Cage raised his hand to explain to Sean that the energy of death that filled the desert was not evil. She confidently raised her hand to the sky, showing off, that is just the energy of death that must disappear naturally or leave according to the order of heaven and earth. Seeing that, Sean laughed. It seemed like she was an official of the god of death. Cage laughed happily. I have been stripped of my right to fellowship. Sean just hummed, Cale, and the little dragon looked up at the vast night sky and exclaimed, I don't know where this is. It is the land that the god of death gave, because even though they are a dark race that needs the energy of death, it is not certain that they only do evil things. Because among humans, there are also many crazy and cruel people, aren't they quite similar? Cale smiled and looked at Raon, who was clinging to his shoulder, and said. Tasha was extremely enthusiastic. Yes, young master, in short, this is a city worth living in, right? Let's move on. They stopped at a place with houses that looked like lampposts. It is the office of the mayor. In this city, the eldest person usually holds the position of mayor. The city's mayor is currently 521 years old. The mayor, with very long, white hair and beard, suddenly opened the door and rushed out of the room shouting, Kay, this vigor is. He trembled and stood still, causing Sean to call out, Mr. Mayor. Tasha also quickly asked, Sir, what's wrong with you? Cale stood to the side, thinking, is this way of addressing her because she is close to the mayor, or is it because they are related? If Tasha is related to the mayor, then it is understandable that she has a close relationship with the crown prince. Cale looked at Tasha, who was shaking the mayor's body, and quickly asked, long time niece. Then when I arrived, why did he have such a panicked look on his face? I was thinking. Cale thought about the crown prince happily sitting on a pile of gold coins. He smiled bitterly. Niece, is that really the case? If he becomes a crown prince, there is no way he can come from a mediocre background. Grandfather is the mayor of the Night Elf city. The old man walked up to Cale trembling, asking. Seeing this, Cale was extremely shocked. I have a bad feeling about this. The old man's face suddenly became bright. He smiled happily and said to Cale, I heard that you possess the magic of a dead dragon. May I ask, sir, who is this? Cale was silent. Sure enough. He quickly replied, I am not a dragon. The old mayor quickly waved his arm. But clearly I felt the dragon's power near you, that great natural power. The little dragon with an extremely happy face hid behind Cale. That old night elf, what a good hunch. Cale thought to himself, yes, it really isn't a waste of army food. He raised his voice, like I said, I'm not a dragon. The mayor stroked his beard thoughtfully. It was strange. It was clearly similar to the energy I felt when I met Mr. Dragon once. Even my spiritual energy said that this energy was similar to the dragon I met at that time. Hearing that, both Cale and the dragon were extremely surprised. What had he encountered? If he was 521 years old, he would have lived long enough to meet the dragon once. the problem was. Tasha immediately approached the old mayor and helped the old man. Sir, what are you saying? Let's go to the mayor's room first. Cale was filled with thoughts, having heard that once spiritual energy senses a certain source of power, it will see and remember them. What should I do? Since he said he saw his spiritual energy, I can't continue to lie in this situation. The dragon looked at the old man very seriously. He could clearly feel the dragon's aura, and Cale said that he was not a dragon. It would make him constantly suspicious. There was no way. Cale looked at Choy Han behind him and nodded. Choy Han behind him seemed to understand Cale's meaning and nodded in response. Choy Han slammed his hand on the door next to him and shouted, Raon. The little dragon was extremely surprised. Me, it's okay for me to appear. Tasha was extremely suspicious. The voice came from the void. Choy Han said yes in response to Raon. Ran's wings burst open, spreading wide in front of everyone. Seeing this, Tasha suddenly gasped, oh my god, the mayor next to her only made the sound. Ha ha ha. The mysterious black-clothed person also appeared extremely surprised. The little dragon Raon appeared, clinging to Cale's back. Tasha couldn't help but scream, the dragon is really here. Cale smiled as he looked at Raon on his shoulder. Why did he even stand up and do that? The dragon took off and flew forward, standing in front of the mayor. The old man was suddenly speechless, only making the sound, oh oh oh. Tasha still couldn't help but be shocked. No buts about this. Sean next to him looked up. How come? They looked towards the extremely shining Raon and exclaimed in unison, the dragon was really here. The old mayor suddenly knelt down on the ground, bowing his head. I really couldn't stand on my own 2 feet when meeting the dragon like this. Raon tilted his head in confusion. Cale stood below helplessly. I know that dwarves are crazy about dragons, but to this extent. Seeing that, Raon was extremely proud and smiled brightly. The dragon confidently introduced, I am the great Raon Mir. This year he just reached the age of 4 years old. Cale thought to himself, it is necessary to tell how old he is. The little dragon Raon flew back towards the mayor who was kneeling on the ground, and because Cale Hennitus was so weak, I was currently taking care of him, which the old mayor admired very much. Oh, so it turned out to be like that. Cale sighed soundlessly, that's not it. Cale looked at the mayor and said, Chief, please stand up. The mayor was confused, no way. He raised his hand and shook his head vehemently. The dragon I had previously met said so, that if he stood on 2 legs, it meant he was in a fighting position. I don't want to fight with him at all. Cale thought inexplicably, how did he meet the dragon? Just looking at his actions made me feel that he was afraid, not showing respect. The little dragon Raon was helpless, slapping his hand on his forehead. I really hate this, please stand up quickly.
Hearing that, the old mayor quickly stood up. Yes, I will stand up right now.
The dragon turned towards Cale, making Cale confused. Baby dragons are happy, humans, very majestic, right? Seeing that, Cale just sighed and smiled fondly. It was truly speechless. On the table, food, fruit and 2 cups of tea were being laid out. One person sitting on the table asked if the others had been taken to a resting place. The other person replied, yes, of course. Sitting at that table were Cale and the old mayor. The old man looked at Cale and smiled. I said hello a bit late, Imo Bont. Cale also enthusiastically greeted back, Cale Hennitus. Cale looked serious. Before we get into the main story, I hope you will keep the fact that you saw the dragon a secret for me. The 3 of them, Tasha, Sean, and the mayor, heard that and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Of course, I swear on my relationship with the spirit that I will keep this a secret. Cale looked at the dragon lying next to him, holding a cookie in his hand, looking extremely happy and thinking, he can't talk to me comfortably, that's right, because I'm with a little dragon, hey, and their relationship still looks very close. Suddenly, Mayor Obont hesitated. Mr. Cale, does Albert know about this? Hearing the mayor's extremely intimate way of addressing Crown Prince Cale, he couldn't help but think, looking at how he spoke the Crown Prince's name so freely, could it be that they were related? Cale responded to the old man, His Highness did not know. The old mayor heard that and asked again, Albert actually has a relationship with such a noble person. I can't tell Albert, right? Obont mused, what a pity, I will definitely keep my promise. In short, I heard that you have not heard clearly about the item you will receive today. Cale calmly replied, yes, that's true. The old man described the object. Its shape was a bracelet but, before he could finish speaking, Cale interrupted with an unconcerned face and crossed his arms. Chief, I don't care what kind of thing it is, other than that. That bracelet, if it was a human, how many people could touch it? Mayor Obont was so surprised that he was startled. What? Why do you ask me that? The old man wondered. Cale smiled and explained, there was someone in our group who knew how to perform the death blessing ritual, until that item was passed on to me, hoping that we would receive that blessing every day, so I and 2 priests performed that blessing ceremony, the 2 of them would touch that thing. Hearing that, the mayor calmly replied, if that is the reason then I have to thank you, it will probably be okay, and if we do it that way, the possibility of being discovered by Albert will be less, even when he falls into a dangerous situation, he is still able to avoid it. The crazy priest Cage performed the blessing ceremony of the god of death, even though she had been excommunicated, her blessing was not weakened at all, perhaps, she alone was enough to facing the blessing of the sun god's twins. Cage was now happily chatting in the room with Rosalind. Cale glanced at Obant, by the way, shouldn't he prepare properly? The old mayor agreed, that's right, thanks to you. The production will end tomorrow, Cale asked again, so, I can leave any time tomorrow. Obant hesitated, that might be a bit difficult. Cale was surprised, why? The mayor replied, not knowing if Mr. Cale knew or not. Twice a year in this desert, the source of dead magic will bloom from female seeds, because that period does not follow any rules, so we cannot find out more closely. The old man thought about it, but scared, Cale calmly asked again, so now is that time? The mayor said, yes, about 2 days later, it's expected to happen about 3 days later. The little dragon Raon was still fondling the cookie in his hand without paying attention to everything around him. Cale asked if it was in liquid form, but no, it's in gas form. Cale was full of thoughts, isn't it the smell of dead magic flowing from the liquid, and the smell of dead magic floating like smoke, even if it weren't like that it would be dangerous enough. Now it's even more dangerous, even though Tasha is a dark elf who can fly across the desert during this period, but it's better for everyone to leave a week later. Tasha sat to the side as if she was just now realizing, so now it's that time. After thinking about it, Cale spoke up, so we have to stay here for a week to play. The old mayor heard that and immediately replied, right back, yes, very. Before he could finish speaking, the old man thought again and asked in bewilderment, why? Cale spoke up, since Therese nothing to do here for a week, I'll walk around here. Do you have a tour map of the underground city? The mayor immediately replied, yes, I do. I'll ask Sean to be your tour guide. Suddenly Cale seemed to remember something, but who is that person? Cale looked towards the mysterious person sitting next to Sean in a tight shirt and asked. The mayor answered Cale's question, that child is, this is the child who is trying to learn how to manufacture by helping to create the bracelet this time. I called him here to introduce to you. The little dragon that was eating had to raise his head to look, the crumbs still sticking to his mouth made a muffled sound. Raon wondered, the other person was completely human, how could a human be in the darkness? It was truly miraculous. When Cale heard Raon say that, he immediately thought, sure enough. Cale asked, is there a problem? The mayor looked extremely confused, that, Mr. Dragon, the thing is, the voice of the mysterious signer spoke up, Chief. I want to go to the outside world, I'm very curious about the world out there. Sean and Tasha were extremely surprised and shouted, what, Mary, what do you mean? And the mayor used a towel to wipe his forehead looking very helpless. Tasha looked extremely angry and turned towards the mayor, sir, what is all this about? Sean looked at Mary in confusion, you also know that the world out there is very dangerous. Mary is extremely calm, so I will go alone. Tasha was extremely angry and stood up screaming at Mary that she could not go alone. The room now became quieter and quieter than ever. The little dragon suddenly asked Cale, that human is very strong, why not? He is stronger than the magicians we know. Cale thought, oh ho, you mean that person is stronger than Rosalind? Mary's body suddenly emitted black smoke that looked very strange. Sean next to him saw this and quickly called, Mary. Choy Han standing at the door was also extremely worried. Suddenly Mary held out her bandaged arm, black blood streaks all over Mary's arm, shocking Sean and Tasha. Cale looked a bit frightened, he was 100% human but had the attributes of a race that lived in the dark, and was also a creator of things with the attributes of darkness. This was the truth. It is difficult for a normal person to obtain the attribute of darkness, but this black spider, if he was really a magician, the story would go in a completely different direction. He could create Ron's arm. Mary held out her arm, covered in black veins, towards the plate of fruit in front of her. Mary raised her hand to her chest and introduced, I am Mary, 25 years old this year. Tasha was confused, Mary, what should you do if you voluntarily expose your body in front of others like that? Tasha's eyes suddenly looked towards Cale, looking extremely frightened. Cale leisurely sat sipping a cup of tea in her hand, her self-introduction was similar to Ren's. The mayor saw that things had come to this and asked Cale, "Mr. Cale, do you know anything about necromanters?" Cale only replied, "I only know things that everyone knows." Mayor Obant continued, "So, Therese, probably no need for an introduction from the beginning, right?" Sean seriously began to explain, "In the period when death magic flourished, every night we would go above ground, because we needed to get people to this city as quickly as possible. Most of the people who fled to the land of death had their health severely weakened, because even receiving a small amount of death magic could be fatal." Sean and Tasha were traveling in those days. "In the desert, there are always many dead bodies." Tasha continued, "But not everyone we can save like what is rumored out there." Sean remembered with a serious face, "We met Mary in that way. It was on the day when the amount of dead magic bloomed the most in the last few hundred years. A lot of black smoke was emitted. A voice rang in my head, 'Mom.'" Mary ran forward. Amidst the black smoke of dead magic, Mary's mother screamed, "Mary, keep running, don't look back." Under the extremely vast space, Mary's legs could no longer support her and collapsed to the ground. She was extremely tired, breathing heavily, constantly cheering to herself, "I have to run." I had to run further, but, even though Mary's will was so strong, she still couldn't escape the death magic. Her whole body lay face down on the ground, unable to move. Sean said, "At that time, Mary was discovered by us in a state where she had absorbed a large amount of dead magic. To be honest, even if she died, it wouldn't be surprising at all." Cale was extremely calm, but she still survived. Mary now spoke up, loudly, "At that time I had survived. I was really in pain. It felt like all the blood vessels in my body were about to explode." Mary's hand clenched extremely angrily. If she was to survive when her whole body was in pain like that, she should have been able to control those dead magic. "So between the black mage and the necromancer, I chose the necromancer. After that, I no longer felt pain, and it's still the same now." Tasha heard Mary's words whisper happily in her heart, her mouth opened with a smile and a sigh, thinking, "No more pain." A young girl is discovered in a desert full of dead magic. Mary must become a necromancer in order to live, but because the gods do not approve of consuming such a large amount of dead magic, a necromancer is a type of existence that must endure pain for the rest of its life. Mary had relaxed, but I had no memory. She bowed her head and seemed sad. "I just remember that after that the other members of my family fainted, and I kept running like that in the desert. I don't remember the faces of my family members, or the world I used to live in before." Under the blue moonlight of that day, the words in Mary's head always echoed, "Mary, keep running, absolutely don't look back." Even though she struggled to get up, the only thing Mary remembered was her mother's voice. "Even though I was in pain for 15 years, I was very happy, am still happy and am grateful." When Sean and Tasha heard Mary's words, they were extremely satisfied and happy. Mary held out her hand with black veins in front of her eyes. "I heard that humans hate necromancers, and are disgusted by these scars. I just need to move away from everyone's eyes so that these scars will not be seen. Okay, I really prepared a lot. I'm curious about this world." Mary raised her head and looked aimlessly ahead. Suddenly the dragon kicked his hand down on the chair. The little dragon quickly flew in front of Mary, pointing, That's really cool. It's great that you survived like this." Mary was startled when she saw that. The dragon was excited, "Of course you can't be as great as me, but you're still amazing." Cale also continued his words, "Yes, it's great, just being alive is enough, happy little dragon, yes, I admit that you are a pretty good human." The dragon became serious again, raised its sharp claws and frowned. "But what if a weak human who is only as strong as one of my toenails said that he would not let himself be hurt, but his body was full of wounds? When we return, we will level this land." The dragon was so angry that his whole body was on fire. Cale sat behind him and scratched his face in embarrassment. This was painful. If he was injured, he had to treat it first. Cale's eyes became sharper, staring with thoughts. Of course, Mary also wouldn't want people close to her to get hurt. "So I can understand Rand's words, and the hearts of these dark elves, but no one can stop this person's desire to regain the 10 years he lost." Mary pondered, "I won't leave this place until I get permission." Mary suddenly looked towards the mayor as if affirming, "and was certain that within a year I would return without being discovered by anyone." Mayor Obant immediately raised his hand to signal Mary to stop and leave it later. "Let's talk later," the old man said tiredly, retracting his hand. The room became quiet. Mary also agreed, "Yes, I understand." The old mayor now turned to Cale. "After the period of dead magic blooming has passed, can I contact you again? During that time, I will entertain you and rest here." Cale was happy. "If that's the case, then I'm very willing. Thank you, Chief." Hearing that, the old man immediately ordered Tasha to lead Cale. Tasha obeyed and stood up without saying a word. Everyone gradually walked out of the room, leaving only the mayor standing there, wringing his hands. The door slowly closed. Mr. Obant still stood there watching until they left. Footsteps echoed throughout the hallway. Suddenly Cale spoke. Mary. Mary heard the call and immediately turned around to look. Seriously, Cale, can you create an arm? Mary hesitated. Do you mean the arm on the human body? Cale gently replied. Yes, the left arm. Mary wondered. Do you need a left arm? Cale hummed. Hearing that, Mary pointed said, I understand, I will do it for you. Cale lowered his head and thought, didn't she need a reward? Cale asked Mary again, Mary, if you came to the human world, what would you like to see? Mary thought and replied, I don't know. Because I have no memory, and can only read stories written in books, I can't imagine what the human world looks like, so I guess I have to see it with my own eyes to see what I want to see. Cale smiled with satisfaction. Yes, you're right, the dragon Raon next to you also agreed. I understand your thinking, a vague wish, not wanting to see or do anything, but just wanting to be free. For Raon, this world is just like a cave, so he doesn't know or want anything. That's right, perhaps the person who understands that thought the most is Raon. Looking at Mary, the little dragon praised, you are a wonderful human, and look very kind, although not as weak as this weak human. You are basically on our side, and have lived wonderfully until now. Cale smiled and sighed as he looked at Raon, thinking, could he be understating the fact that he wanted this person to go with him? Time passed. 2 days later, in a restaurant, Cale, Ron and Beecrox sat at a table full of food. Cale ordered Beecrox to go get another glass of lemonade. Ron heard that and spoke up, young master, let me go get it for you. Cale quickly reached out to stop him. No, just sit there. Cale called out, Beecrox, then come here. This is the man who will be your father's left arm. Hearing that, Beecrox and Ron were extremely surprised and speechless. Mary stood in front of them with Cale's thoughts. Someone who created great things should be rewarded accordingly to what he or she had done, and moreover, someone who created arms for his people. Even though I really like free things, money, and stabbing people in the back, am not a scammer, Cale fiddled with his fingers on the table. He was serious, clasping his hands together. Mary, do you remember the last time I asked you to make me an arm? Mary replied, yes, I remember. Cale looked at Cale, I am someone who does not want to be in debt to anyone, so I will provide you with accommodation for a year and 6 months, what do you think? Mary, I will provide you with a place where you can stay for 1 year and 6 months, how do you feel? Cale asked. Mary remained silent after this suggestion from Cale. Raon next to him then smiled and said, you did well, weak human. After being silent for a long time, Mary still asked again, what do you mean by that? Cale quickly explained, I mean I will provide you with a place where you can stay until winter. Cale caressed the cup of tea and continued, but the place where she would live, compared to the normal world that people live in, was not a village, or a city where everyone lived together, but could spend time together, time to see the true beauty of heaven and earth there. While sipping a cup of Cale tea, she thought about that scene, because the place she would be staying was a dark forest where there were many monsters, so other than that, the scenery was quite beautiful. The scenery there is something that cannot be seen in the underground city because it is so beautiful and majestic. Mary just gently replied, I won't cause any trouble for you. Cale happily pointed at Mary and said, maybe it's because you don't know about me, that's why you said that. I absolutely won't do anything that makes me tired. My mouth said that, but my heart still remained. I thought to myself, I only did what the churches called crazy to fight them, and I kept getting advances like that because they couldn't catch me. Cale pointed and continued, and 6 months later, when you meet the Sun God Church, at least I will help you not die and be able to escape once. Mary heard this and stammered and asked again, what, is that possible? The owner of this inn is a 70-year-old man. After hearing Cale and Mary's conversation, he gently asked, sir, can you really help our Mary? Sure enough, the old man, this is okay, but the dark elves rescued from the desert. According to Sean, after Tasha left he became Mary's family. In response to that question, old man Cale confidently replied, yes, then asked further, had he ever heard of it? Dragon's death magic, I was thinking of giving her that, Cale said. The necromancer Mary's power is equal to that of the mage Rosalind, if she has to travel and avoid the priests of the Church of the Sun. Just pull her even harder. Then Cale turned to look at Ron and thought to himself, since she created Ron's arm, I have to do that much for her to be enough in my opinion. Ron also looked at Cale with a surprised expression, young master. Is it all for the dragon? If it keeps like this, before I could finish speaking, Cale quickly interrupted, Beecrox. Cale said in an extremely annoyed tone, What are you doing? I told you to quickly bring me a glass of warm lemonade. Beecrox didn't dare to argue and quickly obeyed. Faced with Cale Ron's anger, he also remained silent and said nothing more. Mary, after thinking for a while, also spoke up, about the content of the proposal you told me. I'm thinking of making the arm first. Mary looked at Ron and said, your muscles have developed in a very strange way. Looking at the right arm and the balance of the body, it seems like you also use your left hand in the same way. I think the arm needs to be crafted more meticulously. It's best to try using it, then adjust accordingly according to the process. After Mary carefully analyzed every little bit, Cale turned around and asked, how long it would take? Mary immediately replied, it would take about 1 or 2 months. Looking into Mary's eyes, he said, this makes me a bit chaotic and a bit difficult for me, because I can't have anything to do with you. But there are very strong things next to you, so it probably won't cause any hindrance. Hearing Mary say that, Roan said with satisfaction, indeed this kind child is very smart. If I were by his side he would terrorize no damage. Just beat them all, and that's it. As he spoke, Raon's expression showed great pleasure. Cale listened and could only think helplessly. He started to exaggerate again. After all, I don't know who it learned from. So, they'll think about it and talk to you later, Mary said. After Cale listened, he leaned down to caress Raon and said, is that so? Because in a few days you have to leave here, so remember to make a decision before there and pack your luggage to our place. After speaking, Cale and Ron turned around and left before leaving, not forgetting to say, you should drink lemonade and then go home. After all we have to see each other often from now on. So you also have to taste our chef's skills, Cale said with a smile. After going out, Ron did not hesitate but immediately asked curiously, young master, who was that person, and what was the meaning of this? Cale raised his hand to signal Ron to stop and said, Ron, it's okay if you take this much. After hearing that, Ron just remained silent. Then he asked, young master, can I bring you some tea and cakes? Cale turned around and said, that's okay, you can bring something to drink when you come up, but don't bring up the lemonade. Hearing that, Ron bowed and laughed. A few days later, at the inn in the village near the capital, Mary was standing far away looking towards the village. Raon next to him then asked, is it so magical? Mary gently said, yes, Sir Raon, because this is the first time I have seen the sky like this, so it feels very magical. The sky seemed infinitely high and immeasurable. When Raon heard Mary say that, he glanced at her and said, just wait there, when you come to our house, you will see an even more beautiful night sky. This is a lot. I will take you to visit the dark forest, Raon said with great excitement. Mary just coldly said, thank you Raon. In another room, Healer Pendrick laughed and said, come on, you can just stay here today. Cale frowned and asked, is this my room? Cale reached out to open the door. Just opened inside was a table of sumptuous food along with the welcome of Crown Prince Albert. Welcome, Crown Prince Albert happily welcomed Cale. Cale grimaced and asked Healer Pendrick, it doesn't seem like it's my room. Healer Pendrick could only laugh in confusion. Of course it's not. Healer Pendrick could only say embarrassedly and confusedly, sorry if I startled you, I was just asking for a favor. After that, he immediately brought Cale to his seat. Healer Pendrick pushed Cale and said, come on, I've completed the order, now you two can talk to each other. I didn't expect you to lower the price to this point, Cale said. In response Crown Prince Albert said, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so you sit down first. After Cale sat down, Crown Prince Albert continued, have you heard anything? Tunka has become the commander-in-chief and general of the Weeper Kingdom. Hearing this information from Crown Prince Albert, Cale's mouth was a bit surprising. For the past few months, it was thought that Tunka's group had been quite quiet, but they had officially started. Tunka's climb to that position meant that the Weeper royal family was in his hands. Hearing that, Cale said, he took a shortcut for a kingdom that was about to fail. Crown Prince Albert replied, yes, although it has nothing to do with us right now. Before the Crown Prince could finish speaking, Cale handed over a bracelet with a sparkling blue gem on the bracelet. Cale held it out and said, it seems like your highness doesn't know how to seduce a magician. Taking the bracelet from Cale, the Crown Prince said, of course I don't know, even people in our kingdom don't know, so how can the Weeper Kingdom know? Hearing this statement from the Crown Prince made Cale extremely surprised. Your highness, that looks pretty good, Cale said. After wearing the bracelet that Cale gave, Crown Prince Albert's skin and hair color also changed. Hearing Cale compliment him, the Crown Prince said with satisfaction, why do you ask for something so obvious? You always say you just need to be handsome. Looking at the sparkling bracelet on his hand, the prince continued, the blessing of the god of death, how lucky. But thinking about it, I heard that General Tunka will replace the heir of the Weeper Kingdom to the Empire. Cale just sat and ate cake listening attentively to the Crown Prince. What a mess, Cale said. The Crown Prince just rubbed his head and sighed. I thought so too, I couldn't even imagine how bad it would be. Well, in short, that's it, but are you planning to stay in this territory? The Crown Prince asked further. Cale replied, yes, I'm thinking that. The prince immediately wondered, for what purpose? Cale immediately explained, I plan to grow some agricultural products and rest for a while. The Crown Prince was startled and looked at Cale, who was smiling. Who would believe it when you said you were going to farm with that expression? Cale just smiled and thought, growing agricultural products is the truth. The seeds I brought back from the Magic Tower's secret laboratory, those seeds have germinated. When I return to the territory I intend to cultivate seeds, talent and money. Of course I have no intention of doing it myself. A voice suddenly sounded inside the sphere in the room. What are you doing? Why do you say that General Tunka is your friend and you are the hero of the jungle? The Prince of Brek is also looking for his sister Rosalind, and asking about your news. Everyone is wondering secretly came to me to ask about you. What exactly is this situation? The voice inside the sphere kept blaming. It's true that many things make people crazy. Cale just silently held the letter in his hand. Inside the letter was written, the ocean has become peaceful, Master Cale. The Whale King wants to show you the way to travel on the ocean, positive. In short, I will return with Prince Brek and the Pope of the Church of the Sun God is dead. An extremely shocking news was announced by Crown Prince Albert through the orb in Cale's room, then the Crown Prince also to add, the perpetrator is. The twins take on the roles of Saint Sun and Saintess of the Sun God Church. After receiving the news from Ron, young master, there is contact from the Whale clan. The festival season is coming to their place, so they offered to invite the young master to come visit. By the way, we meet again after a long time. Cale still held the letter in his hand while looking at and listening to Ron's report. Hearing about the festival being fun, Hong and Raon were extremely excited and shouted together, the festival is that festival, that festival. Their excitement made Cale feel sore and wince, saying, it's very troublesome. But Cale suddenly thought again, but he had already heard about it, so he couldn't pretend like he didn't know. Cale held the promissory note in his hand and fell into silence, suddenly remembering what the Crown Prince had said just now. In short, I will return with the Prince of the Brek Kingdom, and the Prince of the Sun God Order is dead. The culprits, it is said, are the twins who play the role of Saint Sun and Saintess of the Sun God Congregation. They are currently on the run. It is unknown where they have disappeared to. Cale put his thoughts aside and looked at Ron standing there and called out, Ron. Or contact Ems, Rosalind, don't worry about the rest. I will come to your house in 2 days first. After finishing the chores, Cale immediately sat down on the bed in a very comfortable way. Receiving Cale's order, Ron also obeyed and replied, I know, young master, you are becoming more and more wise. After lying down on the bed, Ron climbed on top of Cale and said, the festival person doesn't even care. If you want to let the kids visit the festival, you should be more urgent. Cale just sighed and said, no problem. With the clear blue sky and fresh trees of nature outside the building where Cale lives, it must be said that it is extremely beautiful. Inside there is still Cale's voice echoing out. He quickly went to call Ems, Rosalind. At a tea table with beautiful looking cakes, Cale said, one of the princes asked the Crown Prince for news about Rosalind and me, and the Crown Prince decided to accompany that prince from the Emperor. The country returns here. I called you here to tell you this information. Rosalind held a cup of tea in her hand and said, yes. Maybe it was the fourth Crown Prince. That kid had already forgotten the rules at the Dragon Lair. Looking at Rosalind sipping a cup of tea, Cale suddenly felt confused. What? Where did he forget something? It seemed like this was the first time Rosalind talked that way. Rosalind immediately recounted that since she was a child, she has been a scowling child, so I often scolded her. Maybe because she is a prince, she doesn't know. But don't say you're asking for help. Even if you're a prince, this world isn't a place that will please everything it wants, Rosalind said sternly. So I taught that kid about the world, Rosalind said with great excitement, and Cale sitting across from him made a very puzzled face thinking, what kind of world is that? I don't understand why, I feel like it's a very terrible world. Rosalind added, anyway, no matter who comes looking for me, I will return them peacefully. When Cale heard that, he could only helplessly reply, yes. He was still thinking in his head, why did he hear the answer back, in such a gentle way that it feels scary. Come in. After receiving the order, Mary also quickly walked into the room where Cale and Rosalind were talking. As soon as she entered the door, Mary gently said, hello, good morning everyone. Raon next to him is also approaching at this time. Human, listen. Me and that gentle girl have discovered something. Raon excitedly announced. Cale seemed to understand Ren's personality so well that he leisurely asked, "Why, did you find a strange stone or a leaf with lots of holes in it?" Raon shouted, "No, we just found something, similarly." Cale caressed Ren's cheek and thought to himself, "Something similar to rocks and leaves, so I must have found something like soil." "Bones, we found the bones," Raon said. After listening to what Raon said, Cale was extremely wondering, bones. Raon seems very excited about this, there must be a few hundred of them, that's a lot. Mary also said at this time, "We discovered a body dump with about 200 corpses. Because most bodies are buried in the ground immediately after death, the bone condition is very good, probably only about 2 years old." Raon also told Cale that Choy Han guessed that they died while fighting each other in Dalam. Mary also agreed and added, "Yes, based on the bones, there is clearly such a possibility, but it seems like it's a war between ground beasts, winged beasts, and minority races." Mary seems to be very knowledgeable about this. Raon immediately continued asking, "Can this gentle child and human being use those bones?" "I will use them cleanly, I won't ruin them." Hearing Raon say these things made Rassilin surprised. Cale asked, "Could the bones of the flying beast be used?" Mary slowly replied, "Yes." But Mary added to make Cale understand better, "Although the broken parts will need to be repaired after assembly, but they seem quite sturdy." Cale frowned and asked, "What is the quantity?" "They are somewhat smaller than the beasts on the ground, maybe about 70 feet. Cale kept asking, "About the size?" "I think they are mutant beasts. Not the size of a wyvern," but each time Mary gently responded to Cale, who was a little smaller than that. "Why didn't I think of that?" Cale said. "The wyvern knights of the north, riders riding a fire-breathing beast. If we use lightning and magic to deal with them, it seems our army will also suffer great damage. I have to think about that." But now Therese no need to worry anymore. Thinking about this, the corner of Cale's mouth curled up into a smile with a calculating expression. Then looked at Mary and asked, "Mary, are you grateful to me?" Without hesitation, Mary quickly responded, "Yes, thank you very much." Knowing this answer in advance, Cale continued, "If we encounter difficulties in the future, you will surely want to repay the favor." Mary still only answered obediently, "Yes, that's right, I want to repay you, sir." Cale quickly stated his intentions, "So come to this territory sometime. When I call you, you can practice with as many monster bones as you want, but remember to return them before go there." Mary replied, "Yes, I will return it neatly before leaving." Rosalind looked at Mary wonderingly and thought to herself, there must be some transaction between them. Raon is extremely pleased, "I know you will let me use it." Cale also carefully asked, "Oh Mary, but if it was the corpse of a flying beast, it would probably be able to fly in the sky." Mary immediately answered, "Yes, but this is my first time working with a flying beast, so need to practice." Cale frowned and thought, "Okay, if things go smoothly at this rate. Perhaps this would be a good strategy to deal with the Wyvern Knight army coming from the north, the Flying Skeleton army." After thinking of a name for his flying army, Cale silently praised, thinking about it again and again, "I realized that this idea was great, cool right from the name. Mary, in the future, when you've mastered flying beasts, tell me." Hearing Cale Mary's words, I still only had to obey, "I know." After finishing, Mary said, "Then I'll excuse myself." Raon also said, "I'll leave and go home right away, human." Both Mary and Raon quickly left soon after. Raon next to him smiled and thought, "The dragon will probably crush the wyvern, because there are still dragon bones found in the Dalam swamp." At this time, there were only Cale and Rosalind left in the room. Cale spoke up, "Ems, Rosalind." Rosalind did not hesitate to answer, "Yes." Cale immediately asked, "What is the military strength of Breck Kingdom?" Rosalind asked in surprise, "What?" Cale said with a serious face, "The plan I'm about to tell you is top secret. The 3 northern countries have joined forces. This is secret information so only a few people know." Cale said carefully. Rosalind didn't seem to understand Cale's meaning so she asked further, "Young Master Cale, what does that mean?" Rosalind's expression was extremely worried. Cale continued, "Miss Rosalind, but there is one thing. There's no rule that says you can only form alliances there, right?" Cale smiled, pointed and said, "What a festive atmosphere." Choy Han looked at the crowd and exclaimed, "This was the first time I saw so many people gathered in front of the Lord's castle." Choy Han couldn't help but say, "Raon Miru heard that so he also joined in." "Right, so, I also saw it for the first time." Hong happily said, "Me too." On was interested, "I also wanted to try lining up." Cale smiled and looked at small animals, cooking, painting, other things. In Henatu's territory, Every festival opened competitions presided over by Countess Violin's wife. The prizes of the competitions are quite large, so each time, the Lord's castle is crowded with people. Is there any fencing organization? Someone asked. Cale was startled. There is no fencing, it's just cooking, sculpture and painting competitions. Fencing? Cale asked Choy Han. Choy Han pointed to the distance and said, yes, especially the other two, I think their strength is quite good. Maybe the two of them will make it to the finals, but it seems like they're not just looking for anything. If you look at their shoulders, one of them seems to often use bows and arrows. Choy Han immediately noticed, there are also assassins here who work as servants. Ron sitting next to Cale smiled, so why aren't their masters working as chefs or artisans? Cale nodded, right, I forgot this place is a fantasy world. In this world, a chef with an ordinary appearance can also be an expert in extreme poison. An ordinary person working in a tailor shop can also be a ruthless murderer. This place is inherently as such a world. Will you stop making that face? Albaru asked Cale through the orb. His Highness did the same. Cale quickly replied, calling like this every day is really boring. Your Highness, the 3 northern kingdoms have allied? Cale asked, so you pretended not to know, huh? That's why you helped me develop a coastal military base and attract magicians, so what do you think should be done next? Albaru asked immediately. Lady Rosalind will meet her younger brother, Cale said. Albaru was surprised. Does she also know about this? She is his teammate, Cale said. Albaru continued asking, besides you have to keep it a secret from others, you also know that confidentiality is the most important. He nodded, I know, so before that I didn't talk about this with your Highness. But the prince who is coming here is the 4th prince, he asked Albaru again. Albaru was speechless. You are like a devil, there is nothing that you don't know, right? Yes, the 4th prince will be there. He will take 3 knights as an escort and head to the Henatu's territory. Tomorrow I will leave the empire so you can just follow that schedule. Yes, I will pass on the word to Miss Rosalind, he said gently to Albaru, thinking, then they will be here within a month at the latest. Convey the word to Count Daruth as well, Albaru instructed. Cale only had time to let out a nonchalant sentence. I know, thinking in his head, do you know that Rosalind was once a princess? Even though I never revealed it, Hans already knew about it, so his father probably knew too, which is true, after all, he is the head of the family. Young Master Cale, do you want to hear a funny story? Albaru suggested, but Cale replied, no, I don't want to hear it at all. Listen, Hess still trying to hold on. Cale knows this is his trap, so why bother asking? Do you know how the Pope of the Sun God Church died? He asked. After the Emperor announced the opening of the festival, the Pope also gave a congratulatory speech because it was an event related to the Sun God. The Pope stood on a dais in front of the temple of the Sun God in the capital of the empire, and yet that platform was blown away. Cale felt very surprised when he heard this. What? It was an explosion later. Albaru nodded. You are very sharp. Yes, it was an explosion. Similar to our case. The magical bomb terrorist incident that happened in the capital a while ago. Albaru used the word we, it could only be that explosion. Hearing this, Cale didn't know what else to say. The twins and those dressed in black, and the magic father, its destructive power is on par with what I witnessed in the capital. Albaru continued. Hearing this, Cale fell back. Don't you feel anything? Luckily I survived thanks to the magician's barrier, but the believers in front of the group became a mess, meaning it wasn't just the Pope who died. Albaru continued. I intend to find the organization that caused that and not leave them alone, because they also plan to do the same to our entire kingdom. Albarus' eyes became cold, although this time it was about another magician and not the other day, but I was determined to catch that old magician to punish him. Albarus' hand clenched tightly. Cale spoke up, Your Highness. That magician is dead, so now he no longer exists in this world. Albaru was extremely shocked when he heard this. What? Killed him? He was angry, but Cale immediately explained, it wasn't me who did it. The atmosphere suddenly became silent for a moment. Please tell me about those things later, Albaru begged. Cale could only nod. This time it's hard to grasp the cause and effect relationship. The Sun God twins and the magic bomb. He quietly turned off the connection of the orb. This is really frustrating, but I can't send Ron or everyone else in the group to find out. Anyway, when the 4th prince comes here, please contact me. Albaru said. The 4th prince is very polite and dignified. You should talk to him. The 2 words politeness and manners made Cale think, something is different from what he knows. I think of Rosalind. The next day, the conference is opening. Human, the conference is about to start, huh? Even though Raon Miru isn't by my side, I'm still very excited. we'll also go see the night market later. If I want to buy anything, you'll buy it for me. Raon Miru really likes to play. Okay, 3 things. If you sell it at the night market, I can buy it for you. Cale was very proud. This morning I told Raon Miru about money, and also gave the kids some pocket money. They seemed very happy. I remembered Hong and On's faces. Hong told On, there must be a lot of delicious food at the night market. We have to let the youngest brother eat delicious food as much as he wants. That's right, just learn little by little like that. I'm so generous. I feel like I'm really great. Raon Miru can't deny it. Yes, you're a very kind person. Young master, this is the information you requested to learn. Choy Han and Ron walked up to the front. Okay, are these people? He looked at the list and asked. Ron nodded, and in the past they were knight captains, archers and assassins. At this point, we can form a normal combat army. If the skeleton flying army and the normal combat army appeared, how shocked would the enemy be? What is their strength? He asked. From mid-range to above, the strength of all 3 is equivalent to that of Vice Captain Hillsman. Raon Miru was also curious. So, human, why are you smiling like that? What's so interesting? Haha, young master, isn't the Henatu's territory a much more livable place than we thought? Ron's face returns. Cale took a sip of wine. Yes, it was worth living. The laughter of the 2 rang out, making Choy Han in the middle unable to understand anything, after learning about the Northern Kingdom's alliance. Count Daruth has been building the city wall and not only increasing it but also improving the quality of the force inside the domain. Of course he is also investing money in his work mercilessly. But still said that in general it was not enough. If everything goes well according to this religion, he thought, I am a piece of trash. Somewhere a voice rang out. He shouted, this thing that should be thrown away is called what kind of painting? Art is not like this. His voice echoed, it's not like this. This guy is crazy. I'm really trash. Cale looked around and felt very confused. He drew so well. The drawing contest begins with a preliminary round before the festival. Then a second round of evaluation is conducted to decide the winner. Currently, those who pass the preliminary round are competing in drawing rocky mountains and mining sites, stone located behind the Lord's castle. He was also an archer. He looked at the person roaming in the middle of the field. Why is that so? Why is it so bad? I heard that he is a very sensitive type of person. It seems to be true. He looked at that man, who was still shouting, art isn't like this. He had settled here for 3 months, the shortest time of them all. I heard he was living in A, whereas the house next to Bok Thu in the rat living area. Choy Han outlined the basic information that Cale needed to pay attention to. That tree was his inspiration. He continued. Cale looked and nodded. Where was the inspiration? The indestructible shield, the man-eating plant and the rat nest where I first gained my ancient power. That tree reacted to him because he was the owner of an indestructible shield. He looked at the scene before him and thought, what if while I was looking for him, he saw that tree shaking and reacted? Respond to yourself. Unfortunately, at that time I became a source of inspiration. Very unlucky. Looking at the man who had been taken away by the surrounding security guards, he felt satisfied. In front of his eyes, Choy Han nodded. Sculpture will participate in the qualifying round tomorrow, right? I asked, did the sculptor fail the qualifying round? It is said that he ranked last in the ferry. Instead, that person has not yet explored the profession of assassin. Ron was next to comfort him. He could only sigh. Ron continued, young master, then let me book a restaurant for you first. He could only nod. There was no other way. Let's meet first. Kitchen all ready. Please come in. The chef is very enthusiastic when he sees you appear. I will guide everyone to the reserved room. Lily, who was next to her, was startled when she saw her brother coming. She stood up straight, very pleased. It was my honor to meet my mother's teacher, Cale said lastly. Lily was startled when she heard Ben say that. Star. Is the teacher your teacher? Nini turned to look at the man standing next to her, then turned back to look at Cale. She accidentally said something. I hid the matter of learning swordsmanship from everyone in the house. He looked at the glass and smiled. Moreover, he is also my sister's teacher, so I wanted to come here to meet him. He smiled and said to the chef, ha ha, is it the countess' teacher? Lily couldn't help but say, you're exaggerating, Chef Adro, Hess the chef and also the leader of the Night Order. He laughed loudly, you're exaggerating, he was the former captain of the Night Order of a weakened family. When Lady Viola said that he would plunge into the fierce world of business, he gave up his life, a knight, became a mercenary and bodyguard for the company, then followed Violon to this Henatu's territory. After Violon became countess, he became a chef, a profession he said he had dreamed of for a long time, then settled here. This restaurant was also built for him by Earl Daruth. He was Violin's childhood sword teacher. and now Hess Lily's master. He looked at the girl in front of him. I heard the food here is very delicious. I'm really excited. He smiled, he nodded, it's worth trying. I will serve you, please come this way. Adro continued Cale, then he turned to look at Ron. You sinister guy, he whispered. Ron nodded, haha, just like you. Our young master has really grown up, but even so, he is still very sinister. Both of them looked at Cale and thought, we sneaked the Countess to come here, so you guys keep today's story a secret, okay? The young master came here both because of Lady Lily's business and also because he wanted to meet you, who had served the Countess before. Hearing Ron say that, it was difficult for Adro to understand because that person was him. Yes, the young master wanted to know about his mother's life. Ron turned and said, Ron, let's make it so that every time the territory is in danger, Adro voluntarily wants to come forward. That is my goal. Just a few days ago, Cale told Ron that, even though Hess old, going to the front lines will be difficult. He smiled, but if someone like him comes out, people will be moved. How? Lily, I believe you will become a talented swordsman. Cale and Lily talked to each other. Yes, I will become a guardian knight to protect this territory. Young master, Ron feels very happy, it seems he has succeeded. That night, the city was very bustling with street lights and the arrival of people. Is this a demon? Cale put on his coat, went to the market, saw a tree with a strange shape and was very curious. The seller was speechless. Please come in. Oh, sir, this is Kenari. A kind of flower. Seeing this kind of flower, I suddenly didn't know what to say. Kenari, I was so shocked. Human, this is not Kenari. Raon Miru was on my back. When I saw it, she came out immediately. This is also a kind of talent. I will buy this. Really? The salesperson was very happy to hear him say that. He nodded. Really, I want to give it to someone important to me. This sculpture is so excellent that it suits me very well. Looking around, I felt like there was no better work of art. What a great choice. Please wait a moment, I will call you back right away, the salesperson said with a smile. Is this really a real person? Impossible force. You can judge, if this is just acting then this person is really good at acting. He can only judge on that aspect, but the seller is very happy right now. Is there anyone in this world who recognizes his artistic sense? If not an assassin then a spy, according to the conclusion. As a result of the investigation, this person is not a spy. You pay the seller a little money. Here, this is enough for you to close the shop early, right? Oh my god, what should I do? I don't have any change right now. He took off his hat and said to the salesperson, no need, this is my heart for your efforts. She nodded. When I was doing this sculpting job, this was the first time someone recognized my efforts. The young master, the salesman couldn't believe that the person standing in front of him was Cale. He smiled with a smug face. Living in hiding is very miserable, isn't it? You just take the money, this is my heart for your efforts to escape. He gave the coin to the seller. Ron, you take care of the next thing? Ron nodded. Yes, young master, the assassin will call to talk to the assassin. The seller from a while ago was the assassin Kim's sculptor, the fugitive Frisia. Just like that, the second person was also far away from his plan. If you want to form a real-life combat team, shouldn't you do it later? 3 weeks later, when Cale was eating a delicious piece of cake. Sister, someone's voice sounded very upset next to Rosalind's arm. Why do you live in such a shabby and broken place, my only sister in the world? How can you live in a place filled with only rocks and stones? The person crying in Rosalind's arms is your younger brother, there. Rosalind was visibly upset. Why would she be happy in this earl's territory? Rosalind's younger brother screamed. Cale suddenly remembered Alberus' introduction. He was very polite and dignified, but now finally, where's the politeness? Raon Miru also couldn't hold back his words. Our house has a lot of rocks, that's why it's so wonderful. That stupid crybaby, who is that crybaby? I looked up, who else is growing potatoes in this land? The guest who came to this faraway place to find her sister was the nagging little brother that Rosalind often mentioned. The 4 princes of the Breck Kingdom, who else is coming here? The 4 princes Pen. Thanks to the genius crown prince, I was able to meet my sister safely. Pen talked to Alberu. Alberu smiled. Fortunately, he will leave soon. No, I will probably stay here for just a few days ago. Alberu was happy. I see. Cale still couldn't help but feel doubtful, doubting the eyes of the crown prince, a person who is said to be polite and sophisticated. I admit now that he really looks very kind. Until just now he was crying and angry at you. Where is the politeness and sophistication? Where is this that you dare to bring such a bratty pony here? Looking at that expression, he must be feeling very confused. Albaru on the other end of the line can also feel it. Is it because that is not the subject to talk about union, perhaps? So have a nice trip in Roan Kingdom. Albaru said hello. Pen nodded, thank you. We're done talking, so now quickly change into your training clothes and go to the training ground. Rosalind's request immediately made Pen angry. Young Master Cale, can I borrow your gym? I want to practice and chat with my younger brother after a long time. Rosalind's attitude when talking to Cale, it's different. Of course, if it was for a conversation between two sisters, I would leave the entire training ground for you. Cale happily said, you two just take the time to talk. Rosalind turned to Pen. Pen is crying now without tears. Sister, what did I do wrong? Let's go back in time a little to the time before calling the genius crown prince, who was once the heir to the throne and refused to go out and become a magic master, but stayed here, on this small territory, this tiny bit of rock, and living like a magician. Does this make sense? At this moment, Pen is still complaining to his sister, who knows if she can become the master of the magic tower. If she is the queen, I don't know, but if she becomes a magician, I think she is your sister, can become the ultimate magician. Doesn't your highness believe in Lady Rosalind? After hearing those words, he seemed to have more strength to refute. Pen was startled and said, of course it's me believe it. But a person who is not a noble dares to ask me about my sister. Before Cale could answer, the pen was hit in the head by Rosalind's strength. He stood up to write. Rosalind seems to be very angry. I think I should have a deep conversation with you after a long time. Rosalind's heart was filled with anger. Back to the present, Rosalind had used magic to stop Pen's wet shirt from drying. The conversation between the two sisters was still very tense. What's wrong? I'll go to the training ground first. I'll be there soon. Raon Miru here is still very angry. That crybaby doesn't even know how excellent mage Rosalind is, yet he dares to mock our family and look down on weak people drowning. I don't like him. Raon Miru is angry. Cale has the same feelings. I also hate that kind of whining child the most. See you later, your highness. Cale knows what to say. And before I go I want to let you know something. Because this is just a field full of rocks, the training ground is also made of leather. It's very hard and sturdy. That's very good. Ha ha. Cale seemed to grasp the weakness of the pen, repeating it over and over again. It turned out they were all the same thing. Pen was stunned. Those two people were together because they were similar. I was 19 years old, time passed, suddenly I was 1 year older. Young master, you have to wake up now, you have to wake up now. That's right, Hong and On are next to Roan. Raon Miru doesn't know what to do. Human, you've been sleeping for 13 hours, it's not like bears hibernate, wake up. Spring has ended, stop sleeping, time passes so quickly. Cale doesn't want to get up, it's already the end of spring, so now I have to go to the last place of ancient power, which is the Forest of 10 Fingers, but before that there are a few things I have to check. You can control it all at once, right? He turned around to ask. Yes, if I wasn't afraid of other people's eyes, I would have let it fly all at once. What a pity. Choy Han, wearing a cloak next to him, said, the flying skeleton crew is finally ready. We have sprinkled the powder of the 2 highest grade magic stones on the bodies of the 72 flying monsters that Mary restored. Why are you paying for anything so comfortably? He married on a skeleton, lamenting, it's because it's a bone, even though it's padded, my butt still hurts a lot. In return, the view is really top notch. Raon Miru in front said, hey human, the deputy butler is coming down there. Young Master Cale, I'm here. The deputy butler below was very welcoming. Oh my god. That skeleton rushed down regardless of all obstacles. Young Master, the day the Count and Mr. Muller contacted you, sir. The deputy butler handed over the letter. It seems like everything is about to end. Dared Henatus, young master, I'm trying my best to decorate the inside according to the concept I told you. I'm working hard, just to be taller, Muller. The best defensive tool for the wall is a ship called Sanbang, which is also being completed. Cale read and laughed. I will also soon meet Lady Rosalind, who went to the 2 kingdoms and negotiated on her own. Said, Witty will also come soon. He said he will come here personally because he has something to talk about. Have you finished packing your luggage yet? He asked the deputy butler. The butler nodded. Then I'm leaving, Choy Han said softly next to him. Cale calmly said, okay, it's a pity we went on different paths. Choy Han said regretfully, I will return soon. Until then please look after my children. Maybe I will miss you a lot. Choy Han turned around. I will definitely come back. He nodded, then suddenly realized something. Okay, but the children, could it be those skeletons, in Odu's office? Long time no see. Odia smiled. The leather on this sofa is really good. Come in and evaluate it. I changed it to a cheap one. He shook his head. Don't lie. Have you been living well lately? Of course, Vinyan Stan has been locked in a dungeon all his life, why can't I live well? He thought about it and felt extremely happy in his heart. Vinyan Stan has gone crazy, it is said that every time it's time to eat he has a seizure. I heard that the Marcus 4 limbs are being chopped off one by one, Odious said. Young Master Taylor Stan is too talented, of course, young Master Taylor Stan is of course good. But what are you doing here today? Odious turned to ask the main question. Sir, do you have a normal route? He asked in a heavy voice. If you're talking about clean trading places then I have a few. I'm a bright trading place person, he said confidently. Is that so? He nodded. So then, he showed his extremely precious golden coin. Odious was very surprised after seeing the golden coin. It was not the next golden coin. You know very well, yeah, that's right. You only need to bring here 200,000 silver coins. Of course this number is too big, 200,000 silver coins. His voice became stuttered. He thought it was normal so he nodded. Yes, 200,000 dong. Why can't I get gold? He asked again. He was still indifferent. Can you earn 200,000 dong? Whatever, let's do that. So it can be made from anything, as long as it's 200,000 dong. But Teresa problem, if it's 200,000 gold dong, it should be 200 billion, it's really hard to earn that much, but it's not impossible. Odious rubbed his beard, thinking, okay, compared to being discovered by the crown prince that he had 200 billion, being discovered about 2 billion was still better. He looked at the money still sitting on the table, but if it was 200,000 dong, it would be a lot, and also heavy. What do you intend to do with it? Odious tried to ask. What do you want? No later. No, that's all I said. He waved his hand. I'm satisfied when I hear that. Okay, prepare it within an hour for me. 1 hour, how come? He stammered. You can prepare, right? Your face is filled with murderous intent. It'll be prepared, of course with what Cale sensed. He couldn't help but nod. He smiled. Okay, that's it. What will I do with the 200,000 coins I have prepared? What else can I do? Of course, creating a path with money where we have set foot before. An hour later, Raon happily took a gold coin. So happy, I also have this money, human. Seeing that, the other person was speechless. Wow, it's really cool to carry all that huge amount of money. Odious was about to say it again. Where are you going now? Ah no, I won't ask anything. Cale Min smiled. Wise choice. Help me send my regards to Bios. He took out the bundle of money and continued, saying, now we are spending money and living happily. The two little cats, Hong and On, were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, they cried out. Hans also happily exclaimed, young master, you lovely gentleman said that you like this and very much, let's stop by here. Looking at this scene of the three people opposite, Cale Min was speechless. Now those two kids can freely manipulate the deputy butler. Choy Han called me again, Cale Nim. Choy Han asked, where will we wait for Rosalind? Cale Min nodded, yes. Elsewhere, in Bloke village, this is a village located near the western boundary of the Rhone kingdom, frequented by many merchants and tourists. Cale Min thought to himself, probably the Cross Mountain and the Elf village are also located nearby, but so what's the matter? Those guys who are afraid to meet people would never come here. The people of the Elf village never go to Bloke villages or inhabited cities, because that is the village's principle. Only when that village is in danger of being wiped out will they go down from the mountains. So maybe I don't have to run into them, just eat and drink comfortably. Thinking so, Cale Min immediately talked to the butler Hans. I'll go in and book a room right away. Yeah, just take your time. As soon as I opened the door, a bell rang softly. Enthusiastically welcomed everyone. Oh hello guests. Cale Min somehow noticed a corner. I thought, those people. He observed carefully, looking at the food with nothing but grass, he felt a bit uneasy, maybe. Raon commented, humans are weak, it seems that those people are not human. Cale Min heard that but was speechless, just like that. But he thought to himself, how unreasonable, is the elf village really in danger of being wiped out? At that moment, in that group of people, one person suddenly became startled, his face turned pale, and his hands trembled. He stood up and looked around. Cale Min thought, oh no, it seems like an elf once collided with the dragon's aura. He said softly, Raon, quietly walk around this restaurant without being seen by anyone, and I don't know you anywhere. Raon quickly obeyed the order. It immediately flew up to the ceiling. Cale Min xi silently, but maybe it's lucky that this inn is crowded. After 9 months of resting, I've already let my guard down. As long as Raon continuously flies around above in a state of invisibility, it won't be a problem. the other guy is still looking around uneasily. Cale Min pretended not to know Raon and thought to himself, yes, I don't know anything, now I'm just a passerby. The other possible guys quietly asked the other guy, what's wrong with you? This person still tried to say, let go, let me go. Raon said while flying, see how good I am, spinning around and around. Cale Min also satisfied him, yes you are very good, just keep spinning around on the ceiling, don't come here. Compared to the elves, the reaction level of the dark elves is churboffing nails. For the elves, just by swishing their tails, they will fall backwards. If they meet Raon, then that will happen. Cale Min was already thinking about the scene of those elves kneeling down to admire Raon. He was speechless, just imagining it was scary. Absolutely it must not be revealed. At this moment, that elf quickly rushed to one side and shouted, search, found. Raon flew and asked, human, how long do I have to turn around? I'll keep turning. I heard that elf was still searching. Cale Min told the little dragon, keep going, stop when I say stop. Cale Min was also a bit suspicious, but why did he go this way? This place is not Raon. Suddenly a sound rang out, young master. Deputy Butler Hans said, they say that from the 3rd floor up there are comfortable rooms, is that okay? Cale Min immediately peddled, okay Hans, of course yes, very good. Hearing that the shop owner also said, then I will prepare a special room on the 3rd floor for you. Hans replied to the boss, yes, thanks to you, young master, where are you going? Cale Min immediately said, then go to the 3rd floor. Raon asked him, oh, human, you left me behind and went somewhere, where are you unwell? Your face looks terrible, let me follow. Cale Min immediately sped up and said, no, absolutely don't come here. But now a foot has stepped forward. Some people reach out their hands every day. The elf from before appeared behind Cale Min and asked, may I ask? Cale Min was stunned, this voice rang out right behind him, if I turned my back right here then obviously that scary situation would happen. But at this time, Choy Han and Whip had already blocked the two people to protect Cale Min. What is that? Who is that over there? Cale Min was also relieved, yes there are still them. This time he dared to turn around and say, what's going on? Another elf also walked over with the other guy. Looking at that white-haired elf, Cale Min was startled, crazy, that was Pendrick, why was he here?
The other person then said, I might say this out loud, but do you believe in mana?
Cale Min had 1,001 question marks in his heart, why did it feel like he was preaching a religion? The other guy also thought to himself, this aura floating in the air was clearly that of a dragon. But he also thought, there is no way a dragon can circle around carelessly like that, it is definitely the dragon that is causing the aura to circle around. Dragon, an existence that makes people dare not utter it out of their mouths, the scent of the wind, the scent of trees, the scent of living water emanates from him, humans cannot emit so many scents at the same time. This person continued to think, this person clearly said, but Cale Min said directly, I don't believe in things like mana. This person was surprised, what, Cale Min thought, if it was a nature-friendly species like a dragon, he would have answered that he believed in mana, so I answered that I did not believe. This person continued, so you have established it like that, I will execute according to your wishes. Cale Min was speechless, what a strange answer, why did he react that way? Both elves bowed their heads, I'm sorry for interrupting your peaceful trip, from now on I'll pretend I don't know anything, I hope you don't ruin your focus. Cale Min just said, when you're done, let's go, I thought, pretending not to know is the best policy, and it's obvious that he's treating me like a dragon. The other elf still bowed and said, sorry for wasting my time. Pendrick then asked, what was going on, but the other person just said it was nothing, let's go quickly. He turned his head and said calmly, we have to hurry, we have to go back to the village to replenish our strength. 10-Point Mountain, a destructive fire has appeared on the 3rd mountain peak, this fire-like liquid, it is not clear whether it is fire or lava, after 2 weeks, it will cause half of the 3rd mountain peak to melt. Until the destructive fire completely devours the mountaintop, and before the elves gain the ancient power of controlling fire spirits, no one will be able to stop this fire. Cale Min smiled and thought, other people would never know how to get this ancient power, only someone like me who has read The Birth of a Hero knows the right method to gain this power. Raon said suspiciously, human, are you really going to do this? No way, if you have any dissatisfaction, just say it, this amount of money can buy a lot of chicken skewers, but Cale Min said no, I will do it for real. In front of them, a sack of silver coins fell out. Cale Min threw everything straight into the volcano, spending money is truly the best way to relieve stress. Cale Min is happy, oh so happy, Rarely in life do I have the opportunity to spend other people's money to my heart's content like this. Ah, why are you like this? Raon doesn't understand. But at this moment from the lava suddenly a voice rang out, smelling of money. How long has it been since I had the opportunity to feel the cool and elegant smell of money like this? Behind Cale there are still other bags of money. The happy lava side said, ha ha money, let me feel the smell of money more. Cale smiled, the owner of the ancient power is ultimately such a money-mad person. Cale continues to sprinkle money into the crater. Inside the lava, in my life, other than that crazy teammate, I have never seen anyone splash money like this. I didn't expect that someone like this would appear again. Let's spend more money. At this time I don't know how many bundles of money have been thrown out below. Raon is happy, weak person, so you have already calculated everything. If you are still lacking then tell me, I will give you this too. Cale sighed and refused to think. Stop it, I don't like taking money from children. He thought, there were 20,000 silver coins here, the amount of silver that the prince had given him. The thing in front of me still says, I want to feel the smell of money more. Cale is not stingy and continues to spend money. That elf couldn't get the destructive fire in its perfect state because he didn't know how, so he didn't use this power because he thought it was useless. However, the more money he spent, the more clearly the true power of this fire would appear. If that elf knew how great the fire's true power was, he would be very regretful. In front of them, a bright red pig appeared and said, great, I also wanted to spend money like trash like this, but that dark group robbed me and my teammates of all my money. He cursed, those bastards, cruel people who forced others to work for free all day long. Cale rubbed his shoulders and thought, I'm also working like this, it's so annoying, I have to spend money once or twice to be happy. Cale continued to knock over another bundle of coins. Happy Pig, name, this guy is so kind. Immediately it jumped up and made lava splash and said, I admit, you have enough ambition to receive this power, someone like you who can throw away this much money will overcome everything. But now Cale said, just this alone makes the pig freeze, ha. Cale continued to throw down a bundle of silver coins and smiled, still here, happy magic pig, oh, I met a crazy guy like an angel. He continued, I admit, I was hesitant because I felt my best friend's strength from you. Cale was a bit surprised after hearing that, my best friend's strength. There's something burning under the pile of dung, Cale thought, he's a close friend of the thief, the owner of the sound of the wind. Really, I know another piece of information I don't need to know. The other pig said that among those who possess ancient powers, there is no one who is normal. Cale immediately became angry when he heard it. Did he mean he was abnormal? The fire continued to grow larger. The pig said, okay, take it, the power that can burn everything. Of course minus the money, the pig added. Cale thought, he's easier to seduce than I thought, he only had 2 billion and already like this. The fire pig asked again, oh wait, you live in the country of rocks but don't have the power of rocks. Cale was dumbfounded after hearing that. Ha, the pig saw that and said, you have resolved my hatred, so I will specially tell you. It says, in fact, there is another thing besides money that we cannot destroy, rocks. In the country of rocks, there is a scary rock called King Rock. Cale was speechless. Rocks, it doesn't sound like anything. I already have water that can put out fires and the aura of domination, so there's no need for any other ancient powers. After all, as long as I have this kind of power, I have enough ability to defend, regenerate, run away, and attack. Cale immediately raised his hand to touch the pig. He thought, I will have all these things in hand. As soon as his hand touched the pig, a blinding light was emitted along with splashing lava. The big one immediately said, melt everything that stands in your way. Cale smiled. Then the pig finished speaking, and you, bear with them all. Cale looked in surprise at what was transforming into his hand. The sky turned blue again. Cale held my hand. In front of them, the volcano had disappeared, or rather, all the lava had disappeared. Cale looked at the shield and was a bit disappointed. It wasn't a pig pattern, the pig statue from before was quite cute. Raon asked again, human, the strength just now is yours, you really have become a little less weak, now you are half as strong as my youngest toenail. Cale smiled looking at it and thought, I've been recognized by Raon. Raon continued, and hey human, just now I saw that the situation seemed serious so I waited until now to say it, the ghost spearman has come close. Cale froze, ha, who's coming? Raon smiled and said, he just arrived, I probed with magic. Cale remembered, oh I remember, the ghost spearman belonging to the mysterious organization that we encountered on A12 Island. Raon pointed and said, I can feel him there. Cale was surprised. Between the 7th peak and the 8th peak of the 10 mountains, there is a village covered with illusion magic that humans cannot see. Cale looked at Raon's hand and thought, has the ghost spearman appeared in the elf village? Cale Min thought to himself, something dangerous enough to make those 5 elves leave the village. Of course this story is not in the first book of the hero's birth year. He thought, why did the demon spearman come to that village? I already guessed who the elves were fighting. Raon continued, and the guy I met last time is here. Raon immediately flew up and said, he came too fast, he had already reached the top of the mountain. I'm hiding here. Cale Min was also startled. What, couldn't you have talked about things like this a little earlier? Did it have to be so complicated? Healer Pendrick looked around. This place is clear. He stopped when he saw that Cale Min was here before him. Over there. Back in the past, Pendrick once asked the other person, but who was that person that she kept him like that? The other person immediately replied, I don't know anymore, it's just, that's a character that it's better for us not to know. Cale Min mumbled, who is that? Cale Min turned around and asked, do you know me? Raon said above, humans know him, it's the elf standing behind the elf who spoke to you when we first arrived at that inn. Raon was proud, I'm a dragon so I can remember everything. Cale Min was speechless, you don't need to say anything, I already know. Pendrick thought to himself, why is he like that? This person opened his mouth, I met you at the inn last time, I remember we made eye contact. Cale Min turned his head away without paying much attention, is that so? I thought, maybe if I do this, he won't care anymore, I shouldn't say too much to him, after talking for a while, I'll get involved in something else, I've already been through it. But Pendrick asked directly, did you have ancient powers? Cale Min was stunned, but he said it straight, yes. Pendrick was shocked after hearing it. But after saying that, Cale Min thought again, wait a minute. As Cale Min walked, he was bored and thought, could it be that he is following me? This guy started talking again, asked a question. Cale Min immediately wanted to stop this guy's mouth, but couldn't. But Pendrick had already asked, could I borrow that ancient power? And then Cale Min stopped dead in his tracks. He silently turned back to look at this guy. Pendrick took off his hat this time. Raon was also surprised, human, is that elf sick? His face looked so serious. Cale Min replied, no, it's not sick, he just looks like he's sick. He's an elf who doesn't know how to control spirits, so he has to live in a feeling of despair his whole life. However, he has a handsome appearance and a sickly white face. Pendrick introduced himself, I am an elf, currently living in the elf village. There is an organization that attacked the elf village to rob the world's treasure. Cale was surprised, what? Just like the usual fantasy stories, this place also has a legend about the existence of the World Tree, which is supporting 2 continents. The World Tree here helps chimpanzees in the natural world live comfortably. The elves used tree branches allowed by the World Tree to build villages, then lived in nests made from nature's trees. The World Tree branch gave the elves safety through illusion magic. So what would happen if that branch of the World Tree disappeared? Cale Min thought to himself. He opened his mouth again. Wouldn't it be true that if the branch was lost, the elf village would collapse? Pendrick replied in surprise, yes that's true, and then thought, what, this person knows about elves well. Then he continued, so to protect the branch, now elves and spirits are fighting against that organization. Cale Min was surprised, that organization could not be. He immediately asked, where is that organization? Pendrick replied, I don't know, I just know that on their costumes there is only 1 white star and those 5 stars. Cale Min thought, as expected, those crazy people. Pendrick continued, even though we investigated, we still couldn't find out what place that thing was a symbol of. Cale Min thought, I don't know if that's right, even Ron couldn't find Arm's clear identity. The little dragon was indignant when he heard it, they destroyed the house, they really are a bad group, that group must be punished, if our house is destroyed, we will destroy the whole world. Cale Min thought again, knowing that the elf village is in danger now, but what does this power have to do with it? He asked directly, but why do you need my ancient ability? Pendrick immediately said, do you know what the most deadly poison for elves is? Cale Min thought, I know, damn I know what that is. That is the reason why the relationship between elves and dark elves is not good. It is beneficial for dark elves but is toxic to elves, it is dead mana. He continued, I don't know if the power of this fire can burn the dead mana or not. Pendrick immediately said, even so I still want to try, please help me. Cale Min put his hand on his mouth, dead mana. He thought, a person who always suffers from pain but says that he is not in as much pain as Mary, anyway this will be beneficial for her too. He smiled and thought, in the future I still have to order her around for a long time, so it's good to let her owe a little from now on. Cale immediately looked towards the sick Pendrick. Pendrick continued, if you are willing to help, we will definitely repay you. Cale immediately said, how about repaying? Pendrick nodded, yes, to repay, but Cale stopped him, okay. Cale exuded the aura of being a good person and said, people like you who live in the heart of nature will not get money to repay you. He thought, of course the healer Pendrick and the elves could repay him, but the elves liked people who didn't care about material things. I deliberately said what they meant to score points. Pendrick heard it and was surprised. Raon is still angry, human, I want to punch that spearman. Cale also thought, right, what can the strongest person here say like that? Pendrick survived thanks to the storyline change, and I don't want to let him die either. He said, tell me the location of the village, I will go there with my group to support right now. Cale finished smiling, because after all, perhaps that organization is the same people I have met. At another location, the familiar arm symbol appeared again. They are in a fierce battle in the elf village. Right now, Pendrick's group and Cale are rushing there. Right now the startled elves said loudly, enemy coming again. Pendrick looked up in surprise, only to see a nimble man jumping in front of him. Pendrick was surprised then turned back and said to his brothers, it's them, this person doesn't understand. What, them? A guy covered his face in cold blood as if looking at a dead body. He easily headshot the opponent. Blood flowed out on the opponent's arm. The masked guys talked to each other, wouldn't they get mad, so that's good. In front of those two people, a scream of fear rang out, I'm crazy, I met you last time, but this time it's the same. The person opposite immediately said loudly, who are you guys? The masked man proudly said, I still have to ask, we are a secret organization. Even Cale, who was wearing a mask, was at a loss for words, oh my god, Choy Han even knows how to laugh, they're probably mad at you like this. Sure enough, that guy immediately got angry and cursed, what a bunch of crazy people. Cale thought, it's very difficult, isn't it, coming all the way here and having to bring trouble and frustration on yourself. That said, why do you go around causing trouble and harming others like that? Back at the crater, Pendrick recounted, among the enemies we would have to face was a boy. The child's name was Balar. Looking at the language the child used, it seemed that only his appearance was similar to the child. The middle-aged swordsman in the group was the child's protector. When he saw the boy's white eyes, all the wolves living in the valley lost their reason. It seemed that was his ability, a relatively difficult opponent. Cale silently listened to Pendrick's story. Balar used animals to spread dead mana. Dead mana is a fatal poison for elves, because they still have to avoid dead mana, elves cannot attack them properly. Pendrick said, both of them were not as strong as the magic spearman, but the boy had something special. Cale understands that Balar has the ability to befriend living animals or monsters to fight together, or can also rob them of their reason and turn them into zombies. However, as soon as they lose their reason, animals or beasts are controlled by him in a dead state, so when they are no longer controlled, they will not be able to continue living and will explode and die. Locke remembered and said in a harsh voice that it was unforgivable. Immediately, claws appeared on his hands. Balar marveled at, his fingernails. The whole group was also surprised. Is he a wolf tribe? Balar also excitedly said, oh, I want to have him. But the Locke has entered a wild state. The middle-aged swordsman calmly said, they are the ones who ruin things in the mermaid tribe. Yes, they are those crazy people, the guy next to him said. Beacrox raised his hand and said, you weak guys are so talkative. Quan said again, young master, from now on the scene will be very cruel. Young master, are you okay? Cale silently looked at him and thought, Ron, he really is a sinister old man, but I just said yes, let's go to the edge first. Cale said, from now on, it's okay to fight. Immediately the remaining people immediately rushed forward. A powerful blow was delivered. The blows were so fast and powerful that they could not be seen. One by one they were executed. Seeing that, the other guy immediately shouted, what are you doing? Stop them. At this moment, a sound rang out. It seemed like you had underestimated the dew. He was stunned when he heard that.
Sure enough, in the next second, a thick stream of smoke spread out in all directions.
Those who smelled the mist choked to death. The old swordsman swung his sword and cursed, damn, where did these guys come from? Choy Han rushed forward to ask, is there still time to talk? Then we have to be more forceful. The two sword strikes resonated strongly against each other. The other guy shouted in shock, damn, I didn't mean to rush into this battlefield, who the hell are these guys, they keep jumping in like that. But another voice rang out, shut up, today I plan to use up all of these empty gloves. Barracks of the same name confront each other head on. At this moment, a fireball appeared, attacking straight forward. The other guy saw that and was shocked. Back in time, the other person asked Cale Min, young master, can't animals be treated? Animals will not be able to return to their normal state. Cale immediately replied, animals that have been robbed of their reason will not be able to return to their original state. He said, perhaps with that state, even if he returned to the original state, it would be difficult to survive. Choy Han's clawed hand quickly shrank. He immediately attacked straight towards Balar. Balar was just interested, you came here for me to catch you. He smiled and unleashed his strength and said proudly, thank you. But the mist that emitted made Balar stunned. Ha, what is that? In this dense fog, Choy Han's hand rushed forward at lightning speed. But a sound rang out, ho, no way, I'll probably have to cut off your fingers. Beacrox immediately stopped fighting that guy. Was there another guy? The other guy saw that and quickly shouted, damn it, number one, get away quickly. But Choy Han came up behind him and said, what do you want to chop? He immediately gave the other guy a blow, but he was able to pull Balar away. Balar was hugged by that number one guy. The boy angrily cursed, huffed, so annoyed, I will kill that wolf. At this time, several pairs of white gloves covered in blood fell out. Choy Han asked, what are those gloves, why are there more and more? Beacrox just said, it's because I'm angry. At this time, the two elves looked towards where Cale Min was standing. An elf the other day suddenly realized something, he is not a dragon, he is the one who helped the whale tribe when they were suffering because of the mermaid tribe, who joined hands with the secret organization, as well as protecting the people of the kingdom from the terrorist bomb. Only now did Cale Min turn his head to look at them, the elf already recognized him, it was Cale Henatus, he remembered, while out investigating I had heard this name, and the people accompanying him were also not ordinary, where did all these people possessing unimaginable power come from? He was about to say something to Cale, but a loud voice rang out, quickly kill him. Balar angrily said, at all costs I have to kill that wolf first, my precious baby's skin is injured. Pendrick asked worriedly, Cale Min, but, is it okay to do this? They are getting angrier and angrier, but Cale said, I did it on purpose. He thought, he was so angry, but still did not let the group members be poisoned by the dead mana, he said, he just looked mad but still conscious. Pendrick worried, so what to do now? Cale took out the fire, Pendrick was startled, are you planning to use fire to destroy those animals and kill the mana first? But Cale said, no, I intended to do that directly with those guys. Pendrick was startled, yes. The fire in Cale Min's hand is increasingly expanding in area. A voice rang out, damn it, stop him, uncle, number one, you two also go, tell me to go through the dead mana, this is an order. Raon looked up at the sky and asked, human, what is this, the weather is so strange, is it okay for me to stay here? Cale also said yes, it's okay. The voice of the fire shield rang out again, someone like you who can throw away money can endure anything, melt everything that stands in your way, and endure it too. Cale immediately grabbed the fire. Immediately a beam of light as large as a large bolt of lightning hit the ground. Cale gasped in pain and turned over backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood, damn it. I thought, from the beginning, no one talked about this reverse force incident. A voice kept calling, Cale, Cale, Cale. Cale Min thought, is that Raon? It hurts so much, since coming to this world, this is the first time. Cale slowly opened his eyes and continued thinking, this is the first time I have felt pain like this. Choy Han was holding Cale Min, he was panicking and wanted to do something. But Butler Ron stopped Choy Han, stopped, one wrong step and the blood would reflux, what if it overflowed into the air shop? Cale held Choy Han's hand and said, I'm fine. Cale coughed and said, more importantly, he had to hurry and, Cale thought while coughing up blood, why didn't the blood stop flowing? Because the heart's energy has begun to recover, the pain is gradually disappearing, but I'm still bleeding, not to mention. Cale realized that my stomach was burning, like I had been starving for a long time, Cale was really hungry. Cale Min tried to continue speaking, hurry up, you have to, Choy Han is worried, what are you talking about, you have to take care of your body first. Cale Min was speechless and thought, no, I'm trying to tell you to go get bread, I'm so hungry. At that moment, a loud sound rang out from the other side. Was the Balar screaming, my skin, my skin, my skin, my precious skin, his face was deformed. In the burning elf forest, Huge flames were continuously echoing into the distance. Choy Han remembered what Cale once said to him. I have received an ancient power, and I want to test it, that's why I want everyone to leave when I give the signal.
Choy Han heard Balar screaming, it hurts so much, I will kill you all.
I will kill them all. The scream still echoed far away. Choy Han exclaimed, can they use teleportation in such a short period of time? They are not completely dead yet, their appearance has already appeared unusual. Cale spoke again, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go, take care of the tame animals. Are you planning on leaving those innocent animals like that? Choy Han recalls that it was like that during the terrorist attack in the capital. He is someone who will save others, even when he himself is injured. Even if he's bloody or exhausted, he'll still be by their side. Even when injured or tired, Choy Han thought, what's the use of power, if every time you use it you get hurt like this, it would be better if. But Cale still urged him to hurry up. Choy Han wanted to refuse. But Cale said, wait, everything depends on you. Cale thought, I originally intended to send Raon, but Raon is acting a bit strange when he sees blood. This time Choy Han stood up and said, I'll be back. Cale also nodded, okay, now go. He also ordered everyone, Ron, Dead Energy, Lark, you to go with him. Both immediately received orders and rushed forward. Raon's new left arm was created by Mary, a summoner. It is not a living creature, so it can extract death energy. Cale sat there thinking, no matter how tired I am, I can't give up money, I can sell an amount of darkness to the Dark Elves and the Crown Prince at a high price. Hang On were very worried about Cale. Cale just patted their heads and comforted them, I'm fine, don't worry, now I should quickly follow them. Cale frowned and thought, but has the fire of destruction always been this strong? Looking at the fire burning fiercely, he thought, it's not so bad, it's really worth 2 billion. Seeing Cale suddenly scream in pain, everyone was startled. Raon also shed a few tears and shouted, no, Cale, you can't fall. Pendrick quickly treated Cale and asked, young master, are you okay? I'll start. But at this moment he suddenly noticed something and shouted, what is this? Something is touching. Cale thought, what do you mean, a dragon? Cale told Pendrick, after dealing with the animal trainer, I think it would be best for the elves to take care of the animals, they already live with your people. Cale looked forward and sighed and said, I have chosen a difficult path. Red lightning, with this power, they would definitely react the same no matter what, yet the situation was still not resolved, Pendrick now realized, so he was intentionally avoiding using it on the animals. He was trying to show concern. Pendrick immediately said, thank you very much, I will never forget the favor you and your subordinates have shown me. Cale thought to herself, funny, why am I wasting my time acting like this? I stepped up and said I wanted to challenge myself, but what about me now? If there are talented people around, it's best to just use them. At this moment, the number one man covered in thick fog also raised his hand. Pendrick was shocked, crazy bastard. Beacrox immediately prepared to advance. But as soon as he swung the sword, he was startled. A sound rang out, it's for you guys, it's for you, Cale, I will kill you. That's Raon, the little dragon said. Purple lightning shot down wildly. Raon continued, weak humans, I have reached the limit of my patience. The little dragon continued, I will not reveal my form as you requested, however, do not look at what I am about to do, it will be difficult for you, weakling. Cale weakly smiled and said, I understand, I'll go to sleep for a bit. Instantly red lightning rich in magic replaced the eternal flame. Everyone was stunned. That was, the protection of a high-ranking being. Cale thought, my eyes gradually closed, feeling like my body was being pulled down. I just thought, after waking up, I have to eat a loaf of bread. At this time, Cale's consciousness also gradually disintegrated. At this moment, fragmentary sounds rang out. 3 2 1, 1 2, 1 4th, human, I will count from 100 again, you must wake up before I reach 0, otherwise I will destroy this continent. 100, 99, 98, 97, 90 later, Cale was slowly opening his eyes thinking, that's right, I was unconscious, was I here the whole time I was unconscious? Cale raised his hand in front of Raon who was coming to 59. Raon was so happy that he cried, human, you finally woke up. Why were you unconscious for 3 days in a row? Cale was also startled. What? I was unconscious for 3 days, me. Raon kept talking loudly, I can create tons of thunder, so don't do that again, if you're weak, then just live like that. Everyone saw that Cale was awake and rushed over, Choy Han, Lark and everyone were happy. He finally woke up. Cale thought, why are people like this? They haven't even changed at all. Didn't you say I was unconscious for 3 days, and why am I here, like that? Choy Han explained, they say this place has the highest density of natural vitality and energy. I bring people here because they say this place is good for recovery. Cale realized that this was the flower field of the fairy village that we had seen in the book. Cale smiled and looked up at his head, and the crown was made from the leaves of this world tree. I am being taken care of the best, right? Then he remembered, wait, but why? Something is wrong. Has the patriarch discovered the existence of dragons yet? He thought, Choy Han, not all of them know about it, right, but Choy Han just avoids it. Choy Chan later admitted, well, at least no one saw the Raon. However, it seemed like the clan leader and the guardian warrior had returned to its presence. I believe everyone at least somewhat noticed.
But Raon quickly said, I didn't reveal myself. I kept my promise. I was quiet with you, human.
I ignored the chief even when he talked to me. Really? Raon tried to explain, but Cale just sighed. 3 days, I've been unconscious for too long. Cale Min thought again, I don't know what they did during that time. He asked, you weren't injured, right? Ron immediately smiled, no one was hurt, you don't need to worry. Calamin immediately replied, I understand, that's it. Choy Han told me, Lord Cale, about the results of the battle 3 days ago, but Cale Min interrupted him and said, I'm hungry. Cale immediately said, meat, tell them to give me meat. Finding meat in a vegetarian fairy village is really difficult for people. But Beacrox immediately put on his gloves and said, I will prepare it immediately, truly my trusted chef. Cale Min is proud. Choy Han recounted, after the battle 3 days ago, all of our enemies had temporarily retreated. The person suspected of being the #1 assassin was dead, the tamer had lost his sight and fainted, and had escaped by teleporting with the cleric. The cleric had suffered serious injuries to his legs, so they probably couldn't move their lower bodies anymore, said Cale Min. He said that the middle-aged swordsman and several other members were currently tied up, right? That's right. Cale Min holds a glass of wine in his hand. I thought, so the rest are dead. I couldn't stop it, he mused. In the end, all the animals died. Cale Min immediately said, maybe we can leave. He also rejected Pendrick's words of wanting to repay. Cale just said, you guys will be busy restoring the village and protecting the border, I won't ask for anything. Calm down, if none of my men are injured, that's enough for me. Pendrick thought to himself in surprise, I've heard that nobles are more greedy for wealth and power, it seems I was wrong. Pendrick immediately said that, as expected, he behaved as a person protected by a dragon. That's the elven village chief, Canaria said, I'm sure there's a reason why the dragon doesn't show itself but stays by your side. She thought to herself, I believe it's because it doesn't want to be worshipped, but instead wants you to be treated like that. She continued, he had received the blessing and love of the dragon. If he had protected the fairies and the tree world to the point of vomiting blood, then it was completely reasonable. When you receive the dragon's protection, I believe that you all have the right. Cale Min immediately thought, right, wait, this doesn't sound good at all, I just want to get what I came to the fairy village to get. But Canaria said, I guess you're looking for the world tree, right? Cale Min thought dejectedly, I just heard another nonsense. Canaria said, we have not revealed the location of the world tree, very few people know its location. Cale Min was depressed, for now I'll pretend I don't know. He just smiled wryly and said, that's because there's no reason for humans to know that. Canaria smiled and said, exactly, greed cannot be shown, only greedy people wish to have that knowledge. Ban thinks, but he is different, he does not show greed and is willing to sacrifice himself. A dragon so selfish that he used his power for others, meaning this person must at least be a hero that left a mark in history. Even so, he seemed to have no significant talent. However, he is fortunate enough to possess some ancient powers, Canaria continued, so to overcome this situation. She continued, I intend to order Pendrick to report this to the Golden Dragon. It is thanks to their magic that the protective barrier of the world tree is still maintained. Raon was immediately excited, Golden Dragon stars. The little dragon immediately said, human, I'm curious, I'm curious about that dragon. Cale Min was depressed, I really want to pretend I don't know, just, why is a dragon who is always so complacent, so curious about other dragons? Cale had to ask, where did Pendrick go to make this report? Canaria immediately answered him, it was the Whipper Kingdom. Raon immediately said, oh human, don't we have to go sell vomit shoots to that naive idiot? Cale also thought, we have to go meet Wittera of the Whale Tribe and Tunka of the Whipper Kingdom, to receive our reward. and destroy the magic tower. Cale thought, this is a big deal, I really don't want to go meet another dragon, he thought. Usually, in fantasy novels, long-lived dragons often appear as assistants or important characters, but the dragons here are extremely selfish. Ron is a special case. Ron kept trying to say, I'm sure there's no dragon as great as me, but I'm a curious dragon. You all have your tribes, but I don't, Ron said truthfully. But he still said positively, of course there is no human as weak as you, so I'm okay with that, I'll stay by your side. Cale was confused when he heard it. Why did everyone become like this? Cale held his head. Everything was supposed to go according to my plan to achieve my goal, so why did everything go astray and become so complicated? Was it because I kept a dragon and the main character, Choy Han, by my side? Raon asked again, human, are you injured again? Seeing that made Cale even more difficult to think about. Really? Cale finally asked, can you tell me where that is? Canaria immediately responded when Cale asked if the dragon had a friendly nature. How can I judge such a noble creature? They are all great creatures, worthy of respect. Cale was bored listening to it. I asked in vain, there is really no point in asking these dragon fanatics. Cale continued asking, were they holy dragons? Canaria replied, it was an ancient dragon, and fortunately, it was quite sociable. Cale smiled awkwardly, but no matter how sociable a selfish dragon can be, that golden dragon should at least treat Raon kindly, so I feel somewhat reassured. Raon happily, Raon, will prove my greatness. Canaria continued, however as an ancient dragon, I am worried about their lack of vitality. When they meet another dragon, they will probably be so happy. I think they can recover a little vitality, even if just a little. I believe that two dragons meeting each other will truly be a sight worth seeing. Cale thought, I'm glad to hear about their lack of energy. Yes, I can run away if needed. If I take Choy Han and the others with me, Raon won't feel inferior. Canaria now asked again, however sir, could you meet that swordsman before leaving? That swordsman, even though we tried to interrogate him, still didn't say a word. He said that he didn't know who they were, sir, but this was the third time, so it was. Cale ate while listening to her words. I wondered if he could get a little more information from him. Cale recalled, in The Birth of a Hero 2, this patriarch took advantage of Choy Han a lot. Although she claims that materialism is the result of human greed and refuses to grant any rewards, she still makes many demands of her own. Of course, I have no intention of being manipulated by her. Cale smiled and said, I will accept this request because it is for everyone's benefit. For Pendrick's sake, we should help each other to live better, right? Opening our hearts is much better than just having material wealth. Don't you think so, Guardian Warrior? This person immediately nodded and obeyed his letter. He happily said, humans are aware of the value of the heart. You truly make a person worthy of receiving the protection of a dragon. Pendrick also said, yes, the heart is something that cannot be bought with material wealth alone. Canaria thought, why do they act like everything was just a surprise? Cale said, as the Guardian Warrior said, heart can only be rewarded with heart. Cale thought, now, you all will have to pour out our hearts. Raon looked curious, did they do something wrong? Why are you smiling like when you met a prince, human? Canaria smiled and said, then let's start. If there's something you need help with, it's obvious that you'll jump in and do it right away, right? At first, when I heard them talk about interrogation, I thought the elves were simply asking for information. This place is also not mentioned in the novel about the birth of a hero. There is a cellar here. No, it would be more appropriate to call this place a dungeon. Cale remembered that he had been slashed in the thigh by Choy Han, so now he looked terrible. Cale asked, is it possible to talk in that situation? It's hard for Pendrick to answer next to him. Cale thought, people say rich people get richer, those kinds of prejudices are really nonsense. At this moment, Cale opened his mouth and said, humans or elves are the same, making Pendrick startled. He said to Pendrick, can I ask the other elves to go out and help me? I want to chat in a comfortable space. Pendrick immediately accepted, oh yes I know. He immediately turned around and ordered the other elves to leave. At this time Cale asked again, do you know his name? Pendrick was helpless, I don't know. No matter what he did, he refused to say it. Beacrox put on gloves and said he was a bellbird. I heard the demon spearman call him that during the battle. It seemed like he was Tamer's bodyguard. At this moment, laughter rang out. Cale heard that person say, in the end, who are you to dare? Beacrox immediately grabbed his hair and arm, sending a message to the eastern continent wasn't enough. Bellbird was stunned, what? Cale continued, god of the sun. Roan, wolf tribe, mermaid, empire, when it comes to mermaids, he is the sea merchant. Bellbird sounded horrified, but Caleman asked directly, so, why did he target Roan and the Empire? Bellbird tried to smile crookedly and said, do you think I will tell you? He thought, in my mouth I have a marble that can explode. The moment it is detonated, I will turn into foam. He shouted loudly, I absolutely won't say it, it's better to say it instead. But while he was talking, he suddenly stopped. It was the cat tribe that was paralyzing him. Beacrox calmly picked up his mouth. If you think you can escape this way, you're looking too low. You easily took out that bomb ball. We are not easily fooled by this familiar trick. Although the enemy's people were captured, no information could be extracted, because the enemy died by poison or hidden equipment, a sad story for the main character. Caleman thought, it's a pity I'm not the main character so I didn't encounter that unfortunate thing. Roan was excited, it's a magic device, I'll analyze it. Beacrox said, it seemed like he fainted due to the paralysis poison, should I wake him up? But Cale just said let it go, it's lucky we saved him from death, right? All lives are precious. Caleman continued asking, Pendrick, how do you plan to deal with this person? Pendrick is so confused, that hasn't happened yet. He immediately said, it's not clear, so let me make a suggestion. He thought, he probably still remembers that I mentioned Arm and the Eastern Continent in the conversation just now. I never said that in front of the Patriarch, so from Pendrick's position, he would want to get that information even more. Because there is no family more determined to take revenge than the elves, Caleman immediately said, what do you think if you leave the Bellbird to the others? Pendrick immediately said, is that person a young master? Cale laughed and said, no, that's not true. He explained, you should try telling this to the Patriarch and think about it. I will tell you the details including where to hand over the prisoners when I hear the answer. Pendrick immediately asked cautiously, is that place trustworthy? Is Cale worth having? This is an important matter so think carefully and answer me tonight. I still have work to do so I have to leave tomorrow. Pendrick thought to himself, a person trusted by the Dragon Man must be trustworthy. Caleman turned back and said, oh also, did you come to the Whipper Kingdom alone? Pendrick said again, oh yes, maybe so. Cale immediately said, then come along. Pendrick was surprised to hear that. What? Caleman explained, going to the Whipper Kingdom alone right now is very dangerous. We also have something to do there so if you come with us it will be safer. Pendrick was about to refuse because he didn't want to bother, but Caleman didn't pay attention. Why bother? I think you should come with us. By the way, check how the hostage handover is going. Think about it, Pendrick has to thank you. Caleman just said, there's no need to thank me, we have to help each other to live. Pendrick was silently moved. Cale calculated in his heart, wouldn't it be better if the elf was there when meeting the Golden Dragon? It would be more convenient to bring everyone along, even though I would hide behind Choy Han, at the back. Pendrick and Cale talked, yes, what the young master said was right, but I said it right, he thought, come on, now let's go meet the person I'm going to hand over. A sound rang out behind the fireball, long time no see. Clayman replied, His Highness still looks like a star in the hearts of the nation as ever. Albert said dejectedly, are you going to ask me for anything else? Cale smiled, now you really understand my heart. Cale gets straight to the point, we've captured one of the group that caused the terrorist attack in the capital. He's estimated to be a middle or low-level swordsman, and we've captured the subject. Albert immediately asked, how? No, the process is not so important, but he said, no, the process is important. I don't want to get involved with the secret organization anymore, and I also don't want to solve everything. Caleman told the Crown Prince, he was arrested in the Roan Kingdom, he thought, hoping the Crown Prince would take this information, because this is not a problem that an Earl's young master should solve. Caleman smiled and thought, I've grabbed it. Someone that the secret organization and elves can hardly touch, and can handle things more neatly than me, besides, he still has me in his power, Cale thought, that person can only be our Crown Prince. Caleman continued, I can only tell you about the details after the discussion, but in general, members of that organization were captured near Tich Chi Mountain in the Roan Kingdom. Albert asked again, what is the reason you told me that story? Caleman just silently smiled and did not reply. Albert couldn't help but sigh, leave it to me, leave everything that bothers me to me. Caleman smiled calmly and said, don't you like it? Albert immediately said, no, I like it, of course I like it. Cale asked, Your Highness, will you investigate? Albert smiled and asked, where? Cale replied, of course it's the Empire. He knew it but still asked. Albert also laughed, haha that's right, we have to explore the Empire. The Empire still hasn't captured the secret organization and the twins killed the Pope, that must be a concern for them, Cale thought, the Crown Prince is the person who matters more than anyone else. So it's unreasonable for the Empire to not be able to find any clues to the incident. The Crown Prince is the one who started the Great Fire to become the command center of power. Now he is probably waiting for the North, Roan and Breck to tear each other apart and weaken. Such a person could not easily let go of the secret organization, he concluded. Cale Min continued to think, it could only be one of two things: the Empire wanted to secretly find that organization and deal with it, or the Empire and the secret organization were related to each other. Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom is about to send troops to the Empire. The 5th book that I have read is about to reach its last pages. Because of me the story has moved here and there. But I still have to do what needs to be done according to the plan, he thought. At this time Albert also said, you should hand over the prisoners to my aunt and report the entire process. Cale Min then continued, I have half-death mana, which startled Albert. The amount of quantum mana is quite large, so maybe I have to sell it in the Dark Elf City. Cale Min, playing the role of a merchant, said, this item is inherently valuable, so I will sell it at the right price, not less. I only accept cash and direct transactions. You can buy it for free. Albert was speechless, but still asked honestly, how many things? Cale smiled and said, I will bring it to you at a reasonable price, Your Highness. Bellbird was woken up by a bucket of water. Ah, what is this? After regaining consciousness, he immediately saw Cale Min wearing a mask in front of him. Cale said to Bellbird, I don't like that guy very much, he said. What have you done? Cale Min smiled and said, I haven't done anything, but I will do it. Bellbird was intimidated into silence. Cale Min said as an affirmation, you will leave this elf village with me, which means your life will fall into my hands. So now I will tell you my schedule. Pendrick silently listened to both of them talk. Cale continued, try to adapt. Who is the next strongest character after the dragon? After hearing this, Bellbird widened her eyes in fear. Cale Min leisurely said, I plan to go meet the whale tribe first, the royal whale lineage, he thought, that is also the race that hates your secret organization and wants to capture you. Cale stood up and said, then I will go see the dragon. You know the dragon. Dragons are inherently famous, selfish and cruel. Raon sounds angry. I'm not like that, Cale had to say. Well, of course there are dragons that are exceptions. Bellbird was scared when he heard Cale say, the dragon we will meet this time is an ancient dragon who loves the world tree and elves very much, so. Cale smiled at him and said, so it will be worth your expectations. Cale Min closed his eyes and thought, my head hurts. I obviously said I wanted to be quiet. Cale was surrounded by people asking questions. Sir, are you really under the dragon's protection? Do you find it difficult to answer? Pendrick said confusedly, sorry, obviously I only told my family this, but Cale comforted me. It's okay. Cale Min bent down to the level of an elf girl and said, it's not difficult to answer, so don't feel guilty. Everyone was noisy. This person was protected by a huge stream of energy. It seemed to be the energy of that dragon. This person carried a lot of natural energy. This is the first time I have seen someone like this, neither a spirit nor an elf. This is probably someone with ancient power and love of nature. It is really rare. The elf children were extremely excited and curious when they saw Cale. Cale Min smiled gently and said, yes, Mr. Dragon is protecting weak people like me. Raon also agreed, you are right, weak humans. The children happily said, I'm so jealous. I like you, you're so cool. For the past 3 days we've really wanted to go to the World Garden to meet you, but because the people accompanying you are so scary, we're all strong so we can't get close. Cale was speechless and thought to himself, so the elves have been avoiding themselves all this time. Just how have those guys been protecting me for the past 3 days? Cale thought desperately. A child asked again, young master, how do you feel about Mr. Dragon? Raon immediately said, great. Cale also followed suit and told the children, great. The children were excited. Mr. Dragon is very cool, isn't he? Extremely strong. Raon was immediately flattered when he was praised. No one is as strong as me. Cale also said, of course, he is very cool and has great power. The elf girl immediately said, can we meet Mr. Dragon once? Raon was immediately happy. It's okay to meet now, but Cale said to himself, okay monkey, I have absolutely no intention of letting the elf and dragon meet. So he asked again, can everyone feel the great aura of the dragon? Elves who are close to nature like you will feel that great power. I will talk to Mr. Dragon, if I have a chance. I will arrange a conversation next time. After Cale Min finished speaking, the adult elves also had to wait. Cale continued, but now, everyone knows, the village is in a difficult state right now. There are scary things everywhere, so we have to leave quickly. He said, I still have a lot of work to do. Those are the tasks that I have been assigned. although I am very honored to be able to meet friends of nature like the elves. Raon heard and almost believed it. Besides playing Han, Beacrox was speechless and didn't know how to react. Cale told everyone, but we have to go now. The elves were both touched and excited. Cale thought, of course, I still have a lot to do. Having to trick Tunka to collect a large amount, and also having to meet many other people, Cale left happily and happily. At this time, Canaria said to Cale, young master, you said your family is located in the northeast, right? Cale vaguely said, yes, that's right, what's wrong? Canaria continued, perhaps you are the one who understands best. I feel many different types of power from the young master, but among them there is no power of the earth, but Rhone is a kingdom of rocks, the power of the earth is the strongest. She said with a smile, and the strongest form of earth is stone. So I sent you this. Cale received the book. This book is about ancient legends related to the land. She said, to us, this legend doesn't mean anything, but maybe you need it. Cale thought, if it's an ancient legend, I don't want to accept it, I don't need these things. But Canaria continued, this is a diary about a hero who possessed powerful destructive power and was extremely ambitious for money. When he died, another hero found his assets and kept them. Canaria sighed and said, what a funny legend, people who are not greedy for power, status or fame, their hobby is just picking up coins. Do you think it makes sense? Why would a hero be ambitious for money? Moreover, he was the hero who saved the frozen world. Cale also agreed, that's right, there's no way a hero would be like that. She continued, in general, this is a book about a hero who was both a friend and an enemy of the hero who was crazy about money. It seems that this hero used the energy of the earth. We don't need this book, so I want to give it to you, because I think it might be useful to you, the person who saved my people. Cale slowly took the book. Canaria thought, although perhaps having this book wouldn't change much, he had a good source of energy, so maybe it would be different. Cale shook his head again and said, the chief said that the elf village doesn't need it, so I won't refuse but accept this idea, because ancient power is not something you can find and get, so see you again if there is fate, chief. Canaria also smiled and said, okay, hopefully next time I can see you in the dragon, please be careful. Deep in the forest, a sound rang out. Did he think it was reasonable? A hero who saved the frozen world, why would he be greedy for money? People who are not greedy for power, status or fame, their hobby is just picking up coins. Thinking back to what Canaria said, Cale thought, what's so unreasonable? He looked at the book and thought, saying it was because not long ago he was the one who spent money on that hero. The master of the fire of destruction is a money-mad hero, and was once his best friend, the dreaded stone. Does that mean the owner of the stone took the money from the owner of the fire of destruction? Cale thought to himself. At this time Raon spoke again, human, look, do you see the ruins from my great battle? The little dragon said, we destroyed everything, but human, your mark of fire and thunder is the most terrible, see. Cale looked speechless. With this, the elves and Raon immediately said, the power is worth using but don't use it again, otherwise, I will show you your power greater than fire and thunder. Cale and Rosalind talked to each other, I'm home, Miss Rosalind, ha ha, I really wanted to hear this greeting, please take it. Cale smiled looking at the paper in his hand. When the war broke out, Rosalind became the leader of the Magician Alliance of the Breck Kingdom and the Rhone Kingdom, and the building we are in now, on the ground it has the appearance of a normal inn, but in the basement is being used by magicians as one of their bases. Cale talked to the person next to him again, young Master Cale, you like this place? No, but I still like our Lord's castle more, say whatever you want, this place is still better than the Lord's castle. This person continued, of course this is not the central base, but in return it gathers all the most advanced magic equipment, you know, right now the magic equipment is all in a state of running out, now we're exclusively selling magical devices, but we don't know where the mysterious merchant got them from. Cale and Lady Rosalind just smiled when they heard that. This person was just stupid then, yeah, young master. Tasha asked confused, is Lord Henatus's castle's magic equipment really better? Rosalind smiled wryly and said, yes it is. This person still couldn't believe it, the most remote Henatus territory in the Rhone Kingdom, where magic was not developed, had all the most advanced magic. Cale said again, didn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince say that he had obtained part of the Magic Tower blueprint? Tasha from the dead country could only smile wryly, ha, I kept wondering where I got it from, it turned out it was from the young master. Cale confidently said, of course. Although Rosalind is in charge of the Henatusa territory's magical equipment, in reality most of the magic equipment is created by Raon, so I wouldn't give 10 silver coins to Raon for no reason. Rosalind said, "Young master, I also want to go to Henatusa Castle," Cale said cheerfully. "Right now the project is still unfinished. When the project is completed, please come, bring Mary along." Cale turned his head and said, "Oh, this place is more comfortable than I thought." Tasha also said, "Right, that guy will also feel comfortable here." Cale looked around, all the corners here were round, as if to prevent suicide. Cale turned around and said, "Choosing mental pain instead of physical pain." Tasha nodded seriously. At this time, Beacrox has already carried Bellbird to this room. He immediately told the old man, "Opening my eyes." Cale reminded him that he couldn't move his lower body right now, and that other minor injuries had been treated. Beacrox immediately said, "The young master is too soft-hearted." Cale said, "If you need mental torture, let me introduce an expert," but Tasha immediately turned around and said, "No need, we have our own way." Bellbird looked scared in front of him. "Come on, starting now." Tasha gave a friendly smile and said, "Let's talk a lot." In another place, Tasha asked Cale, "Young master, what those elves were like?" Cale said, "Elves are elves, right?" Tasha said again, "Is that so? The young master protected the branch of the world tree, so perhaps from now on you are the benefactor of the elves." There is also Raon there. Cale does not dare to take credit. Tasha still commented, "Almost like a saint of a church." Cale was speechless. Indeed, he couldn't argue. Tasha asked curiously, "But in the end, what kind of thing is available for sale in the Whipper Kingdom that makes Albert laugh to himself like that?" Cale was surprised. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince smiled to himself. Tasha nodded, yes. Every time he went to receive approval, Albert smiled to himself and said that he was looking forward to what the young master would do. Cale just smiled and said, "It's possible." Tasha was speechless. Their smiles were so similar. Tasha commented again, "Doesn't it seem like it's beneficial for the Whipper Kingdom?" Cale said, "Of course, I'm a member of the Roan Kingdom." Tasha finally said, "I hope everything goes well. Next time we meet, let's have a drink." Cale comfortably agreed. At this time, Raon asked him, "Weak person, is what we intend to do a scam?" Cale thought, "Seriously, it's not a scam, it's just selling half of the goods." Raon said, "In general, if I destroy the magic tower as you say, will you give me 10 silver coins?" Cale replied, "I will give you 1 gold coin." Raon was immediately happy. A few months later, in Ubber territory. Raon frowned in surprise and said loudly, so that's it." Choy Han and Pendrick were also surprised. "A Cale Nim, my goodness." Choy Han asked him, "Cale Nim, that's a boat, right?" Cale nodded, "Yes, that's a boat." Choy Han looked at the thing in front of him in shock and said. Obviously, anyone who looked at it could recognize that it was the boat of the Henatus family. Cale looked at the boat and thought, although the boat's appearance was different from the turtle boat he thought it would be. But I underestimated my father's wealth and the wealth of the Henatus family. Cale depressedly held his head. Only Raon looked at it with longing. That entire ship is really gold." Pendrick also said, "Young master, your family is indeed an extremely wealthy family." Cale Nim immediately turned around and said, "I'm saying this to avoid misunderstandings, it's stupid." The boat was covered with golden spikes that sparkled across the entire sea. A sound rang out, "Long time no see." "Yes, young master, how have you been lately?" Cale Nim looked at the person in front of him and asked, "I'm fine, but your face looks a bit bad." Witira looked like she wanted to say it again. She said, "Through the story of the mermaid tribe, we happen to be in the eastern continent. Thanks to that we gathered a lot of information, but there were some parts that were difficult for us to handle. So I came to find young Master Cale." Cale immediately wondered, "Did you come to ask me a favor?" Witira said, "No, it's not a favor, I want to exchange information." Cale frowned, knowing right away, since she came here, it's probably not a small matter. He thought, but I can't ignore it like I don't know. If there's something I can't handle, I'll push it to the elf, crown prince or golden dragon. Thinking so, Cale immediately spoke freely, "Tell me, who did you meet on the mainland, and what information did you want to exchange?" Witira said, "The side that provided us with information is the Tiger Clan." Cale was surprised. The Tiger Clan must be the Tiger Clan, the strongest clan in the eastern continent. Because of that organization the Tiger Clan is facing the danger of extinction. She continued, "We know a witch in there." Cale thought to himself, "There are also witches." He thought, "I didn't open a veterinary hospital, my destiny is related to animals, otherwise I wouldn't be able to have this much involvement with the beast race. If I get involved with the Tiger Clan, it will be very chaotic." Witira said, "I'm just saying that, but the young master doesn't have to give me information. This isn't really a big exchange of information, we just want to share information, Cale said in front of you, just try saying it. Witra nodded then spoke. I heard that the arm organization that the young master mentioned before has taken complete control of the underground world in the eastern continent. These words made everyone around them hold their breath for a second. Witra continued, according to the Tiger Clan, a part of them has invaded the western continent. Among them there are many people with real strength. Cale thought, that's true, demon spearmen and blonde swordsmen. They are all people with truly rare strength. In addition, Witra continued, it is said that the first army is the main force of the arm that will move on a large scale. Cale is suspicious. What? He said, where to? Maybe here. She nodded, yes, they moved to the western mainland. The Tiger Clan and we are diligently gathering information. The Tiger Clan expects them to move on a large scale next winter. Cale frowned and thought, the Tiger tribe is facing the danger of extinction. Why are they still worrying about searching everywhere, or do they want to take revenge on the mysterious organization? Witra said, the Tiger Clan gave us this information in exchange for an offer. Cale immediately thought, feeling like he shouldn't listen to that offer. But he still asked, well, what did they suggest? Sure enough, Witra said, when Arm's first army reached the middle of the sea on its way to the west, in the middle of the vast ocean, destroy them all, leaving no trace. She said, we are looking for information to counter the information the Tiger Clan gave us when scouting for the winter. We need to take revenge on the mysterious organization, so we want to find information to exchange if possible. Cale Minhori, do you want to find that information from me? She replied, actually this is not that difficult, but I think the young master will know more about it than me. Cale doesn't understand, isn't it information? Witira said, a place with fewer people, the colder the temperature, the better, and must have dense forests with luxuriant trees, especially not governed by any force, spacious and able to interact freely with the human world. We want to find a place like that. Cale was surprised, why? Witira immediately replied, the Tiger Clan wanted to migrate. Cale was even more shocked, migrate, then it's also possible. At this moment he paused again, wait, is it a Tiger Clan? No way.
Raon was immediately excited, I know, it's there, it's Talam, but Cale said, I don't know, I can't think of anything right now.
Raon tried to say, you don't know, human, you follow me, Talam, but Cale thought, didn't like it, didn't say it, so he told Witira, I can't think of anywhere right now. Witira was sad, really, Cale hummed and thought, surely if I said the word Talam, she would immediately ask for help, she would ask for the Tiger Clan to live there. He thought, of course the whale tribe wouldn't ask for free play, but I really don't want to. The Tiger tribe is planning to take revenge on the mysterious organization. If I get involved it would be no different than an exhausted train crashing into nothing. Although if it were a Tiger tribe, this place would be more solid if the knights invaded from the north, but if it's not possible, Witira doesn't blame you, then there's no other way. In the future if you can think of a good place, even if it's late, please let me know. Cale agrees with you regardless of Raon's concerns. Witira also continued, and it seemed like they were planning to learn about the sea route that could avoid our whale clan, so some of their group would cross the sea first. Cale asked if she was going to leave it alone. She replied yes, we will observe them for now. Cale thought, isn't it obvious what the reason was? It was to observe where they were going. The ARM members will spread to the western mainland. They probably won't go straight to the main base, but they will still be able to find some small leads. Cale turned around, this is too annoying, so let's end here. Why do I feel so scared? It turned out that behind him, his subordinates were already in a position to attack at any moment. Cale was startled and depressed. Am I the only one who feels bothered about being involved in this matter? Cale had no choice but to say, yes, work hard, and keep me informed, too. Witira also replied yes, sure. Butler Ron smiled, we have to let them bleed and starve to death. Cale sounds creepy. Cale continued, so from the moment they set foot on land, let me know where they are going. He sighed, in the end it was still the same. At this time, Witira said again, but young Master Cale, is that a young master's boat? Cale replied yes, to be more precise, it is my territory's boat, you can guess right away when you see it. At this moment, the door suddenly opened with a loud voice, young master. Cale immediately turned around and replied, just as he arrived, that boat was made by him. Little Muller quickly ran over and shouted, young master, are you okay? Cale also said yes I'm fine. On and Hong said he missed you. Looking at their faces, I knew how they remembered. Muller was scared, too. Are those two with you? Cale replied, they mentioned you a lot, they must be happy to see you again. Cale said again, well, he's a hybrid of a elves and a rat, and has excellent craftsmanship, right Muller? He stood up straight and said, yes, this ship is expected to bring the most terrible attack power and create a future-oriented appearance, a ship that has never existed before. Witira smiled and thought, indeed, the young master really has the gift of foresight. Has he already prepared for war at sea? Cale asked, what about the design of the special site? Muller immediately took it out, oh, it's almost done, it will be the strongest place possible, with excellent defense capabilities. Let's talk together, you have to try your best to do it. Yes, I will definitely do it. Witira thought, on the surface it was called a special site, but it seemed like he was going to build a secret base. A few days later in the Whipper Kingdom, a sound rang out, will the magic be destroyed tomorrow? No. Cale told Tunka, not just to knock down but to destroy, completely destroy that magic tower. Tunka smiled, you heard that. The history of hatred is about to disappear, the new history of the Whipper Kingdom is about to open, Tunka said loudly to everyone. Cale looked bored. Harold Kodiang smiled wryly and said, young master feels uncomfortable with the number of soldiers, right? He explained that the land nearby was quite spacious, so the soldiers were training there. We heard that the young master was coming here, so we brought them all here. Cale thought, what the hell is training? We understand each other so well, obviously bringing them here to witness the destruction of the magic tower to improve morale. But Cale didn't say it, okay, I understand, it's okay to have more people, because this will be a wonderful scene. Raon is also happy, oh, everyone will watch the explosion, everyone will know the greatness of the magic bomb. At this point, Harold asked again, but how did he intend to destroy the magic tower? Cale immediately said, with magic. Destroying the magic tower, the symbol of magic, with magic itself is quite interesting. Cale reminded Harold, moreover, don't exceed the limit, how to destroy the magic tower, or what to do, is up to me. You hold this kingdom in your hands and are living comfortably as you please, right? I am the same. I won't cross your line, so don't cross your line either. Cale stopped before the Tunka turned around. Harold smiled and rubbed his shoulder, he was still the same, so I was even more happy. Cale smiled and said, yes, I still love peace as before. Tunka said to Choy Han, hey, long time no see, why don't we have a fight? Choy Han frowned. It would be fun if the great general was beaten to a pulp right before the big battle. Tunka also tuned the guitar, your smell is even stronger. Cale was surprised, Choy Han was even stronger, he was already ridiculously strong. Choy Han smiled and said, a few days ago, after hearing what Witira said, I think I made the right choice. Cale thought, it sounds suspicious, it can't be, the plan of the Tiger Tribe and the Whale Tribe, they intend to participate in the destruction of their combat unit, for now. Let's leave that aside, there is something more urgent right now. Cale said to the person next to him, Tunka, why don't we hold a festival tonight? Yes, because tomorrow we will destroy the magic tower, let's celebrate before a drinking party, what do you think? Tunka happily, sounds great, as expected, you are far different from those decadent nobles, you really understand things. Cale smiled without replying, of course, it seemed he was already on the hell train, because he planned to attack the empire before reaching the forest. That night, in front of Cale were two cats, Hong and On, and the little dragon Raon. Cale didn't understand and said, this place is not as hot as I thought. I was a little worried, can the three of them handle it? All three immediately said, we can do it, we are very great, that's right, with the eldest sister and youngest brother, we are the strongest group. Cale thought, but not everyone can participate in the festival. Hong confidently said, the three of us can completely destroy the most luxurious place. On and Raon also accompanied, that's right, I can destroy everything even alone. Cale was speechless, yes, Raon can completely destroy everything alone, I'm just worried that it will destroy everything instead of doing its job. Cale pointed at the big box and said, hey guys, you have to do it right, understand, this book contains what we found in the underground laboratory of the magic tower. An energy storage device using the principles of ancient power, research data on the cause of magic resistance, and a seed, of course only half, with important parts removed. Raon sighed and said, humans are weak, we are stronger than you, stop nagging. The box was lifted by Raon with force. Before going Raon was still hesitant, let's go here human, you are too weak, don't be too weak. Hong also said with excitement, we'll be back soon, we can play chase with the magic tower with the eldest sister and youngest brother when we're done, right? Cale just had to compromise, yes, believe it, Hong immediately left happily. The box and these three children came out of the tent. Cale Min is a bit worried, they will do the job well, so why do I still feel uneasy? At this moment Pendrick walked in. He asked, after this is over, will you come to the lair? Cale sighed and said, yes, I will go. A lair with a dragon, just thinking about it makes it hard to breathe. Pendrick continued, we will contact them, they will surely be very happy, at that time. Pendrick said excitedly, I can also meet the dragon that is protecting you, right? Cale replied speechlessly, yes you can. The more Pendrick thought about it, the happier he became. I was probably the only elf in this world who had the opportunity to meet two dragons at the same time. He continued, and the person I need to treat, will I meet them on the way home? Cale replied yes, he will meet them then. When I met Tasha in the capital, I asked her to arrange for the summoner Mary's treatment. Pendrick immediately retreated, it was clear, it's late, I'll take my leave. At this time Cale went into another tent and told Choy Han, is everything okay? He advised, make sure everything goes smoothly and without any errors. Choy Han remained silent and replied, yes. Cale Min smiled and left, not forgetting to say, okay, then, it would be bad if we were discovered, so just join the party, let's go. Tunka was eating and drinking with 500 brothers and had a blast. Only Cale Min and his accomplices just silently looked at the party without saying anything. The campfire burned brightly in the morale of the Tunka's army. And then, in the basement of the magic tower, the big box was placed down. All three of those kids have reached their destination. The next day, Cale and Raonda were waiting in front. Tunka smiled excitedly, I'm looking forward to it. Cale looked at him speechless, still looking a bit drunk. Sharp Tunka, our tribe, many of the Empire's people died because of this damn magic tower. It's a pity to only use magic bombs to destroy it, but that's quite fun. Harold also said, yes General, our history is about to begin, Sir Cale, everything is prepared. Raon was happily satisfied, look here, the newest magic bomb I created. Rosalind also said, just give me a sign and I will detonate it. Cale said to Tunka, I will detonate soon, wouldn't it be better to notify the soldiers? Tunka also wondered, whom should I? Harold talked to Cale again, what are you disappointed about? About you blowing up the mage tower and not getting anything out of it. Cale smiled and pretended to say, it was true that he was a little disappointed, he thought, just a little, but to be honest, I was more excited. Cale shrugged, I was just thinking about how to spend the money, I mean, I'm quite rich. Harold smiled, at times like these, you really look like a noble. Cale Min smiled and said, yes, don't forget my position. Back in the past, a series of people appeared with fiery enthusiasm, frantically banging their feet on the ground. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. Cale didn't let them wait too long and immediately gave the order to start walking. Rosalind immediately replied clearly, then she started counting down 5 seconds before launching the move. With only a few seconds left, everyone silently looked forward. Some people are excited, some are cautious, but there are also some who just watch silently. As soon as the time was up, Rosalind smiled and looked forward, preparing to give that magic tower a fatal blow.